The dragon lord of scaly creatures can be dark or luminous slender, or vast short or long. A tiny and dim dragon soul broke through the barrier of the upper realm and plummeted into the lower realm. It finally landed amid the rolling mountain ranges. A faint dragon soul was awakened by the thunderous echo of a nearby waterfall. Oh, what has happened to me? Long Jian lowered his head in horror and stared in disbelief at his fading translucent dragon body. His tail had already dissipated completely, and he could see his body still slowly turning into drifting fragments. What the hell? 1 second ago, I was getting the royal treatment, and the next I have somehow transmigrated into a dragon. Am I going to die right after transmigrating? Long Jian cursed, inwardly feeling all too clearly that his body was slowly disappearing. Just then a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Long Jian's mind. Host is detected to be on the verge of death. System activation initiated. Binding to the many offspring many blessings system. Binding complete. Whoa, the system is here. Long Jian was overjoyed. A transparent virtual panel materialized in front of Long Jian. Name Long Jian, bloodline Ing Long, offspring count 0, divine ability, none, cultivation none. At the bottom of the panel the many offspring many blessings system description read the host soul, gains an immortal state, and can switch back and forth between the dragon soul form and a physical body. The system will grant corresponding rewards based on the bloodlines and number of offspring you produce. The descendants of your descendants will also be counted. Long Jian skimmed over it, and understood the system's purpose. The more offspring he produced the greater the rewards. That was simple enough. Armed with the system, Long Jian began searching everywhere for a female dragon in hopes of claiming its rewards. After roaming through the primeval forest, however, he did not catch even a glimpse of a female dragon. Instead, he encountered several formidable great demons. Long Jian was terrified. These great demons could sense how fragile Long Jian's dragon soul was, and once they saw him, they went after him like starving wolves spotting a lamb. Long Jian retreated all the way back to his starting point beside the waterfall. Goddamn it. This system is complete. Without a female dragon, how am I supposed to produce offspring? Long Jian lay miserably on a boulder by the river, exactly like a shriveled salted fish. The system of course remained silent. After lying there like a salted fish for a while, Long Jian sprang up suddenly, his eyes blazing with sharp light. He recalled the ancient Chinese myth, a dragon gives birth to 9 sons, none of them is a true dragon, and each is different. He could still have children without a female dragon. Long Jian narrowed his eyes into slits, his draconic pupils darting around as he locked onto the animals drinking nearby. Among them were many herbivores such as deer, rabbits, and horses, along with a few carnivores like tigers and leopards. Although these animals could not see Long Jian's soul form, they could vaguely sense an overwhelming oppressive aura and scattered in panic. Only a slow-witted pure white female rhino remained by the river chewing tender grass with a small horn on her nose. Rhinos are naturally herd animals, yet this white rhino was foraging all alone, perhaps because her unusual coloring had caused her to be cast out by the herd. Long Jian stared at the white rhino, a lecherous gleam in his eyes. Good. I choose you, white rhino. He wriggled his dragon body over and drifted to her side, inspecting her up close. This white rhino was no demon beast and was completely unaware of Long Jian's approach. She simply kept nibbling at the grass with ease. As the sweet tender grass entered her mouth, the white rhino wore a contented expression and chewed leisurely, wholly immersed in the pleasure of the taste. Long Jian stared blankly at the white rhino, hesitating for a moment. But then he thought that living an entire lifetime without a physical form was worse than staking everything on one bold gamble. System, materialize my body. Long Jian commanded silently. Next, a body length selection popped up. The minimum length was 1 meter, and the maximum could extend to 3 meters. Long Jian estimated the white rhino's length at about 1.6 meters. He was a little worried if he adjusted himself to 3 meters, would the female rhino be able to withstand him? After a moment's thought, Long Jian finally adjusted it to 2 meters, roughly matching the white rhino's size. With a whoosh empowered by the system, his tiny dragon soul rapidly expanded to 2 meters. Flesh and blood covered the dragon soul. Bright silver dragon scales glittered in the sunlight, and a pair of enormous wings unfurled behind his back. In the instant his massive body appeared, the white rhino collapsed to the ground in fright, bowing her head. Long Jian cleared his throat and asked with a solemn face, I am Ing Long, the ancient divine dragon. My name is Long Jian. Passing by this place today, I see that your white hide is an auspicious sign. Would you be willing to help me carry on my bloodline and bear my offspring? The white rhino seemed to possess some intelligence and nodded as if she half understood. In the demon beast world, the strong are revered as lords, and a noble Ing Long bloodline like Long Jian's filled her with admiration. In the entire lower realm, there could not be found another Ing Long with such pure blood. Long Jian took a deep breath, showing a look of firm determination. Here I come. 3 hours later, he disengaged from the white rhino's body and could not help marveling inwardly. Awesome. Not bad. The white rhino meanwhile looked as if she were basking in a spring breeze, and her entire body was undergoing earth-shaking change. Dark clouds veiled the moon. Long Jian lay on a large boulder by the river, having stayed there for an entire day. He noticed that within a kilometer of the waterfall, only a few ordinary small animals came to drink, and no demonic beasts intruded. However, the moment Long Jian left the 1 kilometer radius of the waterfall, certain powerful great demons would sense his presence and madly chase after him. But once those great demons neared the waterfall, they would voluntarily stop their pursuit and retreat warily. Long Jian was utterly puzzled. Could this waterfall be some kind of novice safe zone? At that moment, a white figure slowly approached. It was the white rhinoceros he had blasted earlier that morning. She came to the river, lowered her head to drink a few mouthfuls of the clear, sweet water, then leisurely grazed on the tender grass along the bank. At this moment, the dark clouds drifted apart, and the bright moon reappeared. A beam of pure moonlight happened to fall exactly upon the white rhinoceros. Long Jian suddenly noticed that the rhino's horn had turned into a piece of crystal clear, white, jade, faintly glowing under the moonlight. The white rhinoceros closed her eyes, seemingly basking in the baptism of moonlight. Long Jian's first thought was, this white rhinoceros is absorbing moonlight to cultivate. He quietly circled around her a few times. Although he was currently in his invisible dragon soul state, he could still sense the surging blood and energy within her body, as well as the faint trace of demonic aura she emitted. His guess was right. The white rhinoceros was indeed in the midst of cultivation. And so Long Jian and the white rhinoceros spent a few happy and carefree weeks by the waterfall. Today, Long Jian began to look for new mates. One was far from enough. He needed many more. Only then could he grow stronger as quickly as possible. So Long Jian was swaying his dragon head near the river, searching for his next prey, when he turned back and saw a small herd of tall, imposing rhinoceroses walking toward the waterfall. Leading the herd was a black rhinoceros over 2 meters long with 2 thick horns on its nose. At this moment, the white rhinoceros, still resting and nurturing her pregnancy on the riverside grass, clearly had not noticed the approach of this group. Soon more than a dozen burly black rhinoceroses surrounded the white rhinoceros in a tight circle. The white rhinoceros quickly stood up, terror flashing in her eyes, as if she recognized this group. Then the two sides began to communicate. The leading black rhinoceros let out low moo sounds. The white rhinoceros nervously mooed a few times in response. Long Jian watched from the sidelines, completely bewildered by their exchange. Before long, the black rhinoceros grew impatient and let out a louder, sharper moo. Its forehooves pawed the ground restlessly, as if it was preparing to attack. The terrified white rhinoceros retreated several steps. Although Long Jian could not understand their language, he could tell from the movements that this black rhinoceros clearly intended to bully the white rhinoceros. How dare you touch my woman? Cow. You're courting death. System, materialize me. In an instant, a 3-meter-long silver dragon abruptly appeared in the sky, hovering and circling. The black rhinoceroses were all greatly startled by the divine dragon, stumbling back a few paces and looking upward. The white rhinoceros, on the other hand, wore a moved and relieved expression. In her heart, Long Jian had already been revered as her master. This was also why she had stayed by the waterfall all along. All of you die. Long Jian flapped his wings, opened his massive maw, and lunged at the black rhinoceros. With a crack, he bit through the body of the one that had tried to attack the white rhinoceros, snapping its spine. Long Jian devoured it in large bites, tearing it to pieces in no time. The remaining rhinoceroses scattered in terror. Run. Could they actually escape? All those rhinoceroses were devoured by Long Jian, turned into his rations. Long Jian licked his dragon fangs and instructed the white rhinoceros, "Little white rhino, don't leave this place during this period. I will guard you until you give birth to my dragon offspring." Hearing this, the white rhinoceros mooed softly in gratitude. Then Long Jian's figure gradually faded away. Spring passed, autumn came. The years flowed on. On the riverbank, the white rhinoceros stood quietly, letting out long, drawn-out moos from time to time. Along with a stream of dragon chi descending from the heavens, a faint dragon's roar sounded. Long Jian, sound asleep on the boulder, was suddenly awakened by an icy system voice. "Your first offspring has been born. Bloodline dragon progeny. You have obtained 100 years of cultivation. Reward divine ability, swallowing heaven and earth." A surging power gathered within Long Jian's dragon frame, then faded away in a moment. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. Name Long Jian, bloodline, ing long, number of offspring 1, dragon progeny, divine ability, swallowing heaven and earth. Can devour creatures weaker than oneself, gaining a portion of their cultivation and memories. Cultivation 100 years. Long Jian excitedly scanned the reward panel, then immediately closed it, and flew over to the white rhinoceros in his agile soul form. In front of him lay a small whitish dragon on the grass. Its horns were completely different from Long Jian's. They were much closer to the shape of its mother's rhino horn, crystal clear, like translucent jade. Jian. The mother white rhinoceros, with utmost tenderness, gently licked the little white dragon with her tongue. Under the soothing caress of the tongue, the little white dragon slowly awakened, wiggling its slender, supple body. It coiled around in a circle before flying onto the rhinoceros, nuzzling affectionately against its mother. Long Jian's heart swelled with joy. The safety of both mother and child was the outcome he had hoped for most. The little white dragon clearly inherited Long Jian's flying prowess, but its skin was pure white, and its build favored its mother. It flapped its small wings, agilely dancing gracefully beside the white rhinoceros. Warmth filled the eyes of both mother and child. Overcome with emotion, Long Jian materialized into his physical form and landed beside them. The little white dragon curiously examined the suddenly appearing colossal dragon, then joyfully pounced towards him. Long Jian lowered his head, allowing the little one to climb onto his crown and play. A system chime echoed. "Host, you may now name your offspring." Gazing upon the little white dragon's form and features, he was reminded of the name of the first among the dragon's sons, Jian. Long Jian pondered for a moment, then spoke. "My son, from this day forth you shall be known as Jian." The little white dragon, upon hearing its name, nodded with a look of dawning comprehension, seemingly pleased with it. In the half-month following Kiunia's birth, Long Jian did not attempt to sow his seed with the white rhinoceros again, as the mother needed time to recover her strength after giving birth. During this period, Long Jian devoured many lesser demonic beasts, acquiring fragments of their memories and gaining a greater understanding of this world. He learned that this place was called the Myriad Demon Mountain Range, a vast expanse of peaks stretching for 10,000 miles, teeming with countless demons. Beyond this mountain range lay the world of human cultivators. This was unmistakably a transmigration into a world of fantasy cultivation. Long Jian was both astonished and exhilarated by this discovery. But this joy was short-lived, as his attempts to sow his seed with other animals proved to be perpetually unsuccessful. Long Jian successively targeted herbivores like horses, deer, and elephants that came to the watering hole to drink, but none showed any signs of conceiving. Long Jian speculated that perhaps his noble dragon's blood was too powerful, leading to an extremely low success rate when breeding with ordinary animals. This prompted Long Jian to shift his focus towards demonic beasts. Unlike ordinary wild animals, these demonic beasts possessed demonic chi, allowing them to cultivate and indicating their extraordinary bloodlines. Theoretically, the chances of successful mating with them would be higher. Thus, Long Jian began searching for a suitable demonic beast made in the mountain forest south of the waterfall. However, he had to proceed with caution, as some demonic beasts had profound cultivation and could not be devoured even with his whale swallow technique. Long Jian's agile dragon soul weaved freely through the trees, quickly traversing a safe zone of 1 kilometer. Autumn had arrived, and the ground was blanketed with withered yellow leaves. The weather was turning colder, and numerous animals and demonic beasts were stockpiling fat to survive the harsh winter. At that moment, Long Jian noticed a pack of 9 wolves on the hunt. Upon closer inspection, Long Jian discovered that the leader of this wolf pack was a female wolf demon capable of using demonic arts. This she-wolf was of considerable size, nearly 3 meters in length, with thick gray fur that stood out especially bushy and wild along her back, resembling a chaotic flame. The male wolves under her command were of ordinary size, clearly inferior to the she-wolf leader. Long Jian coveted this powerful she-wolf and began to scheme on how to take her as his concubine. The wolf pack was in hot pursuit of a massive elk. Long Jian lurked in the forest, observing the fierce chase. This elk was at least twice the size of a wolf. Its large antlers, like 2 sturdy spears, were thick and powerful. A single light thrust could snap a bullseye's tree trunk in two. The she-wolf demon led the pack in relentless pursuit, but the elk was swift. It would suddenly break, jerking its head back to impale a wolf with its antlers piercing straight through its body. A pained howl echoed as the injured wolf collapsed, unable to move. Seeing her pack suffer such heavy losses, the she-wolf demon let out a furious roar. Opening its maw wide, a ball of emerald demonic energy condensed within and then shot out with immense force. A powerful gust of green demonic wind howled forth, slicing through vegetation and trees, cutting them into several pieces in its path. The elk, beast that had just recently gained sentience and hadn't yet learned any demonic arts, had no choice but to turn and flee for its life in the face of this sudden demonic wind assault. But no matter how fast its 4 legs could carry it, it couldn't outrun the encroaching demonic wind. The emerald gale instantly enveloped the elk. When the wind dissipated, the elk was covered in deep, bone-deep lacerations. Its right hind leg was completely severed, and it lost all mobility, crashing heavily to the ground. Long Jian's eyes lit up at the sight. It seemed his chosen target was quite suitable. Perhaps she could help him sire powerful offspring. The wolf pack adhered to a strict hierarchy where the first bite of prey must always be offered to the wolf king. The 7 surviving wolves encircled the mortally wounded elk, patiently waiting for the she-wolf demon to feed. The she-wolf lunged forward, her fangs snapping the elk's neck in a single bite. Blood gushed forth instantly. The she-wolf lapped and sucked greedily, gulping down the steaming elk blood. The blood was rich with potent demonic energy, one of the key methods for demonic beasts to enhance their cultivation. The she-wolf demon devoured her fill, feeling her demonic power strengthen within. Just as the pack let its guard down, a sinister chill suddenly swept over them. Suddenly, a large spray of dark green venom shot out. A pained howl went up as the 7 wolves were directly hit by the venom, their flesh instantly rotting and peeling away, leaving only rows of white bones. In an instant, the she-wolf demon was left with no followers. Reacting with incredible speed, the she-wolf leader's fur stood on end even without any wind, allowing her to dodge the venomous attack. A serpent demon over 2 zhang in length slithered out from its hiding place in the forest. Its dark green serpentine body came to a stop in front of the she-wolf demon. It swayed its head, 2 sharp fangs dripping with a foul-smelling green liquid, and hissed threateningly at the she-wolf. It spoke in human tongue. "Xianyue, you have quite the nerve hunting in my territory. I merely wandered in by accident. I'll offer my apologies. But you didn't have to go on a killing spree and slaughter my pack." The she-wolf demon, Xianyue, roared back in fury. Long Jian, hidden nearby and eavesdropping, was greatly shocked by this exchange. Both the serpent and the wolf could speak human language. This indicated they possessed intelligence, the ability to communicate and understand. This realization thrilled Long Jian immensely. Compared to the mute white rhinoceros at home, this she-wolf demon was undoubtedly more intriguing. The only pity for Long Jian was that the large serpent that could speak human language was male. If only it had been a female serpent, how wonderful that would have been. As Long Jian mused, the serpent and the wolf had already erupted into a fierce battle. The serpent demon's head lunged forward, its venomous fangs aimed at Xianyu. Xianyu pushed off the ground with her hind legs nimbly darting aside as the serpent's attack struck nothing but air. Seizing the opening, Xianyu slightly parted her wolfish jaws, and a swirling mass of green demonic wind howled forth. The serpent demon reacted swiftly, coiling its body to evade the vital spots, though the gale still carved several bloody gashes across its form. Moments later, in the end, the serpent demon, relying on its deeper cultivation, exhausted Xian, used demonic energy entirely, while its venom struck her leg. Awoo! Xianyu collapsed to the ground in agony, her left hind leg corroded by the venom, now a lifeless ink-black mass of dead flesh entirely bereft of sensation. Her heart was steeped in sorrow. In the lawless myriad demon mountains where the strong preyed on the weak, only power held sway, and frailty itself was the original sin. The serpent demon slithered before Xianyu, raised its head, and let out a triumphant hiss. Ha ha, Xianyu, once I devour you, I can break through to the spirit manifestation realm after this winter. Long Jian swiftly prowled over to the female demon named Xianyu. This female beast, he decided, was his to take. As the two demonic beasts were still shallow in their cultivation, they remained utterly oblivious to Long Jian's presence. System materialize. Long Jian muttered in his mind, then adjusted his form to its maximum size of full 5 meters in length. This was the new limit after his cultivation increased, though the minimum he could shrink to was a single meter. This perfectly prevented him from squeezing into rat holes to find a mate. A majestic and awe-inspiring Yinglong descended from the heavens, every scale on his draconic body gleaming brilliantly, with a pair of feathered wings sprouting from his back. Both the serpent and the wolf were utterly stunned by this sudden, overwhelming presence. The serpent demon in particular was seized with terror, its pupils contracting to pinpricks. The dragon was the sovereign of all scaled creatures, and by birthright held an absolute bloodline-level suppression. Long Jian shielded Xianyu beneath him, and let out a majestic roar, "Ant! I am the ancient divine dragon, Long Jian. How dare you, a treacherous little snake, harm my beloved consort? Today you shall die without a burial place." Then, Long Jian opened his maw wide, unleashing a powerful suction that locked onto the serpent demon. The serpent demon was scared out of its wits, utterly incapable of pondering where this dragon had come from. It coiled around a thick tree trunk, half a meter in diameter, in terror, begging for mercy repeatedly. "Lord Dragon God, this lowly one knows its wrongs. Please don't devour me. I truly didn't know Xianyu was your beloved consort." The female wolf, Xianyu, as shielded beneath Long Jian, was equally bewildered by this sudden turn of events. She didn't know this dragon at all, nor was she the beloved consort he spoke of. Long Jian ignored the serpent's pleas entirely. However, after more than 10 seconds, he found his divine ability was unable to swallow the serpent in one gulp. It seemed this serpent demon's cultivation was more profound than his own. Long Jian didn't want to waste more time, as the female wolf's condition was visibly deteriorating due to the potent venom in her leg. He was forced to temporarily abandon devouring the serpent and roared in anger, "Ant! This dragon, mindful of heaven's mercy for living beings, will spare your life this time. Now get lost. If we ever meet again, I'll flay your serpent skin and rip out your sinews." The serpent demon, overwhelmed with gratitude, stammered, "Yes, yes, yes. This lowly one is leaving right now." With that, it swiftly slithered away and escaped. Seeing the serpent demon flee, Long Jian turned his attention to Xianyu, who was now on the verge of death. Before Long Jian could even speak, Xianyu said weakly, "Lord Long Jian, thank you for saving my life. But I have been fatally poisoned and can no longer repay your great kindness." Long Jian spoke calmly, "I need no repayment. I ask you only one thing: do you wish to live?" "Yes." A flicker of hope sparked in Xianyu's eyes. No living being would willingly succumb to death. Especially these demonic beasts who had already gained sentience, they understood even more keenly the preciousness of life. "If you wish to live, then you must bear a dragon offspring for me. Are you willing?" Long Jian did not wish to force her. He desired not just Xianyu's body but her willing devotion. Xianyu hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded gently. "Lord Long Jian, Xianyu is willing to bear your offspring. I beg you to save my life." Long Jian hesitated no more. With a flick of his tail, he descended upon Xianyu. Half an hour later, his form vanished without a trace. All that remained was Xianyu successfully cured of the poison. Xianyu lifted her head, searching all around for one last glimpse of Long Jian. She even pressed her keen wolfish nose to the ground, sniffing, but it was as if Long Jian had vanished into thin air. No trace of him could be found. "Lord Long Jian," Xianyu murmured to herself, then dragging her weary body, slowly departed from the place. The serpent demon that had fled was utterly terrified by Long Jian, and dared not remain in its own territory, fearing it might encounter the divine dragon again. Thus it chose to flee far away. After an unknown span of time, it arrived at a new territory. In this territory stood an ancient parasol tree towering 100 zhang high. It was now late autumn, and the golden parasol leaves on the tree blazed like clusters of burning flames. The myriad demon mountains stretched for 10,000 li, and although the serpent demon had lived there for a long time, it had only ever stayed in a remote corner. This was its first time here, and it was unaware of the profound significance this tree held. It wasn't until a resounding bird cry pierced the air that the serpent demon looked up at the parasol tree in sheer terror. The serpent demon tilted its head back and was instantly stricken with horror, for a pair of enormous fiery red wings unfurled upon the tree's crown. It was a phoenix. 100 birds dare not perch upon the parasol tree, for it is the phoenix's rightful throne. As autumn fades and winter approaches, the vast demon mountains are cloaked in a shroud of silver, a scene of desolation. The waterfall has frozen into a curtain of ice adorned with crystal-clear ice flowers. The white rhinoceros curls up on the ground, shivering in the biting cold wind. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Jian cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow in his heart. One must care for their own. Thus Long Jian decides to forego a precious week of sowing time to build a shelter for them to escape the cold. He breaks a section of the forest and moves the trees to the foot of the waterfall. Then he directs the Jian and the little white rhinoceros to help construct the shelter. Rhinoceroses belong to the odd-toed ungulates and are not very agile. Long Jian only allows the little white rhinoceros to dig holes in the snow, as its horn is perfectly suited for shoveling snow and uncovering grass. He himself works with Jian to build the framework of the shelter, as his dragon claws are more dexterous. Soon a simple shelter is completed, covering an area of 50 square meters filled with grass and leaves inside. Though rudimentary, it is certainly better than being exposed to the wind and snow outside. At the same time, Long Jian is astonished to discover that Jian possesses a considerable level of intelligence comparable to that of a 6 or 7-year-old human child. As long as he demonstrates once or twice, Jian can complete the simple construction of the shelter on its own. It simply involves placing wooden stakes in a circle on the ground and then covering it with large banana leaves. Jian is also capable of extrapolating and building the shelter by itself. One could say that a significant portion of the credit for this shelter belongs to Jian. Watching the mother and child snuggled together in the pile of grass inside the wooden house, Long Jian feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, considering this a very rewarding endeavor. As dusk falls, gentle moonlight spills over the snow-covered ground. The little white rhinoceros and Jian step out of the shelter to absorb the essence under the moonlight. The white rhinoceros uses its curved horn, while Jian employs its 2 twisted dragon horns. Long Jian lies nearby, observing their training. After about an hour, Jian sleepily returns to the wooden house and falls into a deep slumber atop the grass. However, the little white rhinoceros does not return to the house. Instead, it lies on the snow, seemingly waiting for something. Long Jian sees this scene and grins slyly. The little white rhinoceros truly understands me. Just as he prepares to materialize, a sudden appearance of flickering green, ghostly flames interrupts his actions. Startled, Long Jian carefully looks closer in the moonlight and discovers that it is not ghostly flames, but rather a group of demon beasts with glowing eyes. The little white rhinoceros also senses the danger and hastily rushes back to the wooden house, sticking its head out to seal the entrance. The demon beasts slowly approach, and Long Jian finally sees that they are a pack of wolves led by none other than Xianyue, whom he had previously shot at. It has been 2 months since their last encounter, and Xianyue has significantly increased in size and reformed the wolf pack, especially its round belly, which seems to suggest that it is pregnant. Long Jian faintly senses the presence of dragon qi within Xianyue, and it seems likely that it is indeed his offspring. Now that it is deep winter, food has become increasingly scarce, and Xianyue's wolf pack has been starving for several days. Tonight they are fortunate to have discovered what appears to be a weak white rhinoceros. Little ones, surround this house. Xianyue commands, and the wolf pack encircles the shelter. Though puzzled by the appearance of human structures, her hunger takes precedence over contemplation. She cannot allow the dragon seed of Long Jian within her to go hungry. The pack of starving wolves salivates at the sight of the tender little white rhinoceros. Moo! The little white rhinoceros refuses to back down, letting out a long cry to show that it is not to be underestimated. The training over this period has greatly enhanced its physique. Though its skin is white, its defenses are astonishingly strong. Its horn is also exceptionally sharp. The loud howls of the wolves and the mooing of the rhinoceros mix together, awakening the previously slumbering Xianyue. Xianyue pokes its dragon head out to see that demon beasts are attempting to bully its mother. It immediately becomes furious, rushing out of the wooden house and positioning its 1-meter-long dragon body in front of the white rhinoceros. Seeing a small dragon emerge from the wooden house, Xianyue is taken aback. Xianyue's eyes turn red, and it spreads its wings and long tail, trying hard to appear imposing. It glares at Xianyue, takes a deep breath, and unleashes an earth-shattering dragon roar. The sound is so loud that it leaves the wolf pack dazed and their ears ringing. However, Xianyue's cultivation is still too shallow. It can merely intimidate the enemy, but poses no real threat to the famished wolves. As the Wolf King, Xianyue begins to feel uneasy. She does not know the relationship between this little white dragon and Long Jian. If she were to accidentally harm a kin of Long Jian, her wolf pack would not survive the wrath of Long Jian. Long Jian stares at Xianyue. If she genuinely intends to lead the wolf pack to attack the white rhinoceros and Xianyue, he would have to intervene. However, unexpectedly, Xianyue makes a decision. Little ones, retreat. Let's find another place to hunt for food. This decision astonishes even Long Jian. If he were in Xianyue's position, he would certainly choose to hunt down the white rhinoceros and this dragon. At this moment, a one-eyed black wolf in the pack raises a question. Wolf King, why should we retreat? No reason. I am the Wolf King, and all wolves must obey me. Xianyue roars, unwilling to explain further. This incites dissatisfaction among the other wolves, and an inexplicable strange atmosphere spreads. This one-eyed black wolf had been driven out by other wolf packs. To claim Xian Yu's position, it has waited a long time, and today it has finally seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the discontent among the wolves and Xian Yu's weakened state, due to pregnancy, the black wolf challenges. Xian Yu, I hey Mao challenge your position as wolf king. Oh whoa. The other wolves raise their heads and howl in agreement with the black wolf's proposal. Because they are all starved, not to mention a little dragon in front of them. Even if it were a god, they would dare to take a bite. Xian Yu's face turns ashen. She cannot refuse the challenge for the wolf king position, as that is the rule of the. Any wolf has the right to challenge the wolf king in any situation. If Xian Yu refuses to fight, the other wolves will no longer obey her commands. Blackfur also entered a combat state, baring his snow-white fangs as he circled around Xian Yu, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The alpha battle was about to erupt. Xian Yu bared her sharp teeth, radiating a fierce aura as her fur bristled like needles. A cyan ball of wind began to coalesce within her mouth. Is this a new demonic art Xian Yu has learned? Long Jian watched the wind orb forming in her mouth, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind about how beasts manage to comprehend such spells. So far, Long Jian's cultivation base was 120 years, a century granted by the system, and the remaining 20 years gained by devouring other demonic beasts. Apart from the divine abilities awarded by the system, he knew no other spells. Whoosh! The wind orb shot forward with a whistle. The black wolf, incredibly agile, dodged it with a mere flicker of an afterimage. Instead of attacking immediately, it circled Xian Yu, its goal to lure her into unleashing more demonic arts and exhaust her demonic power. Xian Yu took the bait, spitting out several wind orbs in an attempt to hit the black wolf, but he evaded them all with his nimble movements. Huff! Puff! Xian Yu began to pant heavily. With her pregnancy, her once abundant demonic power quickly dwindled to almost nothing. Had she not been pregnant, she could have fired hundreds of wind orbs without becoming this weak. Ha ha ha! Blackfur threw his head back in a long howl, a cruel glint shining in his single eye. Xian Yu, is that all you've got? I haven't even started having fun yet. Xian Yu gnashed her teeth, wishing she could tear Blackfur to pieces. She knew she stood no chance of claiming the Wolf King title this time. To protect the dragon offspring in her womb, she conceded. Blackfur, you win. I'm leaving the pack. With that, Xian Yu slowly backed away, lowering her head with deep resentment in her eyes. But Blackfur, having reclaimed his position as Wolf King, wasn't about to let her off so easily. Oh whoa! Blackfur let out a long howl and leaped in front of her, blocking her path. Xian Yu, do you think you can just leave whenever you want? His tone was extremely arrogant, like a conceited monarch. Xian Yu frowned, baring 4 sharp snow-white fangs as a warning to the black wolf before her. Move aside, Blackfur. I'm leaving this place. Blackfur, however, wore a lecherous expression, licking the drool at the corner of his mouth. Xian Yu, you're one of the few female wolf demons around. I won't let you go. You're not worthy. Xian Yu's eyes were filled with disgust. Hearing this, Blackfur's eyes blazed with the fury. He blocked Xian Yu's path and snarled viciously, not worthy. Fine. Since you keep claiming you carry a dragon's offspring, I'll rip open your belly today and see if it's really a dragon's spawn. Hearing such venomous words from the black wolf, Long Jian's fury ignited instantly. The dragon offspring was his reverse scale. Anyone who dared to harm it would face his relentless wrath. System, materialize me now. I'm going to slaughter this beast. Long Jian roared. Under the moonlight, a colossal divine dragon materialized out of thin air. Its entire body was white, its eyes blood red, and a terrifying draconic pressure instantly enveloped the surrounding 100 miles. What is this thing? Blackfur trembled in terror at the sudden appearance of the massive creature, nearly collapsing. Lord Long, Jian, you've finally come. Xian Yu cried out, tears of joy streaming down her face as she called the divine dragon's name. The dragon's eyes were cold and piercing as they fixed on Blackfur. It opened its bloody maw-sharp teeth, glinting with a cold light. A single word fell, serving as the judgment of its arrival: die. Before Blackfur could even react, he was entirely sucked into Long Jian's gaping maw. The dragon's sharp teeth clamped shut with a sickening squelch. In an instant, the black wolf was crushed into pulp, devoured whole by Long Jian, leaving nothing behind. A portion of Blackfur's cultivation base and memories also merged into Long Jian's body. Within those memories were records of the black wolf's past travel routes, as well as the realm divisions for demonic beasts. Initial devouring realm beasts that have just awakened their spiritual intelligence. Carnivores need to consume flesh, and blood herbivores can consume spirit herbs to increase cultivation, and a rare few anomalies can directly absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate. Spirit connection realm, the ability to sense and communicate with the natural world, actively absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen one's power. Core formation realm, a demon core, also known as a demonic elixir, forms within the body, greatly increasing demonic power and granting mastery of various world-shaking divine abilities. Transformation realm, the ability to freely shift between humanoid and beast forms and to cultivate human cultivation techniques. Long Jian swiftly organized and analyzed this information, converting it into his own memories. Subsequently, Long Jian directed a powerful suction force towards the rest of the wolf pack, preparing to unleash his devouring art upon them. Xian Yu hastily tried to stop him. Lord Long Jian, this isn't their fault. Please spare them. He had to eliminate the roots. Ha ha ha. A sinister laugh echoed from Long Jian as a massive suction force suddenly appeared. The wolves howled in agony as they were sucked. He had to eliminate the roots. Ha ha ha. A sinister laugh echoed from Long Jian as a massive suction force suddenly appeared. The wolves howled in agony as they were sucked one by one into Long Jian's mouth, their bodies crushed and devoured. Xianyu watched helplessly as her former comrades were swallowed whole. Grief and exhaustion washed over her. Her head lolled to the side and she fainted. Has she fainted already? Long Jian looked at the unconscious Xianyu with a helpless expression. He turned his gaze toward the little white rhino and Xianyu inside the wooden cabin and spoke. Little white rhino, my son, take good care of Xianyu for me. I am bound by the laws of this world and cannot stay long. With that, Long Jian's form shrank once more into a minuscule dragon soul. He did this deliberately to avoid being discovered by other great demons. A weak dragon was a delicious feast to these powerful beasts. The little white rhino and Xianyu held extreme reverence and obedience for Long Jian and would never defy his orders. The little white rhino slowly walked to Xianyu's side, gently nudging her onto its broad back with its sturdy horn. Then it slowly entered the wooden cabin and gently laid Xianyu upon the pile of straw. This was the first time the little white rhino had shared a space with a natural predator like Xianyu, and an instinctual fear kept it from drawing near her. The little white rhino could only find a corner facing away from Xianyu and fell asleep warily. However, Xianyu, with his nobler bloodline, felt no fear towards the slumbering she-wolf. He curiously examined Xianyu from head to toe occasionally, using his dragon claws to touch her soft wolf fur, as if exploring this unknown creature. Perhaps sensing that the one in Xianyu's womb was his own younger brother, Xianyu gradually let down his guard. He crawled under Xianyu's swollen belly, nestled against the warm body of the she-wolf, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Inside the wooden cabin, 3 different forms of life spent the cold night together. The next morning, the morning sun shone into the cabin as Xianyu woke from her deep slumber. She lifted her wolf head and looked around, surprised to find herself sleeping in this crude wooden cabin. Apart from herself, she saw no sign of the white rhino or the little white dragon from yesterday. Her mind vaguely recalled that Lord Long Jian seemed to have saved her, but she had no memory of what happened afterward. After a night's rest, the wound on her shoulder from the black-furred beast's claws had already scabbed over thanks to the powerful regenerative abilities of the demon race. But Xianyu's stomach still growled incessantly. She had not eaten for days and her body was at its limit. The dragon offspring in her womb continuously drained her demonic energy and life essence. Xianyu felt her consciousness growing hazier. If she didn't eat something soon, she feared she truly wouldn't be able to hold on. Xianyu struggled to walk out of the wooden cabin, and what met her eyes was a white rhino using its sturdy horn to dig through the snow. Meanwhile, the little white dragon nimbly picked out grass and moss hidden beneath the snow to eat. They didn't kill me. Xianyu found it almost unbelievable. It was the nature of demon beasts to slaughter each other, and besides, as a she-wolf, she was not even of the same species as the rhino. She carefully examined the little white dragon and felt it bore a striking resemblance to Lord Long Jian. She couldn't help but think to herself that this white rhino must also be a beast favored by Lord Long Jian, and the little white dragon was the offspring he had sired. This would explain why Lord Long Jian had appeared out of thin air that day. Xianyu was still immersed in the grief of her companions being devoured by Long Jian. The little white dragon saw she was awake and immediately bounded over joyfully, carrying a piece of emerald moss in his mouth, which he gently placed at her feet. Xianyu, unable to speak, yet used his big blinking eyes and fluttering little wings to signal Xianyu to eat the little white dragon. Thank you, but I can't eat this, Xianyu said, shaking her head gratefully. She was a carnivorous wolf and could not eat grass or moss. Xianyu, being newly born, knew nothing of this. To him, the emerald moss was a delicious delicacy. He tilted his little head in confusion, pushed the moss closer to Xianyu, and stared at her with eager, pleading eyes. Xianyu smiled helplessly. Looking at the little white dragon's innocent and carefree demeanor, a wave of maternal affection welled up in her heart. At that moment, the white rhino let out a low bellow from the riverbank, calling Xianyu back. It walked onto the frozen river surface and used its sturdy horn to violently smash through the thick layer of ice. Then the white rhino let out a few more bellows toward Xianyu, signaling to him what to do. The clever Xianyu immediately understood. He dove into the river through the broken hole in the ice. A few seconds later, he emerged with a plump, large fish clamped in his jaws. Good lad. You've truly inherited your father's intelligence. Long Jian, watching from the side, was impressed and couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. He didn't rush to reveal himself, as his current situation was rather special, and remaining in his dragon soul state could avoid many troubles. Xianyu carried the plump raw fish and flew over to Xianyu again, dropping it on the ground before her. The fat fish flopped desperately up and down. The famished Xianyu struck it with a single swipe of her paw, gutting it open, and began to feast ravenously. As the savory fish meat entered her stomach, Xianyu felt every cell in her body rejoicing and brimming with vitality. Seeing Xianyu eat so happily, Xianyu returned to the ice-hole dove and again caught another fat fish and gleefully brought. He found this game quite entertaining and made several trips back and forth. Xianyu looked at the 5 or 6 fat fish still struggling on the ground, deeply moved. She decided to coexist peacefully with the white rhino and stay in this temporary shelter until her dragon offspring was safely born. Several weeks passed. On a cold night, Long Jian suddenly sensed a powerful surge of draconic energy being born into the world, accompanied by a pained wolf howl from Xianyu. He immediately understood that his second offspring was about to be born. Long Jian paced anxiously outside the wooden cabin like a nervous father awaiting the birth of his child. Then a cold mechanical system notification sounded in his ear. Your second offspring has been born. Bloodline, you have obtained 100 years of cultivation. Reward for divine ability, summon wind and rain. It was born. Long Jian rushed into the cabin without hesitation only to see a small life with a dragon's head, a wolf's body, and jet black fur lying quietly in Xian Yu's embrace. Seeing the appearance of this little one, the name, Yazi, immediately surfaced in Long Jian's mind. Yazi is the second son of the dragon, known for his fierce temperament, love of slaughter and conflict, and his power to vanquish all evil. Long Jian thought this was an incredible coincidence. He had previously tried deer, horses, elephants, and other animals, but none of them had become pregnant. Could it be that conception required a specific species? Long Jian recalled the tale of the dragon's 9 sons from He hadn't studied it carefully back then, only remembering the names of the 9 sons. He could no longer clearly recall what species their mothers were. He vaguely remembered that the eldest was from a rhino, the second from a wolf, and the third. Was it a bird? Long Jian wasn't entirely certain himself. He would just have to experiment to find out later. Days later, gentle snowflakes drifted over the frozen river. A nimble, agile young dragon flapped its wings, playfully frolicking with another beast, a hybrid of dragon and wolf. Although Yazi was born 2 months after Chionyo, he had grown rapidly and was already a full-circle sturdier, comparable to a 1-year-old yellow dog. The mothers of the 2 young beasts, a rhinoceros and a wolf, stood tenderly on the shore, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on their playing offspring, ever watchful for any mishap. Xiaobai, if you cultivate diligently for another month and reach the late stage of the initial devouring realm, once your throat bone is fully refined, you'll be able to speak in human tongue like me. The wolf demon, Xian Yue, spoke these human words to the white rhinoceros. The little white rhino let out 2 low bellows and then nodded vigorously. Among beasts of different species, only after refining the throat bone could they communicate fluently in human language. Long Jian, who had just returned, overheard the warm conversation between the 2 mother beasts. The heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart finally settled, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially worried that the 2 mothers might clash out of jealousy, but now it was clear his concerns were unfounded. These past few days, Long Jian had been so busy that he hadn't even had time to attend to his 2 mates. Ever since absorbing the memory abilities of the Black Wolf, he had begun meticulously exploring the surrounding terrain. He discovered that within the myriad demons mountain range, every auspicious location was inevitably occupied by a powerful great demon. These great demons possessed strength at the late core formation stage or the early transformation stage. Within the territories claimed by these great demons, countless lesser beasts thrived. Of course, the great demons typically did not interfere with the skirmishes and battles among these smaller creatures. Generally, great demons did not casually trespass into another's territory. If an outsider stepped into another's domain, it was considered an invasion, inevitably leading to a fierce conflict. Long Jian also realized that the waterfall territory he currently occupied was likewise guarded by a great demon. This explained why other powerful demons would retreat as soon as they approached within a kilometer of the waterfall. As to why the great demon of the waterfall territory had not yet attacked Long Jian, that remained a mystery. Unwilling to live under another shadow in someone else's domain, he had been dedicating all his time to hunting and devouring beasts in the surrounding wilderness. His cultivation had now reached 400 years, signifying that he had attained the spiritual connection realm. The spiritual connection realm allowed one to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth for cultivation. However, for Long Jian, absorbing spiritual energy was far less efficient than devouring beasts, which yielded more cultivation. For him, the higher his cultivation, the more intensely he could feel his blood and power surging. At that moment, a resounding eagle cry suddenly pierced the sky, shattering the tranquility. Long Jian, the 2 mother beasts, and the 2 playing dragons all raised their heads, warily scanning the heavens. A massive silhouette was flying towards them, a colossal golden eagle. Its powerful wings shimmered with a brilliant golden luster spanning 3 meters when fully extended. Each flap stirred up fierce gales as it circled high above, its sharp gaze locked onto the ground below. It hadn't detected Long Jian's presence, indicating that this golden eagle was not at the great demon level. Its perception was insufficient to sense him. Yazi, come back. Xian Yu cried out in terror, shouting repeatedly. The little white rhino also bellowed incessantly, urging Chionyo to rush back. The 2 young dragons obediently scurried back to their mothers, peeking out curiously at the golden eagle in the sky, showing little sign of fear. Long Jian felt a surge of curiosity, wondering silently, what does this eagle demon intend to do? The Phoenix King said 500 li north of Danshua Mountain. This should be the area. The golden eagle mused while circling at high altitude. This is merely the outer edge of the myriad demons mountain range. How could there possibly be a dragon here? Sighed. With the Phoenix King's beauty, finding a male from the bird tribe would be effortless. But she insists on seeking a dragon as her husband. The golden eagle grumbled inwardly. The fierce winds at 10,000 li howled past, and a thin layer of ice crystals formed on the golden eagle's wings. At that moment, her eagle eyes narrowed sharply. She saw a dragon. This dragon would perfectly serve her purpose. Xiaobai, protect the children. Xian Yu commanded as she watched the golden eagle descend. The little white rhino let out a bellow and shielded Chionyo and Yazi beneath her. The golden eagle folded its wings and landed on the thick snow, leaving 2 deep trails of claw prints. She could sense that the 2 mother beasts before her had very low cultivation. Her eyes were filled with disdain. I am not a bloodthirsty beast. Just hand over that little dragon, and I will spare your lives. Dream on. Jian Yu radiated an overwhelming fighting spirit. The little white rhino also held the 2 dragon cubs firmly beneath her. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The golden eagle said coldly, spreading its wings ready to launch an attack. At that critical moment, the golden eagle suddenly felt a terrifying pressure surging from behind. Her entire body trembled as if plunged into an ice cavern. How dare a little bird like you be so arrogant? Looks like you've grown tired of living. A cold, furious voice echoed. Trying to run? No way. Long Jian's mind raced, deciding to end this quickly. He then unleashed his second divine ability, summoning wind and rain. Trying to run? No way. Long Jian's mind raced, deciding to end this quickly. He then unleashed his second divine ability, summoning wind and rain. The great wind rises. Clouds surge. Long Jian roared to the heavens. Instantly the sky darkened with storm clouds, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain poured down, whipping up violent gusts of wind and rain. Just as the golden eagle was about to fly away, it felt its wings grow heavy. The rain had soaked its feathers, and with the bitter winter, the drenched feathers quickly became encrusted with frost and ice crystals. It struggled and thrashed in terror, but it couldn't escape Long Jian's grasp, and finally plummeted from midair. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the ground. The golden eagle raised its head, despair filling its eyes, knowing that provoking a great demon meant only one fate, death. Little eagle demon, accept my punishment. This time Long Jian was not as lenient as before. The dragon offspring was his scale that must not be touched. Anyone who did would pay the price. He flapped his wings and lunged through the air. They clashed in a fierce struggle, golden feathers falling from the sky like a rainstorm. About an hour passed. Only then did Long Jian deliver his final ultimatum before his figure dissolved into the world. Get lost. If I ever see you again, I will not show mercy. Freed, the golden eagle was utterly terrified of Long Jian. Dragging its exhausted body, it spread its wings and fled the area. Watching the golden eagle's retreating silhouette, Long Jian nodded with satisfaction. His true purpose was to test whether the golden eagle could bear his dragon offspring. The golden eagle fled all the way back to the Phoenix King's domain, Danshua Mountain. Nestled within the mountain stood an unusually lush, 1,000-year-old parasol tree. Even in the depths of winter, its crown remained verdant, every branch adorned with vibrant, glistening fresh green buds. Strangely, not a trace of snow clung to this ancient tree, and within a 10-meter radius the ground was completely free of any snow, presenting a scene of warm springtime. The golden eagle prostrated itself before the ancient parasol tree, lowering its beak in reverence, and speaking respectfully, Honorable Phoenix King, I have discovered traces of a dragon. Is it in the region 500 li away? A cold, elegant female voice echoed from within the tree. Yes, exactly there, Phoenix King, the golden eagle replied. The Phoenix King's tone shifted. Yes. The golden eagle was about to spread its wings and depart when the cold, elegant voice rang out again. Wait, little Jian, why do you carry a foul, rancid odor? A stench. The Phoenix King's tone shifted. Yes. The golden eagle was about to spread its wings and depart when the cold, elegant voice rang out again. Wait, little Jian, why do you carry a foul, rancid odor? A stench. The golden eagle was stricken with panic. She could never reveal that she had mated with the male dragon. The Phoenix King had sent her to find traces of a dragon precisely to take a dragon as her mate. If she told the truth, wouldn't that be cuckolding the Phoenix King? That would be certain death. The golden eagle could only lie nervously. Your Majesty, perhaps I passed by the Deadwater Swamp and accidentally absorbed some deathly chi, which is the source of this strange smell. I beg for your forgiveness. You may go. Feng Ying, perched within the parasol tree, did not sense the golden eagle's deception. After all, she had never experienced such matters, so it was normal for her to be unfamiliar with the scent. After the golden eagle hastily departed, a phoenix with a magnificent colorful crest and a flame-shaped crown on its head descended to the ground. Its neck and chest were covered in golden-red feathers blazing like fire. As a burst of flames enveloped its avian form, its silhouette slowly transformed into that of a cold, alluring beauty. A cascade of fiery red hair fell over her pristine white body. She was indescribably beautiful, her pair of crimson eyes as icy as frost. Cough, cough. Feng Ying coughed heavily, a trace of crimson blood seeping from her delicate lips. I hope I can hold on until spring. Spring. The ice and snow on the earth melted, all things revived, and the season for animals to mate had arrived once more. The land draped in silver began to regain its original colors, and the frozen river surface echoed with cracking sounds as the ice broke apart. Suddenly, a tremendous splash resounded as icicles hanging from the frozen waterfall plummeted down, sending countless droplets of water spraying into the air. The waterfall surged and roared once again, the river awakening with rolling, churning waves. Two dragon cubs frolicked on the newly sprouted tender grass. Jian Yu and Xiao Baizai's bellies seemed to have bulged considerably once more. They were nurturing Long Jian's new offspring. Now that it was the day of the beginning of spring, many hibernating demonic beasts were beginning to awaken and forage for food. Long Jian's spirits lifted. He too was about to embark on his own journey of devouring. By devouring the flesh and blood of other demonic beasts, he could enhance his own cultivation. In these mountains teeming with countless demons, to protect himself and his offspring, he had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Long Jian flew off towards the south of the waterfall. According to Xianyue, that area was a neutral zone called the Deadwater Swamp. This swamp was vast, covering hundreds of thousands of hectares, and was filled with various spiritual herbs and demonic fruits. Due to its harsh environment, toxic miasma periodically emanated from the area. This caused no great demonic beast to desire claiming this region. Over time, it had become a neutral territory. Every year at the start of spring, large numbers of herbivorous demonic beasts would risk coming here to forage. Lurking within the murky swamp ponds were also various water-loving demonic beasts. This was an excellent hunting ground. The Deadwater Swamp. An abyssal crocodile just awakened from hibernation slithered through the murky swamp waters. Its 8-meter-long body was gaunt, reduced to skin and bones after such a long fast. The abyssal crocodile was ravenous, urgently needing to replenish itself with copious amounts of flesh and blood. Its flat oval pupils suddenly locked onto a target, a giant deer grazing on the bank. The giant deer possessed a sturdy build and a pair of razor-sharp antlers atop its head, making it the abyssal crocodile's most favored prey. The abyssal crocodile swiftly submerged, gliding silently through the water until it was merely half a meter from the giant deer. The deer grazed without a care, completely oblivious to the deadly threat lurking beneath the water's surface. With a splash, the abyssal crocodile opened its massive maw filled with sharp, jagged teeth and clamped down hard on the giant deer's neck. Letting out pained cries, the giant deer struggled with all its might, its hooves churning, trying to break free, but the abyssal crocodile's bite force was notoriously powerful. Breaking free was impossible. The giant deer could only watch helplessly as it was dragged into the water by the abyssal crocodile, its struggles sending splashes of water into the air. It thrashed its antlers violently, but the abyssal crocodile held on with an unyielding grip. In the end, the giant deer lost its strength and could only be dragged into the deep water by the abyssal crocodile and drowned. A massive deer carcass floated to the surface, its dark red blood spreading through the murky green water. The abyssal crocodile was secretly delighted to wake up to such a bountiful prey. This giant deer's vital essence was enough to greatly increase its cultivation. Just as it was about to unleash its death roll to devour its prize, a colossal figure suddenly appeared before it. The creature had antlers like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a shrimp, and a neck like a snake. This instantly reminded the abyssal crocodile of the legendary supreme divine beast, the dragon. How could such a noble dragon be here, in this dark, foul-smelling Deadwater Swamp? The abyssal crocodile would never understand this, even in death. Long Jian devoured the abyssal crocodile and the giant deer in 2 quick bites, smacking his lips and letting out a satisfied burp. His 2 dragon whiskers twitched slightly, seemingly unimpressed with the crocodile meat. This crocodile meat is tough and chewy, absolutely terrible. The tender, juicy deer meat was much better. After muttering to himself, Long Jian flicked his tail, reverted to his dragon soul state, soared into the air, and continued his search for the next target in the Deadwater Swamp. Over the next 2 hours, Long Jian hunted freely in the Deadwater Swamp. The crisp sounds of cracking bones and the anguished cries of demonic beasts rose and fell one after another, their blood staining the murky green waters red. No demonic beast survived wherever he passed. After devouring over 100 demonic beasts, Long Jian finally content rested against a red tree. He called up his system panel, which displayed name Long Jian bloodline, and long offspring count, 2 dragon brood, divine, powers, heaven-swallowing devour, summon wind, and rain. Heaven-swallowing devour can devour creatures weaker than oneself, gaining a portion of their cultivation and memories. Summon wind and rain mobilize the power of heaven and earth to summon fierce winds and torrential rain. Cultivation 521 years mid-spirit connection realm. According to Xianyue, 500 years of cultivation was a watershed for demonic beasts. A demonic beast that reached this level of cultivation had hope of forming a demonic core in the future, which would greatly enhance its power. Only after forming a demonic core could a beast be considered a true demon. Having been in this world for just over a year, Long Jian's cultivation had already surpassed 500 years. His cultivation speed was as rapid as riding a rocket. He was extremely satisfied with his own power. However, he felt that the speed of increasing his cultivation was still too slow. The reason for this was that both Xiao Baishi and Xianyue were mammals. Their gestation periods and reproduction rates were relatively slow, generally taking over half a year to produce offspring. But Long Jian was not discouraged by this, because spring had now arrived. Just as Long Jian was about to head back, a cacophony of croaking frog sounds reached his keen ears. The clamorous noise was right nearby, seemingly only 500 to 600 meters away. The sound was so overwhelming that it seemed as if the entire swamp was covered with tens of thousands of frogs. Curiosity piqued, Long Jian flew towards the sound. He saw the swamp's edge teeming with frogs of various colors and sizes. Some were bloated, ugly frog demons covered in pustules, while others were ordinary little frogs and yellow-legged frogs. They hopped and bounded, converging into a frog army that advanced orderly in one direction, like devout pilgrims journeying to a holy land. Flying above them, Long Jian could smell the scent of mud and grass in the air, mixed with a foul, putrid odor. From below came the continuous croaking sounds, along with the rustling of frogs brushing against leaves and the water's surface. This unusual great frog migration further fueled Long Jian's curiosity. He muttered to himself as he flew, "Where are these frogs heading?" He quickened his flight, determined to get to the bottom of it. After about half an hour, Long Jian arrived at the central area of the swamp. The jungle here was denser and more luxuriant, with towering ancient trees, whose roots were intertwined, their canopies blocking out the sun, vines hanging thickly, moisture in the air, and dense fog, like walls, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. The advancing frog army came to an abrupt halt. They either rested on the water's surface or clung to tree trunks, countless pairs of round eyes staring ahead, as if in awe and worship. Seeing this, Jian held his breath nervously, quietly weaving through the forest until a massive clearing appeared before. This is unbelievable. How could there be artificially carved stone statues in a place like this? Jian exclaimed in astonishment at the sight before him. At the center of the clearing stood a majestic, three-legged golden toad statue, its entire form radiating a brilliant, resplendent golden light. The colossal statue rose as high as a small mountain, its dazzling gleam and lifelike appearance making it seem as if the three-legged golden toad might leap away at any moment. Surrounding the clearing, dozens of toad stone statues of various shapes were arranged in a formation. Some were as small as grasshoppers, while others towered as tall as a full-grown adult. These stone statues were crafted with remarkable realism and vitality. Their bulging eyes were clear and bright, and the bumps and wrinkles on their backs were meticulously detailed. Clear water droplets spurted from the mouths of the stone toads, flowing into stone grooves on the cliff face, and forming a small stream that encircled the statues. In the middle of the stream, a golden egg-shaped ovum lay quietly soaking. Jian was bewildered. What in the world was this? He tentatively took a step forward, eager to examine the details of the ovum more closely. At that moment, the toad statues surrounding the area seemed to come alive. They suddenly snapped open, their blood-red eyes, their sharp gazes converging on Jian, as if ready to launch a lethal attack at any second. A powerful demonic aura permeated the air, sending a chill down Jian's spine, and he dared not approach any closer. He could only observe from a distance, racking his brain to recall what this golden ovum reminded him of. After a long while, it finally dawned on him. This ovum looked exactly like the toad spawn he had scooped up from the riverbank as a child. The only difference was the color. This one was gold, whereas the toad spawn had been black. The ovum's surface was enveloped in a tough, golden membrane. Through it, a tiny black spot was faintly visible at its. From dawn until dusk, Jian stared at the mysterious golden ovum all day, yet observed no change whatsoever. Only at night did the ovum emit a soft, gentle glow as eerie as a specter. The pilgrim toad demons had not left either. They remained on guard around the ovum, vigilantly watching their surroundings, as if anxiously awaiting its hatching. Jian pondered to himself that this golden ovum was highly likely the offspring of a highborn toad demon. That was why so many toad demons had come to guard it, awaiting its birth. If he could swallow this ovum, his cultivation would surely skyrocket. At this thought, a glint of greed flashed across However, he was well aware that these toad statues and toad demons were far from benevolent. The moment he materialized his physical form, they would unleash a frenzied attack, and he would undoubtedly die a gruesome death. Looking again at the golden ovum, its form seemed newly formed, as if it wouldn't hatch anytime soon. Jian understood that it was still too early to seize it. Still, an opportunity would eventually present itself. Once his cultivation was more profound, he could return to try again. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease gnawed at Jian's heart, and he decided to head home first. After an unknown span of time, a ray of dawn pierced the long night, illuminating the earth. Having traversed mountains and rivers on his journey back, Jian spotted the surging waterfall from afar. The closer he drew to the waterfall, the more he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The branches of the surrounding jungle were inexplicably crowded with countless birds, many of which were bird demons that had opened their intellect and entered the initial devouring stage. It was the golden eagle that had attacked little white rhino, and Xian Yu last winter, attempting to seize Qionyou. The closer he drew to the waterfall, the more he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The branches of the surrounding jungle were inexplicably crowded with countless birds, many of which were bird demons that had opened their intellect and entered the initial devouring stage. Around it, bird demons of all sizes had encircled the small wooden cabin. Jian flew swiftly, relying on his dragon soul's stealth ability to approach the cabin unnoticed. He saw little white rhino and Xian Yu shielding the two dragon sons huddling nervously inside the cabin. The moment Jian witnessed this scene, he understood immediately. The golden eagle was most likely using the two female demons and the dragon sons as leverage to force him to reveal himself. But what was the purpose of forcing him out? Jian was utterly perplexed. Jian selected a suitable vantage point. He mentally rehearsed the threatening words he would say to the golden eagle. Then he directly initiated his materialization. Woohoo! A dragon's roar pierced through the sky. The golden eagle realized, he's here. An overwhelming draconic might radiated outward, terrifying the surrounding bird. The familiar yet ferocious aura instantly made the golden eagle realize, he's here. An overwhelming draconic might radiated outward, terrifying the surrounding bird demons into shrieks. Oh heavens, it's a dragon. There really is a dragon. How terrifying. They flapped their wings frantically and scattered in all directions. The golden eagle was firmly pinned beneath Jian's dragon claws, unable to struggle free. She could only crane her neck and cry out, release me, you damned foul dragon. Jian had little time to waste and no patience for her nonsense. Pressing his claw against her head, he made as if to crush it. Little eagle demon, you have quite the nerve. Have you forgotten my words? This time I will not be lenient. As Long Jian's claw tightened, the golden eagle's head was on the verge of being crushed. Panic-stricken, she begged for mercy. "Dragon King, please don't kill me. I have come on the orders of the Phoenix King to invite you to Danshua Mountain." Phoenix King. Long Jian mused, surmising it was the golden eagle's master. He boomed, "What business does she have with me? Dragon King, the Phoenix King she." The golden eagle hesitated, unsure how to answer, for the Phoenix King's true intention in sending her was to recruit this Dragon King as her consort. But she was well aware that stating such a purpose outright would be tantamount to an insult to any male, and the Dragon King would surely fly into a rage. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she spoke thus. "Our Phoenix King has been captivated by the Dragon King's majestic bearing, and has specifically sent us to invite you to come and take her as your wife. I find it hard to believe such a good fortune exists. Could this be a Hongmin banquet?" Long Jian remained unmoved, unswayed by such a paltry trick. Hongmin banquet. Though the golden eagle did not understand what a Hongmin banquet was, she could sense from Long Jian's tone that the Dragon King did not believe them. The golden eagle gritted her teeth and declared, "Dragon King, I swear on my very life that this is no deception. The Phoenix King is genuinely drawn to you and wishes to be united with you in marriage." Long Jian remained utterly skeptical. Such a fortunate turn of events had never existed in this world. It was highly likely those great demons were trying to lure him out, trying to deceive me. Not a chance. Long Jian let out a cold snort, seized the golden eagle, and hurled her away with force, cursing, "Since your Phoenix King admires me so much, tell her to come and see me herself. He'll be waiting right here for her." Dizzy and disoriented from the toss, the golden eagle let out a miserable shriek as she crashed to the ground. She dared not utter another word, merely flapping her wings and flying off into the distance to report back to the Phoenix King. The surrounding lesser bird demons followed the golden eagle in departure, forming a vast sea of birds in the sky, a testament to the Phoenix King's formidable power. Long Jian turned to the two demons in the cabin and instructed, "During this time, do not leave the waterfall for any reason. I fear they may return." "Rest assured, Lord Long Jian. Shall by and I will not leave." Xian Yu's eyes shimmered with gratitude and delight. From the moment they were surrounded by the golden eagle, she had been certain Long Jian would come to their rescue. Good. Long Jian immediately deactivated his materialization. The defeated golden eagle returned to Dang Mountain with a flock of bird demons. Reporting to the Phoenix Queen, the dragon refused your request. He even arrogantly declared that you should come to meet him personally. If you do not, he vows to take your head. The golden eagle, seeking personal revenge, embellished the tale with much Upon hearing this, Feng Ying flew into a rage, and the temperature around her soared by over a dozen degrees. She descended from the parasol tree, her slender golden bird legs landing amidst the green grass, her formidable demonic aura spreading out. "Tomorrow all of you shall accompany me to meet this arrogant dragon." "Yes." The golden eagle immediately acknowledged the order. The various bird demons perched on the surrounding treetops also burst into a cacophony of chirps and squawks in response. Feng Ying sneered, determined to teach this dragon the terrible consequences of offending the Phoenix clan. The next day, a vast and mighty flock of bird demons led by Feng Ying soared towards Long Jian's location, their numbers so great they blotted out the sun. Passing through the territories of several great demons who were on friendly terms with Feng Ying, they knew she was a great demon at the early core formation stage, possessing the Phoenix bloodline and mastery over the Samadhi fire, capable of incinerating all. Even at her initial cultivation level, bolstered by her bloodline, her strength was comparable to the late core formation stage. Seeing her in such a fury, these great demons were curious as to who had provoked Feng Ying. Meanwhile, Long Jian was still in the distance, observing a herd of rhinoceroses that had come to drink by the river, completely unaware of the impending danger. He dispatched Little White Rhino to negotiate, intending to subjugate the entire herd. The herd was substantial, about 100 strong, with females making up nearly 2/3. Little White Rhino, having reached the late stage of the initial devouring realm, possessed strength not to be underestimated. As she approached the herd, a massive black rhinoceros leader stepped forward. "Little White, what business do you have here?" The demonic aura emanating from the black rhino indicated he was also at the late initial devouring stage. I want to challenge you to a duel," Little White Rhino said shyly. This declaration was met with roars of laughter from the herd. Several rhinos stepped forward to taunt her, a female daring to challenge a male. "You must have a death wish." Little White Rhino blushed but puffed out her chest and said, "I have the strength. If you're afraid of losing, you wouldn't dare fight me." It was well known that the size and strength disparity between male and female rhinos was immense. Even at the same cultivation level, a female was doomed to lose against a male. But they didn't know that Little White Rhino was no ordinary female. Her bloodline exhibited atavism. Her ancestor was the ancient Moonlight Rhino, whose strength far surpassed ordinary rhino demons. Long Jian had learned this knowledge from Xian Yu. "Haha, a challenge is acceptable, but on one condition." The black rhino laughed heartily. "If you lose, you become my concubine." "I won't lose." Not wanting to disappoint her husband's expectations, Little White Rhino accepted the challenge. Long Jian's reason for not directly eliminating the black rhino was primarily to temper Little White Rhino's timid nature. Secondly, he wanted to subjugate the rhino herd through legitimate means, ensuring the females would stay voluntarily. Both parties retreated a few steps, entering a state of combat readiness. Though nervous, Little White Rhino was filled with confidence. The black rhino, however, looked down upon the petite female before him, certain of his victory. The two rhinos locked eyes, the atmosphere tense and charged. The black rhino suddenly let out a furious bellow, his body emanating a murky, muddy yellow demonic light. A hard layer of earthen armor rapidly formed on his hide, covering every inch of his skin seamlessly. Moon ring. Little white rhino murmured, and a soft lardaceous moonlight blossomed from her snow-white horn, coalescing into crescent-shaped rings of light that shot towards the black rhino, as if alive. The moon rings bound the black rhino's limbs with lightning speed, then constricted violently, digging deep into his earthen armor and firmly locking his movements. Feeling intense pain in his limbs, the black rhino finally charged furiously at little white rhino. Thud! Thud! The black rhino's massive hooves heavily trampled the soft grassland, churning the ground into a mess. The horn on his snout emitted a murky, powerful black light, menacingly closing in on little white rhino. Little white rhino knew she didn't have the advantage in physical survived, and the season for animals to mate had arrived once more. Once again she gathered her full moon-like lardaceous demonic power into her horn and growled, "Moon flash." A dazzling white light burst forth from her jade-white horn, and in an instant all the rhinos present were blinded by the intense glare. Watching from the sidelines, Long Jian exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, a flashbang." The charging black rhino was struck by the moonlight flashbang, instantly blinded. His head lolled to the side, and he plunged headfirst into the river. Seizing the opportunity, little white rhino manipulated the moon rings again, causing them to constrict sharply and bind the black rhino's limbs tightly. The black rhino's bulky body sank straight to the riverbed, his limbs securely locked, unable to climb back to the shore. Struggling in the water and barely lifting his head to breathe, he finally suffocated and died. Seeing their leader killed so easily by little white rhino, the other rhinos were filled with fear. They knelt on the ground, lowering their heads and mooing, "We hail the new leader." Little white rhino had finally become the new leader of the herd, and following Long Jian's orders, she began to select female rhinos from the group. First, all the male rhinos were driven out of the herd, instantly reducing the number from 100 to 80. Then the old, weak, and pregnant females were also expelled, leaving only 30 young and strong females. Seeing only these females remaining, Long Jian was satisfied. Finally, he could have more offspring. The naive and sweet little white rhino, seeing so many sisters joining, didn't feel jealous, but was instead overjoyed. Since childhood, she had been ostracized and isolated in the herd for her white skin, nearly facing expulsion. If Long Jian hadn't passed by that day and taken her in, little white rhino would have long been devoured by other demon beasts. Now finally having a big family, she was deeply moved. In contrast, Jian Yu felt a quiet melancholy, thinking to herself, "Long Jian, is it that little white rhino, and I cannot satisfy you that you need to take so many concubines?" The newly joined female rhinos, noticing all the males were gone, asked in confusion, "Without males, how can our herd grow?" Little white rhino, as their leader, addressed the new females, "From now on you are all concubines of Lord Long Jian. You must bear children for him." "Who is Lord Long Jian? Where is he?" the female rhinos asked one after another. In their understanding, Lord Long Jian, who could win over little white rhino, must be a powerful male rhino. Long Jian knew it was time for him to appear. He immediately transformed into his true form. A divine dragon appeared in the sky. Instantly, all the female rhinos were stunned, their limbs giving way as they collapsed to their knees. Little white rhino joyfully introduced him. "This is our king, Lord Long Jian." Upon witnessing Long Jian's true visage, the female rhinos were filled with awe and admiration. So their demon king was the legendary and mighty dragon clan. To unite with such a race was their greatest honor. They all expressed their willingness to bear offspring for Lord Long Jian, even as concubines. The mother rhinos lined up smartly. Long Jian took a deep breath, and in the next instant his form moved so swiftly, it left after images. It was simply a matter of practice skill. After a round, Long Jian panted slightly, and ended his physical manifestation to maintain his enigmatic presence. In the next moment, a deafening crash of toppling trees erupted from the distant jungle, surging like a tidal wave. "What's happening?" Long Jian pricked up his ears, sharply gazing warily toward the distant jungle. A colossal roar and the trembling of the earth grew nearer. A massive horde of bizarre beasts charged forth in utter chaos, trampling the dense shrubbery into ruin, sending dust and debris flying into the air. This was clearly not a single species, but a chaotic mix of various beasts converging into an immense beast tide. Little by Shi and Jian Yu were already accustomed to this familiar sight. "All beasts heed my command. Gather." Little by Shi immediately issued a deep, powerful order that echoed through the valley. Hearing this, all the mother rhinos hurriedly clustered together, pressing tightly against one another with their clumsy hooves. Jian Yu, agile as ever, led the two dragon cubs to hide in a crevice among the rocks beneath the waterfall. A natural stone wall there provided protection against the oncoming beast tide. Jian Yu shielded the two dragon cubs, watching the commotion outside with vigilance. As a being in soul form, Long Jian was not concerned about the threat of the beast tide. He was more curious about the cause of this beast tide. The roars of the tide grew closer, and Long Jian saw it charging directly toward Little by Shi and the others. The fragile group of mother rhinos standing their ground could never withstand the impact of this beast tide. Long Jian knew it was time for him to intervene. He had been wondering when he would have the chance to devour beasts, and now they were delivering themselves right to his doorstep. This opportunity was too good to pass up. He landed beside Little by She, materialized, and whispered, "Little by, unleash the moon flash." "Yes, Lord Long Jian." Little by she closed its eyes, concentrating all its demonic energy into its curved horn. The entire horn took on a jade-like luster, emitting a soft white glow. The charging beast tide roared and barreled straight toward Little by she with overwhelming force. At that moment Little by she opened its eyes, and its horn blazed with blinding white light, moon flash. The dazzling light burst forth, plunging the entire beast tide into a state of blindness. Many beasts stumbled and trampled over one another, their fierce charge reduced to a mere crawl. Come devour the world. Long Jian opened his maw wide, which became like a bottomless abyss, generating a powerful suction that lifted countless terrified beasts off the ground. The suction grew stronger. The beasts in the tide were utterly helpless against it, letting out desperate howls as they were swallowed one after another into Long Jian's mouth. Little by she and the other mother rhinos retreated a few steps in fear, avoiding the all-consuming vortex emanating from Long Jian's maw. Xianyu clutched the two dragon cubs tightly, watching the unfolding events with caution. Woo! The number of beasts in the tide dwindled rapidly under Long Jian's devouring until only a small fraction of powerful beasts remained, still struggling desperately. But in the end they too met the same fate, all being swallowed into Long Jian's belly. After consuming the last beast, Long Jian let out a satisfied burp, patting his stomach as he felt the surge of demonic power within. Through this wave of devouring, he felt his strength had increased significantly. How wonderful! Thanks to Lord Long Jian's help we managed to escape this beast tide's assault. Little by she lowered its head respectfully in gratitude. The other mother rhinos also let out low moos to express, "A mere beast tide is nothing to me," Long Jian declared, raising his head with unwavering confidence. Before his words even faded, his form vanished into thin air, reverting to a tiny dragon soul. In his dragon soul state, Long Jian noticed an unusual change within himself. The area of his dragon tail, which had been blurry and dissipating, was gradually solidifying, and his flickering soul form had become more condensed and substantial. Long Jian immediately summoned his system panel and examined it closely. Name: Long Jian, bloodline and long offspring, count 2 dragon progeny, divine abilities: devour heaven and earth, summon wind and rain, cultivation 999 years, late stage of spirit connection. My god, just one more year. Long Jian wailed, flapping his little claws at the sight of his cultivation data. Once he reached a millennium of cultivation, he would be able to condense a demonic core. With a demonic core, his power would skyrocket, propelling both his physical body and his magical prowess into a brand new realm. At that moment, fragments of memories from the beasts he had just devoured surfaced in his mind. Long Jian carefully sifted through the memories of the beasts he had consumed. From the fragmented memories of a horse demon, he learned the reason for this beast tide. The horse demon was nibbling on a small spiritual fruit growing from the ground when it suddenly looked up and saw a flock of bird demons soaring across the sky. Leading them was a great bird demon with a body of golden red and a crown of 7-colored feathers. They were flying north when suddenly thousands of spiritual swords rained down from the sky, accompanied by a surge of thunderous lightning. In an instant, countless bird demons plummeted from the heights, crashing into the jungle. The golden red demon, enraged, spewed flames from its mouth, igniting the entire forest. The scorching fire spread like a prairie blaze. Beasts touched by the flames leaped into nearby springs to extinguish the fire, only to find the flames utterly unaffected by water. Even submerged, the flames continued to burn until their bodies were reduced to charred husks. The fire raged through the jungle, its searing tongues licking at trees and earth with a crackling roar. Thick smoke billowed, flames shot skyward, and the entire forest was soon consumed by the inferno. Terrified beasts fled through the sea of fire, their desperate cries filling the air as they scattered in all directions. As time passed, more and more beasts were forced to join the exodus, forming several massive beast tides from various directions, surging outward toward distant lands. The one Long Jian had dealt with was merely one of these tides. After pondering this memory, Long Jian carefully recalled the great bird demon that had breathed flames in the sky. This suddenly reminded him of the Phoenix King that Jian had mentioned earlier. Moreover, just yesterday, he had sent Jian to deliver a message to the Phoenix King. This likely meant that the Phoenix King was leading her subordinates to cause trouble for him. But they had encountered difficulties along the way. Then where did that powerful thunderfire spell and spiritual sword come from? Could it be cultivators? Various questions swirled in Long Jian's mind, but he could not make sense of them. Long Jian shook his head, casting these troublesome thoughts aside. After all, he had no acquaintance with this so-called Phoenix King. If she came with her subordinates to pick a fight, why should he go out of his way to save her? That would be beneath his dignity. Long Jian had always despised saintly acts of rescue. He did not know them, nor did he owe them anything. Let them fend for themselves. He should focus his time and energy on breeding and quickly producing offspring. That was the priority. Before long, the sky darkened and night fell. During this time, no beast tide appeared again, though thick smoke could be seen drifting in the distant sky. Outside the wooden cabin, lazy female rhinos huddled together to rest. They were not allowed inside the shed, for within it resided Long Jian's 2 primary consorts and his dragon offspring. In the demon beast world, the hierarchy was extremely strict. The king was an inviolable presence. Any female rhino daring to step into the wooden cabin would be challenging the young white rhino's authority, a declaration of usurpation. In his dragon soul form, Long Jian coiled atop the roof, vigilantly watching every movement around him. The 10,000 Demons mountain range was extremely dangerous at night, harboring not only various nocturnal beasts hunting for prey, but also some deadly demon insects lurking in the shadows. Every female rhino was a precious strategic resource to Long Jian, and he had to protect them with all his might. He keenly sensed that some of the female rhinos had already conceived successfully. This was a promising start for Long Jian. Suddenly his sharp ears caught the faint rustling of movement from the jungle to the At the same time, he sensed a faint trace of demonic aura indicating that a beast was heading this way. The waterfall area was where the rhino herd led by the young white rhino was stationed. Most beasts with some intelligence would choose to take a detour, and only mindless demon insects would occasionally wander into the waterfall's territory. Long Jian frowned and scanned his surroundings. The beast tide this morning had left him with a vague sense of unease. Suddenly he caught a glint of golden light. A pair of slender wings flashed briefly among the thicket's blood still streaming down their golden feathers. Even in the darkness, Long Jian immediately recognized it as Jian. She was gravely wounded, struggling to fly. Save me. Jian let out a feeble cry for help, desperately flapping her wings. Long Jian took in the scene, but he had no intention of going to her aid, for he clearly sensed two murderous auras trailing. These two auras were utterly unfamiliar, not like anything the demon tribes of this jungle could emit. Swish! A golden net shot through the air, instantly ensnaring Jian. The net then rapidly contracted, binding Jian tightly. Jian let out a series of agonized screams, yet no beast came to her rescue. Witnessing this, fragments of memories surfaced in Long Jian's mind. Memories he had absorbed from devouring demon beasts. They told him this was a magical treasure used by human cultivators, the beast trapping net. Those with good quality would be sold to cultivators as spirit pets. Those of lesser quality would be rendered down, their bones, flesh, and blood all used to refine various pills and spiritual artifacts. Those with good quality would be sold to cultivators as spirit pets. Those of lesser quality would be rendered down, their bones, flesh, and blood all used to refine various pills and spiritual artifacts. After digesting these memories, a sense of crisis and fury rose in Long Jian's heart. Having absorbed the memories of many beasts, he now considered himself one of them. Moreover, all his subordinates were females. If they encountered these cultivators who specialized in capturing demon beasts, the ultimate outcome would be complete slaughter at the hands of human cultivators. Humans were the greediest creatures of all. Long Jian decided to investigate personally to see how many cultivators had come this time. He slithered his dragon body, swiftly darting into the jungle like a flash of lightning. Inside the forest, Senior Brother Murong, amazing, said a seductive, charming woman. Her gaze fell upon a tall, handsome young man of distinguished bearing. Murong Jia stared at junior sister Liu's lovely face and humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing." With that, a faint blue glow of true chi flickered in his hand, and the trapped Jian flew backward to land at his feet. "Senior Brother Murong, this golden eagle is so beautiful. Could you give her to me?" Lu Mingyang leaned against Murong Jia, coquettishly pleading. "Well," a lecherous smile crept across Murong Jia's face as he said suggestively, "You see, this golden eagle is of fine quality. I can't just give her away casually. Unless you could." Lu Mingyang immediately caught his meaning and leaned close to his ear, her breath like orchids. "Senior Brother Murong, if you give me the golden eagle, I'll do anything." Since junior sister Lu says so, this senior brother won't hold back. Murong Jia reached out with a greedy grasp. The trapped Jian, tears welling in her round eagle eyes, silently prayed, "Phoenix King, are you alright? Where are you? Please come save me." To her, being captured by human cultivators meant her life was over. Remembering the gruesome fate of her kin, their skins stripped and bones torn, she couldn't help but tremble. The two, locked in their salacious encounter, clearly failed to notice Long Jian's arrival. Lu Mingyang, her face etched with dissatisfaction, shoved Murong Jia away disdainfully. "Senior Brother Murong, I think I saw a wooden cabin not far from here just now." "A wooden cabin? How could there be a wooden cabin in a place like this? You must have been seeing things, junior sister." "I wasn't seeing things. I saw it when I was sitting on you just now." Just as she raised her head to point towards the cabin's location, a pair of lantern-sized eyes suddenly appeared, their flickering gaze fixed intently upon her. "What are you getting so worked up about, junior sister?" Murong Jia was still basking in the lingering pleasure of moments ago, completely oblivious to the impending danger. "What are you getting so worked up about, junior sister?" Murong Jia was still basking in the lingering pleasure of moments ago, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Long Jian suddenly opened his massive maw, and before Lu Mingyang and Murong Jia could even react, he swallowed them whole in a single gulp. This was Long Jian's first time consuming a human. He struggled desperately to escape, but it was like running in place, unable to move an inch. "No!" Gu Daozi let out a desperate scream as the Star Realm Thunder Lion opened its massive maw and lunged at him. With spiritual roots can directly absorb the world's spiritual energy and store it with. This true essence was equivalent to the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, devoid of the impurities found in demonic beasts. "Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through the millennium mark." Boom. At that moment, a startling clap of thunder suddenly tore through the clear, starry night sky. Damn it. This was the precursor to forming a golden core. Long Jian knew deep down that this place and time were not optimal for core formation. From the fragmented memories he had absorbed from the two cultivators, he learned that many other cultivators were nearby. They all belonged to the demon spirit sect. They had mobilized 2/3 of the sect's forces to the 10,000 Demons mountain range, all for the purpose of capturing that phoenix. The sect master of the demon spirit sect was a fearsome, nascent, old monster. Long Jian extended his dragon claw, and with a tearing sound ripped apart the net that trapped the golden eagle. Little eagle demon, run. He'll lead the other human cultivators away. With that, Long Jian swiftly vanished. The golden eagle's eyes held an expression of utter disbelief. She had never imagined that this wretched dragon who had once bullied her would save her life at a critical moment. She decisively flapped her injured wings and fled the area. The cultivators camped nearby immediately sensed the anomaly in the sky. The thunder and lightning imbued with heavenly might signaled that some demonic beast was attempting a breakthrough. Gu Daozu, the sect master of the demon spirit sect, looked up at the sky and remarked, "Oh, a 1,000-year-old demonic beast is about to form its golden core." His voice reached all his disciples. "All disciples and elders, hear my command. Follow me to capture this beast." The 100 or so disciples who had been resting rose to their feet and bowed respectfully. "Yes, sect master." Over 100 figures soared into the sky on their flying swords, scanning for the great demon's trail. Following them, Gu Daozu's form ascended rapidly, shooting straight into the clouds. He released waves of divine sense, sweeping the surroundings, and quickly locked onto Long Jian's location. To the south, 3 li away. Gu Daozu immediately transmitted the coordinates to the other disciples. A large contingent of demon spirit sect disciples rushed over upon hearing the news and discovered Long Jian's trail. Long Jian, who was in the middle of his escape, also sensed a powerful aura locking onto him and realized that Gu Daozu, the sect master of the demon spirit sect, had found him. Unfortunately, the memories he had acquired from Murongjie and Lu Meinyang were incomplete. He had no idea what abilities Gu Daozu possessed. He only knew that he was a nascent soul cultivator. The reason Long Jian had chosen to lead these human cultivators away was primarily to protect his offspring and his harem of demonic beasts. Their lair was less than 10 li from the waterfall. A dragon. Gu Daozu was stunned. He could hardly believe that dragons still existed in this world. A moment later, his face lit up with joy and he laughed heartily. "What a fortunate day. Not only do I catch a phoenix, but I also encounter a living dragon." Huh. Gu Daozu extended a withered hand, and a small, exquisitely crafted bronze bell appeared in his palm. The bell was about the size of a palm, cylindrical in shape, made of polished bronze that gleamed with a golden luster. In the center of the bell's body were 3 gilded characters: Heavenly Emperor Bell. The calligraphy was elegant, yet powerful, radiating boundless authority. "Go." With a deafening boom, the Heavenly Emperor Bell spun at high speed and slammed down towards Long Jian. Confronted with this sudden giant bell, Long Jian was caught completely off guard. With a deafening boom, the Heavenly Emperor Bell spun at high speed and slammed down towards Long Jian. Confronted with this sudden giant bell, Long Jian was caught completely off guard. Before he could react, he was trapped underneath it, head and all. "Ha ha ha. This old man has finally caught it." Gu Daozu was ecstatic, laughing uproariously, his neatly trimmed white beard bouncing up and down with his mirth. Several elders of the demon spirit sect also offered their congratulations. "Congratulations, sect master, on successfully capturing a divine dragon." However, within just a few short seconds, the triumphant expression on Gu Daozu's face froze, and then his face suddenly darkened. He had suddenly sensed that the dragon, which should have been firmly trapped within the Heavenly Emperor Bell, had vanished from inside it. Gu Daozu hurriedly retracted the enlarged bell and flipped it over to inspect its contents. The inside of the Heavenly Emperor Bell was completely empty. Apart from swirling mist, there was no trace of the dragon. "What's going on? Where's the dragon?" The other disciples and elders present were all equally dumbfounded. They had all clearly witnessed the fleeing dragon being firmly covered by the Heavenly Emperor Bell. How could it have vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye? Behind the thick trunk of a towering ancient tree, Long Jian gasped for breath. He had nearly been trapped by the Heavenly Emperor Bell, narrowly escaping with his life. Recalling the recent events when he was covered by the Heavenly Emperor Bell, a flash of inspiration struck him, allowing him to enter a dragon's soul state. Then Long Jian discovered to his delight that in his soul form, he could directly pass through the bell that Gu Daozu had unleashed. Thus, he simply slipped right through the bell's wall and escaped its imprisonment. He also discovered to his further surprise that in his dragon soul form, he could evade the current heavenly tribulation. The thick dark clouds overhead had begun to gradually dissipate. However, to successfully form his golden core, he had to face the baptism of the lightning tribulation heathen. Meanwhile, Gu Daozu was unwilling to accept that the dragon he had just caught had vanished so easily. He gritted his teeth and expanded his divine sense to its maximum extent, enveloping everything within 100 li radius centered on himself. Long Jian crouched silently behind the large tree, desperately trying to suppress his aura, fearing that Gu Daozu's divine sense would detect him. However, the more he feared being found, the more things seemed to head in the worst possible direction. Just as Long Jian's nerves were stretched taut, his aura was still detected by Gu Daozu. "Hiding? Where do you think you can hide?" Gu Daozu let out a furious roar in Long Jian's direction. He swung his right arm with tremendous force, and a searing white electric light suddenly burst from his palm. Like a silver serpent, the bolt of lightning traced a jagged path through the air, crackling with static as it plunged straight into the towering tree where Long Jian was hiding. With a thunderous crash, the great tree snapped in two. The once sturdy trunk now lay broken while flames erupted from the tree accompanied by loud popping sounds and thick acrid smoke. Damn, this old man is tough. I can't believe he found me. Long Jian thought in shock. He lashed his tail and darted into the dense thicket. Ahead lay a vast lifeless swamp, the Deadwater Swamp. What kind of divine ability is this? It can transform into a soul body. Gu Daozu stared in disbelief at the fleeing dragon, soul his heart, filled with shock. Moments ago it was a physical dragon body of flesh and blood, but now only a pale golden dragon-shaped soul remained. Having lived for over 1,000 years, this was the first time he had witnessed something so bizarre. Truly one lives long enough to see everything. Gu Daozu sighed inwardly. Although he was astonished by this soul transformation ability, he quickly composed himself, fixed his gaze on the direction of the dragon's soul, and dashed towards the Deadwater Swamp. Sectmaster! Sectmaster! That's the Deadwater Swamp ahead, you must not go there. An elder called out from behind desperately, trying to stop Gu Daozu from advancing. But Gu Daozu, blinded by greed, paid no heed to any warnings. His figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string, heading straight for the swamp. The Deadwater Swamp frequently emitted lethal miasmic poison. Even high-level nascent soul cultivators faced mortal danger if they lingered there too long. The disciples and elders of the demon spirit sect could only halt at the swamp's edge, not daring to enter recklessly. Facing the muddy, sinister marsh, they found themselves caught in a dilemma. Grand Elder, what should we do? The sect master has already gone in, a nervous inner disciple asked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then declared, we have no choice but to enter and find the sect master. All inner disciples at the late Foundation establishment stage or above follow me into the swamp. The rest of you hand your detoxification pills to the senior brothers who are going in. Yes. The Foundation establishment disciples, though grimacing, had no choice but to obey. After receiving the detoxification pills from the other disciples, over 30 inner disciples followed the Grand Elder deep into the Deadwater Swamp. Little dragon, don't run. This sovereign will treat you well. Gu Daozu called out persuasively, while launching earth-shattering thunderbolts from his palms. Damn it. Like hell I trust you, you wicked old coot. Long Jian roared in fury, weaving side to side to dodge the incoming palm thunder. Oh, it understands human speech. Gu Daozu wasn't angered, instead he grew even more excited. This meant the dragon demon possessed high intelligence. The more human-like a demon beast, the more valuable it was. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive thunderbolts pierced through ancient trees, striking the murky waters of the swamp. Many ferocious fish beasts were electrocuted, floating belly up on the surface. Some residual electricity splashed onto Long Jian, sending a numbing, tingling sensation throughout his entire being, accompanied by a mild sting. Up! Long Jian let out a prolonged roar. Ha ha ha! Gu Daozu laughed triumphantly. This sovereign's palm thunder is specifically designed to counter vile creatures like you. Don't think turning into a soul body will let you escape my pursuit. Long Jian wasn't roaring in pain, but rather from sheer pleasure. The electric current felt like a full body massage, causing every cell to seethe with excitement. Despite being in a soul state, experiencing such intense sensations baffled Long Jian. Even more astonishing, his soul body seemed to be solidifying under the influence of the lightning. Could it be that this dragon soul of mine can truly absorb the power of lightning? With this thought, Long Jian halted, turned around, and taunted Gu Daozu. Old bastard, I'm not running anymore. Let's see what you've got. Hearing this, Gu Daozu laughed heartily. You want to witness my power? Fine. Let me enlighten you. He raised his right hand, pointed his index finger towards the heavens, and bellowed, 10,000 thunderbolts unite. Gather upon my finger. Instantly dark clouds gathered in the sky, resembling the scene of a tribulation transcendence. Boom. A golden lightning bolt struck down from the clouds, hitting Gu Daozu's outstretched index finger with pinpoint accuracy. The tip of his finger began to glow with a brilliant golden light, the gathered lightning energy crackling with a sharp sizzle. What was this old man using his finger as a lightning rod? Long Jian was taken aback, witnessing this ability for the first time. Go! He shouted again, and the lightning gathered on his finger shot forth, transforming into a golden beam that streaked directly towards Long Jian. Whoosh! The golden light flashed past, reducing all vegetation in its path to dust. The power of this golden lightning was exceptionally formidable. Long Jian wasn't entirely confident he could easily withstand it, but he was willing to take the gamble. Long Jian roared, bring it on. The golden lightning engulfed his entire being in an instant, its immense, thunderous energy frantically eroding his dragon soul. The crackling sound of electricity was incessant as colossal energy surged through his soul, like raging waves crashing against every nerve. Gu Daozu looked smug, leisurely stroking his beard as he said, Little dragon, even a master of my level wouldn't dare take this thunder art heathen. You facing it directly is truly impressive. Don't worry, you'll sell you to a good family. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock and his hand gripping his beard tightened, yanking out a few strands. Hey, old man, what's wrong with your thunder art? It's useless against me. Long Jian floated safely in the air, having completely absorbed the golden lightning. A system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the unique Dragon Clan secret art, Dragon's Roar Thunderous Motion. You? How is this possible? Gu Daozu wore an expression of utter disbelief. This was my most powerful strike. Through his spiritual sense, he had already discerned that Long Jian's cultivation hadn't even reached the golden core stage equivalent to a human cultivator's late foundation establishment. A mere foundation establishment demon beast easily withstood the full force attack of an old nascent soul monster like himself. If this got out, it would undoubtedly shake the entire cultivation world. Just as Gu Daozu stood there stunned, Long Jian let out a long howl, dragon's roar, thunderous motion. This technique transformed the dragon's roar into a lightning attack, and it was currently the only skill Long Jian could use in his soul state. The previously system-rewarded abilities Whale devours the world and summon wind and rain could only be used while in physical form. Boom, boom. Countless lightning bolts shot from Long Jian's mouth, surging forth like a stampede of 10,000 horses. The wily Gu Daozu instinctively condensed a protective spiritual shield in front of him. Little dragon, I don't know how you absorb thunder, but you're merely at the spirit connection stage. Thinking you can defeat me is utterly ridiculous. Gu Daozu laughed maniacally behind his spiritual shield. However, the very next moment his smile froze. The lightning spat out by Long Jian slammed into the spiritual shield with a tremendous roar, and cracks began to appear on the shield. This? Impossible. Gu Daozu was horrified. How could Long Jian, whose cultivation was 2 major realms lower, easily shatter his shield? Before he could recover from his shock, Long Jian's lightning had already blasted the shield into pieces. Then a myriad of thunderbolts descended overwhelmingly. Gu Daozu had no chance to dodge, and his entire body was engulfed by the sea of lightning. Up! A furious roar erupted, a powerful aura sweeping across the surroundings, tearing up countless plants and snapping them in two. You little dragon, how dare you push me to this extent? Gu Daozu was covered in black soot, his graying beard burned away, and his spiritual robe hung in tatters. He ripped off the robe in one motion, revealing a muscular physique that belied his aged face, 8-pack abs, and a powerful chest radiating immense strength. It seemed this old bastard was truly enraged. This also made Long Jian realize that the gap in cultivation realms could not be bridged by divine abilities alone. Hey, old bastard, I'm done playing with you. See ya. Long Jian turned and fled toward the depths of the swamp, his dragon tail whipping left and right as he vanished into the stagnant water marsh in a flash. As the furious Gu Daozu prepared to give chase, the elders of the demon spirit sect arrived with a group of disciples. The Grand Elder cautioned, "Sect Master, we must not pursue. The miasma deep in the swamp is extremely toxic. A single brush with it could mean death or grave injury. I will have that dragon's head. Leave this place at once and take the phoenix back to the sect." Blinded by rage, Gu Daozu barked orders at the elders and disciples. Seeing that his counsel was futile, the Grand Elder could only obey. "As you command. Disciples, follow me back." But it was already too late. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden chorus of croak, croak, frog calls echoed through the air, and countless frog demons surrounded them from all sides. What's going on? The Grand Elder was baffled while the disciples drew their spirit swords on high alert. It must be that damn dragon's doing. Gu Daozu immediately saw through Long Jian's scheme. Hiding not far away, Long Jian watched the demon spirit sect disciples trapped by the frog demons and couldn't help but smirk. Earlier he had deliberately ventured deep into the swamp's heart. There he materialized before the frog demons, guarding their eggs, instantly becoming their target as an intruder. The frog demons gave chase, and Long Jian led them straight toward the demon spirit sect's group. Then, transforming back into his dragon soul form, he successfully redirected the frog demons' aggression onto the disciples. Croak, croak. The swarm of frog demons croaked in fury, unleashing a barrage of demonic arts from their mouths. Flames, ice spikes, and poisonous mists swept through the area in an instant, creating a scene of utter carnage. The demon spirit sect disciples fought desperately, even the Grand Elder struggling to hold his ground. As the sect master, Gu Daozu had no choice but to intervene, personally striking down frog demons one after another as they surged toward his people. But the frog demons were endless, an unending tide. No matter how powerful Gu Daozu was, he couldn't kill them all. Soon several disciples fell, meeting their untimely demise. These were the sect's elite, and with each loss Gu Daozu's heart ached, as if a piece of his flesh was being carved away. He wished he could tear the Grand Elder apart, demanding to know why he had brought the sect's finest into the stagnant water marsh. Long Jian, lounging triumphantly against a large tree, taunted Gu Daozu, "Hey, old bastard, if you don't try harder, your disciples are going to be wiped out." These frog demons had low cultivation and couldn't even see Long Jian's soul form. Neither could the demon spirit sect disciples. In the entire field, only Gu Daozu, a nascent soul cultivator, could see Long Jian. Hearing this, Gu Daozu was so enraged that smoke billowed from his 7 orifices, and he wished he could strike Long Jian dead with a single palm. But then he reconsidered. This dragon could absorb his lightning attacks, and his disciples were in mortal danger. Gu Daozu had no strength left to deal with Long Jian. He had to save his own people first. "Little dragon, you just wait. I'm not finished with you for today's account," he growled through gritted teeth. "Ha ha ha." Long Jian let out 3 booming laughs, then sped off out of the stagnant water marsh. From the earlier conversation between Gu Daozu and the Grand Elder, he had learned that the phoenix was still being held captive by the demon spirit sect. So Long Jian decided to check on the situation. He knew he couldn't defeat Gu Daozu on his own. Before long, Long Jian arrived at the edge of the swamp, where a group of demon spirit sect disciples stood guard at the perimeter, led by a golden core cultivator. This golden core expert was tall and imposing with broad shoulders clad in a cyan Taoist robe embroidered with the demon spirit sect's emblem. From Murong Jia's memories, Long Jian knew this was the sect's second elder. Murong Qing, who was also Murong. At Murong Qing's feet, a bird demon with resplendent seven-colored feathers was tightly bound. Its beak was wrapped securely with a golden rope, and its wings and legs were firmly tied, making it difficult even to stand. Yet even in such a humiliating position, the phoenix demon held its head high with pride, glaring defiantly at the surrounding cultivators, its eyes burning with undiminished arrogance. Her fury seemed ready to erupt into blazing flames, reducing these demon spirit sect disciples who had enslaved her to. Murong Qing coldly observed the phoenix's unyielding gaze, a wave of disgust rising within him. He lifted his foot and stomped the proud phoenix head down into the mud. Her once vibrant, colorful feathers were now splattered with filthy soil, looking utterly bedraggled. Just then a disciple rushed over to report, "Elder Murong, we have yet to find any trace of Murong Jia." Useless. Murong Qing's forehead bulged with veins as he pressed down harder with his foot. "Send more men to search. Whether dead or alive, find him. As you command." The disciple acknowledged and left, rallying a few idle disciples to join the search. Murong Jia was a prized disciple raised by Murong Qing himself, exceptionally talented and destined for greatness. That was why Murong Qing was so anxious and furious. If it weren't for having to watch over this phoenix, he would have gone searching himself. He lifted his foot, and Feng Ying glared at him fiercely, her gaze sharp as a blade, brimming with murderous intent. "You little phoenix, quite stubborn, aren't you?" Murong Qing snarled. "Glare at me again, and I'll gouge your eyes out." The phoenix's beak was bound, rendering her speechless, but she knew this man wouldn't dare truly harm her. As a high-blooded demon beast, she was immensely valuable. Even a minor injury would be a sin Murong Qing couldn't have. So the phoenix continued to fix Murong Qing with a gaze full of murderous intent, a stare so piercing it sent chills down. Murong Qing clenched his fists, a sinister smile twisting his face. He knew that if he truly harmed the phoenix, the sect master would skin him alive. He took a deep breath, venting his fury on the other bird demons instead. He took out a small beast-taming pouch from his waist and pulled out an injured little bird demon. Murong Qing grabbed the little bird demon by the neck and sank his teeth viciously into its carotid artery. A couple of pitiful squeaks escaped as the bird demon's neck was snapped. Murong Qing sucked at the flowing demon blood, and only then did a hint of satisfaction cross his face. Feng Ying's eyes were filled with profound grief and helplessness. Not far away, Long Jian scanned his surroundings with a stoic expression, silently counting the number and positions of the disciples of the demon spirit sect. There were about 50 or 60 of them, all gathered around the campfire for warmth. Long Jian narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He looked up at the sky. In the pitch-black night, a sinister mass of dark mist churned and flickered in and out of view. This was precisely because Long Jian kept appearing and disappearing, exploiting a glitch. This had enraged the heavenly tribulation, leaving a terrifying cloud of tribulation lightning perpetually looming in the sky. The smirk on Long Jian's lips deepened. He knew that the moment he revealed his true form, this cloud would instantly transform into earth-shattering heavenly thunder and strike him. Long Jian slithered his draconic body, moving silently to Mu Rongqing's side. Just then Mu Rongqing suddenly turned around, and their eyes met. Long Jian's body stiffened, his heart pounding with alarm. "Can he see me?" But then Mu Rongqing walked straight through Long Jian's body, sternly scolding a few disciples who were dozing off. "How can you still be sleeping at a time like this?" Long Jian let out a long sigh of relief. It was just a false alarm. Given Long Jian's current cultivation, for one to perceive his dragon soul, they would need to be a major realm above him. Mu Rongqing's cultivation was insufficient to see through Long Jian's soul. However, Feng Ying, who had stepped into the transformation stage, truly witnessed everything that had just happened. A dragon with blade-like wings descended gracefully from the sky, landing right in front of the group of demon spirit sect disciples. Yet these human cultivators seemed as if they were all blind, completely oblivious to the dragon roaming beside them. What's going on? Can't they see this dragon? A wave of immense confusion and astonishment surged within Feng Ying. Just then Long Jian noticed Feng Ying's gaze leisurely drifting over to her, and spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh, isn't this the Phoenix King that little golden eagle mentioned? How come you're tied up like a dumpling?" Feng Ying's anger flared instantly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She yearned to loudly rebuke this insolent dragon, but with her beak tightly bound, she couldn't utter a single sound. "If you keep glaring at me like that, I'll leave. Then you'll be taken away by these human cultivators and become their pet canary for life." Long Jian, seeing through Feng Ying's thoughts, threatened her with satisfaction. It was then that Feng Ying suddenly understood this dragon had come specifically to rescue her. The two beasts had never met before, and Feng Ying couldn't fathom why this dragon would go to such lengths to save her. The fiery anger in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by deep confusion and a hint of gratitude. "Not bad, I like this gentle, tender look in your eyes." Long Jian nodded with satisfaction, thinking this phoenix was quite safe. Feng Ying was both embarrassed and annoyed by Long Jian's teasing. She simply closed her eyes to avoid giving him any. Seeing her like this, Long Jian stopped his banter and got straight to the point. "In a moment, I will trigger the heavenly tribulation to help you escape. Then you'll do me a favor, all right?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ying opened her eyes and nodded instinctively. But in her mind, she was pondering, what does he mean by triggering the heavenly tribulation? under normal circumstances to trigger the heavenly tribulation. It only appears when one advances to the core formation stage or the transformation stage. If he were at the transformation stage, this dragon could instantly annihilate these demon spirit sect disciples, so why bother with the tribulation? That left only one possibility: this dragon's cultivation base had just surpassed 1,000 years. Feng Ying found it somewhat unbelievable. The dragon race was a noble divine beast. Even a newborn whelp had a cultivation base higher than the core formation stage. How could he possibly be only at the core formation stage? A conjecture formed in Feng Ying's mind. She narrowed her crimson eyes, carefully scrutinizing the dragon with silvery white scales. Perhaps this dragon's bloodline wasn't pure, containing impurities, just like hers. Divine beasts with impure bloodlines had to start cultivating from scratch. Boom. A thunderclap exploded directly overhead, rattling Feng Ying's eardrums and harshly interrupting. Heavens! Where did this demonic dragon come from? A disciple shouted in terror, his voice barely audible amid. Run! Another disciple, scared out of his wits, collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf. The sudden and unexpected scene left everyone completely thrown into disarray. In an instant, the entire camp where the sect disciples were gathered plunged into chaos. Don't panic. I'm here. Mu Rongqing struggled to maintain his composure, shouting commands to the frantic disciples. Before his words even faded, a violent bolt of lightning struck down, instantly reducing Mu Rongqing to a pile of charred ashes. Elder Mu has been struck down by that demonic dragon's sorcery. A disciple shrieked, covering his mouth. Long Jian paid no heed to the panicked disciples of the demon spirit sect, simply tilting his head back to stare at the gloomy sky above. The rumbling thunder echoed again within the dark clouds, and lightning bolt after lightning bolt churned within, coalescing into another formidable heavenly tribulation. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning struck Long Jian's massive draconic body. The purple light danced upon his silver-white scales, forming threads of lightning that crackled and spread outwards. Feng Ying, not far away, was also caught in the periphery of this tribulation. The golden magical net binding her vanished, instantly reverting to ordinary ropes. Feng Ying felt her demonic power begin to flow and circulate again. She struggled to spread her wings, snapping the ropes that bound her. Caught! A melodious high-pitched phoenix cry pierced the sky. Feng Ying was finally free. What do you need my help with? She unfurled her wings, circling above Long Jian, and spoke in a human tongue. Long Jian was fully engaged in resisting the bombardment of the tribulation lightning. Hearing her question, he spared a sliver of his focus to answer. The sect master of the demon spirit sect is trapped by me in the Blackwater swamp. You go and hold him off. Once I survive this tribulation, we'll kill him together. Understood. A cold glint flashed in Feng Ying's eyes. She was just looking for Gu Daozu to exact vengeance. To avenge her bird demon companions who had been slaughtered. Caught! With a phoenix cry, Feng Ying spread her wings and soared high. Her resplendent figure shot directly towards the direction of the Blackwater swamp. Long Jian watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, marveling at how stunningly beautiful this phoenix was. Just then, boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It struck Long Jian, jolting his thoughts abruptly back to reality. This descending tribulation lightning was actually 100 times more ferocious than the lightning Gu Daozu had unleashed, and its penetrating power was infinitely greater. His silver-white scales had been shattered by the tribulation's bombardment, leaving only raw bloody flesh exposed on Long Jian's back. It was only then that Long Jian realized with alarm that after transforming into this mortal body, he had lost his ability to absorb lightning. Why was this? For a moment, Long Jian couldn't figure it out. But he knew he couldn't just sit there and wait for this terrifying tribulation to blast him into ashes. A true man fights back against the tribulation. Oh, war! Long Jian suddenly opened his massive maw, letting out a fierce draconic roar at the dark clouds. This draconic roar transformed into a thick bolt of lightning that shot straight into the sky, slamming viciously into the core of the dark clouds. The thunder dragon's roar that Long Jian unleashed actually managed to tear a crack in the dark clouds. A small hole appeared at the center of the terrifying tribulation cloud. Just as Long Jian was secretly gloating, the void was instantly sealed shut by surging dark clouds once more. Golden lightning churned within the ominous clouds, and the atmosphere grew heavy with suppressed tension. Below, the disciples of the demon spirit sect suffered catastrophic casualties within the tribulation's range, nearly wiped out to the last. Long Jian's gaze was fixed on the clouds above. He could clearly sense the heavenly tribulation gathering its power, poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. He roared at the heavens, hurling a furious challenge at the clouds. Such blatant defiance thoroughly enraged the heavenly Tao. Long Jian could clearly perceive the immense energy of the lightning along with the violent, murderous intent it harbored. This was the heavenly Tao's punishment, and also a trial for cultivators. The flow of time seemed to slow down hundreds of times over in Long Jian's perception. Everything around him appeared to freeze, leaving only the golden lightning descending in languid motion. Long Jian could clearly perceive the immense energy of the lightning along with the violent, murderous intent it harbored. This was the heavenly Tao's punishment, and also a trial for cultivators. Life or death. Long Jian harbored little faith that his system-generated dragon body could withstand this thunder, for the dragon form granted by the system, though outwardly imposing, was merely a gilded shell filled with straw. Its purpose was solely for procreation, lacking the true defensive might of an actual dragon. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. If this physical body couldn't withstand it, why not let the formless dragon soul absorb the lightning? Long Jian resolved to gamble everything on this one desperate move. System. Deactivate physical manifestation now, he shouted inwardly. In an instant the dragon body vanished without a trace, and Long Jian's essence transformed into a spectral dragon soul. Time's flow returned to normal at that very moment. The golden lightning bolt pierced straight through the dragon's soul. Long Jian felt his entire being tremble, a numbing, paralyzing tingling spreading from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. The power of the tribulation rampaged through his body, scouring away all impurities within his soul. After a blinding flash of white light, Long Jian found himself in a purely white space. Where is this? Long Jian looked around curiously. The next moment, countless fragments of memories unfolded across the blank expanse like famous paintings displayed in a grand gallery. Long Jian was astonished to discover that these were not his own memories, but those of the dragon whose body he had possessed. The first memory showed the moment it had just hatched from its egg. In the image were two humanoid figures with antlers on their heads speaking softly, "Feigner, you're finally out." The woman among them gently picked up the original owner. Are these all the original owner's memories? Long Jian quickly scanned through these scenes of daily life and learning. He saw many strange mountains and exotic waters, including various bizarre creatures he had never encountered before. Driven by curiosity, Long Jian wanted to see who had destroyed this dragon's physical body and why his own soul had been drawn into its dragon soul. Finally, as he reached the last memory, a massive pitch-black dragon appeared in the scene, blocking him from looking further. A pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at him. "So you're still alive?" A cold, sinister voice emanated from the black dragon's maw. Roar! With an enraged bellow, the snarling black dragon lunged forward. The vision blurred, and Long Jian was forcibly expelled from the memory space. Long Jian opened his eyes to a scene of utter devastation littered with ruins and severed limbs. The dark clouds above had dissipated. He had no time to ponder the identity of the black dragon just seen. A pleasant system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful breakthrough, reaching the early foundation establishment stage. The physical dragon form has activated the Thunder Dragon bloodline, greatly enhancing resistance to lightning attacks. Dragon's Roar Thunderclap has been strengthened. Long Jian's heart leaped with joy. This meant his dragon body was no longer just a useless shell for breeding. At that moment, the few surviving disciples of the demon spirit sect were attempting to flee. Long Jian's eyes narrowed, instantly locking onto them. He couldn't afford to leave a single survivor. After all, if news of a dragon appearing in the 10,000 demon mountains got out, the consequences would be dire. Dragon tendons and bones could be used to forge divine weapons, and dragon blood could refine elixirs for longevity. The cultivation world was full of ancient monsters nearing the end of their lifespans. If they learned of a living dragon here, they would surely swarm to hunt it down. With his current strength, encountering such old monsters would mean certain death. Long Jian let out a furious roar, his form transforming into a bolt of lightning as he teleported in front of the fleeing cultivators. He immediately materialized his dragon form and swallowed them all in one gulp. Cultivators taste pretty good. Long Jian savored the flavor, licking his lips. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted from the depths of the Blackwater swamp. Long Jian looked over to see a massive mushroom cloud rising, accompanied by a powerful shockwave spreading in all directions. Countless flora and fauna were blasted and destroyed by the shockwave. Holy crap, that phoenix is ferocious. Did she just drop a nuke? Worried, Long Jian transformed into a streak of light, flying rapidly towards the epicenter of the explosion in the swamp. Blackwater Swamp. Gu Daozu was in a sorry state, panting heavily. His beard and hair were completely burned off, and his left arm was missing. On the other side, Feng Ying lay weakly on the ground. Her once glorious and radiant feathers were now scorched black, and her wings were pierced with several bloody holes, making flight impossible. Despite her desperate struggle, Feng Ying was ultimately no match for the nascent soul elder Gu Daozu. "You damned phoenix. I intended to make you the sex guardian beast, but since you're so ungrateful, I'll have to kill you." Gu Daozu gnashed his teeth, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With his remaining right hand, he conjured a crackling ball of lightning and hurled it viciously at Feng Ying. Crackle! The orb of lightning shrieked as it shot towards her. Feng Ying was at her absolute limit. Her demonic energy was nearly depleted after the previous exchange. She could only watch helplessly as the lightning orb closed in. Collapsing to the ground, her wings crumpled, she whispered to herself, "Father Mother Yinger is coming to join you." Her proud phoenix head drooped weakly, and she gently closed her eyes, awaiting the destruction and death the lightning would bring. In that moment of despair, the image of that handsome, white dragon surfaced in her mind. Why do I think of him before I die? Feng Ying let out a self-deprecating laugh. Just then a mature, magnetic male voice rang out. "Hey little phoenix, giving up already?" Feng Ying opened her eyes in disbelief to see Long Jian standing before her, dashing and heroic. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Long Jian deflected the lightning orb with a spectacular, majestic drag. At the sight of Long Jian's arrival, an aide, Feng Ying felt an indescribable emotion well up within her. A sensation she had never experienced before, leaving her momentarily unable to sort through her feelings. She suppressed the strange stirring in her heart, and said to Long Jian, "Quick, we must leave. This nascent soul cultivator is beyond your power to defeat. Fear not. I have successfully formed my golden core. Dealing with this old codger will be a breeze. Long Jian declared, brimming with confidence. Little dragon, how dare you spew such arrogance with merely a golden core? Let me show you the true might of this seat. Gu Daozu bellowed with laughter, moving to stroke his beard only to find it had already been scorched away. Long Jian wasted no more words. His eyes locked onto Gu Daozu as he uttered a low, resonant incantation, "Come great wind." No sooner had the words left his lips than the sky darkened, roiling black clouds, swallowing the sunlight. The air grew thick with a suffocating pressure like the ominous stillness before a tempest. Yellow sand whipped across the ground, and trees bent and groaned, their branches wailing in mournful cries. A howling gale surged from afar, tearing up countless stones and debris. Under Long Jian's command, countless wind blades sharp as tangible steel shot forth like arrows straight toward Gu Daozu. Each wind blade gleamed with deadly sharpness, carrying immense force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rock. You can command the wind as well. Gu Daozu's expression twisted in shock. He had assumed this little flood dragon could only absorb lightning, never expecting mastery over the gales. Each wind blade gleamed with deadly sharpness, carrying immense force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rock. You can command the wind as well. Gu Daozu's expression twisted in shock. He had assumed this little flood dragon could only absorb lightning, never expecting mastery over the gales. In an instant, the overwhelming barrage of wind blades slammed against the bell's surface, producing a relentless cacophony of impacts and showering sparks in every direction. Ha ha ha! Gu Daozu laughed in triumph. Our cultivations are as different as clouds and mud. Even if you can command the wind, what can you do to me? The defenses of this heavenly emperor bell are beyond your power to break. His tone dripped with mockery and contempt, as if he had already secured victory. The weakened Feng Ying forced herself to stand, her voice strained. This heavenly emperor bell is a metal-type artifact. It fears fire. Your wind is useless against it. Conserve your demonic energy. Let me handle this. Little Phoenix, take it easy. Long Jian halted his assault. He saw the wounds covering Feng Ying's body, yet her spirit burned as fiercely as ever, and he couldn't help but admire her with profound respect. Don't call me Little Phoenix. I have a name, Feng Ying. She drew a deep breath, her small chest swelling as the last remnants of her demonic energy gathered within her. She tilted her head slightly, and a searing torrent of flame erupted from her delicate beak. The fire burned a deep crimson, thick and viscous like molten lava, carrying an oppressive, scorching heat as it surged toward the heavenly emperor bell. In moments, the flames engulfed the bell's body, hissing and crackling. The once golden surface rapidly turned red-hot, radiating waves of blistering heat. Trapped within the fire-wreathed bell, Gu Daozu was instantly drenched in sweat. Yet he dared not retract the heavenly emperor bell, for the samadhi fire was no trivial matter. Once it touched him, it would be nearly impossible to extinguish. His left arm had been lost to that very flame, forcing him to make the desperate choice to sever it. Gu Daozu gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his face contorted in agony, while inwardly cursing, "Once I get out of here, I'll slaughter that damned phoenix first." At that moment, the gravely wounded Feng Ying suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, her aura plummeting to its nadir, and the samadhi fire she had unleashed began to weaken. Gu Daozu's keen eyes caught the dwindling flames. He immediately formed a hand seal with one hand, recalling the red-hot heavenly emperor bell. "Die!" he snarled, unleashing a volley of thunderbolts from his palm that hurtled viciously toward Feng Ying. Feng Ying's face was deathly pale, her body utterly spent, with no strength left to dodge. This strike would surely end her life. Just as the lightning was about to strike, Long Jian's figure materialized out of nowhere, placing himself directly in front of Feng Ying. The thunderbolts crashed against Long Jian's body, vanishing without a trace like stones cast into the sea. His newly awakened Thunder Dragon bloodline granted him near immunity to most lightning damage, rendering Gu Daozu's attack completely futile. Gu Daozu was a cultivator with a Thunder Spirit root, a variant spiritual root known for its devastating attack power and penetration, and one that was not easily countered by the other 5 elemental attributes. Long Jian's Dragon's Roar Thunder was a lightning-type divine ability, making it highly ineffective against an opponent like Gu Daozu, who possessed a Thunder Spirit root. His wind and rain summoning was of the wind and water systems, and with the defensive Heavenly Emperor Bell in play, it could not inflict any real damage on Gu Daozu whatsoever. However, Long Jian had also discerned Gu Daozu's weakness. His physical body was not sufficiently strong, and powerful flames could sear his flesh. Unfortunately, Long Jian had yet to comprehend any fire-type divine abilities. The two were locked in a stalemate, trading blows without either able to harm the other. "Feng Ying, are you still able? Get up and spit out a couple more bursts of fire." Long Jian called out to Feng Ying, who was sprawled on the ground. Shouted, "Heavenly Emperor Bell, go." With a fierce wave of his hand, the small golden bell in front of his Gu Daozu was well aware of the Phoenix's fearsome power. He absolutely could not allow her to breathe out the samadhi fire again, or he would truly be done for. He summoned his life-bound treasure, the Heavenly Emperor Bell, and shouted, "Heavenly Emperor Bell, go." With a fierce wave of his hand, the small golden bell in front of his chest expanded several-fold in midair and shot rapidly toward Feng Ying. The bell, once the size of a palm, had now become a colossal canopy, several zhang in diameter, descending to completely cover Feng Ying beneath it. The golden surface radiated a dazzling light, and the resonant clanging toll of the bell echoed through the air. The Heavenly Emperor Bell was like an unbreakable golden cage, firmly trapping Feng Ying within. With this, even if Feng Ying tried to unleash the Samadhi fire, it would be entirely blocked and absorbed by the bell's wall. Despair flooded Feng Ying's eyes as she collapsed weakly to the ground. I'm done for. You go on, don't worry about me. Leave? That was out of the question. Long Jian was now certain that he was the third son of the 9 dragons Chaofeng, who must have a bird clan mother. The phoenix bloodline was the most noble of all, and its conception rate was far higher than that of other bird clans. Such a prime female beast. How could he possibly give her up so easily? Unaware of Long Jian's thoughts, Feng Ying lay limp on the ground in her weakened state. She was covered in blood, her feathers in disarray, yet she still clung to the last shreds of her dignity. Seeing Feng Ying on the verge of death, Long Jian's heart burned with urgency. In his dragon soul state, he ignored the barrier of the Heavenly Emperor Bell and passed directly through its walls to reach her side. Feng Ying, I have a technique that can save you. Are you willing to let me try? Long Jian's voice was earnest and urgent. Feng Ying lifted her head, weakly struggling to speak. What method do you have that can save me? Long Jian's gaze burned intensely. I can use my essence power to heal your wounds, but the process may be somewhat arduous. Feng Ying, though transformed into human form, was innocent at heart and knew nothing of essence power. A flicker of confusion passed through her beautiful eyes, but then she thought compared to death, she would bear any cost. Feng Ying nodded firmly and closed her eyes. No matter how arduous, I can endure it. Please save me. Long Jian's face lit up with joy. His wish had finally been fulfilled. He soothed her gently. Don't worry, I won't cause. Outside, Gu Daozi witnessed this scene. So enraged, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The actions of Long Jian and Feng Ying were a blatant humiliation to him. Gu Daozi wished he could rush into the bell and tear the dragon and phoenix apart, but the Heavenly Emperor Bell blocked his attacks. He had no choice but to retract the Heavenly Emperor Bell first. Yet in just a few seconds, Long Jian had already finished. Every cell in Feng Ying's body was revived, repaired, and regenerated within that scorching heat, as if she were burning herself to be reborn. The bloody holes on her wings closed at a visible speed, and the dark red blood stopped flowing. The demonic energy depleted by battle was also rapidly replenished, even overflowing beyond her Buddhist capacity. Feng Ying never expected the Dragon Clan to possess such a miraculous healing art. She had originally planned to recruit Long Jian into her tribe, absorbing his dragon chi to cure her old injuries. Who knew this treatment would heal all her wounds at once? In her prime state, Feng Ying's strength far surpassed Gu Daozi's. Human cultivator, you have slain countless of my kin and humiliated me so. Today you shall pay. Feng Ying channeled all her demonic power, transforming into a blinding sun, and cried out, blazing sun. A massive wave of heat swept forth, distorting the very air and melting rocks instantly in its path. Even Long Jian in his dragon soul state felt an indescribable heat and retreated several hundred meters. Facing such widespread destructive power, Gu Daozi's first instinct was to flee, but the light came too fast to dodge. He hastily summoned the Heavenly Emperor Bell, hoping to block it. The scorching heat wave like boiling magma slammed into the surface of the Heavenly Emperor Bell, emitting a sizzling sound of high-temperature burning. In an instant, the bell's walls were heated red-hot, releasing searing white smoke. The exquisite inscriptions on the bell's surface, the 3 characters Heavenly Emperor Bell, began to show signs of melting at the edges, gradually blurring into a mess. Gu Daozi's heart ached as he watched his beloved treasure being scorched and destroyed. Then the force of the heat wave intensified, causing a thunderous roar as it hammered deep pits into the bell. The walls within the pits grew thinner, seeming one more strike away from shattering. Gu Daozi's eyes nearly split with rage. He poured all his true chi into the Heavenly Emperor Bell, desperately maintaining it. This bell was the fruit of years of his hard work. If it was damaged, he would be too. How could he let it be destroyed here? The power of a phoenix is beyond mortal capabilities. No. After a miserable scream, the Heavenly Emperor Bell melted into molten iron, and Gu Daozi's body was consumed by the blazing sun. A massive cloud of steam rose over the Blackwater swamp, and the surrounding jungle was set ablaze. The foul swamp water evaporated completely, leaving behind only scorched earth. After unleashing her ultimate move, Feng Ying sat down weakly on the ground. Long Jian flew to her side, asking with concern, Feng Ying, are you alright? Feng Ying struggled to flap her wings and stand up. I'm fine, just need a moment to recover. At that moment, on the scorched earth, a small pink figure darted out towards the edge of the swamp. While Long Jian was still curious about the appearance of a small child, Feng Ying exclaimed, that cultivator's nascent soul is still alive. Chase it. Long Jian suddenly realized. This was Gu Daozi's nascent soul. The legendary nascent soul. The small figure, pinkish-white, all over, bore a striking resemblance to Gu Daozi. Long Jian lashed his dragon tail and shot forward like lightning in pursuit of the escaping nascent soul. But he underestimated the nascent soul's speed. Gu Daozi, having lost his physical body, moved with lightning speed. Long Jian couldn't even catch a glimpse of him before he vanished without a trace, completely undetectable. Feng Ying flew to Long Jian's side. The 2 demons exchanged a glance, both understanding that Gu Daozi had escaped. Feng Ying said softly, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have. Long Jian, dropping his serious demeanor, grinned lecherously. If you want to thank me, why not offer yourself to me? Feng Ying's expression changed instantly, the goodwill she had just built up evaporating. I owe you a favor. If you're ever in trouble, you can come find me at Danshua Mountain. With that foaming flew off. Before leaving she realized she didn't know the name of this lecherous dragon and turned back to ask, "What's your name?" "I am Long Jian. Don't forget me, little Ying. They'll come visit you when I have time." Long Jian watched Feng Ying depart his face, showing regret and reluctance, wondering when he would reunite with this proud phoenix. Meanwhile, Gu Daozi's nascent soul had successfully fled hundreds of miles. He hid in a tree panting and pounded the trunk with his tiny fist. "Once I rebuild my body, I will make you pay." Little did he know a colossal creature was approaching him. It was a lion dozens of feet tall, with short silver-white fur and faint gray-blue stripes on its limbs and chin. It had a pair of golden eyes with pupils that twinkled like stars resembling the night sky. Every step of this lion emanated violent thunder power. The pads of its paws left scorched earth in their wake. Gu Daozi, being a thunder spirit root cultivator, was extremely sensitive to lightning. He peeked out and was startled. This was the legendary Star Realm Thunder Lion, a rare demonic beast that had vanished from the 10,000 Demon Mountains for 10,000 years. It was said to possess both thunder and spatial power, making it incredibly formidable. Its rarity was no less than that of a dragon or phoenix. Just as Gu Daozi caught a glimpse, the Star Realm Thunder Lion detected his hiding place. Gu Daozi's face turned pale, knowing he was doomed. In his current state, with only his nascent soul, he was no match for this Star Realm Thunder Lion. Gu Daozi felt a mysterious force envelop the area, and the space and time around him seemed to freeze. He struggled desperately to escape, but it was like running in place, unable to move an inch. "No!" Gu Daozi let out a desperate scream as the Star Realm Thunder Lion opened its massive maw and lunged at him. The arrogant Gu Daozi thus met his end in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. After the battle at the Blackwater Swamp, Long Jian hurried back to the waterfall without a moment's rest. Only after confirming that all his mates were safe did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier, Long Jian had worried that the fleeing Gu Daozi might stumble upon this place and harm his harem. Now it seemed that his concerns had been unfounded. To prepare for Gu Daozi's inevitable return, Long Jian knew he must hasten his efforts in procreation. The nearby rhino herd could be left to little white rhino to recruit. As for the wolf, Xinyue would have to handle that. After all, among demon beasts, might makes right. Those with greater strength naturally command more influence. Therefore, Long Jian decided to help them break through to the core formation realm as quickly as possible. Only with greater power could they successfully recruit more females. At this thought, Long Jian felt hopeful about the future. Seasons turned spring, giving way to autumn. The leaves on the branches withered to yellow, and the grasslands gleamed like gold. Beside the river, hundreds of female rhinos grazed on the tender grass along the banks. Many newborn rhino calves. These young rhinos bore extraordinary features, each adorned with traces of dragon scales on their bodies. Meanwhile, dozens of wolf demons lurked beneath the river's surface. Occasionally they surfaced with plump salmon in their jaws. Two of the dragon offspring skilled in water also helped by the riverbank, carrying salmon to the shore. Long Jian gazed upon the bustling yet peaceful scene of his harem, feeling deeply satisfied. Under his tireless efforts and correct guidance, the harem had continued to expand over these months. His progeny grew more numerous with each passing day. Name Long Jian bloodline, a long number of offspring, 2 dragon lineage, 50 demonized, 120 ordinary divine abilities, devour heaven and earth, summon wind, and rain, cultivation, 1 years, early core formation stage. The reason for such a vast number of offspring. The greatest contributor was Little White Rhino. Over these months, she had not only defeated the leaders of several rhino herds, but also brought back nearly 200 female rhinos for Long Jian. Moreover, Little White Rhino had recently given birth to a calf. Unfortunately, it was not of dragon lineage but carried the bloodline of the Moonlight Rhino, a descendant of her own kind. This young Moonlight Rhino was equally precious. It possessed an innate ability to cultivate by absorbing moonlight at night, hinting at boundless potential. On the wolf front, Xinyue had been noticeably less enthusiastic in her recruitment efforts. She had only managed to subdue a small pack and had borne Long Jian several offspring as well. Yet like Little White Rhino, she had not birthed a dragon offspring. Instead, she gave birth to 3 young demon wolves with traces of dragon blood. Now that deep autumn had arrived, Long Jian decided not to have Xinyue recruit more wolves. There were 2 primary reasons. First was the issue of food. Each she-wolf required 1 to 2 pounds of meat daily, and the dozen or so wolves could consume over 100 pounds of food in a single week. For the safety of his offspring, Long Jian had not allowed the she-wolves to forage outside, relying solely on animals that came to the river to drink and feed. But as winter approached, the number of wild animals near the river would only dwindle, making hunting increasingly difficult. The second reason was Xinyue herself. Having spent nearly a year together, Long Jian sensed that Xinyue seemed troubled by something. She often wandered alone along the riverbank, her gaze distant and lost. Or she would simply stay inside the shed, refusing to go anywhere. By now, several crude sheds had been built beneath the waterfall in preparation for the coming harsh winter. Long Jian silently flew into one of the sheds. There he saw Xinyue lying lazily on her side atop a pile. Suddenly Xinyue raised her head alertly, her sharp ice-blue eyes scanning the room as she murmured to herself, "Did I imagine that?" Long Jian was astonished to discover that Xuanyu's senses were so keen. She had detected his presence purely through intuition. Through his observations over the past days, Long Jian gradually realized that Xinyue was different from ordinary demon wolves. First, she used wind-based demonic arts, whereas common demon wolves only knew simple metal or earth techniques. For instance, they might add an earth armor for defense or coat their claws with a layer of metallic light to enhance cutting ability. Second, her demeanor and speech were entirely different from other demon wolves, and she possessed far greater intelligence. It was as if a princess from a fallen noble kingdom had fled to the countryside. Just as Long Jian was lost in thought, a crisp system notification suddenly chimed in his ear. Your 173rd offspring has been born. Bloodline dragon lineage. You have gained 100 years of cultivation. Reward divine ability, dragon god's mark. Long Jian's eyes widened in shock. Who had given birth to a dragon offspring? He immediately darted out of the wooden shed and circled the perimeter, yet found no mother beast that had just given birth. A brilliant figure suddenly flashed through Long Jian's mind. A rainbow-hued phoenix crown gleaming golden jade feet. Could it be? Was it Feng Ying? He recalled his reproduction system. Each type of beast could only birth a dragon offspring on their first pregnancy. As a phoenix among birds, Feng Ying indeed had that possibility. The third son of the dragon Xiaofeng corresponds to birds as its mother's lineage. Overjoyed, Long Jian planned to visit Feng Ying soon to meet his new dragon son. He opened the system to examine the newly acquired divine ability Dragon God's Mark. Dragon God's Mark. Marked creatures cannot defy your commands or betray you. You can always sense the location of marked creatures, and they can perceive your dragon soul form. Whoa, Long Jian thought excitedly. This ability perfectly addressed the flaw that his harem couldn't see him. Due to his overwhelming power, only beings of full realm higher could sense his presence. For safety, he remained in his dragon soul form at all times except during mating. This meant that little white rhino Xuanyue and his other offspring couldn't perceive him at all. With the Dragon God's Mark, Long Jian could now spend more time with little white rhino and Xianyue. He returned to the shed, deciding to test the mark on Xianyue first. He channeled demonic energy from within, condensing it into a luminous badge shaped like a dragon's head. The mark separated from his body and drifted silently toward Xianyue. Xianyue keenly sensed a power similar to Long Jian's aura approaching her. Long Jian, is that you? She furrowed her brow, slightly murmuring in confusion. The luminous mark drew closer, flying straight toward Xuanyue's forehead. She offered no resistance, allowing the mark to imprint upon her brow. Moments later, the light and shadow vanished, replaced by a small dragon head imprint firmly embedded in Xianyue's forehead. At the instant the imprint was successful, Long Jian established a spiritual connection with Xianyue, allowing him to clearly sense her state and position. After receiving the imprint, Xianyue immediately saw a tiny dragon soul floating before her. Lord Long Jian, what has happened to you? She exclaimed in surprise. You know I am bound by the laws of heaven and earth, and cannot maintain my form for long. With this imprint you will be able to see me at all times, Long Jian told a kind lie. So that's how it is. Xianyue completely trusted Long Jian and happily praised him. Xianyue, please sit down, there is no need to be so nervous. I sought you out to ask you some questions, Long Jian said softly, gesturing for her to sit down with his claw. Yes. Xianyue slowly sat down. Long Jian straightforwardly asked, are you hiding something from me? Xianyue blinked her eyes, revealing a hint of sadness, and tears began to well up. Lord Long Jian, I know I was wrong to conceal this from you, please do not abandon me. Long Jian was puzzled, wondering why she was crying after only asking one question. He hurriedly reassured her, rest assured, I will never abandon you. You should tell me everything. As your husband, it is my duty to share your burdens and troubles. Actually, I am the princess of the Qilang clan. Xianyue said slowly, her eyes reddened as she revealed the truth. Upon hearing Xianyue's background, a melodramatic plot from a TV drama immediately surfaced in Long Jian's mind. Was she a runaway princess escaping from a marriage? However, Xianyue's subsequent explanation left Long Jian utterly astonished. The reason for her departure was not to escape a marriage, but because her father forced his offspring to practice a sinister demon. Now the Qilang bloodline had severely weakened, and even as a descendant, Xianyue likely inherited less than 1/10 of its. To revive the family, her father Xianqing obtained this mysterious demon technique from somewhere and ordered his offspring to practice it. As a result, Xianyue's brothers and sisters died one after another during their training. Next, it was Xianyue's turn to practice. Using her wisdom and foresight, she left home early. Wandering in the southernmost part of the Wan Yao mountain range to forage and cultivate, she was later taken into Long Jian's harem. As she spoke, Xianyue's eyes reddened again, recounting her journey, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Do not cry anymore, I will protect you. Long Jian comforted her gently, which finally stopped Xianyue's tears. Through this conversation, Long Jian also understood why Xianyue was not very proactive about recruiting wolf packs. She was worried that gathering a large number of wolves would expose her whereabouts, and if her father Xianqing found out, he might send someone to forcefully bring her back. Long Jian continued to inquire more about the Wan Yao mountain range. Xianyue, can you tell me more about this mountain range? For instance, what is the distribution of the demon forces here, and how many powerful demons like your father are there? Xianyue wiped away her tears, regained her spirits, and began to explain to Long Jian. The Wan Yao mountain range consists of 2 layers, inner and outer, separated by a barrier. The inner area is collectively known as the demon realm. It is primarily inhabited by powerful demons above the transformation stage who, imitating human cultivators, have established cities and powers of their own. Among them, 3 major city powers stand in a triangular balance, each governed by one of the 3 demon kings: the wolf god Xianqing, the tree god Luqing, and the insect god Fu Rou. Additionally, countless smaller powers exist, depending on these 3 major forces for survival. Outside the barrier lies the hunting ground of human cultivators, and the powerful demons within typically do not concern themselves with the fate of the peripheral demon beasts, as this was part of the agreement made between the demon tribe and the human tribe. Moreover, these powerful demons will not inform the peripheral on these three major forces for survival. Outside the barrier lies the hunting ground of human cultivators, and the power. Of course, one can also choose not to enter. Living on the periphery, if hunted by human beings, they will not intervene. Xianyu chattered about the various ins and outs of the mountain range while Long Jian listened and occasionally asked questions. After about half an hour of conversation, Long Jian's understanding of the Wan Yao mountain range deepened significantly. He couldn't help but exclaim that this world was far more complex and perilous than he had imagined. According to Xianyu, the closer one got to the center of the mountain range, the more powerful ancient species there were, and even dragons could be encountered. Even dragons had encountered some of them, including the Phoenix clan, the Qilan clan, and the Four Sacred Beasts clan. Xianyu's father relied on his strength to ascend to the position of one of the three city lords, and his power was not to be underestimated. Even so, Long Jian would never abandon Xianyu. If her father truly sent someone to forcefully take Xianyu away, he would fight with all his might to protect his beloved. A man who cannot safeguard his own wife does not deserve to be called a man. Long Jian silently clenched his claws, determined to ensure Xianyu lives a carefree life. Long Jian advised Xianyu to rest well and regain her strength, repeatedly promising her that as long as he was alive, he would never allow her to be harmed or wronged. Xianyu felt delighted in her heart, believing she had chosen the right husband. Becoming Long Jian's wife was the luckiest choice of her life. After bidding farewell to Xianyu, Long Jian approached Xiao Baishi. After this period of transformation, Xiao Baishi now led hundreds of rhinoceroses. No longer the timid little rhinoceros of the past, she had become a leader of rhinoceroses full of dignity and confidence. You lot. Do not stay so close to the riverbank. The ground there is soft, be careful of collapse. Xiao Baishi shouted, seeing several female rhinoceroses disregarding the danger of the riverbank for tender grass. A few female rhinoceroses looked over at the sound, immediately stopping their grazing and retreating several meters back from the riverbank. They had already recognized Xiao Baizai's status and did not dare disobey her orders. Seeing Xiao Baizai's dignified and authoritative demeanor, Long Jian felt a swell of affection and pride. His lovers were gradually becoming more outstanding without him even noticing, which was the most gratifying thing for Long Jian. Long Jian once again used the powers of the Dragon God imprint. After a while, he successfully branded the Dragon God imprint onto Xiao Baizai's forehead. Lord Long Jian, what is happening? Xiao Baishi asked in confusion upon seeing Long Jian become incredibly small. They did not dislike Long Jian's current appearance, or rather they were worried about his safety. Long Jian was their pillar. If anything happened to him, the community they worked so hard to build could be destroyed in an instant by other demon beasts. Long Jian explained, this is a new ability I recently comprehended, allowing me to sense your location at any. So that's how it is. Xiao Baishi exclaimed in relief, quickly adding, Lord Long Jian, you should go and mark Xianyu with the imprint too. Her first reaction was to wonder if her other good sister had also been marked with this ability. Rest assured, I have already marked Xianyu. Long Jian nodded and replied, I have something to discuss with you now. Please tell me your commands, Lord Long Jian. Xiao Bai will do her utmost. Xiao Baishi nodded firmly, her eyes filled with, I intend to make a trip to Danshua Mountain. Take good care of the household while I'm away, and do not leave this waterfall for any reason. Long Jian repeatedly instructed the young white rhinoceros. Rest assured, Lord Long Jian. Xiao Bai will obey your orders and remain here without straying a single step. The young rhinoceros solemnly accepted the command. Long Jian gazed at her with approval. Of late, the young white rhinoceros had indeed become increasingly dependable. He lifted his head and looked far to the north, where through the dense primeval jungle a single imposing peak stood tall. That was Danshua Mountain. Long Jian swished his dragon tail and rose into the air, flying toward the northern mountain. In this outer region of the 10,000 Demons mountain range, his strength was already considered formidable. When he first arrived here, he had been hunted by several core formation stage demon beasts. Now Long Jian intended to settle the score with those beasts that had once bullied him. Within the primeval forest, a massive white figure weaved agilely through the tangled trees. Hanging from a branch was a spirit fruit, its surface a vivid dripping red, exuding an enticingly sweet aroma under the sunlight. Suddenly, a rough and powerful hand snatched the spirit fruit. An ape-like face appeared among the leaves with a pair of sharp, massive fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth. It tossed the fruit into its cavernous maw and bit down hard. The sweet flesh burst in its mouth, and crimson juice dripped from the corners of its coarse lips, only to be lapped up by its long scarlet tongue. This was a colossal white ape with the bloodline of Zhu Yan at the early core formation stage. With thick skin, immense strength, and boundless power, it was the undisputed overlord of this area. 2. Zhu Bai spat out the pit, which shot forth at tremendous speed. The pit tore through the forest, struck a thick tree, punched straight through its trunk, and embedded itself deep into the ground. Damn it! Why do the fruits taste worse and worse these days? Zhu Bai roared in frustration, pounding its broad chest with both fists, producing two booming thumps. Powerful waves of sound radiated outward, stripping leaves from the trees. The smaller demon beasts nearby, startled by the sudden commotion, scattered in all directions. Zhu Bai's gaze locked onto a long-tailed rabbit demon, fleeing in panic through the underbrush. The rabbit's 4 short legs pounded the ground as its long tail flailed behind desperately trying to escape. The ground cracked under Zhu Bei's heavy steps. Moving with lightning speed, it lunged forward, and its massive palm came down with a resounding slap, flattening the rabbit into a smear of gore. Zhu Bei lifted its hand, revealing a palm slick with bloody flesh and gore. Showing no sign of disgust, it extended its long scarlet tongue and lapped up the blood and flesh from its palm, letting out a satisfied sound. Truly delicious. While feasting, it continued to scan for its next target. Unfortunately, these lesser demon beasts were skilled at fleeing. They vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving no sign of any living creature behind. Damn it, I'm starving. I'm starving. Zhu Bei again pounded its massive chest in fury, producing thunderous booms. So hungry. I want to find that dragon and devour it. Ever since spring arrived, Zhu Bei had been roaming the forests near this area. The target it had in mind was the dragon it had chased for a full half an hour through the woods, but failed to catch. In the world of demon beasts, the most direct way to enhance one's cultivation was by devouring other beasts. Devouring beasts with rare bloodlines had a high probability of causing one's own bloodline to mutate, leading to a meteoric rise in power. The dragon race had always been rare and powerful among demonkind. If a dragon with no cultivation at all appeared before them, what demon beast could resist such a temptation? This was precisely why Zhu Bei had been relentlessly pursuing Long Jian's trail, unable to give up the notion of devouring him. Little did it know, since the moment Zhu Bei had killed the rabbit demon, Long Jian had been silently following it in his dragon soul form. Because Zhu Bei's cultivation was only slightly higher than Long Jian's, it was utterly incapable of detecting Long Jian's ethereal soul state. You damn white ape. Over a year has passed, and you still have your heart set on me. Long Jian fumed upon hearing Zhu Bei's mutterings. Back then you were the one who chased me the most relentlessly. Recalling the scene of being frantically hunted by Zhu Bei in this forest a year ago, Long Jian decided it was time to send this ape to its grave. In his dragon soul form, Long Jian could use the divine ability Dragon's Roar Thunderclap. He drifted behind Zhu Bei's eyes, fixed intently on the tuft of white fur on the back of the ape's thick neck. Long Jian took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his massive jaws and let out a resounding dragon's roar. Woo! The sound was like a world-shaking thunderclap rolling out in all directions. Instantly, the roar transformed into tens of thousands of fine bolts of lightning, crackling as they shot toward the white fur on the back of Zhu Bei's head. In a flash of light, the fur was scorched black, the skin curled up, and a stench like burning pork filled the air. Oh! Agony shot from the back of Zhu Bei's head and spread throughout its body. Clutching its scorched skull, it crouched down, then propelled itself skyward with a mighty thrust of its legs, like a cannonball launched into the air. Who dares to ambush me? Zhu Bei roared in midair, its eyes bloodshot as it scanned for the attacker. But everything around was as calm as before. No trace of anyone could be found. Seconds later, Zhu Bei crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a large crater where it landed. It lowered the hand that had been clutching the back of its head, revealing a palm stained black with blood and burnt fur. The fur on the entire back of its skull had been burned away by the lightning, exposing the stark, white bone beneath. Despite suffering such a severe lightning strike, the white ape had not died on the spot, and was still hopping around energetically. This took Long Jian by surprise. Zhu Bei looked around warily. Its instincts told it that the attacker was still lurking nearby. It twitched its nose greedily, sniffing the air, trying to catch any clue. But aside from the lingering spicy scent of lightning, it smelled nothing. This was truly bizarre. Up! Zhu Bei let out a furious roar, and its demonic power began to surge and churn through its veins. The powerful demonic energy quickly healed the scorched wound on the back of its head completely. Zhu Bei clenched its fists and tensed every muscle in its body, but decided to stop waiting passively, and instead take the initiative to hunt down the attacker. Let's see where you can hide. Zhu Bei snarled, its eyes blood red and teeth clenched. It reached out with its thick, powerful arms, grabbed the rough trunk of a towering, ancient tree, and ripped it from the soil with sheer force. The roots tore free from the earth with a wet squelch, sending up rings of dust. Zhu Bei raised the ancient tree, thick as 3 men could encircle, high above its head, gripping it with both hands, and wielding it like a colossal club, sweeping it in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind followed the club's swing. Wherever it passed, trees snapped and crashed with loud cracks, leaves scattering wildly in the air. Boom! 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 Countless trees were struck by the madly flailing club in Zhu Bei's hands, producing deafening impacts that threw the forest into utter chaos. After Zhu Bei's frenzied flurry of blows, the area within 100 meters was reduced to a barren clearing. Felled trees lay broken, and splintered leaf fragments scattered across the ground. With such an open field of vision, Zhu Bei was brimming with confidence, certain no one could ambush him now. Come on, let's see you try to sneak up on me now. It planted its hands on its hips, threw its head back, and roared with laughter, the sound echoing through the empty woods. The next second, the laughter ceased abruptly. Zhu Bei's keen hearing caught a faint, crackling sound of electric current. Its eyes flew wide open as countless arcs of electricity, as if alive, writhed and snaked toward it with terrifying speed, surging up its limbs and into its very mind. Buzz! Zhu Bei's mind went completely blank, its body turning limp and powerless. Thick white smoke billowed from its formidable frame, and the acrid stench of burning filled the air. Its once pristine snow-white fur was instantly scorched black, and its limbs collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing the ape sprawled helplessly with smoke rising from its body, Long Jian judged it to be on its last legs. Seizing the opportunity, he bellowed, "Materialize." A colossal dragon-shaped shadow burst into existence at his command, swiftly engulfing the dying Zhu Bai entirely. Long Jian's form loomed ever larger, his body now exceeding 8 meters in length, like an ancient god descending to overshadow the heavens. In comparison, the ape seemed as pitiful and insignificant as a tattered ragdoll. Long Jian opened his massive maw, emitting a deep, gurgling sound, as a powerful suction force instantly formed, pulling the broken trees of the forest into his mouth. Zhu Bai on the ground began to float upward with the current drifting toward Long Jian's gaping jaws. Just as it was about to be devoured, its hands trembled slightly, then clenched tightly into 2 enormous fists. Boom! A heavy punch slammed into Long Jian's jaw with a thunderous impact. Wincing in pain, the suction force vanished instantly, and Zhu Bai crashed back to the ground. "It's you." Zhu Bai looked up at the towering dragon before him, a look of utter astonishment on its face. Just a year ago, this was the little dragon trembling behind a tree stump. Now it had transformed into a massive dragon at the core formation stage, its size and strength having grown by leaps and bounds. Zhu Bai could hardly believe it. Long Jian bared his teeth in pain, spitting out a wad of dragon saliva, and growled resentfully. "You sneaky little white ape. Quite the cunning act. Playing dead on me. How dare you? It was you, that treacherous dragon, who ambushed me first." Zhu Bai roared in fury, its eyes slowly turning bloodshot. "If you've got the guts, fight me in close combat, one-on-one, and we'll see who's stronger." Long Jian's battle spirit ignited at the challenge, and he agreed with bold bravado. "Fine. One-on-one it is." Since awakening the Thunder Dragon bloodline, he hadn't yet tested how much stronger this body had become. Long Jian bared his teeth in pain, spitting out a wad of dragon saliva, and growled resentfully. "You sneak." It thought to itself, "This dragon is truly foolish." It had never lost a contest of raw strength. In this forest, it was utterly unbeatable. The next moment, Zhu Bai pounded its chest twice with thunderous thuds, every strand of white fur standing on end, each bristling with fighting spirit. Its eyes blazing red, it launched itself like a cannonball straight at Long Jian, its arms transforming into iron weapons, raining down a barrage of wild blows and jabs. Each punch whistled through the air, intent on severely injuring this arrogant dragon. Long Jian stood his ground, calmly channeling his demonic energy into the scales across his body to bolster his defenses. Iron Cannon Fist. With a fierce shout, Zhu Bai's right fist flashed with red light and slammed into Long Jian's abdomen with a resounding boom. Zhu Bai retracted its fist and leaped back, gracefully striking the pose of a martial arts grandmaster, and said with supreme smugness, "You should be honored to have taken so many of my punches. Now fall down already. Stop pretending you're still standing." Long Jian was utterly baffled. Despite all the punishment the white ape had dished out, Long Jian felt as relaxed as if he'd just had a back massage at a spa, his entire body and mind at ease. The only annoyance was that this ape was even more of a show-off than he was. Why won't you fall?" Zhu Bai's bloodshot eyes bulged in disbelief as it scrutinized Long Jian from head to toe. Its entire combo had failed to leave a single scratch on the dragon. A sheer humiliation. Long Jian planted his claws on his hips and sneered, "Little white ape, those punches of yours actually felt pretty good. Just a bit lacking in power. Now it's my turn, don't you think?" No sooner had he spoken than he lashed out with his thick, powerful tail. Whap! Zhu Bai had no time to react before the blow struck square in its chest. Boom! With a thunderous crash, its entire body was sent flying backward like an arrow loosed from a bow. It smashed through over a dozen sturdy trees in the forest before finally slowing to a halt. In the end, its body was embedded deep into the trunk of the last tree, completely stuck. "Hell, one move, and you're done for." "Pathetic," Long Jian sneered as he slowly approached the ape trapped in the tree. Zhu Bai struggled to wrench itself free from the trunk, its body covered in wounds, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner. It forced itself to stand, its expression grave as it declared, "Good. Very good. You are the most formidable opponent I have ever faced." Long Jian's respect for it immediately soared. He thought the white ape had real backbone. To still force itself up after being beaten like that. Putting himself in its shoes, he would have already fled in terror. The very next second, Long Jian's admiration was thoroughly slapped out of him. Zhu Bai slammed to its knees with a loud thud, wailing pitifully, "Spare me, great king. I was wrong. I have an 80-year-old mother at home and hungry children crying for food. Please have mercy and don't kill me." Long Jian was dumbfounded, the ape's earlier brave image shattering instantly. He was at a loss for words. Damn. What a cowardly piece of trash. Killing it now would only dirty his dragon claws. "What's in it for me if I let you live?" Long Jian asked coldly. "Great king, if you spare me, I'll be your loyal underling forever. If you say go east, I won't dare go west." Zhu Bai kowtowed repeatedly, and seeing a demon ape act so human was utterly absurd. It even rattled off a whole string of pleas for mercy, which made Long Jian think it might have some use after all. His dragon god mark had the ability to permanently brand other beings as his servants. Besides, his lair was short on combat power. With this ape at the early core formation stage, it would make a decent guard. Long Jian pondered for a moment, then grinned wickedly. "Fine, I'll spare your life. But you must be my servant forever." With that, he extended his dragon claw and branded a dragon-shaped mark onto Zhu Bai's forehead. Zhu Bai felt a searing pain, as if burning, the mark firmly binding its very life to the dragon's will. "My king, where are you headed?" Zhu Bei's voice echoed through the forest as his towering, robust frame nimbly wove between the trees, his powerful arms swinging effortlessly from branch to branch. Long Jian glanced back and said calmly, "This king is going to daunt you a mountain." Hearing this, Zhu Bai was instantly thrown into a panic, nearly slamming headfirst into a tree. "My king, have you lost your mind? Those she-demons of Danshua Mountain are crazed women who specialize in chopping off the family jewels of us male demons." Long Jian was left utterly speechless, never having imagined that Feng Ying harbored such a peculiar pastime. He offered a faint smile and said with composure, "Rest assured, the ruler of Danshua Mountain is this king's wife. With me around, your life is guaranteed safe." Zhu Bai exclaimed in astonishment, "My king, you must be joking. The ruler of Danshua Mountain is a ferocious phoenix with a notoriously fiery temper. Last time I passed through, she shot out flames and scorched every last hair off my rear. How could you possibly have tamed her? I simply don't believe it." He shook his head. Long Jian let out a cold snort, two plumes of white smoke billowing from his nostrils. "Why would this king deceive you? We'll be there soon, and then we'll have that phoenix queen pour tea, fetch water, and massage this king's shoulders and legs." Seeing Long Jian's earnest expression, Zhu Bai took him at his word and nodded vigorously, showering him with flattery. "Indeed, our king is mighty and awe-inspiring, a true paragon for all male demons." Zhu Bei's sycophantic praise lifted Long Jian's spirits, and the two demons continued chatting idly as they journeyed on. Through their conversation, Long Jian indirectly learned of Zhu Bei's origins. As Zhu Bai spoke of his past, a thin layer of mist welled up in his round eyes, and his tone grew melancholic and wistful. In his youth, he had been captured by a cultivator and raised within their sect. Later, that sect was annihilated by a rival force, and he managed to escape amidst the chaos. Alone, the ape had traveled tirelessly, crossing mountains and valleys, until he finally returned to his homeland, the myriad demon mountains. Having spent his formative years among humans, his manner of speech and thought patterns were remarkably human-like. Long Jian reckoned this white ape was a hidden gem. With time and proper nurturing, he would make a formidable demon general. Before long, the full expanse of Danshua Mountain came into view. Long Jian and Zhu Bai stood on the hillside, gazing upon a towering, layered range of crimson peaks. As they drew closer, they noticed the mountain was sparsely vegetated, dotted only with occasional green trees and shrubs. But what truly commanded attention was the colossal ancient parasol tree at the summit. It soared into the clouds like a naturally grown wooden tower, its trunk a solid 3 meters thick with roots sprawling outward like a small hill. Its lush, verdant canopy spread like a natural giant umbrella, blotting out the sun and sky. Long Jian's eyes widened, his mouth agape in awe. He had never seen such a towering parasol tree and was instantly struck by the magnificent sight of this 1,000-year-old giant. Zhu Bai too stared unblinkingly at the ancient tree, letting out a sigh. What a grand tree. Too bad it doesn't bear. Just as Long Jian and Zhu Bai stood transfixed, gazing up at the ancient tree, a sudden chorus of chirping and squawking erupted from above. The two demons looked up to see over a dozen bird demons of various shapes and sizes swooping down, with flapping wings, landing in a neat row on the ground not far from Zhu Bai. At the head of the flock was a massive, golden-winged eagle. Its eyes bulged wide as it glared fiercely at Zhu Bai, its sharp beak opening and closing as it let out a menacing cry. "What ignorant wild monkey dares to trespass upon our Phoenix Queen's territory?" Long Jian was startled by this, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the golden eagle as the one he had saved previously. Unexpectedly, not only had its wounds healed, but its cultivation had also improved considerably, having advanced from the mid to late stage of the spirit connection realm. Its body had grown much larger, though its attitude remained entirely unchanged. Unfortunately, with its current cultivation, it was still unable to perceive Long Jian in his dragon soul form. Zhu Bai ignored the golden eagle's interrogation, merely casting a sidelong glance at it, before shifting his gaze to Long Jian, adopting an expression of one ready to watch the ensuing spectacle. Seeing Zhu Bai's non-response, the golden eagle became even more arrogant. "Hey, I'm talking to you, you wild monkey. Are you deaf?" The other bird demons burst into mocking laughter, seemingly echoing the golden eagle's taunts aimed at humiliating Zhu Bai. Zhu Bai's mouth twitched involuntarily, fury burning in his heart. Were it not for the king's presence, he would have already charged forward to teach these insolent hens a lesson. Long Jian listened to the golden eagle's mockery, thinking that his previous lesson had clearly been wasted, and that it was time for another round of discipline. His expression turning serious, he stealthily flexed his solid, powerful dragon tail, and gradually moved it to hover directly above the golden eagle. Then he silently chanted in his mind, "System materialize." With a heavy thud, the golden eagle let out a piercing shriek. His colossal dragon form plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on top of the golden eagle and crushing it into a dazed, dizzy mess. The other bird demons, terrified out of their wits by the sudden appearance of the massive dragon, scattered into the sky in a flurry of wings, their thoughts of rescuing the golden eagle completely forgotten. Witnessing this, Zhu Bai clapped his hands in delight and burst into raucous laughter. "Ha! You little golden bird, you were the most arrogant. Now you know the might of our king." The golden eagle strained to roll its eyes upward, glaring at the behemoth pressing down upon it. Recognizing the troublesome dragon from before, it immediately shouted in fury, "It's you again, you rotten dragon. Get off me now." Its voice was weak and feeble, strained by the excruciating pain. "You say get off, and I get off. Then what about my dignity as king?" Long Jian wore a mischievous grin, preparing to properly discipline the golden eagle. At that moment, a clear soaring phoenix cry rang out from the direction of the mountain peak. Ing. The sound was crisp and melodious, yet brimming with authority and intimidation, carrying an undercurrent of palpable fury. Long Jian's heart tightened, and he inwardly cursed. That voice seemed to belong to the Phoenix Queen Fengying. It meant she was witnessing this very scene. He quickly retracted his dragon tail from the golden eagle, allowing her to get up. Whoa! The golden eagle, finally freed, let out a pained whimper, shook out her feathers, and flapped her wings unsteadily as she flew away. Before leaving, she turned back and huffed angrily. Don't you dare leave. Our Phoenix Queen will come and deal with you. The king is mighty and awe-inspiring. You made that little golden bird cry in one go. Zhu Bai roared with laughter, giving Long Jian a thumbs up in continuous praise. Enough talk, follow me inside. Long Jian's gaze was fixed firmly on the mountain peak. He could sense a dragon offspring linked to him by blood upon that ancient parasol tree. Zhu Bai flashed a set of gleaming white teeth. Right away. And so the two demons ventured deep into Danshua Mountain, passing countless bird demons along the way, all of whom stopped to stare at Zhu Bai. Zhu Bai's face turned pale, and he felt a phantom ache in his groin, terrified that his precious parts might be severed by these bird demons. He muttered under his breath, "My king, could you perhaps show yourself? I'm feeling a bit vulnerable here alone." "What's there to fear? This king is here. These bird demons wouldn't dare touch you. See, they're only looking." Long Jian's dragon soul rested securely upon Zhu Bai's shoulder. "All right then." Zhu Bai took a deep breath and strode forward with large steps, 1-2, like the gait of a demon. The surrounding bird demons shot murderous glares, as if ready to pounce and devour this audacious white ape alive. Soon Long Jian and Zhu Bai arrived beneath the wudong tree. Thick roots sprawled in every direction, piled high with the bones and fur of countless animals. A massive snake's shed skin lay spread across the ground, its jade-green scales glinting with an eerie sheen under the sunlight. Long Jian examined it closely, a nagging sense of familiarity tugging at his mind, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Just as he was pondering, a woman's melodious voice suddenly drifted down from the canopy. "Long Jian, come here." Her tone carried a hint of seductive charm, yet its calmness was unexpectedly composed. "Zhu Bai, wait here for me. Don't wander off," Long Jian instructed. "Yes, my king." Zhu Bai plopped down on the ground, picked up a bleached thigh bone from the pile, and began gnawing on it with loud crunches. Long Jian flapped his wings and soared into the canopy, intent on meeting Fengying. As he wove through layers of leaves and dense branches, an astonishing sight unfolded before his eyes. Nestled amidst the chaotic treetops stood a small, sturdy treehouse. At the railing by its entrance, a woman leaned, a pair of enchanting phoenix-shaped eyes fixed upon Long Jian, their gaze brimming with both resentment and a subtle, alluring invitation. This was the first time Long Jian had seen Fengying's human form, and he had never imagined her figure could be so striking and seductive. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Long Jian beat his dragon wings and flew up to hover before Fengying. She, however, remained utterly oblivious to his lecherous stare. She raised her hand, and a blazing torrent of fire surged forth, instantly engulfing Long Jian's dragon soul. Even in his spectral form, he could feel the searing heat as if it threatened to melt him into nothingness. Yet strangely, the flames did not ignite a single branch or leaf. Long Jian realized this fire was likely specifically designed to counter spiritual entities. Fengying spoke coldly. "Why did you do such a thing to me that day? If you cannot give me a satisfactory reason, I will melt you with this flame." "Huh?" Long Jian was utterly bewildered. "Fengying, what are you talking about?" "Oomph." She merely let out a cold snort, then abruptly tightened the flames around him. The scorching fire instantly bored several holes through his dragon soul, sending excruciating pain searing through him. Cold sweat broke out on Long Jian's brow, yet he offered no resistance, unwilling to make an enemy of Fengying. "Still can't remember?" Fengying pressed on. Stop. I remember now." Long Jian suddenly realized she must be referring to the time he healed her. But he was baffled. Why hadn't she been furious back then? Could it be that she was emotionally unstable after laying the egg? "Good, since you remember, speak." Fengying released the flames, granting Long Jian a brief moment to catch his breath. "Didn't you say it yourself back then? You'd do anything to save your life." Long Jian recounted her own words from that time. Fengying, who was still fuming, felt her anger subside significantly upon hearing this. The words sounded familiar indeed. It seemed she had actually said them. For the situation had been dire then. She was gravely injured and her mind had been hazy. "Fine. Fengying admitted reluctantly, then asked, "But why did you have to do that with me? Does your healing art truly require such a thing?" "Of course it does," Long Jian declared recklessly. "Pak." Fengying spat, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. "You have no shame." She grew angry again, clenching her fists as if about to flare up once more. Seeing this, Long Jian quickly raised a claw. "I swear to you, if I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by 5 thunderbolts and die without a burial place." Fengying was both furious and embarrassed, momentarily lost for words. Angry because his reasoning seemed not entirely without merit, and embarrassed because the wretch clearly harbored thoughts of getting intimate with her again. Just as Long Jian was about to speak further, a loud wah-wah crying erupted from within the treehouse. Hearing the sound, Fengying rushed anxiously back into the treehouse, completely forgetting about Long Jian, who was still enveloped in flames. "Fengying, let me out first. I want to see my child too," Long Jian shouted from outside. After a moment, Fengying emerged holding a small dragon cub. The cub resembled both a bird and a dragon, its vibrant wings a perfect inheritance from Feng Ying. Its big round eyes gazed curiously at the novel world around it. Then its gaze settled upon Long Jian, staring at him with rapt attention. The moment the little cub laid eyes on Long Jian, it felt an innate sense of kinship. It broke free from its mother's embrace, and flapping its still clumsy little wings wobbled its way toward Long Jian. Be careful. Fearing for her child's safety, Feng Ying swiftly withdrew the flames, enveloping Long Jian. Freed at last, Long Jian immediately shifted into his physical form, deliberately shrinking his massive dragon body to a mere meter in length, and gently scooped up the little one with his foreclaws. The little cub nuzzled affectionately against Long Jian's cool scales, letting out adorable purring sounds. Feng Ying, have you given it a name? Long Jian teased the little creature playfully with his claw. Feng Ying watched the interaction between Long Jian and the child, her eyes no longer holding the earlier fury, replaced instead by a tender, loving smile. Then let me name it. Little one, from now on you shall be called Chao Feng. Long Jian gently stroked the top of the little dragon cub's head. Chao Feng was visibly delighted at the name, opening its tiny mouth to spout a few puffs of sparks that burst in the air like, if you have nothing urgent, let's set off now. Long Jian said, still worried about his harem back home. Feng Ying remained silent. The walls of the room were adorned with several unknown stones, emitting a faint pale yellow light. In the center there was a massive bird's nest, round in shape and woven from branches and vines. The nest was filled with colorful feathers, soft and warm, resembling a natural woolen mattress. Chao Feng curled up inside the nest, resting her head on her wings, her entire body relaxed as she drifted off to sleep. Long Jian and Feng Ying exchanged glances, and Feng Ying once again resumed her previous indifferent expression, speaking in a crisp voice, let's go outside to talk. All right. Long Jian readily agreed. As soon as he spoke, Feng Ying transformed her beautiful phoenix form, spreading its wings as she flew out. Countless bird demons, upon seeing the appearance of the phoenix lord, immediately let out loud and cheerful bird calls, warmly welcoming their sovereign. This was the legendary 10,000 birds facing the phoenix. Zhu Bai, who was gnawing on bones to pass the time, saw the master of Danshua Mountain appear, but did not see his king Long Jian. He was instantly struck with fear, thinking that Long Jian had been killed by the Phoenix Queen. He roared, Phoenix, what have you done to our king? Feng Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she coldly shot a glance at Zhu Bai, her disdain evident. In her heart, all male demons deserve to die. He is already dead, Feng Ying said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bai immediately howled in grief, my king, you died so tragically. I have long said that the female demons of Danshua Mountain are all no good, but you never believed me. He even shamelessly boasted that the Phoenix Queen was your wife. The nearby little bird demons listened and began to murmur quietly among themselves, what does the monkey mean by wife? I don't know. I know. I heard it's a term humans use for their spouses. This monkey is too arrogant. How dare he insult our noble Phoenix Queen? Immediately, all the little bird demons revealed angry expressions. In their hearts, the Phoenix Queen held an unparalleled status. How could she possibly lower herself to be someone else's wife? Suddenly, a massive white dragon shadow shot up from the depths of the treetops, its silver-white scales shimmering in the sunlight. With an enormous pair of wings, it blotted out the sun, casting a vast shadow on the ground. What are you howling about? This king is still very much alive. Long Jian appeared majestically, roaring thunderously at Zhu Bai, simultaneously intimidating the bird soldiers under Feng Ying. Rumors about Long Jian had already spread among the bird demons in private. Months ago, Feng Ying was captured by cultivators, but was said to have been rescued by another great demon. Returning to Danshua Mountain shortly thereafter, she laid an egg. But the identity of the egg's father has always been a topic of much speculation. Not long ago, that egg finally hatched, and an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The clouds in the sky gathered into the shape of a dragon, and the air was filled with the echoes of dragon roars. Now, witnessing the appearance of a dragon again, the facts were laid bare before them. Their esteemed lady Feng Ying had indeed united with a dragon. This revelation caused an uproar among countless bird demons. In no time, various bird calls rose and fell, creating a scene of utter chaos. Zhu Bai, seeing his king Long Jian safe and sound, immediately changed his tone smilingly, saying, my king, it turns out everything you said was true. This phoenix truly is your wife. To have such a beautiful and powerful wife, my king, you are truly blessed. Feng Ying felt a mix of aversion and delight upon hearing Zhu Bai's words. She stole a glance at Long Jian's robust figure, so strong and healthy, any other female demon would surely wish to be Long Jian's wife. Because in the world of demon beasts, the more robust and powerful a male demon is, the more they can win the hearts of female. However, Feng Ying was a dominant female demon. She did not wish to always depend on a male demon and wanted to rely on her own formidable strength to dominate her own territory. Everyone stepped back. Feng Ying shouted loudly at the crowd of chattering bird demons. Upon hearing her words, the bird demons fell silent, not daring to stay, and scattered away. And you? Feng Ying's gaze was like lightning directed at Zhu Bai, who trembled in fear. Zhu Bai awkwardly looked at Long Jian, who signaled him to leave with his eyes. Receiving the king's command, Zhu Bai decisively leaped up and whoosh shot straight into the dense forest nearby. Long Jian wore a flattering smile, transforming into a stream of dragon essence, his massive form vanishing without a trace. The few little bird demons watching were left dumbfounded, utterly shocked by the miraculous powers demonstrated by Long Jian. What kind of profound magic was this capable of vanishing at will, leaving not even a trace of breath to be detected? Feng Ying slowly paced around the ancient parasol tree. The golden bird feet trod upon the ground littered with white bones, forming a stark contrast with the deathly scene. Speak, what is it that you seek from me this time? She knew very well that with Long Jian's character, he would not simply visit to... Long Jian followed closely beside Feng Ying, stating seriously, I want you to do me a favor. I want help. Feng Ying rejected him outright, without even letting him finish. How can you go back on your word? Didn't you say you owed me a favor last time? Long Jian reminded her. Feng Ying certainly... She felt a bit annoyed, wondering how she had been so foolish back then, not only losing her innocence, but also giving him a child, and now she owed him a debt of gratitude. Thinking of this, she was so furious that she wished to burn Long Jian to ashes with her samadhi true fire. Alright, I will return your favor, but I will only help you this once. Feng Ying could only grit her teeth and agree, but the premise is that it must be something I can do. If I can't do it, our favor will be settled. No problem. Long Jian agreed readily, saying, I need your help with something simple. Just go with me to the depths of the dead water marsh, and help me destroy the statue there. Statue. Feng Ying was somewhat puzzled. She was not unfamiliar with that place, but she had never heard of any statues in the Deadwater Marsh. Seeing that Feng Ying was confused, Long Jian quickly explained, inside the Deadwater Marsh, there are many stone frog statues that will attack any creature that comes near. I want to leverage your formidable strength to see if we can destroy those statues. Alright, when do we set out? Although Feng Ying felt a bit lost, she was not worried at all about some damned statue. Now Feng Ying's strength was already approaching the mid-stage of transformation. Even if Gu Daozu were to come again, she could easily defeat him. If you have nothing urgent, let's set off now. Long Jian said, still worried about his harem back home. Feng Ying remained silent, merely glancing up at the dense canopy above. Long Jian understood at once and chuckled. You're worried about Xiaofeng, aren't you? Then bring it along to my place. No need. He'll have Xiao Jin look after it. Feng Ying shook her head and let out a short, crisp phoenix cry toward the forest nearby. A great eagle with golden feathers soared out from the woods, bowing its head respectfully. Phoenix King, what is your command? It was Xiao Jin, the golden eagle, who could not perceive Long Jian's dragon soul form in his current state. I'm going away for a while. Take good care of the young master for me, Feng Ying instructed. Understood. I will protect the young master with my life and never let any harm befall it. Xiao Jin acknowledged. Feng Ying nodded in satisfaction, trusting Xiao Jin completely. After rescuing it during her travels, the golden eagle had pledged its loyalty to repay her kindness, becoming one of her demon generals. Having settled everything, Feng Ying spread her wings and soared into the blue sky, leaving a trail of resplendent light as she flew into the distance. Long Jian looked up at her fading figure, then quickly used the dragon god mark to locate Zhu Bai, who was busy picking fruits in the forest. Hey, still eating? Come home with me now. Long Jian found Zhu Bai and scolded him. Coming, my king. Wait for me. Zhu Bai, clutching a large bunch of spirit fruits that resembled bananas, stuffed them into his mouth as he ran. Several hours later, Feng Ying folded her wings and descended gently to the ground. Ahead, a torrential waterfall cascaded down from a great height, its rushing waters thundering like rolling drums. Beneath the waterfall stood a cluster of exquisite wooden cabins shrouded in thin mist that lent them an air of mystery. By the riverbank, a herd of rhinos grazed leisurely, occasionally letting out deep guttural bellows. A faint scent of wild beasts lingered in the air, and shadows of wolf demons flickered briefly among the thickets. Long Jian landed steadily and came to a stop beside Feng Ying. In his dragon soul form, he felt not the slightest trace of fatigue from the flight. This stood in stark contrast to Zhu Bai, who was panting heavily. Sticking out his tongue, he complained, Boss, can't your lady fly a bit slower? I'm about to die of exhaustion. Don't call me your lady, Feng Ying said coldly, her tone dripping with arrogance as she deliberately raised her chin in displeasure. Long Jian secretly smirked, admiring Feng Ying's sharp tongue and soft heart. Outwardly fierce and domineering, she was gentle and tender at her core. Once a woman like her was won over, she would remain utterly devoted to him. Ahead is my home. Those are all mine. Long Jian began cheerfully, but his voice faltered mid-sentence as a thought struck him, leaving him paused for a heartbeat. You're what? Feng Ying caught his hesitation sharply and pressed him with a questioning glare. Long Jian, having already spoken, was not one to back down. He forced himself to continue. They are all my concubines. He covertly studied Feng Ying's reaction. Her phoenix eyes smoldered with rising fury, yet she uttered not a single word. Just then Zhu Bai interjected. Our king is truly formidable. With so many wives, can your body handle it? Enraged and embarrassed, Long Jian spat out a bolt of lightning that struck Zhu Bai's rear. Scram, he roared. With a yelp of pain, Zhu Bai clutched his backside and rolled away. She focused her senses and detected a powerful sense of danger. Her instincts screamed that an unknown peril lurked, but Feng Ying abruptly halted, refusing to take another step. She focused her senses and detected a powerful sense of danger. Her instincts screamed that an unknown peril lurked beneath the waterfall, as if warning her that entering that area would spell certain doom. I won't go in. Let's head straight to the dead swamp. Feng Ying refused decisively, intending to bypass this area. Long Jian assumed she was merely being stubborn and didn't press the matter, thinking she was just shy. He turned to Zhu Bai and commanded, Come follow me inside. I have a task for you. Unexpectedly, Zhu Bai also shook his head, frantically shouting, Boss, I dare not go in. What's going on with you two? Why won't either of you go in? Is there some monster inside? Long Jian asked, baffled. He had lived here for over a year, and the waterfall was perfect. I have a task for you. Unexpectedly, Zhu Bai also shook his head, frantically shouting, "Boss." Zhu Bai asked in astonishment, "Boss, can't you sense that aura?" Only then did Long Jian vaguely perceive something sinister. "What aura?" At a loss for words, Zhu Bai drew a finger across his throat, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue in a grimace. Long Jian suddenly understood and looked at Feng Ying. "Is this why you don't want to go in either?" Feng Ying nodded slightly. She hadn't mentioned it before, too proud to admit that even she who believed herself invincible sensed deadly danger from such a mere waterfall. Her pride wouldn't allow her to confess such a thing. A monkey who had reached the core formation stage and a phoenix in her transformation stage both dared not enter. Yet he could remain safe and sound. It was utterly baffling. Long Jian racked his brain for an answer, but couldn't fathom. He even suspected the system was behind it, but quickly dismissed that thought. The system had never spoken a word since its bindings seeming rather rigid and unresponsive. So Long Jian turned to the two demons beside him for answers. "Where exactly is this aura?" "It's in the abyss beneath the waterfall." Feng Ying pinpointed its precise location without hesitation. Zhu Bai, however, could only sense the overall danger of the area, but couldn't pinpoint it like Feng Ying, likely due to the gap in their cultivation levels. Beneath the waterfall. Long Jian was taken aback. He had indeed never explored what lay hidden beneath the falls. This also confirmed his earlier suspicion, that the area below the waterfall was likely the territory of some great demon. That would explain why, despite living here so long, he had never once seen that great demon appear. So the secret lay hidden beneath the waterfall. "Feng Ying, could you describe in detail what kind of aura it is?" Long Jian asked, filled with doubt, curiosity, and a Feng Ying furrowed her elegant brows and described it vaguely. "It's cold and decaying, mixed with the rusty scent of blood and a deep, profound malice." Hearing this, Long Jian couldn't help but shudder, his wariness growing. Such a terrifying entity had been living alongside him all this time, without his notice. What exactly lies hidden beneath the waterfall? Learning from Feng Ying that a monster lurked beneath the waterfall, Long Jian felt a flicker of unease. His primary concern was the safety of his precious harem. Every female beast was a vital strategic asset to him, capable of providing a multitude of offspring. To ascertain whether the monster beneath the falls would emerge, Long Jian smacked Zhu Bai on the head with his tail and commanded, "Zhu Bai, you go in and scout ahead." "My king, you can't do this to me." The usually formidable Zhu Bai's legs turned to jelly, terrified of being devoured the moment he entered. "I command you to go, so go." Long Jian urged again, the dragon-shaped mark on his forehead blazing with intense light. As Long Jian's loyal attendant, Zhu Bai could not defy his master's order. "Final, risk it." Zhu Bai gritted his teeth, putting on a brave face as he charged towards the waterfall. A female rhinoceros grazing by the river saw the large ape intruding on their territory and let out furious bellows. The young white rhinoceros appeared at the sound, a crescent blade of moonlight condensing on its horn and slashing towards Zhu Bai. The cowardly Zhu Bai stumbled and fell flat on his face, the moonlight blade grazing just over his head and shearing off a few strands of hair. Zhu Bai wasn't afraid of the young rhino. He was terrified that the monster under the waterfall would suddenly appear. He curled up on the ground, clutching his head and refusing to move, looking like a scared turtle. "See, Zhu Bai is perfectly fine. Let's go," Long Jian said, looking at Feng Ying, who radiated a colorful. Feng Ying let out a cold snort, seemingly disdainful of Long Jian's callous behavior. Then she straightened her elegant long neck, spread her magnificent plumage, and followed Long Jian into the area with light, graceful steps. The chilling, murderous aura still lingered, but it did not attack Feng Ying. Long Jian stepped forward to negotiate with the young white rhinoceros, taking the opportunity to introduce Feng Ying to it and Xian Yu. The simple and innocent young rhino didn't mind Long Jian adding to his harem. In fact, it was happy for him, and wanted to chat with the new sister Feng Ying, only to be met with her cold, indifferent gaze. Xian Yu, being clever, immediately complimented Feng Ying. "Sister Feng, you are so beautiful. You must be exhausted from traveling with Lord Long Jian. I just caught some fresh plump fish, let's have a taste together." "Thank you, but I'm not hungry." Feng Ying's tone softened slightly. Long Jian stood by, unsure what to say. This was the first time he had ever experienced what could be called a battlefield of women. Zhu Bai, hearing this, tried to interject. "First sister, second sister, third sister, if you're not eating I will. I'm starving." Before he could finish, Feng Ying kicked him flying several meters away, snarling, "Interrupt again, and I'll cut out your tongue." Terrified, Zhu Bai rolled on the ground, scrambled up, and hid behind Long Jian, not daring to make another sound. "All right, enough. Let's rest for a bit." Long Jian interrupted the commotion. Zhu Bai obediently followed Xian Yu. The young white rhinoceros led Feng Ying to rest. Long Jian, restless, went alone to the base of the waterfall. The roaring river plunged vertically from the 30-meter-high cliff, striking the piled boulders below and sending up sprays of silver-white foam amidst a thunderous roar. The water crashed into the emerald pool below, creating layer upon layer of ripples. The pool spread outward, extending into a winding river that flowed gently through the mountains. Long Jian stood at the edge of the pool, concentrating for a long time. Finally, summoning his courage, he took a deep breath and dove headfirst into the water. A golden dragon soul carved an elegant arc across the calm surface, not even disturbing a single ripple. After diving to a depth of about a dozen meters, Long Jian could still see some fish swimming happily around him. Looking at these lively little creatures, he wondered if a monster truly lurked beneath. He continued to descend, diving until the surroundings became dim. When total darkness enveloped him, Long Jian could no longer see anything, feeling only an unfathomable abyss around him, which instilled a nameless fear in his heart. Long Jian twisted his body warily, his golden eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Just then a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly ignited in the deepest part of the gloom. The sudden eerie sight scared the wits out of Long Jian. His tail thrashed uncontrollably as he desperately swam upwards. So Feng Ying was telling the truth. This is exactly the feeling. After reaching the shore, Long Jian collapsed onto a nearby rock, gasping for breath. Recalling those fierce red eyes, he sensed an endless rage and madness that seemed ready to devour any creature that. At the same time, Long Jian felt something was off. The owner of those blood-red eyes had clearly seen him, so why didn't it come up to attack him? Moreover, Long Jian had lived in this area for so long, and had never once seen that monster appear. It seemed as if it deliberately allowed him to stay here, avoiding any conflict with him. Long Jian stared at the surging waterfall, lost in deep thought. The reason for this was beyond his comprehension for now. He shook his golden horns, and decided to first resolve the matters in the stagnant swamp before investigating the secrets beneath the waterfall. Long Jian took one last look at the deep emerald pool, then turned and spread his wings, flying towards where Feng Ying was resting. Upon arriving, he saw Feng Ying playing with his two dragon sons Qionyou and Yizi. The two adorable dragon cubs, seeing the golden phoenix, frolicked joyfully around her delicate feet. When Feng Ying saw Long Jian flying over, her expression turned cold again. She turned her head away, continuing to amuse the two little ones, gently stroking their heads with her crimson wings. "Feng Ying, why don't you move in and live with me?" Long Jian invited. Feng Ying didn't answer directly, but slowly recited an obscure ancient proverb. "The phoenix perches not, but on the wutong tree eats not, but the bamboo seed drinks not, but the sweet spring." Long Jian immediately understood Feng Ying's meaning. In plain terms, a phoenix only rests on the wudong tree, only eats the fruit of bamboo, and only drinks from sweet springs. Unless he moved that wudong tree over, Feng Ying would never agree to live with him. "Fine, I won't force you." Long Jian was utterly exasperated. This woman was truly difficult to deal with. About half an hour passed. Seeing that Feng Ying had rested enough, Long Jian turned to the well-fed Zhu Bai and instructed sternly, "You guard the home well. If anything happens to your two mistresses, I'll skin you alive." Zhu Bai nodded, frantically scratching his head and vowing, "Yes, my king. I swear on my life that I won't let any harm come to the mistresses." "Lord Long Jian, safe travels." Xiao Baishi and Xianyu said with worried expressions. After bidding farewell to his harem, once more Long Jian spread his wings alongside Feng Ying and flew towards the perilous stagnant swamp. A dragon and a phoenix revisited their old haunt, arriving at the edge of the Deadwater Marsh. Nearly half a year had passed, yet the land remained a scorched and desolate sight. This was the very place where Long Jian had once undergone his tribulation. The disciples of the demon spirit sect who perished here had long since turned to ash, leaving only scattered bones half buried beneath the soil. Feng Ying's ruby-red phoenix eyes flickered with complex emotions as she faintly recalled the scene of her union with Long Jian here that day. A delicate blush spread across her beautiful face, and she was too shy to meet Long Jian's gaze. "Come on, let me show you." Long Jian set his eyes fixed firmly on the mist-shrouded Deadwater Marsh, his face alight with excitement and fervor. He was completely oblivious to Feng Ying's flushed cheeks. "All right," she whispered in reply, following behind him as they flew low over the marsh. This time Long Jian deliberately slowed his flight, frequently glancing back to check on Feng Ying, as if afraid she might encounter some mishap. Of course, this concern was entirely one-sided on his part. As powerful great demons in their transformation stage, their formidable demonic aura had already sent the low-tier beasts of the Deadwater Marsh trembling in fear. None dared to recklessly attack Feng Ying. Before long, the dragon and phoenix arrived safely at the central region of the Deadwater Marsh. Countless frog demons had gathered there, emitting an unpleasant damp stench that filled the air. Their bodies were covered in slimy green skin, their eyes glowing red, and they let out grating hissing sounds from time to time. These frog demons varied in size. Some were only as tall as a man, while others had grown to 2 or 3 meters. All of them were covered in bumps and unsightly boils on their skin. They crouched by the water's edge or on the marshy banks, their red eyes watching the sky with vigilance, as if guarding against some terrible invader. Up ahead are those strange stone statues I mentioned. You just need to help me destroy them. Long Jian halted his flight and spoke to Feng Ying beside him. "That's easy for you to say. With so many frog demons standing guard, destroying those statues is no simple task." Feng Ying shook her head in exasperation, wishing she could peck Long Jian's head with her beak. Unfortunately, Long Jian was currently in his dragon soul state, rendering any physical attack utterly useless. "What are you afraid of? Aren't you already in the transformation stage? The strongest of these frog demons is only at the early golden core stage, and the weakest are barely at the initial devouring realm. Your strength is more than enough, isn't it?" Long Jian said with absolute confidence. "Don't you know the saying, even ants can bite an elephant to death?" Feng Ying shot him a disdainful glance. Long Jian puffed out his chest. "Then he'll clear the path for you. Let's get rid of these frog demons first." Feng Ying nodded solemnly and said, "Fine, but you need to be careful yourself. My samad," he fired, "doesn't discriminate between friend and foe." "Oh my, I didn't expect you to care so much about me." Long Jian replied with a cheeky grin. "Humph." Feng Ying turned her head away, her gaze fixed on the grotesque frog demons as she spread her crimson wings ready for battle. Long Jian silently chanted, "Materialize." A rumbling dragon roar echoed as a massive true dragon 60 feet in length, with gleaming golden scales appeared before all. It emanated a vast, overwhelming presence like a moving mountain peak. The trees around it bent under its weight, cracking and groaning under the strain. Long Jian, having long since entered the golden core stage, had grown considerably in size, now several times more robust than when he first started out. His dragon body, nearly 2 meters wide, was as impenetrable as a city wall, coiled with muscles brimming with boundless power. Seeing this, the surrounding frog demons let out furious roars and launched a ferocious assault on Long Jian. However, their various spells barely scratched his dragon scales, causing no more than a slight tickling sensation. Seeing this, the surrounding frog demons let out furious roars and launched a ferocious assault on Long Jian. However, their various spells, Dragon's Roar Thunderclap. Long Jian bellowed, unleashing countless crackling bolts of lightning from his maw, bombarding the frog demons all around. The lightning exploded indiscriminately, instantly killing many of the weaker frog demons. However, some of the more powerful ones were completely unaffected. Instead, they extended their thick, slimy tongues and wrapped them around Long Jian. Feng Ying, stop gawking. Come help me attack them. Long Jian struggled, yanking at several frog tongues and flailing them around as he called for aid. I'm coming, what's the rush? Feng Ying replied, leisurely, a cold glint flashing in her ruby-red eyes. With a gentle flutter of her wings, countless sparks of fire rained down upon the marsh like a fiery downpour. Feng Ying didn't use her samadhi fire, but ordinary flames. Even so, it was enough to turn the scene below into a sea of fire in an instant. A large number of frog demons were scorched, letting out agonizing shrieks. Moments later, casualties were heavy, with countless frog demons floating belly up in the water. Long Jian abruptly opened his massive maw and in one breath devoured all the frog corpses, converting them into cultivation energy. Feng Ying let out a coquettish complaint. Why are you eating those frogs? It's so disgusting. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Long Jian said with a feigned smile, not elaborating further. After all, the devouring heaven ability was too shocking to reveal. The frog demons guarding this marsh had originally been numerous, but under the combined assault of Long Jian and Feng Ying, over half were dead or wounded in a short span of time. The remaining ones were still fighting, desperately vowing to protect their eggs. Long Jian had eaten his fill. His cultivation, which was originally around 1300 years, rapidly increased to about 1500 years. Soon the dragon and phoenix arrived before the strange stone statues. That golden egg emitted powerful energy fluctuations, clearly not the offspring of an ordinary demonic beast. But strangely, no parents were seen guarding it, only this group of bizarre stone statues. So you want that egg? Feng Ying glanced sideways at Long Jian, who was in his dragon soul form. Yes. Little Ying, I'm counting on you this time. Long Jian nodded with an ingratiating smile. Don't call me Little Ying, humph. Feng Ying let out a proud snort, fluttering her wings as she moved to the front. Just then the frog demon statues suddenly seemed to come alive. Their eyes shot out several beams of blood-red light, the sheer heat distorting the very air around them. Feng Ying remained completely calm. The colorful feathers atop her head shimmered with a dazzling luster. She opened her small beak and samadhi fire surged forth from her throat. The thick, blazing flames swept forward like a heat wave, colliding with the red beams from the statues in a thunderous explosion. The air was filled with the acrid smell of scorching and burning. Feng Ying's samadhi fire burned at an extremely high temperature, instantly heating the front row of statues until they glowed red and began to crack. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and with a flap of her wings, she unleashed an even greater torrent of flames, engulfing the statues completely. Long Jian, come and help too. Feng Ying called out sharply. Coming. Here I come. Long Jian swiftly circled behind Feng Ying, instantly materializing his form as a colossal true dragon body came into being. The massive dragon frame unfurled, its wings scales glistening with a metallic sheen under the firelight. What are you doing behind me? Feng Ying, suspecting Long Jian intended to take liberties while she was casting her spell, snapped with a blush, her voice trembling slightly with agitation. Didn't you ask for my help? I was planning to fan some wind behind you to stoke the flames. Long Jian blinked, his face he then quickly realized why Feng Ying was so tense and teased back. Your mind is too filthy. Do I look like that kind of demon? Enough talk. Just give me a hand. Feng Ying, embarrassed and fuming at her own misunderstanding, vented all her pent-up fury on the stone statues before her. She beat her wings, and the temperature of the samadhi fire soared to a new height. Long Jian dropped his playful expression, his eyes sharpening with focus as his countenance turned serious, and he immediately began to channel his divine power, summon wind and rain. Though it appeared as a single spell, it actually encompassed two separate abilities, summoning wind and summoning rain. Wind, arise. Long Jian swiped his claw mightily, and with a resounding whoosh, a violent gale erupted behind him. The towering trees scattered across the marshland swayed violently in the fierce wind. Leaves and branches scraped together with a rustling rasp, as if they might be torn up by the roots. The powerful gusts instantly fanned the samadhi fire Feng Ying had unleashed, making it blaze even higher and fiercer. The flames roared and howled in the wind, crackling and hissing as if they would ignite the entire sky. In that instant, most of the frog statues caught between Feng Ying's samadhi fire and the gale summoned by Long Jian were scorched red-hot, softened, and warped, emitting hissing and sizzling sounds as the acrid smell of burning filled the air. To avoid harming the eggs in the pond water, Feng Ying had not unleashed the full power of her samadhi fire. This allowed the other frog statues to remain intact. From the small holes at the base of the destroyed stone frogs, vast quantities of dark green gas hissed out, billowing and spreading like rolling foam. Damn, it's miasma. Any creature that touches this poisonous vapor is doomed. Feng Ying instantly recognized it as the most lethal toxin in the Deadwater Swamp and cried out, "Long Jian, we must flee." She immediately seized her flames, spread her wings, and soared high into the sky, rapidly escaping this death zone. You've got to be kidding. Who designed these statues? This is utterly treacherous. Long Jian spat out in frustration, and with no other choice, he deactivated his physical form, transforming into a dragon soul that trailed closely behind Feng Ying. Moments ago they had been so confident of victory, yet now their efforts had come to naught. Of course the creatures of the Deadwater Swamp had evolved various means of self-protection over time. Some surviving frog demons hastily spat out large bubbles, enveloping themselves entirely within the thin membrane to shield against the corrosive toxic fog. Other poisonous toads simply inhaled the green fumes greedily, seemingly treating them as a form of nourishment. High above Long Jian and Feng Ying soared side by side, gazing down at the Deadwater Swamp below. The pungent toxic smoke spread with visible speed, quickly shrouding a vast expanse of the marshland in an eerie green haze, a truly horrifying sight. Many beasts that had ventured into the swamp to forage cried out in terror and scrambled to flee, yet some that were too slow inhaled the poisonous fumes. They convulsed violently at first, then foamed at the mouth and soon collapsed dead. Their flesh rapidly rotted and dissolved under the corrosive mist until their bodies were completely decomposed and sank into the muddy bog. Such potent poison. Long Jian couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the scene. He then turned to Feng Ying, who was gliding through the air. Even at your current transformation stage cultivation, can you still not withstand the erosion of this toxic fog? Feng Ying shot him a disdainful glare and retorted, "Isn't that obvious? This poison seeps through every pore. I'm not a metal bird who can plug up every opening on my body." Long Jian let out a low chuckle, a lascivious glint flashing in his eyes. He knowingly replied, "Haha, you're right, Feng Ying. Indeed, it's impossible to block them all. After all, you have more than just one opening on your body." Naive Feng Ying didn't catch the double entendre in Long Jian's words. Hearing his lecherous laugh, she thought to herself that this perverted dragon must be thinking of something indecent again. She shot him a glare, ignored him, and continued, "For now we must wait for the poisonous fog to dissipate before we return to destroy the remaining stone frogs." She circled in the air, her gaze fixed on the Deadwater Swamp as she refined her next plan. This was exactly what Long Jian had been hoping for. Long Jian figured he could use this waiting period to deepen his bond with Feng Ying and cultivate their relationship. "How about this first return to my place to rest for a few days? Once the poison clears, well, come back to deal with the remaining statues. What do you think?" Long Jian ventured cautiously. "That's fine. But during this time I might need to go home to check on Finger." Feng Ying agreed. As a new mother, she was deeply concerned about her dragon offspring back home. Long Jian was secretly elated that Feng Ying had accepted his proposal. He assured her, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you have time to visit your child. We can arrange everything properly." Having settled their plans, Long Jian and Feng Ying spread their wings and flew homeward. Little did they know a powerful beast drawn by their scent was slowly closing in. It was a colossal lion with a coat of grayish-blue stripes and a shimmering silver sheen. It reached the outskirts of the Deadwater Swamp, squinting its crimson eyes at the death zone, now shrouded in green poisonous gas. "This scent, I smelled it on that human nascent soul cultivator before," it murmured to itself, fangs bared, its silver fur glinting coldly in the sunlight. "So hungry. I long to devour them." The great lion let out a low growl, and the silver light on its fur suddenly blazed brighter. It followed the scent, its tail lashing, filled with an eager anticipation for the hunt of Feng Ying and Long Jian. Long Jian led Feng Ying back to the dwelling beside the waterfall. He had specially prepared a large separate wooden cabin for her, its floor thickly padded with soft golden hay to serve as her bed. Feng Ying politely expressed her gratitude to Long Jian before stepping into the cabin to rest. Exhausted from the demonic energy she had expended vanquishing the stone toad idol in the swamp, she yearned only for repose. Feng Ying lay gently upon the soft grass, mat the golden hay, releasing a faint pleasant fragrance. She curled up comfortably, her long lashes trembling slightly, and soon drifted into a deep, peaceful slumber. Long Jian stood quietly outside the door, watching the sleeping Feng Ying, a warmth swelling in his chest. As a demon of integrity, he naturally would not seize the advantage while she was weary. Long Jian understood that to truly win Feng Ying over sheer force would prove futile, serving only to diminish her. Given Feng Ying's sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted nature, he needed to proceed slowly, patiently, unlocking the doors to her heart. To this end, Long Jian dispatched his subordinate Zhu Bai to gather various exquisite spirit fruits from the nearby forest. There were crystalline 100-fruit ices, fragrant cloud haze berries, and vibrant crimson firewood raspberries. These fruits were carefully carried back and piled high before Feng Ying's cabin door. By the time all was done, dusk had fallen. Long Jian summoned Little White Rhino and Xian Yu to an empty cabin, intending to discuss important matters with them. "Little by Xian Yu, there is something of great importance I must tell you now." Long Jian descended slowly before the two female demons, his expression grave and serious. Little White Rhino and Xian Yu immediately half-crouched, looking up directly at Long Jian, their eyes filled with reverence and loyalty. "Lord Long, Jian, please speak." We are all ears. Jian Yu said obediently, placing her forelegs before her as a sign of utmost respect. Stop calling me Lord Long, Jian, it feels so distant. Long Jian waved his little paw. From now on you should all just call me husband. He felt their current form of address was too formal, like holding an official post in ancient times. After all, both female demons now bore his dragon god's mark, making them completely his own. Yes, husband. Jian Yu and Little White Rhino answered in unison, their voices laced with sweetness. This signified that Long Jian had fully accepted them, filling their hearts with joy. Long Jian continued slowly. Beneath the pool at the base of the waterfall lurks a monster. From this moment on, that area is declared forbidden. No demon is to enter. Understood? A monster. Little White Rhino and Jian Yu were startled. They never imagined they had been coexisting peacefully at such close quarters with a terrifying creature for so long. Lord Long Jian, what exactly is that monster? Jian Yu couldn't help but ask, driven by curiosity. Little White Rhino was equally curious, but too shy to initiate a question. Long Jian pondered for a moment before replying slowly. I am not certain what it is yet either. Tomorrow I will investigate more thoroughly to discern its origins. Alright, husband. Little Bai and I will prepare some wooden palisades tomorrow to enclose the pool. Jian Yu, quick-witted and astute, swiftly devised a plan. I along with sister Jian Yu will not fail your trust, husband. Little White Rhino finally replied, albeit shyly, her voice faint yet resolute. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, illuminating Long Jian's deep eyes. He looked upon Jian Yu and Little White Rhino with gratification and affection. These two female demons were not only fiercely loyal, but also provided considerable solace to his lonely heart. Little by Jian Yu, it's late. There's no need to return. You shall stay and rest here tonight. Long Jian said, yes, thank you, husband. Little White Rhino and Jian Yu replied a little shyly, knowing what was to come. Conveniently, Feng Ying's cabin was right next door. This was all a deliberate choice by Long Jian, hoping to pique Feng Ying's attention. At such close proximity, and with her formidable cultivation granting sharp senses, Feng Ying was naturally startled awake by the unmistakable commotion. Just as Long Jian had anticipated, Feng Ying was roused from her sleep. She quickly discerned the source of the noise, a flicker of displeasure crossing her beautiful eyes. You lecherous dragon! What's all that racket in the middle of the night? Feng Ying muttered under her breath, her voice laced with anger. Feng Ying turned over, covering her head with her broad wings in an attempt to go back to sleep. But the sounds from Long Jian's cabin furiously drilled into her ears. A whole night passed. The first rays of dawn streamed through the window lattice, casting a golden trim upon Feng Ying's fiery red feathers. Her lashes fluttered as she roused from her light sleep, her eyes still holding a trace of weariness. She murmured softly, raising a hand to brush away the remnants of sleep from her eyes. Recalling the noisy commotion from Long Jian's side last night, Feng Ying couldn't help but frown slightly, a flash of annoyance crossing her gaze. She pushed open the wooden door. With a soft thud, the pile of spirit fruits stacked outside tumbled to the ground, bright red and irresistibly enticing. At least you know how to make amends. The anger in Feng Ying's heart dissipated significantly at the sight of the fruits, a hint of sweetness even blooming within her. She gracefully bent down and picked up a spirit fruit with her beak. The sweet flesh burst in her mouth, crisp, juicy, and leaving an endless aftertaste. Feng Ying narrowed her eyes, savoring the delightful sweetness. Just then Zhu Bai came running over, carrying a bamboo tube, which he placed before her. It was filled with clear water. Third mistress, the boss had me prepare this for you. He told me to tell you that it was sweltering last night, so you must not have slept well. This cool water will quench your thirst. Feng Ying's chest heaved slightly upon hearing this, a flash of fire igniting in her beautiful eyes. She opened her beak and a ball of flame shot out, striking Zhu Bai squarely. That perverted dragon did this on purpose. Feng Ying fumed inwardly. Oh my mother, how can this be? I'm just delivering water and a message. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Zhu Bai frantically patted at the flames on his body. With a loud yelp, he sprinted off and plunged headfirst into a nearby river, finally extinguishing the flames. Long Jian was completely oblivious to what was happening with Feng Ying at that moment. His golden eyes were fixed intently on the wolf demons busy constructing wooden fences by the pond, his tail swaying lazily behind him. All of this was being executed according to Jian Yu's plan from the previous night. Long Jian tilted his head, watching the flustered wolf demons work with great amusement. He mused to himself, would the monster beneath the waterfall take an interest in these wolf demons above? Logically speaking, even the most powerful demonic beasts needed to feed. These wolf demons were nothing but succulent, juicy flesh and blood, surely enough to rouse the monster's appetite. Unfortunately, even after the fence was completed, the monster beneath the waterfall did not show itself. This puzzled Long Jian. He tilted his head, his draconic eyes narrowing into slits, thinking, could it be that the wolf demon's cultivation was too weak? Did it not fancy them? Hiss! If that was the case, then he would have to send Zhu Bai to try. The flesh and blood of a more powerful demonic beast should surely pique the monster's interest. Zhu Bai, get over here now. Long Jian bellowed behind him. His voice was resonant, echoing through the valley. Zhu Bai, who had just settled down to rest, heard the call and came running over with a mournful ape face. A patch of pristine white fur on his chest had been scorched away, and his two large hands hung limply, brushing the ground. King, what do you need? He grumbled, his voice tinged with grievance, his red eyes staring listlessly at Long Jian. Seeing Zhu Bai's poor state, Long Jian offered a word of consolation. Zhu Bai, what's the matter with you? How did the fur on your chest get burned off? Who bullied you? Zhubai scratched his bare chest, grinning widely to reveal two sharp fangs. No one bullied me. I burned it myself while playing with fire. Wisely, he didn't shift the blame onto Feng Ying. Oh, is that so? Well, this pond is quite cool. Oh, it should be just the thing for that burn on your chest. Long Jian extended his slender draconic tail, gently tapping the surface of the pond ahead, sending ripples across. Zhubai pouted and quickly waved his hands in refusal. King, I don't need it. This little burn will heal in no time. Oh, getting cocky are we? You dare to defy my orders now? Long Jian narrowed his golden eyes, a hint of menace in his tone. No, I wouldn't dare. Zhubai immediately caved, forcing an awkward smile. He shook his fur, assumed a fierce pouncing stance, and plunged headfirst into the pond. Long Jian nodded in satisfaction. This ape still needed his temper tempered. Zhubai soaked in the pond for about 10 odd minutes, yet the monster beneath the water still did not appear. This pointed to two possibilities. One, the monster wasn't hungry. Two, it might be restrained by something, its freedom limited. Long Jian tilted his head, analyzing the situation, while observing the pond with keen interest. Zhubai in the water was scared out of his wits. He looked around, nervously terrified that some fearsome monster would drag him down. Just yesterday he had learned from Feng Ying that a great demon lurked beneath this pond. An incredibly powerful one. At the thought, Zhu Bei's heart leaped into his throat. Suddenly a small fish swam by, and gave Zhu Bei's toe a gentle nip. This slight touch sent the white ape, standing over 10 chi tall, and with 1,000 years of cultivation, into sheer terror, his soul nearly fleeing his body. His red eyes bulging, he jerked his head up and shouted, "The monster bit my toe. Help!" Yelling, he scrambled for the shore, flailing wildly and splashing water everywhere. He clambered desperately onto the bank, smashing a huge gap right through the painstakingly constructed wooden fence. "King, save me. There's a monster in the pond." Zhubai trembled as he hid behind Long Jian. "Bullshit. What monster?" Long Jian roared sternly. He hadn't sensed any monster's presence at all. The intense malice from yesterday was etched deeply in his memory. "I swear I'm not lying. There really is one. It bit my toe just now." Zhubai lay prostrate on the ground, clutching his head, shaking with fear. "Useless." Long Jian shook his head with a sigh, thinking that he would have to go down and see for himself. Taking a deep breath, he soared into the air, assumed a diving posture, and plunged into the pond. Zhu Bei's frantic shouts also drew the attention of the three sisters-in-law. Feng Ying, being the most powerful, took the lead. Her colorful plumage swayed in the breeze, her beautiful eyes filled with displeasure. She raised her phoenix claw and kicked Zhubai, demanding, "Where's your king?" Zhubai let out an "ah" and rolled over, pointing at the pond, stuttering, "The king. He went down. Madman." Feng Ying's phoenix eyes flickered with anxiety as she cursed softly. Xian Yu and the little white rhinoceros also wore tense expressions. Xian Yu said worriedly, "What? How could my husband go down there?" Long Jian was the pillar of support for the two female demons. If he were to fall, they wouldn't know what to do. Long Jian's tail swayed from side to side in the water as he swiftly descended to a depth of 100 meters. This time, he didn't see the red eyes, and so he decided to continue diving deeper. In the murky pond water, a streak of golden light was quietly swimming into the embrace of darkness. After a while, Long Jian could only roughly estimate he had descended about 400 to 500 meters. Around him it was now completely pitch black. He couldn't see a thing. He couldn't sense how much deeper the pond went. Should he continue diving? This doubt surfaced in his mind. Long Jian pondered for a moment. Since he was already here, he might as well explore it thoroughly. A turtle fears no hammer, just get it done. Long Jian chose to continue descending. 500 meters. 600 meters. His golden eyes glowed faintly in the darkness as he sank meter by meter. 1,000 meters. Finally, an invisible force brought him to a halt. He realized this might be the bottom. The entire space was pure black. He could see nothing, and even looking up he couldn't see any light refracting from the surface. It felt like being adrift in a boundless universe enveloped in utter silence. The only light was the faint golden glow emanating from Long Jian himself, like a solitary firefly in the dark. What kind of terrifying monster could possibly survive in such a silent, dark environment? If it were Long Jian, being trapped in a place like this for even 10 odd days would probably drive him insane. Suddenly a pair of blood-red pupils lit up in the darkness right in front of him, just a few meters away. The sheer terror of those eyes was far beyond his imagination. He felt that if he stared for even a few more seconds he would be devoured and destroyed by that gaze. Fortunately, he was currently in his dragon soul state, immune to all physical attacks, and the sheer terror of those eyes was far beyond his imagination. He felt that if he stared for even a few more seconds he would be devoured and destroyed by that gaze. Fortunately, he was currently in his dragon soul state, immune to all physical attacks and water pressure, which was the only reason he had the audacity to dive to such depths. Any other demonic beast under this water pressure, meeting the gaze of such a monster, would surely have kicked the bucket on the spot. "Faithless man, why do you still come to me?" A mournful, resentful female voice suddenly echoed in Long Jian's mind like a specter's wail. The voice carried a bone-piercing chill that struck directly at Long Jian's consciousness. "Who are you?" Long Jian frowned, his tone unable to conceal the panic stirring within him. "You've forgotten me entirely, so why do you still seek me out?" The shrill female voice rang out again, sharp and piercing. At the same time, that pair of blood-red eyes exuded a sinister, murderous aura. Suddenly, an overwhelming force slammed into Long Jian with cataclysmic power. He felt his dragon soul convulse violently, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it were about to shatter into pieces. Boom. A thunderous explosion. The tranquil pool water erupted instantaneously, sending colossal waves of water splashing into the air. Feng Ying, standing at the forefront, widened her eyes and shook her wings, trembling as she instinctively flared them. Her fiery crimson feathers traced a blazing wall of flames in the air, shielding her body. Little White Rhinoceros and Jian were also startled by the sudden upheaval, retreating several steps in unison. Zhu Bai, however, was gripped by sheer terror, scurrying away in a panic with his head tucked low. The towering splash of pool water cascaded down from midair, pelting the assembled demons like a torrential downpour of dense, furious raindrops. At the same moment, a golden soul form plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto a protruding rock. Long Jian. My lord. The gazes of the three demons locked onto the golden soul form simultaneously, their eyes brimming with terror and anguish. Long Jian was now on the verge of death, his form hazy and insubstantial. His golden soul flickered faintly, 100 times more fragile than when he had first soul-traveled into this world. Feng Ying was the first to spread her wings, darting toward Long Jian in a desperate attempt to support his failing body. Yet no matter how fiercely she beat her wingtips could never touch him. Only then did she belatedly recall that Long Jian's divine ability allowed him to shift into a soul state unreachable by any physical form. Sister Feng, what's wrong with our lord? Jian Yu and Little White Rhinoceros rushed over in haste, their faces etched with unconcealable worry. Feng Ying paused in contemplation, then her eyes suddenly blazed with a blood-red light, scanning Long Jian's form up and down like a precision detection instrument. After a moment, she reached her conclusion. A trace of sinister demonic energy lingers within him. He has likely fallen victim to an unknown demonic soul-severing art. Though it won't cost him his life, his primordial spirit has suffered severe damage. He will need time to heal and will not awaken for a while. Hearing that Long Jian was gravely wounded but not in mortal danger, Little White Rhinoceros and Jian Yu both breathed sighs of relief, the heavy weight on their hearts finally beginning to lift. As the youngest daughter of the wolf god, Jian Yu was far more learned than the average demon clan. When Feng Ying mentioned the soul-severing art, a recollection of ancient texts surfaced in her mind. She asked with deep puzzlement, could it be that our lord encountered an unknown demon race beneath the pool? Feng Ying pondered for a moment, then slowly shook her head. Based on my perception, the being beneath the pool cannot be a demon. Moreover, this is after all the territory of our demon clan. We would never tolerate the presence of any foreign demonic race. Jian Yu suddenly recalled a tale her father Qianqing had once told her, a story from thousands of years ago. Legend has it that their world was once subjected to a sudden invasion from the demon realm. As cultivators suffered consecutive defeats against the demon forces, they were forced to retreat into the mountains and seek aid from the demon clan. The demon clan, realizing that if the cultivators were wiped out they would face a dire fate of mutual destruction, ultimately agreed to an alliance. The high-ranking leaders of both sides joined forces, uniting cultivators and demons to stand against the demon army. After a century of bloody warfare, the demon forces were finally routed, with only a scant few managing to flee back to the demon realm. Yet throughout that 100-year conflict, numerous cultivators and demons had been captured by the enemy. Among those captives there were inevitably traitors who defected to the demons and learned their dark arts. After the demons' retreat, these turncoats were never eradicated. Cultivators dubbed the traitors who practiced demonic arts demon cultivators, while the demon clan called them demon beasts. However, the two races treated their traitors in vastly different ways. Cultivators cared little about the origin of their techniques. The great Tao is formless. Any art that could enhance one's power was deemed worthy. Aside from a few who despised it, most cultivators welcomed demonic arts, and many prodigies, even refined, and in stark contrast the demon clan showed zero tolerance for traitors. Any member tainted by demonic arts was executed with ruthless, iron-handed severity. As the memory crystallized, Jian Yu suddenly realized with a jolt. There was a high probability that a demon beast lurked beneath the pool. Typically, the discovery of a demon beast should be reported immediately to the demon king of the demon city. But Jian Yu hesitated. She was after all a runaway from home. If she reported this to the demon city, her father the wolf god, Qianqing, would undoubtedly come to drag her back. Once back, she would be forced by her father to practice that ancestral art, which had led to the untimely deaths of all her siblings. At the thought of her fallen brothers and sisters, a pang of sorrow pierced Jian Yu's heart. She truly dared not risk returning. Moreover, she had already borne Long Jian a child. If her father discovered she had offspring given Qianqing's temperament, her child would likely be compelled to practice that very art as well. Little Bai, stay here and watch over our lord. Sister Feng and I have some matters to discuss privately. Jian Yu instructed Little White Rhinoceros in a soft voice, then nodded to Feng Ying, signaling her to step aside for a private conversation. Feng Ying followed with a puzzled expression and asked, what is it? Jian Yu's face was grave, her voice barely a whisper, wary of eavesdroppers. Sister Feng, regarding the demon beast beneath the pool, please do not report it to the demon city. Hearing this, Feng Ying was momentarily taken aback, then slowly shook her head. Don't worry. I've always loathed those beasts in the demon city. As she spoke, a blaze of fury ignited in her phoenix eyes, hinting at some unpleasant history between her and the demon. Thank you, Sister Feng. Jian Yu, overwhelmed with gratitude, lowered her wolf head and stepped forward slowly, intending to kiss Feng Ying's phoenix claws, the highest gesture of reverence among the demon clan. Yet just as her wolfish snout was about to touch Feng Ying's golden talons, Feng Ying suddenly cried out in reproach. What are you doing? Simultaneously, she raised her right claw, recoiling in an unmistakable gesture of distaste to avoid Xianyu's kiss. Xianyu was struck speechless, standing frozen in awkward embarrassment at a loss for what to do. Feng Ying looked her over from head to toe, her tone dripping with disapproval. I've never cared for these antiquated, musty rituals in all my life. Don't imitate those old fossils. If you ever dare do that again, I'll teach you a lesson. Xianyu nodded meekly like a scolded child. Yes, Sister Feng, I understand my mistake. I will never behave in such a manner again. Please forgive me. Only then did Feng Ying let out a satisfied snort, fluttering her wings. Alright, go back and tend to your husband. He'll figure out a way to wake him and come back to check on him shortly. With that, she spread her wings and soared away, vanishing into the sky in an instant. At that moment, Long Jian's consciousness was violently yanked by an overwhelming force. He felt the world spin around him, a roaring wind whistling past his ears. Under this fierce pull, he was instantly transported back to the familiar white space. This was the memory space he had entered during his tribulation. What the hell is going on? Why am I here again? Long Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the familiar surroundings. Countless colossal picture frames revolved slowly before him, each one playing fragments of the original owner's memories like a multitude of projectors running in unison. These frames spiraled upwards like a celestial ladder, stretching endlessly into the void. He couldn't help but worry about the state of his body in the outside world. After all, that monster's attack earlier was swift and ferocious. He was used to being the aggressor, not the one on the receiving end. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Long Jian frowned, recalling the mournful voice and gaze of that creature. It was clear as day. A bitter, resentful woman, starved of love for years. He cursed inwardly, damn it, you scoundrel of an original owner, leaving a trail of romantic chaos everywhere you went. Now I have to bear the brunt of it. Long Jian decided to review the original owner's past memories, hoping to find some clue about this spiteful woman. A small dragon soul darted swiftly through the sea of memories, countless fragments whizzing past it. Long Jian meticulously sifted through each memory. He quickly skimmed over the vast amount of mundane daily life. Eating, sleeping, bathing. All of it. Finally, after reviewing the original owner's countless encounters with women, Long Jian grasped the general situation. He had transmigrated to a world called the Hongming continent. It was a low-level lower realm. There were tens of thousands of such realms akin to the novice villages in online games. Only when a cultivator reached the Mahayana stage would they trigger the celestial trial. Upon successfully surviving the tribulation, they could ascend to the middle realm. It was like leaving the novice village for a bustling metropolis full of players. From there one could ascend further to the upper realm. The original owner had roamed this lower realm thousands of years ago, right at the beginning of the demon invasion of the Hongming continent. It was an era of bloody war among the human, demon, and beast races. Blessed with extraordinary looks and formidable power, the original owner lived a life of indulgence, flitting effortlessly through the ranks of beauties. If he encountered a pretty girl, human, beast, or demon, if she was female, he would dare to flirt. He left a trail of romantic entanglements without a care, truly shameless and immoral. Long Jian carefully analyzed all the women the original owner had pursued. After eliminating them one by one, he found two great demons with formidable bloodlines that fit the bill. One was a female dragon with azure dragon lineage, and the other was a female turtle with black tortoise blood. Since that resentful woman dwelt in such deep waters, it almost ruled out any species that couldn't survive underwater. So was it the female dragon or the female turtle? Long Jian found it impossible to tell, as he had only seen a pair of eyes and couldn't make out the rest. Moreover, after 1,000 years, the lovelorn woman's voice had changed drastically. To definitively determine her race, he estimated he would need to dive down again. That was, of course, if he could even leave this memory space. Arg, how the hell do I get out of this place? Long Jian circled the space several times, but still couldn't find a way out. Last time he got out thanks to the black dragon. He didn't dare venture to the end of the memories again and have that black dragon use its killing intent to force him out. From its tone last time, he suspected the black dragon was the original owner's archnemesis. If it discovered him hiding in this lower realm called the Hongming continent, the consequences would be disastrous. To be safe, Long Jian could only wait where he was hoping to be teleported out at any moment. In this memory space, Long Jian couldn't feel the passage of time, and he had no idea how long he had been there. Suddenly, the system's cold, synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Your 174th offspring has been born. Bloodline demonic transformation. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. Then another identical voice followed. Your 175th offspring has been born. Bloodline common. You have gained 1 year of cultivation. Hearing this, Long Jian felt not joy but a growing sense of dread. The birth times for his harem's offspring were relatively concentrated, roughly every 6 months. He had calculated the delivery dates before estimating them to be around winter. When he had fallen unconscious, it was still autumn. With each season lasting 4 months, he must have been comatose for at least 3 months, meaning it was likely already winter. For 3 months, his entire harem had been without his protection. He wondered how Xianyu and Little White Rhino had managed during this time. Zhu Bai probably wouldn't wander off. The dragon god's mark was on him unless Long Jian had died. But Feng Ying was a different story. Given her personality, she might have already returned to Danxue Mountain. Outside, however, Feng Ying wasn't as unreliable as he had imagined. She hadn't returned to Danxue Mountain. Instead, she had taken the initiative to stay by the waterfall. To await Long Jian's awakening, Feng Ying had even dispatched numerous bird demons to protect his harem. Yet months passed, and Long Jian showed no signs of waking. As the harsh winter set in, the waterfall froze into a wall of ice, and the pool beneath thickened with ice. Long Jian lay motionless on a rock. Beside him stood Feng Ying, her colorful phoenix feathers trembling, radiating heat that dispelled the bitter cold, preventing the area around him from freezing. Sister Feng, you should rest. I can watch over my husband, Jian Yu said, walking over. No need. My cultivation is stronger than yours. You wouldn't last long in this cold. Feng Ying refused with a cold, haughty tone. Jian Yu sincerely felt that Feng Ying had sacrificed far too much for Long Jian during this time. She had stood guard here at all costs just to wait for him to wake. Feng Ying had even brought Xiao Feng here, entrusting him to Jian Yu and Little White Rhino, while she devoted herself entirely to caring for Long Jian. During this period, she had practically stopped handling affairs at Danqiu Mountain. Seeing Feng Ying's weary face and the slightly dulled luster of her feathers, Jian Yu felt a pang of deep sympathy. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder resounded through the air. Feng Ying and Jian Yu instantly turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. In the distance, countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. Zhu Bai, wielding a thick tree trunk as a staff, was locked in a fierce battle with a massive, ferocious beast. Zhu Bai was covered in soot, wisps of scorched smoke rising from his fur. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, exhaling plumes of white vapor into the cold air. This is my territory. Get out, he roared, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the uninvited intruder before him. The surrounding snow erupted into a blinding blizzard from the force of his roar, while the trees swayed violently under the booming thunder. A mere core formation realm beastling dares to show off before me. A lion with gray-blue stripes and eyes like a starry night sky stared down at Zhu Bai with undisguised contempt. In the next instant, crackling arcs of lightning enveloped its body, scattering sparks in all directions. Its colossal, imposing form rapidly shrank within the radiant electric glow. Finally, it settled at a height of about 1.7 meters, transforming into a strikingly beautiful young girl. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, and her lips were as alluringly vibrant as rose petals. She wore a fluffy fur-like garment that hugged her slender figure. Yet what startled Zhu Bai the most were her eyes. A pair of deep blue gems as profound as the starry sky, brimming with an air of mystery. Under the weight of her gaze, Zhu Bai felt utterly insignificant, as small as an ant. TT transformation. He stammered, barely able to form words, nearly dropping the thick stick from his trembling paws. As a low-level core formation realm demon, his cultivation was an entire major realm below that of the starry sky lying before him. Had she not shown mercy moments ago, he would have been dead already. The Star Lion girl noticed his terror. Her voice was as melodious as a heavenly tune, but her tone dripped with arrogance and mockery. Oh, what's the matter? Scared of this big sister? You were so fierce just now, but now you're trembling like a leaf. How amusing. With that, she flipped her hair, curled her lips into a cold smirk, and leisurely sauntered toward him. Zhu Bai, like a terrified little rabbit cornered by a predator, stumbled backward in panic, stammering, "Be big sister, I didn't mean to offend you. Please just let me go, okay?" "Fine," she replied, her voice honeyed. "Since you're begging for mercy, I'll let you off the hook." But even as she spoke, her finger twitched lightly, and a bolt of lightning shot straight toward Zhu Bai. This time the lightning was several times more powerful than before. Zhu Bai's eyes widened in sheer terror, his limbs frozen stiff. He could neither dodge nor defend against the devastating strike. Just as the lightning was about to hit him, a clear, furious shout tore through the sky. "How dare you cause trouble on my territory? You're asking for death." As the words echoed, a blazing fireball descended from the heavens, colliding with the lightning in a thunderous explosion. "Ah!" Zhu Bai let out a pained shriek as the shockwave hurled him through the air. He tumbled several times across the thick snow, his fur coated in white powder. He scrambled to his feet, shook the snow from his coat, and bowed repeatedly to Feng Ying in the sky. "Thank you for saving my life, third sister-in-law." Feng Ying, however, was not fond of the title, as she had never agreed to be Long Jian's consort. That incident had been a complete accident. Flapping her wings midair, she deliberately gave Zhu Bai a sharp kick to the head with her talon as a lesson for his impertinence. Then she landed gracefully in front of the Star Lion girl. The Star Lion girl's sapphire blue eyes lit up with joy and surprise at Feng Ying's arrival. She looked her up and down, a pleased smile curling at her lips. "And where's that dragon?" Feng Ying's expression immediately turned stern at the mention of the dragon. Seeing how alluring this lion demoness was, she instantly jumped to the conclusion that she was one of Long Jian's past flings, and a surge of jealousy welled up within her. She thought to herself, that damned Long Jian, collecting all those female demons, and still not satisfied. One of these days I'm going to cut your balls off. At that very moment, Long Jian, who was idly drifting in his memory space, suddenly let out a violent sneeze, achoo. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "What's going on? Can I even catch a cold in this state?" Ignoring her question, Feng Ying said firmly, "Leave my territory this instant." "Leave just because you say so? That would make me lose face, wouldn't it?" The Star Lion girl crossed her arms, pushing up her ample bosom, her tone thick with provocation. Feng Ying's feathers ruffled slightly. Looking at this woman who exuded an air of worldly charm, she became even more convinced that she was an old flame of Long Jian's. She said coldly, "I won't repeat myself. Get out of my territory now, or don't blame me for being rude. Enough with the chatter. If you want to fight, just say so." The Star Lion girl rolled her eyes. Her true goal was to kill Long Jian and Feng Ying, devouring their flesh and blood essence to elevate her cultivation further. Feng Ying let out a cold snort, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Without another word, she prepared for battle. Fighting. She knew how to do that. Blazing inferno. Feng Ying spread her wings wide, unleashing a sea of fire. In an instant, the frigid winter felt like the scorching midsummer, with waves of searing heat rolling through the air. The flames shot into the sky, igniting the heavens themselves. Seeing this, the Star Lion girl remained utterly calm. She raised her arm and extended her right palm forward. The space before her twisted violently, rippling like the surface of water. A moment later, several cracks tore open in the void, radiating dazzling starlight. A powerful suction force erupted from the cracks, shredding the roaring flames and drawing them and leaving only dying embers drifting to the ground. Feng Ying stared in disbelief. Her attack had been effortlessly neutralized, and a deep sense of dread gripped her heart. She finally realized that this was no ordinary lion demoness, but a powerful beast wielding the very forces of space itself. Just then Xian Yu hurried over and instantly recognized the Star Lion girl's true identity. She quickly warned Feng Ying, "Sister Feng, she is a Star Realm Thunder Lion. She commands the power of lightning and space. You must be extremely careful." "Oh, you actually know my true form." The Star Lion girl turned her sharp gaze toward Xian Yu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The Star Realm Thunder Lion was an extremely ancient and rare high-tier demon race, with very few surviving members. Most ordinary demons wouldn't even recognize one. Yet here on the outskirts of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, her true form had been identified by a wolf demon whose cultivation was so weak. This was genuinely unexpected and surprising to her. After a moment of consideration, the Star Lion girl narrowed her eyes and blinked thoughtfully. "I recall that Xian Yu, the youngest daughter of the Qi Wolf clan, went missing. You wouldn't happen to be her, would you?" Hearing this, Xian Yu's ears pricked up warily, and her tail began to flick nervously behind her. She took a cautious step back, her eyes locked onto the Star Lion girl, filled with vigilance. Feng Ying's expression also turned serious. Although she wasn't fully aware of Xian Yu's background, she had certainly heard of the fearsome reputation of the Qi Wolf clan. As the chieftain of the Qi Wolf clan and the lord of the demon city, the might of wolf god Xian Qin commanded respect, even from the most profound cultivators who would yield to him. That Long Jian is utterly reckless. He dared to lay a hand on the wolf god's daughter and even got her with child. Feng Ying couldn't help but vent her frustration inwardly. Yet on second thought, wasn't she herself of the Phoenix bloodline, and hadn't she also borne Long Jian's offspring? This realization made her heart erupt like a volcano, a torrent of heat surging into her chest, burning her from within. The more Feng Ying thought about it, the angrier she became. She unleashed her ultimate technique, the Samadhi fire. Rolling flames erupted forth, a wave of scorching heat rushing forward. This time the Star Lion girl's expression finally shifted slightly. She knew that once touched by the Samadhi fire, it could not be extinguished by any conventional means unless the victim was burned to ashes. However, she still used her signature move, the Star Realm Black Hole. But this time she used both hands. The space before her warped and twisted, and numerous dark apertures abruptly appeared, starlight surging out from within them. So she decided to fight a war of attrition. Feng Ying opened her beak, took a deep breath, and spat out billowing flames once more. She somersaulted through the air, using the Samadhi fire to form a ring of fire, attempting to trap the Star Lion girl within it. So she decided to fight a war of attrition. Feng Ying opened her beak, took a deep breath, and spat out billowing flames once more. She somersaulted through the air, using the Samadhi fire to form a ring of fire, attempting to trap the Star Lion girl within it. The Star Lion girl simply made the black hole spin rapidly around her, absorbing all the flames, and boasted arrogantly, "Spit as much fire as you like, I'll absorb it all. Let's see who exhausts their demonic energy first." Seeing Feng Ying locked in a stalemate with the Star Lion little white rhinoceros, and Xian Yu took the initiative to join the battle and support her. They unleashed crescent moon blades and wind blades from their hands. Unfortunately, these attacks were like stones thrown into the sea, for the Star Lion girl instantly absorbed cleanly by the black holes. The two sides remained deadlocked for an hour. In the end, it was Feng Ying who fell first. She suddenly collapsed headfirst into the snow, her whole body trembling slightly, her demonic energy clearly exhausted. Her defeat wasn't due to a lack of skill or cultivation level, but rather to the bitter cold of the 12th lunar month. Winter greatly weakened fire tribute demon beasts. Had it been a hot summer day with the power of the scorching sun, Feng Ying could have easily defeated this Star Lion. Although the Star Lion girl won, her own condition was far from optimistic. The color drained from her face, leaving it pale, showing that her consumption had been equally immense. Yet she still had some demonic energy to spare, even enough to maintain her human form. "Huh, lost have you mongrel phoenix. Prepare to die," the Star Lion girl taunted, then immediately dropped her human form, transforming into a towering Star Realm Thunder Lion, electricity crackling around its body. Feng Ying was furious. Nothing in the world infuriated her more than being called a mongrel phoenix, because her bloodline was indeed impure, a fact that had always been a deep wound in her heart. Now with this Star Lion reopening that scar, the physical pain was nothing compared to the agony in her heart. She struggled to stand, wanting to fight to the death. Smack! The Star Realm Thunder Lion swiftly approached and swatted her, sending Feng Ying crashing back to the ground. It then slammed a massive paw onto her, saying smugly, "Pathetic. Do you think a mongrel phoenix like you can resist me? It'll kill you." Feng Ying gritted her teeth and spat out a burst of flame as a counterattack. Unfortunately, this flame was extinguished by the Thunder Lion's paw before it even got close. A mongrel phoenix is always a mongrel. From the moment we started fighting, I could tell your flames are far weaker than a true phoenix's. The more Feng Ying listened, the angrier she became, a deep hatred for this arrogant star lion taking root in her heart. Yes, I love that angry look in your eyes. The angrier you are, the tastier you'll be when I eat you. The star lion continued to mock, seemingly a form of entertainment before its meal. Sister Feng, seeing her being so cruelly tormented, little white rhinoceros, and Jian, you cast spells attempting to, with a zap sound, the star lion spat out lightning from its mouth, electrocuting the two demons until they collapsed their bodies. The star lion grew even more arrogant. A couple of mere spirit manifestation realm whelps dare to interfere. Wait until I've devoured this phoenix, and the two of you will be my after-dinner dessert. Little white rhinoceros and Jian, you turned pale with fear, knowing they were no match for this rampant star lion. Roar! 3 dragon roars rang out. The star lion was startled by the sudden sound and swiftly turned to look. It saw 3 small dragons of varying sizes rushing over, some flying, some running. They were small, only about a meter tall, and roared angrily at the star lion. The star lion was momentarily stunned, then grew delighted. Huh? What a pleasant surprise. 3 young dragons that haven't fully grown. I've never tasted dragon meat before. Feng Ying, little white rhinoceros, and Jian, you saw their children coming to their rescue and shouted anxiously, run. Don't come over. But the little dragons ignored them. In their hearts, whoever bullied their mothers deserved to be bitten. The 3 dragons charged forward together, sinking their teeth into the star lion's legs. The star lion let the 3 dragons bite and tear at it. These undeveloped dragons couldn't pierce its tough hide, but it overlooked one thing. Beneath its feet was a wolf-like, dragon-like creature named Yazi, the fiercest of the 9 sons. Yazi bit down on the star lion's front leg, its sharp teeth instantly piercing the skin. The star lion howled in pain and kicked Yazi along with Shonyo and Xiaofeng clinging to its body, sending them flying. The little dragons crashed to the ground, wailing in agony. Damn dragons. All of you die. The star lion decided to stop toying with them, for its stomach was truly growling with hunger. The dragon cubs and their mothers were all in grave danger. Who could possibly save them? The star lion lowered its head, ready to sever Feng Ying's neck. At that very moment, a terrifying aura emanated from behind her. A dense, overwhelming, killing intent. Even the star lion, which had slaughtered countless beings, felt a flicker of fear. It quickly released Feng Ying, its form dissolving into a bolt of lightning as it retreated dozens of meters away. Turning back, it saw a colossal white divine dragon descending from the sky, landing steadily upon the snowy ground. This dragon was immense in size, its scales as white as snow, gleaming brilliantly amidst the falling flurries. A pair of massive, powerful wings unfurled like vast white sails, blotting out the sky and sun. The divine dragon slightly folded its wings, snowflakes drifting through the gaps between them, adding an air of natural sanctity and majesty to the snow-white beast. The white scales along its spine were as sharp as a row of blades, gleaming with a cold, sharp luster. 2 enormous horns atop its head refracted dazzling light under the winter sun. Its powerful draconic might enveloped the star lion like a vast net. The higher the bloodline of a demonic beast, the stronger the suppression it exerts over those with lesser bloodlines. The star lion trembled uncontrollably, finding it hard to believe. Though it had encountered dragons before, it had never been so thoroughly suppressed by draconic might as today. After all, the star domain Thunder Lion's bloodline was an ancient lineage, hardly insignificant. Even Feng Ying, whom she had fought, could not suppress her bloodline with the Phoenix bloodline. Just who in the world was this dragon before her? The star lion pondered the dragon's identity. Suddenly, it caught a familiar scent emanating from the dragon. If its guess was correct, this was the very scent it had detected near Ancestor Gu and in the Deadwater Swamp. It was precisely to find this dragon that it had come here. But it had never imagined that while it had found the dragon, its level was entirely beyond what it could handle. Facing this supreme draconic might, the star lion felt a terror and helplessness it had never known. It's our husband who's awake. Little White Rhino and Jian, you cried out, tears streaming down their faces. They struggled to their feet, shielding their injured dragon cubs in their arms. Alas, the exhausted Feng Ying could only lie on the snow, weeping, stealing glances at Long Jian, with a heart filled with both sorrow and relief. The giant dragon slowly spoke, its voice imbued with immense authority. You dare harm my wives and my children. Prepare to die. The moment the words fell, the world shifted dramatically. At that instant, only one thought remained in the star lion's mind. Flee. If it didn't escape now, it would truly die here. Pouring all its remaining demonic energy into its limbs, it sprinted in one direction, its form transforming into a streak of blue lightning. Long Jian's eyes were icy cold, filled with murderous intent as he roared, summon the wind and rain. Rolling black clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, a chilling wind howled, and a torrential downpour erupted. Countless raindrops slammed into the ground like cannonballs, producing booming thuds. Even with the Thunder Lion's speed nearing that of lightning, it couldn't escape being struck. This wide-ranging environmental ability boasted an airtight offense, making escaping its reach nearly impossible. The already biting winter cold, compounded by the relentless assault of the heavy rain, immediately slowed the Thunder Lion's pace. Ice crystals quickly formed on its paws and body. Under the assault of the extreme cold, coupled with the energy it had expended in the earlier battle, its demonic energy and stamina were completely depleted. No, I don't want to die. The Thunder Lion let out a desperate roar, unleashing a thunderbolt from its maw as a final counterattack. The bolt tore across the sky and struck Long Jian directly. Electric currents crackled and danced across Long Jian's pristine white scales with a sharp sizzling sound, yet they caused him no harm whatsoever. Seeing this, the Thunder Lion was utterly despairing. This was the most powerful attack it could muster, and it hadn't inflicted even a scratch on Long Jian. It knew its end was near. Long Jian's eyes were cold and merciless, utterly unaffected by the lightning strike. The storm in the sky intensified the dense curtain of rain firmly enveloping the fleeing Thunder Lion. Within the torrential downpour, the Thunder Lion's movements nearly ceased. Finally, its strength gave out, and it crashed heavily into the mud. The black clouds in the sky gradually dissipated as the Thunder Lion fell. A frigid wind howled. The Thunder Lion lying on the ground froze into an ice sculpture before one's very eyes completely sealed within. Phew, that scared me. I didn't think that great demon at the transformation stage would be so weak. Long Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting a transformation stage opponent with a core formation stage cultivation was indeed a gamble. He had previously activated his Thunder Dragon bloodline, granting him immunity to lightning damage, and his Draconic might could suppress the Thunder Lion compounded by its already weakened state. It was the combination of these three factors that had given him the confidence to take that bet. And to his surprise, the gamble had paid off. The next second, Long Jian deactivated his physical manifestation form. Shao Bai Xian Yue, take the children back first. Ill heal Feng Ying. Long Jian instructed his other two wives. Yes, husband. The two demonesses picked up the three young dragons and hurried back. Shao Bai Xian Yue, take the children back first. Ill heal Feng Ying. Long Jian instructed his other two wives. Yes, husband. The two demonesses picked up the three young dragons and hurried back. Long Jian stayed by Feng Ying's side, his gaze falling upon the ice sculpture. That Thunder Lion had actually played a role. It possessed a slight understanding of spatial forces, and its battle with Feng Ying had affected the memory space Long Jian was trapped in, causing a crack to appear. Long Jian had discovered this fissure, and with a desperate effort broke through, barely managing to open an escape route. After squeezing through the opening, he was finally able to return to the real world. Upon his return, Long Jian had appeared in the nick of time to defeat the Thunder Lion. It was all fate. Had he been even a few seconds later, Feng Ying might have been killed. Long Jian could sense that the ice-sealed Thunder Lion was not dead. He walked over to the block of ice, glaring at the Thunder Lion, within fury burning in his heart. You dare bully my wife, do you? It'll make you regret ever being born. With that, Long Jian channeled demonic energy within him, condensing it into a draconic imprint, which he slowly pushed into the ice. It struck the Thunder Lion squarely between the eyebrows. A dragon god imprint was effortlessly branded onto its forehead. From this moment on, this Thunder Lion was Long Jian's servant. A few minutes later, Zhu, by his fur singed black, came trotting over. His first act was to flatter. Great king, I'm so glad you're alive. Unfortunately, the flattery missed its mark and landed squarely on the horse's hoof. Long Jian was furious. You blasted monkey. Where in the world did you run off to just now? Why didn't you protect your mistresses? Zhu Bai knew it was his fault and was at a loss for words. You stay here and guard this lion. Don't you dare leave. Long Jian commanded, then scooped up Feng Ying's weak form and rushed without a moment's pause toward a wooden cabin. Zhu Bai watched Long Jian's retreating figure, his heart filled with guilt. Inside the cabin, Feng Ying was carefully placed on a soft pile of grass, her breathing exceedingly faint. The phoenix bloodline is of the fire element. Like any living being near Feng Ying could feel the wave of heat. But now that heat had noticeably waned. Adding to that, Feng Ying had suffered multiple fractures and severe wounds from the Thunder Lion's bites. Long Jian leaned close to her ear and whispered, Feng Ying, can you hear me? Feng Ying showed no response, still completely unconscious. Alright, since you want answer, I'll take that as your silent consent. Long Jian knew Feng Ying's temper and had initially wanted to. He hadn't expected her injuries to be so severe that she had fallen into a deep coma. The next morning, Feng Ying was reborn, and her icy heart began to thaw as well. Long Jian rose excitedly and woke the still sleeping Feng Ying. Yinger, get up. A beautiful phoenix lazily stretched her wings in the nest, opening a pair of captivating phoenix eyes filled with love. Husband, want you sleep a bit more? Feng Ying asked sweetly. No, I need to go check on that lion demon. Long Jian shook his head, then said with concern, Yinger, you should rest some more. The moment Feng Ying heard Long Jian was going to deal with the lion demon, she sprang up. Husband, I want to go with you. Oh. Long Jian knew Feng Ying's temperament. Getting her to rest more was out of the question. The two arrived at the snowy ground where the Thunder Lion, still encased in ice, remained in its original spot. Zhu Bai stood guard beside it, covered in snow. At that moment, the Thunder Lion seemed to sense their arrival, trembling slightly within its icy prison. Feng Ying pressed close to Long Jian, her feathers slightly bristling, as she warily eyed the nemesis that had nearly killed. The reason they hadn't killed the lion demon yesterday was that his ability to summon wind and rain was far too weak offensively. Simply calling down rain to try and kill a transformation stage great demon was nothing short of a fool's dream. The Thunder Lion, sealed within the ice, had recovered much of her strength and demonic energy after a night of rest. She was still unaware of her current predicament. The Thunder Lion, sealed within the ice, had recovered much of her strength and demonic energy after a night of rest. She looked at the dragon and phoenix before her and laughed heartily. Trying to seal me? How ridiculous. I'm not going to play with you two any longer. With that, she prepared to flee as her body was not yet at its peak. Fighting this dragon and phoenix pair again would mean zero chance of victory. Just as the Thunder Lion was about to make her escape, she felt a searing heat on her brow, as if a blazing fire was scorching her skin. She quickly raised a paw to touch it only to feel uneven ridges. It seemed some power was seeping in through her brow, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Before the Thunder Lion could react, she felt her once surging demonic energy suddenly hit a blockage, grinding to a halt. Her eyes flew wide as she saw the demonic core in her belly, which should have been glowing with spiritual light, now dim and lusterless like a mere mud pellet. And no. Impossible. Where has my demonic power gone? The Thunder Lion was terrified. Did this king give you permission to move? Long Jian let out a sinister chuckle. What have you done to me? The Thunder Lion struggled to her feet, her voice hoarse with accusation. You are now this king's slave. Long Jian declared from a position of absolute dominance. I will never be your slave, not even in death. The Thunder Lion roared through gritted teeth, desperately channeling the spatial power within her in a futile attempt to resist the dragon god's mark that had taken root on her forehead. The perceptive Feng Ying immediately sensed something amiss. She abruptly spread her wings and dove down from the sky. Her phoenix claws sharp as blades aimed straight for the Thunder Lion's head, and with a sharp crack, she viciously stomped the lion's head into the snow. This stomp was payback for the Thunder Lion's oppression of her the day before. Feng Ying's sudden attack also foiled the Thunder Lion's plan to break free from the dragon god's mark. The mark emitted a blinding light and began to backlash against the Thunder Lion. A churning surge of lightning traveled through her body, bringing with it heart-wrenching agony. The Thunder Lion let out a long howl, writhing in the snow. She clawed frantically at her own body, but could not stop the rampant lightning within. A numbing, prickling sensation rapidly spread to every corner of the Thunder Lion's body, like countless tiny needles stabbing across her skin. Everything below her waist and back had gone completely numb. Her limbs were limp and powerless, and all she could do was gasp for breath, trying to alleviate the churning torment inside her. Well done, Yinger. My good wife, let me give you a kiss. Long Jian praised happily. No kissing. Feng Ying let out a disdainful tisk, turning her head away in firm refusal. She was still too shy to be affectionate in such a public setting. Impossible. I don't believe it. After a brief rest, Thunder Lion, disregarding the agonizing backlash, attempted once more to break through the dragon god's mark. This time, without even needing Feng Ying's intervention, she was directly scorched black by the mark's backlash, smoke rising from her body as she lay on the verge of death. Witnessing this scene, even Long Jian felt a pang of cruelty. Simultaneously, this experience elevated Long Jian's understanding of the dragon god's mark to a new height. He realized that any beast subdued by the divine dragon's mark was not only incapable of harboring hostility or attacking its master, but also had its demonic power completely sealed. Long Jian had previously known little of these functions, as that timid Zhu Bai never dared to defy his commands. Thunder Lion's rebellion this time allowed Long Jian to witness the mark's true power for the first time. He narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly contemplating new uses for it. Now the lion demon was completely subdued by Long Jian. He had no intention of killing her. A great demon at the transformation stage was a rare and formidable combat asset. Furthermore, Long Jian needed to ascertain why this lion demon had intruded upon his territory and whether some mastermind lurked behind her actions. Yinger, leave this to me. Go check on the dragon cubs. They were also quite injured yesterday, Long Jian coaxed gently. Upon hearing this, the image of the cubs saving their mother flashed in Feng Ying's mind, and her maternal love surged forth. We'll go see the children then. She nodded and turned to leave. Long Jian watched until her figure disappeared, then sighed in relief and quickly summoned Zhu. Hearing the call, Zhu Bai scurried over, eagerly asking excitedly, "Boss, what do you need?" The burnt fur from yesterday had regrown into pristine white. With his Zhu Yin bloodline, Zhu Bai's recovery abilities were formidable. Move this lion to an empty cabin. This king intends to interrogate her thoroughly, Long Jian commanded solemnly. Hearing the word interrogation, Zhu Bai's face lit up with a sly grin. You got it, boss. He expertly hoisted Thunder Lion onto his shoulder and trotted towards the cabin. Due to Thunder Lion's massive size, Zhu Bai had to stop and catch his breath every few steps, his leaning frame making it seem like he might drop her at any moment. Finally, Zhu Bai stumbled into the deepest part of the cabin with Thunder Lion. Rubbing his sore shoulders, he looked expectantly at Long Jian, awaiting further orders. Long Jian followed, leisurely reiterating, "Guard this area. Without my command, no demon is allowed near. Not even your sisters-in-law." "Understood." Zhu Bai nodded vigorously, chuckling. I understand. No one will get near here to disturb you, boss." He clapped his hands twice to show his support for what Long Jian was about to do. Satisfied, Long Jian slipped inside the cabin. Zhu Bai wagged his tail and sat down by the door, looking utterly. He glanced around, wary of any approaching creature, afraid that a single lapse in attention would disappoint Long Jian. Inside, a massive lion lay flat on a thin layer of straw. The backlash from the mark had ravaged her, with traces of blood seeping from her facial orifices. Thunder Lion's breath was faint, as if she might expire at any moment. But Long Jian knew that a great demon of the transformation stage would not die so easily. Just the day before, she had endured sub-zero temperatures all night, only to be lively and attempting escape by morning. Long Jian approached her, looking down at her scrutinizingly. Her fur was disheveled, her breathing as light as a mosquito's hum. Her once arrogant eyes were now tightly shut with beads of blood clinging to her thick lashes. "Hey, wake up! Stop playing dead!" Long Jian shouted into her ear. Suddenly his vision darkened as a massive lion paw swiped at his head. It then passed straight through his body. Thunder Lion had no idea that Long Jian in his dragon soul state was immune to all physical attacks. Immediately after, a powerful current surged through Thunder Lion's body once more. Even as a lion demon controlling lightning, she could not withstand the backlash of the mark. Heart-wrenching screams echoed from within the cabin, causing the wooden walls to tremble. Hearing the screams from outside, Zhu Bai clapped in delight. The boss is truly mighty. Even a transformation stage demon is easily subdued. I guess I was lucky to have found such a powerful boss to rely on. 'Tis quite the temper, aren't we? Struck 3 times now, and still no lesson learned. Long Jian taunted, looking at Thunder Lion with amusement. Thunder Lion lay on the straw pile, half dead, engulfed in regret and pain. She finally understood how absurdly overpowered this dragon was. Not only could he ignore any damage, but he also wielded a divine ability to control other demons. Though she had heard of similar abilities, none were as potent as this. This dragon radiated only the aura of the core formation stage, while she was a transformation stage demon. Being subdued by a core formation cultivator at the transformation stage. If this got out, no demon would believe it. I was wrong, please spare me. Thunder Lion finally surrendered and begged for mercy. Long Jian looked at her submission but had no intention of letting her off the hook. She had harmed his harem and injured his 3 dragon cubs, a crime deserving death. Spare you? Don't even dream about it. Long Jian snarled, letting out a sinister laugh. Thunder Lion sensed his intent and instinctively backed away, threatening. My father is the chieftain of the Stellar Sky Thunder Lion clan. If you dare touch me, I'll have him grind your bones to dust. Long Jian nearly burst out laughing. He narrowed his eyes and advanced on her. So what if your father is the chieftain? This is my turf, and I make the rules here. Besides, you're enslaved by my divine ability now. There's no way you're leaving this place. Don't come near me. Thunder Lion backed away in terror, her rear slamming into the cabin wall, nearly toppling it. Scream, go ahead and scream. No one will come to save you, even if you shout till your throat tears. Long Jian advanced step by step, a sinister smile on his lips. Ha ha ha. Under Thunder Lion's trembling retreat, the already flimsy cabin finally collapsed with a crash. Eavesdropping outside, Zhu Bai was caught right under the falling debris and yelped, ouch. My dear mother. Why does bad luck always find me? Long Jian's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes flashing with menace as he bellowed, shrink that eyesore of a rear end of yours. Look what you've done to my house. Leisure, seemingly cowed by Long Jian's imposing demeanor, immediately shrank her form obediently. She transformed back into a girl with light blue hair, her pure and lovely face appearing strikingly delicate amidst the ruins. She raised her watery blue eyes to look at Long Jian, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and wore an expression of innocence and pitiful charm. The Leisure girl remained as she was, but this transformation ignited a sudden spark in Long Jian. He perked up instantly, his gaze sweeping over her slender, graceful figure and delicate curves, his eyes glazing over. He murmured to himself, such curves, such a face, truly the finest of the fine. The Leisure girl keenly sensed Long Jian's covetous gaze raking over her. She couldn't help but take a fearful step back, clasping her hands tightly to her chest, her voice trembling slightly. If you spare me, I can have my father gift you the rarest celestial treasures. Whatever treasure you desire, you can have it. Long Jian burst into hearty laughter, the deep sound echoing through the ruins. Celestial treasures? I lack nothing of the sort. There's only one treasure I seek. He cast a meaningful glance at Leisure, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. A glimmer of hope flashed in the Leisure girl's eyes as she eagerly pressed. Then what exactly do you want? Just name it. Long Jian feigned aloofness, speaking slowly. I want you to bear my offspring. Give me 100 or so, and I'll let you leave this place. What a... Leisure's eyes widened, her face a mask of shock and bewilderment. Never had she heard such an outlandish demand. Seeing Leisure's hesitation, Long Jian quickly threatened, what, unwilling? Then I'll have to kill you. He deliberately lowered his voice, putting on a fierce demeanor. The Leisure girl bit her lip, clearly weighing her options. As a demon clan member, she didn't place the same value on chastity as human women might. Faced with life or death, she began to waver. After a moment, Leisure spoke tentatively. Are you being serious? You can't be deceiving me. She stared at Long Jian warily, a hint of uncertainty lingering in her eyes. She had actually snuck out to play this time. If her father found out about the Long Jian was stunned for a second, then quickly composed himself, puffing out his chest and speaking with solemn gravity. This king never deceives. My word is my bond. The Leisure girl nervously bit her lip, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. She had actually snuck out to play this time. If her father found out about the trouble she'd likely be confined for hundreds or even thousands of years. Compared to being grounded for eons, this seemed like the better option. Leisure organized her thoughts, then asked in a small, blushing voice, so do you want 10 or 100? You need to be specific so I can decide whether to agree. Her tone carried a hint of bargaining, as if she had already made her choice. Hearing Leisure's words, Long Jian was so thrilled, he nearly leapt into the air. He suppressed his inner excitement, feigning calmness. How about this? 50. A middle ground. She nodded without hesitation. Fine. I agree to give you 50. But you must keep your promise and set me free when it's done. Ahem. Long Jian cleared his throat, struggling to contain his elation. Of course. This king's word is law. I will release you. If I break my vow, may the heavenly tribulation strike me dead. Leisure harbored some doubts, but chose not to press further, merely nodding silently. And so the two hastily struck a deal. Long Jian circled the Leisure girl, appraising her from head to toe with a Leisure shyly tugged at her braid. Don't look at me like that. It's uncomfortable. A blush spread across her face. Why can't I look? Long Jian began to threaten again. You've already agreed to bear my offspring. Don't tell me you're thinking of backing out now. No. Leisure waved her hands hastily, seemingly concerned about the pact. I won't break my promise. He'll fulfill it. Only then did Long Jian stop satisfied and ask seriously, so what's your name? My name is Xingling. And yours? Leisure stated her name directly, as if casting aside past reservations. This king's surname is Long, given name Jian. Long Jian introduced himself formally. That name is awful. Xingling curled her lip in disdain, placing her hands on her hips with an impatient air, urging him, all right, enough. Let's get started. With that, she sat down right on the spot, spread her arms wide, and struck a pose of total surrender. This sudden move startled even the seasoned Long Jian. Ahem. He coughed dryly again, putting on a serious face. This matter must wait until nightfall. It's not convenient during the day. Oh, I see. Xingling stood up, nonchalantly brushing the snow from her clothes. I thought it could be done anytime, anywhere. Xingling, do you even know what having offspring entails? Long Jian probed cautiously. Xingling tilted her head, thoughtfully blinking her big eyes. I remember it's something like touching lips together, and then you have a baby. Is that right? She asked Long Jian back with an innocent look. Long Jian felt even more awkward. He scratched his head and stammered, well, he'll teach you personally tonight. Just then Zhu Bai, who was on guard, rushed over to report. Great King, the First Lady, Second Lady, and Third Lady are all here. Long Jian was taken aback. Damn, why are they all here? He hurriedly looked over, and indeed saw his three wives approaching swiftly. Feng Ying at the lead came to a stop, frowning at the collapsed house, then glanced at Xingling standing nearby. What happened? Long Jian quickly waved his hands. Nothing. It's good that you're all here. Let me introduce you. This is Xingling. Shall be a part of our family from now on. The three women exchanged displeased looks upon hearing this, but said nothing. In this household, Long Jian's word carried the most weight. Xingling, however, looked unconcerned, sneering. What? Not welcoming me? She raised her chin, wearing a haughty and insolent expression. Welcome? How could I not welcome you? I'm most welcoming, aren't I, my husband? Feng Ying said, casting a pointed glance. Long Jian chuckled. Let's all get along from now on. Xingling, why don't you apologize to your three sisters? Though somewhat reluctant, Xingling murmured a soft, I'm sorry, to honor her promise. Humph. Feng Ying snorted coldly, turning away. Xiao Bai, Xianyue, let's head back. Xiao Bai and Xianyue exchanged a look with Long Jian before obediently trailing after Feng Ying. They too felt Long Jian had been too lenient in letting Xingling off so easily. Long Jian watched his three beauties depart, shaking his head with a sigh. Three women make a drama. They're truly hard to please. Xingling clenched her small pink fist, waving it in the air. Hard to please? What's so hard about that? If they don't obey, just teach them a firm lesson. A splendid idea. When I have time tonight, I'll certainly teach them well, and make them obey. Long Jian grinned lecherously. He always had ways with women, using his strengths to conquer them. Xingling was pleased with his response, smiling sweetly. Hee, but tonight you can't go teach them. You must first make a baby with me. Long Jian nodded eagerly. Rest assured tonight, he'll absolutely take care of you first. I guarantee your satisfaction. His face was wreathed in smiles, already conjuring up images of Xingling. His mind raced with the thought of finally indulging in this little lioness tonight. Gone was any memory of his promise to conceive a child. He was solely focused on his own pleasures. Xingling, equally excited and full of anticipation, remained completely unaware of Long Jian's insincerity. She naively believed he would father many children with her, fulfilling her deepest wish to regain her freedom. Suddenly a thought struck Long Jian. He turned to Xingling and asked, by the way, did someone send you here? Why did you come here and end up in a conflict with Feng Ying? Xingling was baffled. Scent? What do you mean? I came here to hunt. I just happened to track your scent and the phoenixes, so we crossed paths. Long Jian eyed her suspiciously. My and Feng Ying's scent. We've never met you before. How could you know our scent? Xingling pondered for a moment, then revealed the truth. A while ago I devoured a cultivator's nascent soul. That person carried the scent of you and the phoenix. That's how I traced it here. Nascent soul. Long Jian was taken aback, realization dawning instantly. The nascent soul she spoke of must belong to Gu Daozu. You consumed Gu Daozu's nascent soul? Xingling looked confused. Who is Gu Daozu? I don't know him. I only know that nascent soul tasted good. It was a lightning-attributed cultivator. After I devoured it, my cultivation improved considerably. Long Jian suddenly understood. It was all a coincidence. Xingling didn't know Gu Daozu's identity, as she had simply stumbled upon his nascent soul, and that's how she picked up the scent of him and Feng Ying. Long Jian continued his inquiry. So you came from the Deadwater Swamp? Xingling nodded, her expression turning annoyed. Yes, that damn swamp's miasma blots out the sky and sun. It wasn't until winter that the toxic fog thinned enough for me to cross. It was only in the winter that the poisonous mist cleared enough for me to traverse that swamp. With a sorrowful sigh she added, damn it all. If I weren't so greedy, I wouldn't have traveled all this way to this godforsaken. Xingling wore an expression of deep regret, clearly wishing she had never come. All this was because of her gluttony, which had led to her being enslaved by Long Jian. Hearing this, Long Jian secretly rejoiced. The miasma of the Deadwater Swamp had dissipated. This was undeniably good news for him. He said with eager anticipation, "When spring comes next year, you'll come with me to explore the Deadwater Swamp." Xingling retorted grumpily, "What for? The place is full of stinking toads. It's disgusting." She even stuck out her tongue in disgust. Long Jian didn't reveal the true reason, merely smiling. "Just come with me and see. There will be an unexpected harvest." He was secretly calculating. After being attacked by that resentful woman, he had been unconscious for 3 months. He wondered if that golden egg was still at the bottom of the pool. He had to go and check for himself. He set a silent challenge for himself with 2 transformation stage great demons by his side. If he still couldn't secure that golden egg, he might as well eat shit. At that moment, he set a silent challenge for himself with 2 transformation stage great demons by his side. If he still couldn't secure that golden egg, he might as well eat shit. At that moment, Xingling's gaze inadvertently fell upon the frozen waterfall below. Long Jian keenly noticed the direction of her gaze. He thought that as a fellow transformation stage demon, she should also be able to sense the chilling, ominous aura hidden beneath the waterfall. "Do you see down there? What do you think is hidden in there?" Long Jian probed. Xingling stared fixedly at the base of the waterfall, her brow furrowed slightly. Her nostrils flared slightly, as if she were sniffing the air. After a moment, she finally spoke. "From below there's a scent of decay, filled with coldness and death. There's also a ceiling formation, as if something demonic is imprisoned there." "What? There's a ceiling formation down there?" Long Jian was startled. Clearly Xingling's perception was even keener than Feng Ying's. "What, you can't sense it?" Xingling said scornfully. "Oh, I forgot you're only at the core formation stage." Long Jian's eyes widened in annoyance. "Keep mocking me, and see if I make a baby with you tonight." No. I'm wrong. I won't do it again." Xingling was startled, and immediately began apologizing profusely. Long Jian's eyes widened in annoyance. "Keep mocking me, and see if I make a baby with you tonight." No. I'm wrong. I won't do it again." Xingling was startled, and immediately began apologizing profusely. Long Jian could sense the space subtly warping and shifting. He couldn't help but think to himself that this girl was truly, despite her somewhat naive and haughty demeanor, if it weren't for her exhausting herself in the fierce battle with Feng Ying, he might not have been able to subdue her himself. After a while, Xingling withdrew her hands and said calmly, "There is a very ancient ceiling formation down there. The formation's core should be at the deepest point. I judge it was set by a cultivator. I can't break it on my own." "Oh, do you know what demon is sealed there? Is it a giant turtle? Or a horned dragon?" Long Jian probed. His guess of a turtle or dragon was based on the memories of the original owner of this body. First, it had to be a creature the original owner had been intimate with. Second, it had to be a creature that could survive in water. But Xingling couldn't clearly see the bottom of the pool. She could only shake her head helplessly. "I can't quite make out what it is. Unless I could go down and see for myself, but I don't know how to swim." Long Jian waved his hand in disappointment. "Forget it. Don't risk going down there. I'd be heartbroken if that thing—" Xingling was somewhat surprised by his words. She unconsciously clutched her dress, not expecting Long Jian to show such. Long Jian raised his head to gaze at the sun radiating a gentle warmth in the sky, estimating that it was only around noon, leaving a considerable stretch of time before nightfall. He then glanced at the collapsed wooden hut and decided to have it rebuilt first to serve as a dwelling for the star spirit. Of course, he would never personally engage in such manual labor as construction. Now that he was a minor chieftain, this kind of rough work had to be delegated to his subordinate Zhu Bai. Being a primate, Zhu Bai had nimble hands and feet, making him the perfect laborer. "Zhu Bai, come here." Long Jian called out twice to Zhu Bai, who was staring blankly into the distance. Hearing the call, Zhu Bai scurried over eagerly and asked respectfully, "What orders does your majesty have?" Long Jian said sternly, "Rebuild this wooden hut. It must be finished before sunset or there will be consequences." "Yes, I will surely complete the task." Zhu Bai grinned broadly and pledged with confidence. Long Jian had always maintained a high-pressure policy towards Zhu Bai, because such a demon which bullied the weak and feared the strong could not be shown too much gentleness. Long Jian mused that after this winter he would find a mate for Zhu Bai to start a family. To thoroughly bind a demon, one must strike at its weakness. If it lacked one, then one should deliberately cultivate it. Once Zhu Bai had offspring, and those offspring were under his control, then Zhu Bai would serve with heartfelt willingness rather. This was different from the forced compliance imposed by the mark. The former would make Zhu Bai follow him forever with genuine conviction. Long Jian was well aware of the difference between the two. Long Jian looked at the graceful star spirit beside him, knowing he used the same method to bind her. Although he promised to free her after bearing 50 children, when that time came it would be hard to say whether she would truly leave. During this process, Long Jian would have ample time to foster feelings with her. There was also the matter of the birth of dragon offspring. According to myths, dragons had 9 sons. He had already fathered 3 sons, Chunyo Yazi and Xiaofeng. The remaining 6 sons were Paleo Swanee Bishi was a wolf, and the third was a bird. Whether he could even have offspring with the star spirit a lion was an unknown. He only remembered that the eldest was a rhinoceros, the second was a wolf, and the third was a bird. Whether he could even have offspring with the star spirit a lion was an unknown, because apart from certain fixed species, Long Jian had never sired offspring with demon beasts of other races. However, none of that mattered. The key point was that the star spirit was a great demon in the transformation stage capable of transforming into a stunning beauty. His third wife Feng Ying was also a transformed demon, but she strongly disliked using her human form, let alone engaging in intimate acts with Long Jian in human form. Although Long Jian had become a true dragon, his soul remained predominantly human. Hence his interest in the human body naturally surpassed that in animal forms. The thought of being intimate with the beautiful and alluring star spirit made Long Jian's blood boil. This was undoubtedly an immense temptation for him. Just as Long Jian was lost in thought, a coquettish voice interrupted him. Long Jian, I'm hungry. The star spirit's sapphire blue eyes revealed a mix of tenderness and longing. You greedy little kitten, follow me. Long Jian flicked his dragon tail and flew towards a nearby house. The star spirit shifted her form, reverting to a small lion, just over a meter tall, her four limbs shimmering with blue light as she sprinted swiftly. Long Jian arrived at the warehouse dedicated to storing food for the winter, which he had stocked up in advance, having learned from last year's lesson. The winters in the 10,000 Demon Mountains were cold and long. Most creatures hibernated, and the vegetation was covered in thick snow. To sustain a large group of demon beasts, stockpiling food was essential. This large warehouse was specifically used to store various kinds of meat. Long Jian was still at the core formation stage and couldn't assume human form, so many tasks couldn't be done personally. He had to resort to the most basic method to extend the shelf life of the meat smoking. Even his less dexterous harem members could easily handle smoking the meat. Inside the warehouse, neatly arranged smoked fish and meat emitted a tantalizing aroma. The star spirit followed Long Jian inside, and seeing the golden brown smoked meat immediately salivated, drool dripping from her mouth. Although smoked meat wasn't as juicy and fresh as raw meat, it had its own unique flavor. When the star spirit was young, her father had brought back some smoked meat for her to taste after a trip to the territories of human cultivators. She still vividly remembered that delicious taste. Unable to contain herself, the star spirit pounced on the nearest pile of smoked meat and began devouring it ravenously. While eating, she asked curiously, Long Jian, how did you make such delicious smoked meat? Isn't this a technique only known to human cultivators? Long Jian scratched his belly with his front claw, unable to tell her that he used to be human. He had to evade the question vaguely. I have traveled to many cities of cultivators in the past, and picked up a few tricks about their cooking. Wow. The star spirit's eyes sparkled, and the bones crunched loudly between her teeth. In the eyes of the demon race, being able to freely enter and exit the territories of cultivators was something only extremely powerful demon beasts could achieve. For instance, her clan leader, father, the 3 city lords of the demon domain, or the patriarchs of some great families possessed such abilities. This was because cultivators were extremely greedy. To them, the fur and bones of demons were valuable treasures. Any demon beast weaker than these would be attacked by cultivators if they dared to leave the 10,000 Demon Mountains and approach human territory stripped of everything valuable on their bodies. So where have you been? Can you tell me about the interesting things you've seen? The star spirit wagged her tail, looking at Long Jian with admiration. Long Jian knew he had boasted too much. In truth, he had never been to any cultivator's territory. Fortunately, he had seen some memories of the original owner in that memory space. That old lecherous dragon had indeed been to the territories of cultivators and had dallied with many female cultivators. Long Jian could only fabricate stories drawing from the original owner's memories and his own past life memories. He spoke of enormous iron birds flying in the sky carrying hundreds of people, and 4-wheeled iron horses that didn't eat grass, but only consumed black oil. Wow, how interesting. When I become stronger, I want to see the outside world too. The star spirit's eyes lit up like a dreamy little girl. She yearned for the outside life Long Jian described. For demons, leaving the mountains to venture outside was no easy feat, especially in this perilous world where demons were far weaker than cultivators and could only seek refuge in the primitive forests of the 10,000 Demon Mountains. The reason the star spirit had run away from home was also due to her naturally restless and playful disposition. However, her range of activities was strictly confined within the mountains, and she had never once stepped beyond them. Now, hearing Long Jian's descriptions, she was filled with longing, fantasizing about the day she could leave this forest and witness the boundless and fantastical world he depicted. After finishing his boast, Long Jian grew curious about the depths of the myriad demons mountain range where Xingling lived. Xingling, what is the deep mountain range really like? Are there any interesting places? Since arriving in this world, Long Jian's range of activity had been quite limited. To the north, he had only ventured as far as Fengying's Danxue Mountain, and to the south only to the Dead Marsh. He had never set foot in more distant lands. He had heard Xianyu mention before that many powerful demon beasts dwelled deep within the mountain range. There were also the legendary 3 great demon clan cities. Long Jian was filled with curiosity about those unknown places. Long Jian, you're a dragon. How could you have never been to the deep mountain range? There's a dragon clan settlement there too. Xingling was slightly puzzled by this. Long Jian continued his act. I am not a dragon of this world. I come from another realm, so I am unfamiliar with this place. Do you take me for a child? Trying to fool me. Xingling refused to buy it. You've only just formed your golden core. How could you be an outsider? All of us demons yearn to ascend and leave this world. Which demon would ever come back? Why would I lie to you? Can't you sense the distinctive aura about me? Long Jian said with utter seriousness, and this time, he was speaking the truth. Xingling's little head pondered for a moment. Long Jian was indeed peculiar. especially his current soul body form. A soul body was like a ghost. Though Xingling had heard of such things, this was the first time he had actually seen one. It was said that soul bodies couldn't be exposed to sunlight for long, yet Long Jian could stay under the sun without any concern. Not only that, he could freely switch between his physical form and soul form. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Xingling would never have believed such a divine power could exist in this world. So which world did you come from? Is it the legendary divine demon realm? Xingling asked curiously. Long Jian had no idea what world lay above, so he could only feign mystery. That is my little secret. Tisk how stingy. Xingling playfully stuck out his tongue and continued to feast heartily. This little fellow had quite an appetite, devouring half the food in the storage in one go. Long Jian didn't mind, as there was still plenty to eat. Because Xian Yu hadn't recruited many wolves this year, most of the harem consisted of herbivorous female rhinos. The satiated Xingling rolled around comfortably on the ground, revealing his soft white belly. For a feline to expose such a vulnerable spot, Minute felt completely at ease. Seeing such an adorable and playful little lion, Long Jian could barely contain the impulse surging within him. He wanted to take Xingling right then and there. Just then light footsteps sounded from outside. Long Jian turned sharply and barked, "Who's out there?" Xingling also stopped rolling, lying low with his ears swiveled toward the source of the sound. A furry little head slowly poked in a pair of long, nimble wolf ears, twitching gently as they surveyed the surrounding. A coat of fluffy, soft, gray and white fur gleamed with a gentle luster in the dim light, inviting one to reach out, and a pair of pale cyan wolf eyes held a hint of restraint and dignity. Her pupils contracted slightly as she surveyed everything inside the room with wary curiosity. "Xianyu, why are you here?" Long Jian had never expected Xianyu to come looking for him. "My husband, Xianyu hesitated, her gaze shifting back and forth between Long Jian and Xingling, as if weighing her words. Xingling saw through Xianyu's intentions at a glance, and also called out her identity directly. "What's the matter?" "Little wolf demon of the Qi wolf clan. Is there something you need from me?" Long Jian said. "Xianyu, just say whatever it is. We're all family here." Encouraged by her husband's reassurance, Xianyu gathered her courage, stepped lightly to Long Jian's side, looked up at Xingling, and asked directly, "Is my father looking for me?" Long Jian immediately understood. Xianyu was worried her father had come to take her back. Previously, Xianyu had mentioned that she had run away from home. "Haha, yes indeed. Your escape has caused an uproar throughout the entire demon domain. Who would have thought you'd fled all the way here?" Xingling crossed his front legs, resting his lion head lazily upon them, wearing a leisurely expression. Long Jian spoke gently to comfort her. "Xianyu, don't worry too much. These mountains are deep and the forest dense. Your father won't find you anytime soon." Xianyu still furrowed her thick wolf brows, speaking with concern. "Husband, I'm just afraid this might bring trouble upon you in the future. I know my father's temper all too well. I'm worried." Her wolf tail unconsciously coiled tightly around herself, betraying her anxiety. Long Jian gazed into Xianyu's eyes, speaking with deep affection. "You are my wife now. I will never allow any demon to take you away, even if it's your own father." Xingling pouted as he watched the two exchange affections, and a trace of envy unexpectedly rose within his heart. She interjected, "Little wolf demon, you'd better stay well hidden for now. When I left the demon domain, I saw quite a few demon soldiers and generals setting out from the city where your father resides. They're likely searching the areas around the myriad demons mountain range for you." At these words, a sense of crisis also gripped. He knew very little about the demon domain Xingling spoke of. If a group of transformation stage great demons were to show up out of nowhere, how could he possibly fight them? He had to stay on high alert from now on. Soon Long Jian devised a simple plan. He laid out the strategy he had just conceived. "Xianyu, put your plan to form a wolf pack on hold until after next spring. By then he'll set up more sentry posts in various places. If real danger arises, we'll have enough time to relocate." If it came down to being forced to hand Xianyu over, the worst-case scenario would be for Long Jian to abandon the myriad demons mountain range. He would charge directly into the territory of human cultivators and forcibly carve out a domain of his own. "I'll follow whatever my husband arranges." Xianyu nodded obediently, her wolf tail wagging happily, her face beaming with joy. After seeing Xianyu off, Long Jian continued to glean more information from Xingling about the depths of the myriad demons mountain range, the demon domain. It turned out that the demon domain was centered around 3 demon cities with numerous powerful bloodline demon clans scattered across different territories. Take Xingling's race, the Stellar Thunder Lions, for example. They occupied a remote cliffside atop, which lay a blessed cave paradise carved out by their powerful ancestors. The Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Fox Immortal Clan, and others each had their own blessed cave paradises carved out for their kin. Only demon clans with powerful bloodlines had the ability to create such sanctums. Ordinary demon clans could only claim places like mountains, water sources, and forests to inhabit. The primary function of the demon cities was to mediate conflicts between clans, discuss strategies, and facilitate trade of various rare treasures and natural resources. Within the demon cities, one could also purchase a large number of magical artifacts refined by cultivators. Demons were utterly inept at artifact refining, so they basically traded raw materials directly with cultivator merchant caravans. Every year, fixed cultivator merchant caravans would enter these demon cities. It was one of the liveliest times in the demon. As Xingling recounted all this to Long Jian, he twitched his ears and flicked his tail, describing everything with vivid flair. Long Jian nodded along, gaining a general understanding of the demon domain situation. After listening to Xing Ling's meticulous account, Long Jian gained a far deeper understanding of the entire myriad demon mountain range. In summary, the interior was affectionately known as the Demon Realm by the demon clans, boasting 3 resplendent cities and hundreds of scattered demon tribes. The Demon Realm was undoubtedly the most formidable stronghold of the demon race on the primordial continent. Cultivators rarely dared to invade this territory, and had even established certain non-aggression pacts and alliances with the demons. For demon tribes residing outside the Demon Realm, the inner clans adopted an attitude of cold indifference, refusing to offer aid and leaving them vulnerable to slaughter by cultivators. However, outer demons could still enter the Demon Realm, albeit under certain conditions. First, one's cultivation base must reach the transformation stage to earn a ticket of entry. Alternatively, one could gain permission by contributing rare and precious spiritual treasures. Of course, receiving the recognition of a powerful figure within the Demon Realm was also a shortcut to gaining entry. Once one obtained the status of a Demon Realm resident, they could even venture into human territories and explore their cities. Some cultivation sects even provided dedicated protection for these visiting demons. This undoubtedly broadened Long Jian's horizons. In any world, the most reliable bond between beings is forged by mutual benefit. Unbeknownst to them, the drifting clouds in the sky were gradually dyed crimson by the setting sun's glow, and the sunlight grew warm and gentle. Long Jian looked up at the sky, realizing that nightfall was approaching. Before dusk descended, Zhu Bai successfully completed the repair of the previously damaged wooden cabin. Long Jian led Xing Ling inside, where they found a thick layer of soft straw mats neatly spread across the floor, covering a larger area than before. Xing Ling's massive frame was still a bit of a tight fit, but she could adjust her size at will, so it wasn't a significant issue. Xing Ling sat nervously on the straw mat, shyly lowering her head and fidgeting with the straw beneath her paws. She was unfamiliar with what was about to happen and had little understanding of how to bear offspring. Long Jian paced around her, a golden glint in his eyes, as he greedily sized her up. Long Jian, stop staring at me like that, she protested. Xing Ling shyly raised a paw to cover her face, leaving only her eyes visible, which shimmered with a starlit glow in the night. This faint glimmer carried an air of mystery and tranquility, marking her as a Star Realm Thunder Lion. Long Jian cleared his throat, having prepared himself for what was to come. But before beginning, he whispered a request. Xing Ling, could you transform into human form? Human form. Xing Ling tilted her head in confusion. In an instant, a flash of lightning rippled across her body, and the massive lion form transformed into a young maiden with azure hair, clad in a furry dress. Must I take human form? The elder sisters in the clan never mentioned this. Xing Ling muttered in bewilderment, puffing out her cheeks as she sat on the mat. Her long fair legs were pressed neatly together, betraying a hint of unease. Well, human form makes things easier for me later on. Trust me, it's for your own good. Long Jian explained with an awkward grin, his gaze still greedily fixed on Xing Ling. With the keen eye of a seasoned connoisseur, Long Jian quickly assessed Xing Ling's figure. She stood about 1.65 meters tall, with a bust of 98 centimeters, a slender waist of 61 centimeters, and hips measuring 86 centimeters, a perfect hourglass silhouette. Xing Ling shifted uncomfortably under Long Jian's scorching gaze, the blush on her cheeks deepening. Her slender pale fingers nervously twisted the hem of her dress, a hint of anticipation mingling with her shyness. Xing Ling pouted slightly and asked hesitantly, "Oh, is that so? You promise you're not deceiving me?" Her voice was as crisp and pleasant as the chime of silver bells. "Of course I wouldn't deceive you," Long Jian assured her hastily, then commanded, "First take off your clothes." "Take them off." Xing Ling looked down at her pale yellow soft fur skirt, puzzled. "Why must I do that?" Long Jian stammered in explanation. It's a necessary step. Don't ask questions, just follow my lead." Xing Ling pondered for a moment, realizing this garment was actually conjured from her demonic energy. So she dispelled the demonic energy, maintaining the dress, and with a soft puff the garment vanished without a trace. Long Jian eagerly summoned the system in his mind, and a translucent panel materialized before him. As his cultivation had surpassed 1600 years, his maximum body length had increased to 500 meters. Xing Ling was only about 1.65 meters tall, so a corresponding body length was needed. Once he made his choice, Long Jian's physical form was complete, and a divine dragon descended upon the world. The overwhelming draconic might made Xing Ling's heart pound violently. This was suppression at the bloodline level, indicating that Long Jian's lineage was exceptionally noble. This was the second time she had felt this draconic pressure, and it filled her with both fear and nervousness. The two of them were together now. The next morning, the first rays of dawn pierced through the forest, spilling into the dwelling. Long Jian opened his eyes and stretched his limbs, feeling his entire body brimming with power. He turned his head to look at Xing Ling, who was still sleeping soundly on the straw mat, her slender form rising and falling gently with each breath. Suddenly, a clamor from outside interrupted Long Jian's thoughts. The air echoed with a cacophony of wolf howls and phoenix cries intertwined. "What's going on?" Long Jian quickly rushed out of the wooden hut. He saw a large horde of wolf demons flooding into his territory. They varied in color and size, and although they were all wolves, they were clearly not from the same race. Most of these wolf demons were only at the early foundation establishment stage, but there were quite a few of them, about 100. Long Jian narrowed his eyes and spotted a human figure standing in the center of the pack. It appeared to be a human form transformed by a powerful demon at the transformation stage. At this moment Feng Ying, little white rhino Zhu Bai, and several other rhino demons were confronting the wolf pack. Who are you? Feng Ying, being the strongest leader, stepped forward to question the man among the wolves. The man was about 1.9 meters tall with a robust build, long grayish hair, cascading over his shoulders. He wore armor, and quite stylishly a black cape draped over his back. I am Lang San from Jian City in the demon realm, sent to find a young sister of my clan. Might this beautiful phoenix lady have seen her? The man named Lang San clasped his fists in greeting, but his tone was frivolous, and his gaze roamed over Feng Ying lecherously. Feng Ying's face contorted with intense disgust. Not willing to back down, she also transformed into her human form to display her formidable cultivation. This time Feng Ying was clad in a striking red attire, her long crimson hair flowing gracefully. She looked incredibly cold, elegant, and noble. Never seen her. Leave this place immediately. Feng Ying said coldly, her tone carrying an unyielding authority. Are you sure you haven't seen her? The man named Lang San squinted, seemingly calculating something. The man named Lang San clasped his fist again with a smile, then turned to the wolf demons behind him and said, "My minions, we retreat." With a chorus of howls, the wolf demons turned and left. All right, I have been too presumptuous. The man named Lang San clasped his fist again with a smile, then turned to the wolf demons behind him and said, "My minions, we retreat." With a chorus of howls, the wolf demons turned and left. Lang San also sauntered off, following the wolf pack. Seeing this, Long Jian swung his tail and flew over to Feng Ying. "Yinger, why didn't you call me when something like this happened?" "Why would I call you? Weren't you busy sleeping with that lioness?" Feng Ying snorted coldly, her tone dripping with obvious displeasure. Her words made Long Jian feel a bit awkward, and he quickly explained, "That's not true at all. You know me, I'm very fast." Feng Ying clearly couldn't be bothered to listen to his excuses. Long Jian could only change the subject first, saying to Little White Rhino, "Little Bai, take the other demons back first. It's getting a bit cold, be careful not to catch a chill." "All right, my husband." Little White Rhino was very obedient to Long Jian. She was indeed afraid of the cold, as rhinos have no feathers, and her smooth skin was more sensitive to the winter chill than other demon beasts. After sending off Little White Rhino and the other female rhinos, Long Jian winked at Zhu Bai, who was standing nearby. Zhu Bai immediately caught on. Third sister-in-law, Great King, am feeling a bit cold too. I'll head back first. You two chat. Go on, go on. Long Jian waved his claw casually. With permission granted, Zhu Bai scurried away quickly. Now only Long Jian and Feng Ying remained at the scene. "I'm sorry, Yinger. He'll stay with you tonight." Long Jian apologized sincerely, realizing he had indeed been too neglectful. His 3-month coma had left Feng Ying lonely for 3 months. And the first thing he did upon waking wasn't to see her, but to sleep with Xingling. Putting himself in her shoes, Long Jian knew he would be upset if he were treated the same way. Hearing his apology, Feng Ying's slightly puffed cheeks deflated and much of her anger subsided. "Welcome, how could I not welcome you? I'm most welcoming, aren't I, my husband?" Feng Ying said, casting a pointed glance. "Fine, since you said so, you must come stay with me tonight." A sweet smile. "Very well then, I'd like to see just how capable you really are." Feng Ying's demeanor was a stark contrast to the cold, distant attitude she had shown when they first met. Long Jian smiled faintly, not taking the bait. Such matters would be made clear to her tonight. He shifted the conversation back to the group of wolf demons from earlier, asking, "That wolf demon they called Lan San. What did they come here for?" Having been too far away, Long Jian had only caught fragments of the conversation between the wolf demon and Feng Ying. "It's Lang San." Feng Ying corrected him, then continued, "They're said to be from Jian City in the demon domain. They must have been sent by Xian Yu's father to find her." "Where is Xian Yu now?" Long Jian asked, as he hadn't seen her come out earlier. Feng Ying replied, "I told her to hide inside the house." "Not bad, you're quite clever knowing their intentions in advance." Long Jian praised her. Feng Ying's beautiful face blossomed into a happy smile, as captivating as a clear spring in springtime. Long Jian was completely captivated by her enchanting smile, unable to look away for a long time. To possess such a beauty was truly one of life's greatest fortunes. However, in the next moment, his blissful moment came to an abrupt end. A lion with lightning patterns on its body, stepping on bolts of lightning, leaped to Long Jian's side and called out sweetly, "Husband, good morning." Feng Ying's expression instantly turned cold. Xingling transformed in a flash, also taking human form. She was petite and adorable, a stark contrast to Feng Ying's cold and exquisite style. "Tisk tisk tsk." Xingling mocked with jealousy. 300 rounds. Are you trying to fool ghosts? My husband's abilities are so strong, I can only last 2 rounds. You probably can't even last 1. Amidst the two women's back-and-forth praises and taunts, Long Jian felt at a loss, unsure whose feelings to prioritize. At that moment, he finally understood the feeling of ancient emperors with multiple wives and concubines, both blissful and headache-inducing. Absolutely mind-blowing. The wolf pack that had walked away smelled that Xian Yu sent clearly. "She's definitely inside, so why did you order us to retreat?" Lang San stopped a sinister and its eyes gleamed with cunning light. "Third brother, I could smell that Xian Yu sent clearly. She's definitely inside, so why did you order us to retreat?" Lang San stopped, a sinister and cruel smile spreading across his face, revealing his sharp fangs. "Haven't you sensed that there's also a transformation stage demon inside?" "What?" The core formation gray wolf demon's eyes widened in shock, its body shrinking back, the fur on its back standing on end. Another transformation stage demon. Having 2 transformation stage demons in such a remote place. That's impossible. Lang San curled his lips into a cold smirk, his gaze deep and sinister. Not just two transformation stage ones, there's also a ferocious and vicious demon fiend lurking inside. Huh, a demon fiend. The core formation Grey Wolf demon was completely panicked, its limbs going weak, almost drooling in fear. This level of monster was far beyond what small demons like them could handle. This. We must report T. I remember that demon fiend was suppressed back then by City Lord Qianqing together with a high-level cultivator. The Grey Wolf demon immediately breathed a sigh of relief, its ears and tail relaxing. Oh, since City Lord Qianqing already knows the situation, then we really don't need to make a special report. But we still can't handle those two transformation stage demons inside. It's better if we report back first, just to be safe. It shrank its neck in fear, first standing up, and wagged its tail in distress. Although its cultivation had reached the late core formation stage, just one step away from transformation. But that one step was the hardest. Many demons died at this final hurdle. Not to mention that after transformation one's strength would multiply several times over. Killing a core formation demon would be as easy as crushing an ant. Lang San licked his lips, his gaze cold and sinister. You idiot. If we report it, won't all the bounty be taken by those good-for-nothing gluttons from Qianqing City who do nothing all day? We work hard to find the target, and they reap the rewards. I won't swallow this. But the Grey Wolf tried to dissuade him, but was impatiently cut off by Lang San. But what? Stop the nonsense. I have a plan. There's a friend of mine nearby whose cultivation has reached the mid-transformation stage. With their help, capturing that phoenix and the other transformation demon will be a piece of cake. Hearing this, the Grey Wolf's ears perked up instantly, its eyes shining. Oh, third brother, you're amazing. To have such a friend in a place like this. Lang San proudly raised his chin, nostrils flaring. Of course, I may not be the strongest bee. The Grey Wolf followed closely behind, its tail wagging joyfully. The other lesser demons were also filled with excitement, following Lang San as they swiftly traversed the snowy forest. Before long, the group of demons arrived at a desolate valley. A layer of silver-white frost and snow pervaded the valley, reflecting dazzling light under the sun's rays. Scattered across the mountainside were several caves looking like black holes with no end in sight. Bone-chilling cold winds howled out from the cave mouths, whipping up swirling ice crystals. The weaker wolf demons were directly sent shivering by this piercing demonic wind, unable even to speak clearly. Lang San, however, was not afraid of the icy climate at all. He took a deep breath and let out a resounding wolf howl filled with majesty and power, which pierced through the thick rock and echoed into every corner of the cave. Third brother, your friend lives in a place like this. Aren't they afraid of freezing into an ice stick? The Grey Wolf shuddered, looking somewhat nervous. Do you think everyone is as useless as you? Lang San sneered, casting him a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with strength. The Grey Wolf looked embarrassed, opening its mouth as if to speak, but hesitating. At that moment, a sudden rumbling sound came from deep within the cave, as if some massive creature was moving towards the entrance. Oh, brother Lang San, it's been years. What brings you to think of your old brother today? A loud, deep voice boomed from afar. A colossal serpent head emerged from the cavern, its most striking feature being the pair of sharp horns atop its crown. The great snake opened its maw wide, unleashing a wave of stench that made the gathered demons pinch their noses. With a sudden powerful inhale, the great serpent sucked in several of Lang San's wolf demons of the Spirit Link realm before they could even react, their screams echoing as they were devoured whole. The Grey Wolf and the other demon wolves turned pale with terror, huddling together in fear, not daring to move. Only Lang San remained composed, his gaze locked unwaveringly on the great serpent. Having feasted, the great serpent extended its forked red tongue to lick its lips with an air of satisfaction, its body radiating a powerful, oily green demonic aura. Shrouded in this demonic energy, its form rapidly shrank, transforming into a tall, pale-skinned man draped in a dark green silk robe. Brother Shanjun, I happened to be passing by, and thought I'd pay you a visit, Lang San said with a faint smile, making no mention of his subordinates who had just been devoured. Lang San, we're brothers here. No need for beating around the bush. Speak up, what do you want? The man called Shanjun rolled up his sleeves with a grin, a hint of malice gleaming in his eyes. Lang San dropped all pretense and stated bluntly, to the east a new demon tribe has risen. Their leaders are two transformed demons, one of which is a phoenix. I request your aid, brother Shanjun, to join me in subduing them. Upon hearing this, Shanjun's already pale face turned even whiter. Lang San, are you deliberately mocking me? The Phoenix clan. How could we possibly provoke them? Lang San chuckled. Brother Shanjun, rest assured I've sent scouts ahead. That phoenix is of mixed blood. Even if we eliminate her, the Phoenix clan won't come seeking retribution. Is that so? Shanjun raised an eyebrow, seemingly hesitant. Still, I'm rather reluctant to undertake a task that offers little reward for much effort. Lang San casually dropped a line. She is a female phoenix. What? A female phoenix? At that word, Shanjun's eyes blazed with brilliant light, his face overcome with excitement. Excellent. If she's a female phoenix, we absolutely cannot let her slip away. Brother Lang San, when do we set out? Lang San glanced up at the sun overhead and said in a low voice, we depart at dusk. Shanjun nodded eagerly, and the two reached a consensus to join forces against the female phoenix. Above the suddenly a piercing eagle cry shattered the silence. A massive golden eagle descended from the sky, its body gleaming with a golden luster, its wings spanning several zhang when fully extended. Behind it trailed hundreds of bird demons of various shapes and forms. The great eagle landed steadily on the snow, bowing respectfully before a woman in a flowing red dress ahead. Phoenix King, as you commanded, I have led the 100 birds here to assist. Feng Ying smiled softly, her red dress fluttering in the wind like a dancing flame, radiant and captivating. With a note of satisfaction she spoke, Xiao Jian, you've traveled far. You must be weary. Zhu Bai, take them to rest. Zhu Bai promptly bowed in acknowledgement, and answered loudly, yes, third sister-in-law. He turned to the flock of bird demons, calling out, everyone follow me. The birds cheered in response, chirping excitedly, as they followed Zhu Bai away, eager to find a place to roost. The golden eagle tilted its head, its dark eyes shimmering with confusion. It gazed curiously at Feng Ying, hesitating rather than following the other birds. Noticing its hesitation, Feng Ying asked gently, Xiao Jian, what's the matter? The golden eagle flapped its wings, feathers rustling, and spoke with deliberation. Phoenix King, why would you unite with that treacherous vile dragon? A flicker of resentment passed through its eyes. It still remembered the times it had been bullied by Long Jian and feared that the kind and innocent Phoenix King would be deceived by that cunning dragon as well. Feng Ying, unperturbed, stepped forward and gently placed her right hand upon the eagle's head. Feeling the familiar warmth, the golden eagle instinctively lowered its head, nuzzling deeply into Feng Ying's palm. With delicate fingers, Feng Ying softly smoothed the eagle's soft feathers, her voice calm as she said, Xiao Jian, all of this is destiny. Long Jian means a great deal to me. If you believe I have erred, you may leave, and I will not hold it against you. Tears welled in the golden eagle's eyes, and it shook its head. Phoenix King, you saved my life. I will never leave your side. With that, the golden eagle flew off to rest. Meanwhile, Long Jian, who had been silently watching over Feng Ying in his dragon soul form, remained unseen by the eagle. Watching the eagle's departing figure, Long Jian finally spoke. Unbelievable. Why does that golden eagle always speak ill of me? Feng Ying put her hands on her hips and shot him a glare. You have some nerve complaining. You bullied him before, so why shouldn't he speak ill of you? Unfazed by the accusation, Long Jian defended himself without a hint of shame. I had my reasons. You know my temper. If he hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Feng Ying pouted and turned her head away, ignoring him. Seeing her silence, Long Jian quickly softened his tone and coaxed, all right, don't be angry. He cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor. Starting tomorrow, we must organize the reconnaissance duties for these bird demons. I have a feeling those wolf demons won't let this go. Naturally, none of the demons in the demon realm are to be trusted. We must remain vigilant. Feng Ying nodded. That night a dark veil fell, and a bright, clear moon hung high in the sky. The exceptionally capable golden eagle volunteered for the first night watch. Perched atop a wooden cabin, its golden eyes shone brightly in the darkness, scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. Even in the pitch-black night, the golden eagle's vision remained razor-sharp, seeing everything with perfect clarity. Meanwhile, Long Jian finally got his wish, arriving at Feng Ying's chambers. A piercing sound suddenly echoed from the woods, sending snow cascading from the branches thunderously loud in the dead of night. The golden eagle pricked up its ears, staring intently into the forest. To its shock, hundreds of glowing green eyes lurked within the shadows, darting to and fro, rapidly closing in. Enemy attack! The golden eagle shrieked in terror. That shrill cry, like a flare bursting in the darkness, instantly roused Long Jian, who was entwined with his consorts. The very next second, an unknown liquid struck the golden eagle. Thick white smoke rose from its feathers, rapidly corroding its flesh. Queen Phoenix, beware. Ambush! The golden eagle warned with its last breath, then its head lolled, and it plummeted from the rooftop to the ground, its fate unknown. Feng Ying heard the eagle's cry, leaped up, instantly transformed into a phoenix, and burst through the roof into the night sky. She unfurled her blazing crimson wings, her flames burning with such intensity that they illuminated the area for 100 meters, as bright as day. Long Jian quickly transformed into his dragon soul, biding his time on the spot. Xing Ling, who had been sleeping, was jolted awake by the eagle's piercing shriek. With her keen senses, she immediately detected two powerful transformed demons mixed among the enemies. Her expression shifted and she rushed out of the house. Little White Rhino and Xian Yu were curled up asleep with 3 adorable baby dragons. Suddenly a loud crash startled them awake. Little White Rhino rose and said, Sister Yue, you hide the children. They'll go out and see what's happening. Xian Yu hastily grabbed her, saying, Xiao Bai, have you forgotten what your husband told us? No matter what happens, we must not go out. Little White Rhino hesitated, but she yearned to help, yet recalling Long Jian's specific instructions that morning to stay put, she reluctantly nodded. Alright, I'll stay here. Xian Yu was also anxious, recognizing the howls outside as the voices of her father's men. She clutched the children tightly, silently praying for Long Jian's safety. He said excitedly, Haha, Phoenix indeed. Brother Lang Sen, you didn't lie to me. Lang Sen frowned, slightly displeased. Brother Shanjun, that remark stings. He said excitedly, Haha, Phoenix indeed. Brother Lang Sen, you didn't lie to me. Lang Sen frowned, slightly displeased. Brother Shanjun, that remark stings. Why would I deceive you? I know you have a hidden injury that needs yang energy to replenish. This Phoenix is just the right tonic. Shanjun was impatient. Fine. Then he'll handle this Phoenix. He volunteered, eager to do battle with Feng Ying. Lang San was secretly pleased. He couldn't handle the Phoenix's flames himself, but with Shanjun as a fool to occupy it, he could focus on dealing with the other transformed demon. Though he didn't know what kind of demon it was, Lang San was brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Seeing the golden eagle gravely wounded Feng Ying was consumed by rage. Her gaze sharp as lightning swept towards the leaping green eyes in the forest. She opened her beak and a serpent of fire erupted forth, its intense heat instantly melting the surrounding snow. Facing the oncoming flames, Lang San roared his command, "Scatter my minions." "Fine, Xianyu." "Yes, third brother." The wolf demons scattered, launching attacks on the cluster of wooden houses. The giant python Shanjun's form was clad in layers of gray-black scales and natural fireproof armor. He easily blocked all of Feng Ying's flames, emerging completely unscathed. In the sky, a fierce battle raged between the serpent and the phoenix. Meanwhile, Long Jian flew to Xing Ling's side and said, "Xing Ling, let's take out these wolf demons first." "All right." Xing Ling agreed, her form dissolving into a bolt of lightning as she pounced on a black wolf that was mauling a mother rhino. With a single bite, she snapped the black wolf clean in two. As a Star Realm Thunder Lion, these cunning but weak wolf demons were nothing in Xing Ling's eyes. A thunderous roar shook the entire battlefield. Xing Ling's presence stunned everyone and filled Lang San. "What's going on? How can a Star Realm Thunder Lion be in this godforsaken place?" Lang San was utterly bewildered. Star Realm Thunder Lions were extremely rare, but their power was formidable. He couldn't comprehend why such a powerful demon would abandon the prosperous demon realm to settle in this remote area and even recruit a bunch of rhinos as subordinates. While Lang San was lost in confusion, Xing Ling spotted his position. Lightning blazed around her limbs as she charged at him like a speeding behemoth. Lang San knew he couldn't retreat. Though Xing Ling was only at the early stage of transformation, he was at the mid-stage. If he fled now, he would be disgraced in the demon world forever. Lang San was a direct descendant of the Qi Wolf clan, carrying a thin strain of their bloodline. However, as he wasn't from the main line, he couldn't compare to the orthodox bloodline of someone like Xianyu. But through his own efforts, Lang San's cultivation had advanced rapidly, and his strength now far surpassed many direct relatives of the Qi Wolf clan. He had always dreamed of joining the Qi Wolf clan. It just so happened that Xianyu, the clan's precious daughter, had run away from home. Xianxing had placed a massive bounty promising any request to the demon who captured her. This suited Lang San perfectly. If he could capture Xianyu, he could request to join the Qi Wolf clan from Xianxing. Then he would no longer be called Lang San, but would become Xian San of the Qi Wolf clan. To Lang San, this was an immense honor. For this glory, he was determined to give his all. So what if his bloodline wasn't as noble as Xing Ling's? He could still crush his opponent with sheer strength. With this thought, Lang San shifted his form, transforming into a colossal blue wolf, and lunged ferociously at Xing Ling. The lion and the wolf clashed in a frenzy, tearing at each other, blood and flesh flying in an instant. At this moment, Long Jian did not rush to act. His deep-set eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, observing everything that was happening with clarity. He focused his mind, rapidly analyzing the attack in his thoughts. Feng Ying was engaged in battle with a shape-shifting snake demon in the air. Meanwhile, Xing Ling was in a fierce struggle against a shape-shifting wolf demon. Both women's prowess was remarkable. The battle between shape-shifting demons of such caliber would not yield a victor. Moreover, analyzing the attack routes of the remaining wolf demons, it was clear they did not wish to prolong the fight, and were likely aiming to locate Xianyu and retreat directly. Currently, Long Jian's strength was merely at the golden core stage. Facing the shape-shifting demons head-in and annihilating them in one fell swoop was unlikely. He needed to find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. From the earlier situation, it was evident that these two shape-shifting demons had not discovered his whereabouts. After all, his side had quite a number of companions. The overwhelming presence of numerous female demons and their young mixed together made it difficult for them to detect Long Jian's aura. Having completed his analysis, Long Jian decided to swiftly eliminate these demon soldiers to alleviate Feng Ying and Xing Ling's concerns. A dense aura of killing intent permeated a wooden house. A jet-black wolf demon radiating a powerful spiritual pressure was confronting a robust mother rhinoceros. Behind the mother rhinoceros, several young rhinoceroses followed anxiously, emitting faint mooing sounds. The wolf demon opened its bloody maw and threatened the mother rhinoceros, saying, "Foolish rhinoceros, if you don't want to die, quickly tell me where Xianyu is." The mother rhinoceros naturally knew where Xianyu was, but her sisters lived in harmony. Moo. The mother rhinoceros lowed in anger, strongly responding, "Even if I die, I will never tell you." Hearing this, the wolf demon fixated its fierce red eyes on the young rhinoceroses behind her, exposing its sharp, white teeth. "So you want say? Just as well, I've been starving for several days. I'll start by eating your children to fill my belly." With that, it lunged at the young ones, its sharp claws reaching for their fragile necks. In that critical moment, a terrifying roar akin to that of an abyssal beast echoed, "Those who touch my reverse scales, die." A silver-white giant dragon burst through the wall, opening its gaping maw to devour the wolf demon. The wolf demon did not have time to emit a single cry before being swallowed whole. Ugh. Long Jian let out a satisfied burp, his silver-white dragon whiskers gently swaying, as he looked kindly at the mother rhinoceros. "You did well. You did not reveal Xianyu's location. Thank you, Lord Long Jian, for saving my life." The mother rhinoceros respectfully knelt on the ground, genuinely expressing her gratitude. Long Jian's silver-white tail gently caressed the young ones hiding behind the mother rhinoceros. These young rhinoceroses had barely seen him before. There were simply too many of them. He could not possibly visit each one. Feeling the warm and soft touch of the dragon's tail, the young rhinoceroses no longer feared. Instead, they appeared exceptionally cheerful and excited, affectionately rubbing against the dragon's tail. Perhaps this was the innate nature of being connected by blood to Long Jian. In an instant, Long Jian's form disappeared again. He traversed through several wooden houses, swiftly swallowing each invading wolf demon whole. As he devoured more and more wolf demons, Long Jian acquired more information from their memories. From these scattered memory fragments, Long Jian gradually pieced together the whole picture, learning that the leading shape-shifting wolf demon was named Lang San. The boastful snake demon outside was named Shanjun, a helper invited by Lang San yesterday. Their plan was in line with what Long Jian had thought. They indeed sought to find Xianyu and forcibly take her away under the cover of night. Of course, should they have the chance to defeat Feng Ying and Xingling, they would also choose to eradicate all the demons in this area. Xianyu was indeed heavily rewarded. The fewer demon clans that knew her whereabouts, the better. After digesting the memories, Long Jian continued to slay those wolf demons darting between different houses. A series of howls and cries echoed out. In a large helper invited by Xianyu and the young white rhinoceros huddled together anxiously, hearing the sounds of battle wolf howls and desperate struggles from outside, their hearts racing with tension. The three little dragonlings also curled up in their mother's warm, soft embrace, trembling with fear. This night was destined to be sleepless. Suddenly, a rustling sound of digging emerged from the ground, and a mound of earth abruptly swelled. A gray-furred wolf demon exuding a chilling aura emerged from the depths. It was the most powerful demon soldier under Lang San, named Grey Wolf, who had already reached the late Golden Core stage. Hee. Grey Wolf emitted a sinister laugh, greedily fixating its gaze on Xianyu, come with me quickly, or else you'll be in for it. No. Xianyu clutched the dragonlings tightly in fear, while the elder sister, the young white rhinoceros, immediately stood up, blocking the path between Xianyu and the dragonlings. Moo. Her eyes flashed with cold light, and white light coalesced on her jade-like rhinoceros horn, launching a moonlight slash directly at Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, however, remained unmoved, scoffing dismissively. Suddenly, its fur became as hard as stone. When the moonlight slash passed by, a crisp sound of impact rang out. The force of the moonlight slash was actually deflected. The silver-white moonlight slash veered off course, ding, as it struck a corner of the room. Then it raised its front paw and slammed down on the ground. With a resounding boom, a stone pillar shot up from the ground, striking the young white rhinoceros chin with incredible speed and force. The young white rhinoceros let out a pained moo, struck till stars danced before her eyes, staggering 2 steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. A ruthless cold light flashed in Grey Wolf's eyes as it brandished its sharp black claws. It advanced step by step, preparing to devour the young white rhinoceros whole. Grey Wolf, don't harm her. Xianyu cried out in alarm, pleading, I'll go with you, please spare her. Yet Grey Wolf sneered too late. This white rhinoceros is clearly a different breed. Eating it might just mutate my bloodline. Illo. The 3 dragonlings broke free from Xianyu's embrace, standing in front to protect their mother. Grey Wolf had always assumed that what Xianyu held was a wolf cub. Only now did it realize there were actually 3 peculiar younglings that resembled dragons. Greed gleamed in its eyes as it rejoiced, haha, luck is on my side. 3 more strange little ones. After eating you, I guarantee I will advance to the shape-shifting stage. The Qianyu stood in the front. Qianyu, a dragon type, has an affinity for music. Born as the eldest, its strength has reached the late initial devouring stage over this period. Though its realm is not high as Long Jian's bloodline, it inherently possesses divine abilities. A resonant dragon roar erupted from Qianyu's open mouth, its presence astonishing. The Grey Wolf's pupils constricted sharply. The might of that dragon's roar was immense, its powerful sound waves directly blasting its fur into a frenzy. It hastily dug its foreclaws deep into the ground, barely managing to avoid being sent flying by the shockwave. Behind it, the wooden cabin's walls and door panels were instantly shattered by the roar, their splintered fragments bursting out. Accursed mongrel, the Grey Wolf snarled through gritted teeth. For a mighty beast at the core formation stage to be reduced to such a sorry state by a mere whelp at the initial spirit devouring stage was utterly humiliating. This little brat must die. Its eyes blazing crimson, the wolf's aura began to condense, and it slammed a paw against the ground. A thunderous boom erupted as countless sharp earthen spikes shot up from the ground with startling speed, like bamboo shoots bursting forth after a spring rain. Xianyu knew this Grey Wolf well. It was one of her father's demon soldiers, and she had crossed paths with it several times before. It was an earth demon wolf adept in earth-based demonic arts. The 3 dragon princes were no match for it. Xianyu leaped forward, placing herself protectively in front of them, showcasing the immense protective power of a mother. Her fur began to ripple as if stirred by an unfelt wind, like a flickering flame. Her originally grayish-blue coat gradually turned stark white as the long-dormant bloodline of the Chi wolf within her began to blaze and surge. As an offspring of the Chi wolf clan, her origins were quite humble. Her mother was merely a servant who conceived her after being favored by the clan master, Xianqing, one day. Since her birth, she had lived with her mother and never met her father. However, Xianqing had somehow acquired a forbidden art that he forced his descendants to cultivate in a mad attempt to trigger a bloodline regression and restore the clan's former glory. Every single attempt failed. In his madness, Xianqing began desperately hunting down his illegitimate children from the past. Every one of his offspring was sought out. It was during this time that Xianyu was found. Although she enjoyed a few years of comfortable life within the clan, watching her older brothers and sisters perish one by one filled her with terror. Ultimately, she fled the clan one day. The Chi-wolf, one of the ancient exotic species, was hailed as the all-round war god of the demon race, possessing overwhelming combat prowess. It commanded the 5 elemental arts of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and could even easily wield rare multi-tribute spells like wind, lightning, and ice. This was the bloodline power she had only just comprehended after reaching the late stage of the spirit connection realm, aided by Long Jian's repeated caresses. Xianyu's body surged with boiling bloodline power, her eyes blazing with a fierce red light. She landed on all fours, transforming into a pure white giant wolf, steam rising from her maw. She gently tapped the ground with her paw, and identical earthen spikes shot forth, colliding with the gray wolf's demonic art and neutralizing it completely. This sight made the gray wolf tremble. In this form, Xianyu bore a 7-part resemblance to city lord Xianqing, as if the lord himself stood before it. The overwhelming suppression from this bloodline made the gray wolf's chest feel tight. But it quickly rationalized, she's just a baseborn wretch. How could I be intimidated by her? If I devour her, I might even gain a portion of the Chi-wolf bloodline. This greed spread through the gray wolf's heart, overpowering its fear. With that thought, it didn't seem so scared anymore. Demonic arts had always been its weakness. Since the Chi-wolf bloodline excelled in various arts, engaging her in a contest of spells was foolish. In terms of pure physical strength, this Xianyu was no match for it. With this in mind, the gray wolf moved immediately, its body covered in a hard, earthen yellow rocky shell to bolster its defenses. The next second, a blur of earthy yellow shot across like lightning. The gray wolf's sharp claws came slashing in. Xianyu, lacking combat experience, tried to mimic the wolf's move, attempting to form a protective earthen shell around herself. But she was a step too slow. The gap in cultivation realms was not something that could be easily bridged by bloodline power alone. The gray wolf was simply too fast. A sickening sound of tearing flesh echoed through the air, accompanied by Xianyu's agonized scream. Her left foreleg was savagely torn open by the gray wolf, ripping away a large bloody chunk of flesh. The gray wolf leaped backward to a safe distance, extending its tongue to lap up the blood and meat clinging to its right claws. How delicious. So this is the flesh of a Chi-wolf. In all my life, I've never tasted meat so exquisite. Despite the searing pain, Xianyu did not yield to weakness as she once might have. She knew she couldn't always rely on Long Jian. True strength came only from within herself. A surge of wood-type spiritual energy suddenly enveloped her injured foreleg, and the torn wound began to slowly knit itself back together. This was the extraordinary aspect of the Chi-wolf bloodline, naturally adept at a vast array of demonic arts, encompassing offense, defense, support, and self-healing. This was precisely why the Chi-wolf was revered as the war god of the demon race. Haha, the wound heals so quickly. That just means I get to take more bites. The gray wolf laughed loudly, completely dismissing Xianyu's healing arts. From that earlier strike, it had already discerned that although Xianyu had forcibly used her bloodline power to break through to the early core formation stage, her physical body remained at the spirit connection realm. The cunning gray wolf's form blurred, and it vanished from where it stood. 2 chillingly sharp wolf claws streaked through the air. This time its target was not Xianyu, but the helpless dragon princess behind her. Bastard! Xianyu roared in fury, her heart seized with terror. She transformed into a streak of white light, teleporting in front of the dragon princess and stretching out her arms to shield them. Simultaneously, a rocky barrier erupted from the ground, enclosing them for protection. The wolf claws slammed into the barrier, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, the earthen wall was shattered by the sharp claws, leaving 2 deep, bone-deep gashes across Xianyu's back. Intense pain lanced through her, nearly causing her to black out on the spot. But remembering the dragon princess she had to protect, Xianyu steeled herself and forced her body to stay upright. She whirled around, her claws raking swiftly across the gray wolf. A scream of agony followed as the gray wolf, caught off guard, had its left eye shredded by Xianyu. It hopped about in pain, stepping back and spitting out a mouthful of bitter air. Damn it! He'll tear you limb from limb. Xianyu was drenched in blood and utterly disheveled, but for the sake of her children, she would not retreat an inch. Come on, then I'll fight you to the end. Xianyu's eyes burned red, her fighting spirit blazing high. But the moment she finished her bold declaration, she was instantly knocked to the ground by the enraged gray wolf, which added several more bloody gashes to her body. Its claws pressed against Xianyu's throat, ready to slash her windpipe open. Yet at the very last second, it snapped out of its fury. The city lord Xianqing's bounty was for her capture alive. If Lang San found out that it had killed Xianyue, it would definitely not escape his punishment. Lang San was an extremely terrifying and twisted demon at the transformation stage. Having witnessed Lang San's methods firsthand on several occasions, the gray wolf felt a chill run down its spine. A flicker of fear crossed the gray wolf's eyes. It withdrew its claws, twisting its snout into a sinister grin and letting out a string of malicious chuckles. Consider yourself lucky. I'm feeling merciful today, so we'll just take you back. But don't think you'll have an easy time of it. Just wait until you face the city lord's punishment. With that, it struck the barely conscious Xianyu with a single blow, knocking her out completely. The gray wolf then turned its gaze towards the unconscious little white rhinoceros and the 3 dragon princes, its green eyes glinting coldly. But the 4 of you will be my meal. Consider it an honor. Just as it was about to pounce on them, a deep oppressive voice sounded from behind it, sending a jolt of terror through its core. Well said. Being devoured by me is also your honor. Who? The gray wolf whipped its head around, its pupils instantly shrinking to pinpricks as its fur stood on end. Long Jian stared intently at the gray wolf before him, his violent aura radiating outward like a tangible force piercing into the wolf's body, like countless sharp steel needles. The sudden appearance of this divine dragon left the gray wolf frozen in astonishment, never imagining it would encounter a dragon clan member. A roar of fury and sorrow surged within it. In the demon domain, the Dragon Phoenix and Thunder Lion clans had always maintained an icy estrangement from one another. This place is utterly bizarre. How could a phoenix, a star realm Thunder Lion, and a dragon appear together as a group? They clearly belong to the top-tier bloodlines of the demon domain, yet instead of dwelling in the bustling central regions they appear in this desolate godforsaken outskirt. What could they possibly be after? For fun. In his rage, Long Jian suddenly lunged his form, transforming into a coiling dragon that instantly wrapped tightly around the gray wolf's body. This was a combat technique he had learned from the original owner's memories. Dragons possess incredibly powerful physiques, and as the sovereign of scaled creatures, they can employ the hunting techniques of most serpents. This death coil rendered the gray wolf completely immobile, its body squeezed so tightly it could barely breathe. The massive dragon had opened its enormous maw as large as a cartwheel and lunged toward the gray wolf, its hot, rank breath spraying over the wolf's body. An overwhelming sense of death enveloped it, igniting a desperate terror from the depths of its heart. No, I can. The gray wolf strained to surge all its demonic energy, channeling it into its fur and flesh. As a wolf demon specializing in earth element, its black fur began to take on a muddy yellow hue, and a hardened shell of earth element armor condensed across its body. Long Jian keenly sensed that this gray wolf was using its earth demonic energy to try and break free from his death coil. Do you think you can escape? Long Jian bellowed, and the dragon's roar from his mouth instantly transformed into countless bolts of lightning. At such close range, the lightning all struck the gray wolf's face. A series of crackling explosions followed. The earth element armor on the wolf's face was shattered by the lightning, leaving its skin charred black and its fur completely singed. Agonizing pain made it howl and arch its body, yet it still couldn't escape Long Jian's death coil. Great Dragon King, spare me. Please don't kill me. The gray wolf wailed in agony, coughing up dark red blood. As Long Jian's death coil tightened further, the gray wolf's body emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds as bones snapped and its internal organs gradually ruptured. However, Long Jian had no intention of finishing it off quickly. Instead, he slowly tormented the gray wolf, letting it feel its life ebbing away in despair. The gray wolf's breathing grew increasingly labored and rapid, its blood flow stifled, and an intense fear of death consumed its mind. This torment brought Long Jian more pleasure and a greater sense of vengeance than simply killing the wolf outright. Dragon King, spare. The gray wolf's breathing grew fainter, its pleas fragmented, but Long Jian remained expressionless and mercilessly increased the pressure of his coil. With a sharp crack, every bone in the gray wolf's body was snapped by the sheer force, yet it clung to a thread of life. With a dull thud, Long Jian finally released his grip, and the gray wolf's body crashed heavily to the ground. Long Jian turned to the three young dragons behind him and said coldly, "Kill it." Upon hearing this, the three young dragons let out furious hisses and charged forward, tearing and biting at the barely breathing gray wolf. Splattering blood soaked the young dragon's scales. Long Jian did not stop them, but silently watched from the side. Killing is the fastest path for the strong to grow. To achieve a leap in power, one must endure countless trials of blood. This was precisely Long Jian's intention in letting the young dragons act on their own. He believed that through this battle, the three young dragons would gain a rare opportunity for growth. Long Jian carefully checked on Xian Yu and the little white rhinoceros, finding they had only minor injuries and had fallen unconscious, nothing serious. He turned to the three young dragons who could not yet speak and said in a low, gentle voice, "My children, don't run off. Stay here and guard your mother well, understand?" The three young dragons, having just witnessed his vengeance, nodded their heads in quick, clever agreement. In their hearts, Long Jian was the supreme being, and his words were to be obeyed without question. Long Jian opened his massive maw, generating a powerful suction that instantly drew the entire gray wolf into his belly. You have gained 1000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Long Jian quickly called up the system panel to check. Name: Long Jian, bloodline Ing Long, offspring count 3, dragon 72, demonized 100, ordinary divine powers devour heaven and earth, command wind and rain, dragon gods mark dragons roar, thunderclap, cultivation 2725 years, mid-stage core formation. He had achieved such a feat in merely 2 years. For any other demon clan, countless years of arduous cultivation would be required to reach his level. This was also why that gray wolf had been so cowardly and afraid of death. It had endured endless bitter cultivation and torment only to ultimately be reduced to a pile of bones. Thinking about it, it was rather pitiful. Cultivation is inherently a defiance of heaven. Succeed or perish. Long Jian took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and dismissed the system panel. The wolf demons that had been hunting Xian Yu had all been defeated. Now it was time to deal with the two great transformation stage. If he could devour those two transformation stage demons, Long Jian felt he might directly break through to the transformation stage. Once he could condense a human form, his life with his several wives and concubines would become far more colorful. Long Jian stepped outside and looked up at the sky. Feng Ying was soaring high above, flapping her wings to release torrents of flames, while also spitting out samadhi fire from her mouth. Feng Ying gracefully swooped and weaved through the air, unleashing waves of ordinary flames with each wing beat, all the while spewing fierce samadhi fire from her beak. Against ordinary flames, the Horned Mountain Lord could remain immune. But the samadhi fire was something he could not withstand. Once touched, it would be a fight to the death. Thus the Mountain Lord's body twisted and turned through the sky like a dragon, constantly dodging the samadhi fire that Feng Ying spat. Occasionally he would spit foul serpent venom toward Feng Ying, attempting to counterattack. But in aerial combat the Mountain Lord couldn't unleash his full power, so he could only try to gradually exhaust Feng Ying's demonic energy. The two transformation stage powerhouses circled and clashed in the sky with flames and venom bursting forth, a scene both intensely fierce and breathtaking. Long Jian continued to observe the long serpent Mountain Lord as it danced through the sky. Within this serpentine body, he could sense a trace of draconic bloodline. This reminded Long Jian of an ancient tale. Legend has it that a serpent, after 500 years of cultivation, may transform into a python. The python, after another 500 years, becomes a boa. Through such layered cultivation, advancing one stage every 500 years, one could ultimately tread the path of the flood dragon, the horned dragon, the serpent dragon, and finally the Ying dragon. The Mountain Lord was highly likely a flood dragon that had achieved great success through cultivation. To ascend from a mere serpent's form step by step to the realm of a flood dragon meant its power was truly not to be underestimated. But for Long Jian, the Mountain Lord was not the primary target to deal with. The true great enemy was the mastermind behind this attack, Lang San. Lang San was a demon general under Xian Xing in the demon city of Xian Yu within the demon domain. If he were still alive, then news of Xian Yu would be leaked. At that time, the enemies who came to attack would no longer be mere powerhouses at the transformation stage. Beyond the transformation stage lay even more terrifying realms: the demon spirit realm, the demon king realm, and the demon venerable realm. These powerhouses possessed astonishing strength, and among them the demon venerable realm was the supreme sovereign of the demon world with power beyond imagination. And Xian Yu's father, who was also Long Jian's father-in-law, was said to be at the legendary demon venerable realm. The following is a comparison with the cultivation realms of human cultivators for easier understanding. Initial devouring realm. Qi refining stage, a spiritual connection realm. Foundation establishment stage, a core formation realm. Golden core stage, a transformation realm. Nascent soul stage, a demon spirit realm. Void refining stage, a demon king realm. Mahayana stage, a demon venerable realm. Tribulation transcendent stage. Beyond the demon venerable realm lies ascension to the higher demon world. All this knowledge about the cultivation realms was memory Long Jian had acquired after devouring that core formation stage. The demons in the demon domain were clearly far more knowledgeable than those on the outskirts of the 10,000 demons mountain range. Many outer demons couldn't even distinguish how many stages the realms were divided into. This was entirely a barrier of information. The demons of the demon domain looked down upon their outer counterparts from the depths of their hearts, refusing to teach them any cultivation methods, leaving them to fend for themselves. Only a rare few outer demons who managed to break through to the transformation stage by their own talent could possibly be accepted by the demon domain. And those below the transformation stage were considered even worse than pigs and dogs in their eyes. Long Jian transformed into a blur of shadow and swiftly flew toward the place where Xing Ling and Lang San were locked in battle. At the battleground, the thick ice on the river suddenly burst open and countless towering water columns shot up into the air, cascading down like a torrential downpour from the heavens. The two great demons were instantly drenched by the cascading water, their bodies covered in glistening droplets. Strangely enough, however, the water droplets on Lang San's body seemed to possess a life of their own, floating up into the air on their own without wetting a single strand of his fur. Opposing him stood a colossal thunder lion, completely soaked through, its body covered in azure thunder patterns, its eyes emitting faint starlight in the darkness of the night. This was Xing Ling's true form, the stellar thunder lion. Lang San was a rare demon wolf capable of manipulating water. The bitter wind howled, and the winter night temperature of the 10,000 demons mountain range had already plummeted to around -30 degrees. Soaked to the bone, Xing Ling's fur quickly became encased in a thick layer of frost. Seeing this, the giant wolf that Lang San had transformed into burst into wild laughter, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. So what if you're a stellar thunder lion? Before me, Lang San, you're nothing but an ant. He laughed arrogantly, believing he had clearly gained the upper hand. Hep. Xing Ling sneered coldly. A low-blooded wolf demon dares to compare itself to us stellar thunder lions. In the demon domain, you're not even fit to carry my shoes. As her words fell, she activated her spatial power, and the frost on her body instantly turned into a puff of white vapor sucked into a black hole she summoned. This was Xing Ling's innate divine ability, the stellar black hole. Witnessing this, the arrogance on Lang San's wolfish face vanished, and he spat out a breath of white air. He had heard a little about this innate divine ability. Legend had it that a stellar thunder lion at the demon venerable realm could manipulate spatial forces from a distance, directly sending enemies into the boundless depths of the universe. Of course, with Xing Ling's current strength, she couldn't achieve long-range manipulation, as she could only summon the stellar black hole around herself as a defensive measure. But even this was enough to put Lang San on high alert. He understood that the enemy before him was no ordinary being. However, he held the advantage of the geographical environment. Right beside them was a frozen river providing an inexhaustible and endless source of water power. Whoa! Lang San let out a wolf howl, and a massive amount of cyan demonic aura surged out from his pores while the ice on the river surface emitted a series of crackling sounds as it shattered. Xing Ling realized that Lang San was about to use a water-based demon art to flood the entire area. Although her thunder power was formidable, she wasn't immune to lightning herself. Once her fur was soaked with water, the conductive nature of the water would electrocute her. Xing Ling raised her head and let out a long roar. Stellar thunder descends. A rumbling thunder sounded, and in an instant the bright moonlight and starry sky were shrouded by dark clouds. This demon art unleashed by Xing Ling was somewhat similar to Long Jian's ability to summon wind and rain. Both were large-scale environment manipulating spells that controlled the weather. Amidst the flashing lightning and rumbling thunder, vast bolts of lightning illuminated the pitch-black night sky, as if countless heaven-shaking thunder tribulations were descending from the heavens. The frozen river surface was also lit up brilliantly by the electric light. However, this all-out area effect ultimate move also had an obvious weakness. It couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Behind Lang San, a towering wave that could blot out the sky and cover the sun was also formed using the river water. Boom! Countless bolts of golden lightning descended from the sky, like countless artillery shells blanketing the entire heavens. At the very center of the thunder zone, Xing Ling activated her spatial power, causing several black holes to appear on her body, absorbing all the lightning bolts that streaked toward her. On the other hand, Lang San showed no fear of this sudden heavenly thunder bombardment, stubbornly continuing to command the colossal wave behind him to crash down upon Xing Ling. Several bolts of lightning struck directly at his head, but in the next second a white crystalline ice shield formed above him just in time to block the attack. What? He can control ice too. Xing Ling was greatly shocked. Lang San's strength far exceeded her expectations. From the initial close-quarters combat to the current exchange of ultimate moves, Lang San had only used water-based techniques. This had misled Xing Ling into believing that her opponent only knew water escape techniques. It turned out that Lang San was also proficient in ice escape. Ice escape not only possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities, but also had formidable penetrating power and the ability to inflict negative status effects. On the surface, Lang San was only at the mid-transformation stage, but with the enhancement of this favorable environment, his actual strength had reached a staggering late transformation stage. Jumping across two minor realms directly, even Xing Ling, with her ancient bloodline, could not defeat her enemy here. Whoosh! The towering wave slammed Xing Ling onto the ground in an instant. Die! Lang San strode across the water, exhaling vast amounts of white vapor as he charged forward. Submerged by the water, Xing Ling struggled desperately, but empowered by Lang San's strength, the river water was as viscous as glue. She watched as the water's surface rapidly froze the ice, quickly closing in on her. The always proud and stubborn Xing Ling felt fear well up within her heart for the first time, earnestly wishing that someone would come to her aid. She felt her strength draining away as the biting cold slowly engulfed her body. Just then a silver-white dragon silhouette surfaced in her mind. Why would I think of him? That perverted dragon. Memories of a night of passion with Long Jian flashed through Xing Ling's mind. It shouldn't have been this way. Long Jian had bullied her and tricked her into bearing his child. But at this very moment, deep within her heart, she truly wished that Long Jian would come and save her. At that moment, a golden dragon's soul suddenly plunged beneath the frozen river's surface. Xing Ling, hold on. A warm, forceful voice echoed beside Xing Ling, jolting her from the brink of surrender. Long Jian, is that you? Xing Ling, her body largely encased in ice and unable to turn, struggled to It's me. I'm getting you out of here. As Long Jian's soul form reached behind Xing Ling, he roared inwardly, system. Materialize. Max out my length. With a resonant dragon's cry, a colossal 500-meter dragon shattered the ice, surging forth. A mighty swing of his enormous tail sent the smug Lang San flying hundreds of meters away across the ice. Long Jian's claws cradled the frostbitten Xing Ling. Xing Ling, standing several zhang tall, appeared utterly petite against Long Jian's 100-meter frame, resembling a mere ragdoll. You perverted dragon. I'm done with you. Xing Ling pouted playfully, swatting at Long Jian's massive form with her lion-like paw. Long Jian smirked. If you ignore me, you'll go find Feng Yang. She'll pay attention to me. Just go ahead then. Xing Ling retorted, turning her head away with a pout. As they flirted, an enraged wolf's howl echoed from afar. Bastard. You dare strike me. Do you think I won't touch you just because you're a dragon? Lang San, now feral with fury, was on the verge of killing the star tribute Thunder Lion. But then a dragon had appeared out of nowhere and saved the lion. This startled him. However, sensing that Long Jian was only at the mid-core formation stage, Lang San quickly regained his confidence. But then a dragon had appeared out of nowhere and saved the lion. This startled him. However, sensing that Long Jian was only at the mid-core formation stage, Lang San quickly regained his confidence. Xingling blushed at the touch, yet offered no resistance, secretly savoring the moment. Lang San let out a furious roar, his voice deep, yet tinged with hoarseness. Water, dragon emerges from the sea. As the words left his mouth, a chilling torrent burst from the river, rapidly coalescing into a water dragon, bearing a striking resemblance to Long Jian. The water dragon was robust, its scales crystalline and translucent, yet it was slightly smaller than Long Jian. A subtle coldness shimmered within its flowing, aqueous form. "Huh, you dare imitate me? Do you think this little water dragon can harm me?" Long Jian scoffed, dismissively laughing in derision. He exuded an aura of majestic authority, completely disregarding the icy construct before him. Enraged beyond measure, Lang San bellowed in a frenzy. "A newly formed dragon dares to act so arrogantly. He'll skin you alive and rip out your dragon tendons." Unfazed, Long Jian leisurely twirled his two long, powerful dragon whiskers, whispering to the petite Xingling beside him. "Come, let's combine our strength and unleash the power of lightning upon this fool." "All right." Xingling nodded, her earlier coyness replaced by a serious expression. She and Long Jian exchanged a knowing glance, both radiating a formidable aura of thunderous energy. Both were masters of lightning, capable of unleashing its devastating potential to the fullest. From the fused lightning of Long Jian and Xingling, Lang San sensed an overwhelming killing intent and the threat of death. This dazzling thunder felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the cataclysmic tribulation lightning he had endured during his core formation and transformation. How does this dragon wield tribulation lightning? Lang San was utterly astounded, his silver wolf eyes reflecting the blinding light, a hint of terror flickering within. He knew he couldn't let them continue gathering lightning power, or the consequences would be dire. "Water dragon, kill them now," Lang San commanded fiercely. "Roar!" The water dragon let out a deafening bellow, its massive form erupting from the river. Transforming into a blue leviathan spanning dozens of zhang, it lunged at Long Jian and Xingling like an arrow released from a bow, its maw exuding frigid mist. It sought to disrupt their accumulated lightning, but it was already a step too late. In a flash, Long Jian and Xingling unleashed a bolt of golden lightning. It blazed with blinding brilliance, streaking through the air like a divine arrow from beyond the heavens, striking the charging water dragon with unerring accuracy. With a thunderous BOM, the golden lightning pierced through the water dragon, instantly shattering it into a shower of crystalline droplets that scattered across the snowy ground. The golden lightning continued its relentless path, its target fixed on Lang San. This water dragon had consumed most of his demonic energy, yet it was obliterated in an instant. Seeing his defeat was inevitable, Lang San, gripped by terror, turned and fled. His only thought was to race back to the demon domain and report Xian Yu's whereabouts to the Xianqing City Lord. He would have the Xianqing City Lord descend personally to annihilate this insolent dragon, the lion, and that phoenix. He sprinted on all fours, his wolf legs tearing across the pristine snow, leaving only a blur in his wake. But no matter how fast he ran, he could never outpace the speed of lightning. It was known that electricity could travel at speeds up to 1.010 superscript 3 to 1.410 meters per second, with an average speed reaching 4.410 meters per second. Lang San's fleeing figure was instantly engulfed by the golden lightning. Without even a chance to scream, he vanished without a trace in the radiant glow. Holy crap, was he just incinerated by that lightning? Long Jian exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. This was merely a tactic he had devised on a whim. He never imagined the combined lightning power with Xingling would be so formidable. That great demon at the transformation stage, Lang San, was instantly reduced to a pile of charred ashes under the golden thunder, leaving not even a trace of its aura. That was a massive bounty of cultivation. Long Jian's heart ached at the sight of the ashes. He even entertained a wild idea: would consuming these ashes with his devouring art increase his cultivation? Meanwhile, Xingling was equally shocked. The lightning they had generated together was powerful enough to obliterate a transformation stage demon into nothingness. She had never heard of such a thing. But Xingling keenly sensed that the primary source of this golden lightning was Long Jian. She had merely acted as a conduit and amplifier. As for why Long Jian possessed such immense lightning power, Xingling couldn't immediately fathom an answer. She looked at him, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and doubt. Long Jian noticed Xingling's peculiar gaze. He narrowed his golden dragon eyes and reverted to his soul form. He raised a claw to touch his own dragon horn, saying with a hint of narcissism, "Don't stare at me like that. I know I'm handsome." How shameless. Long Jian twitched his dragon whiskers and grinned mischievously. "If I cared about face, how could I ever conquer a lofty star like you?" Xingling ignored his teasing, her tone grave and urgent as she pressed on. "You lecherous dragon, tell me, how are you able to condense such formidable thunder force?" "That's a secret. He'll tell you later." Long Jian feigned mystery, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips, his golden eyes glancing sidelong at the night sky. High above, a blazing fire phoenix was locked in fierce combat, with a massive ink-black serpent, brilliant sparks cascading endlessly from the sky. "Let's go help Feng Ying take down that serpent." Long Jian beckoned to Xingling, preparing to join the fray against Shanjun. Feng Ying was one of his most capable combat generals, and also one of his vital consorts for the continuation of his lineage. But Xingling began to sulk. She had never been fond of Feng Ying. There were two reasons for this. First, Feng Ying was always vying for Long Jian's attention, which left a bitter taste in Xingling's mouth. Second, Feng Ying's bloodline was impure, she was not a purebred phoenix. The demons of the demon realm placed immense value on the purity of one's bloodline, especially for a mixed-blood phoenix. Having been raised with such doctrines, Xingling couldn't help but harbor a secret disdain for Feng Ying. I don't want to go. Xingling turned her head away, refusing to meet Long Jian's gaze, her lion's tail swishing back and forth with an air of utter indifference. Long Jian's eyes fell upon her soft plush tail, knowing full well she was being duplicitous. Whenever she was indecisive, she would always sway her tail to express her little temper. Long Jian wouldn't cater to her whims. He half threatened, "If you don't come with me to save Feng Ying, I won't have any more cubs with you. I'll leave you, my greedy little kitty, to a lifetime of solitude." At these words, Xingling's fur bristled like a startled cat, her tail snapping straight. She had long been deeply attached to the powerful Long Jian. "He'll go. He'll go." Xingling quickly shifted to a pitiful look, her large eyes brimming with longing, and pleaded softly, "You mustn't leave me to a life of solitude. I still want to cultivate with you, and I want to bear you many cubs. Follow me." Long Jian lashed his silver tail, unfurled his wings, and soared towards Feng Ying's direction. Xingling raced through the snow-blanketed forest, trailing right behind Long Jian. Shan Jun locked in battle, with Feng Ying had already gained the upper hand. Feng Ying was constantly unleashing flames to burn away the toxic green mist that Shan Jun released. Her inner demonic energy was largely depleted, and her stamina was gradually waning. "Little Phoenix, just surrender already. They'll treat you kindly." Shan Jun's two small black dragon horns atop his head gleamed with an eerie red light as he let out a series of sinister chuckles. In his heart, he had already schemed to savor her tender body thoroughly before devouring her. After all, as a serpent demon, the craving for beauty and insatiable lust were etched deep within his very genes. Scram! Feng Ying remained icy and aloof, her phoenix eyes clear as autumn waters, radiating pride and coldness. Her frigid voice was like an ancient, unmelting block of profound ice. Shan Jun remained unflustered, a smile playing on his face, entirely unmoved by Feng Ying's attitude. In his view, the little phoenix he had set his sights on was destined to fall into his hands. It was merely a matter of time. His attention was wholly fixated on Feng Ying, utterly unaware that Lang San and his wolf soldiers had all been SSSS. Shan Jun opened his massive maw, revealing sharp venomous fangs, and violently expelled a huge cloud of thick pink toxic mist. This was completely different from the toxic green mist he had used before. The pink mist spread over an immense area, the poison's hue so deep, it was like a colossal pink storm cloud churning and swelling across the sky. Feng Ying, her demonic energy largely spent, struggled to exhale her samadhi fire from her beak, hoping to incinerate the entire poisonous cloud. But only a few weak sputtering flames emerged, like an engine sputtering as it runs out of fuel. Eventually, Feng Ying couldn't even produce a single spark, forced to watch helplessly as the pink mist surged back and enveloped her. Shan Jun had also concealed himself within this dense pink cloud, biding his time to strike. Hehehe. Little Phoenix, prepare to die. Shan Jun let out a strange hissing laugh, bursting forth from the toxic mist and lunging straight at Feng Ying. His greedy green eyes gleamed with lecherous intent. He wanted to coil his thick, cold, serpentine body tightly around Feng Ying's delicate form and forcibly mate with her. Feng Ying was terrified, flapping her crimson wings desperately to escape, but she found herself completely surrounded by the pink mist. Even more terrifying, she had already inhaled a mouthful of the dense pink fog. Her head spun, and her body grew hot and weak. "You are mine," Shan Jun roared in excitement. At that critical moment, a bolt of golden lightning streaked through the air. Shan Jun, sensing a powerful threat of imminent death, instinctively twisted his body aside, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. Though he evaded the vital blow, the golden thunder grazed him, blasting the two dragon horns from his head. Deprived of his horns, Shan Jun crashed painfully into the thick snow, writhing and screeching on the ground. My dragon horns." For Shan Jun, who had transformed into a flood dragon, this pair of horns was the very symbol of his power and prestige, the manifestation of his formidable and pure bloodline. These horns granted Shan Jun unique draconic abilities such as summoning clouds and mist to soar freely through the sky. This was a coveted ability for many demon clans. Unlike cultivators, who are the spiritual essence of all things and can fly unaided upon reaching the nascent soul stage, demons lack this inherent privilege. For landbound demons like wolves, serpents, lions, and rhinos, flight was impossible unless they were born with wings like the winged demon beasts. They could only gain the ability to fly by mastering rare demonic arts, a feat that was incredibly difficult for most. With those dragon horns, Shan Jun had earned the right to enter the demon realm. He had planned to set out for it come spring. But yesterday, that damned Lang San had come to him, claiming that a mixed blood phoenix could heal the hidden injuries from his transformation. That was why he had agreed to go after Feng Ying. Now all his dreams had turned to dust. The very horns he prided himself on had been shattered so easily, and his future. Feng Ying, having inhaled a massive amount of pink powder, finally lost her strength, swaying unsteadily in midair. Then, like a smoking helicopter, she spiraled down and crashed heavily into the ground, sending a burst of snow flying. Feng Ying, having inhaled a massive amount of pink powder, finally lost her strength, swaying unsteadily in midair. Then, like a smoking helicopter, she spiraled down and Long Jian was aware of the serpent's extreme venom. Engaging in close-quarters combat would risk poisoning himself. The best strategy was to attack from a distance. The previous combined lightning strike had already shattered its dragon horn. This time Long Jian was confident he could blast the serpent demon to death. Xingling, let's merge. Use our ultimate move, the Golden Thunder. Long Jian declared with theatrical flair, naming their combined attack. Xingling nodded, seeming quite pleased with the name Golden Thunder. Alright, let's use the Golden Thunder to blast this foul serpent to ashes. Long Jian adjusted his position, pressing close to Xingling's lion-like hindquarters. Xingling cooperatively moved closer, its body crackling with dazzling arcs of lightning. Golden Thunder. They shouted in unison, and their formidable power merged seamlessly, forming a colossal sphere of golden lightning. With a resounding boom, the sphere transformed into a golden lightning bolt several meters thick, striking the writhing mountain lord on the ground with unerring accuracy. Long Jian deliberately held back the force of this strike, mindful not to reduce the mountain lord to mere ashes as he had done to Wolf San. He had no intention of wasting the serpent demon's flesh and blood. The mountain lord, now bereft of its dragon horn, sensed the terrifying golden lightning approaching once more. Paralyzed with fear, it forgot the pain and blood gushing from its head wound. In a panic, a wisp of green smoke emanated from its body, and its massive serpentine form began shrinking at a visible rate. Within moments, it had diminished to a size over a dozen times smaller, now no thicker than an adult's arm. Oh ho! Trying to run. Long Jian sneered, unleashing the full might of his dragon god power. His blood boiled wildly, radiating an overwhelming draconic aura. As a creature bearing only a trace of dragon blood, the mountain lord was utterly incapable of resisting such powerful draconic suppression. It felt its limbs grow weak and limp, and it began to tremble uncontrollably. Only then did it realize that amidst this phoenix-led flock, a powerful true dragon had mysteriously appeared. Long Jian was the true leader of this group. That bastard Wolf San. He tricked me. The mountain lord raged inwardly. Having called him brother just yesterday, it now wished nothing more than to tear the wolf to shreds. It could sense that this dragon's bloodline was exceptionally pure and profound. Though it had once encountered a dragon at the Demon King realm, it had never felt such deep, suffocating fear and oppression as it did now. The golden lightning struck in an instant, slamming squarely into the lower half of its serpentine body. A piercing shriek echoed across the wilderness as its body exploded from the middle, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. Its two rear sections were blasted apart. Fortunately, the strike missed its vital 7-inch spot, so the mountain lord wasn't killed instantly. The remaining upper half of its body writhed desperately, dragging a gruesome trail of blood across the snow. After it. Don't let it escape. Long Jian swiftly shrank his form, transforming into a draconic soul shadow and darting off at lightning speed. Xingling also broke into a sprint, lightning crackling beneath its paws as it rapidly tracked the blood trail and the thick coppery scent of blood. Eventually, they found the severely wounded mountain lord. Having lost too much blood, it was slumped behind a large tilt. In the dead of winter, being a cold-blooded creature, its life force was now so faint it resembled a corpse that had been dead for hours. Were it not for its serpentine eyes still slowly turning, Long Jian would have thought it had perished. When the mountain lord saw Long Jian's powerful pure dragon soul, its pupils constricted sharply. Such dense, rich dragon power was something it had yearned for all its life. Its greatest dream had always been to successfully transform into a dragon. In a daze, its thoughts drifted back thousands of years to a time when it was just a small serpent demon newly entered the initial devouring stage. On that day, having only recently gained sentience, it had gone out hunting and quickly caught a plump field mouse. It was joyfully heading back to its nest to enjoy the feast. As it passed a small lake, it suddenly spotted a powerful true dragon playing and swimming in the water, its scales gleaming brilliantly. The mountain lord froze on the spot, the field mouse dropping from its jaws with a soft thud. Its serpentine eyes were filled with intense reverence and envy. So creatures this beautiful and majestic existed in the world. From that moment on, it dedicated its life to the goal of becoming a dragon. Yet in this very moment, as its dragon horn lay severed, it was forced to confront the bitter truth. Its dream had always been a fantasy destined to remain nothing more than a low-born serpent demon. Please kill me, no. To die at your hands would be the greatest honor of my life. I have no regrets. The mountain lord's inner defenses had completely crumbled, abandoning all thought of resistance. Even though it could still spit its deadly venom in its heart, dragons were the most powerful and noble beings in the world. It absolutely refused to defile the noble true dragon before it with its filthy poison. To die at the hands of such a perfect creature was already a tremendous honor, and it would face its end without a single regret. The mountain lord calmly awaited Long Jian's final blow to end its unremarkable life. Long Jian, looking upon the mountain lord that so desired death, decided to grant it the final respect it deserved, choosing to devour it in his most powerful true dragon form. System materialize, maximize body length, he commanded mentally. The dragon soul suddenly seemed to be infused with boundless power, rapidly expanding. A colossal silver-white divine dragon materialized before them, each scale exquisitely crafted and radiating a captivating luster. Its vast wings blotted out the sun, and its two long whiskers drifted gracefully in the air. Witnessing Long Jian's divine form up close, the mountain lord couldn't help but marvel, so beautiful. If only I could succeed in transforming into a dragon, how wonderful would that be? Long Jian inhaled slowly, and a powerful suction force instantly took hold, drawing the mountain lord's body irresistibly toward that gaping maw. It serenely closed its emerald eyes. In the final moment of its life, a satisfied smile spread across its face. Ding, you have gained 2000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, you have entered the latest stage core formation realm. Ding, host has plundered the innate ability of the transformation stage. Great demon virulent poison serpent Yang venom sacs. The Yang sac can spew a dark green venomous mist that upon inhalation causes the destruction of blood cells. The Yin sac can spew a pink venomous mist that upon inhalation induces fever and weakness. Jian was astonished. So swallowing heaven and earth could also plunder the innate abilities of other demon beasts. This was an unprecedented discovery. Before he could thoroughly inspect this newly acquired Yang venom sac's ability, he felt a strange sensation in his body, like an overeater's brief discomfort. A powerful surge of demonic energy churned within him, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, rising relentlessly, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Jian violently swung his draconic head, his gaze burning intensely upon Xingling beside him. That look of longing seemed to devour her whole. Xingling sensed his peculiar state, and was about to ask what was wrong. In the blink of an eye, Jian had already rushed before her, lifting his dragon claw to push her to the ground. His massive body gleamed with a soft luster under the moonlight, silver-white scales shimmering with an enchanting radiance. Xingling stared at him in astonishment, still unaware of what was unfolding. Jian, what are you? Before she could finish, he was already right in front of her. Only then did Xingling realize that Jian might be under the influence of the serpent demon he had devoured. She had a vague understanding of what he intended to do next. Only then did Xingling realize that Jian might be under the influence of the serpent demon he had devoured. She had a vague understanding of what he intended to do next. The uncomfortable feeling of indigestion that had plagued Jian had completely vanished. The sensation of stepping into the latest stage core formation realm was utterly magnificent. The only pity was that he was still a step away from breaking through to the transformation stage. Xingling said softly, I liked it. Jian gave a slight nod, his attention entirely fixed on the name Jian bloodline, a long progeny count, 3 dragonkin 72, demonized 100 ordinary divine abilities, heaven-swallowing, devouring, summoning wind, and rain dragon gods, mark dragons, roar, thunderclap, Yang venom sac, cultivation, 4,725 years late core formation. He tapped on the Yang venom sac to inspect it closely. Yang venom sac, the Yang sac, can spew dark green poison, mist, any creature inhaling it will suffer the destruction of blood cells. The Yin sac can spew pink poison mist, any creature inhaling it will experience fever and weakness. Jian suddenly understood green was lethal poison, while pink was likely something that could arouse desire. He recalled reading in a medical text that the venom sacs of serpents could be used as medicine, having an aphrodisiac effect on the body. After a second of pondering, Jian remembered something. The mist that Shan Jun spat out during his battle with Feng Ying was pink, wasn't it? Jian was struck by a sudden realization that Feng Ying might have inhaled that pink mist. With this thought, he quickly urged Xingling to head back. Xingling, hurry, we need to return. Wait for me. My legs are still weak. Xingling trailed behind. At that moment, the waterfall territory lay in desolation, having suffered severe damage. This sudden assault had caused considerable casualties. Had Feng Ying not called for assistance from some bird demons in advance, the losses tonight would have been even more devastating. Jian's consorts were busy receiving the wounded, tending to the severely injured, and collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades for burial. Soon over 20 demon beast corpses were laid out on the snow, mostly the lesser demons under Feng Ying's command alone. The number of injured beasts was even greater, including Feng Ying and Jian, who were in poor condition. Jian had been struck by Shan Jun's venom, which had corroded large patches of his feathers, sending him directly into a coma. Feng Ying's body was burning with fever, her consciousness hazy. She was carried on the back of Xiao Baishi and brought into a house to rest. Sister Feng, don't be afraid, the master will be back soon. Xiao Baishi gently laid Feng Ying on a straw mat, tenderly nudging her with her rhino horn, hoping to bring her some comfort. Helpless regarding Feng Ying's current condition, Xiao Baishi could only offer words of consolation. Feng Ying's breathing was rapid, her feathers soaked with sweat. Her body writhed uncontrollably, trapped in a state between consciousness and madness. Jian hurried back to find Xianyu awake and directing the rescue efforts for the wounded. Seeing Jian, Xianyu rushed over and said, Husband, Sister Feng is in that house, her condition is very bad. Alright, I'm going right now. Jian looked toward the house Xianyu indicated, then turned to instruct Xingling. Xingling, go with Xianyu and help out. They'll check on Feng Ying first. Xingling nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation and showing no sign of petulance. Jian dashed into the house to find Feng Ying lying on the straw mat, her body writhing, feathers soaked with sweat, looking utterly miserable. Seeing Jian return, Xiao Baishi sprang up and said worriedly, Husband, Sister Feng seems to be poisoned. Leave this to me. Go outside and help the others, Xiao Bai. Jian gestured for her to leave. Yes, husband. Xiao Baishi obediently left the house. Now only a dragon and a phoenix remained inside. Jian didn't rush to cure Feng Ying, intending to stir up some mischief. He leaned close to her and called out softly, Feng Ying, wake up. Feng Ying opened her dazed, enchanting eyes. Upon seeing Jian, she suddenly spoke with a hint of anger. Get out. Don't worry about me. What's wrong, Feng Ying? Jian was utterly confused, not understanding her sudden anger. Feng Ying blinked her phoenix eyes, complaining like a resentful wife. Why did you go to help Xingling first instead of me? Only then did Long Jian realize that Feng Ying was jealous. The real reason he had dealt with Xing Ling's situation first was because Lang San was a demon general under Xian Qing's command. If he escaped, he would surely reveal Xian Yu's location, prompting Xian Qing to send even stronger pursuers. By then, with his current strength, Long Jian might not be able to protect Xian Yu. It could even put the rest of his harem in danger. My little Ying, I did it to protect Xian Yu and everyone else. You understand that if that wolf demon escaped, the consequences would be dire. Long Jian explained patiently. Although Feng Ying was a bit sulky, she was not a woman who disregarded the bigger picture. After hearing Long Jian's explanation, much of her resentment faded. Alright, I won't hold it against you, she said with a blush. I've been poisoned by that serpent demon's venom. Please help me Long Jian pretended not to hear clearly, asking with a puzzled tone, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Feng Ying pouted with dissatisfaction. You know exactly what I said. Long Jian said with a serious face, really, say it again. My ears are a bit off. I've been poisoned. Feng Ying blushed and repeated herself in a soft voice. Oh, so you've been poisoned. How can I help you with that? Long Jian feigned ignorance, a sly grin spreading across his face as he stared at the utterly embarrassed Feng Ying. Feng Ying shot him an indignant glare, retorting stubbornly. How dare you mock me? Don't you dare think I'll ignore you if you keep this up. If you'll ignore me, then I'll be on my way. Long Jian made a move to leave. Don't go, Feng Ying called out softly, adopting a coy posture. Her face flushed as she transformed into a young maiden's form, the one Long Jian favored most. Her dark crimson hair cascaded over her smooth shoulders, her eyes shimmering with a moving, pitiful light. I have a condition, Long Jian said unhurriedly. Tell me quickly. Feng Ying was clearly getting anxious. From now on, you must not bully Xing Ling with little white rhino and Xian Yu. I want all my wives to be equal, loving, and harmonious. Can you do that? Long Jian asked seriously. Hearing this request, Feng Ying's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she hadn't expected Long Jian to make such a demand. This was truly beyond her expectations. To secure her own status, she had allied with little white rhino and Xian Yu to bully and isolate Xing Ling, essentially having no contact with her. But the poison was still spreading within her, and Feng Ying was now burning with desire. She couldn't help but nod. Fine, I promise I won't trouble Xing Ling anymore. Just hurry up. She was past caring about anything else, wanting only for Long Jian to quell this restless heat. Long Jian was thoroughly pleased with this answer. He had made this request primarily to prevent factional strife within his. In the future, Long Jian would undoubtedly continue to expand his harem to ensure he could maintain a 24-hour. Although Little White Rhino was his first consort and had been with him the longest, she was weak-willed and easily influenced by Xian Yu and Feng Ying. Xian Yu, while intelligent, lacked a strong personality and was accustomed to obeying the powerful Feng Ying. Therefore, to harmonize the harem's relations, correcting Feng Ying's attitude was key. Suddenly, the system's cold electronic voice echoed in Long Jian's ear. The hour has passed. Physical form cool down complete. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Feng Ying awoke with a start, feeling a cool, refreshing sensation throughout her body. The snake venom from the previous night had been completely neutralized. She gazed at the empty room, a sense of relief washing over her. She naturally remembered Long Jian's demand. As a proud phoenix, she always kept her word. Her demonic energy surged, coalescing into a flowing red dress that draped over her form. Feng Ying tidied herself and strode out of the house. What met her eyes was a scene of devastation. Many trees and wooden huts had been destroyed in the battle. Many female demons were engaged in reconstruction efforts. It was then she remembered that thanks to the Golden Eagle summoning reinforcements last night, greater casualties had been averted. She recalled that the Golden Eagle had been gravely poisoned by the snake demon. Feng Ying anxiously began searching for the Golden Eagle when suddenly a creature with long white fur scurried past her. She called out sharply, "Zhu Bai, halt before this sovereign." Zhu Bai, who was carrying timber to repair the huts, trembled in fright. It feared Feng Ying the most. The memory of having its rear end scorched by her fire still haunted it. Zhu Bai stopped, stammering. "Third mistress, what do you need from me?" Feng Ying asked. "Where is your king?" Zhu Bai's mouth twitched. It dared not speak, for it had just seen Long Jian sneak into the hut where the Golden Eagle was. Zhu Bai knew its king's habits and proclivities all too well. The king, he. I didn't see him. Zhu Bai spread its hands, trying to pull the wool over Feng Ying's eyes. Feng Ying raised a delicate eyebrow, lifting her right hand as a ball of flame condensed in her palm. "Speak. Third mistress. Don't scorch my rear. They'll talk." Zhu Bai extended a finger, pointing towards a hut. "The king is healing the Golden Eagle. Please don't tell the king I told you." "Healing?" Feng Ying curled her lips, instantly understanding what that lecherous dragon was up to. She barked at Zhu Bai. Scram. Relieved, Zhu Bai scurried off with its timber in a flash. Feng Ying strode purposefully towards the hut. As she reached the entrance, Long Jian's little dragon soul suddenly zipped out from inside, coming face-to-face with her. Long Jian looked like a cat that had just gotten the cream, his eyes darting away slightly as he greeted her. "Yo. Xiao Ying, you're up bright and early." Although Feng Ying was displeased with Long Jian taking advantage of the situation, she found it hard to stay angry this time. She asked, "How is Xiao Jin doing?" Seeing that Feng Ying wasn't angry, Long Jian boasted proudly, "Don't worry, you know my abilities. I've healed her completely. She's resting now." Although Feng Ying still felt a bit uneasy, she didn't scold him, further mindful of the promise she had made last night. She nodded. "That's good to hear. Thank you for healing Xiao Jin." He'll go check on the other injured. With that, Feng Ying headed towards where the other injured bird demons were staying. Long Jian watched Feng Ying's retreating figure lost in thought. He planned to win over the bird demons under Feng Ying's command in the near future. After all, most of those bird demons were female and possessed considerable strength ranging from the late initial devouring stage to the spirit connection stage. Compared to ordinary beasts, they had a much higher probability of bearing demonized offspring. Each demonized bloodline could add 5 seconds to his physical form time, making them invaluable to Long Jian. Thinking about the greater number of beauties that would join his harem, Long Jian couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling invigorated as he continued his aftercare work. Over the next day, Long Jian took the opportunity to visit each hut, winning over the injured bird demons one by one. They all felt immensely honored to mate with a divine dragon like Long Jian. The demon clans of the outer 10,000 demon mountains had relatively ordinary bloodlines and talents. To survive and improve their cultivation, they had to rely on powerful demon clans. Since their Phoenix Queen had already submitted to Long Jian, they naturally followed suit, becoming his people and joining his harem. Long Jian favored each of these bird demon beauties, and they willingly gave themselves, becoming new members of his harem. Even Feng Ying was powerless to stop such a mutually beneficial arrangement. Having amassed a large harem, Long Jian flew into the air, gazing down with satisfaction at the bustling figures below, a powerful sense of conquest welling up within him. Next spring, he was going to make a big move. In the spring of the second year, all things revived. Ice and snow melted, and the waterfall once again roared with vigor. Long Jian stood before the waterfall, a gentle breeze brushing his face, his spirits soaring. The system's melodious voice echoed in his ears. Your 190th offspring has been born. Bloodline ordinary. You have gained 1 year of cultivation. Your 191st offspring has been born. Bloodline demonic transformation. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. Your 192nd offspring has been born. Bloodline demonic transformation. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. At this moment, another piece of joyous news arrived. Xingling was pregnant. The fact that a lioness could conceive meant she was also one of the 9 dragons' mates. It was a double blessing. Soon Long Jian would have 4 dragon offspring. To recall the exact races of the remaining 5 offspring's mothers, he had to rely on hazy memories and begin deductive reasoning. After a brainstorm, he identified several races: dragon, turtle, and tiger. But the last 2 races remained to complete. Thus Long Jian decided to focus his efforts on finding the dragon, turtle, and tiger clans. Having devoured many wolf demons before, he had gained some understanding of the demon domain. Powerful dragon and tiger clans indeed existed in the demon domain. However, dragons were exceedingly haughty and rarely interacted with other demon races, so few knew where they resided. The strongest among the tiger clan was the Xiaohao clan, who possessed the bloodline of Qiongqi. They resided in Xian City, the very city governed by Xian Qing, Xian Yu's father. This posed a significant problem. Long Jian couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Acquiring a stronger bloodline to breed offspring was no easy feat. But Long Jian quickly adjusted his mindset, resolving to break through to the transformation stage this spring. Only then would he have the qualification and strength to enter the demon domain. Of course, this was just one part of the plan. Long Jian hadn't forgotten the golden egg in the Deadwater Swamp. He had a premonition that swallowing it would allow him to directly enter the transformation stage. Since Xingling was pregnant, Feng Ying had to accompany him this time. As a bird, her method of reproduction differed from mammals, and she had recently laid an egg. Though this egg didn't necessarily require her to brood it personally. The golden eagle, after being subdued by Long Jian, had also laid an egg which could be tended to together. Long Jian swished his dragon tail and slipped into Feng Ying's dwelling. Inside, Feng Ying was coiled on a soft grass mat, her wings gently covering her egg. Hearing the noise, she raised her head warily. Seeing it was Long Jian, she frowned in displeasure. What do you want? She asked, raising her voice. Long Jian lowered his voice. I need you to accompany me to the Deadwater Swamp. No. Feng Ying refused immediately. Can't you see I'm busy incubating my egg? She lowered her head, using her beak to gently nudge the grass beneath the egg. Let little gold come and help you hatch it then, Long Jian suggested. Ha! Feng Ying spat out a small burst of sparks in frustration. I'll hatch my own child. If you have nothing else, get out. She flapped her wings, angrily, clearly losing patience. Long Jian was utterly embarrassed. It seemed that even demon beasts in the cultivation world suffered from postpartum irritability. Helpless, he decided to ask Zhu Bai to accompany him to the Deadwater Swamp instead, at least for some backup. Leaving Xingling and Feng Ying to guard the home would put his mind at ease. Long Jian flew over layers of dense forest and quickly found Zhu Bai's favorite banyan tree. There sat Zhu Bai leisurely leaning against the trunk, munching on spirit fruits, the white fur around its mouth soaked with sweet. A thick pile of discarded fruit pits had accumulated around it. Suddenly a golden figure flashed before Zhu Bai. Zhu Bai yelped, "Oh my dear mother. Boss, don't scare me like that." The half-eaten fruit dropped to the ground with a splat, and the towering pile of pits scattered everywhere. So what if I scare you? I do as I please, Long Jian said nonchalantly, then looked Zhu Bai up and down, focusing on its rotund belly. Oh, you've gained quite a bit of weight. Time for some exercise. Accompany me to the Deadwater Swamp. Zhu Bai quickly sucked in a deep breath, its belly audibly puffing up into 8 solid abs. Boss, Zhu Bai isn't fat and doesn't need exercise. Better we don't go to the Deadwater Swamp. It spoke rapidly, its large hands wringing together nervously, eyes darting about. Every demon in the area knew well the perils of the Deadwater Swamp. The toxic miasma there could claim a demon's life, and even transformation stage experts treaded with caution. Zhu Bai had only just reached the golden core stage but might not return from such a trip. However long, Jian never coddled Zhu Bai. He said impatiently, "Stop with the nonsense and follow me now." As the words left his mouth, he soared towards the depths of the southern forest. Zhu Bai let out a resigned sigh. "Ah heavens, why do you do this to me?" Then with a leap it grabbed a sturdy branch and swung through the trees, chasing after Long Jian. Along the way, sentinels deployed by Long Jian were visible everywhere, all small, agile bird demons. This was to prevent another mishap like the one with Lang San. After about half an hour, thick toxic miasma obscured the sky, and all that met the eye was a grim, terrifying sight. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of decay and blood. Fortunately, there was no miasma today. This was Long Jian's third visit. The previous two had ended in failure. This time it was do or die. He'll lead the way. Stay close, and if you get lost I won't be responsible. After his warning, Long Jian plunged headfirst into the dense swamp. Zhu Bai followed closely, agilely swinging from one mangrove tree to another, the bark and leaves rustling in its way. Although the trees here were towering and straight, Zhu Bai could barely use them as support points to keep up with Long Jian. On the other side of the dead water swamp, two other figures had also entered this perilous marsh. The two figures were a man and a woman. The man, clad in a pristine white robe, bore a handsome countenance and carried a black sword case upon his back. The woman, dressed in a flowing golden gown, possessed a sweet visage, and every movement exuded an enchanting allure. "Jinqing, are you certain your sister is in a place like this?" Lu Jinxin asked, scanning their surroundings warily, a flicker of disgust crossing his face. A layer of true energy coalesced around his boots, shielding him from the foul mud and miasma of the dead marsh. He seemed to harbor an intense aversion to such filth. Jinqing nodded. "Brother Jinxin, father and mother said they hid my sister in our ancestral land, where she is incubated." She breathed in the nauseating stench, yet her face showed no discomfort. Instead, it radiated a long-lost sense of familiarity, as if she had returned home. Lu Jinxin secretly rejoiced at this, a cold sneer touching his lips before he swiftly replaced it with a gentle, polite smile. "That's good. Let's go quickly and bring your sister back to the heavenly water pond on Kunlun Mountain. The spiritual water there will allow her to hatch faster. Follow me, brother Jinxin. I can already sense my sister's aura." Jinxin's face beamed with excitement. She was filled with eager anticipation for this sister she had never met yet, who shared her blood. The two leaped into the air, soaring swiftly on their flying swords towards the depths of the dead marsh. Before long, they spotted a group of hideous pustule-covered toad demons gathered in one spot. At the sight of these revolting toad demons, Lu Jiangxin's disgust could no longer be concealed. He lightly tapped his finger, and from the sword case on his back, 10 gleaming golden spirit swords flew out, with a whoosh fanning out behind him, like a sharp steel fan, dazzling and magnificent like a peacock's display. "No, brother Jinxin." Jinxin quickly spread her arms, blocking him. "Let me negotiate with these toad demons and ask them to leave. There's no need to harm them." Lu Jinxin suppressed his disgust and gave a slight nod. "Since Qing'er says so, I shall spare their lives." The 10 spirit swords returned to their case. Yet a different plan brewed in his heart. Once he obtained Jinxin's sister, he would eliminate both her and these filthy toad demons. Unaware of Lu Jiangxin's dark thoughts, Jinxin spoke to the toad demons with innocent naivety. "Brothers and sisters, I am a descendant of the Golden Toad clan, returning to our ancestral land to find my sister. You no longer need to guard this place, you may leave." With a gentle wave of her fair hand, she released the Jinxin's sister. He would eliminate both her and these filthy toad demons. Unaware of Lu Jiang, a path was revealed as the toad demons moved away. The two continued forward on their swords. Soon they were blocked by a group of toad statues. However, only a third of these toad statues remained, most having already been destroyed. Seeing this, Jinxin was taken aback, her large watery eyes widening in shock. How could this be? Why have so many statues in the ancestral land been destroyed? Lu Jinxin also tensed up. He had schemed to gain Jinxin's trust and traveled 1,000 miles to the dead marsh, all for the sake of her sister. If someone else got to her first, he would be furious beyond measure. Guided by Jinxin's senses, they soon spotted a shimmering golden light at the center of the pool guarded by the toad statues. "Look, my sister is over there," she exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the golden glow. Lu Jinxin followed her gaze, and a look of immense joy spread across his face. Excellent. He was so overjoyed that he forgot these toad statues would attack any living being that approached. He flew his sword straight towards the golden egg. At that moment, the eyes of 5 or 6 toad statues suddenly emitted a terrifying blood-red light. Several thin crimson beams shot forth from deep within their murky, moist eyeballs. Lu Jinxin reacted swiftly. With a flash of thought, he pulled his sword up and spun around rapidly, but he was a step too slow. A beam of blood-red light pierced through his whirling form, striking his right shoulder with unerring accuracy. With a sizzling sound, a shocking blood blossom bloomed on his white robe. A pained hiss escaped his lips as his right arm went limp, dangling like a kite with its string cut. Blood gushed from the charred wound, quickly staining a large, shocking patch of his robe a dark crimson. Gnashing his teeth, Lu Jinxin could no longer contain his fury. "You bastards," he cursed. Then, with one hand forming a spell, several more whooshing sounds came from the sword case on his back, as the 10 spirit swords fanned out behind him, once more like a sharp steel fan. "Brother Jinxin, don't. I can calm the statues down." Jian tried to dissuade him, but Lu Jiangxin's eyes were already bloodshot, and he would not listen to another word. Die! Lu Jianxin roared. Under his command, the 10 slender spirit swords instantly transformed into 10 beams of golden light, shooting towards the statues like meteors streaking across the night sky. A series of whooshing sounds rang out as the 10 beams of light pierced through the hard stone bodies of the toad statues, easily penetrating them. Then a cacophony of cracking sounds followed as small holes appeared on the statues. Their once hard surfaces were instantly riddled, with holes losing all their spiritual essence. The destroyed statues collapsed one after another, splashing water and revealing the solitary golden toad egg in the center of the pool. As the statues crumbled, a thick green poisonous mist seeped out from the cracks of the debris. In an instant it enveloped Lu Jianxin and Jian. As a member of the Golden Toad clan, Jian was naturally immune to the ancestral land's poisonous mist and remained unharmed. Lu Jianxin, however, a human cultivator, was completely defenseless against the pervasive poison. He quickly gathered his spiritual energy to form a light blue spiritual shield, wrapping himself tightly within. But the poisonous mist was too potent. It began to erode the shield's surface, producing a sizzling corrosive sound. The green mist soon seeped through the cracks in his shield, surging towards him. Lu Jianxin hastily held his breath, but it was already too late. He felt with terror that the vile green mist had already penetrated his skin, entering his flesh and blood, spreading rapidly throughout his body. A stinging pain arose from deep within his skin like a myriad of ants gnawing at his internal organs. Lu Jianxin felt a violent cramping in his abdomen, as if his guts were being wrenched. Blood mixed with black poison gushed from his mouth and nose. He could no longer stand steady and nearly collapsed to the ground. Jing'er, save me. His contorted face was etched with terror as he struggled to touch his storage ring. He took out a bottle of antidote pills and poured them into his mouth, hoping to slow the poison's advance. The innocent and kind-hearted Jian was extremely anxious seeing Lu Jianxin so severely poisoned. She hurriedly supported his convulsing arm, then opened her small mouth and spat out a cocoon-like demon core, emitting a faint golden light. Brother Jian, quickly swallow my demon core. Her voice pleaded as she gently placed the core into his blackened mouth. Clutching at this lifeline, Lu Jianxin used his last ounce of strength to swallow the demon core Jian had given him. His distorted features gradually regained some color, and the searing pain in his organs subsided considerably. The demon core's power took effect, quickly forcing the black poison back. Jian spoke weakly, her voice barely a whisper. Brother Jian, once we leave the swamp, remember to return my demon core. But Lu Jianxin, having recovered some strength, suddenly struck Jian on the shoulder with his palm, pushing her down into the muddy ground. You toad, stay away from me. You disgust me. His face turned sinister, revealing his true, ferocious nature. Caught off guard, Jian fell heavily into the mud, her clean clothes instantly soiled. She looked up at Lu Jianxin in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Jian. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Lu Jianxin murmured to himself, strolling to the edge of the pool and scooping up the shimmering golden egg floating in the water, a fervent grin spreading across his face. Of course, for this treasure. Cradling the golden egg in both hands, he greedily savored the potent pure life force and demonic aura emanating from within, a wild glint flashing in his eyes. Legend has it that consuming even a sliver of the immortal Ganoderma toad's flesh grants 10 years of lifespan and instantly heals all wounds. Lu Jianxin swallowed hard, greedily caressing the smooth surface of the egg. Jian instantly realized that Lu Jiangxin's true target was her sister all along. She asked in disbelief, Jian, was your approach to me merely to seize my sister? Lu Jianxin scoffed disdainfully. Why else? To get close to you and endure my fellow disciples' mockery for having a fetish for demons. Did you truly believe I'd fall for a toad like you? Hearing this heartless retort, Jian felt a searing pain in her chest, spat out a mouthful of blood in her body. She managed to warn him. Have you forgotten sect leader Li's orders? You must not lay a hand on our Golden Toad clan. Lu Jianxin laughed arrogantly. That old fool is in secluded meditation to break through his tribulation. Who knows if he'll even survive the next heavenly lightning. Besides, we're in the heart of the demon territory. If I kill you here, who would ever find out? With that, he glared at Jian, murderous intent flaring in his eyes. Jian gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet, her remaining demonic energy seething. She roared in fury, Lu Jianxin, you bastard. He'll kill you. Kill me. Don't delude yourself. Even if you're at the transformation stage, so what? Your demon core is already mine. Lu Jianxin said triumphantly, holding the golden egg steady in one hand, while casually waving the other. A blood-red sword shot out from the sword case on his back. With a sharp swish before Jian could react, the sword swift as lightning pierced her right shoulder. Ah! Jian cried out in pain. She tried to pull the sword from her shoulder, but the moment her hand touched the hilt, a searing heat shot through her, and she instinctively recoiled. She realized this was a demon-slaying sword crafted specifically to kill demons. It was devastatingly effective against them, and possessed the ability to seal their demonic energy. Due to the extreme difficulty of forging such a weapon, its price remained exorbitantly high, starting at a minimum of 5 million spirit stones. She couldn't fathom how Lu Jianxin, merely an inner disciple at the late Golden Core stage, had amassed enough spirit stones to afford such a precious artifact. Overwhelmed with grief and fury, tears welled up in Jian's eyes. Lu Jianxin, you fiend. If looks could kill, Lu Jianxin would have been reduced to ashes by her blazing glare. Lu Jianxin ignored Jinxing's curses entirely. He took a special spirit pouch from his inner pocket, carefully placed the golden egg inside, and secured it to his waist. He then looked down condescendingly at Jinxing, her demonic energy, sealed by the demon-slaying sword. At this moment, she was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, which stirred a perverse sense of amusement within him. His lecherous gaze swept over Jinxing's petite form, and a lewd smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I've heard that a demon's body after transformation is identical to a human woman's. I wonder if that's true. His words made Jinxing's face turn even paler. She clutched her collar tightly. You bastard, if you have the guts, just... Lu Jianxin remained silent, slowly walking towards Jinxing. Meanwhile, Long Jian and Zhu Bai were preparing to venture deeper into the Deadwater Swamp. Suddenly, they saw a massive cloud of green toxic miasma surging from all directions, instantly obscuring them. What's going on? We just got here, and we're already running into miasma. Long Jian was puzzled, unaware that someone had destroyed the frog statue, attributing it to the swamp's natural toxic emissions. Facing this sudden turn of events, Long Jian remained calm. As a dragon soul, he was naturally immune to such poison. His companion Zhu Bai, however, was in dire straits. The toxic mist was closing in on him, shrinking his safe space with every passing moment. Zhu Bai wailed, "Great king, I'm done for. Don't forget to erect a tombstone for me, and be sure to leave some fruit at my grave." His lament made Long Jian feel exasperated, as if he were some incompetent ruler. Long Jian straightened up and declared, "What's there to fear? With me here, I guarantee you'll be safe." With that, he summoned his power, and his form shifted, transforming into a majestic silver dragon over 2 zhang long. "Wind, come forth," he commanded, spreading his wings and giving a mighty flap. In an instant, a violent gale erupted, sweeping through the surroundings and dispersing the blinding toxic miasma in a flash. Zhu Bai was dumbfounded, quickly showering him with flattery. "The great king is mighty. You are my second father." Long Jian rolled his eyes. "I don't have a useless son like you. Cut the crap and keep up." He then transformed back into his dragon soul form and flew towards the depths of the swamp. Zhu Bai pouted, realizing his flattery had fallen flat. He quickly picked up his pace to follow, grumbling inwardly, "The great king is so ungrateful. I even called him my father, and he denies having me as a son. How heartless." Shortly after, Long Jian sensed 2 distinct auras up ahead. He immediately halted, frowning as he stared into the distance. Zhu Bai, lacking Long Jian's cultivation, failed to notice anything unusual and asked, "Great king, why have we stopped?" "Shut up. Don't say a word. Stay here and don't move." Long Jian commanded sharply, then sped off like a bolt of lightning into the jungle to investigate. The closer Long Jian got to the source, the clearer the 2 auras became. One was a thick demonic energy, the other a powerful righteous qi. This indicated the presence of a demon and a cultivator. The closer Long Jian got to the source, the clearer the 2 auras became. One was a thick demonic energy, the other a powerful righteous qi. This indicated the presence of a demon and a cultivator. The demonic energy wasn't surprising, given this was the myriad demon mountain range teeming with all sorts of demon clans. But a lone cultivator's presence puzzled him. Cultivators who entered the myriad demon mountain usually traveled in groups. For instance, last time the demon spirit sect's nascent soul ancestor Gu Daozu personally led his elders and disciples on a hunting expedition. Moreover, about 1,000 li from the mountain, there was a cultivator stronghold called Demon Hunting City, a hub for trading demon-related goods, resting, and forming parties. This memory came from when Long Jian devoured the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord had once been captured by cultivators and imprisoned in that very city before escaping back to the myriad demon mountain by a stroke of luck. Now a single cultivator venturing this deep alone was highly suspicious. Could this cultivator be after that golden egg? At the thought, Long Jian became more cautious and quickened his flight. Through the jungle, Long Jian spotted a young human cultivator in a white robe, locked in a standoff with a female demon who had a sword embedded in her shoulder. His gaze fell upon the female demon. He mused, well, a transformation stage female demon, and not bad looking at that. It's rare to encounter one on the outskirts of the 10,000 demon mountains, a truly precious find. Most female demons at the transformation stage would choose to enter the demon domain. There they could find more powerful demon clans to offer them better protection. In any world, women always need to rely on the strong. Long Jian decided he wanted to subdue this female demon. He couldn't tell her true form yet, but he'd deal with that later. The man, however, looked down at the demoness with a lecherous grin. He waved his hand, casting a spell. With a sharp rip, the demoness' dress tore apart, leaving her only in a small bodice and undergarments, her fair skin exposed. Tears welled in the demoness' eyes. She seemed utterly cornered. Damn, he's ruthless. Long Jian, hidden nearby, watched with gleaming eyes, secretly thrilled. Isn't this the perfect setup for me to play the hero? He sensed the cultivator's power was unimpressive, far weaker than Gu Daozu. This was the perfect chance to test the power of his newly acquired Yin-Yang poison sac. In an instant, Long Jian summoned his system and adjusted his form to a suitable 5-meter size. Sometimes being too massive isn't a good thing. The next moment, his dragon's soul swelled rapidly, manifesting a Who's there? Lu Jianxin, who was about to tear off the golden-eyed demon's bodice, suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned in panic, only to see a silver dragon's silhouette. Lu Jianxin was stunned into silence, his voice trembling as he uttered, A dragon? How can there be a dragon in a place like this?" The silver dragon's golden pupils gleamed with chilling, murderous intent. A wisp of green glowing poison gas shot from its maw, instantly enveloping Lu Jianxin. Lu Jianxin instinctively tried to summon his magical defense, but then remembered he had swallowed the golden toad's demon core, which rendered him immune to all toxins. With that thought, he calmly inhaled the poison gas deeply, as if breathing fresh air. Long Jian was astonished, wondering if the cultivator was too terrified to react, willingly breathing in his deadly venom. The fallen Jianxin, seeing the dragon come to her rescue, was overwhelmed with gratitude. She thought demons are truly more compassionate. Humans are all treacherous and cunning. But when she saw Long Jian's method was poison gas, she quickly warned Senior, beware. He swallowed my demon core, he's immune to toxins. Silence. Lu Jianxin snorted coldly, and the demon-slaying sword still lodged in Jinking's shoulder, pierced straight through it. Oh! Jianxin cried out in pain, her eyes brimming with tears. Her demon core is that potent. It can neutralize poison. Long Jian heeded the demoness words, but he refused to believe his new Yinyang poison sac was so useless. So he spat out another large cloud of poison mist, but this time it wasn't green, it was a hazy pink. Huh. Lu Jianxin laughed mockingly as the dragon spewed more venom. Are all demons brainless? I'm immune to your poison, and you're still spitting it out. You're killing me. The pink mist quickly engulfed him. His laughter abruptly ceased as his body went weak and a strange sensation stirred below his waist. Even Jianxin not far away accidentally inhaled some of the aphrodisiac poison. A flush crept over her fair skin, and a strange unbearable heat began to spread through her body. What kind of poison is this that even our Golden Toad clan can't resist? Jinking's legs involuntarily pressed together, her gaze growing hazy, the pain in her shoulder fading. Soon Jianxin was panting softly. Oh, it's so hot. I can't. Her chest heaved more visibly, and her hands unconsciously began to touch her own body, trying to soothe the burning sensation within. Lu Jiangxin's face changed drastically. He recalled his senior brother mentioning that some snake demons could spray aphrodisiac venom. Some demonic cultivators who studied dual cultivation techniques would go out of their way to collect this poison to seduce and incapacitate righteous female cultivators. He couldn't believe a dragon had this ability. Wasn't it exclusive to snake demons? He pointed at Long Jian and cursed, "You lecherous dragon. How dare you use such a filthy poison?" Haha. Long Jian let out a sinister laugh. Weren't you just acting all high and mighty? Come on then. Lu Jianxin gritted his teeth and bit down hard on his lower lip. The taste of blood and the sharp pain instantly cleared his mind. He bellowed, "Heavenly Dipper sword array." As the words left his mouth, 10 brilliant golden spirit swords surged from the sword box on his back, forming a massive sword array behind him. The sword light was dazzling, radiating brilliance. Long Jian's eyes widened. He had never seen such a technique. He thought so. This is a sword cultivator. Truly extraordinary. Lu Jianxin then pressed his index and middle fingers together in a sword gesture and shouted, "Go." The 10 spirit swords hummed in unison, and the array lunged forward like a wild beast, its powerful sword energy sweeping in all directions. The mangrove forest in its path offered no resistance, instantly shredded to splinters by the sharp sword energy. Long Jian stood frozen, allowing the Heavenly Dipper sword array to envelop him. Within the array, the 10 spirit swords transformed into countless beams of sword light, flickering in and out of existence, weaving an interlocking web of sword chi. It seemed chaotic, yet upon closer inspection, a subtle pattern emerged. His silver dragon scales, which were like works of art, were immediately battered by the sword chi, sending blood splattering. The reason he didn't move was that Long Jian wanted to test the sword cultivator's strength first. The array felt incredibly sharp, but the damage it inflicted was superficial. It was like a swarm of mosquitoes biting his body. Flesh and blood were torn on the surface, but his internal organs remained unharmed. This reminded Long Jian of a news story he had seen. A man was stabbed 36 times by a female medical student, but she had deliberately avoided all vital organs, and the injuries were only classified as minor. Seeing the silver dragon covered in wounds, Lu Jianxin thought victory was certain. He sneered, "You little lecherous dragon, now you know the might of my Kunlun sword sect. Taking your life is as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog." Long Jian shook his head slightly, and retorted with a cold laugh, "Hey, you think you're invincible?" As his words fell, a powerful draconic aura enveloped his entire body, and his wounds healed at a visible speed. As a dragon, he was not only proficient in all kinds of spells and capable of flight, but most importantly, he possessed a regenerative ability, far surpassing other demon races. He was without a doubt the most powerful and perfect being in the world. This? Impossible. Lu Jianxin exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide as he stared at the scales of the silver dragon, which showed not a single trace of a wound. The Heavenly Firmament Sword Array was his ultimate killing move, a technique that placed him among the elite of his rank. Not to mention the silver dragon hadn't even bothered to defend itself, enduring the full brunt of the assault. And yet in the blink of an eye its wounds had healed completely. How was he supposed to fight this? He might as well just offer his neck and await death. With his Dao heart on the verge of shattering, Lu Jianxin couldn't stop himself from staggering backward, as if the silver dragon before him was an entity utterly beyond his ability to match. The true chi flowing through his meridians slowed to a crawl, as if it had congealed. Lu Jianxin knew that at this rate only death awaited him. But escape was no longer an option. With his true chi moving at such a sluggish pace, the speed of his flying sword would be equally diminished. What was more terrifying was that this silver dragon was clearly different from others of its kind. It also possessed a pair of massive feathered wings, suggesting it was highly adept at flight. Lu Jiangxin's peripheral vision caught sight of the demon-slaying sword embedded in Jian Qing's shoulder, and his heart tightened. This sword was a personal gift from the Grand Elder of the Kunlun Sword Sect, and was worth a fortune. The reason the Grand Elder had bestowed such a spiritual sword was because he was the mastermind behind this entire plan. If Lu Jianxin could bring back the eggs of the immortal Ganoderma spirit, Toad the Grand Elder would accept him as a personal disciple, and even aid him in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In a place as fiercely competitive as the Kunlun Sword Sect, an inner disciple of mediocre aptitude like Lu Jianxin would find it nearly impossible to reach the nascent soul stage on his own. To realize this dream, he had followed the Grand Elder's plan step by step, getting close to Jian Qing, who was temporarily residing on Kunlun Mountain. Because the Golden Toad clan were old friends of the Kunlun Sword Sect's sect master Jian Qing, despite being a demon, was allowed to stay there. However, not long ago Jian Qing's parents had disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and coincidentally the sect master had entered a life-or-death seclusion. Through Lu Jiangxin's deliberate manipulation, Jian Qing became deeply worried about her sister, who was incubating alone in their ancestral land. This had led her to bring Lu Jianxin along to find her sister, intending to bring her back to Kunlun Mountain and use the spiritual pool there to facilitate her hatching. Also, Lu Jianxin could survive and return with the spirit toad eggs, becoming the Grand Elder's personal disciple. Lu Jianxin had placed all his hopes on this demon-slaying sword. He gritted his teeth, his entire body tensing as he roared with all his might, demon-slaying sword return. A clear ring like a chime sounded as the sword flew back, pulling free from Jian Qing's shoulder. The searing pain finally brought a sliver of clarity back to Jian Qing momentarily, suppressing the burning frenzy. The wound on her shoulder, previously plugged by the blade, now gushed forth a torrent of blood as the sword departed, staining her body crimson. The massive loss of blood left Jian Qing's face pale. She felt the world spin around her, then collapsed limply, her body falling helplessly to the ground. Blood continued to pour from the hole in her shoulder, forming a deep, dark pool of gore. Long Jian coldly glanced at the dying demoness on the ground, but his attention was quickly drawn to the sword radiating an eerie blood-red glow. From the light emanating from the blade, Long Jian sensed a powerful threat. With a low growl, he launched his attack without a moment's hesitation. His draconic roar materialized in the air as countless blinding arcs of lightning shooting forth like a furious. This was one of Long Jian's innate abilities. Dragon's Roar, Thunder's Wrath, a technique that could transform the dragon's cry into electric light to form a devastating offensive. Seeing the countless bolts of lightning hurtling towards him, he could only hurriedly recall his 10 spiritual swords, arranging them vertically and horizontally. Seeing the countless bolts of lightning hurtling towards him, he could only hurriedly recall his 10 spiritual swords, arranging them vertically and horizontally into a sword shield for defense. Crackle! The Dragon's Roar, Thunder's Wrath slammed into the sword shield, producing a cacophony of sizzling electrical discharges. Lu Jianxin felt the 10 swords he controlled vibrating violently. The miniature formations that had been condensed on their blades began to show signs of cracking and crumbling. This was no ordinary lightning. It was a power Long Jian had absorbed from the energy of the heavenly tribulation when he advanced to the core formation stage, a type of thunder specifically designed to break magical treasures. Furthermore, this lightning contained a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao itself, something a mere golden core cultivator like Lu Jianxin was completely incapable of resisting. With a deafening explosion, boom! The sword shield formed by the 10 spiritual swords was blasted into countless fragments which scattered and embedded themselves into the surrounding trees and swamp. A dramatic turn of events unfolded. A single bolt of lightning struck Lu Jianxin precisely in the groin, blasting the tent in his trousers to smithereens. My manhood! Lu Jiangxin's grip loosened, the demon-slaying sword fell to the ground, and his legs gave way as he collapsed to his knees. That bolt of lightning had completely destroyed his male organ, causing Lu Jianxin unbearable agony. He writhed and screamed on the ground, completely losing the ability to fight back. Haha, Long Jian let out an amused chuckle. He hadn't deliberately aimed for that spot. Seeing Lu Jianxin rolling in pain, Long Jian didn't dare to be careless. He spat out another bolt of lightning, intending to grant him a swift end. As the second bolt of lightning hurtled towards him, a suffocating sense of death looming over him, Lu Jianxin felt a wave of utter despair wash over him. Just as he was at death's door, a deeply buried potential within him was unleashed. The golden core in his dantian suddenly erupted with a blinding light, and a torrent of true qi surged forth like a geyser. He felt a warmth spread through his lower abdomen, and the searing pain in his groin subsided significantly. The aphrodisiac poison was also forcibly expelled from his body by the surge of powerful true qi. Lu Jianxin felt a surge of energy, and a portion of his strength returned. He began to form a hand seal, intending to control the demon-slaying sword on the ground and strike back. But at that moment, a stream of liquid shot out from behind him. This liquid was incredibly sticky, like glue, firmly binding Lu Jiangxin's limbs and rendering him immobile. Lu Jianxin turned his head in horror, only to find that the source of the sticky substance was Jian Qing. At some point, Jian Qing had regained consciousness. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips devoid of any color, and her right hand was still clutching the bloody hole in her shoulder. Jian Qing, you damn toad! Let me go! Lu Jianxin shouted furiously, struggling in vain. Jian Qing's pale lips slowly curled into a sinister smile. Lu Jianxin, even in the underworld, I will not let you go. As her words faded, Lu Jianxin in his despair was struck by Long Jian's lightning and turned into a charred corpse. Jianxin collapsed softly into the filthy swamp mud. The foul muck beneath her felt strangely familiar and brought her a profound sense of relief. At least she could die in her homeland. Her only regret was not being able to see her sister who had not yet hatched, and even having indirectly caused her harm. Tears blurred Jianxin's vision. She seemed to see a silver-white flying dragon approaching and heard its gentle voice say, "Don't be afraid, I will save you." Jianxin smiled weakly and closed her eyes. Long Jian spoke to the female demon who was on the verge of unconsciousness. "Don't be afraid, I will save you." As his words faded, she collapsed limply, her head lolling to one side as she lost consciousness. Long Jian observed her closely, sensing that the demonic energy within her, which should have been surging, was utterly depleted. Her life force was fading, teetering on the brink of death. If he were to mate with her now, he might inadvertently kill her. He recalled her mentioning that her demonic core had been seized and devoured by that cultivator. The demonic core of the demon race was remarkably similar to a human's golden core, both containing one's essential essence and cultivation. Once lost, the demon's physical form would suffer a severe blow to its vitality. Long Jian touched his lower abdomen, feeling the surging power of his own dragon core. He understood that even he would suffer unimaginable damage if his core were to be stolen. Long Jian slowly slithered towards the charred corpse, preparing to tear open its belly and retrieve the swallowed demon. But just as he raised his sharp claws, he keenly noticed the corpse was still trembling slightly, as if not entirely dead. Examining it closely, Long Jian saw the body was covered in cracked wounds with some patches of burnt flesh still seeping fresh crimson blood. At the same time, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air, causing Long Jian to involuntarily swallow. It seemed this cultivator possessed extraordinary vitality, clinging to life even after being struck by lightning. Truly, the human race was the most resilient of all beings. With a swift motion, Long Jian slashed his claws mercilessly, tearing open Lu Jianxin's abdomen. As blood gushed forth, Lu Jianxin let out a piercing shriek before breathing his last. Long Jian rummaged through the abdominal cavity and soon retrieved a pill emitting a faint, eerie green glow. Upon closer inspection, the pill was entirely emerald, radiating a unique demonic aura. It was undoubtedly the female demon's core. With the core in hand, Long Jian swiftly returned to the unconscious Jianxin. Using his claws, he carefully pried open her mouth and forced the demonic core inside. A soft moan escaped Jianxin's lips, and her unconscious expression seemed to ease slightly. After swallowing the core, her waning vitality gradually began to recover. With such a beauty lying before him, how could he restrain himself? "I'm only doing this to save her," Long Jian justified. The next moment, Jianxin let out a longer, more melodious sound, her voice sweet and alluring. A few minutes later, Long Jian took a deep breath and reluctantly stopped. After all, Jianxin was severely injured. He couldn't be too rough. Primeval energy continuously flooded her meridians. Finally, a hint of color returned to her face, and her breathing gradually steadied. The bloody hole on her shoulder healed at a visible pace, muscle tissues intertwined, as new tender flesh rapidly covered the wound. Soon, except for a faint red mark, Jianxin's shoulder was completely restored, showing no trace of the terrible injury it had. Long Jian gently touched her cheek with his claws, calling softly, "Wake up, you're safe now." But Jianxin remained motionless, her eyes tightly shut, unresponsive to the outside world. He tried patting her cheek and calling her name again, but she remained still. A frown creased his brow as he guessed her mind might have shattered, requiring time to recover. Setting Jianxin aside for now, Long Jian slithered to the pool where the golden dragon egg was nurtured. He stared intently, only to be shocked. The egg was gone. "Where's my egg?" Long Jian looked around, trying to find its whereabouts. Just then a strange faint glow caught his eye. It was emanating from the waist of Lu Jianxin's corpse. Curious, Long Jian flicked his tail and slowly approached. He hadn't noticed it before, because the item was pinned beneath. The cultivator's spirit robe had been blasted to shreds by the lightning, yet this pouch remained completely intact, a testament to its extraordinary quality. The cultivator's spirit robe had been blasted to shreds by the lightning, yet this pouch remained completely intact, a testament to its extraordinary quality. This was also Long Jian's first time examining a cultivator's belongings up close. In the past, when he devoured cultivators, he had been too greedy and reckless, swallowing their belongings along with them. He clumsily pried open the clasp on the pouch with his claws. The moment the opening widened, a burst of golden light shot out. As expected, it was the golden egg that had been soaking in the pool. Got it. But this time he didn't immediately swallow the egg. Instead, he carefully stored it away, deciding to save it for later. Because there was still a cultivator's corpse lying nearby whose contained cultivation was enough to allow him to break through to the transformation stage. Long Jian placed the pouch holding the golden dragon egg beside Jianxin, then returned to the charred corpse. Opening his massive jaws, he began to devour it. "Ding, you have gained 800 years of cultivation." Just then dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and an oppressive, terrifying pressure descended upon the land. All creatures in the dead marsh fled in panic. Long Jian immediately chanted inwardly, "Dematerialize." His draconic body instantly transformed into a wisp of dragon soul, and the storm clouds above dissipated just as quickly. Just like when he had formed his core, he was exploiting a glitch in the system. If he materialized again, the tribulation lightning would strike down and teach him a lesson. Long Jian glanced at the still unconscious Jinxing, then vanished in a blur. About 2 minutes later he reappeared, followed. "Great King, where's the female demon you mentioned?" Zhu Bai asked. Long Jian pointed ahead and said, "She's just up ahead. Take her home, and don't you dare lose that cloth pouch beside her. If you lose it, your precious jewels won't be safe." Zhu Bai instinctively squeezed his legs together and nodded vigorously, promising, "Great King, rest assured. I will never lose it. He'll protect it with my life." With that he scurried over, hoisted Jinxing onto his shoulder, and clutched the pouch containing the golden egg tightly. "Great King, I'll take my leave now. Go on, be safe on the road." Hearing Long Jian's words of caution, Zhu Bai felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. It was the first time Long Jian had shown him such concern. He gripped the pouch tightly, vowing to complete the task and not betray the trust his king had placed in him. Once Long Jian could no longer sense Zhu Bai's presence, he resolved to break through to the transformation stage right there. Gazing up at the heavens, he murmured inwardly, "System materialize. Maximize my size." The moment his words faded, his diminutive soul abruptly swelled with frenzied intensity, like a balloon inflating at breakneck speed. A colossal silver dragon, 500 meters in length and of immense proportions, coalesced above the deadwater marsh. When the great dragon spread its wings, they blotted out the sun and sky, and the powerful gusts they stirred swept away the thick mist shrouding the marsh. Its massive pitch-black body undulated like a floating mountain range, and with each breath it stirred the very air around. Its dense whiskers, dark as ink, cascaded down, while its razor-sharp fangs, several meters long, gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, mirrored by the cold glint of its formidable claws. The entire deadwater marsh was overshadowed by this newly formed dragon. Any creature that hadn't yet fled trembled and prostrated itself in sheer terror. Its golden eyes surveyed the marsh below, radiating an aura of majesty and overbearing dominance. The entire deadwater marsh was overshadowed by this newly formed dragon. Any creature that hadn't yet fled trembled and prostrated itself in sheer terror. Within Long Jian's territory, Feng Ying and Xing Ling were both startled by the ominous clouds gathering at the horizon, their eyes fixed intently on the distant spectacle. They were intimately familiar with this sign. It was the precursor to a demonic beast's tribulation, heralding a breakthrough to the transformation stage. What demonic beast is undergoing tribulation here, commanding such a vast convergence of dark clouds? Feng Ying murmured to herself, recalling that even during her own tribulation the clouds had not been so dense. Xing Ling looked up towards the swirling center of the clouds, where lightning crackled, a sense of unease growing within her. She seemed to guess the truth. This might be Long Jian undergoing his tribulation. "Long Jian, you must survive this thunder tribulation and return to us." She gently stroked her slightly swollen belly, adding, "Otherwise you will never meet your child." Unknown to them, by exploiting the system's glitch to break through, Long Jian had incurred the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The tribulation descended with terrifying swiftness. Before Long Jian could even react, a devastating bolt of golden lightning struck down, its power rivaling the golden thunder he and Xing Ling had unleashed together. The colossal dragon form was instantly seared by thunderfire, wild arcs of electricity dancing chaotically across his scales. Countless dragon scales burst apart under the assault, scattering into the sky like dandelion seeds. Vivid red blood gushed from the wounds left behind, streaming down the dragon's immense body. Even with his thunder dragon physique activated, Long Jian could not withstand the sheer might of this tribulation. Damn it, he cursed the heavenly Tao inwardly. If the first bolt was this ferocious, how could he possibly endure the rest? Hard on the heels of the first, a second golden thunderbolt struck with blinding speed, aimed directly at his head. Crack! The violent thunderclap exploded once more. Long Jian felt his mind go numb with electricity, disoriented and dazed. No, if I keep taking hits like this, I'm done for. Long Jian forced himself to focus, shaking his heavy head vigorously. He looked up, fixing his gaze on the tribulation clouds churning above. Deep within the dark clouds, several golden lightning bolts were gathering, coiling and leaping as if charging for the next strike. With a defiant roar, Long Jian decided to take the initiative, refusing to be a passive target any longer. He opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of lightning bolts, shooting them skyward like laser cannons aimed at the ominous clouds. However, his lightning was far inferior to the pure, overwhelming power of the tribulation's thunder. His attack only managed to blast a small hole in the outer edge of the clouds. The main body continued to churn and swirl unabated. Even more powerful tribulation lightnings surged through the breach, striking Long Jian again and again. Long Jian roared in agony, but stubbornly continued to spit lightning back in defiance. After several brutal exchanges, 8 of the 9 tribulation bolts had fallen in succession. Only the most powerful, the final bolt, remained. This time the tribulation energy gathering in the sky took far longer to accumulate than before. Long Jian bided his time, barely managing to keep his battered, scale-shedding body aloft. There wasn't a single spot on him that wasn't injured. Blood streamed from his head, and many scales had been blasted away, revealing raw, bloody wounds. This is brutal. Finally, only the last one left. He spat out a mouthful of murky air, shaking his head and splattering dragon blood onto the water plants in the marsh below. The water plants, touched by the dragon blood, began to grow with unnatural speed, emitting a faint, eerie aura. They were transformed, gaining a spark of spiritual energy. Given time, if they weren't devoured, they would surely evolve into grass spirits. Boom! The final tribulation bolt finally descended, its might absolutely breathtaking. The dragon's eyes, each as large as a lantern, reflected the lightning's glare. Long Jian decisively opened his cavernous maw, preparing to face the fatal strike heat in. With a resounding crack, he swallowed the colossal thunderbolt whole. The lightning raged violently within the dragon's body, its golden light visibly surging and racing beneath the scales. His internal organs were savagely battered by the thunder, causing unbearable agony. Long Jian violently spat out a massive mouthful of dragon blood mixed with chunks of flesh, a truly gruesome sight. Yet Long Jian remained utterly calm, for this was precisely part of his plan. Feeling the rampant lightning within him beginning to weaken, Long Jian mentally commanded, "Deactivate materialization." Instantly, the colossal dragon form shrank rapidly under the system's control, reverting to his soul state. Simultaneously, the final tribulation bolt was entirely absorbed into his soul form. As the thunder merged into him, Long Jian felt a tremendous power of lightning converging within, elevating his strength to a whole new realm. The dark clouds that had churned in the sky dissipated and vanished the moment the tribulation lightning was fully absorbed. At that instant, the system's pleasant voice chimed in Long Jian's ear. "Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the transformation stage. Human form unlocked. Face sculpting mode activated." A translucent pop-up window appeared before him, displaying a human silhouette. No way. Long Jian's eyes widened. The image was clearly the original owner's face. Such a effeminate appearance was not to his liking at all. Moreover, this original owner, a lecherous old dragon, had offended many demons and humans across the Hongming continent. Walking around with that face would surely invite a beating. Long Jian decisively opened the sculpting interface and began to ruthlessly press and mold the handsome face before him. Soon a brand new visage was crafted. Sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, deep and handsome features with a wheat-toned complexion. He even added some details to the physique, sculpting 8 defined abdominal muscles and a deep line. Ding! Human form created successfully. New divine ability acquired. Human form transformation. Human form transformation. You possess an extraordinary human body, but this body has no cultivation base. You can switch between dragon soul and dragon body forms at any time. After reading the description, Long Jian was overjoyed. Finally, he could have a human appearance. He didn't care about the lack of cultivation. Being human meant he could unlock many new possibilities. "I love you, system," he exclaimed excitedly. Moments later, a man appeared in the pit-filled marshland, his silver hair dazzlingly bright under the sun. "I've finally become human." Long Jian flexed his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists, reveling in the dexterity of his limbs. Just then he noticed a flash of red light in the mud. That sword. On the ground covered in sticky black mud, a red sword hilt flickered with a hazy, elusive gleam. Long Jian's feet trod across the muddy, squelching earth. He reached out with his rough, calloused hand, seized the hilt firmly, and wrenched the sword from the black mire. The moment the blade was clasped in Long Jian's grip, the mud slid off its surface on its own, emitting a faint, subtle sound. It was as if the sword was coated in a mystical barrier that repelled all filth. The blade shimmered with an eerie blood-red luster, radiating a chilling, killing intent even under the sunlight. Long Jian peered closely and noticed 2 small, golden, ancient seal script characters engraved near the base of the blade, barely discernible as Zhan Yao, Demon Slayer. What an imposing sword! Long Jian couldn't help but exclaim. Then he glanced down at his own body, completely naked, and felt a chilling draft against his private parts in the gentle breeze. Long Jian suddenly recalled the description of the transformation art. In this human form, he possessed no cultivation base whatsoever. He was merely a frail, ordinary human. Only by switching back to his dragon form would his cultivation be restored. This meant Long Jian had 2 entirely distinct paths of cultivation at his disposal. The first was the traditional demonic path, accumulating power by absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth and devouring the cultivation of other demonic beasts. The second was the human path of cultivation, comprehending the Tao of heaven, refining the mind and spirit, and learning human techniques to elevate his magical power. Both paths had their merits and drawbacks, but the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. He could switch freely between his demonic and human identities. It was like possessing an extra layer of identity. If he could cultivate this human body to greatness, he could roam the entire Hongming continent at will. System switched to dragon soul form. Long Jian commanded silently in his mind. In an instant, his silver-haired human form transformed into a golden dragon soul, coiling and drifting through the air. Switch to dragon body. Long Jian commanded again in his thoughts. The dragon soul rapidly expanded and reshaped, transforming into a colossal dragon 100 meters long in the blink of an eye. The process was so swift and fluid, it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Return to human form. The moment the words left his mouth, the colossal dragon contracted in midair, and the silver-haired human figure reappeared, landing steadily upon the muddy ground. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils, and Long Jian pinched his nose. "Damn, that stinks," he cursed, reaching down to pick up the Demon Slayer's sword from the ground. Long Jian decided to bring the Demon Slayer's sword back with him, and for now he had no choice but to travel in his human form. Besides, the earth-shattering tribulation lightning from earlier had scattered all the demonic beasts in the area. There should be no immediate threats. Long Jian looked around, tore a few large leaves from the roadside plants, and began weaving them together with practiced hands. In no time he fashioned a crude pair of leaf trousers barely covering his lower half. Carrying the demon slayer's sword, Long Jian strode forward, slashing down the waist-high weeds along the path with sweeping strokes. The crisp ring of the blade echoed through the desolate marsh. Deep footprints left by the crimson-white giant beast still marked the ground. As long as he followed the trail of footprints, he was certain to find his way out. Foul murky water splashed onto his feet, and Long Jian frowned. Having gotten used to being a dragon growing legs again is rather uncomfortable. Humans truly are pathetic. The more you yearn for something, the quicker you lose interest once you have it. Though he grumbled inwardly, Long Jian's pace now. He marched steadfastly across the filthy swamp, leaving deep imprints behind him. A full hour later, Long Jian finally emerged from that suffocating stagnant marsh. Ahead lay a crystal-clear river, its source being the waterfall within Long Jian's own territory. As long as he followed this river upstream, he would return to his domain. At that thought, Long Jian's spirits lifted. But when he looked down at his legs, his brow furrowed once more. His calves and feet were caked in blackened mud, reeking of a pungent stench. Long Jian dashed to the riverbank. In a few quick strides, thrust the demon slayer's sword into the shore, and plunged headfirst into the water with a resounding splash. A bliss. Long Jian rolled in the water with delight, feeling the icy current wash over his entire body. The fatigue of the journey melted away, and every trace of filth was rinsed clean. But his joy was short-lived. In the next moment, he spotted a massive demonic fish swimming straight toward him, its gaping maw brimming with razor-sharp teeth that glinted coldly in the water. Son of a bitch. Even a shrimp dares to bully a dragon in shallow water. Long Jian's heart raced as he bellowed. System switch to dragon form immediately. The instant the words left his lips, his figure flickered, and he transformed into a 100-meter-long silver-white dragon. The demonic fish, still reveling in its anticipated feast, had no idea that a nightmare was about to unfold. The silver dragon opened its colossal maw and swallowed the demonic fish in a lightning-fast strike, its flesh shredded by the razor-sharp dragon fangs. Fresh sashimi. Long Jian chewed with relish, his silver whiskers swaying as he savored the moment. After finishing the demonic fish, Long Jian reverted to his human form and waded ashore. Unfortunately, his makeshift leaf loincloth had been swept away by the river's current, leaving him completely naked. He looked up and saw over a dozen cultivators clad in pale green Taoist robes soaring toward him on flying swords at breakneck speed. Not good. Long Jian's heart lurched. He halted in his tracks and ducked deeper into the forest. Thus he strode forward with sword in hand, boldly naked, following the river upstream toward his territory. He had barely taken a few steps when a sudden chorus of whistling sword chants echoed from the sky above. He looked up and saw over a dozen cultivators clad in pale green Taoist robes soaring toward him on flying swords at breakneck speed. Not good. Long Jian's heart lurched. He halted in his tracks and ducked deeper into the forest, attempting to conceal himself. But he had underestimated the spiritual perception of these cultivators. The group veered their flying swords and made a beeline straight for the thicket where Long Jian was hiding. The leading middle-aged man raised his hand, and several beams of golden light shot forth, slicing through every tree surrounding Long Jian in an instant. His form was now completely exposed. Long Jian narrowed his eyes, a blaze of fury surging within him. He hadn't provoked these cultivators in the slightest, yet they'd come looking for trouble unprovoked, utterly baffling. He resolved to stand his ground, without moving a muscle, letting the golden light shatter the surrounding trees into splinters, determined to see exactly what these cultivators were after. Soon the dozen or so cultivators descended to the ground, their flying swords deftly returning to their respective hands. Each of them wore a solemn expression and gripped a sharp blade, clearly well-disciplined and battle-ready. Long Jian studied the group carefully, and suddenly noticed. Among them was a woman dressed in a pale white robe. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her face veiled in a thin layer of silk. Only her delicate brows and a pair of icy cold eyes were visible, carrying an air of aloof pride that betrayed none of the gentle grace typically associated with her sex. The dozen or so male cultivators stared at Long Jian's naked form, confusion etched plainly on their faces. When their gazes drifted lower, their expressions turned strange, a mixture of aversion and a flicker of envious. The woman in white merely cast a brief, indifferent glance at Long Jian before quickly looking away. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a faint blush crept beneath her veil, as if his nudity stirred both distaste and discomfort. Long Jian noticed this and felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Now you see my prowess, right? Impressive enough, isn't it? This was after all his own carefully crafted masterpiece. The middle-aged man at the lead pointed his sword at Long Jian, demanding sternly, "Who are you? Why are you naked here?" Long Jian snorted lazily. "What business is it of yours whether I wear clothes or not? I go where I please. Since when do I need your permission?" He then adopted a flippant demeanor, one that seemed utterly at odds with his handsome features, showing complete disregard for the cultivators. Struck speechless by Long Jian's retort, the man's face cycled through shades of pale and red. He turned to look at the woman in white, as if seeking her counsel. The other cultivators furrowed their brows, as well their spiritual senses frantically, probing Long Jian's body, searching for any anomaly. Yet no matter how they scanned him, their perception revealed only an ordinary mortal, with no cultivation base whatsoever. The only thing that drew their attention was the sword in Long Jian's hand. Undeniably a spirit weapon of an extreme. The woman in white spoke, her voice cool. "Let him go. He is but a mortal. Questioning him will yield nothing." As you command, Holy Maiden. The middle-aged man clasped his fists in obedience, then turned to Long Jian with a cold shout. Boy, leave at once. You owe your life to the Holy Maiden's mercy. If not for her, I would have cut you down with a single strike. Holy Maiden. Long Jian smirked, paying the man's words no heed. Instead, he began to appraise the white-robed woman's figure and features with keen interest. Boy, how dare you stare at the Holy Maiden like that? He'll take those dog eyes of yours. The middle-aged man, seemingly reading Long Jian's intent, erupted in fury, his spiritual sword glowing faintly in his hand. Just as the man was about to strike, the Holy Maiden spoke again. Li Yu, your temperament is lacking. What is the point of arguing with a mortal? Do not let this delay our investigation. The man named Li Yu quickly bowed his head. Yes, Holy Maiden. This disciple has erred. With that, the group of cultivators soared away on their flying swords. Before leaving, Li Yu shot Long Jian one last venomous glare. Long Jian, however, remained utterly unconcerned. He could tell that this Li Yu's strength was far inferior to Godlike's, and even below Lu Jiangxin's. What truly captured his attention was the white-robed Holy Maiden among them. Her power was unfathomable. Long Jian couldn't sense even a wisp of her aura, as she seemed to blend seamlessly with the air itself. More troubling still was their attire. The pale cyan robes they wore bore a striking resemblance to those of the demon spirit sect. Given that they appeared near the Deadwater Swamp, Long Jian quickly deduced they were likely sent by the demon spirit sect to investigate the annihilation of Gu Daozu and his team. At this thought, Long Jian quickened his pace toward his own territory. He had only covered a few meters when the middle-aged man, this time he was alone, the Holy Maiden and the other cultivators were nowhere to be seen. Long Jian looked up to find Li Yu's eyes blazing like lightning fixed coldly upon him. A wave of arrogance surged through Long Jian, and he taunted loudly. Yo, old ox-nosed priest, come back to see your daddy. Before the words even faded, he heard Li Yu let out a cold snort. Oomph. Li Yu sneered, his gaze burning intensely as it locked onto the demon-slaying sword in Long Jian's hand. Hand over that sword, Neil, and call me Grandpa, and I might just let you live today. Of course, Li Yu's intentions were far darker. Even if the mortal before him knelt and groveled, he would still kill him. Long Jian raised his hand, the demon-slaying sword in his grip, reflecting an eerie red light that hinted at its extraordinary nature. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. So after all that, you just want my sword? Come and take it yourself. With that, Long Jian plunged the sword directly into the earth beneath his feet. Boy, you're asking for trouble. Li Yu sneered, the corner of his mouth twitching. In a moment, I'll sever your limbs, and let the demonic beast devour you in agony. Long Jian raised his hand, boredly picking his nose with his index finger as he said, the Holy Maiden was right, your temperament really is lousy. I'm just a mortal, and you're still dithering. Why not just strike me down with your sword? With that, he pulled the sticky booger from his nose, rolled it into a ball between his fingers, and with a resounding pop flicked it forth. It flew in a perfect high arc, landing squarely on Li Yu's face. Feeling the sticky substance splatter across his cheek, Li Yu flew into a rage. You wretched mortal. Die. He frantically wiped the filth from his face, his eyes turning bloodshot, as his spiritual sword erupted with a blinding light. At the very instant the sword light struck, the silver-haired man vanished into thin air. All that remained was the red, demon-slaying sword still embedded in the ground with no one else in sight. Li Yu's eyes widened, and he blinked rapidly, trying to make sure he wasn't seeing things. But no matter how he looked, Long Jian's figure was gone. He immediately released his spiritual sense, meticulously scanning every inch of the surrounding space, yet found not a single trace. What is this person? Was that an illusion just now? Sweat beads the size of beans formed on Li Yu's forehead. He was beginning to panic, the scene before him defied. In that moment of hesitation, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed over him, and a dense, suffocating aura of death crept up his spine. Li Yu trembled, swallowed hard, and slowly turned his head. He was met with a pair of blood-red draconic eyes, two long, thick dragon whiskers, and a massive maw opened wide before him, its sharp fangs glinting coldly. A single piercing scream echoed through the air. Then the silver-haired man landed back on the ground, casually wiping the corner of his mouth. He picked at his teeth with a fingernail, making a disgusted face. Too tough. Got stuck in my teeth. Not tasty. After slaying Li Yu, Long Jian picked up the demon-slaying sword from the ground, and continued his journey homeward. Along the way, he strove to assimilate the fragmented memories he had obtained from Li Yu. From the broken remnants of Li Yu's memories, Long Jian learned that Li Yu was one of the three great elders of the demon spirit sect, with his cultivation merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. It was no wonder he had been so easily dealt with. The purpose of the cultivators who had come, as Long Jian had guessed, was to investigate the truth behind Godlike's death. The demon spirit sect was a minor sect loyal to a powerful force known as the Hall of Four Saints. The white-clad Holy Maiden was the one specially dispatched by the Hall of Four Saints to investigate the cause of Godlike's death. As the sect master of the demon spirit sect, Godlike's murder essentially signaled the sect's imminent downfall. To ensure the survival of the small sect, the Hall of Four Saints sent the white-clad Holy Maiden to take charge. She would remain there for a period of time until a new nascent soul stage sect master could be cultivated. Even Li Yu, one of the three great elders of the demon spirit sect, knew very little about Bai Yubing. He only knew her surname was Bai, and her given name Yubing. Her cultivation realm and true abilities were completely unknown. Naturally, all members of the demon spirit sect treated the envoy sent from above with extreme respect and caution, none daring to rashly question her handling matters with care for fear of courting disaster. After absorbing Li Yes' residual memories, Long Jian smacked his lips and remarked with emotion, "Who would have thought that this small demon spirit sect is backed by such a formidable force?" Meanwhile, at the edge of the Deadwater Swamp, Bai Yubing, leading a group of disciples from the Hall of Four Saints, had been waiting in silence for quite some time. Clad in white, her countenance as pale as snow, she exuded a composed and cold dignity that brooked no defiance. Li Yes' unauthorized departure from the group had caused her a slight sense of annoyance. Bai Yubing crossed her arms and, furrowing her delicate brows, asked the returning disciples of the demon spirit sect, "Why has Li Yu not yet returned?" Reporting to the Holy Maiden, "We have searched the area thoroughly, but have found no trace of elder Li Yu." A young disciple reported respectfully, "Forget it, we will search for him later." Bai Yubing instructed calmly, her white pupils fixed intently on the Deadwater Swamp ahead. She keenly sensed that a demon had recently undergone tribulation transcendence in this area. A faint trace of blood lingered in the air along with the residual power of the heavenly tribulation. Yes. The disciples of the demon spirit sect immediately acknowledged the order. Bai Yubing stepped onto her flying sword and led the group towards the depths of the swamp. Upon arriving at the area where the tribulation's power was most concentrated, she closed her eyes, and her powerful divine sense expanded instantly, enveloping a vast expanse of the marsh. Countless life forces surged into her perception. Demon, beasts, vegetation, insects, all exposed under this spiritual scan. Suddenly, she detected several anomalies, and a cold glint flashed in Bai Yubing's eyes. The first anomaly was right beside her. The lush spiritual plants nearby were imbued with traces of dragon chi. Bai Yubing immediately summoned several disciples and commanded coldly, "You there, harvest all these spiritual herbs completely." "Yes, Holy Maiden." Some of the disciples were baffled in their eyes. These ordinary-looking spiritual herbs merely contained a wisp of spiritual energy, were of insufficient age, and had mediocre medicinal effects. They wouldn't even fetch a good price at the market. Why would the Holy Maiden want them all dug up? Despite their confusion, the group quickly set to work, skillfully using their artifacts to harvest the herbs, pulling them up by the roots, and carefully storing them in special medicinal bags. After all the spiritual herbs containing dragon chi had been excavated, Bai Yubing finally spoke slowly, "The herbs you just collected all contain dragon chi. Keep one for me, and divide the rest among yourselves." "What? Dragon? Dragon chi?" The disciples of the demon spirit sect were stunned, their mouths agape. The dragon race is extremely mysterious. As the saying goes, a divine dragon shows its head, but not its tail. This means that most cultivators may never see a real dragon in their lifetime. Therefore, anything containing dragon chi is like a priceless treasure, a coveted rarity for alchemists. Bai Yubing's generosity in granting them such a reward filled the disciples of the demon spirit sect with immense gratitude. They had expected this mission to be arduous and tedious, never imagining such an unexpected bounty. "Thank you for your grace, Holy Maiden." They quickly bowed in thanks, inwardly calculating the good price they could fetch for these herbs back home. Bai Yubing slowly walked to the second anomaly, her gaze sweeping over a scene of scattered rubble. With a light wave of her jade hand, a fragment of a stone statue flew into her palm. Bai Yubing examined it closely, noticing faint traces of formation patterns on the fragment, indicating it was crafted by a master of formations. But why it appeared in this demon territory was indeed quite suspicious. She twirled the fragment between her fingers before casually discarding it. Bai Yubing turned, and without looking back, led the disciples on their swords to the third anomaly. This location was a large puddle surrounded by numerous fallen trees scattered in a fan shape. The trees bore scorch marks. Even a casual observer could tell this was no natural formation, but the aftermath of a cataclysmic battle. Bai Yubing glided over the water's surface on her spiritual sword, meticulously searching for any possible clues. Suddenly, a reckless abyssal crocodile lunged from the water, its massive jaws snapping towards Bai Yubing. Bai Yubing didn't even glance at it, coldly uttering the word thorn. With a gentle tap of her right index finger, a beam of sword chi shot forth. In an instant, the crocodile's hard skull was effortlessly pierced through. With a resounding splash, the abyssal crocodile toppled back into the water, its belly flipped over and copious amounts of blood stained the dark green pool. A nearby disciple of the demon spirit sect immediately stepped forward, retrieving tools from their storage pouch to process and pack the slain crocodile. The movements were fluid and practiced without a hint of hesitation. Without even raising an eyelid, Bai Yubing continued to calmly inspect the traces around the puddle. She closed her eyes slightly, and her divine sense rippled outwards, penetrating the water surface to probe the depths of the mud below. After a moment, her divine sense touched a cold piece of metal whose shape suggested it was a fragment of some magical. Bai Yubing frowned slightly, then flicked her right index finger. Behind her, the spiritual sword carried by a disciple of the demon spirit sect unsheathed with a sharp ring and plunged into the water with a whoosh. After a few breaths, the spiritual sword slowly floated up, its tip bearing a small piece of golden metal fragment. Bai Yubing extended her jade hand, twirled her fingertip, and the fragment drifted into her palm. She raised the fragment for a closer look, a hint of gravity and doubt appearing between her brows. The surface of this metal fragment still bore traces of melting, along with a blurred inscription that vaguely resembled the character Zhong. Bai Yubing flicked her wrist, tossing the metal piece to the disciples behind her. "Take a look. Do any of you recognize this fragment?" The members of the demon spirit sect examined it carefully, and after a moment one spoke up, Reporting to the Holy Maiden, this is a fragment of our sect master Gu Deus's lifebound artifact, the Heavenly Emperor Bell. With his lifebound artifact destroyed, Gu Deus's chances of survival were slim, and no further investigation was needed. By Yubing looked at the gathered disciples of the Demon Spirit sect, this mission is concluded. Now let us search for Li Yes' whereabouts. Long Jian was not at all worried about Bai Yubing's investigation. Gu Daozu had been dead for nearly 4 months and nature had long since decomposed all the evidence without a trace. He was confident that Bai Yubing could not possibly find any clues. Soon Long Jian was less than a kilometer away. Birds in the surrounding trees kept flying away. They were the sentinels Long Jian had stationed. Hey, don't be afraid, it's me, your king. Long Jian called out to the bird demons that were about to fly back to the territory. But these bird demons were not easily convinced. His aura was indistinguishable from a human's, and there was not a trace of demonic energy on him. The birds quickly fled, chirping in their tongue. Report. A human approaches. Long Jian shook his head and strode forward toward his territory. The demon-slaying sword in his hand exuded a sharp aura, scaring away the smaller beasts nearby. 10 minutes later, Long Jian finally caught sight of the waterfall in the distance, its splashing water and rolling white waves cascading down like a curtain of jade from the heavens. He took a deep breath, the familiar scent of moss and earth washing over him, warming his heart. At the same time, his 4 consorts, Little White Rhino Xian Yuefeng Ying and Xingling, were already standing beneath the waterfall to welcome him. Behind them followed a large contingent of rhino demons wielding long spears, bird demons with sharp claws, and a few ferocious wolf demons. Long Jian quickened his pace, eager to explain that this was his human form. But just as he drew near, Feng Ying let out a furious roar. Damn human. How dare you trespass into our territory? Prepare to die. In that instant, all 4 consorts struck simultaneously. Little White Rhino's horn slashed out a silver crescent. Xian Yu spat a blade of sharp wind. Feng Ying launched a ball of fire at Long Jian, and Xingling summoned a crackling bolt of lightning. The 4 demonic arts intertwined and shot toward Long Jian with devastating force, so powerful that it sent faint ripples through space. Startled, Long Jian hurriedly stepped back, preparing to transform into his true dragon form. But suddenly a strange sensation came from the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Sensing the intense hostility, it began to emit a series of crisp chimes, its blade faintly glowing with a red light. But suddenly a strange sensation came from the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Sensing the intense hostility, it began to emit a series of crisp chimes, its blade faintly glowing with a resounding clang. The 4 demonic arts were shattered by the red light, scattering into specks of starlight that faded in. What's going on? Long Jian's eyes widened as he gripped the hilt tightly. Why did the demon-slaying sword act on its own? The 4 consorts were equally astonished that this human had effortlessly blocked their combined attack. Within their perception, this human didn't possess even the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura. Yet being able to easily deflect their joint assault could only mean one thing. This person's cultivation level was extraordinarily high, so high that his aura couldn't be sensed at all. Furthermore, this person was stark naked and wielding a divine weapon, making him appear highly suspicious. With their pillar of strength, Long Jian nowhere to be found, the consorts were on edge. Seeing their tense expressions, Long Jian deliberately stepped forward and declared loudly, "Do you know who I am?" Feng Ying, the strongest among the consorts, transformed into a red-haired woman. She furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes filled with caution, worried that this human might be a powerful master, hiding his true strength. Her tone softened slightly. "Sorry, we don't care who you are. Please leave our territory immediately." Haha. Long Jian smiled provocatively. "And what if I refuse to leave? What do you plan to do about it?" Feng Ying, quick-tempered by nature, was instantly provoked by his words. A blaze of fire erupted around her, causing the temperature to soar. She radiated heat and pressure like a miniature sun. Her red hair whipped in the wind as she snarled fiercely. "If you want to fight, then let's fight right now. Don't think we demons are afraid of you humans." Long Jian couldn't help but admire her fierce fighting spirit. Even when facing a potentially stronger opponent, Feng Ying dared to challenge, a rare and commendable trait. Seeing the murderous looks on his consorts' faces, Long Jian knew if this continued, things could escalate badly. He quickly tried to smooth things over, speaking gently. "Little by Xian, Yuefeng Ying, Xingling, it's me. How can't you see it?" The 4 consorts were stunned for a moment, but then Xingling was the first to react. She had suspected earlier that the demon undergoing tribulation might be Long Jian. She asked tentatively, "Long Jian, is that you?" Long Jian nodded. As soon as the sound left his lips, his form shifted into a silver-white dragon, soaring and circling in the air. The moment they saw the silver dragon, the consorts felt a wave of relief wash over them, their guard dropping as they let out. Feng Ying, who had been fuming just moments ago, now puffed her cheeks out, even more, hands on her hips. "You scoundrel, Long Jian. How dare you toy with us like that?" Long Jian transformed back into his human form. He spread his hands in defense, explaining, "I didn't mean to. I was just about to explain when you all attacked me with such suspicion." Xingling's limbs crackled with lightning as she pounced, tackling Long Jian to the ground. She pressed his face with her massive lion paw, exclaiming excitedly, "Husband, this human form of yours is amazing. I can't wait to test your size tonight." Her motion seemed gentle, but Long Jian felt his face being squashed out of shape. He yelped in pain, pleading, "Xingling, easy. It hurts. It hurts. What's wrong?" Xingling looked utterly confused as she lifted her paw. She couldn't understand how her gentle touch could cause him pain. She blinked her big innocent eyes looking completely guileless. Meanwhile Feng Ying shooed away the other demons who had gathered to watch, then brought little white rhino and Xianyu over to Long Jian's side. All 4 female demons curiously inspected Long Jian's transformed human body. Before Long Jian could even explain, Feng Ying reached out, pinched his cheek, and felt his muscular arms. Xingling also transformed into her human form, appearing noticeably plumper and softer than before. Her hips and cheeks were fuller, and her belly had grown a bit rounder. She too began pinching and feeling Long Jian's new body. Though a bit embarrassed, Long Jian allowed her to do as she pleased. Xianyu and Little White Rhino looked on with envy at Feng Ying and Xingling's intimate interaction. They too wished to take human form, but their cultivation levels were still too low. Although Xianyu had successfully formed her golden core, Little White Rhino's cultivation was the weakest, only at the late stage of the spirit connection realm. Long Jian chuckled, gently pushing away Xingling's and Feng Ying's hands. Alright, that's enough. Stop touching. I have something important to say. Hearing that Long Jian had something important to discuss, Xingling and Feng Ying finally stopped. The 4 female demons focused their full attention waiting for him to speak. The system did not disclose whether he could be resurrected after this body was destroyed, and Long Jian dared not test it lightly lest he accidentally end his own life. Trusting Long Jian, the 4 female demons did not probe further into why his human form bore no cultivation like theirs. Yet Xianyu sensed something amiss and asked, "Husband, without any cultivation, how could you effortlessly repel our combined attack?" The other 3 female demons echoed her concern, finding it astonishing that an ordinary mortal with a mere sword could shatter their demonic arts. Long Jian picked up the demon-slaying sword from the ground and pointed to it, saying, "I owe it all to this blade." For some reason it counterattacked on its own just now. As Long Jian grasped the sword, the 4 female demons instantly felt a fierce, killing intent and sword aura radiating from the blade, causing them to step back in unison, fearing it might strike again. "Husband, this sword seems to harbor extreme hostility toward our kind. I advise you not to use it." Xuanyue, well-versed in such matters, voiced her opinion. She had seen many cultivators' treasures in the demon domain, but none that exuded such intense killing intent toward nearby demons merely by being held. It was as if the sword would not rest until every demon in sight was vanquished. "Indeed, I agree with Xianyu. It's best not to use this sword for now," Feng Ying added with concern. Xingling, however, dismissed their caution, finding them short-sighted. "Let your husband use whatever he pleases, don't listen to their nonsense." Tension began to simmer once more. Long Jian quickly intervened. "Alright, enough bickering. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry." He then spoke gently to Xingling. "Xingling, go back and rest now." Turning to Feng Ying, he added, "Feng Ying, you should attend to the dragon egg as well." Xingling hummed sweetly, planted a kiss on Long Jian's cheek, and departed. Not to be outdone, Feng Ying stood on her tiptoes, kissed Long Jian's cheek, and followed Xingling out. Only Xianyu and the little white rhino remained. Long Jian stroked the little white rhino's horn with one hand, and Xuanyu's fluffy wolf head with the other, asking softly, "Where's the female demon I had Zhubai bring back?" Xuanyu's eyes half closed in contentment replied quietly, "She's been placed in a room, but she hasn't woken up yet." "Oh, by the way, husband, who is that demon?" the little white rhino asked in a soft, sticky voice. Long Jian scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, this little Bai, is there any doubt? It must be a new wife our husband has taken." Xianyu saw through Long Jian's intentions at a glance. "Oh, I see. She's so beautiful," the little white rhino said, suddenly enlightened, and nodded. Having been ostracized by her kin due to her coat color, the little white rhino found a larger family a blessing and cherished being with her sisters. Seeing he was seen through, Long Jian didn't deny it. Taking Jinxing as a consort was inevitable. Moreover, having absorbed the memories of that man named Lu Jianxin, he now knew something about her. She was of the Golden Toad clan, a demon. Yet due to her parents' circumstances, she had grown up in cultivator territory and had rarely spent time in these 10,000 demon mountains. The golden egg soaking in the pool was her younger sister, seemingly of immense value. That was why Lu Jianxin had schemed to deceive Jinxing, intending to seize the golden egg. Fortunately, Long Jian had appeared in time, foiling Lu Jiangxin's plan and preventing the treasure from falling into his hands. Thinking of this, Long Jian decided to check on the golden egg. He glanced at the 2 female demons and smiled. "I'll go see if Jinxing has awakened. You two should rest as well." "Alright." Xianyu and the little white rhino nodded. Carrying the demon-slaying sword, Long Jian walked briskly to the small hut where Jinxing was housed. A large ape with fluffy white fur sat crouched outside, one hand holding a sweet, juicy spirit fruit, and taking huge bites, the other clutching a cloth sack. "Hey Zhubai, come here." Long Jian beckoned. Startled by a stranger calling his name, Zhubai trembled, dropping the spirit fruit to the ground. The ape looked up warily. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" "I'm your king." Long Jian strode over and snatched the cloth sack from his hand. Long Jian's arrogant demeanor was unmistakably identical to the Long Jian of memory. Zhubai exclaimed, "Wow, king, your human male form is so strong and handsome. Any human beauty would be mesmerized and drooling at the sight of you." Having grown up in human territory, he was full of praise for Long Jian's transformed human physique. In his eyes, Long Jian was the epitome of human male perfection. Long Jian burst into laughter. "Enough flattery. Has Jinxing awakened?" "No." Zhubai shook his shaggy head, bits of spirit fruit falling from his mouth. "I've been guarding here all along. I don't know what's wrong with her. She has no injuries, but she just won't wake up. That's a bit troublesome." Long Jian frowned, speaking as he forcefully tugged at the cord sealing the sack. As the sack opened wide, a golden light gushed forth like a clear spring, but its glow was dim and weak. The contents seemed somewhat shriveled and shrunken. Long Jian realized the golden egg might have been deprived of water for too long. He immediately shouted to Zhu Bai beside him, "Quick, fetch some water from the river." Hearing Long Jian's command, Zhu Bai dashed toward the river, not daring to delay his king's important task. In no time he fished out a wooden gourd from the bushes by the river, snapped off one end to fashion a crude wooden bowl. Then with nimble hands he scooped up a large bowl of crystal-clear river water. Long Jian took the bowl, carefully placed the golden egg on the ground, and slowly poured the water over it. The icy river water was instantly absorbed upon touching the golden egg. The egg emitted a soft, gentle radiance, its shriveled surface quickly becoming round and full again. The golden light flickered rhythmically, as if expressing its joy to Long Jian. Inside the hut, Jinqing, lying on the straw mat, seemed to sense her sister's elation. Her long, slender eyelashes fluttered slightly as she groggily opened her eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings and murmuring to herself, "Where am I?" Jinqing pressed her hand to her forehead and slowly sat up from the straw mat. A chill breeze brushed against her skin, and she realized her clothes were gone. This realization sent a fresh wave of fear and anxiety through her, and she instinctively touched her bare shoulder. The bloody hole from her memory had vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint red mark on her porcelain skin. She then touched her flat stomach, feeling the demonic core that Lu Jianxin had swallowed had returned to its rightful place. The demonic energy within her seemed to have miraculously recovered to its brimming peak. What on earth is going on? Jinqing tried hard to piece together her hazy memories. All she could recall was that in the end she had used all her strength to trap that bastard Lu Jianxin in place, and then he was struck into a charred husk by the lightning of the Dragon Clan elder. She surveyed the crude wooden shack around her, as she had never seen such a shabby and ramshackle dwelling. This hut was thrown together haphazardly, lacking the intricate mortisian joints typical of wooden structures. It was merely a matter of digging holes in the earth and planting logs into them to form 4 walls. The roof was just a layer of wooden planks and leaves laid on top. She almost suspected she had been kidnapped to some savage's mountain stronghold. Suddenly she keenly sensed a familiar aura. It was her sister's. This aura was coming from just outside the door. Jinqing was about to stand and push the door open when she suddenly remembered she was stark naked. She quickly channeled her demonic energy, and a thin pale green mist swirled around her. In a moment, a light green dress materialized around her, formed from condensed demonic energy. She checked herself from head to toe, ensuring she was properly dressed before cautiously pushing the door open. Outside stood a man and a monkey squatting on the ground. The human male was holding a small twig and poking at her sister. Ever since she was deceived by Lu Jianxin, Jinqing harbored deep suspicion towards all humans. She flew into a rage, instantly shouting fiercely, "Damnable humans, how dare you touch my sister? You will all die." With that, her face reddened, and like an enraged frog she puffed out her cheeks and spat a large glob of thick, murky, white liquid from her mouth. Long Jian and Zhu Bai were startled by Jinqing's sudden attack. Reacting quickly, Long Jian had the system switch him into his dragon soul form, dodging the viscous liquid. Poor Zhu Bai wasn't so fortunate. The thick, white liquid instantly covered him from head to toe. "Oh, boss, save me." The over-2-meter-tall Zhu Bai struggled violently within the liquid, but its stickiness was more terrifying than industrial glue, trapping him completely. "Where is he?" Jinqing wiped the residue from the corner of her mouth and looked around for Long Jian, but he was nowhere to be found. Only a bedraggled giant ape lay struggling on the ground. Having transformed into his dragon soul, Long Jian had silently drifted to Jinqing's side. Since both of their cultivation levels were at the transformation stage, Jinqing couldn't detect him in his dragon soul state at all. Knowing there must be a misunderstanding, Long Jian quickly switched back to the silver dragon form Jinqing had seen. A radiant silver dragon materialized, coiling in front of Jinqing, startling her so much she nearly spat another glob of liquid in attack. But upon closer inspection, she recognized the silver dragon as the senior who had dealt with Lu Jianxin in the Deadwater Swamp. Astonishment filled her face. "It's you, Senior Dragon." "Of course it's me. You almost got me." Long Jian coiled and landed, transforming back into human form. His long silver hair flowed in the wind with sharp brows and starry eyes, deep-set features, and 8 defined abdominal muscles. His handsome appearance and robust physique instantly made Jinqing's cheeks flush. Having grown up in the human realm, her aesthetic standards were quite similar to those of human women. Of course, the main reason for her blush was that Long Jian was completely naked. Jinqing dared not glance down, so she stiffly stared at his face, quickly bowing in apology. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know it was you, Senior. I misunderstood and thought you were hurting my sister. I'm truly sorry." She forced her gaze to stay fixed on his face, desperately trying to hide her embarrassment. Long Jian also realized he was still naked, but what could he do? There were no clothes in this place. Besides, Jinqing would eventually be part of his harem anyway, so it was no big deal for her to see him like this. "Ahem, never mind me. My poor brother is about to die because of you." Long Jian quickly pointed at Zhu Bai, who was still trapped and struggling in the sticky liquid. Because of his violent struggles, the thick liquid had clogged his mouth and nose. Zhu Bai's eyes were rolling back in his head. He was on the verge of suffocating. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Jian quickly apologized again and spat out a large wave of clear, transparent liquid. The moment the transparent liquid touched the murky white liquid, the latter seemed to lose its effect. Its powerful stickiness vanished instantly, and it rapidly broke down into white foam that dissipated under the influence of the clear liquid. Witnessing such a miraculous ability, Long Jian was greatly astonished. The Golden Toad clan's strength was not to be underestimated. No wonder they had managed to survive and thrive in the human realm. Tui. Zhu Bai spat out several mouthfuls, then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Boss, I almost suffocated. Serves you right. If you didn't spend all your time eating instead of cultivating, you wouldn't be so fat that you can't dodge anything. Long Jian mocked mercilessly, knowing that creatures like Zhu Bai needed constant prodding to improve. I got it, boss. He'll eat less next time. Zhu Bai sat on the ground, pinching the roll of fat around his belly. Ever since he started following Long Jian, he no longer had to brave the elements, and all the fruit trees in the area basically belonged to Long Jian. Other demonic beasts dared not come near. That's why he had grown so fat. Seeing Zhu Bai being scolded by Long Jian made Jian even more embarrassed, and she bowed her head in apology again. Senior, this was all my fault. I am truly sorry. Long Jian waved his hand dismissively. Alright, stop apologizing. I know it wasn't your fault. Besides, no one's hurt, so let's just drop it. Go check on your sister, will you? Jian snapped back to reality and realized her sister was still lying on the ground. She quickly and gently scooped up the golden egg, then infused it with the primal demonic energy unique to the Golden Toad clan. This was a unique type of demonic energy possessed by every demonic beast clan. Feng Ying, Xing Ling, and the other members of the harem all had their own clan's primal demonic energy as well. Typically, primal demonic energy could be used to heal wounds of clan members or replenish their internal demonic power. Jian gently stroked the golden egg while infusing it with her energy, whispering softly, "Sister, don't be afraid. Big sister is here." After absorbing the nourishing primal demonic energy from Jian, the golden egg's luster became even brighter, and it finally regained some of its vitality. This brought a long sigh of relief to Jian. Of course, this was only a temporary recovery. The golden egg was still in an unhatched state and needed to be submerged in a pond with ample water. She didn't harbor any hopes of returning to the heavenly mountain spirit pool of the Kunlun sword sect. Those humans were too treacherous and cunning. Even though the sect master had promised not to harm their Golden Toad clan, Lu Jianxin had still dared to commit such an act. Yet Lu Jianxin had still dared to do such a thing. Jian had no intention of returning to the human realm. She only wanted to hatch her sister in the demonic beast territory. This dragon clan senior before her was powerful, and his territory happened to have a natural river whose spiritual energy should be sufficient to meet her sister's hatching needs. A thought of staying here took root in her mind. Holding the golden egg, she adopted a pleading attitude and asked "Senior, may I stay here?" Her voice was hesitant, but her eyes were firm as she looked at Long Jian, awaiting his answer. This was exactly what Long Jian wanted, and he agreed without a second thought. "No problem, stay as long as you like." Upon hearing that she could stay, Jian's eyes sparkled with joy. A sweet smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Thank you, senior. I will find a way to repay your kindness. I won't be a freeloader here. If there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Long Jian said, "Calling me senior feels too distant. From now on, just call me Jian Go." Jian Go. Jian felt a little shy, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, and her voice softened. She lowered her head and said bashfully, "Then, Jian Go, my name is Jian, and this is my sister Jian." As she spoke, she gently stroked the golden egg cradled in her arms. At that moment, Zhu Bai, having recovered, wore a mischievous grin and called out to Jian with a wide, cheeky smile, "Fifth sister-in-law, hello. I'm Zhu Bai, fifth sister-in-law." Jian blinked in confusion, wondering why this monkey was addressing her so. "Shut up." Long Jian kicked Zhu Bai squarely on the rear. "Ouch!" Zhu Bai yelped in pain, clutching the spot where he was kicked with a look of grievance. "Boss, why did you kick me? I didn't say anything wrong. Get lost. Say that again, and he'll slap that big mouth of yours." Long Jian snarled, chasing Zhu Bai away. He then turned back to Jian and said gently, "Don't mind him. Zhu Bai has a foul mouth." "Oh." Jian blushed, seemingly understanding Zhu Bai's implication. The monkey had mistakenly assumed she was one of Long Jian's harem. After all, female demons often attach themselves to powerful male demons, and her earlier words could easily be misconstrued. It was only natural. A powerful dragon like Long Jian must have many female demons vying for his favor. At this thought, a faint sense of disappointment welled up in Jian's heart. Oblivious to Jian's subtle dejection, Long Jian looked towards the riverbank and pointed at an empty patch of ground. "He'll have Zhu Bai dig a pool for you over there." "Thank you, Jian Go." Jian pushed aside her melancholy. Must have many female demons vying for his favor. Long Jian gestured towards a crude wooden cabin behind him. Jian turned and noticed many similar cabins nearby, each inhabited by various demonic beasts. She asked curiously, "Jian Go, have you ever been to the human realm?" In Jian's understanding, beasts that hadn't yet taken human form had no need for houses. Sleeping in the wild or in caves was more natural. Why would Long Jian go out of his way to build houses for these lower-tier demons? It puzzled her greatly. Long Jian was stumped by her question, thinking that a demon raised in the human realm was indeed different from the local ones. He himself had never set foot in the human realm, only gleaning some knowledge of human life from the memories of the cultivator. The real reason he built these wooden houses was that he had no camping experience in his past life and was unaccustomed to sleeping out in the open. Of course Long Jian couldn't reveal his true thoughts, so he pretended he had visited the human realm before. Yes, I went there once a long time ago. I found their architecture quite impressive, so I thought I'd replicate it here. Hearing this, Jian Qing was secretly delighted that Long Jian also appreciated human architecture. She herself loved human architecture and even aspired to become an array master. Thus she had some knowledge of housing, city planning, and wall construction. After all, formations were built upon and tailored to different structures. If an array master didn't even understand the structure of a house, it would be hard to become a competent one. Jian Qing said happily, Jian Gu, I'm actually quite skilled at building houses. How about I take charge of the maintenance and planning of the houses here from now on? You know how to do this, eh? Long Jian was astonished. In his experience, architectural design was mostly a man's domain. It was the first time he'd met a woman interested in it. Jian Qing nodded with confidence. I'm pretty good at this. At least much better than what you've designed. Long Jian felt a bit awkward as the houses he designed were indeed terrible, more like dog kennels than homes. He couldn't even make proper furniture like tables and chairs, having to settle for crude logs and stumps as stools. He never expected Jian Qing to have such talent, a true gem. After a moment of thought, Long Jian decided to entrust the entire architectural design to her. From now on, you'll be in charge of building houses and designing furniture. For the heavy lifting, just get Zhu Bai to help. He's strong and agile. All right, Jian Gu. Jian Qing's face lit up with a satisfied smile as her voluminous golden hair fluttered in the wind, resembling a billowing cloud of gold. She wasn't the type to freeload, and having this construction job put her mind at ease. It not only allowed her to put her skills to good use, but also served as a way to repay Long Jian for saving her life. Jian Qing, is there anything else? Long Jian asked, picking up the demon-slaying sword and the cloth pouch containing the golden egg from the ground. This. No, nothing else. I'll head back to my room now. Jian Qing said softly, then turned and quickly walked away. Long Jian looked down at the pouch and the demon-slaying sword in his hands. Opening the palm-sized pouch, he casually tossed the meter-long demon-slaying sword inside. Based on the memories of Lu Jianxin, he had devoured this pouch, was called a Qinkuan pouch, a spatial spirit artifact. Unlike other storage rings or bags, it could not only hold items, but also living creatures and even corpses. Long Jian patted the Qinkuan pouch with satisfaction, then strode off humming a tune as he went to gather some demons to dig a pool. At Long Jian's summons, several female rhinoceros demons skilled in earth-based sorcery arrived. Soon under their efforts, a wide and spacious water pit emerged. Meanwhile, small bird demons such as larks and magpies, adept in water-based sorcery, fluttered in gracefully. They chirped and chanted, swiftly channeling water from a nearby river which gushed into the pit. At this moment, Jian Qing also came personally to oversee the work. Clutching a brand new set of azure robes, she walked towards Long Jian with a shy expression. She handed the soft fabric to Long Jian, murmuring softly, Jian Gu, I prepared this especially for you. Please change into it. Long Jian's fingers traced the robe's fabric, feeling its smooth texture. He carefully unfolded it and slipped. The soft cloth slid against his skin, bringing a comfortable sensation. The wide sleeves brushed past his wrists. Long Jian looked down at his new attire, a wave of emotion washing over him. It felt truly wonderful to wear clothes again, or it made him no longer look like a savage. Curious, he asked, Jian Qing, where did you get this robe? Jian Qing's face flushed slightly as she explained in a low voice, I had some of my own clothes in my storage ring and altered them to fit you. She held her younger sister Jian Lan close, feeling a bit embarrassed. This was the first time she had made clothes for a man. Thank you, Jian Qing. The feel of this robe is truly excellent. It's been a long time since I've worn anything so comfortable. Long Jian looked at Jian Qing's right hand with a gentle gaze. A silver ring shimmered on her slender finger. Its design was simple and understated, almost indistinguishable from ordinary ornaments. Without a close look, one would never notice its uniqueness. Within the fragmented memories of devoured cultivators in Long Jian's mind, knowledge about storage rings existed. These spatial magic devices varied in size, depending on their grade and price. The smallest ones held only a dozen cubic meters, while the largest could reach hundreds or even thousands, functioning like miniature mobile warehouses. After the pool was completed, Jian Qing gently placed her sister Jian Lan into the water. Jian Lan absorbed the spiritual energy from the warm, clear pool, a soft golden glow radiating from her form. Jian Gu, look. My sister really loves this new pool. Jian Qing said happily, her face beaming with a joyful smile. I'm glad she likes it. Long Jian nodded with satisfaction, knowing that as long as he held on to Jian Lan as leverage, Jian Qing wouldn't leave easily. As long as he let the sisters stay here, he could win her heart eventually. Long Jian understood the principle that haste makes way. After solving Jian Lan's survival needs, Jian Qing decided to cook a lavish meal for Long Jian to express her gratitude. Hearing this, Long Jian was taken aback. He asked in confusion, You can cook? A great demon at the transformation stage knowing how to cook was unheard of in his eyes. No demon would believe it. Demons like Feng Ying and Xing Ling at the transformation stage only knew how to eat, drink, play, and fight. MMI actually studied under a master chef for several years back then. Jian Qing said cheerfully. From her ring, she produced pots, pans, bowls, chopping knives, and an array of fresh meats and vegetables. Long Jian's eyes widened. Only then did he truly believe that Jian Qing not only knew how to cook, but was quite skilled at it. As she prepared the ingredients, Jian Qing spoke softly. Jian Gu, do you think I'm not focusing on the right things? In this cultivation world, both humans and demons alike strove for immortality. Only those with mediocre cultivation aptitude chose professions like butcher, craftsman, or farmer. These lowly trades were looked down upon by most cultivators, deemed fit only for outer disciples or servants. Jian lowered her head, shyly fearing Long Jian might despise her. Her fingers worked deftly with the ingredients, the sharp knife, making crisp rhythmic sounds against the cutting board. With a few flashes of the blade, the greens were precisely sliced into uniform pieces. Long Jian shook his head and said seriously, "I don't think you're wasting your talents. In life, what matters most is living out your own value and passion." Hearing this, Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, a hint of tears welling up at the corners. After all these years, someone finally understood her inner world. Even her parents had initially thought she was wasting her potential. As a pureblood of the Golden Toad clan, she was supposed to cultivate, diligently bring honor to her clan, and ascend to the demon realm, rather than learning such lowly skills as cooking, construction, and formations. Noticing the glint of tears in Jian's eyes, Long Jian asked, "Jian, what's wrong?" Jian gently wiped her eyes, saying shyly, "It's nothing, just some wind blowing into my eyes." Her fingers continued to work nimbly with the ingredients, the knife striking the cutting board in steady beats. She lowered her head, her hair veiling her face and hiding the tears welling in her eyes. Long Jian's words were like a beam of light piercing through the knots that had long bound her heart, revealing another possibility for her life. Since Long Jian didn't even have a stove, Jian could only make a simple hearty stew. She set up an iron pot, poured in clean water, added the cut vegetables and meat sprinkled in various spices, and lit a fire to begin simmering. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, Long Jian's mouth watered. The scent reminded him of the delicacies from his past life, giving him a fleeting sense of being human again. For 2 whole years, he hadn't had a proper meal. He either chewed on raw meat, or had Feng Ying roast some for him with her flame. But those roasts had no salt or spices, utterly tasteless, a mere chore to eat. The aroma of the stew soon spread throughout the entire territory. Long Jian's wives and children followed the scent and wandered over. When Jian saw them, disbelief filled her eyes. "Jian, who are they?" Jian asked, stunned. Long Jian sat by the pot, warming himself, his eyes fixed on the bubbling meat, and replied casually, "My wives and children." Jian's jaw dropped. Jian watched as Bai Xianyue, Feng Ying, and Xingling approached. She could clearly sense that the aura of these 4 demons was extraordinary. Though Bai Shi and Xianyu were not of high cultivation, the bloodline aura they emitted was noble and pure. The little white rhinoceros with its jade-like horn was a descendant of the ancient beast moonlight rhinoceros, capable of cultivating by absorbing moonlight. Its strength at night was several times greater than in the day. Xianyue of the Qi wolf bloodline commanded all elements, and was hailed as the god of war among demons. Her father, a demon lord, was one of the 3 city lords of the demon domain. In comparison, Feng Ying and Xingling, with cultivation levels close to Jian's, possessed even nobler bloodlines, far surpassing the Golden Toad clan. Feng Ying carried the Phoenix bloodline, and wielded the Samadhi fire, capable of burning everything in the world. Xingling hailed from the Star Realm Thunder Lion clan, an extremely rare lineage that innately controlled the power of time and space. The top experts of her family could tear through the void and traverse various realms. Seeing them, Jian felt a mix of emotions. The Golden Toad clan was not adept at combat. They managed to survive in the human realm mainly because of their exceptional supportive abilities. They were like priests in games, healing and buffing. For cultivators, having a demon with such powerful supportive skills, Jian understood that compared to Long Jian's 4 wives, she was nothing. As she felt a pang of disappointment, the 3 little dragon cubs, Qiao Yazi and Chao Feng, rushed over excitedly, playing and frolicking with her. "You 3 little rascals, stop it, don't bully her," Long Jian quickly intervened. "It's fine, Jian, I really like them," Jian said with a warm smile. She gently stroked the heads of the 3 little dragons. The 4 demon wives gathered around Long Jian. Xingling transformed into human form and leaped onto his back, her soft chest pressing against the back of his head. "Hello, I'm Xingling. And you?" She squinted, flashing a radiant smile at Jian. In Xingling's family, it was common for male lions to have multiple wives, even her father had several. She had grown up accustomed to such scenes. She didn't feel much resistance towards Jian, the newcomer. Even if Long Jian had thousands of concubines, Xingling wouldn't care for it, only proved her man's strength. This worship of the powerful was deeply ingrained in most female demons. Feng Ying also transformed into human form, her expression somewhat cold. She didn't take the initiative to greet Jian, feeling somewhat uneasy about the newcomer. The reason was that the Phoenix clan, unlike other demon races, practiced monogamy, making them scarce in number. This belief was deeply rooted in Feng Ying, making it hard for her to accept the reality of Long Jian suddenly having a new wife. Xianyu and Bai Shi, however, harbored no grudges. Like Xingling, they had a typical admiration for the strong. They approached Jian and struck up a conversation. Jian, being socially adept, quickly read the room, and soon engaged in lively conversation with the wives. She deliberately took out some beautiful clothes and cosmetics from her storage ring, and gave them to Feng Ying. This immediately brightened Feng Ying's eyes, which had been indifferent. She stroked the colorful long dress, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Long Jian watched his wives get along harmoniously, feeling very satisfied, and nodded in approval. It was a very good. Only with a harmonious harem could he ensure a continuous stream of offspring, enhancing his cultivation and combat power. The women chattered away, and Long Jian couldn't get a word in, so he helplessly walked to the pot staring at the still-cooking food. The broth in the pot bubbled and churned with chunks of meat occasionally surfacing, releasing an enticing aroma. Long Jian swallowed hard, suppressing the hunger in his stomach. At that moment the little dragon cubs ran over and rubbed their heads against Long Jian's legs. He affectionately stroked the cubs, murmuring, "Hold on a bit longer. Once the soup is ready, we'll all feast." The cubs persistently pawed at the pot, trying to taste the fragrance wafting from it. Long Jian helplessly carried them aside. Patience, good things come to those who wait. Half an hour later the hodgepodge stew was finally ready, filling the room with its aroma. Long Jian and his wives enjoyed the meal happily, all agreeing that Jian Qing's cooking was absolutely delicious. Feng Ying and Bai Shi ate the most, as they had rarely had such tasty food growing up. Xing Ling and Xian Yu were slightly better off, as their families had better conditions and occasionally enjoyed cooked delicacies. But even so, the stew was far superior. Apart from their formidable strength, demons lagged far behind humans in other aspects. Even such a simple hodgepodge stew was beyond the capability of many demons. This was why demons imitated humans in building cities and learning their systems and crafts. Demons knew well that if they continued to live like savages without unity, they would eventually be trampled and bullied. Thus a female demon like Jian Qing, who could cook, was truly invaluable among demons. Long Jian looked at the empty pot, patted his round belly in satisfaction, and prepared to go sleep to digest. As he stood up, a sudden sharp pain and bloating struck his abdomen. Long Jian broke into a cold sweat and gasped, "Hiss! What's going on?" The demon wives, seeing his distress, immediately gathered around him. "Husband, what's wrong?" Long Jian squatted on the ground, clutching his stomach. "I don't know. My stomach suddenly hurts terribly, as if it's about to explode." Feng Ying, Xing Ling, Bai Shi, and Xian Yu all looked at Jian Qing, since she had made the stew. Facing their suspicious gazes, Jian Qing was also panicked. "I swear the ingredients are absolutely fine. They were all stored in my storage ring." The human storage ring was miraculous, with no air or bacteria inside, greatly extending the shelf life of food. Logically, the ingredients should have been fine. Moreover, the other wives and the dragon cubs had eaten without any issues. Only Long Jian had a stomachache. The demon wives were all baffled, not knowing what was happening or what to do. Then Jian Qing approached Long Jian with a concerned expression. "Jian Ji, try some of my golden nectar and jade liquid. Maybe it can ease your stomach pain." "What?" Long Jian looked bewildered. Before he could react, Jian Qing's slender body pressed against him. She lifted her head, and her delicate red lips pressed directly onto Long Jian's mouth. This was a wondrous sensation he had never experienced before. The Golden Toad clan was known for their exceptionally long and sticky tongues. A faintly sweet liquid flowed into Long Jian's mouth, as delicious as a refreshing spring. So this is the legendary golden elixir saliva of the Golden Toad clan. Before Long Jian could fully recover his senses, Jian Qing's small tongue abruptly retracted. His heart raced, and an electric current seemed to surge violently through his blood. The sweet taste lingered in his mouth, and the cramping pain in his abdomen had subsided considerably. Yet a bloated sensation still persisted in his stomach, as if the food he had just eaten was difficult to digest, causing an uncomfortable distension. Still, it was far more bearable than the earlier agony. Jian Qing stepped back, 2 crimson blushes spreading across her cheeks like ripe red apples. Any woman would feel such shyness after kissing her man in front of his many wives and concubines. However, the 4 female demons showed no significant reaction, as they had learned from their earlier conversations that the bodily fluids of the Golden Toad clan possessed many peculiar effects. The blush on Jian Qing's face faded slightly. "Jian Ge, how do you feel now? Did my golden elixir saliva help?" Her eyes were filled with concern. Long Jian nodded. "Much better thanks to your golden elixir saliva. But my stomach still feels a bit bloated, and I don't know why." Jian Qing fell into thought as well. "How is that possible? My golden elixir saliva can cure any ailment." The other female demons were also at a loss, as they had little knowledge of medicine. At that moment the clever Xian Yu offered a guess. "Husband, I remember you said your current body is different from ours, right?" "Yes, this body of mine is like a mortal's, completely without cultivation." Long Jian nodded, suddenly struck by a realization, as if the key to the problem lay in this mortal human body. He slapped his forehead in sudden understanding. "That's it. I see now. The reason my stomach hurts is that these ingredients are not ordinary mortal fare. They contain too much spiritual energy for this body to withstand. It's like giving a weak, starving beggar a century-old ginseng to eat in one go. The only outcome would be instant death. But an emperor accustomed to a life of luxury and fine foods would only benefit from such a ginseng, not suffer the beggar's fate." After hearing Long Jian's explanation, the other female demons were enlightened. Only Jian Qing found it strange that Long Jian, a great demon of the transformation stage, possessed such a frail, human body, no different from an ordinary mortal. However, being a tactful woman, she sensed this might involve Long Jian's privacy, and chose not to pry. "So how do we resolve our husband's current problem?" Xing Ling raised the question. Xian Yu pondered for a moment, and said, "That's simple. He just needs to cultivate a human cultivation method to open up his Bodhis meridians and Dantian, and then he can gradually absorb the spiritual energy from the food." Feng Ying sighed upon hearing this. "Easier said than done. We are all demons, what do we know of human cultivation methods?" The usually shy little white rhino offered her own idea. We could defeat the cultivators who come to hunt in the 10,000 Demons mountain range and take their storage rings. They're bound to contain various cultivation manuals. Great idea. Long Jian happily stroked little white rhino's horn, finding the plan quite feasible. He had in fact devoured the memories of some cultivators which contained some techniques, but those memories were incomplete, and practicing them could be dangerous. Just as the demons were discussing, Jian spoke up to interrupt them. Actually, I have some basic mental cultivation methods and sword techniques from the Kunlun sword sect. Jian, would you like to try them? Since she had been deceived by Lu Jianxin, she held no fondness for the Kunlun sword sect, so she didn't mind offering them to help senior Long Jian. Of course I'd love to try. Long Jian was overjoyed, feeling as if a pillow had been handed to him just as he was feeling sleepy. Jianxin was truly a lucky star. Those fools at the Kunlun sword sect had bullied such a wonderful demon. Jianxin smiled shyly and took out 2 manuals from her storage ring. Jian, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I've studied these before. Great. Long Jian eagerly took the 2 books. The moment he held them, he felt a texture different from ordinary books. The pages were not made of standard paper. They felt oily and smooth to the touch and were thick and sturdy, resistant to tearing. The titles of the 2 books were Basic Mental Cultivation Method and Basic Sword Technique. Long Jian opened the first page, which displayed a diagram of the human Bodis meridians labeling the various extraordinary vessels. He was eager to delve into it immediately. A complete cultivation manual was far more practical than the fragmented ones in his mind. Moreover, having devoured Lu Jiangxin's memories, he was already familiar with the Kunlun sword sect's techniques, making practice much smoother. Long Jian opened the first page, which displayed a diagram of the human Bodis meridians labeling the various extraordinary vessels. He was eager to delve into it immediately, his eyes nearly pressing against the page. Seeing this, the female demons tactfully bid farewell one by one, returning to their quarters with their respective dragon sons. Only Jianxin remained cleaning up and washing the used dishes and utensils. After studying for a while, Long Jian took out the demon-slaying sword from his storage pouch and began to practice the sword forms as depicted in the book. Beneath the scorching sun, a gentle spring breeze blew. A man in a green robe wielding a crimson longsword repeatedly practiced the basic sword techniques. Thrust, chop, hook, point, wipe, support, lift, sweep, intercept, stab, push. The sword's momentum carved graceful arcs through the air. With the aid of Lu Jiangxin's devoured memories, Long Jian quickly mastered these basic sword techniques, each move feeling as natural as if he had practiced them for countless years. Heavenly Dipper sword style, first form. White snake emerges from the cave. Long Jian first concealed the sword at his waist, then drew it with lightning speed. A burst of sword energy erupted, coiling tightly around the demon-slaying sword like a hissing white snake darting from its lair. With a sharp crack, a large hole was blasted through a thick tree. Jianxin stared in astonishment. How could Long Jian use the Heavenly Dipper sword technique of the Kunlun sword sect? She had only given him the most basic sword techniques, nothing advanced. What puzzled her even more was that Long Jian could condense sword energy on his first attempt at sword practice, a rarity among beginners. Most initiates required months or even years of practice to comprehend sword energy. If the elders of the Kunlun sword sect were to witness this, they would undoubtedly compete to take Long Jian as their disciple, cherishing him as a precious treasure. Long Jian exhaled a turbid breath and slowly sheathed the demon-slaying sword in his hand. The blade let out a crisp ring, as if quite satisfied with Long Jian's performance and still eager for him to continue his swordplay. Long Jian felt somewhat weary and was no longer in the mood to practice swordsmanship. He rubbed his stomach, noticing that his previously distended abdomen had already subsided. The essence of the food had been transformed into internal true qi stored within the newly opened dantian. Unlike other cultivators, a sword cultivator's dantian was not an ordinary sea of qi, but rather a sword heart. A small sword condensed from pure, true qi. As long as he continued to practice swordsmanship and absorb sword intent, he could continuously nurture his sword heart, making it sharper and more powerful. At this moment, Long Jian's physical body had already broken through to the qi refining stage. To have made such astonishing progress in just half a day was something even Long Jian found quite unexpected. This was undoubtedly the merit of the system. As the system's host, it naturally wouldn't have given him a crippled body. Having witnessed Long Jian's extraordinary performance, Jianxin asked curiously, "Jian, how do you know the Heavenly Dipper sword technique?" Long Jian stored the demon-slaying sword back into his chinquan pouch and steadied his mind. He naturally couldn't casually reveal his divine abilities, especially the Devour the Heavens skill, an overpowered ability that could convert the cultivation and memories of devoured creatures into his own. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. He smiled slightly and spoke with a humble tone. "Sorry, Jianxin, this is my little secret. I can't tell you for now." MMI was too forward. Jianxin seemed to have anticipated this, showing little disappointment. She simply blinked her bright eyes and responded softly. Looking at her obedient demeanor, a warm current surged through Long Jian's heart. Jianxin was so understanding, not forcing to pry into his privacy. It was truly delightful. After that exchange, the two fell into speechlessness, momentarily unsure of what to talk about. Jianxin clasped her hands behind her back, nervously twisting her clothes, trying to break the awkward silence. She lowered her head, staring at the tips of her shoes, biting her lower lip. Finally, she gathered her courage and brought up what she had discovered while washing dishes earlier. "Jian, there's a large ceiling formation in your territory. Do you know about it?" She raised her head, her gaze probing into Long Jian's, her big watery eyes revealing a trace of worry. Long Jian was taken aback for a moment, then realized where Jian Qing was referring to. You mean by the waterfall? Jian Qing nodded hastily, her delicate hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Yes, right there. When I got close I felt a sinister aura. It didn't feel right. Long Jian spoke with lingering fear. Ah, that. I know about it. He still remembered when the monster there had attacked him, leaving him unconscious for 3 months. However, during those 3 months in the memory space, he had also confirmed some partial information about the sealed monster. It was highly likely a powerful female demon that the original owner had once wronged in matters of the heart. Her strength was unfathomable. But one thing was certain, her strength was at least above the transformation stage, and she might even be in existence at the demon spirit level. If he could subdue her, she would be a significant combat asset. However, how to make a demon clan member whose cultivation level was a whole realm higher than his own willingly accept the dragon god imprint was a major conundrum. Jian Qing discerned the worry on Long Jian's face and asked, that ceiling formation over there. Do you need my help with it? Long Jian was stunned at first, then furrowed his brows, his tone tinged with confusion. What do you mean by help? Jian Qing took a deep breath and slowly began. Actually, I once studied formation knowledge with a master for a period of time. Although it was just the basics, I do have some understanding of a formation structure and operation. I feel that I might have the ability to take control of that ceiling formation and then find a way to eliminate the monster trap. Hearing this, Long Jian's eyes widened, and he excitedly grabbed Jian Qing's wrist. What? You mean you really have the ability to take control of that ceiling formation behind the waterfall? Feeling the warmth of Long Jian's palm, Jian Qing's cheeks flushed red. She gently nodded. I'm just saying it's a possibility. But I need to personally study the formation, examine its structure and the location of its core before I can determine if I can control it. Long Jian said, good, 3 times in succession, his tone filled with excitement. Jian Qing, go and study that ceiling formation whenever you have time. Don't worry, I'll take care of your sister Jian. I guarantee nothing will happen to her. Jian Qing nodded wearily, a trace of fatigue appearing on her face. I think I'll go take a look tomorrow. I'm a bit tired today. She had experienced too much that day, and her mind couldn't fully settle down just yet. Long Jian, understanding, released his grip on Jian Qing's wrist, though the soft, warm sensation of her wrist still lingered on his palm. He said gently, all right, go back and get some good rest. He'll have Zhu Bai come and stand guard by Jian Lan's side. Jian Qing cast a grateful glance at Long Jian and nodded wearily. She touched her wrist where Long Jian's touch still lingered, then turned and left, heading back to her room to rest. Long Jian's face was full of excitement. If Jian Qing could truly take full control of that formation, the monster below would no longer pose a threat to him. Moreover, by leveraging the power of the formation, he could force it to accept the dragon god imprint, thus enslaving it. This would not only add a powerful combat force to his territory, but also unravel the mystery that had long puzzled Long Jian. What exactly did this monster look like, and what was its connection to the original owner? A month later, deep within the dense forest, a silver-haired man in blue robes stood in a clearing holding a blood-red. His eyes were shut tight, his expression solemn, his right hand gripping the sword. After a long moment, he snapped his eyes open. With a flash of the blade, he gave a subtle flick of his wrist, and the sword traced several sharp, intricate arcs in the air. In an instant, over a dozen thick trees before him were silently cleaved, clean cuts left on their trunks. Rumble. The sound of continuous falls rang out as the severed trees toppled, sending leaves swirling into the air. Long Jian let out a soft breath, sheathing his sword, standing calmly amidst the wreckage. Within his dantian, the sword heart absorbed the surrounding sword intent, while a surging wave of true essence flowed through his meridians. After a moment, Long Jian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, murmuring, another breakthrough. His cultivation had now reached the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. This was merely the result of 1 month of cultivation, a testament to the terrifying talent of this body. Just then a shout came from afar, Great King. 5th Lady requests your presence on urgent business. Long Jian turned to see a massive white-furred ape rushing towards him. Long Jian stored his demon-slaying sword into his chinquan pouch, patted the bag, and strode forward. What is it? Zhu Bai halted, his 3-meter turtle frame casting a shadow that completely enveloped Long Jian. He panted heavily. 5th Lady told me to fetch you immediately. She said the ceiling array might be broken. She wants you to hurry to the waterfall to check. What a... Long Jian was overjoyed. This was the good news he had been waiting for all month. During this time, to fully support Jian Qing in breaking the array, he had rarely left his territory, focusing on sowing seeds. His offspring had increased significantly, but his own cultivation progressed slowly. Far too slow compared to the speed of devouring other species to gain Dao. Overwhelmed with excitement, Long Jian transformed into a draconic soul form and sped towards the waterfall. Zhu Bai, having just caught his breath, immediately chased after him, shouting, Great King, wait for me. Along the path Long Jian flew, he passed several finely crafted houses. These structures had completely transcended their original crude shacks, nearly indistinguishable from ordinary farmhouses in mortal cities. All of this was Jian Qing's doing. Thanks to her expertise in architecture, she crafted these beautiful and practical homes despite the scarcity of materials and labor. By a pond, 3 young dragons frolicked with a golden dragon egg, inhaling the clear water and spraying it onto. Long Jian halted midair and called out, You little ones, be careful. The 3 young dragons looked up simultaneously and replied in unison, Father, don't worry. We won't hurt Sister Jian. At that moment the golden egg flashed a radiant light, as if reassuring Long Jian that it was fine and enjoying its playtime. Long Jian smiled indulgently. Alright, go on and play. But don't let your mother catch you, or your little tails will be in trouble. Got it, father? The three young dragons responded joyfully before diving back into the water to continue their games. During this period the three young dragons had made remarkable progress in cultivation, already able to speak human tongues, having reached the spirit connection realm. Long Jian marveled at how quickly time flew. Unknowingly, he had evolved from a lone dragon in this world to the head of a growing family. Everything was moving in a good direction. Below the waterfall, a faint golden figure appeared. It was Jian. She waved at Long Jian, and behind her the cascading waterfall spray formed a small rainbow, adding a touch of ethereal grace. Long Jian landed swiftly beside her, asking expectantly, I heard from Zhu Bai that you've successfully cracked the sealing array. Jian blushed and nodded, her voice shy. Yes, after a month of meticulous study, I've fully deciphered this array, and can now completely control it. As she spoke she raised her hand and faint golden demonic energy flowed from her fingertips into the rocks behind the waterfall. A low hum resonated, and the rushing water abruptly ceased, as if time itself had frozen. This? Long Jian's eyes widened in disbelief at the magical sight, thinking to himself how mysterious arrays truly were. As the sound faded the waterfall's flow reversed, surging upwards, revealing the rock wall within. It was a perfectly vertical 90-degree cliff, smooth and flat, as if split by a divine blade. Clearly, not a natural formation. Embedded in the rock face were 8 circular indentations arranged in a large ring, each holding a black spherical object. When Jian infused her demonic energy, the grimy color of the 8 black spheres faded, transforming into 8 dazzling golden orbs. These are the 8 nodes of the array, Jian explained. I found a way to control them. Such a mysterious and illusionary spectacle opened Long Jian's eyes. He exclaimed, amazing. Jian, you're truly incredible. Jian smiled shyly and explained, Jian, the credit mostly goes to the senior who originally designed this array. I merely unraveled its secrets. This array is called the demon-suppressing array, specifically designed to suppress or imprison demonic beasts or cultivators. If I'm not mistaken, what's trapped below is likely a demonic fiend. Demonic fiend. Long Jian was unfamiliar with the term and asked curiously. Jian didn't know much either and said simply, I've heard they are demonic beasts who cultivated dark arts and were corrupted by demonic energy. They are extremely ferocious and cruel, even attacking their own kind. So long ago most demonic fiends were eradicated with only a few suppressed or in hiding. Long Jian nodded in understanding. I see, that makes sense. Does this demon-suppressing array have any offensive capabilities? Can it harm the suppressed fiend? Jian pointed to the 8 spheres above. Look, 5 are for suppression, 1 conceals, aura 1 is for defense, and the top one is the attack core. I can activate the attack to inflict damage on the fiend within. Long Jian nodded, saying, good, I understand. Then tonight, I need to ask a favor of you, is that okay? Jian tilted her head, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, and asked curiously, what is it, Jian? A resolute glint flashed in Long Jian's eyes as he said seriously, I'm going down there tonight to meet this demonic fiend. Late that night, a brilliant full moon hung high in the indigo sky, casting a hazy silver glow that blanketed the earth. The chirping of insects rose and fell from the woods, while distant mountain ridges flickered in and out of view. Jian and Long Jian arrived once more at the pool before the waterfall. The water's surface was as calm as a polished mirror, reflecting the lush verdant shadows of the trees and the pristine moonlight. Standing at the pool's edge, Long Jian stared at the water, a flicker of unease stirring within him. He paced back and forth, his anxiety poorly concealed. After a moment he took a deep breath as if steeling his resolve, and said in a low voice, I'm going down. Jian quickly reached out and grabbed his arm, her voice gentle as she urged, Jian, go ahead without worry. If that demon beast dares to harm a single hair on your head, I will activate the formation immediately. Her eyes brimmed with deep concern, and her delicate luminous face seemed even more beautiful under the moonlight. Long Jian nodded to her, then with a flicker of his form he transformed into a golden draconic soul that plunged straight into the pool, without stirring even the faintest ripple. Jian watched the water's surface with bated breath, her gaze periodically darting to the ring of formation eye stones arranged on the rock wall behind the waterfall. Her hands were clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. Should Long Jian encounter any trouble beneath the surface, she would activate the demon-suppressing formation without a moment's hesitation. In the icy dark waters of the pool, Long Jian's golden dragon soul swam with agile grace. As he dove deeper, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly dim and murky, like a pitch-black curtain descending, plunging him into an abyss of absolute darkness, where he couldn't see his own hand. Occasionally a few silvery white fish darted past him, and the faint rustle of their scales against the water was magnified infinitely in the profound silence. When Long Jian once again reached the most shadowy depths of the pool, those blood-red, unsettling eyes materialized before him, emitting an eerie, demonic glow in the profound darkness. The terrifying sight sent a jolt of shock through Long Jian, stirring a wave of trepidation. Although this wasn't his first encounter with those venomous eyes meeting their gaze once more, he could still intensely feel the malice and resentment contained within, as if that rancor had solidified into a tangible form, like 2 sharp steel needles piercing directly into his eyes. Faithless man, why have you come here again? A trace of sorrow and reproach flickered in those blood-red eyes. Her voice echoed like that of a woman trapped in a desolate cold palace filled with loneliness and despair. Long Jian paused then spoke gently, "Please listen to me. I am not the person you remember. My name is Long Jian." The demon beast let out a cold snort, her tone dripping with disdain. "Hey, you're trying to fool me with that same old trick again. You've used this tactic far too many times. Don't think I'm still the same naive little demon I used to be." Long Jian's face showed a flicker of embarrassment at her words. He straightened his expression and declared solemnly, "I swear I am not deceiving you. If I speak a single falsehood, may I be struck down by heavenly lightning. The last time you left me, you made the same vow. You swore that if you didn't return to my side, you'd be struck by lightning. Damn it. This original owner is truly despicable. How am I supposed to explain this to her? Forget it. With her attitude, a peaceful resolution is clearly impossible. Damn it. This original owner is truly despicable. How am I supposed to explain this to her? Forget it. With her attitude, a peaceful resolution is clearly impossible." Long Jian took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. He said in a low, firm voice, "Demon beast, listen well. I, Long Jian, have come here today to make you submit. From this moment on, you will follow me faithfully and without hesitation. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences for you." Upon hearing these arrogant words, the demon beast scoffed, her laughter echoing through the water. "Ha ha ha. You are just a wisp of a dragon soul now, and you dare to command me. Are you still daydreaming? Didn't the last lesson teach you anything?" Her laughter was shrill and piercing, filled with rage and mockery. Long Jian mustered his courage and retorted, "That was then, this is now. If you refuse to submit, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Oh, is that so? I'd like to see exactly how you plan to be ruthless with me," the demon beast replied lazily. The moment her words faded, a powerful current surged up from beneath her, churning up sand and stones from the bottom. At the same time, a cluster of eerie blue phosphorescent flames bloomed from behind her, like a solitary candle in the darkness, suddenly illuminating the entire pitch-black underwater realm. In that dim, bewitching blue light, Long Jian finally saw the demon beast's true form. He focused his gaze and saw a turtle of immense size. Its shell was a dusty yellow, rough as rock, and looked incredibly sturdy. Its head was a shade of cyan, and it bore a sharp eagle's beak, giving it a majestic and imposing appearance. However, what shocked Long Jian the most was that the blood-red eyes were not the turtle's own. Instead, they belonged to a massive crimson serpent coiled atop its shell. This serpent was enormous, its body coiled around the turtle's shell with a prominent bulge at its throat. Its head was raised high, and its blood-red eyes gleamed with a sinister, eerie light. A name instantly surfaced in Long Jian's mind. An ancient divine beast, Xuanwu. "What? Haven't seen me for so many years, and now you're feeling timid?" the demon beast said contemptuously, her tone full of provocation. As she spoke, a powerful demonic aura radiated from her, causing the water around them to churn violently, as if some immense power was surging within her. This signified that she was a demon beast of profound cultivation. Her realm was definitely not at the transformation stage. What her true level was, Long Jian dared not even guess. But stung by her taunts, Long Jian shot back, "Ridiculous. I still vividly recall the scene of you begging me to mate with you. Have you forgotten all that?" These events were things Long Jian had seen through the fragmented memories of the original owner. Earlier, he hadn't been able to discern what this demon beast looked like, but now that he saw her form, it all came rushing back. This demon beast was named Wu Yuyao, and she possessed the bloodline of the Xuanwu, which was why she had such a form. When she had first met the original owner, he had looked down on her for being a descendant of the Xuanwu. It was Wu Yuyao who had pestered him, relentlessly clinging to him and refusing to leave until he reluctantly took her in. But he never treated her with any importance, merely using her as a maidservant. He never developed any true feelings for her and never even touched her. Wu Yao's duties were merely to serve tea, clean, and warm his bed. Later, when the original owner grew tired of the Hongming continent and prepared to return home, Wu Yuyao began to pester him again, begging him to mate with her before he left so she could bear his offspring. But the original owner had no interest in her whatsoever, for he was a true Lilicon at heart. Wu Yuyao's human form, however, was that of a slightly plump young woman. He simply couldn't muster any interest. Faced with her persistent entreaties, the original owner lied, saying he needed to return home first and promised that he would fulfill her wish upon his return. As it turned out, the original owner's departure marked the passage of millennia, and he never returned to the Hongming continent. Through the long, interminable wait, Wu Yuyao witnessed the rise and fall of countless eras. When the demon race invaded, she was forced to join their ranks. After their defeat and retreat, she could have returned with them to the demon realm, but for the sake of the original owner's lie, she chose to remain on the Hongming continent. However, after the Great War, the demon beasts that had sided with the invaders were hunted down without mercy by the other races. From that point on, Wu Yuyao, a demonized beast, became a pariah hunted by all. In her despair, Wu Yuyao fled to this deep pool. She had intended to live in seclusion, but was trapped here by a sealing formation set by righteous cultivators and powerful demon beasts unable to leave. And so for centuries, she was forced to eke out a miserable existence in the dark, cold water. Day after day, she pined for the lover who had made a vow, but never returned, her heart filled with venomous resentment. Hearing Long Jian bring up this painful past, Wu Yuyao was suddenly enraged. The pain she had buried deep within her heart was ruthlessly unearthed, filling her with grief and fury. "You faithless wretch! How dare you bring that up? I waited for you for millennia and got nothing in return, only to be demonized into this state. This time I will kill you with my own hands. Wu Yueyao roared in fury, her eyes on her turtle head snapping open. A pair of pale cyan turtle eyes revealed a chilling murderous intent, forming a stark contrast with the blood-red serpent eyes behind her. A low rumbling sound echoed from the depths as her massive turtle body began to stir. Her limbs, previously buried in the sand and mud, slowly rose to stand, causing large amounts of sediment to spill from the crevices of her shell and sending wave after wave rippling through the water. Damn it! Long Jian thought, his heart pounding. This demonic beast is about to get serious. My dear Jinxing, please keep the formation under control. The moment Wu Yueyao finished her harsh words, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy erupted from within her. The water below churned violently, as if boiling, with immense energy bursting forth from the depths. On the shore, Jinxing saw the turbulent water and immediately deduced that the demonic beast had been provoked. To ensure Long Jian's safety, she acted without hesitation, manipulating the 8 array beads embedded in the rock wall. The azure bead responsible for defense instantly emitted a blinding light, enveloping the entire water area within a sturdy barrier. Deep beneath the water, a colossal defensive formation materialized, firmly encasing both Long Jian and Wu Yueyao within. The purpose of this formation was to prevent the demonic beast inside from escaping. Normally, it would only activate when the demonic beast actively attacked the formation. But this time was different. Jinxing had driven the array, forcibly triggering its defensive mechanism to trap Wu Yueyao within. What is this? Why has the formation activated on its own? Trapped inside the defensive barrier, Wu Yueyao was taken. She knew this formation, which had sealed her for years, intimately, and was certain her actions shouldn't have triggered the defense. Could the formation be malfunctioning? Wu Yueyao was utterly perplexed. She glanced around warily, only to see Long Jian's sly, grinning face. Seeing the formation activated, Long Jian's spirits lifted and his courage swelled. Knowing Jinxing had the situation under control, he continued his belligerent taunt. I told you times have changed. If you don't submit today, I won't be so lenient. As his words faded, Wu Yueyao seemed to recall something and muttered, Yi Fan, how dare you? You actually found a formation master. Even if it means my death, I will never submit to you, you heartless man. The Yi Fan she spoke of was the alias the original owner of this body had used while wandering the Hongming continent. Time had passed, yet Wu Yueyao still remembered it clearly. This was undeniable proof that deep within her heart, she harbored feelings for Yi Fan. Long Jian felt a headache coming on and explained, I'm dizzy. I told you I'm not Yi Fan. My name is Long Jian. But Wu Yueyao paid him no heed whatsoever. She suddenly opened her mouth wide and a massive black beam shot forth from her turtle beak. This beam carried powerful corrosive demonic energy, capable of eroding not just the body but the very soul. Its effect was particularly potent against Long Jian's current soul form. This was a key reason why demonic beasts were vilified and hunted. Firstly, they were exceptionally powerful within their class with few rivals. Secondly, they preyed upon their fellow demonic beasts for flesh and blood, or forcibly plundered the cultivation of other monsters. This posed a grave threat to other demonic races who lived in constant danger of being devoured or slain. Thus, for self-preservation, the other demonic races united to launch fierce attacks against the demonic beasts. Even a powerful demonic beast could not withstand being the target of everyone's animosity. As the saying goes, the more outstanding you are, the more people envy you, and the more people despise you. Consequently, demonic beasts were forced to flee endlessly, finding no place to hide. Their great power became a curse, turning them into hunted outcasts. This was the very reason for Wu Yueyao's current predicament. Long Jian dared not underestimate the black beam. He prepared to use the unique nature of his dragon soul to escape the defensive formation. He rushed towards the formation, its surface covered in various symbols and array patterns, and plunged headfirst into it. A loud boom echoed as Long Jian was sent flying back, crashing heavily onto the ground. What the heck? This defensive formation can even block a soul. That's incredible. Long Jian grumbled. As he was distracted, the black beam behind him rapidly closed in. Long Jian whirled around hastily, opened his mouth, and unleashed a dragon's roar. His draconic cry transformed into countless bolts of golden lightning, now several times more powerful than before after his advancement to the transformation stage. The power of heavenly Tao contained within the lightning was the perfect weapon to counter demonic energy. With a sharp crack, the black beam was pierced directly by Long Jian's lightning. What? My soul-devouring beam has been broken, Wu Yueyao exclaimed in disbelief. Before her was merely the soul of a dragon. Logically, a soul should possess only a minuscule amount of power. She didn't know what Yi Fan had experienced recently, but she realized she shouldn't have underestimated him. After all, he was a powerful and long. The golden lightning that shattered the soul-devouring beam didn't stop surging straight towards Wu Yueyao. The azure serpent on her back immediately reacted, flicking its tongue and spewing a cloud of black mist from its mouth. The mist rapidly coalesced into a defensive wall, blocking all of Long Jian's lightning. Although Wu Yueyao remained unharmed, a glimmer of fear had appeared in her eyes. Long Jian also discerned the intricacies from their previous exchange. This combined form of turtle and serpent Wu Yueyao. The turtle was responsible for offense, while the serpent could be used for defense and observation. This balanced combination of attack and defense was something he had never encountered before. Seeing that Long Jian did not strike again, Wu Yueyao assumed that he had exhausted his demonic power after unleashing it. She lifted her head, casting a contemptuous gaze upon Long Jian, and declared loudly, "Is that all you've got? I thought you were formidable. That strike just now was merely a casual gesture on my part, not even a tenth of my true strength. This time I'm getting serious." Yi Fan died. A sinister glint flashed in her eyes as she abruptly opened the turtle's beak. A small pitch-black sphere began to coalesce within her mouth. Its surface shimmered with an eerie green light, exuding an intensely cold and lethal aura, as if it sought to devour the entire world. Long Jian's expression shifted drastically as he immediately realized the grave danger. He could acutely sense the terrifying power within that black sphere. It was definitely beyond his capacity to withstand. Long Jian's expression shifted drastically as he immediately realized the grave danger. He could acutely sense the terrifying power within that black sphere. It was definitely beyond his capacity to withstand. She immediately channeled the attack array of the demon-suppressing formation. A series of whooshing sounds tore through the air as countless energy swords materialized in the sky, plunging into the water at the speed of light. In an instant, the water's surface erupted in a cascade of white spray, with countless water columns jetting out in all directions. Just as Wu Yueyao was gathering her power, she suddenly sensed a murderous intent locking onto her. This force was all too familiar. It was the most lethal technique of the demon-suppressing formation, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Under Long Jian's astonished gaze, countless beams of light, like a torrential downpour, pierced into Wu Yao's colossal body, instantly riddling her with holes until she resembled a hedgehog. Strangely, no blood was visible in the water. Yet Wu Yueyao let out a series of agonizing screams, shrill and piercing, as if she were enduring immense torment. Her entire body writhed in pain, yet she could not break free from the invisible restraints. The black sphere forming in her mouth came to an abrupt halt and dissipated into the water with a soft fizzle. This scene reminded Long Jian of the card, Light of Sealing Sword, from Yu-Gi-Oh! Long Jian hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Wu Yueyao seemed completely immobilized in both power and movement by the countless light swords, he cautiously swam closer until he stood before her. Wu Yao's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Long Jian with murderous intent, while the massive green serpent coiled around her still lunged fiercely towards him. Unfortunately, a large portion of the serpent's body was pinned down by the light swords. Its jaws were now merely a step away from Long Jian, its sharp fangs glinting with cold light. "Damn you, Yi Fan. Why after waiting for you all these years does it still come to this?" Wu Yuyao's voice was filled with sorrow and resentment, clearly unwilling to accept this reality. Long Jian said with slight impatience, "I've told you, I am not Yi Fan. My name is Long Jian. Do you hear me clearly?" Wu Yueyao, however, refused to believe his words. With red-rimmed eyes, she angrily retorted, "Liar. I don't believe a word you say. If you're not Yi Fan, then how do you know about me and Yi Fan? Explain yourself." Long Jian felt an immense headache. How was he supposed to explain this? Forget it, let's first try to plant the dragon god's mark within her. After all, Wu Yueyao was completely immobilized by the Light of Sealing Sword, unable to move a muscle before him. Long Jian activated his divine ability, and a small golden glowing mark materialized before him. This was the dragon god's mark, imbued with Long Jian's powerful soul force and his unique Yinglong aura. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Wu Yueyao, having never seen such a thing before, asked, cautiously unsure of Long Jian said calmly, "If you accept my dragon god's mark and pledge your allegiance to me, I will break this formation and set you free." "What do you say?" The reason Long Jian didn't forcibly brand the mark onto Wu Yueyao was primarily due to her extremely high cultivation level. Just like Xingling back, then powerful demons could resist and repel the control of the dragon god's mark. It was essential for the recipient to accept it willingly for it to succeed. Hearing Long Jian's words, Wu Yueyao assumed that Yi Fan wanted to take her in as a maidservant again. Her heart was suddenly filled with a mix of emotions, leaving her hesitant. Although life as Yi Fan's maidservant back then wasn't so bad. Yi Fan was an extremely protective dragon, never allowing anyone to bully his maidservants. It was also the first time Wu Yueyao had someone stand up for her. Since childhood, due to her natural dullness, she had cultivated much slower than other demons. This had led to her being constantly bullied by other demons. It wasn't until she met Yi Fan that she thought about following this powerful divine dragon, hoping to gain his favor. Because there was an unspoken rule in the demon realm: if you gained favor in a powerful demon's harem, others wouldn't dare to bully you. Furthermore, powerful bloodlines were highly sought after by female demons. Unfortunately, after years of trials and tribulations, Wu Yueyao was no longer the naive little demoness. With reddened eyes and a choked voice, Wu Yueyao said, "No. Long Jian, I don't care if I can leave this place or not. I just want to hear you say one thing to me: I love you. Can you?" Without any hesitation, Long Jian answered hastily and perfunctorily, "I love you." The entire sentence took just 1 second to say. Wu Yuyao's face darkened with annoyance. "Can you not be so perfunctory? Be serious, be more passionate, will you?" Long Jian was taken aback, then pondered for a moment before borrowing a classic movie line. "I love you. If I were to set a time limit on our love, I hope it would be 10,000 years. This profound and moving confession instantly shattered the last of Wu Yuyao's defenses. She sobbed and huge tears welled up from her eyes, merging with the surrounding pool water. Without saying a word, she gently nodded her massive green serpent head, signifying her acquiescence. Seeing Wu Yuyao's consent, Long Jian immediately propelled the mark forward, preparing to imprint it on her forehead. But the moment the mark made contact, Wu Yueyao instinctively resisted with all her might. She felt a powerful soul force beginning to erode her will. "Don't move, him almost in. Just hold on a little longer," Long Jian shouted. These misleading words instantly caused Wu Yueyao to blush and her heart to race. Overwhelmed with shame, she immediately ceased her resistance, allowing the mark to burn its pattern onto her forehead and invade her soul. Simultaneously, a lewd thought flashed through her mind, and she even found herself wishing Long Jian were saying those words to her in bed. However, that was merely her wishful thinking and a pipe dream. Soon the dragon god's mark was flawlessly imprinted on Wu Yu. A powerful noble draconic aura began to fuse with Wu Yuyao's bloodline. As she felt this unfamiliar yet potent dragon energy, a whirlwind of emotions churned within her. On one hand, her longing for the dragon lineage made her appreciate this aura, though on the other, she felt a sense of melancholy and disappointment. After thousands of years of waiting, it all came down to becoming Long Jian's maidservant once more. Long Jian looked with satisfaction at the mark gradually fading on Wu Yuyao's forehead, and said excitedly, "All right, from now on you belong to me." Wu Yuyao's powerful bloodline made her an excellent vessel for bearing his offspring. This thought lifted Long Jian's spirits immensely. "What do you mean belong to me?" Wu Yueyao asked nervously, still assuming she was merely his maidservant. Long Jian said matter-of-factly, "Of course it means you are my wife and concubine. From now on you shall call me husband." Wu Yueyao was stunned, stammering in reply, "Really? Of course it's true," Long Jian said with a smile and a nod. Wu Yueyao trembled with excitement, and tears streamed down her face once more. Her long-cherished dream had finally... At the foot of the waterfall, Jian paced nervously, her gaze fixed on the tranquil pool before her, watching intently for any movement beneath the water's surface. The 8 array nodes on the rock face glimmered with an otherworldly luster. Jian was deeply worried about Long Jian's safety, but had no idea what to do. She had even considered transforming into her true form and plunging into the water to check on him. But Long Jian had sternly instructed her beforehand never to enter the water rashly. Just then the earlier commotion roused the 4 consorts who had been sleeping soundly. They hurried to Jian's side, asking with tense expressions, "Sister Jian, has our husband? Has he gone down to deal with that flood dragon?" Jian dared not hide the truth from them and nodded gently. "Yes, brother Jian went down alone." Feng Ying planted her hands on her hips in frustration. "That foolish dragon. Why does he keep going down against our advice? Has he forgotten how that flood dragon nearly killed him last time?" She still remembered when Long Jian was unconscious. She had flown over 1,000 kilometers every day to collect precious spiritual spring water from across the land to nurture his wounded soul. The spring yielded barely a small bowl of water each day, yet Feng Ying persisted through wind and rain for 3 full months, until Long Jian finally awoke. Xian Yu quickly tried to soothe her. "Sister Feng, don't be angry. Our husband never fights a battle he isn't confident of winning. He must have prepared thoroughly this time, and holds an absolute advantage." Jian chimed in eagerly, "Sister Xian is right. I have fully mastered the formation in this area, and even activated it to protect brother Jian just now. He will surely be fine. Please rest assured, sisters. There's nothing to worry about. Our husband is incredibly powerful," Xingling added. She had witnessed Long Jian's strength firsthand. When they first met, his cultivation was inferior to hers, but now he had such a rapid pace of cultivation was unmatched even by the prodigies of the Star Realm Thunderlion clan. Under the combined persuasion of her sisters, Feng Ying's anger gradually subsided. Recalling Long Jian's extraordinary abilities, she allowed herself to relax a little. Still, once he returned safely, she was determined to teach him a lesson for acting so recklessly. A sly glint flashed in Feng Ying's eyes as she spoke in a suggestive tone, "Sisters, when Long Jian gets back, we must give him a proper lesson. One that leaves our husband unable to rise from bed." The other 3 consorts exchanged knowing smiles and voiced their agreement. Jian, however, blushed crimson at such a scandalous topic. Having yet to formally establish her relationship with Long Jian, she was utterly mortified by the bold remarks of the harem. At that moment, a golden figure burst forth from the water. The 5 demonesses beamed with joy at the sight. Long Jian's form shifted, transforming in an instant into a handsome silver-haired man clad in a cyan Taoist robe radiating an aura of inviolable majesty. "Why are you all here?" Long Jian asked in surprise, eyeing his 4 consorts who had come to the waterfall. Feng Ying stepped forward and pinched the soft flesh at his waist through his robes, chiding, "You dare ask why we're here? You go off on such a dangerous mission without telling me. Ow, that hurts. Easy now." Long Jian grinned and wrapped an arm around Feng Ying's slender waist, pulling her soft form against his chest. She let out a huff, refusing to relent, and pounded his chest twice as punishment. "You foolish dragon." The other 3 consorts gathered around, as well chattering away in disapproval, though their words were laced with concern. Seeing Long Jian surrounded by his consorts, Jian turned away, shyly, not wanting to intrude on their conversation. She looked up at the bright moon in the sky, her heart heavy with tangled thoughts, her small hands fidgeting nervously. Long Jian quickly placated his consorts and sent them back to rest. Noticing Jian's lonely silhouette, he reached out and gently patted her shoulder. "Up." Startled by the sudden touch, Jian spun around, covering her slightly parted lips with her hand. Seeing it was Long Jian, she was overcome with shyness. The moonlight caressed her delicate features, adding a touch of enchanting allure. Long Jian gazed at her bashful expression, utterly entranced, unable to look away. Jian met his deep dark eyes, and as if possessed closed her own. Her rosy lips pouted slightly, like a tempting little cherry waiting for Long Jian to pluck. Faced with such an inviting gesture from a beauty, how could Long Jian as a man stand idly by? He strode forward, mimicking the domineering CEOs of television dramas, gently tilted her chin upward, and lowered his head to kiss her. Their soft lips met, and a wave of tingling numbness washed over Jian, as if an electric current surged through her body. She nervously wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to the kiss with clumsy, yet fervent passion. The uniquely sweet taste of Jian seeped into Long Jian's mouth with the kiss like melting rock sugar. It was entirely different from the flavors of his other four consorts, compelling him to deepen the kiss and greedily savor more. Jian melted limply into his arms like a ripe apple, yielding to his fervent advances. After a long moment, their lips finally parted. They rested their foreheads together, breathing heavily, gazing into each other's eyes. A wave of sweet happiness bloomed across Jian's face. Long Jian held her slender waist, his desires stirring as he yearned to go further. But Jian gently declined. Her hands pressed against his chest, forming a barrier between them. "Brother Jian, I'm not ready yet." She whispered, her cheeks flushed, her voice laced with both shyness and reluctance. Long Jian wisely released her, offering no pressure. He merely planted a light kiss on her smooth forehead, a gesture of understanding and acceptance. "I will wait until you are ready," Long Jian said softly, his tone brimming with sincerity. Jian nodded bashfully and murmured a faint She raised a hand to toy with the hair on her shoulder, unconsciously twirling the ends around her finger, a telltale sign of her nervousness and shyness. Under the moonlight, they stood facing each other, their eyes locked in silent understanding. That kiss had opened a new chapter in their relationship, drawing their bond even closer. After calming down, Jian curiously asked Long Jian about the situation underwater. Long Jian replied succinctly, "The demon beneath has already been subdued by me. Jian, please deactivate the demon-suppressing array first." The kiss had been so exhilarating that he nearly forgot. Deep within the pool, Wu Yueyao pondered with a worried and puzzled expression. Why hadn't Long Jian deactivated the array yet? Could he have encountered some danger? All right. Jian immediately cast her spell, and the 8 array pearls on the rocky walls reverted to their dim, lusterless state. The severed waterfall also resumed its flow, producing a rushing sound. At that moment, Long Jian's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to rescue Wu Yueyao. He asked Jian, "By the way, Jian, do you know how to break this demon-suppressing array?" Jian hesitated, then said, "I'm sorry, Jian Go, but I can't do it right now. Unless what?" Long Jian pressed immediately. He had already promised Wu Yueyao that he would break this seal and grant her freedom. Moreover, Long Jian also intended to rely on Wu Yueyao's powerful bloodline to sire a dragon offspring. Jian explained, "This grand demon-suppressing array is no trivial matter. To break it, I alone am far from sufficient. We would need to rely on certain treasures for breaking arrays. But those treasures can only be purchased in human cities." Long Jian suddenly understood. "I see. In that case, they'll transform into human form and go to the human territory to buy some of those treasures." Jian bit her lip and pleaded, "Long Gu, please don't go to the human realm. I'm so worried something might happen to you." Ever since the incident with Lu Jianxin, she had been utterly disillusioned with humans. "Don't worry." Long Jian affectionately patted Jianxin's head. "The human form I take is indistinguishable from a real human. They will never discover that I'm a dragon." Jianxin softly hummed in acknowledgement, savoring Long Jian's comfort, and the weight on her heart was mostly lifted. Above them, the bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting its silvery light upon the pair. Meanwhile, on the peak of the demon spirit sect thousands of miles away, in a private chamber, a woman dressed in white stood by the window, gazing up at the bright moon in the sky. On the windowsill sat a flower pot containing a single silver blossom, which emitted a faint, elusive trace of dragon. The woman extended a delicate jade-like finger and gently caressed the tender flower, murmuring to herself, "Whose dragon blood nourished you?" This very flower was a spiritual herb that Bai Yubing had ordered the demon spirit sect disciples to collect in the Deadwater Swamp. The disciples had kept one blooming spiritual herb for Bai Yubing, selling off all the others. Just as Bai Yubing was lost in thought, a knock and a report came from outside the door. "Holy Maiden, we've traced the last known location of elderly Yes Aura. It's the same place where we encountered that mortal carrying a sword." "Very well, I understand. You may take your leave," the woman replied, coolly, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Could that mortal have killed Li Yu? Bai Yubing's brows knitted deeply at the thought. Back then, with her powerful divine sense, she had seen through that man completely. There was no trace of true qi flow in his dantian, and his meridians were in their original untrained state, never opened or cultivated. This indicated that the man had never practiced any martial arts, and was a pure mortal. A mortal? Bai Yubing murmured to herself, pacing back and forth in her chamber. However, she suddenly recalled a detail she had previously overlooked. How could such an ordinary mortal have survived unharmed in the 10,000 demon mountains? Even if he carried a cultivator's spirit artifact, how could he activate its power without any true qi? The only possibility was that the man was not a real mortal at all, but had employed some kind of disguise that fooled everyone's detection at the time, even her. At this thought, a chill ran down Bai Yubing's spine. As a void refinement cultivator, her divine sense was already at its peak. If someone could deceive her perception, they could only be a stronger cultivator at the tribulation transcendence or Mahayana stage. Why would such a powerful master disguise themselves as a mortal with no cultivation base and appear in the 10,000 demon mountains? Bai Yubing racked her brains, but could not fathom the mystery. Still, she felt deeply grateful that she hadn't provoked that senior. If she had given their strength, they probably wouldn't have been enough to even fill his teeth. Of course, Long Jian, the protagonist of all this, was completely unaware of these events. His appearance had already sent a void refinement cultivator into a cold sweat. When Long Jian first met her, she was just an ordinary little wild beast. Under his meticulous care and the nourishment of his dragon origin, she gradually evolved from a beast into a demonic beast, awakening the power of her ancient bloodline. To this day, her strength remains formidable. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, once more marking the arrival of the third winter in the myriad demon mountains. A lion's roar thundered across the entire territory. At the same time, the cry of a newborn beast echoed from within a dwelling. A formless dragon's aura shot straight into the heavens before diving into the house. Long Jian, who had been pacing anxiously outside, broke into a delighted smile. Xingling had given birth to a dragon. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations, your 490th offspring has been born. You have received the dragon seed reward. You have gained 100 years of cultivation. Reward: formless and faceless divine power. Long Jian didn't bother to examine this new divine power's abilities, as his entire mind was focused on his newly born dragon son. As Long Jian rushed into the room, he saw Feng Ying in her human form cradling a small beast. The creature resembled a lion, but with dragon horns sprouting from its head. This was unmistakably the fifth son of the dragon, Swanee. Seeing Long Jian arrive, Feng Ying carefully handed the Swanee to him, saying softly, "Husband, I'll take my leave now. You stay with Xingling." "All right." Holding the newborn Swanee, Long Jian gently rocked it with his finger. The little Swanee, its eyes not yet open, instinctively bit onto Long Jian's finger and began to suckle. "Let me see the child." Having just gone through labor, Xingling appeared utterly exhausted, her massive form lying on its side upon a pile of straw. Long Jian carried the Swanee over to Xingling and said softly, "Look, our child is so beautiful. It takes after you." Xingling extended her tongue to gently lick the little Swanee, having completely transformed into a loving mother, no longer the adventurous maiden she once was. "Husband, look, its horns resemble yours too. It will surely grow into a mighty demon beast." Xingling contentedly nestled the dragon cub in her embrace. "Of course my offspring are bound to be extraordinary," Long Jian said with pride. Xingling gently stroked the little cub's back with her lion paw and asked softly, "Husband, why don't you give our child a name?" Without hesitation, Long Jian declared, "Let's call him Swanee." "What a wonderful name." "Swanee." Xingling repeated the name, her eyes lighting up. "A fantastic name. My little Swanee, you must grow up quickly." As if hearing his mother's call, the Swanee groggily opened its eyes and let out a few whimpers. Its opened eyes sparkled with starlight, remarkably similar to Xingling's, revealing its star spirit lineage. This was the defining trait of the Star Realm Thunder Lion clan. After confirming the safety of mother and child, Long Jian advised Xingling to rest well and left them to enjoy their precious bonding time. Stepping out of the house, a flicker of wistfulness crossed Long Jian's face. The reason he had delayed his journey to the human territories until winter was his concern for Xingling's well-being. Now that she had safely delivered his dragon son, it was time for him to embark on his new journey. Just then the sound of crisp footsteps approached. Long Jian looked over and saw that it was Jian. She was holding a small bowl filled with a small amount of a crystal-clear liquid. Long Jian recognized it instantly as the Golden Toad clan's golden elixir, a miraculous healing substance. "Brother Jian, our sister Xingling, and the baby safe?" Jian asked with a worried expression. She had spent considerable time condensing this small bowl of golden elixir. Although the amount was meager in the human territories, this bowl of medicinal liquid would be worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. For a top-tier medicine capable of instantly healing wounds, cultivators from all paths would flock to obtain it. A smile spread across Long Jian's face as he reassured her, "Don't worry, both mother and child are safe and sound." Jian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I'll go deliver this golden elixir to Sister Xingling now. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you by Jian's side." Long Jian said gently. "Okay." Jian pushed open the door and entered the house. Long Jian strolled over to the pond. The weather had turned cold and a thin layer of ice had formed on the water surface. The golden egg that was once incubating in the pond had already hatched into a small golden tadpole, seemingly unfazed by the freezing cold. This was a testament to the extraordinary resilience of a powerful demon beast's offspring, possessing a formidable ability to withstand harsh climates even in its infancy. As Long Jian approached the pond, the little tadpole immediately swam to the edge, its big watery eyes fixed on him, its small tail wagging rapidly from side to side. "Good morning, Jian." Long Jian greeted the little golden tadpole. Overjoyed, the tadpole spat a small stream of water into the air. Still unable to speak, it could only express its delight in this manner. Long Jian crouched down and reached out to gently tap the tadpole's head. The little tadpole nuzzled affectionately against his fingertip. Withdrawing his damp finger, Long Jian chuckled. "Jian, you need to grow up strong, and one day you too can transform into human form like your sister." Having said that, Long Jian traced a gesture in the air, summoning a translucent panel. Name Long Jian bloodline Ing Long offspring count 4 dragon seed 180 demonized 360 normal divine powers devour heaven and earth summon wind and rain dragon gods mark dragons roar thunderclap Enyang venom sac illusory human form formless and faceless cultivation 5,432 years early transformation stage Long Jian eagerly tapped on the description of his newly acquired divine power formless and faceless allows the user to completely conceal all their aura and simulate the aura of any cultivation realm. After reading the description Long Jian was taken aback. Although this divine power offered no direct offensive or defensive capabilities, the ability to hide one's aura and mimic any realm was a perfect tool for playing the fool to catch the wise. He had been somewhat apprehensive about venturing into the human territories, but with this divine power as his guarantee, he now felt reassured. If used wisely, this could be a formidable trump card. Long Jian burst into excited laughter. Hearing his laughter, the little tadpole Jian lifted its head in confusion, wondering why Long Jian was suddenly cackling like a fool. At that moment, Jinqing's voice came from behind him. Brother Jian, what are you laughing at? Did something good happen? Tell me. Long Jian turned around to see Jinqing looking puzzled. He quickly closed the system panel and changed the subject saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Just thought of something amusing. How is Xingling doing?" Jinqing replied, "Sister Xingling has already drunk the elixir and is now sleeping soundly with the baby." Long Jian nodded. "That's good. I'm planning to make a trip to the human territories in a few days." Jinqing's face filled with worry and she quickly tried to dissuade him. "Brother Jian, why must you release that demon? What if it loses control? I've heard that demonic paths are prone to causing chi deviations." Long Jian rubbed her head reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's completely under my control. Nothing will go wrong." "All right if you say so," Jinqing said a little dejectedly. "Brother Jian, when will you leave?" "If all goes quickly, in 3 to 5 days. If not, by the end of the month." "So soon?" Jinqing said hastily. "Can you stay a few more days? I want to prepare some golden elixir for you just in..." Looking at Jinqing's expectant gaze, Long Jian pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll set out at the end of the month then. Take your time preparing." By the end of the month, this human form of his would be able to cultivate to the great perfection of the chi refining stage. Jinqing softly acknowledged, tucking a strand of loose hair behind her ear, and said shyly, "Brother Jian, could you come to my room tonight?" Long Jian's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Sure, I'll be there. Keep your voice down." Jinqing ran off bashfully, leaving Long Jian standing there with a sly conspiratorial smirk spreading across his face. Under the dark windy night sky, Long Jian arrived at a modest courtyard of about 50 or 60 square meters. He pushed open the wooden gate and stepped inside. The bluestone paved ground gleamed with an oily sheen under the candlelight. The courtyard, designed entirely by Jinqing, exuded a distinctly human aesthetic resembling a hidden paradise deep within the mountains. At the center stood a round stone table flanked by 2 stone stools. Beside it, a small square pond held crystal clear water where a few koi fish swam leisurely, occasionally leaping to the surface for air. Emerald water plants swayed gently with the ripples in the pond. Inside the room, candle flames flickered, casting a soft, warm, orange glow. Hearing her response, Long Jian felt a mix of thrill and bashfulness. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. His voice betrayed his excitement and a hint of nervousness. A shy voice replied from within, "The door's unlocked." Hearing her response, Long Jian felt a mix of thrill and bashfulness. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. A beautiful woman sat by the bedside, dressed in a red gown that contrasted strikingly with her fair, luminous skin. Her long, pale golden hair was tucked neatly behind her ears, exuding grace and poise. Under the candlelight, her rosy lips were especially captivating. Long Jian stood frozen at the sight of Jinqing, his heart racing uncontrollably. Glancing around, he noticed a red paper-cut character for double happiness hanging on the wall, strikingly vivid in the candlelight. On the table lay several translucent red spirit fruits, emitting a sweet fragrance. Seeing Long Jian stand there dumbfounded, Jinqing's face flushed as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly and urged in a soft whisper, "Jian, stop staring. Come sit down." Obediently, Long Jian closed the door behind him. He strode over to Jinqing and sat on the edge of the bed, where she patted the mattress, sinking slightly under their combined weight. "Jinqing, he began, but his words faltered, at a loss for what to say. He knew Jinqing was unlike other demon beasts. She had grown up among humans, thinking and acting just like a human. He hadn't expected her to be so thoroughly prepared and enthusiastic. He, on the other hand, had brought nothing but himself. Jinqing placed her hands shyly on her knees and said softly, "Jian, I prepared all this on my own, decorating it like a human bride's chamber. I only wish I had some wine. I'm not sure about the demon clan's customs for this. I hope you don't mind." Long Jian reached out, gently tracing her upturned nose with his index finger, and said warmly, "Silly, how could I mind? I'm truly happy you went to all this trouble for me. But I came empty-handed with nothing to give you in return." Jinqing shook her head with a sweet smile. "I don't need any gifts. I only hope you'll always be good to me, Jian." Hearing this, Long Jian was deeply moved. In his past life, he had been a lonely wanderer, never having met a woman who would devote such genuine affection to him. He gently took her by the shoulders, turning her to face him, and they gazed into each other's eyes. Long Jian said solemnly, "Jinqing, I will never betray your sincerity. I will cherish you forever." Jinqing hummed softly in response, closing her eyes shyly, her long lashes trembling. Long Jian raised a finger and flicked it toward the candle flame. A crisp sword aura extinguished the light in an instant. The sun was high in the sky. Long Jian stepped out of the door feeling refreshed and invigorated, but Jinxing pressed her soft form against him from behind, her sweet voice cooing. "Husband, won't you stay a little longer?" Long Jian turned, lifted her chin with his hand, and gave her rosy lips a fleeting featherlight kiss. "No, I need to go practice my swordsmanship. You rest a while longer. I wore you out last night." Jinxing's face flushed crimson. She nodded bashfully before turning back into the room to rest. 10 days later, the month finally drew to a close, and Long Jian's human form broke through to the peak of the qi refining stage. His 5 wives and concubines walked alongside him. "Husband, you must be careful," Jinxing said, producing a beautiful jade vial and placing it in his hands. "Feng, you lustful dragon, you better come back safe." "Xingling, husband, don't forget to think of me." "Xianyue, husband, safe travels." "Xiaobai, husband, I'll miss you." As he walked, Long Jian waved back at his wives. "Don't worry. He'll be back soon. You all go on home." Gradually, he distanced himself from his territory, heading toward the human land. In truth, this journey to the human realm had been delayed for over half a year. The main reason was Xingling's pregnancy. Now that she had safely given birth to a young Swanee, Long Jian could leave without worry. He had 2 goals for this trip: first, to purchase a formation-breaking treasure, and second, to acquire an artifact capable of concealing one's aura. This aura-concealing treasure was prepared for Xianyu. To evade the tracking and detection of the demon clan, merely hiding one's tracks was insufficient. After all, the demons possessed incredibly keen senses. A single misstep could expose one's whereabouts. Moreover, a few powerful demon elders, much like human cultivators, could use their spiritual senses to scout the area. Under the sweep of spiritual sense, all obstacles would be laid bare. Thus, this treasure capable of masking one's aura was absolutely vital for Xianyu. It would allow her to conceal her presence, preventing enemies from easily locking onto her location. With this artifact, her safety would be greatly enhanced. The Demon Catching City. A city situated 1,000 miles beyond the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Built against the mountainside, it is encircled by dense ancient woods. This city is a convergence point for many human cultivators. Here one can purchase all manner of rare and exotic demon beasts, all of which hail from the vast million-mile expanse of the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Consequently, the Demon Catching City is also known as the capital of demon beasts. It boasts a comprehensive trading system for these creatures, encompassing everything from marketplaces to beast management, including methods of taming and breeding. Long Jian gazed at the towering city walls several kilometers away, silently murmuring to himself, switched to human form. Given the large number of cultivators here, he decided it was best to be cautious. In an instant, a golden dragon soul transformed into a young man clad in a cyan Taoist robe with a head of flowing silver hair. His silver locks danced gently in the breeze, accentuating his handsome features. He had to admit the system's shape-shifting ability was remarkably powerful. Even with his form shifting at will, the Taoist robe he wore remained perfectly intact, sparing him the embarrassment of being caught naked. Long Jian stretched languidly, savoring the agility of his human form. Just then, a series of sharp whistling sounds, the whoosh of flying swords came from above. Curious, Long Jian looked up. He saw 2 swords, one azure and one green, streaking through the air at high speed, each bearing a cultivator in a Taoist robe. The cultivator on the green sword was forming hand seals and chanting incantations, launching a barrage of magical attacks at the swordsman on the blue sword. Boom! A thunderous crash. The cultivator on the blue sword failed to dodge and was struck by the green swordsman's spell. His body plummeted like a kite, with its string cut, crashing into a nearby grove and kicking up a cloud of dust. The 2 cultivators vanished into the dense thicket. Long Jian watched their descent, lost in thought. He recognized the attire of one of them as belonging to the demon spirit sect. This brought to mind the ethereal holy maiden he had encountered before by Yubing. What a pity she had been veiled, preventing him from beholding her beauty. Turning his focus, Long Jian retrieved his demon-slaying sword from his storage pouch, tossed it into the air, and silently recited the sword-riding incantation. He leaped, landing deftly upon the flat of the blade. This was Long Jian's first time employing the sword flight technique. He wobbled precariously on the blade, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he soon steadied himself. He channeled his spiritual power, guiding the demon-slaying sword to glide through the air, chasing after the direction where the 2 had fallen. A gentle breeze swept past, causing the hair at his temples to flutter. Standing on his sword, Long Jian scanned the horizon with keen eyes, searching for the exact spot of their crash. Soon a forest came into view. He angled the sword, and with a surge of speed plunged straight into the woods. The sounds of fierce fighting echoed from up ahead. Long Jian landed the demon-slaying sword at a distance, and activated his divine ability, formless and traceless, completely concealing his aura and presence. Now he was like a wisp of invisible air. Unless someone saw him with their own eyes, any form of spiritual detection would be utterly useless against him. Long Jian stealthily hid behind the thick trunk of an ancient tree, peering through the gaps in the leaves to observe the battle. After all, watching a good brawl is an innate human instinct. The cultivator wielding the pale cyan spirit sword was short, standing about 1.6 meters tall, with a fair, delicate face. Had it not been for his flat chest, Long Jian might have mistaken him for a woman. The other cultivator was far more rugged, towering at nearly 1.9 9 meters, and wielded a massive broadsword over a meter in length, more than twice the width of a standard spirit sword. This was clearly a sword cultivator who had dedicated his life to the blade. His arms were muscular and powerful, a testament to years of swordsmanship. Boy, hand over the spirit herbs you just gathered. The broadsword man bellowed, his tone aggressive and domineering. I spent months in hiding for a chance to gather these. Why should I give them to you? The fair-faced cultivator retorted defiantly. Ha ha ha. The broadsword man laughed heartily, his voice booming. You're killing me. Why? Because of this sword in my hand. If you want to live, you'll hand over the herbs. The fair-faced cultivator narrowed his eyes, seeming to discern something, and sneered. You think you can? It looks to me like your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. That's the only reason you're wasting time with words. Exposed, the broadsword man's face changed, burning with a mix of shame and rage. He bellowed, Fine, you little bastard. Let me show you what I'm made of. Before his words even faded, he swung his giant sword down, sending a fierce gust of wind, and a blade arced straight at the fair-faced cultivator. Seeing this, the fair-faced cultivator swiftly parried with his own sword. His swordplay was light and agile, a stark contrast to the broadsword man's heavy sweeping power. In an instant, the entire grove was filled with clashing sword energy. The collision of their two distinct styles whipped up a fierce gale, sending leaves swirling into the air. Long Jian, still behind his tree, brushed a fallen leaf from his shoulder and watched in silence. From their exchange, he judged that both of these cultivators were at the foundation establishment stage, a level higher than his current. As Long Jian watched quietly, a sudden vicious sword arc sliced through the air towards him, cleaving the ancient tree he was hiding behind cleanly in two. Long Jian's demon-slaying sword moved in a flash, and with a crisp clang, he effortlessly deflected the attack. The commotion caught the attention of the two combatants nearby. They now lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted, with multiple bloody sword wounds seeping crimson. It was clearly a mutual defeat. Upon seeing Long Jian appear, the broadsword cultivator reacted quickly, forcing himself upright and leaning against a large tree. He said weakly, Fellow Taoist, please do me a favor and kill that brat. He'll pay you 1,000 spirit stones. The fair-faced cultivator, flushed with anger, retorted, You pauper. Where would you get 1,000 spirit stones? Don't listen to his nonsense, fellow Taoist. Help me get rid of him, and he'll give you this millennium ginseng worth far more than 1,000 spirit stones. He pulled a delicate wooden box from his storage pouch and opened it, revealing a ginseng root bound tightly with red string. The ginseng was crystal clear and radiant, its root having grown into a wizened human face, with 4 thick tendrils spreading below, resembling a tiny old man. Long Jian's gaze fell upon the ginseng, and he immediately sensed the dense spiritual energy contained within it. This was clearly an extremely precious millennium ginseng. If he could consume it, he could instantly break through to the foundation establishment stage and greatly increase his cultivation. The broadsword cultivator's face turned pale, realizing, as the other had said, he couldn't produce such wealth. He had exhausted his entire fortune just trying to break through to foundation establishment. Why else would he resort to this murderous thievery, the fastest way to make a fortune? Desperate to survive, the broadsword cultivator gambled everything, shouting, Fellow Taoist, please lend me your aid. This Mystic Sun Mountain opening sword of mine is a high-grade spirit tool worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. If you save my life, it's yours. 10,000 spirit stones. I say it's just an ordinary spirit tool, not worth that much, the fair-faced cultivator sneered. Fellow Taoist, you'd be better off helping me. My millennium ginseng is far more valuable. Long Jian nodded with keen interest. Both of your offerings seem quite good, but his tone turned cold. If I kill the both of you, wouldn't all your belongings be mine anyway? The two men's faces changed drastically, their pupils contracting in shock. They hadn't expected to run into someone even more ruthless than themselves. The broadsword-wielding man lowered his voice, his tone dripping with menace. Fellow Taoist, your boastful words have gone too far. Do you know of the 10,000 Sword Sect? Long Jian raised his head, casting a faint disdainful glance at him. He drawled leisurely, the 10,000 Sword Sect. What is that? I've never heard of it. The 10,000 Sword Sect is not a what? The man retorted hastily, offended by the slight against his sect. The moment the words left his mouth, the man realized he had been tricked. This brat had deliberately set out to mock him. His complexion changed drastically, his fists clenched as he fought to steady his emotions. Pointing at Long Jian with gritted teeth, he spat. You little bastard, how dare you toy with me? I warn you, if you kill me, the 10,000 Swords Sect will never let you get away with it. Long Jian watched the man's fury with a faint sneer curling at the corner of his lips. He said unhurriedly, How noisy. As the words faded, he twisted his wrist, and the blood-red longsword in his hand gave a crisp, resonant ring. Suddenly, he unleashed the first move of the Kunlun Sword Sect's heavenly firmament sword art. White serpent emerges from its cave. A flash of sword light transformed into a snow-white venomous serpent with crimson eyes hissing as it lunged swiftly at the broadsword-wielding man. The man's face went pale, his eyes widening in shock and terror. He instantly recognized the move as a technique of the Kunlun Sword Sect. Years ago, the 10,000 Sword Sect had sent several disciples to Mount Kunlun to study swordsmanship. He had been one of them and was somewhat familiar with this sword art. You are from Kunlun, he murmured in fear, his voice abruptly cut off. A thunderous clang resounded as the blood-red serpent plunged straight into his throat, piercing through him and the ancient tree behind him in one stroke. The man's pupils dilated, blood gushed from his mouth, and his body twitched a few times before falling utterly still. Long Jian turned, raising the blood-red sword to point coldly at the pale-faced young man. And you? Which sect are you from? He asked slowly, though he had already deduced from the young man's cyan Taoist robe that he was from the spirit demon sect. The pale-faced young man, still shaken, stared at the horrifying death of the broadsword wielder, a chill creeping into his heart. He realized that the silver-haired cultivator before him despised being threatened and would not hesitate to kill so ruthlessly. Suppressing his terror, he forced a calm demeanor and spoke with feigned humility. Fellow Taoist, I am merely a solitary cultivator, orphaned and alone. It was only by sheer chance that I became a cultivator. Please, fellow Taoist, consider my arduous path of cultivation and spare my life. This box of millennium-old ginseng I offer to you, hoping to earn your friendship. His tone was respectful, laced with a hint of pleading. After speaking, he carefully watched Long Jian's expression, fearing that a single misstep would lead him to the same fate as the broadsword wielder. Heh, Long Jian responded with a faint placid smile, thinking to himself that this pale-faced young man could spin a tale as if it were the truth. Instead of exposing him immediately, Long Jian walked over with interest, looking down at the young man appraisingly from his... He then crouched down, snatched the wooden box from the young man's hands, and casually flipped open the lid with 2 fingers. Long Jian examined the millennium-old ginseng, carefully bound with red string, his gaze tracing every ridge and vein. After a few seconds, he snapped the lid shut with a sharp crack, his movements swift and decisive. Without a word, he tossed the entire box into the cosmos pouch at his waist. Seeing his ginseng taken, the pale-faced young man believed his plea had worked and that he had won Long Jian over. Delight spread across his face. Ignoring the still bleeding sword wound, he smiled and began to introduce himself. I am Yangwan. May I ask your esteemed name, fellow Taoist? Just as his smile was at its brightest, Long Jian's once-smiled expression turned icy cold in an instant. He abruptly stood, grabbing Yangwan by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. Yangwan, slender and small, stood 2 heads shorter than Long Jian and was left dangling helplessly in the air. His face instantly paled, his delicate brows drooping as his eyes widened in terror, resembling a bullied kitten. Yangwan clenched his fists, pounding desperately at Long Jian's wrist, his body swaying in the air as he shouted in frustration, "Let me go. Fellow Taoist, you can't go back on your word. I already gave you the ginseng." During Yangwan's violent struggle, Long Jian suddenly felt the back of his hand brush against 2 soft spots. The sensation was all too familiar to Long Jian. It was unmistakably the softness of a woman's bosom. At home, he had often caressed the chests of Xingling and Fengying. Though the touch was fleeting, Long Jian was now absolutely certain that this pale-faced young man calling himself Yang Wan was most likely a woman in disguise. His chest appeared flat, probably because he had deliberately bound it tightly with cloth. This piqued Long Jian's curiosity even further. He threatened, "Don't you dare move, or I'll twist your head right off." Startled by the threat, Yang Wan trembled, gulping nervously, and ceased his struggle against Long Jian's wrist. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, his small nose twitching. With his fair face, he looked like a delicate porcelain. Seeing that he had calmed down, Long Jian squinted and scrutinized his features and neck. His voice was androgynous, and there was no trace of facial hair on his lips or chin. However, Long Jian keenly noticed that he had an Adam's apple. A shock ran through him. Had he misjudged? Logically, women should not have an Adam's apple. Could this pale-faced young man be a eunuch? Frowning, Long Jian stared at Yang Wan's Adam's apple for a few seconds, then silently opened his left hand. Without warning, he executed a legendary martial arts move. Monkey steals the peach. Yang Wan let out a startled cry. Long Jian had grasped nothing at all. This meant the person before him was a woman. "You lecher. Let me go." Yang Wan dropped all pretense, her voice shifting from androgynous to a sweet, delicate tone. She knew her disguise as a man had been seen through. Her small hands clenched into dainty fists, aiming for Long Jian's head, but her arms were too short and only reached his biceps. "If you want me to let go, you'll have to tell me the truth." Long Jian let out a series of sly chuckles, his hand not retreating, but lingering. He was quite skilled in such matters, and his wives and concubines at home were always appreciative of his techniques. Yang Wan, still young and inexperienced, had never been subjected to such treatment. A flush crept up her fair cheeks, and even her ears turned a bright red. All right. They'll tell you everything. Please just stop and put me down. They'll confess it all." She finally conceded. Only then did Long Jian release his grip, and Yang Wan fell to the ground. Her wounds, aggravated by the violent struggle, bled even more profusely, staining a large part of her clothes crimson. Her lips were bloodless and pale, but her will remained strong. She opened her storage pouch and took out a bottle of pills. Yang Wan glanced at Long Jian and explained, "These are healing pills for my injuries." She seemed to be seeking his permission. "Go ahead." Long Jian nodded. With his approval, Yang Wan hastily uncorked the bottle, poured out a few crimson pills, and swallowed them. After a short while, her pale lips regained some color, and the sword wounds on her body began to slowly heal. The depleted spiritual energy within her was also replenished. Yang Wan let out a long sigh of relief, looking much better. Seeing her improved complexion, Long Jian immediately asked, "You claim to be a loose cultivator, so why are you wearing the robes of a spirit demon sect disciple? What's the meaning of this deception?" At his words, Yang Wan's expression changed. She thought to herself, he recognized my clothes are from the spirit demon sect. Could he be one of them? It seems all those from the spirit demon sect are birds of a feather, and they all deserve to die. She gritted her teeth, formed a hand seal, and the pale cyan spirit sword lying on the ground nearby flew into her hand with a whoosh. Long Jian's ears twitched slightly, clearly catching the sharp whistle of a spirit sword slicing through the air. Simultaneously, he saw Yang Wan's eyes bloodshot and brimming with murderous intent, as if his earlier words had ignited a deep-seated fury within her. Long Jian swiftly raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick straight into Yang Wan's stomach. With a heavy thud, her frail body was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing hard onto the ground. The kick, Yang Wan gritted her teeth fiercely, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her stomach throbbing with pain. Yet her eyes gleamed with excitement, for her spirit sword was about to pierce through Long Jian's heart from behind. Die, you beast of the demon spirit sect! Yang Wan gloated inwardly. However, in the next second she froze in place, staring ahead in disbelief. Where is he? How did he vanish? The spot where Long Jian had stood was now empty. Yang Wan scanned every corner within her sight, but there was no trace of him. She dared not be careless and refrained from recklessly extending her spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. She was convinced that Long Jian must be hiding behind a large tree or had used some kind of invisibility talisman. Yang Wan controlled her spirit sword to spin 360 degrees around her, ready to defend or attack at any moment. Are you looking for me? A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind her, accompanied by a puff of warm breath on the back of her neck. Die! Yang Wan executed a swift backflip, commanding her sword to thrust towards the source. But again she struck nothing but air. There was no one behind her. This eerie occurrence sent an involuntary tremor through Yang Wan's hands. Suppressing her fear, she bit her lower lip and forced herself to remain calm. You coward! Where are you? If you have the guts, come out and face me, heathen! Yang Wan shouted hoarsely. Meanwhile, Long Jian's dragon soul, silent as a fish, circled around her unseen. Long Jian gazed at this young cultivator disguised as a man. To him, she was like a plaything, a mere toy to be toyed with at his leisure. Killing her would be as easy as a thought, reducing her to ashes in an instant. But to kill her so swiftly would be a pity. This woman was intriguing. Her strong, stubborn character had piqued Long Jian, since he was headed to the demon-catching city anyway. Having an attendant might prove useful. Long Jian materialized, instantly appearing right before Yang Wan. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Wan's eyes turned icy cold. She drove her spirit sword straight at him with swift, fierce precision, refusing to give him any chance to talk. Long Jian sneered contemptuously. To him, Yang Wan's sword was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. The sluggish thrust couldn't even graze him. Take this. Yang Wan's lips curled up, a cruel glint flashing in her eyes. Mustering all her strength, her spirit sword erupted with a blinding light and shot towards Long Jian like an arrow from a bow. The sword's radiance tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Yang Wan took a deep breath, her focus absolute, convinced this strike would find its mark. Yet like her previous attempts, the spirit sword pierced only empty space where Long Jian had stood. Failed again. Yang Wan bit her lip in frustration. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared on a large tree ahead. Long Jian lounged casually on a thick branch, one hand propping up his chin, his long legs dangling and swinging leisurely. Hey, can't you be less violent? You're a girl after all. Long Jian looked at Yang Wan with a half smile. Yang Wan puffed out her cheeks in anger, her brows knitted tightly. So what if I'm a girl, eh? What's it to you? You let her go die? All of you from the demon spirit sect are beasts. Her teeth clenched, her fury nearly boiling over. Long Jian frowned slightly, sensing something was off. This woman seemed to have misunderstood something. Hey, I'm not from the demon spirit sect, he started to explain. Yang Wan was about to strike again, but paused, confused. Huh, you're not from the demon spirit sect. I have a grudge against them. Seeing you in that robe, I just asked casually. Long Jian spread his hands helplessly. Oh, I see. Then I must have misunderstood you. A flush crept up Yang Wan's face. She scratched the back of her head sheepishly and bowed in apology. But as she bowed, a thought struck her and her eyes widened. Wait, how can I just apologize to this lecher? He even touched my lower body. She snapped her head up, fury reigniting in her eyes. Drawing her sword and pointing it at Long Jian, she declared, whether you are from the demon spirit sect or not, I'll make you pay today. Oh, is that so? Make me pay. Long Jian suddenly laughed, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, with a whoosh of wind, Long Jian leaped from the branch's form, transforming into a long dragon midair. The dragon was pure white, with a mane cascading like a waterfall and golden eyes exuding an extraordinary majesty. He deliberately shrank his size to about 2 meters, mainly to avoid causing a spectacle as they were close to the territory. You're a demon. Yang Wan's eyes bulged. The moment she saw Long Jian's true form, she stumbled backward and fell to the ground, her face turning pale. Long Jian swished his long tail, swiftly gliding past Yang Wan, and executed a move called Dragon Claw Grasp, pressing his paw against her chest. The claw was covered in hard silver dragon scales. With a gentle press of his 5 sharp talons, Yang Wan felt a dull pain in her chest as his fingers sank deep into her soft bosom. So, what price am I to pay? Long Jian glanced sideways at Yang Wan, speaking in human tongue, his eyes brimming with mockery. With that, he extended his long, thick dragon tongue and slowly licked Yang Wan's cheek. Sticky dragon saliva instantly coated Yang Wan's face, causing her delicate features to scrunch up as tears welled in her eyes. The demon race and the human race had always been irreconcilable enemies. If the man before her were human, Yang Wan could have resorted to selling her body to survive. But facing a powerful demon, such tactics were utterly useless. Walk. Yang Wan finally burst into tears streaming down her face. If you're going to eat me, could you bite my head first? That way it won't hurt so much. Very well, since you've asked, I shall grant your wish. Long Jian exhaled hot breath, opened his gaping maw, and slowly advanced toward Yang Wan. Yang Wan trembled in terror at Long Jian's enormous mouth, squeezing her eyes shut. Her long lashes wet with tears clung to her eyelids as she dared not move. Just then a powerful consciousness suddenly invaded her mind. It shattered Yang Wan's fragile mental defenses and forcibly breached her thoughts. Yang Wan felt a searing pain explode within her skull. What kind of terrifying sorcery was this? Yang Wan thought in despair as her consciousness began to fade. After what seemed like an eternity, she vaguely caught the scent of roasting meat, the aroma surging into her nostrils and making her mouth water. Such fragrant roasted meat. Yang Wan licked her lips and opened her eyes. All around her was pitch black with a campfire crackling ahead. Beside the fire stood a roasted chicken sizzling with oil and exuding a tantalizing aroma. The spirit sword piercing the chicken was none other than Yang Wan's own. I'm still alive. Yang Wan touched her chest. She could see 5 claw marks across her collar, tearing her clothes and revealing the binding cloth beneath. Could a master have driven off that demon dragon and saved me? Yang Wan speculated in her mind. Yes. That must be it. Having figured it out, Yang Wan shouted into the dark forest. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Yang Wan will surely repay you. After calling out several times, she saw no response. She assumed the senior had left, noticing he had thoughtfully used her spirit sword to roast a plump chicken for her. The gluttonous Yang Wan trotted over, picked up the chicken impaled on the sword, and devoured it ravenously. Just as Yang Wan was feasting, a hand suddenly tapped her shoulder, and a man's voice sounded in her ear. Oh, you're in good spirits, aren't you? How's my roasted chicken? Up. Yang Wan was startled, her hand loosening, and the chicken fell to the ground along with the spirit sword. Long Jian caught it first, bringing it to his nose to savor the fragrant aroma, then taking a big bite. The tender juicy meat melted on the tongue, carrying a hint of wild sweetness. This was a demon chicken with beast blood, far more delicious than an ordinary one. Yang Wan recoiled in terror. You? Why are you still here? Of course I'm here. There was no senior who saved you. I simply didn't want to eat you. Long Jian swallowed the chicken and flashed Yang Wan a brilliant smile in the firelight. What exactly do you want? Stop toying with me. Kill me or cut me up, do as you please. I'm not one to fear death. Yang Wan fell into despair once more. Long Jian tore off a fragrant chicken leg and held it out to her. Don't worry, I won't kill you. From now on you are my servant. What do you mean? Yang Wan was still dazed. She certainly hadn't agreed to become this demon dragon's servant before losing consciousness. Staring at the fragrant chicken leg, Yang Wan dared not take it. Long Jian shoved it directly into her mouth. Take a look at the back of your right hand. Yang Wan let out a muffled whimper and turned her hand over, only to see a circular contract mark on her skin with a lifelike golden dragon carved at its center. She instantly understood what this meant. Some extremely evil cultivators would cast blood curses or marks upon other cultivators, forcibly enslaving them. In other words, she, a human, had been forcibly marked by a dragon and become its slave. Such a thing was utterly unheard of. It had always been demons becoming human slaves, never the other way around. It was a complete inversion of the natural order. In a panic, Yang Wan rubbed her right hand fiercely with her left, desperately, trying to wipe away the accursed mark. But the mark was like a living thing, appearing and disappearing on her skin until it finally merged into her flesh and was permanently fixed, impossible to remove. No, I refuse to be a demon's slave. Yang Wan gritted her teeth and stood up, attempting to snatch the spirit sword from Long Jian's hand. Long Jian extended a finger and tapped lightly. The mark on Yang Wan's hand suddenly emitted electric light, and a powerful current surged through her entire body. Oh! Yang Wan screamed, convulsing violently before crashing to the ground, smoke rising from her body and stars swirling before her eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. Long Jian seemed quite pleased with her reaction, his eyes gleaming with delight and mischief as he held a fragrant chicken leg between his teeth. Yang Wan lay sprawled on the ground, tears sliding from the corners of her eyes. She finally realized that this dragon before her was far beyond her ability to contend with. Her fate was now entirely in the hands of this dragon. The next morning at the city gate, 3 large characters were inscribed in a flamboyant style. Jiao City. A silver-haired man stood at the entrance, his arm draped over the shoulder of Yang Wan, whose clothes were disheveled and hair in a mess. A faint trace of weariness lingered on her face, as if she had just endured a sleepless night. What towering walls! Long Jian exclaimed in admiration at the sight of the massive fortifications. The 50-meter-high walls showcased the wisdom and craftsmanship of the human race. Long Jian noticed peculiar patterns etched into the bricks, speculating they might be protective formations. No wonder the demon race had established their own domain and sent their kind to study every aspect of human society. There must be profound reasoning behind it all. Though humans lacked the formidable physique of the demon race, they were the most intelligent of all beings, exceptionally clever and skilled at crafting anything. The magical artifacts they forged and the formations they devised were enough to bridge the natural gap between them and the demons. Senior Brother Long. To enter the city, each person must pay 10 spirit stones. Yang Wan's delicate fingers gently rubbed her silk storage pouch embroidered with pink peonies. Her long, slender eyelashes trembled slightly as she nervously looked up at Long Jian. She knew she was his slave now, and it was only proper for her to pay for her master. Forget it, your pockets are cleaner than your face. I'll cover this myself. Long Jian retrieved 20 faintly glowing spirit stones from his Chinquan pouch. loot he had taken from the disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect he had devoured. Yang Wan obediently lowered her head, her voice crisp and bell-like as she murmured, "Thank you, Senior Brother Long." She knew she couldn't call him master to avoid arousing suspicion. Long Jian handed the spirit stones to a city guard clad in silver armor, and together with Yang Wan he wove through the bustling crowd, successfully entering Zhuiyao City. Yang Wan's soft hand brushed against Long Jian's rough sleeve as she spoke in her clear bell-like voice. "Senior Brother Long, if you're looking for magical artifacts, the Wanfa Pavilion in the city is excellent. They should have all kinds of treasures you desire." She remembered that Long Jian had already told her the purpose of this trip yesterday. "No rush. Let's go there first." Long Jian's eyes brightened as he fixed his gaze on a shop by the street, with a sign reading Yujian Bathhouse. Yang Wan followed his gaze, and a delicate blush instantly spread across her cheeks. She had heard that this bathhouse allowed mixed bathing, catering to Taoist couples practicing dual cultivation, and it was quite famous in the city. Of course she had only heard about it. She had never been there. "Come on, let's take a bath. Your clothes are filthy, you look like a beggar." Long Jian taunted mercilessly, seizing Yang Wan's hand without a word and dragging her toward the bathhouse. "Hey, Senior Brother Long, wait a moment." Yang Wan's petite frame stumbled as Long Jian pulled her along. Steam filled the bathhouse, and Long Jian soaked comfortably in the hot water, arms stretched out and resting on the pool's edge. A thick mist rose from the water, making the place seem like a misty, ethereal wonderland. Yang Wan's small fair hands gently massaged Long Jian's shoulders. She asked softly, "Senior Brother Long, is my pressure all right? Put some strength into it, will you? Haven't you eaten?" Long Jian replied lazily with his eyes closed. She asked softly, "Senior Brother Long, is my pressure all right? Put some strength into it, will you? Haven't you eaten?" Long Jian replied lazily with his eyes closed. Her small hands kneaded his shoulders and back with increasing force, as if venting her pent-up discontent. Long Jian reveled in Yang Wan's service, saying cheerfully, "Not bad, that's the right amount of force now. But you're still lacking in technique." It was his first truly indulgent hot bath in over 2 years. Back in his little territory, all he did was eat, sleep, and play around. It got boring after a while. His visit to Zhuiyao City was partly just to pass the time. Long Jian remembered there were still some things he hadn't clarified, so he spoke up. "By the way, you mentioned earlier that you killed a disciple of the Yaoling sect and disguised yourself in his clothes. So you're not really from the Yaoling sect, are you?" Yang Wan's hands never stopped massaging as she quickly replied, "Yes, Senior Brother Long. That scoundrel of a Yaoling disciple tried to harass me, so I killed him and took his identity for safety." "Oh, I see. So do you want to kill me too now?" Long Jian narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with danger. "Of course I do." Yang Wan blurted out, then immediately realized her slip and hastily covered her mouth, quickly adding, No, I was just joking. How could I ever disrespect Senior Brother Long?" Long Jian, however, didn't seem angered. He merely snapped his fingers and commanded, "All right, stop the massage. You come in and soak too." "Huh." Yang Wan was wrapped in a thick bath towel, revealing only 2 snow-white arms. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly lifted her delicate foot and placed it into the warm water. Carefully she sat down and soaked beside Long Jian. Long Jian observed Yang Wan's smooth back with interest and placed both hands on her shoulders. His fingers began to press gently. "Watch and learn. When I first graduated and couldn't find a job, I worked at a bathhouse for a while." The sudden touch made Yang Wan nervous and afraid, but she dared not resist. She could only close her eyes tightly and silently endure the sensation of Long Jian's broad, powerful hands pressing against her smooth, delicate back, feeling the tingling numbness that came with each stroke. Outside the Jade Stream bathhouse, a woman with long flowing hair stood at the entrance, dressed in an ink-black gown. Her soft tresses drifted gently in the breeze. Yang Wan. As Long Jian stepped out of the bathhouse, his eyes brightened the instant he saw her. He walked up to her, scrutinizing her petite figure and delicate features before exclaiming dramatically, "Yang Wan, you look absolutely stunning in women's attire. Truly a beauty that could topple cities and nations." "Thank you," Yang Wan replied with polite courtesy. The two strolled down the bustling street where shops on every side peddled goods related to cultivators or materials from demonic beasts. Long Jian was currently troubled by a pressing dilemma. He had very few spirit stones left. With only a handful of low-grade stones in his pocket, he couldn't even afford a single meal. He had only managed to pay for the bathhouse earlier by pawning a fellow disciple's spirit sword from the 10,000 Swords sect as collateral, and the Millennium Ginseng Yang Wan had gifted him. He had devoured it whole last night. Relying on the ginseng's spiritual energy, he had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Long Jian looked at Yang Wan helplessly. "Junior sister, do you have any ideas for making quick money?" "Don't ask me. I'm broke myself. The Millennium Ginseng I worked so hard to gather was eaten by you." Yang Wan pouted, her face full of grievance. "TSK. Even a hero is stumped by a lack of cash." Long Jian rubbed his temples in agony, utterly conflicted. Just then Yang Wan tiptoed and leaned close to Long Jian's ear, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Senior Brother Long, why not peel off a few of your dragon scales and sell them? They should fetch a good price, right?" "Ouch!" Before she could finish, Long Jian delivered a swift flick to her forehead. Yang Wan clutched her brow with a yelp, her lips jutting out in protest. "Why did you flick me? I wasn't wrong." Long Jian shot her a glare. "Plotting against me now? Looks like you need a lesson." Yang Wan stuck out her tongue and made an adorable face. Her idea wasn't entirely without merit, though it carried an In the cultivation world, there was a saying, to possess jade is to invite blame. It meant that if you held a treasure of immense rarity, others would inevitably covet and try to seize it. If Yang Wan could obtain dragon scales, countless people would surely speculate and investigate how she came by such After all, dragons were among the rarest and mightiest beings in the cultivation realm. Every part of their body was worth it. Not to mention dragon scales. Even a small piece of dragon hide, or a lump of dragon dung, would drive countless cultivators into a frenzy of bloodshed. For safety's sake, it was better to find a legitimate and reliable way to earn money. Just then a large group of cultivators streamed past them in unison, all heading in the same direction. The cultivators chattered excitedly among themselves. The disciple recruitment assembly is about to begin. Which sect are you all aiming for? I'm definitely going to the 10,000 Swords sect. I'll join the beast taming sect. Riding a white tiger is my dream. Curious, Long Jian turned to Yang Wan and asked, what's this disciple recruitment assembly you mentioned? Is there a chance to make money? Yang Wan's eyes lit up as she quickly explained, the assembly is a grand event held regularly by the major sects to recruit new disciples. For wandering cultivators like us who haven't joined any sect, it's a golden opportunity. Not only can you formally enter a sect, but you also get access to resources and secret techniques. And there might even be rewards for participating. Alright, I've decided. Let's go to the assembly. Huh. Senior brother Long, are you serious? Yang Wan's eyes widened, hesitating. But you're a demon race member attending a human recruitment assembly was practical. The consequences would be catastrophic. Yang Wan shook her head and thought to herself, forget it, let him walk to his doom. What's it to me? If he dies, I'll be free of him and regain my freedom. Junior sister, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. The assembly is about to start. Long Jian gave her a nudge and pulled her forward. Yang Wan sighed and reluctantly followed him toward the assembly. Soon they arrived at the central plaza of Demon Catching City. The plaza was vast, dominated by a colossal humanoid stone statue at its center. Standing 100 meters tall, it was lifelike and imposing. Long Jian craned his neck to look. The statue was exquisitely carved. Sharp brows, piercing eyes, flowing robes, hands hanging at its sides, and a spirit sword strapped to its back. Who's this? Long Jian rubbed his chin, thinking he'd have one of these erected at home too. It was the ultimate flex. This statue commemorates the first city lord of Demon Catching City, Emperor Long Outyin. Yang Wan explained. When the demon race invaded the human realm, Long Outyin fought valiantly, earning great merit. He slew multiple demon kings and single-handedly drove back the demon army. Oh, Long Jian nodded in sudden realization. He didn't know much about the demon invasion, but the one he needed to rescue from his harem, Wu Yueyao, was a demon-elf hybrid. By now, cultivators from various sects had gathered around the plaza, their distinct attire making their cultivation styles evident at a glance. Sword cultivators, beast tamers, spell casters, body refiners, artifact refiners, alchemists. A true blossoming of 100 schools. Long Jian looked around with curiosity. Junior sister, which sect do you want to join? Yang Wan lifted her chin proudly. I'm going to learn the sword, of course. Only by mastering the way of the sword can I one day defeat any foe and roam the world unchallenged. Then he'll pick sword cultivation too. Yang Wan immediately shot him a look of disdain. Senior brother Long, do you think just anyone can learn the sword? It takes talent and aptitude. Long Jian, however, was unfazed. He raised his right hand, thumb pressed against his middle fingernail, ready to flick her forehead. No. I'm sorry, senior brother Long. Yang Wan quickly covered her forehead with both hands, begging for mercy. You are truly a dragon among men. You learn everything effortlessly. Mastering the sword is child's play for you. Now that's what I like to hear. Long Jian smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to pat her head like a pet. Say more nice things about me from now on. Afterward, their gazes turned together toward a tall platform at the center of the plaza. On the platform stood several pitch-black stone steels, each about twice a person's height. A long queue had already formed below, with aspiring disciples stepping up one by one to place their palms on the steel surface. A man carrying a spirit sword pressed his palm against the steel. A faint glow rippled across its surface, a sword mark materialized on the stone, and a resonant sword hum echoed from within. Wow, a sword hum! What incredible luck! The onlookers erupted in gasps of amazement, all eyes turning to the man in astonishment. It seemed that making the steel emit a sword hum was an extraordinary feat. Before the man could even step down from the platform, several disciples from sword cultivation sects approached him with invitations. Fellow Taoist, our 10,000 Swords sect excels at discovering talent. You are destined for greatness. Come with us to the 10,000 Swords sect. Fellow Taoist, join our limitless sword sect. Great benefits, and we even arrange for Tao companions. Long Jian widened his eyes, utterly bewildered as he looked at Yang Wan. What is this steel for? What did that sword hum mean? Yang Wan pursed her lips in a gentle smile and explained softly, this is the aptitude testing stele used to assess one's innate talent. As she spoke, she gracefully raised her arm, pointing to the various oddly shaped steels in the distance. You see that slightly whitish one over there? That's the Dharma steel for testing spellcaster aptitude. And that earthy yellow one is the martial steel for body cultivators. The one that just hummed is the sword stele for testing sword cultivator aptitude. A clear sword hum from the sword stele means you have an innate affinity with the way of the sword. Long Jian suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly. I see. So these steels have such a function. Amazing. So if it hums, I get a chance to join a sword sect. That's right, one hum qualifies you as an outer disciple, 2 as an inner disciple, and 3 as a core disciple. Yang Wan's ditzy little mind couldn't remember the rest, so she casually added, anyway, the more hums the better your aptitude. Long Jian's curiosity was piqued. So what's the maximum number of hums this sword steel can produce? Yang Wan raised her fair delicate hand, showing 9 fingers. I've heard it can hum up to 9 times. Legend has it that our city lord Long Outyin made the sword steel ring out 9 clear hums when he tested. Long Jian stared at her hand, his mind wandering elsewhere, thinking to himself that those hands would be perfect for other things. While he was lost in thought, several others stepped forward to touch the sword steel. Unfortunately, the moment their palms made contact, the steel merely emitted a faint pale glow without the anticipated sword hum. Disappointment was written all over their faces as they slunk away, dejectedly forced to abandon the path of the sword cultivator and check their aptitude at other steels instead. After all, in the world of cultivation, becoming a sword cultivator was the most powerful and awe-inspiring path one could take. What man doesn't yearn for the image of wielding a divine feeling? I can make the sword steel ring out 7 or 8 times. This is a piece of cake. I don't believe you. Yang Wan. Back when he practiced swordsmanship on Kunlun Mountain, his movements were fluid and graceful, effortlessly producing beautiful sword forms, as if he possessed an innate talent for the blade. He said to Yang Wan with unwavering confidence, I have a feeling I can make the sword steel ring out 7 or 8 times. This is a piece of cake. I don't believe you. Yang Wan shook her head vigorously like a rattling drum. No one has achieved 7 or 8 hums in thousands of years. She couldn't believe that a demon transformed into human form could possess an affinity for the sword. Just then a man in white robes approached Long Jian with a sneer. Haha, look at this guy boasting to the heavens that he can make the sword steel ring 7 or 8 times. I'd be surprised if you can even get one hum. His words drew the attention of the cultivators waiting in line, who turned to sneer and whisper among themselves, pointing at Long Jian. Long Jian turned his head slightly to look at the man. He had the refined appearance of a scholar, but his eyes were as cold and venomous as a snake's. Unfazed, Long Jian crossed his arms, a calm smile on his face, and retorted coldly, What beast is this barking over here? His arrogant tone directly comparing the man to an animal sent a chill through the onlookers who had been mocking him, their smiles stiffening. His words immediately sparked hushed whispers among the crowd. My God, he doesn't even know the Li family. That's the young master of the Li family. He might not make it out of demon-subduing city alive today. The people around him were all warning Long Jian that this was someone he shouldn't mess with. Li Yunhe, though still wearing a gentle smile, had clear fury burning in his eyes. His servant, adept at reading the room, strode forward and pointed a finger at Long Jian's nose. How dare you? A nobody like you insults our young master. Do you have any idea who he is? The servant was burly, exuding a powerful aura, his hands calloused, clearly a body cultivator. Yang Wan, like a startled kitten, instinctively clung to Long Jian's arm. Long Jian remained nonchalant, smiling as he said, I don't care who he is. All I see is a big barking dog with its dog of a servant yapping along. You're asking for death. The servant's face contorted with rage as he clenched his fists and lunged at Long Jian. Just as his fist was about to connect with Long Jian's face, the servant's expression twisted in agony. His legs gave way, and he let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his groin as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Long Jian had stealthily raised his right foot and delivered a precise kick to the servant's most vulnerable spot. He slowly lowered his leg, maintaining a calm and collected demeanor. Seeing his servant subdued with a single blow, Li Yun's face darkened as he cursed the man a fool. He sneered, refusing to back down. Just some childish groin-kicking tricks. Utterly pathetic. Long Jian ignored him, taking another large step forward with his right foot. Startled, Li Yunhe stumbled backward, instinctively shielding his own vital area with both hands. This panicked reaction immediately drew peals of laughter from the crowd. These people harbored deep resentment for the domineering young Master Li, but lacked the strength to confront him. Now seeing him in such a ridiculous state, they couldn't help but laugh at him. Li Yun's face turned ashen. He shook his sleeves in anger and strode purposefully towards the sword steely, completely disregarding his servant, who was still writhing on the ground. He knew that only by demonstrating overwhelming power could he silence these worthless fools. Hey, what do you think you're doing cutting in line? A man who was about to touch the sword steel was roughly shoved aside by Li Yunhe. Li Yunhe glared menacingly. He'll cut in line whenever I please. Who are you to complain? The man was pulled away by others whispering, Don't court death, he's the Li family's young master. The various sword sects watching from the sidelines remained silent. In their eyes, the world belonged to the strong, and what did a little queue-jumping matter? Li Yunhe didn't rush to touch the steel. Instead, he turned and looked down at Long Jian from his elevated position. He extended a finger pointing at Long Jian and said in a sharp voice, Boy, today I'll show you what a true sword prodigy looks like. With that, he slammed his palm onto the sword steel. Zing, 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 zing. 5 consecutive sword hums rang out, and the crowd below erupted in excitement. As his hand touched the sword monument, it emitted 5 crisp chimes, startling the surrounding crowd into sharp heavens. 5 chimes. A prodigy of the sword path unseen in a century. The elders of the sword sects wore expressions of astonishment, especially the elder from the 10,000 Swords sect, whose face beamed with smug satisfaction, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Li Yunhe also lifted his chin high, a smug smile spreading across his face. In truth, he had privately tested himself long ago, achieving a 5-chime rating which earned him a guaranteed place in the 10,000 Swords sect. And since that sect was an affiliate of Kunlun Sword Sect, a few years there would allow him direct entry into Kunlun. After all, Kunlun Sword Sect was the most powerful sword cultivation organization in the Hongming continent. This time Li Yunhe made a grand show of touching the monument solely to flaunt his prowess before the crowd, to savor one last moment of glory before leaving basking in the admiration and awe of the masses. After touching the monument, Li Yunhe spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and reveled in the gasps and murmurs around him. At that moment he felt like the ruler of this city, just like Long Outyin, who had founded it centuries ago. Below the stage, Yang Wan's cheeks puffed in anger, and she muttered, "This man is so annoying." She tugged at Long Jian's sleeve and pleaded, "Didn't you say you could make the monument ring 7 or 8 times? Go up and challenge him, and put that arrogant fool in his place." Long Jian patted her head affectionately, and said, "Be good, wait for me here." Yang Wan quickly shielded her head, "Don't pat my head. Mother said it makes you dumber." As her words faded, Long Jian's figure unfurled, leaping into the air, his toes lightly brushing the heads of the crowd below as he darted toward the high platform, like a swallow skimming water. "Ouch! Who stepped on my head?" Easy, easy." The crowd below erupted in cries of surprise and complaint. From behind the platform, the elders and disciples of various sects fixed their gazes on Long Jian, inwardly marveling at his audacity. Among them, a graceful figure in white robes narrowed her eyes, sharply locking onto Long Jian. Her vermilion lips parted beneath the sheer veil. "It's him. Why is he here?" A disciple of the demon spirit sect beside by Yubing whispered, "This year the sword sects are truly fortunate to encounter such a 5-chime prodigy." Another disciple rolled his eyes, "Worry about our own sect first. We've only recruited one disciple with a superior fire spirit root. It's quite pitiful." At that moment, Long Jian had already landed on the high platform, casting a cold gaze at Li Yunhe, who was still lost in his smug reverie. His silver hair fluttered gently in the wind, exuding an air of pride and unruliness. He spoke bluntly, "Hey, move aside. I want to touch the monument." His voice was low yet carried an irresistible force. Hearing this, Li Yunhe snapped his eyes open and warily glanced at Long Jian only, then noticing the silver-haired man, who had mocked him earlier, now standing beside him. Li Yunhe frowned abruptly, a trace of his earlier smug smile still lingering on his lips. "Kid, there's nothing to touch. No matter how you try, you can't outdo a genius like me." He then raised his chin arrogantly. "Heh." Long Jian let out a cold, contemptuous laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. "A mere 5 chimes. In my eyes, it's worse than nothing." Such audacious words made the crowd below gasp, exchanging uneasy glances. "Is this guy too arrogant? I don't recognize him. Never seen him before. Could he be the young master of some great family?" Even the sect elders and disciples hosting the apprenticeship ceremony furrowed their brows, wearing expressions of shock and confusion. Clearly they had no idea who this arrogant silver-haired man was. His claim that 5 chimes were worse than nothing was so haughty that no one could believe their ears. The elder of the 10,000 Swords sect, upon hearing Long Jian's bold words, flashed a cold gleam in his eyes, for Li Yunhe was their sect's designated disciple. To say 5 chimes were worse than nothing was a public insult to the 10,000 Swords sect. Li Yunhe, provoked by Long Jian's words, widened his eyes and said slowly, "Kid, don't be so cocky. Since you're so confident, how about a bet?" "A bet?" Long Jian's eyes glinted with sharp light, a crooked smile forming on his lips. "I like it. What's the wager?" Li Yunhe was taken aback, never expecting the young man to accept so readily, nor to appear so relaxed, as if victory were already assured. A flicker of fear rose in Li Yun's heart, but he quickly steadied himself. He looked Long Jian up and down, noting his plain attire. He couldn't even afford a decent defensive spirit robe. He appeared to be in his early 20s, 5 or 6 years older than Li Yunhe, and his cultivation aura was at the foundation establishment stage, just like Li Yun's. Li Yunhe reasoned if this fellow truly possessed a rating beyond 5 chimes, he would have been scouted by a major sect and taken away in his teens. How could he wait until his 20s to test his aptitude? With that thought, a smug smile crept back onto Li Yun's face, and he declared solemnly, "The loser must publicly eat a pile of gong boar dung." The mere mention of the wager made the crowd queasy. The gong boar was the lowest tier of demonic beast, filthy and foul-smelling, kept in the city solely to clean up garbage. Long Jian remained utterly unfazed, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "Fine. Deal. But don't you dare back out when the time comes." He looked Li Yunhe up and down, a hint of approval flickering in his gaze. This wager was indeed audacious. With no fewer than 10,000 spectators watching, if Li Yunhe actually had to eat dung in public, he would never dare show his face in this city again. But Long Jian was absolutely confident in himself. The moment he stepped onto the platform, he could clearly sense the sword monument emanating a friendly aura toward him. It was like a puppy joyfully barking and rolling over to show its belly when its master returns, craving a gentle pat. Li Yunhe smiled arrogantly and lifted his chin. "Nonsense. Everyone in this demon-catching city knows me. How could I possibly go back on my word? I don't know you." Long Jian sneered, disdain flickering in his eyes. "Who knows if you have a perverse obsession with eating dung in public?" "You." Li Yun's face turned pale with rage at Long Jian's sharp retort. Just then, an elderly man with silver hair, clad in a white Taoist robe, stepped forward slowly. He was Yuzonghai, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Swords sect. "Young friend, I am Yuzonghai, Grand Elder of the 10,000 Swords sect. Li Yunhe is a disciple of our sect. Since you doubt his word, I shall serve as the witness. How about that?" Yu Songhai nodded slightly, his tone amiable, yet resolute. The 10,000 Swords sect held considerable prestige in the demon-catching city, being one of the strongest sects. Thus most cultivators in the city recognized the sect, and Li Yunhe was one of their disciples. Therefore Yu Songhai was well suited to act as the witness. Seeing his grand elder step forward on his behalf, Li Yun's smile widened, and he looked at Long Jian with triumph. Kid, now you believe me, right? Go on, touch the monument. I'm curious to see how many chimes a useless fellow like you can produce. Upon hearing the words Wan Jian sect, a scene flashed through Long Jian's mind. The man he had previously defeated, who claimed to be a disciple of the Wan Jian sect. Since this Li Yunhe also came from the Wan Jian sect, it would be perfect to humiliate them thoroughly. Long Jian quickly made up his mind, and raised his head, saying, since the grand elder of the Wan Jian sect has personally come to vouch for you, I naturally have to give you a bit of face. Let you enjoy a feast. Li Yun's face turned pale again at Long Jian's words, trembling all over as he gritted his teeth, and said, you scoundrel, I will kill you. Step back. Yu Songhai shouted, his voice booming like thunder, instantly silencing Li Yunhe, who retreated obediently behind Yu Songhai, like a toothless tiger. Yu Kanghai's eyes glowed like torches as he stared at Long Jian half threateningly, stating, young man, do not be arrogant. Otherwise you will suffer greatly. His voice was deafening, causing Long Jian's eardrums to ache. At the same time, Yu Songhai secretly gathered his internal power, releasing an immense pressure that instantly enveloped. Long Jian felt as if a heavy mountain suddenly pressed down on him, suffocating him. A creaking sound filled the air as Long Jian's entire body trembled, with his internal organs twisting in pain. His blood surged towards his head, and with a poof he stumbled and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yang Wan, watching from below, was filled with worry as she saw Long Jian spit blood. She shouted at Yu Songhai on the high platform, you old man bullying the younger generation, how shameless. Upon hearing this, Yu Songhai felt a bit embarrassed and turned his head, blushing upon realizing it was a beautiful young girl scolding him. Long Jian finally exhaled deeply, clutching his chest as he slowly stood upright, his face showing little anger, only a hint of a cruel smile at the corners of his mouth. He extended his tongue, slowly licking the blood from the corner of his lips, then swallowed it, the metallic taste exploding on his. He silently thought, Wan Jian sect, you will eventually pay a painful price for your actions today. The discerning people present could all see that it was Yu Songhai who secretly released the pressure, causing Long Jian to be injured and spit blood. However, the elders and disciples of other sects pretended not to see, smiling and chatting, appearing very righteous. After all, no one would offend the powerful Wan Jian sect for an insignificant junior, unless this junior could exhibit astonishing talent and strength. The cultivators watching below, though extremely displeased with the Wan Jian sect's actions, did not voice any opinions. In the world of cultivation, the more indifferent one is, the greater the chance of survival. Yu Songhai coldly said, arrogant brat, hurry and measure your aptitude, let me see your abilities. Long Jian remained expressionless. He slowly walked to the sword, steely keeping about an arm's distance from it. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand and slowly pressed it against the icy surface of the sword steel. At this moment, everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixated on the sword, steely fearing they might miss any detail. The not-so-tall Yang Wan even nervously stood on her tiptoes, not understanding why she felt such worry for this cold-hearted bad dragon. At this very moment, the first sound of the sword rang out, zhong. A clear and powerful sound echoed in the square. Wow. The first strike rang out. This person must have a talent connected to the sword way. A chorus of exclamations arose from below. Humph, just one sound, I could make it ring twice? What's so great about that? Others scoffed dismissively. Reactions among the crowd varied, with some expressing admiration, while others showed disdain. Yet everyone's attention remained focused on the silver-haired young man and the sword steel. They held their breath, eager to see just how talented this young man was. Following closely, the second sound of the sword rang out, zhong. The third, fourth, and fifth sounds followed, each ringing out brightly, the power undiminished. The crowd's gazes shifted from initial disdain to astonishment and admiration. The expressions of Li Yunhe and Yu Songhai grew darker as they exchanged fearful and anxious glances with each other. Especially Li Yunhe, recalling the earlier bet, silently prayed, please don't let it ring again, please don't let there be a sixth sound. His hands clenched tightly, cold sweat flowing as he fixated on the sword steel and Long Jian's every move. Long Jian turned his head and gave Li Yunhe a meaningful smile. Are you ready with the bowls and chopsticks? Just then the sixth sound of the sword rang out, striking loudly in everyone's ears. Heavens, the sixth ring. It's been 500 years of this, is the first person in 500 years to make the sword steel ring for the sixth time. He is undoubtedly a peerless genius, a reincarnation of the sword god. Yang Wan excitedly clenched her small fists, jumping up and cheering loudly. I knew senior brother Long was the strongest. Her enthusiastic behavior immediately attracted the attention and whispers of those around her. Yang Wan realized this and felt her face flush, quickly quieting down, yet she felt inexplicably ashamed. Why am I so happy and excited for that bad dragon? Apart from the people of the Wan Jian sect, the elders from other major sword cultivation sects all extended invitations to Long Jian to become their disciple. This young friend we are destined to meet, why not join our Wuji Shinzo? I will take you as my direct disciple. You old scoundrel, don't steal my person. Some elders even began to argue loudly over the opportunity to recruit this extraordinary genius Long Jian. Yu Kanghai's face also turned extremely ugly. He never expected Long Jian to be a six-sound prodigy. Had he known, he would never have provoked this youth. He glared fiercely at Li Yunhe beside him. Even Yu Songhai widened his eyes, stuttering this. This is the seventh sound. The rarity of the seventh sound was unparalleled to the sixth, a truly ancient millennium prodigy. For someone who could make the sword steel, his gaze remained focused on the sword steel before him, for he could feel that his potential was far from limited. Just at that moment, zhong. The seventh crisp sound of the sword rang out. The moment the sword sound echoed, everyone present was left speechless, their mouths opening and closing soundlessly. Even Yu Songhai widened his eyes, stuttering this. This is the seventh sound. The rarity of the seventh sound was unparalleled to the sixth, a truly ancient millennium prodigy. For someone who could make the sword steel emit the seventh sound, it indicated that they possessed a natural sword heart. Those with a sword heart could cultivate any sword technique several times faster than ordinary people, making it almost effortless without any obstacles in their training. Long Jian was undoubtedly the greatest genius among sword cultivators. Thus Yu Songhai, putting aside his pride, spoke earnestly to Long Jian, young friend, I truly underestimated you, my apologies. Please consider joining our Wanjian sect. As long as you enter, we will devote all our resources to nurture you. At that time, I will recommend you to the main sect of our Wanjian sect, the Kunlun Sword Sect, and you will be under the tutelage of the elders of the Kunlun Sword Sect. Your future is guaranteed to be bright and full of promise. It turns out that the Wanjian sect was merely a small sect affiliated with the Kunlun Sword Sect. On the Hongming continent, various major sects set up numerous affiliated sects to draw in more talent and resources. The leaders of these affiliated sects were also core members sent down from the main sect. If an affiliated sect could discover a treasure or a genius, the main sect would reward them handsomely. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation for both the main and affiliated sects. This was also why, after the death of Gu Daozu from the Yaoling sect, Bai Yubing from the Four Holy Palaces was sent down to act as the acting leader to revive this affiliated sect. Watching from the back, Bai Yubing was utterly shocked by Long Jian's performance. Previously, she had mistakenly thought Long Jian was a higher-level cultivator stronger than herself. But this testing of aptitude revealed that Long Jian had not disguised his aura. He was indeed a foundation establishment cultivator. If he was currently at the foundation establishment stage, then the Long Jian she had seen a few months ago was just an ordinary mortal. For a mortal to grow to the foundation establishment stage in just half a year, even by Yubing's standards as a Dongshu stage expert, it was astonishing. Because even she herself took over a year to advance to the foundation establishment stage, starting cultivation at 6 years old, aided by various spirit-gathering formations and elixirs. Long Jian's cultivation speed was even faster. She couldn't help but wonder how Long Jian achieved this. You are unworthy. Long Jian refused Yu Kanghai's invitation outright in front of tens of thousands of onlookers. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the 10,000 Swords sect. You insolent wretch. Don't think being able to make it ring 7 times makes you so special. Our 10,000 Swords sect's invitation is an honor for you. Li Yunhe angrily pointed at Long Jian's nose and cursed. But Yu Songhai showed no anger at all. Instead, he slapped Li Yunhe across the face. How dare you speak out of turn here? He then looked back at Long Jian with a beaming smile. Young friend, please reconsider. Our 10,000 Swords sect strength in this region is quite formidable. Li Yunhe, having been slapped, stood aside, looking utterly wronged. Long Jian remained silent because another sword cry rang out. Zheng. What? The 8th ring. Yu Songhai stumbled back a few steps, as if struck by lightning. A prodigy with 8 rings, if brought under the banner of the 10,000 Swords sect, would bring immeasurable rewards from the Kunlun Sword sect. And he had foolishly agreed to be a witness for a waste like Li Yunhe. It was like lifting a rock to drop it on his own feet. At this thought, Yu Songhai wished he could skin Li Yunhe alive. A mere 5 rings couldn't possibly compare to a super prodigy with 8 rings. Wow. The astonished expressions of the crowd below froze on their faces, lips slightly parted, eyes wide, as if their breathing had stopped. Yang Wan let out a soft gasp, her pupils contracting in shock. Oh heavens. She murmured, her voice trembling slightly. He has 8 rings. This means his aptitude and talent are only slightly inferior to Long Aotian's. Yang Wan recalled the legendary Long Aotian from millennia past, who had reached the cultivation height of the tribulation transcendent stage. Unfortunately, during the Great War against the demon race, although he slew several demon kings, he was severely wounded. Later, through the joint efforts of the human and demon beast races, the demons were finally driven out of the Hongming continent. But Long Aotian ultimately couldn't survive the heavenly tribulation of ascension, turning to ashes under its thumb. Lost in these thoughts, Yang Wan couldn't help but cover her mouth, nearly blurting out, he isn't a. At this moment, Bai Yubing was deeply moved. 8 rings meant this young man was fully qualified to join the 4 sacred halls. Such a top-tier genius naturally. Moreover, Bai Yubing herself, as a sword cultivator, had once made the sword steel ring 8 times. She knew very well how rare people with such talent were. Everyone, this person is now claimed by our demon spirit sect. Bai Yubing's cold, clear voice echoed across the square. Aren't you all spell cultivators? Why are you trying to steal people from us sword sects? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Exactly. Isn't your demon spirit sect just a trash sect specializing in hunting demon beasts? Over there, this kid's talent would only be buried. Another sword cultivator roared. Bai Yubing's finger flicked gently, and a dazzling light flashed from her spirit ring. A pristine white token shot out from the ring, hovering in midair. Immediately after, a lifelike white tiger phantom materialized. Its majestic aura pressed down on the tens of thousands in the square, their knees involuntarily weakening, submitting to the presence of this sacred beast. The elders of the sword sect who had been mocking Bai Yubing moments ago now felt their guts turn green with regret. They recognized the token in her hand. It was the emblem of the four sacred halls. She's actually from the four sacred halls. So the demon spirit sect is an affiliated sect of the four sacred halls. In reality, many affiliated sects kept a low profile, never revealing their parent sect unless absolutely necessary, because doing so often attracted the attention and targeting of enemies. Now everyone finally realized that this woman in white came from the mysterious and immensely powerful four sacred halls. Thus everyone immediately abandoned any thought of competing for this peerless prodigy. Even the renowned Kunlun sword sect was nothing but a younger brother before the four sacred halls. The four sacred halls had always been mysterious and low-key, but it was rumored that all four hall masters had reached the tribulation transcendent stage, their strength unfathomable. Are you willing to join our four sacred halls? Bai Yubing retrieved the token from the air, and the white tiger phantom Long Jian's hand still rested on the sword steel. He turned his head to look at Bai Yubing, seeing that she still wore that sheer veil revealing nothing but her eyes and brows. If you want me to join, it's not impossible. Take off that veil, and let me see your face, Long Jian suddenly spoke. Bai Yubing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. She absolutely despised this kind of frivolous and presumptuous person. It was precisely to avoid harassment that she chose to wear a veil to conceal her beauty. Several disciples of the demon spirit sect beside her immediately shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you presume to look upon our saint's face?" These people hadn't been with Bai Yubing in the 10,000 demon mountains, so they didn't recognize Long Jian. "Because I can make it ring once more," Long Jian declared proudly. As his words fell, the sword steel echoed again, the ninth ring. This? Bai Yubing took a soft breath, her red lips parting slightly beneath the veil, revealing a shocked expression. 9 rings meant that this white-haired cultivator, given time, would surely step into the tribulation transcendent stage, and might even ascend to the upper realm one day. This signified he was fully qualified to become the master of one of the four sacred halls. After all, since the demon invasion, the entire Hongming continent had never seen anyone achieve 9 rings. Even the current hall masters of the four sacred halls couldn't figure out why. They could only speculate that the demons had done something that severely reduced the overall spiritual energy concentration of the Hongming continent, thus lowering the probability of geniuses emerging. Bai Yubing understood that she couldn't let her own personal feelings get in the way of this young man joining. Allowing such a 9-ring prodigy into the halls would surely make him a candidate for hall master in the future. So she softened her tone and somewhat reluctantly said to Long Jian, "I agree to your request. Join our four sacred halls." Long Jian, however, raised his chin arrogantly with the air of a sovereign surveying the world. "Too late. Had you agreed earlier, I would have joined. You silly dragon, how could you refuse the four sacred halls?" Yang Wan muttered, utterly baffled by Long Jian's actions. Joining the four sacred halls was a tremendous honor and opportunity for anyone. Long Jian's refusal made him a complete fool. Hearing Long Jian's words, Bai Yubing's previous warmth vanished, instantly replaced by an icy demeanor. "What do you mean? Are you implying our four sacred halls isn't good enough for you?" Long Jian laughed heartily 3 times. Everyone listened to the sword's cry. The crowd was still puzzled by Long Jian's words, "Listen to the sword's cry," wondering what he meant. The sword steel had always had a maximum of 9 rings, so how could there be a so-called sword's cry? Just as they were confused, a shocking sound suddenly rang out. Zheng, a crisp clanging sword cry. The very sword steel testing aptitudes split open in response. An imperceptible aura took the opportunity to flow through Long Jian's palm and merge into his body. What? 10 rings. The sword steel truly has 10 rings. Everyone seemed struck by lightning, once again stunned into speechlessness. This time, even Bai Yubing was dumbfounded. She had never heard of the legendary 10th ring on the sword steel. Long Jian calmly withdrew his hand, looking up at the stone statue of Long Outyin beside the square. The reason he had said, "Listen to the sword's cry," was because he had distinctly heard a man's voice whisper in his ear. "How many years has it been? Finally someone with 9 rings has appeared. I shall pass my legacy to you, and help you achieve the 10th ring as well." And that voice claimed to be Long Outyin. Long Jian felt a surge of energy entering his body. It was not an external infusion of power, but a small golden sword condensed from a wisp of true essence. It pierced straight into his dantian, circled there a few times, and finally merged with his sword heart. Then a sword manual surfaced in Long Jian's mind. One sword, a name simple and brutal. Long Jian rejoiced, inwardly certain this was the peerless sword art left behind by the legendary Long Outyin. At this moment, Li Yunhe, knowing defeat was inevitable, tried to sneak away. Long Jian barked, "Li Yunhe, where do you think you're running? Get over here." The witness Yu Songhai understood that the silver-haired youth before him was a great figure. His 10,000 sword sect could not contain, destined to become a supreme expert. Seeking to curry favor with this future powerhouse, he grabbed Li Yunhe by the collar and kicked him in the back of the knee. "Up!" Li Yunhe cried out in agony, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees. "You wretched disciple, you lose, and still try to run. Prepare to fulfill your bet." Yu Songhai roared, striking a righteous pose of one who would sacrifice even a kin for justice. Li Yunhe broke out in a cold sweat. If he actually had to eat excrement, his reputation would be ruined forever. The Li family's standing in demon catching city would also plummet. His old man would skin him alive. Li Yunhe hastily kowtowed and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Please have mercy. Spare me. A cold smirk hung on Long Jian's face. He had no vulgar taste for watching others eat filth. His purpose in attending this apprenticeship ceremony was also to make some money. He had just acted too arrogantly by rejecting all the major sects, which was fine, but his money-making scheme couldn't be delayed. How many spirit stones do you have in your storage ring? Long Jian asked directly. Li Yunhe, his forehead bruised from kowtowing, immediately understood Long Jian's intention. Settle it with money. For their Li family, money was the least of their worries. Li Yunhe hastily took off his storage ring. Everything inside adds up to about 2 spirit stones. If that's not enough, I can go home and get more. Long Jian raised an eyebrow. 2 spirit stones was enough for him to purchase some formation-breaking artifacts and treasures to conceal his aura. He directly took the storage ring from Li Yun's hand and slipped it onto his own index finger. The ring was a bit loose, but the moment it was on, it automatically shrank to fit perfectly against Long Jian's finger. This was clearly a top-tier storage ring. Ordinary ones wouldn't have such a function. Long Jian probed it, and found it indeed contained pills, talismans, and a large quantity of spirit stones. Since you've paid, I'll let you off this time. Now get lost, Long Jian said. Scram. Stop making a spectacle of yourself here. Yu Songhai chimed in, kicking Li Yunhe in the rear. He then clasped his fists and smiled at Long Jian. Young friend, I shall take my leave now. Long Jian ignored Yu Songhai, thinking to himself that he had shown off enough, obtained Long Aoshan's inheritance, and secured the spirit stones. This expedition had killed 3 birds with 1 stone. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Long Jian's mouth as he revealed a smug grin, preparing to descend from the platform to meet Yang Wan waiting below. Just then a blinding white light suddenly erupted from Long Jian's body. A wave of commotion washed over the crowd below. Whoa, where did that 10-ring peerless prodigy disappear to? Where's senior brother Long? Yang Wan's face turned pale with anxiety as she scanned around for Long Jian, but found nothing. At that moment, an ethereal, melodious female voice echoed across the entire square. This person has been taken away by our 4 sacred halls. As the voice faded, the restless crowd fell into absolute silence. Everyone was stunned into muteness. It was only natural. He was taken by the 4 sacred halls, for Long Jian's words earlier had been far too arrogant. He had even turned them away. Although Long Jian's talent far surpassed Long Aoshan's, and he was destined to become a great power in the future, that did not mean he could look down upon the 4 sacred halls. At this moment, everyone inwardly envied Long Jian's formidable talent and ability. Only Yang Wan stood alone in the crowd, her face a picture of confusion and helplessness. She was still bound to Long Jian by servitude. Now that he had been taken away by the 4 sacred halls, what was she to do? How did I end up here all of a sudden? Long Jian looked around the unfamiliar room with surprise. The room was simply furnished with an ornate dressing table holding a bronze mirror. There was also a soft, comfortable pure wood daybed, and an exquisite pearwood wardrobe that exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. The most eye-catching feature was a pot of vibrant flowers placed on the table. This decor was clearly that of a woman's boudoir. Puzzled, Long Jian walked to the window, drew back the sheer curtain, and pushed it open to see the view outside. However, the sight before him left him stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Outside the window was a sheer drop of thousands of feet, with an endless sea of clouds below. It turned out this house was built atop a steep towering peak in an extremely perilous position. Long Jian quickly closed the window and prepared to leave. But the moment he pushed the door open, he suddenly felt a powerful restrictive force firmly blocking his path. With a soft hum, white luminous barriers materialized on all 4 walls of the room, and on these barriers several majestic, white tiger patterns roamed freely, lifelike in their depiction. This reminded him of that woman by Yubing. The 4 sacred halls token she had thrown earlier had projected the phantom image. It seemed this room was indeed closely connected to Bai Yubing. Long Jian thought to himself that Bai Yubing must have a hidden secret for teleporting him into her boudoir. After all, Bai Yubing didn't seem like the murderous type. If she truly wanted him dead, she could have just struck him down directly earlier without going through all this trouble. So Long Jian decided not to rush off. The restrictions in this room were nothing to his dragon soul form. He was more curious to see what trick Bai Yubing was trying to pull. He then sat down on the chair, patiently waiting for Bai Yubing's arrival. At that moment, Long Jian's attention was drawn to the pot of flowers on the table. Oh, why do these flowers look so familiar? Long Jian picked up the flower pot, examining the vibrant bloom from all angles. It was in fact the very flower Bai Yubing had sent her disciples to pick from the Deadwater Swamp. Back when Long Jian was undergoing his tribulation, his dragon blood had splashed onto it, causing the flower to absorb powerful draconic energy. Looks like something good. Let's just eat it and see. Long Jian failed to recognize it as the flower from the Deadwater Swamp. He directly plucked the flower and shoved it into his mouth, chewing heartily. The dense draconic energy within the flower was instantly absorbed and integrated into his body. Long Jian felt his blood surging with power, his strength swelling. Having just stepped into the foundation establishment stage, his realm had been somewhat unstable, but now he felt his entire being filled with strength, his foundation solidified and elevated. Damn, something this good just left lying casually on the table. Long Jian muttered to himself, still savoring the flower's sweetness in his mouth. Just then the space within the room suddenly rippled. Before Long Jian could react, his vision went black and his entire body collapsed heavily onto the floor. Then he felt something sit down on his chest and a soft mass press against his face. The sensation was incredibly MMPH. What is this? Long Jian, struggling to breathe under the weight, bit down. A coquettish moan sounded and the soft mask covering his face vanished in an instant. Long Jian's vision was restored. When he saw the scene before him clearly, even he, a seasoned veteran, nearly lost his You. Long Jian's eyes widened in shock. Bai Yubing, who had been bitten, hastily rose to her feet, her heart a whirlwind of shame and indignation. You lecherous fiend. Die. Bai Yubing's brows knitted tightly as she clutched her chest, her long eyelashes trembling. She viciously lifted her right foot and kicked towards Long Jian's chest. A resounding boom echoed as Long Jian violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting to its nadir. Having only recently established his foundation, how could he possibly withstand a kick from Bai Yubing, a peerless expert at the integration stage? The sprayed mist of blood was deflected by a barrier of spiritual energy she conjured. Seeing Long Jian on the brink of death, a flicker of regret shot the spirit pill inside. Almost immediately his ravaged. This was a monstrous prodigy of the 10 Rings, one destined to become a hall master of the 4 sacred halls. If she had kicked him to death, the hall master would surely hold her accountable, and severe punishment would be unavoidable. The thought sent a chill through her, and her expression shifted. Hastily she retrieved a blood-reversing rebirth pill from her storage ring. With a soft pop, she opened Long Jian's mouth and shot the spirit pill inside. Almost immediately his ravaged chest began to swell, rapidly nourished by the pill's power. His previously sunken ribs returned to their normal position, flesh and skin regenerated at a dizzying speed, and his aura gradually strengthened. Bai Yubing breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she had given him the pill in time, or he truly would have been a goner. Cough, cough. Long Jian coughed twice, slowly getting to his feet. He glared at Bai Yubing, his voice laced with fury. Is this how the 4 sacred halls treat people? I have no quarrel with you, yet you forcibly teleported me here and kicked me with such force. What is your intention? Bai Yubing was rendered speechless by the righteous accusation, her face flushing with embarrassment. She nervously wrung her fingers, her beautiful eyes darting away, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Bai Yubing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the table nearby. The flower pot, which had held a beautiful blooming flower, now contained only a broken stem. The flower itself was gone. What did you do to my flower? Bai Yubing's voice turned icy cold in an instant, a sharp light flashing in her eyes as she demanded urgently. Now it was Long Jian's turn to feel guilty. He was not one for lying, so he said directly, I ate it. Tell me, how much was it? He'll pay you back. In Long Jian's view, it was merely a somewhat precious spirit herb. But Bai Yubing remained silent, her pale eyes fixed intently on the flower pot, her gaze as sharp as a blade. She picked up the flower pot as if trying to revive the plant. Gently she placed her right hand over the remaining stem and slowly channeled her true chi into it. To her utter astonishment, the stem upon contact with her true chi rapidly withered and died, losing all vitality completely. Whoa, that's not on me. Your true chi is poisonous, you killed the flower yourself. Long Jian remarked, staring in disbelief. Can you not speak? Bai Yubing was livid, her eyes colder than ever before. She abruptly stored the flower pot back into her storage ring, as if harboring some other plan. Simultaneously, an intangible chill and murderous intent radiated from Bai Yubing, piercing Long Jian's entire body like countless silver needles. Long Jian swallowed hard, thinking it best to avoid provoking this woman. Her chest was indeed soft and fragrant, and the memory of its taste lingered, but survival came first. He quickly changed the subject. Why did you teleport me here in the first place? Bai Yubing took a deep breath, forcing down the anger in her heart. She began with introductions. We'll discuss that later. We haven't formally met. I am Bai Yubing, Holy Maiden of the 4 Sacred Halls, and acting sect master of the Demon Spirit sect. My name is Long Jian, you can call me Brother Long. Long Jian said, utterly shameless. Bai Yubing seemed not to hear his last comment, continuing. I hope you will consider joining our 4 Sacred Halls. With your talent, and our resources, ascending to the upper realm is well within reach. Thank you for the offer, but I must decline. Long Jian feigned profundity, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. He had the inheritance of Long Outyin. He had no need for the 4 Sacred Halls. Besides, he had just swindled a considerable sum from Li Yunhe. While joining a sect offered many benefits, human sects were bound by too many trivial rules and formalities. Especially a grand sect like the 4 Sacred Halls, where leaving was not an option once you joined. He wouldn't even be able to return home easily. And he had 5 beautiful wives waiting for him back there. Bai Yubing was exasperated, unable to fathom why this man refused to join the 4 Sacred Halls. The 4 Sacred Halls possessed the most abundant resources, a vast array of top-tier treasures, and the most powerful cultivation techniques available. Countless people outside would beg and cry for the chance to join, yet this man refused outright. It was truly baffling. Bai Yubing pressed on. Is there an unfulfilled wish? Or perhaps a revenge you seek? If you join the 4 Sacred Halls, I can help you achieve it. Long Jian hesitated, not expecting Bai Yubing to be so persistent. He needed to think of a wish that Bai Yubing couldn't possibly fulfill. Suddenly a wicked plan formed in his mind. A lewd smile crept onto Long Jian's face. Any wish? Seeing his smile, Bai Yubing involuntarily bit her lower lip, a flicker of hesitation passing through her beautiful eyes. Still she softly uttered a single word, yes. A resolute look appeared in her eyes, as if she had made some firm decision. She couldn't for her own selfish reasons abandon the interests of the 4 Sacred Halls. This man before her was a treasure, and whether his morals were corrupt or not was irrelevant. On this Hongming continent, strength reigned supreme. Alright, since you said so, don't regret it. Long Jian's lips curled upwards, his eyes filled with a lecherous glint. Bai Yubing furrowed her delicate brows, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, I never go back on my word. State your request, and I shall fulfill it. First get me a bottle that can hold gas, preferably one that can be sealed airtight. Long Jian, after a moment's thought, made his first request. Bai Yubing was momentarily stunned, puzzled by his need for such an item, but she nodded anyway. She rummaged through her storage ring and produced a crystal-clear jade bottle. It stood about 20 centimeters tall with a narrow neck and a smooth round body. Will this do? The internal space of this bottle can hold up to 10 liters. Long Jian took the jade bottle, his eyes lighting up with satisfaction. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Now wait outside for me, and no peeking. Though she was confused, Bai Yubing nodded in her determination to keep Long Jian, pushed open the door, and stepped out, easily passing through the room's restriction. She stood outside staring at the closed door, her mind full of questions. She had no idea what Long Jian intended to do with the bottle, but a vague sense of unease crept over her. But for the sake of the 4 sacred halls, she was resolved to persuade Long Jian to join no matter what. Long Jian watched the door close behind Bai Yubing, yet a nagging sense of unease lingered. He immediately activated his divine ability, formless and traceless, completely concealing his aura in an instant. Standing outside the door, Bai Yubing probed the room's interior with her divine sense. Suddenly she was stunned to find that Long Jian's aura had vanished as if he had evaporated into thin air. Perplexed, she reached out to push the door open. The moment her fingers touched the handle, a soft click echoed from within the room, like the sound of a cork being pulled from a bottle. Bai Yubing's mind stirred. She halted her motion, her brow furrowing deeply. She instantly realized that Long Jian was still inside. He had simply used some method to conceal his aura, rendering it undetectable to her spiritual sense. A knot of tension began to tighten in Bai Yubing's heart. Could it be that Long Jian possessed an immortal artifact? How else could a foundation establishment cultivator block the divine sense of a void refinement cultivator like her? Such treasures were exceedingly rare across the primordial continent. They could be counted on one hand. The origins of each immortal artifact were generally traceable, typically sent down from the upper realm through special means. Those who wielded immortal artifacts were almost invariably the pinnacle experts of the primordial continent. The 4 sacred halls, being the most powerful cultivation sect in this realm, naturally possessed several such artifacts. As for the specific powers and effects of these artifacts, that was knowledge far beyond Bai Yubing's level. Her thoughts were abruptly yanked back to reality. Her curiosity deepened. Why did Long Jian want an empty bottle? What did he intend to do with it? Bai Yubing stood outside the room, her heart filled with trepidation, waiting. Just then several disciples of the spirit demon sect passed by and respectfully greeted her, Holy Maiden. Bai Yubing nodded in acknowledgement, responding with gentle grace. Suddenly, the door creaked open a crack and Long Jian's voice emerged from within. Come in. Bai Yubing, feeling like a thief, slipped through the gap, quickly closing the door firmly behind her. She was terrified of being caught hiding a man in her chambers. Inside, Long Jian held the jade bottle, speaking calmly. Where is the item? I've prepared my part. My wish is simple. You open this bottle and inhale its contents. Inhale, not eat it. The words slipped out of Bai Yubing's mouth before she could stop them. Realizing her blunder, she blushed deeply. Eat what? Long Jian asked, not yet catching on. In the next instant, Bai Yubing snatched the jade bottle from his hand. I fear nothing inside. So if I inhale its contents, will you join the 4 sacred halls? Wait, you misunderstand. Long Jian quickly shook his head to clarify. The rule is this: first you inhale the gas from the bottle. Then you must maintain your sanity and not be swayed by its effects. If you succeed, I will join the 4 sacred halls. Bai Yubing's nerves tightened at his words. A fine sheen of sweat formed on her palm as she gripped the jade bottle. It's not poisonous, is it? Cough well. Long Jian looked slightly embarrassed. It does have a bit of toxicity, but with your cultivation, you should be able to withstand it. He let out a faint, contemptuous laugh, as if mocking her timidity. His words were clearly a provocation, yet the tactic successfully struck a nerve in Bai Yubing. As a high-level void refinement cultivator, how could she possibly fear something prepared by a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Hidden within her storage ring was a purification pill, a miraculous antidote said to neutralize all poisons. Since Long Jian hadn't explicitly forbidden the use of an antidote, taking the purification pill to counteract the poison wouldn't violate the rules. Just as Bai Yubing was about to uncork the bottle, Long Jian suddenly called out, wait, you're wearing a veil. Who knows if it has some protective property? That would make this unfair. Hearing this, Bai Yubing shot him a cold glare. She gracefully lifted her hand and brushed away the thin veil, revealing her exquisite face fully to Long Jian. She had expected him to be captivated by her beauty, his eyes glazing over with infatuation. To her surprise, Long Jian's expression remained perfectly composed, utterly unmoved by her stunning appearance. This caught Bai Yubing off guard. It was the first time a man had looked upon her true face without a lecherous gleam in his eye. Unbeknownst to her, Long Jian had seen so many beauties in his past life that he had become immune. Still, he silently admitted that Bai Yubing possessed a natural, breathtaking beauty, one that in his previous world could have made her a star. Bai Yubing swiftly pulled out the stopper. A soft pop sounded and a plume of pink mist billowed from the bottle. As she inhaled, she was surprised to taste a hint of sweetness. Pleasant and soothing, nothing like a deadly poison. Her mind wandered slightly, and before she knew it, she had drawn the entire cloud of pink vapor into her body. Long Jian studied her fair, delicate face, puzzled to see her looking perfectly fine with no adverse reactions whatsoever. He wondered if the poison was ineffective on her. It was supposed to be several times more potent against women than men. Just as his doubt grew, the jade bottle slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor with a sharp ring. Bai Yubing suddenly blushed and murmured, "Hot. So hot." Her eyes grew misty and unfocused, her breathing quickened, and a crimson flush crept up her snow-white neck. He wondered if the poison was ineffective on her. It was supposed to be several times more potent against women than men. Just as his doubt grew, the jade bottle slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor with a sharp ring. Retrieved a purification pill and swallowed it to counteract. Seeing her take the pill, Long Jian shouted, "Hey, that's cheating." Bai Yubing responded with a mischievous smile. "You never explicitly forbade taking an antidote." But after a few moments, Bai Yubing sensed something was terribly wrong. The purification pill, which was supposed to neutralize all poisons, had absolutely no effect on her. How could this be? Bai Yubing's fingers gripped the edge of the table tightly as a wave of dizziness washed over her, her heart beginning to race. She stared at Long Jian, her eyes a tempest of fury and a flicker of fear. Her trembling lips parted as she demanded, "What exactly did you put in that bottle?" Her breathing grew increasingly ragged, her chest heaving. Her hazy eyes held a trace of alluring charm as she gazed unwaveringly at Long Jian, a silent plea for mercy that also seemed to question his actions. Long Jian stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the captivating beauty before him. A smug smile played on his lips as he enjoyed her reaction. "Don't worry about what's in the bottle. As long as you can hold on to your last shred of sanity, they'll keep my word and join the Four Saints Hall. But if you lose control, then they'll have every right to leave this place." He was well aware that his specially prepared Yin poison pouch, especially the Yin toxin, was devastatingly potent against any woman. This Yin toxin could induce the secretion of various hormones within a woman's body, stimulating the most primal urges deep within her. Like an invisible wave of heat, it slowly eroded reason and ignited the most hidden desires. Bai Yubing's current reaction was proof enough. Her heavy, panting, flushed cheeks and dazed eyes all heralded the awakening of her lust. Her body was screaming out, craving to be soothed. Her rationality was fading, and she would soon succumb to instinctual desire. Long Jian took a deep breath, savoring the seductive aura filling the air. Hormones were surging through Bai Yubing's system, causing her body to emit a sweet fragrance like a perfectly ripe peach, exuding an irresistible aroma. Long Jian looked at her meaningfully and said, "I think you're about to break. Why not just admit defeat and send me back to demon-catching city?" Long Jian looked at her meaningfully and said, "I think you're about to break. Why not just admit defeat and send me back to demon-catching city?" Bai Yubing clenched her jaw, her face burning with shame. She shook her head and said firmly, "I can hold on." With that, she walked to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate, attempting to expel the toxin from her body. But her breathing became rapid and she bit her lip, trying to suppress the rising turmoil within her. She recalled the calming heart mantra her master had taught her, meant for times of cultivation deviation, but it seemed fitting for this situation as well. She began to chant softly, "All beings are suffering, suffering arises from afflictions." Her voice was faint, yet every word was clear. As she recited the mantra, Bai Yubing felt a wave of coolness spread slowly from her dantian throughout her body, gradually neutralizing the inner heat. A secret joy welled up within her as the flush on her cheeks faded, revealing her fair skin once more. What the hell? Is that even possible? Long Jian was shocked by the change in Bai Yubing. He had no intention of joining the Four Saints Hall. He had to stop her. Long Jian strode forward, wrapping one arm around Bai Yubing's slender waist, while the other hand caressed her flushed ear, his warm breath gently brushing against her. "Ah!" A soft moan escaped Bai Yubing's lips as her upright posture gave way, her meditation broken. The blush that had just receded quickly returned. She felt utterly powerless, leaning limply against Long Jian. "Let me go," she panted, but her voice carried an unintentional allure. "Ah!" A soft moan escaped Bai Yubing's lips as her upright posture gave way, her meditation broken. Bai Yubing struggled weakly, but Long Jian tightened his grip, holding her firmly. Her resistance seemed feeble, yet both of them knew a ripple had stirred within her. "I concede. I won't force you to join the Four Saints Hall. Please just give me the antidote." A soft, pleading whimper escaped from Bai Yubing's usually icy visage. Hearing her surrender, Long Jian felt a surge of pride. Just as he thought no woman could resist this sinister toxin. But the antidote? That was another problem entirely. He feigned hesitation and said slowly, "The antidote isn't so simple." His hand continued to trace her back, feeling her tremble from the toxin and their close contact. "Troublesome. Is there no antidote?" Bai Yubing snapped, struggling to break free from his embrace, but her body was too weak to muster any strength. It felt as if her cultivation had been sealed, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over her like never before. Long Jian pursed his lips, feigning reluctance. "The antidote does exist, but since we've only just met, you might not be able to accept it." He then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Perhaps you could try to relieve the effects yourself. It might be easier." Bai Yubing was utterly confused. Despite her profound cultivation, she had spent her life in dedicated practice and was completely naive about matters between men and women. Her mission to lead the Yaoling sect was arranged by the Hall Master to temper her mind. Are you looking down on me?" She stammered, a mix of shame and anger in her voice. "Why would you think I can't accept your antidote?" Long Jian saw her adorable, flustered expression, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. This antidote requires the ancient method of yin-yang dual cultivation to expel the inner fire. At the mention of dual cultivation, Bai Yubing, though inexperienced, could guess its meaning. There were senior brothers and sisters in the Four Saints Hall who practiced dual cultivation, and she had heard of its ways. It was said to involve undressing and sleeping together, something Bai Yubing found truly unacceptable. She had only encountered this man twice, and they were far from familiar. The senior disciples in the hall cultivated together only after 100 years of practice. But with Long Jian, they were complete strangers. Bai Yubing was overwhelmed with shyness, lowering her head and whispering then, "How do I resolve it manually?" Seeing that she chose the latter option, Long Jian decided not to press her and honestly explained, "Just use your right hand, gently place it over your, and then like this, like that. The heat will dissipate. If you're too embarrassed, you can borrow my hand." Bai Yubing. Slap. The sound of a palm striking flesh echoed. A moment later, Long Jian walked out of the room, rubbing his stinging right cheek. A gentle breeze brushed his face, the mountain air crisp and refreshing. No good deed goes unpunished. I was just trying to help, and I get slapped. Long Jian muttered to himself with a soft sigh. He knew Bai Yubing was too shy to voice her thoughts, so he tried to hint as tactfully as possible, though it inevitably crossed her boundaries. He couldn't help but imagine the shy look on her face as she handled it herself. Perhaps this slap wasn't in vain. He touched his burning cheek, a faint, elusive smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. In the city of Demon Catching, Yang Wan left the disciple recruitment ceremony with a heavy heart. The disappearance of Long Jian had quenched any desire she had to join a sect. After all, she was accustomed to the life of a rogue cultivator. Joining a sect mattered little to her now. She sat dejectedly on the stone steps before a shop, elbows on her knees and chin resting in her hands, watching the cultivator. Her mind was a whirlwind of complex emotions. Perhaps she was thinking of Long Jian's safety, or of her own uncertain future, or of the cherished memories of their first encounter. A cool breeze swept by, tousling Yang Wan's long hair. Gazing into the distance, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. In this moment she appeared so fragile and forlorn. Perhaps it was due to her long-standing solitude, but she held no resentment towards Long Jian for making her his servant. In fact, she felt a hint of joy, for at least she had found a friend to talk to. In the past, men who saw her true face would leer at her with vulgar gazes like ravenous wolves seeking to devour her. Long Jian, though seemingly frivolous, gave her a distinctly different feeling. He had never treated her as a servant. Even in places like the bathhouse, he only asked for a massage, never overstepping his bounds. Tears welled up in Yang Wan's eyes at these memories. If Long Jian were truly gone, she resolved to resume her wandering life as a rogue cultivator in a few days. As Yang Wan sat lost in thought, a gentle male voice came from behind her. "Young miss, our restaurant is having its grand opening today with a 50% discount on everything. Would you care to try it?" Startled, she quickly wiped the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand and turned around. A man dressed as a waiter stood behind her, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Behind him was indeed a large restaurant with two large red lanterns hanging high by the entrance. "No, I." Yang Wan tried to decline, but her stomach let out an embarrassing growl. Flustered, she nodded and said, "All right, I'll take a look inside." "Certainly, certainly. Right this way, guest." The waiter quickly switched to a respectful tone and scurried ahead, leading Yang Wan into the establishment. He guided her to the door of a private dining room. Yang Wan waved her hand. "I don't have enough spirit stones for a private room." The waiter grinned mischievously. "No worries, we're newly open today. The private rooms are free." With that, he pushed the door open and entered. Yang Wan followed him, and seeing a folding screen painted with scenes of the Four Seasons behind, which stood an octagonal table and several chairs made of sandalwood. The room was spacious and bright, with a large window wide open, letting in fresh air and giving a clean, comfortable feeling. Yang Wan surveyed her surroundings, found nothing amiss, and sat down at the table. The waiter shot a beam of fire at the teapot on the table, which immediately began to steam. He placed a cup of hot tea before Yang Wan and said, "Please take a look, guest. Here is our menu." A folded menu flew out from his chest and landed gently on the table. Curious, Yang Wan opened it, realizing it had been a long time since she had enjoyed a proper meal at a restaurant. Most cultivators relied on fasting pills to get by, but Yang Wan was frugal and only took them when absolutely necessary. "How it's so expensive," she remarked, her delicate brows furrowing at the prices. Most cultivators relied on fasting pills to get by, but Yang Wan was frugal and only took them when absolutely necessary. "How it's so expensive," she remarked, her delicate brows furrowing at the prices. "Please rest assured, guest. We're newly open, so we're offering a 50% discount and a complimentary fine wine. It's definitely a great deal," the waiter quickly explained. "Then, he'll have one heavenly fragrance chicken noodle soup. That's what he'll get." Yang Wan pointed at the menu with a fair, slender finger, closed it, and handed it back to the waiter. Very well, very well. Please enjoy your tea and rest for a moment, guest. He'll inform the kitchen right away." The waiter took the menu, hurried out of the private room, and firmly closed the door behind him. The fawning smile vanished from his face, replaced by a sinister grin. This catch is truly top-notch. She should fetch at least a few thousand spirit stones. Unaware of the impending danger, Yang Wan sipped her tea, a smug thought crossing her mind. This bowl of noodles was originally 50 spirit stones, but at half price, it's only 25. What a steal. Suddenly the handsome and upright figure of Long Jian flashed in her mind. Her expression dimmed. If Long Jian were still here, I would definitely treat him to this heavenly fragrance chicken noodle soup. It's said to be absolutely delicious. In the next room, a middle-aged man with a thick black beard found the waiter and asked, How's the quality this time? Don't bring back an ugly one like last time. The waiter flashed a lecherous grin and licked his lips. Don't worry, boss. This girl is the finest of the finest. She's at the foundation establishment stage with skin as fair and smooth as silk. The Blackbeard man asked suspiciously, really? Really? The waiter nodded emphatically, rubbing his fingers together, looking sly and cunning. Only then did the Blackbeard man feel reassured. He took out a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to the waiter. Hey, raise 2,000 spirit stones. You'll get another 2,000 after the deal is done. Deal? The waiter stowed away the spirit stones contentedly, then suddenly called out to the Blackbeard man who was about to leave. Oh boss, our manager will be visiting your establishment tomorrow. Make sure to treat him well, or we won't be able to do business in the future. The Blackbeard man stopped and turned back. Don't worry. When your manager comes, he'll arrange the prettiest girls for him and make sure he's thoroughly entertained. After the Blackbeard man left, the waiter seemed lost in thought, muttering to himself. Little sister, don't blame me for being heartless. Blame your own beauty. At the Wanyu Pavilion with looks like yours, you'll become a top courtesan and live a life of luxury. Back in the private room, Yang Wan was noisily slurping up the heavenly fragrance chicken noodle soup that had been brought to her. The long mist flavor intoxicated her. She ate continuously, quickly finishing the entire bowl. A warm feeling spread through her stomach as the rich spiritual energy within the noodles began to diffuse through her organs. A satisfied smile graced her face. It was at that moment that a violent cramping pain suddenly shot from her dantian. Yang Wan clutched her abdomen in agony, tears welling in her eyes. She fell from her chair to the floor. Her years of experience in the martial world immediately told her she had been poisoned. The cramping was intense, causing her internal organs to churn violently, as if they were being torn apart. The potent poison overwhelmed her, and her consciousness began to fade as her vision blurred. Through her dimming sight, she vaguely made out a figure pushing the door open and walking in. A pair of black leather boots stopped in front of her. A true beauty indeed, a gruff male voice boomed. The next moment she lost consciousness entirely. At the Yaoling sect, a group of disciples passing by noticed a stranger standing before Bai Yubing's door, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Who is this person? Why is he standing at the Saintess door? Never seen him before. He must not be from our sect. Could he be the Saintess? Lover? Nonsense. The Saintess is so haughty, how could she fancy a mere foundation establishment cultivator? If she were to choose, it should be a golden core cultivator. As the crowd gathered, Long Jian stood shamelessly by the door, addressing the disciples of the Yaoling sect. Scatter, now, don't linger here. If the Saintess comes out, it won't be pleasant for you. A late foundation establishment disciple retorted defiantly. Who do you think you are to order us around here? Long Jian, hands on his hips, and with a menacing air declared, since you ask so earnestly, I'll graciously tell you. I am the Saintess' personal bodyguard, so close we even sleep together. This statement instantly enraged the male disciples of the Yaoling sect. They gasped in unison. You insolent brute, how dare you slander the Saintess? We'll beat you to death for this. Indeed, these male disciples revered the Saintess by as their goddess, thinking of her in their lonely moments. Long Jian, however, remained unfazed. He lightly tapped his storage pouch, and a blood-red longsword materialized in his hand. He gave it a casual flick, cleaving the air as a blossom of sword light bloomed. An overwhelming sword intent instantly engulfed the entire plaza. The spiritual swords of the Yaoling disciples let out a mournful whine, some even stuck in their scabbards, unable to be drawn, as if bowing in submission to Long Jian. Who are you really? The disciples paled, the unheard-of sword intent pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. With your meager skills, you think you can kill me, eh? Long Jian casually swung his sword, sending several arcs of sword light towards the crowd. In an instant, over a dozen disciples were knocked to the ground. Some disciples hurriedly ran down the mountain, apparently to fetch help. Long Jian remained completely calm, rather in the elders and the sect master of this Yaoling sect had already been dealt with by him. The rest were merely foundation establishment disciples, no threat to him whatsoever. With his strength, he was practically invincible at the foundation establishment stage. After all, the prodigy who could make the sword steel ring 10 times was no empty title. What he had just done was merely a warm-up. If he were serious, he would have cleaved these people in two. But since this was the Saintess Bay's territory, he decided to spare her some face. Watching the disciples flee in panic, Long Jian yawned lazily and knocked on the door. Are you done yet? It's been nearly a quarter of an hour. There was still no response from within. He guessed Bai Yubing was still in seclusion expelling the poison, as the poison he had expelled was considerable and would take time to disperse. Soon all the disciples of the Yaoling sect had gathered at the mountaintop. Long Jian swept his gaze across them, counting rough. What a pitiful sect this was. The strongest were only at the late foundation establishment stage, and most were chi condensation disciples with youthful faces, seemingly around 10 years old, probably newly recruited. The previous core disciples had all been wiped out by his heavenly tribulation in the Deadwater Swamp. Among the gathered disciples, a senior brother pointed at Long Jian and shouted, "Get away from the Saintess door at once." Long Jian retorted loudly, "Who do you think you are to act so brazenly here? You insolent whelp, prepare to die." The senior brother's face turned ashen with rage as he pointed his sword at Long Jian. Having been insulted in front of all his fellow disciples, he had to kill this man to quell his anger. His spiritual sword shot into the air, aiming straight for Long Jian's head. At that moment, an icy voice came from behind. "All of you kneel. This person is my personal disciple, Long Jian. Seeing him is seeing me." The flying sword clattered to the ground, and an overwhelming aura of the void refinement realm enveloped the area. Except for Long Jian, all disciples of the Yaoling sect immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. The scene was utterly awe-inspiring. Long Jian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Bai Yubing to be so clever as to unilaterally claim he was her disciple. This way he could legitimately join the Yaoling sect without formally becoming a member of the Four Saints Hall, especially since Bai Yubing was currently the acting sect master of the Yaoling sect. With a creak, the door behind him opened. Long Jian quickly stepped aside to make way. Bai Yubing slowly walked out from inside. Long Jian's gaze fell upon her. She had reworn her veil and was dressed in a light red long gown, looking as icy and stern as ever, with no trace of the tenderness she had shown earlier. Yes, Saintess. The disciples responded in unison. Bai Yubing retracted her pressure and said, "Rise. Don't gather here. Go back to your duties." Only then did the disciples dare to get up and leave. Once the crowd had dispersed, Long Jian's playful grin returned. He teased, "My Saintess, who said I wanted to be your disciple? Having a void refinement cultivator as your master, and you still complain?" Bai Yubing said with a hint of coquettishness, knowing that everyone in the demon-subduing city had seen her take Long Jian away. This news would surely reach the Four Saints Hall soon. If the Hall Master learned that she hadn't recruited Long Jian under her command, she would certainly face punishment. So she had devised this compromise. Long Jian nodded, understanding her intention, and went along with it. "Alright, I'll be a nominal disciple then. Just don't restrict my movements." Bai Yubing sighed in relief and quickly agreed, "Of course I won't restrict you. You can go wherever you please." This arrangement was mutually beneficial. Long Jian could legitimately use his status as a disciple of the Four Saints Hall to avoid certain troubles. And if he caused any trouble, he could also pin the blame on Bai Yubing. In turn, Bai Yubing could use her mentorship of Long Jian to avoid being held accountable by the Four Saints Hall. Long Jian cast a sly glance at Bai Yubing's right hand. "So the poison in your body is all gone. My method worked well, didn't it?" Being teased by her own disciple like this was quite embarrassing for an elder. Moreover, that was her first time doing such a thing, and it brought unprecedented sensations. She never knew such wonderful experiences existed in the world. Even now, that secret place of hers was still faintly warm, causing her shame. Bai Yubing feigned coldness, raising her right hand. "You're so disrespectful, you deserve a spanking." "No. I was just joking." Long Jian quickly shrank back. Now that Bai Yubing had successfully detoxified and regained her original cultivation level, that slap could be fatal. He hurriedly changed the subject. "I need to return to the demon-subduing city. My silly junior sister is still waiting for me. Can you teleport me back?" Hearing he had a junior sister, Bai Yubing gave him a cold glare. "I can't teleport you there, but I can take you." With that, an ice sword materialized floating at her feet. Long Jian quickly hopped onto the sword, his hands instinctively finding their way to Bai Yubing's slender waist. The warm touch made Bai Yubing blush. She didn't scold him, instead feeling a hint of enjoyment from the touch, like a maiden experiencing her first love. And so the two stood on the sword, flying towards the demon-subduing city. The wind blew Bai Yubing's skirt and long hair, stirring Long Jian's heart, and he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. This round trip was bound to stir up many more storms. At the city gate of demon-catching city, a burly man with a black beard carrying a large bulging sack looked somewhat tense. He breathed a slight sigh of relief only after he had passed through the city gate, without the guards noticing anything amiss. He took out a disc-shaped artifact and threw it on the ground. The jade disc immediately expanded, becoming as wide as a round table. The man sat on the jade disc, gently setting down the sack behind him. Just as he was about to activate this flying treasure, a sword beam suddenly shot towards him, seemingly about to strike his back. His expression changed, and with a wave of his hand, a large saber appeared, blocking the sword beam. "Who are you people? What do you want?" He glared angrily at the man and woman before him. The man had flowing silver hair and held a long sword that shimmered with red light. The woman wore a veil, her figure graceful and alluring. The man's roar alerted the city guards of demon-catching city. 5 guards flew over, shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble before our city gate?" The man quickly pointed at Long Jian and Bai Yubing, saying, "They attacked me first. They must be trying to steal my treasure." The guards recognized the man, knowing he had just left the city, and barked at Long Jian and the others. "Where are you from? How dare you cause trouble in our city?" Long Jian pointed his sword at the man and said, "Ask him for the details. You'd best check his sack." The man's face changed, but he forced a calm demeanor, saying, "This sack contains treasures I just bought in the city. These two are trying to rob me." "Treasures? Open the sack and let us take a look," the captain of the guards said. The man's face turned pale. The sack didn't contain treasures, but a woman. Even in the cultivation world, human trafficking was a grave crime. If discovered, severe punishment would be unavoidable. The man swallowed nervously, then a sly idea struck him. He forced a smile and said, "Brothers, is this really necessary?" He reached behind him and pulled out a large pouch of spirit stones. "This is a small token of my appreciation for your trouble." The guards' eyes lit up, realizing the sack contained something illicit. However, since the man was paying for safe passage, they decided not to pry further. Meddling held no benefits. They took the spirit stones and turned their accusations towards Long Jian and Bai Yubing. "We've already checked everything. It's fine. You two are the ones causing trouble before our city gate. Surrender immediately." Bai Yubing, who was behind Long Jian, couldn't listen to this any longer. She said coldly, "I had heard this city was corrupt, but it seems far worse than I imagined. I demand an explanation from your city lord." As her words fell, a powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. The previously smug man and the guards instantly fell to their knees, unable to lift their heads under the immense pressure. Bai Yubing pointed towards the city and said coldly, "Lu Ru, get out here now." A beam of sword energy condensed with immense sword intent shot from her fingertip and struck the city wall. A loud hum resonated as the entire defensive formation of demon-catching city was instantly activated, sealing all entrances and exits. Simultaneously, a powerful and fierce aura erupted from within the city like a ferocious tiger. A tall man appeared at the city gate in an instant. He wore a loose golden robe and his fiery red hair cascaded over his shoulders, exuding a wild and untamed aura. His features were rugged with a long beard. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was barefoot and unarmed. "Who has angered my sister?" The man lifted his right foot, and as his heel touched the ground, he had already appeared before the guards. It was an incredibly fast technique of closing distances, which greatly impressed Long Jian. So the city held such an expert. This must be the demon-catching city Lord Lu Ru that Bai Yubing had mentioned. His name sounded scholarly, but his appearance was that of a warrior, a truly incongruous combination. City Lord. The guards' faces turned deathly pale. Accustomed to bullying the weak, they had finally provoked the wrong person today. Lu Ru glanced sideways at the cloth sack behind the man and immediately understood what was going on. Lu despised those who abused their power for personal gain above all else. His hand transformed into a blade. With 5 consecutive strikes, 5 bloody heads flew into the air. 5 headless bodies collapsed stiffly to the ground. The man's legs went weak with fear, and he involuntarily urinated. Lu Ru lightly waved his hand, and the 5 bloody heads halted midair, then flew towards the city gate, splattering against the wall with a wet sound. From this day forth, anyone in my demon-catching city who dares to abuse their power for personal gain will meet this same fate. Lu Ru's voice echoed throughout the entire city. Long Jian, witnessing his decisive and ruthless justice, couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for him. It was truly fortunate to have someone with such a strong sense of justice in charge. Lu Ru forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace. "Are you satisfied, sister? I will personally investigate the remaining culprit and bring them all to justice." Bai Yubing said indifferently, "Not bad." Lu Ru nodded, his gaze falling upon Long Jian beside her. Wasn't this the prodigy who had caused the Ten Ring phenomenon? He had hoped to take him as his disciple. But it seemed Bai Yubing had gotten to him first. Long Jian stepped forward and untied the sack he had been carrying on his back. From within came the sound of even breathing and soft snores. Yang Wan, sleeping inside, was clearly in a deep slumber. Long Jian reached out and gently patted Yang Wan's soft cheek, calling softly, "Little sleepy head, time to get up." But Yang Wan merely wrinkled her nose and continued to sleep soundly. Long Jian smiled helplessly. He then grasped Yang Wan's delicate wrist and gently guided a stream of true qi into her body. The warm true qi quickly permeated her meridians. Her long eyelashes began to flutter, and then a pair of bright eyes opened. Her gaze was still hazy, not yet fully awake. Yang Wan murmured drowsily, "Senior brother Long, am I dreaming? How are you here? Weren't you taken away by that woman from the Four Saints Hall?" Long Jian helplessly flicked her on the forehead, producing a clear dong sound. Ouch! The pain instantly woke Yang Wan, and she realized she wasn't dreaming. Long Jian was truly... She happily threw herself into Long Jian's arms, feeling his familiar warmth, and sent a wave of reassurance washing over her. Watching her personal disciple Long Jian being affectionate with another woman, Bai Yubing felt a strange sense of irritation. She tossed a token to Long Jian. "If you're in danger, inject your true qi into this. I will come immediately." Then she turned to Lu Ru and said, "My disciple will be staying here for a while. You must ensure his safety." "Don't worry, Sister Bai." Lu Ru patted his chest in assurance. "I guarantee you'll protect your disciple. Not even a single hair on his head will be harmed." Bai Yubing gave a slight nod and then vanished in a flash. "Little brother will be off now." Before Long Jian could react, Lu Ru grabbed the Blackbeard man and teleported away from him. It was only then that Yang Wan realized her actions had been overly intimate. She quickly stepped back from Long Jian's embrace, lowered her head, and bit her lip, asking, "Senior brother Long, weren't you taken away by that woman? Why are you back all of a sudden?" Long Jian lightly patted her head and chuckled. "I'm too clever. Coming back was a piece of cake. Unlike you, I was gone for just a moment, and you got yourself caught by traffickers. Silly girl." Yang Wan pouted, feeling deeply ashamed, and didn't know how to respond. Long Jian carefully put away the token gifted by Bai Yubing, then picked up the jade disc flying artifact from the ground, saying with a smile, "Alright, stop staring into space. Come on, let's go into the city and buy some treasures." He reached out, took the still dazed Yang Wan's hand, and they walked towards the city. Yang Wan's face was flushed red. She lowered her head and followed behind Long Jian with small quick steps. Inside the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, Lu Ru's expression darkened as he glared at the trembling, burly man with a black beard whose trousers were soaked in fear. "What is the matter with your Wanyu pavilion? This is the second incident this year." That restaurant had reopened after the first incident. Yet another mishap had occurred. The burly man kowtowed hastily, begging for mercy. "My lord Lu, this time, it was truly my bad luck. It will never happen again. You dare to think there will be a next time?" Lu Ru sneered, his fists clenching tightly, producing creaking sounds from his knuckles. Cold sweat poured down the man's body as he pressed his forehead against the icy floor tiles, soaking a patch of the bricks. "There will never be a next time, I swear to you, my lord. If it happens again, you may flay me alive, and I will bear no grudge." Lu Ru turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the series of erotic paintings adorning the wall. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes, as if the fiery desire within him could no longer be restrained. Very well, since you have said, so I shall spare you this time. Tonight bring a virgin born on a day to my secret chamber. Lu Ru licked his lips with a lecherous smile. Do you understand? The burly man sighed in relief and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will bring her without fail. Lu Ru waved his hand in satisfaction, dismissing the man from the chamber. He walked to the wall and gently stroked a painting of a naked beauty, whose visage bore an 8-part resemblance to Bai. A look of infatuation crossed Lu Ru's eyes as he murmured, By Yubing, sooner or later you will become a plaything beneath me. Within the city of Zhuiyao, Yang Wan pointed to a restaurant that had already closed its doors, red lanterns still hanging by the entrance. Senior brother Long, it's this place. I ordered a bowl of shredded chicken noodles here, and afterward I passed out. Long Jian stepped forward, knocking on the tightly shut wooden door, and probed the interior with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the entire establishment was deserted. Everyone had vanished, evidently having fled upon catching wind of trouble. Long Jian frowned, sensing that something was amiss, but he was no constable. Since Yang Wan was unharmed, he decided not to dig deeper, lest he invite unnecessary trouble. Long Jian resolved to purchase the magic treasures and hurry back home to his wife and children by the warm hearth. The human realm was fraught with deceit and danger. In comparison, the myriad demon mountains were far more straightforward. The demon clans dealt with matters directly without all the convoluted scheming. Whoever had the biggest fist ruled. Long Jian preferred that kind of life. He grabbed the still-dazed Yang Wan and headed toward the largest magic artifact. Soon they arrived at a seemingly ordinary ancient building, its wooden door shut tight, with exquisite patterns carved. From time to time, people pushed the door open to enter or hurriedly departed. Long Jian looked up at the sign bearing the words, Wanbao Pavilion, and mused to himself that the shopkeeper certainly had grand ambitions with that name. Curiosity sparked within him. Did the goods truly live up to the claim of 10,000 treasures? Pushing the door open, his vision was instantly flooded with a vast array of goods displayed across rows of counters in the spacious hall. The counters held a dazzling assortment of magical artifacts and spirit treasures, some radiating a faint blue glow, others adorned with glistening translucent gems. People either held up items for close inspection or leaned over the counters comparing and haggling, bustling about as lively as a supermarket. Wow, how amazing. It looks so small from the outside, but it's so vast inside. Yang Wan's eyes widened the moment she stepped in, her jaw dropping in astonishment. This was her first time in such a formal establishment, a far cry from her past experiences of rummaging through shabby street stalls for second-hand goods. Even Long Jian couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, surmising that the shop's interior must exist in a separate. From the outside, the storefront spanned only 100 square meters, yet the interior stretched over 1,000 square meters, far beyond the scope of an ordinary building. Long Jian led Yang Wan to a counter where a clerk was present. He pulled a jade disc artifact he had found from his robes and asked, Excuse me, do you purchase magic treasures here? We do. The clerk's gaze immediately sharpened on the jade disc in Long Jian's hands. Fellow Taoist, may I take a look? He requested politely. Go ahead. Long Jian handed the jade disc over to him. The clerk took the jade disc with care, first gently infusing a wisp of true qi into its surface, which promptly emitted a faint blue glow. He then examined the disc's details meticulously, running his fingers over the frosted surface and turning it under the light to inspect every angle. This is the cloud-soaring myriad-mile disc, in excellent condition, showing that its owner maintained it well. It is a mid-grade magic treasure. When infused with spiritual energy, it can expand and transform, allowing several people to stand upon it and soar through the skies. The clerk spoke up. If you sell it to this shop based on its grade and condition, I could offer you around 30,000 spirit stones. Would that be acceptable? Long Jian pondered for a moment and decided to accept the price outright. After all, it had originally come from the slave traders, so it might as well serve as compensation for Yang Wan. 30,000 spirit stones. Consider it sold. The clerk deftly stored away the jade disc, then retrieved 3 crystals radiating dense spiritual energy from beneath the counter, placing them before Long Jian. Sir, here are 3 top-grade spirit stones. Please keep them safe. Wow. Yang Wan, with the look of a little money grubber, snatched up the 3 spirit stones from the counter and admired them in her palm. This was her first time ever touching top-grade spirit stones. The value of these 3 top-grade spirit stones was roughly equivalent to 30,000 low-grade ones. It was also her first time being so close to mid-grade spirit stones of such high quality in her daily life. She only ever traded with inferior low-grade stones. With a swift motion, Long Jian snatched the spirit stones back. What are you staring at? They're all mine, he said with a grin before tucking them all into his chinkoan pouch. Humph. Yang Wan pouted with a cute, discontented expression. Pouting won't help. Long Jian pinched her cheek and chin, then affectionately patted her head. He then turned to the clerk. Could you recommend some magic treasures for breaking formations and concealing one's aura? Long Jian knew little about such artifacts, so he had to rely on the shop assistant's expertise. The clerk was more than happy to serve the 2 customers. The earlier transaction had earned him a handsome profit, putting him in an excellent mood. No problem, please follow me. He stepped out from behind the counter and smiled, guiding them toward the southeast corner of the shop. Long Jian and Yang Wan followed the attendant, weaving through several rows of counters in the direction he indicated. Yang Wan curiously glanced around, her attention repeatedly caught by the magical artifacts displayed, her eyes filled with novelty and longing. Long Jian also treated this as a learning opportunity, observing the quality and aura of different artifacts as he walked silently, noting the types he was not yet familiar with. The trio arrived before a transparent glass display cabinet. Long Jian's gaze was instantly drawn to an object within. A slender hammer, its entire body a deep blue, its head carved with intricate patterns faintly emanating an aura of destructive power. Several crystal-clear jade stones were inlaid into the hammer's body, while its handle was adorned with silver patterns resembling tassels. This is the array-breaking hammer, a high-grade artifact. It is small and light, yet extremely powerful. A single light strike from its head upon the eye of a formation will instantly shatter it. The attendant introduced. Its price is 80,000 spirit stones. This is the only one in our shop. Miss this chance, and you'll never get another. He'll take it. Long Jian said without a moment's hesitation, tossing out a pouch of spirit stones as payment. Yang Wan, standing nearby, was stunned speechless. Such a small hammer, yet so expensive. A full 80,000 spirit stones. To her this was an astronomical figure. Moreover, this hammer was clearly not for combat. She couldn't fathom why Long Jian would spend such a fortune on a tool-type. After the payment, the attendant carefully opened the glass cabinet, retrieved the array-breaking hammer, and handed it to Long Jian. Esteemed guest, you have excellent taste. This is a rare treasure. He was so excited that he even changed his address to. This array-breaking hammer had actually been displayed in the shop for decades, ever since the attendant first started working there, yet no one had ever shown interest in buying it. Now that it was finally sold, a faint wave of melancholy washed over the attendant. This hammer had witnessed his journey from youth to gradual aging, representing the passing of his prime. Youth is priceless. Long Jian took the hammer, gave it a cursory glance, and tossed it directly into his chinquan pouch. Then he urged, "Hurry and take me to find an artifact that conceals one's aura." "Right away, esteemed guest. Please follow me." The attendant led the way once more. Long Jian and Yang Wan. On the way, Yang Wan poked Long Jian in the back. "Senior brother Long, what did you buy that hammer for? What a waste of spirit stones. You'd have been better off buying a better spirit sword." "It's a secret," Long Jian replied with a mysterious smile, offering no direct answer. Yang Wan was left speechless, mumbling to herself. Though it wasn't her spirit stones being spent, watching them flutter away like white doves still left a sour feeling in her heart. It was truly a case of the emperor not worrying, but his eunuchs worrying for him. Soon the attendant led them to a counter selling concealment-type artifacts. "Esteemed guest, all the artifacts here have the function of concealing one's aura. They differ in form, but their principle is the same," the attendant introduced. The counter displayed a variety of ornaments, clothing, and headwear. Long Jian scanned the selection and spoke. "What I need is not just to conceal my aura, but preferably my scent as well." "Then this is perfect for your needs." The attendant brought out a silver-white bracelet. This is the chi-concealing bracelet. It can perfectly mask the wearer's aura and scent, preventing enemies from tracking your whereabouts. It is highly effective against foes of equal or lesser strength, and offers some benefit even against powerhouses. Several. Long Jian's eyes lit up. "Excellent, I'll take this one." "How much?" 150,000 spirit stones. The attendant reported a hefty price with a beaming smile. Long Jian opened his chinquan pouch and saw that the spirit stones within only amounted to 40 or 50,000. Not enough. He would have to sell the pills and talismans from the Yun storage ring. "Do you buy pills and talismans? I'd like to exchange them for spirit stones," he asked, somewhat hesitant. "We at the Wanbao Pavilion never refuse pills or talismans." The attendant nodded eagerly, appearing enthusiastic. Long Jian directly tossed Li Yun's storage ring to him. "Convert everything inside into spirit stones for me. Right away, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment." The attendant hurried off. Long Jian stood waiting, casually observing the auras emanating from the various artifacts around him. At that moment, he noticed Yang Wan standing before a counter selling earrings, her gaze fixed intently on a pair of crystal-clear earrings, her entire attention seemingly captivated by them. Long Jian walked over to her, but Yang Wan remained on the earrings, which read silver thread crystal. Long Jian shifted his gaze to the small sign beside the earrings, which read silver thread crystal earrings, and noted that each earring had a metal attributed and an earth attributed defensive spell embedded within. The earrings were crafted entirely from pure silver, with teardrop-shaped, translucent crystals as their main bodies, refracting a spectrum of brilliant colors. Below the crystals hung 3 small lustrous pearls, adding a touch of delicate beauty. Silver thread-woven floral baskets adorned the surrounding, intricate and unique. These earrings held an irresistible appeal for any young maiden. For a young girl like Yang Wan, her eyes were practically glued to them, her longing evident. Long Jian found her spellbound. He decided to tease her. "You want them?" Yang Wan nodded slightly at first, then glanced at Long Jian, her eyes filled with longing and affection, but quickly shook her head and said no. "I don't." The price tag, though not too steep for Long Jian, at only 10,000 spirit stones, was an astronomical sum for a low-level rogue cultivator like Yang Wan. Even if she scrimped and saved, it would take her 5 to 6 years to accumulate 10,000 spirit stones on her own. The cultivation world was cruel like that. High-level cultivators acquired spirit stones with ease, while those at the bottom struggled immensely. And they also had to be wary of bandits who preyed on others. Long Jian glanced at the female attendant behind the counter and said, "They'll take this pair of silver thread crystal earrings." Senior brother Long, what are you doing? I said I didn't want them." Yang Wan hurriedly grabbed Long Jian's arm, her face full of confusion. Who said they were for you? Long Jian's lips curled into a smile as he took out a high-grade spirit stone from his chinquin pouch and tossed it to the female attendant. Hearing his words, Yang Wan's hand that held his arm immediately fell, her eyes filled with disappointment. She felt like a fool for having flattered herself that Long Jian would buy them for her. The female attendant took the spirit stone, carefully retrieved the earrings, and placed them on the counter. Young master, here you are. Long Jian picked up the earrings, holding them in his palm, gently stroking them with his fingertip. The silky texture felt like brushing against the back of Yang Wan's hand. He watched her graceful figure, noticing her delicate earlobes, faint visible piercings. Without a word, Long Jian infused the earrings with his true qi. Suddenly the earrings levitated, flew towards Yang Wan's ears, and fitted themselves onto her perfectly. Feeling the touch on her earlobes, Yang Wan reached up and touched them, surprised to find the earrings floating there on her ears. She turned around, looking at Long Jian, tears welling up in her eyes. He was the first person besides her parents to be so kind to her. After a few sniffles, teardrops rolled down her cheeks, leaving glistening trails. Long Jian gently comforted her. Don't cry. You're all grown up now, you can't act like a child anymore. He softly wiped away the lingering tears on Yang Wan's cheek with the back of his hand. Yang Wan sniffled, forcing back her tears. I won't cry anymore. Her voice was still choked with sobs, but she had managed to stop the tears. After a moment, the shopkeeper hurried back with a cloth pouch, his face beaming with joy. Honored guest, I've exchanged all your talismans and pills for spirit stones. It totals 120,000. Please feel free to check. No need, I trust you. Long Jian waved his hand, then took out 30,000 spirit stones from his own pouch. Here, take these. Give me the Qi concealment bracelet. Right away. The shopkeeper took the spirit stones happily and presented the Qi concealment bracelet to Long Jian with both hands. The transaction was completed without a hitch. Long Jian's mission to the human realm was also accomplished. Time to go home. Long Jian watched Yang Wan, who was still absently touching her earrings, unsure of how to bid her farewell. During their time together, he had grown quite fond of this young girl. Of course, it was merely the affection one might have for a younger sister, not the romantic feelings one holds for a woman. He couldn't possibly take Yang Wan back to the myriad demon mountains. A chasm was destined to exist between humans and demons. Before leaving, Long Jian decided to find her a protector. It was too difficult for a lone cultivator to survive alone in this cruel cultivation world. Moreover, leaving Yang Wan in the human realm could also be seen as planting a hidden piece for Long Jian's future. If she could grow stronger, it would prove to be an intangible asset to him later. Come on, stop admiring yourself. Long Jian called out with a smile, heading towards the door. Yang Wan quickly caught up, saying coquettishly, wait for me. The two of them walked out of Demon Catching City together. They walked for a long while in silence without any exchange between them. As they neared the borders of the myriad demon mountains, Long Jian's expression turned serious. He called out her full name solemnly. Yang Wan, from here on you must not follow me any further. I'm going home. Yang Wan was stunned, a sudden emptiness welling up inside her. She understood that she and Long Jian were after all from different worlds. But still she hesitated before speaking. Senior brother Long, could you take me with you? Her voice trembled slightly, and tears glistened in her eyes. Long Jian patted her shoulder gently, using a tone one might use to coax a child. Silly girl, if you follow me back to the myriad demon mountains, you'll get eaten. He knew that this was the time to be a little ruthless. It would be better for both of them in the long run. Yang Wan nodded obediently, a look of disappointment on her face. Then take care, senior brother Long. He'll wait for your return. What's there to worry about me? You know my strength. What are your plans for the future? Long Jian reached out and gently stroked her hair to soothe her. Yang Wan felt comforted by his touch, but her heart was still lost and uncertain. After thinking for a moment, she said, I plan to find a sect here in Demon Catching City and take a master. From now on, I'll just cultivate obediently in the city. It's also a bit closer to the myriad demon mountains. Her voice held a hint of hesitation, trailing off with a note of reluctance. Long Jian saw through Yang Wan's little scheme. She must have wanted to stay closer to him, which was why she chose to remain in Demon. But Long Jian knew that Demon Catching City was a chaotic place with many sects of varying quality. What good sect can you find in a place like Demon Catching City? Let me find you a reliable master. Long Jian took out the token given by Yubing from his chest, which was inscribed with a white tiger. He infused his true qi into the token, and the white tiger seemed to come alive. The token shot a beam of light straight into the sky. No need. I can find one myself. Yang Wan stubbornly tried to refuse, not wanting to trouble Long Jian. Do you dare to disobey me? Long Jian's tone was stern, a flicker of anger appearing on his face. And no, I wouldn't dare. Yang Wan replied timidly, her two small earrings swaying from side to side in the love arrives with the wind, but when the wind stops, the heart remains unsettled. Soon the owner of the token sensed the disturbance and appeared before Long Jian with an imposing presence. Yubing's cold voice rang out. No one's hurting you, so why did you activate the token without permission? Are you playing a joke on me? Her powerful aura made it hard for Yang Wan to breathe. Frightened, she hid behind Long Jian's broad back, her small hands tightly clutching his clothes. She didn't dare to look directly at Yubing, knowing full well that this woman's status and position were far beyond what a mere rogue cultivator like herself could ever hope to match. No, I wouldn't dare joke with you. I have a serious request. Long Jian explained with a smile, pulling Yang Wan to his side. This is my junior sister Yang Wan. She has good aptitude and loves sword practice. She wishes to become your disciple. Bai Yubing gave Yang Wan a cold, dismissive glance. Do you think I'm that casual? I accept just anyone. Please master, help me with this favor. Long Jian pleaded immediately. Hearing Long Jian call her master for the first time, Bai Yubing's expression softened slightly. Let me see her hand. Long Jian quickly grabbed Yang Wan's arm and presented it to Bai Yubing. Her talent is exceptional, master. Taking her in would be a great gain. Bai Yubing ignored his boast and directly grasped Yang Wan's wrist. Yang Wan felt a surge of icy cold air instantly enter her body, travel through her meridians, and then vanish. Bai Yubing gave a slight, not a glint of approval flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, this girl possesses a rare inattribute body. With a suitable cultivation method, her progress could be astonishingly fast. The 4 sacred halls just so happens to have a cultivation method for an inattribute body. She said impassively, her aptitude is acceptable, just barely meeting my standards. Bai Yubing gave a slight, not a glint of approval flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, this girl possesses a rare Master Bai. Yang Wan bowed her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She was somewhat intimidated by Bai Yubing's aura and dared not speak up. After entrusting Yang Wan to Bai Yubing, Long Jian prepared to take his leave from his master. Master, I'm going to travel, and Bai Yubing then assumed a probing stance. Where are you going? Long Jian chuckled. Just wandering around. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, she knew he wouldn't tell her the truth. Forcing him to stay wasn't a good idea either, as she had already promised not to interfere with his freedom. Besides, he still had the token she gave him. As long as he kept it, she could still sense his whereabouts. Bai Yubing instructed, remember to keep that token on you at all times. It contains a protective barrier I set up which could save your life in a critical moment. If you're in danger, infuse it with your true chi to activate it. I will lock onto its energy to come to your rescue. Understood? Yes, master's teachings are etched in my heart. Long Jian replied respectfully. Bai Yubing nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Yang Wan. Come here. Yang Wan looked at Long Jian one last time with reluctance, stepped forward quickly, and gave him a fleeting feather-like kiss on the cheek. Then blushing furiously, she ran back to Bai Yubing's side. Bai Yubing witnessed this scene, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes, but she said nothing. She grasped Yang Wan's wrist, and in the next moment their figures vanished. Only Long Jian remained in the forest, the slight warmth on his cheek still lingering. A gentle breeze swept by as he looked at the sky, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Long Jian's form began to shift, transforming into a golden dragon soul. He rode the wind and departed, returning to the myriad demon mountains. This parting, he knew not how many years would pass before they might meet again. At the waterfall where Wu Yueyao was sealed, the territory had undergone a dramatic transformation during Long Jian's absence. Numerous structures had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and even a crude city wall had been erected. A white ape was toiling away laboriously, hauling boulders to stack the wall. Ugh, worn out. Zhu Bai settled a large stone, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sat down to rest. But no sooner had he sat down than several bird demons in the sky began to chirp noisily. Big white ape is slacking off again. Phoenix Queen, come and see. Zhu Bai quickly jumped up, shaking his fist at the sky and yelling. Who's slacking off? You're framing me. He hastily picked up a large rock and resumed working, muttering resentfully. O king, when will you ever return? I'm being tormented to death by these female demons. Throughout the territory, male demons were scarce, with the vast majority being female, most of whom were part of Long Jian's harem. These were all beings not to be trifled with. During this period, Zhu Bai had been living in utter misery, spending his days either hauling stones or carrying timber for hard labor. The moment he tried to slack off even slightly, the bird demons would fix their eyes on him and flap their wings to go tattle. Zhu Bai wasn't afraid of these few birds, but rather of the overseer Feng Ying. She had a fiery temper and would grab Zhu Bai by the ear and give him a harsh lesson at the slightest displeasure. At the thought, Zhu Bai couldn't help but shudder, dreading Feng Ying's sudden appearance. He shot a venomous glare at the bird demons in the sky, grinding his teeth, and thought, these few chicks with barely grown feathers dare to provoke me. If it weren't for the fact that they were the king's demons, I'd have slaughtered and eaten them long ago. While cursing inwardly, he deliberately made a loud clatter with the rocks, using the work to mask his laziness. After stacking another stone, he began to hum a self-composed tune out of boredom. O my king, where art thou, I think of thee. Just then a familiar voice came from behind. Yo Zhu Bai, you're a male monkey, yet you think of this king instead of a female. I don't have such inclinations, you know. Hearing the voice, Zhu Bai quickly dropped the rock and turned around, only to see a strikingly handsome silver-haired man standing there munching on a spirit fruit. My king, you finally returned. Zhu Bai rushed over excitedly. Look at you, you've become even more handsome. Those human women must be utterly enchanted by you. How those words please me. Indeed, quite a few have fallen for me. Long Jian smiled smugly and tossed the half-eaten spirit fruit to Zhu Bai. Zhu Bai didn't mind in the slightest and swallowed it in one gulp. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, easing his fatigue a bit. He immediately began to complain. My king, while you were away, I've truly suffered. I've been working myself to the bone every day, and I've hauled every single stone for this city wall. Is that so? Since when did you become so diligent? Long Jian lightly leaped onto the 3-4-meter high wall and looked around. Not bad at all. Take a rest for a while. Thank you, my king. Zhu Bai grinned with glee, baring his large teeth, and flipped off the bird demons spying on him from above. Though the wall seemed crude, it could still withstand some beast tides. This was the demon race's territory where materials were hard to come by and skilled stonemasons were non-existent, so they could only pile up large rocks roughly. Though the wall seemed crude, it could still withstand some beast tides. This was the demon race's territory where materials were hard to come by and skilled stonemasons were non-existent, so they could only pile up large rocks roughly. It was taking on a semblance of scale, beginning to resemble the rudimentary form of a human village. The bird demons on sentry duty spotted Long Jian's return and immediately flew off to notify his 5 wives within the territory. Soon 4 of his alluring wives appeared gracefully approaching to welcome Long Jian. Only Xian Yu was conspicuously absent. Leading them was Feng Ying, her figure elegant and her beauty striking. She cooed softly, "Husband, I've missed you so much." Following her were the other 3 little white rhino, Xingling and Jin Xing. Zhu Bai watched with envy. After a while, Long Jian finally got down to business. He pulled a hammer out of his chinquan pouch. He handed the small hammer to Jin Xing, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I've brought back the formation-breaking treasure. Take a look and see if this can be used." Jin Xing took the uniquely crafted small hammer with both hands, turning it over in her palms, carefully examining the patterns on its body. She gently traced the carvings and the grooves, pondering the hammer's functions. After a moment, her eyes lit up, and she said joyfully, "It can be used. The material of this formation-breaking hammer is quite special, perfect for shattering the nodes of the barrier on the rock wall." As she spoke, Jin Xing's expression turned somewhat worried. She looked at Long Jian and asked hesitantly, "Husband, have you truly thought this through? Are you really going to release that demon beast? Are you certain you can subdue her?" During this time, she had poured her heart and soul into this land, and she was genuinely concerned that the demon beast would destroy their territory. Long Jian understood Jin Xing's concerns. In truth, he wasn't entirely confident himself. Wu Yiao's cultivation was likely at the demon spirit realm Dongshu stage, or even the demon king realm Deshang stage. He himself was only at the transformation realm nascent soul, and the gap between him and Wu Yiao was indeed considerable. Although the divine abilities rewarded by the system were incredibly powerful, they still adhered to the laws of this world. For a transformation stage cultivator to enslave a demon spirit stage 1. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed nearly impossible. After much deliberation, Long Jian took a deep breath, gripped Jin Xing's hand firmly, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Long Jian left Jin Xing and arrived at Xian Yu's dwelling. There he found her seated in a sealed chamber, eyes closed in silent cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since awakening the Qi wolf bloodline, Xian Yu's transformation had been striking. Her once gray and white mottled wolf fur had gradually turned into a rich silvery white. Her long silky fur rippled gently even without a breeze, exuding an aura of noble aloofness. It wasn't just her appearance, even her entire bearing had shifted. The Qi wolf bloodline within Xian Yu was slowly stirring, its formidable power radiating outward, pressing down on all living beings nearby with an invisible weight. But to Long Jian, this was nothing more than a drizzle. As an ancient divine dragon, his own bloodline far surpassed hers, and this pressure was barely a tickle. "Husband." Xian Yu snapped out of her deep meditative state, her eyes flying open. She had been hiding here ever since the last incident, wary of a repeat. She spent her days in quiet meditation, rarely moving about. This dedication had steadily boosted her cultivation, and she had now reached the late core formation stage. Soon she would face the golden core tribulation and finally be able to take human form. "Xianyue, you've worked hard during this time." A gentle yet firm male voice sounded. Long Jian strode over, quickly bent down and tenderly cupped Xian Yu's furry wolf head in his hands, pressing his forehead lightly against hers. Even sitting, Xian Yu's head was level with the standing Long Jian. Feeling his familiar presence and warmth, she closed her eyes, the worries and anxieties that had been circling her mind slowly dissolving. "My sisters have been working harder than I have. I haven't been able to help at all," Xian Yu said cautiously. To conceal her existence, she had barely left this secret chamber. Even Yazi could only exchange a few words with her from the outer room, fearful that her scent might be detected by others. "I've bought you something special. From now on you'll be able to move freely within the territory." Long Jian gently stroked Xian Yu's soft fur before retrieving an exquisite bracelet from the cosmos pouch. It was a silver bracelet, pristine white and faintly shimmering, its surface carved with intricate patterns that gave it an ancient and mysterious air. "This is a Qi concealment bracelet. It can hide your aura and scent. With it on, you can roam the territory without fear of being discovered by outsiders," Long Jian explained in a warm voice. Xian Yu's eyes reddened with emotion. She had never imagined he would prepare such a precious treasure just for her. "Husband, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might be dead by now." Overwhelmed with gratitude, her words dissolved into sobs. Without Long Jian, she would have been found by her father long ago and forcibly taken back to continue practicing that dreadful atavistic art. And then, like her brothers and sisters before her, she would have perished from the backlash of the forbidden technique. In truth, Long Jian had saved her life, pulling her away from an abyss of despair and terror. Becoming Long Jian's consort was a blessing she had cultivated over 100 lifetimes. "Don't say such disheartening things." Long Jian smiled, gently lifting her right foreleg and placing his hand on the bracelet. A wisp of pale green true energy flowed from his fingertip into the bracelet. With a soft whoosh, the unremarkable band expanded to a perfect fit, latching securely around Xian Yu's leg, as if it were alive. The bracelet's surface was simple, yet it emitted a subtle, lively luster. The next moment a peculiar ripple emanated from it, and Xian Yu's aura vanished, as if wiped clean. Long Jian could no longer sense her presence at all. The shopkeeper at Wanbao Pavilion wasn't exaggerating. This bracelet is truly extraordinary, Long Jian mused in silent admiration. Thank you, husband. Xian Yu happily extended her small pink tongue and affectionately licked Long Jian's cheek. The soft warm sensation sent a thrill through him, sparking his desire. He reached out and touched her tongue, watching her shy expression with a private smile. Xian Yu, how about I help you speed up your cultivation? He asked softly. Xian Yu nodded shyly. She also wished to transform into human form as soon as possible, to have a body like Feng Ying, Xingling, and Jin Xing. Long Jian slipped nimbly into Xingling's dwelling, where a stunningly beautiful thunder-patterned lioness was curled up on a soft straw mat dozing. He quietly shifted into his silver dragon form, then pounced onto Xingling's back with a whoosh, startling her awake. Xingling jolted awake, feeling a heavy weight on her back. She turned to see Long Jian, that big pervert dragon. She huffed, husband, you've already worn me out until my body aches. Why are you coming for me again? Long Jian transformed back into his human form, grinning. What? My Xingling doesn't want to be intimate with me. Then I'll just go find someone else. He made a move to leave. Don't go. Xingling hastily called out, her irritated tone instantly softening. Husband, I was wrong. Please don't leave me. Her lion tail swayed back and forth pathetically, like a kitten begging for its master's affection. She rubbed her whiskers against Long Jian, seeking comfort. Long Jian stroked his chin, looking at Xingling's pitiful state, and couldn't help but laugh. He caressed her soft forehead and whispered soothingly in her ear, I'm just teasing you. How could I ever bear to leave you? He then deliberately tickled her chin with his finger. Xingling shivered, letting out a giggle. Her tail wagged happily, and the aggrieved look on her face was replaced by amusement. Husband. Xingling shot him a playful glare, then leaned in, rubbing her fluffy mane against his neck and arm. Long Jian indulged her coquettishness, stroking her soft fur and feeling the pleasant tickle of her lion's mane. Xingling purred contentedly, enjoying the scratches under her chin and on her belly. He continued to pet her, easing her tension, and said softly, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xingling hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I trust you, husband. He'll come by tonight. As a lioness, Xingling knew her place. She had to unconditionally trust and support her mate. Though the decision to release the demon lord made her uneasy, since Long Jian had resolved to do it, she would support him with all her might, without a single complaint. Such was the law of the lion pride. The leader's decision was absolute, and the rest could only obey and support. An hour later, Long Jian was practically running out, pulling up his pants. Xingling's desires were insatiable. She was determined to drain him dry. He then went to find Feng Ying, only to discover she was still outside, overseeing the work. She stood at a high vantage point, her sharp gaze directing a group of demon beasts as they hauled stones and timber from the distant mountains. Though she appeared to be supervising, she was actually protecting the demon beasts as they labored. For the sake of this family, Feng Ying was truly exhausting herself. She had even given up the Danshua mountain she had painstakingly managed for years, handing it over to Jian to oversee. As she watched the long line of beasts transporting materials, a wave of melancholy washed over Feng Ying. She often missed the 1,000-year-old parasol tree on Danshua mountain. A phoenix only perches on a parasol tree. It was a tradition passed down since ancient times. Just then Feng Ying noticed a familiar figure approaching, and her eyes lit up. She transformed from her phoenix form into a beautiful woman in a flowing red dress, and stepped forward to greet him. Husband, is something the matter? Long Jian stepped in front of Feng Ying, wrapping his slender and soft waist, whispering in her ear, What? Can't I come to see you if nothing's wrong? Feng Ying caught Long Jian's restless hand, stopping his movement, and softly asked, What do you really want from me? She keenly sensed that Long Jian was definitely not here just to play. Long Jian held her hand serious as he said, Actually, I have something important to tell you regarding Wu Yueyao. He then mentioned to Feng Ying his plan to break the seal and release Wu Yueyao. Long Jian did not want to hide this important matter from Feng Ying. She was wise, clear-headed, and had a very accurate judgment of the situation, which could provide him with valuable advice. Feng Ying expressed her concern, saying, This is too risky. The strength of the demon is formidable, and its temperament is extremely volatile. Once it breaks free from control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Jian nodded. I know the risks are immense, but my current strength is limited, and I have no choice but to proceed. If Wu Yueyao can be of use to me, it will be a great asset. In the demon clan, it has always been survival of the fittest. Falling behind means being beaten. Feng Ying understood Long Jian's predicament. With a gleam in her eye, she smiled. Actually, there is a small method that can increase your chances of subduing Wu Yueyao. What method? Long Jian perked up. Do you know about the heavenly oath? Feng Ying asked. Heavenly oath. Long Jian thought for a moment. In the remnants of memories he devoured from cultivators, there was little information about these 4 words. I'm not very clear. Can you elaborate? Feng Ying explained. The heavenly oath, as the name suggests, is a solemn vow made to the heavens. Once this oath is made, the oath-taker must adhere to it unconditionally, otherwise they will face divine retribution. With Wu Yueyao's strength, making a heavenly oath would greatly increase the likelihood of her obeying you. So she just needs to make a vow to the heavens. Long Jian inquired. Yes, once she makes the heavenly oath, she must abide by it unconditionally, or she will suffer divine punishment. Feng Ying affirmed. Long Jian was overjoyed, and his hand reached out again. Feng Ying shyly dodged, whispering, It's not very convenient here with demons coming and going. I'll come find you once I'm done with my tasks, okay? Long Jian nodded in understanding and let go of her saying, alright then you go about your business, I won't disturb you. After watching Feng Ying leave, Long Jian pondered that he still hadn't visited the little white rhinoceros. By the river, the little white rhinoceros was playing with 4 mischievous dragon children. These dragon children were all descendants of Long Jian, adept in water frolicking and swimming in the river. The little white rhinoceros stood on the shore watching with concern and occasionally reminding them to pay attention to safety. Of course, she was overthinking how could a dragon possibly have an accident in the water. At that moment, Long Jian appeared. The 4 dragon children saw their father and immediately swam ashore, surrounding Long Jian calling daddy. These dragon children had strong bloodlines and had long since cultivated to the spiritual realm, able to speak human language. Each dragon child was already over 2 meters tall, growing at an astonishing rate, likely reaching over 10 meters in a few years. Depending on their bloodline strength, they could potentially reach thousands of meters in size, when fully matured, truly becoming a supreme existence. Long Jian's current size had reached 800 meters, but it was still too small compared to the ancient divine dragons. With his bloodline, his future length could very likely reach over 100 kilometers, depending on his cultivation level. Fortunately, with the system's help, he could change his size at will. Long Jian immediately transformed into a 5-meter-long silver dragon, extending his claws to gently stroke each dragon child's head. Through the bloodline connection, he could feel his offspring's closeness and dependence on him. You all go play, I have something to discuss. Okay. The 4 dragon children responded in unison. Qianyu spoke up, let's go find Sister Jian to play. The 3 dragon children followed their elder brother to that pond. After the dragon children left, the little white rhinoceros approached Long Jian softly asking, husband, do you have something important to discuss with me? Long Jian replied warmly, nothing major, just came to see you. I remember you have reached the early stage of golden core, right? The little white rhinoceros shyly nodded, yes, I broke through. She still appeared petite and delicate, but her pure white skin was smoother, and her rhinoceros horn had completely transformed into a jade-like quality emanating the aura of her ancestral bloodline. This time Long Jian actually wanted to give the little white rhinoceros a name. She was the first demon to accompany him, yet Long Jian had never given her the attention she deserved. The little white rhinoceros did not dare to request it herself. Even during intimate moments, she often waited until the others were satisfied before coming over. Long Jian coiled his long and strong dragon body, slowly lying down on the ground. The little white rhinoceros shyly leaned against his scales, feeling the warmth emanating from him. I want to give you a name. The little white rhinoceros was surprised and touched softly, saying, whatever you decide, husband, I will follow your arrangements. Long Jian pondered for a moment and said, Jian, you once told me that you have the bloodline of the ancient beast Moonlight Rhinoceros within you. So I will take you as your surname, and Shi as your given name, making your full name Yushi. What do you think? The little white rhinoceros was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Long Jian clumsily scratched the characters Yushi into the grass with his claw. The writing in the Hongming continent was similar to that of Huaxia civilization, so he could manage to write it. Yushi leaned closer to the characters written by the dragon claw, her eyes glistening with tears filled with joy. She gently rubbed against Long Jian's scales, her voice sweet and melodious. Yushi, I really like this name. Thank you, husband. Back then Yushi was just an ordinary little demon abandoned by her clan, wandering alone in a lonely existence. It was only upon meeting Long Jian that she began her path of cultivation. Under Long Jian's care, she gradually grew stronger, birthed her own offspring, and joined this warm family. For Yushi, who once experienced loneliness, this was the life of happiness she had always dreamed of. Whenever she thought of the hardships from the past, Yushi cherished everything she had in the present even more. The night was deep and heavy. Past the third watch of midnight, faint footsteps sounded beneath the waterfall. Long Jian, Jinxing, and Xingling arrived at the spot, gathering before the roaring cascade. Spray flew and water thundered as the immense torrent plunged from the high cliff, crashing into the pool below and churning up a blinding mist of white foam. The 3 stood at the edge of the mist-shrouded pool, the ceaseless roar of rushing water flooding their ears and drowning out all other sound. Xingling, use your spatial perception to sense the range of this formation. I need to know if destroying it will cause any problems. Long Jian patted Xingling's delicate rear and spoke gently. Sure thing. Xingling deliberately arched her hips, savoring his tender touch, a playful smile curling at her lips. She spread her hands and dazzling starlight erupted from her palms. This was the unique spatial perception ability of the Star Realm Thunder Lion. The starlight blanketed the entire area as Xingling closed her eyes, concentrating intently on the flow of spatial forces. Moments later, 8 hidden array cores behind the waterfall flickered to life, and the intricate formation lines near the pool gradually revealed themselves. Wow, Sister Xingling is amazing. Jinxing, watching with rapt fascination, clapped her little hands in delight. As a half-formed formation master, she understood how crucial such spatial perception was to their craft. Many formation masters had to pore over mountains of texts, making inferences and comparisons just to map out a formation's range and lines, a grueling process. But Xingling's single move illuminated the hidden cores and lines, laying them bare before everyone's eyes. This allowed a formation master to easily identify weak points and the scope of influence, a tremendous boon for breaking. Jinxing produced her formation-breaking hammer, channeling powerful demonic energy to sever the waterfall. The 8 array cores hidden behind the watery curtain finally revealed their true forms, radiating an eerie ghostly glow. Husband. She gazed at Long Jian with deep affection, her eyes filled with worry. Both she and Xingling feared for his safety. Xingling clutched Long Jian's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Enough. I will definitely subdue that demon. Don't worry about me, Long Jian declared with conviction, gently squeezing both their hands before slowly releasing them. He walked calmly to the edge of the pool, gazing at the moonlit water that lay as still as a mirror. In an instant he transformed into a golden dragon and plunged into the depth, sending a burst of spray into the air. As he descended, the light dimmed around him until he reached the darkest depths of the pool. Suddenly a pair of crimson eyes ignited in the blackness, and Long Jian's heart jolted. A plaintive, cold female voice entered his mind. Husband, you've finally come to see me. I thought you had forgotten me. My dear, how could I ever forget you? I've been busy preparing to break this accursed formation, that's why I haven't come to visit you often. Long Jian replied hastily. Hearing his sweet words, Wu Yueyao was overjoyed, her massive form shifting in the mind. Overjoyed by Long Jian's affectionate words, Wu Yueyao stirred her colossal black tortoise body, writhing in the mud. A gigantic black tortoise radiated an eerie purple glow that pushed back some of the darkness, making it appear all the more terrifying and oppressive. Coiled upon her shell was a blood-red serpent, its forked tongue hissing in and out. Long Jian showed no fear at the sight. After all, he was a man who had seen much of the world. He spoke slowly. Yueyao, will you swear an oath to me, never to betray me, and to obey my commands forever? An oath? Wu Yueyao asked, puzzled. Why an oath? In truth, she had not yet realized that the Long Jian before her was no longer the Yi Fan of old. Long Jian had crossed over into Yi Fan's body, so his aura was indistinguishable from the original. In the past, when Wu Yueyao had served as Yi Fan's maidservant, he had never made such a demand, which was why she found it strange. Long Jian knew Wu Yueyao harbored doubts, and he had his answer ready. Didn't I tell you last time? Now that you are my consort, you must swear this oath. It is the rule. If you refuse, I will leave this instant, and we shall never meet again. His tone was resolute, brooking no refusal. Hearing this, Wu Yueyao's heart tightened. Desperate to stay with Long Jian and escape this sunless demonic formation, she quickly spoke. I, Wu Yueyao, will never betray Long Jian, will forever serve him as my master, and will forever obey his commands. The moment the oath left her lips, Long Jian sensed a strange power merging with his soul. Surely this was the seal of heaven's Tao. Excellent. Yueyao, wait here a moment. I'm going to break this accursed formation and grant you your freedom. Long Jian said with satisfaction. Thank you, husband, for your kindness. I can hardly wait. Wu Yao's words were humble, yet in the eyes of the scarlet viper coiled on her shell a cold, sinister glint flickered. Long Jian lashed his dragon tail, and his golden form shot upward. A dozen breaths later, he burst through the surface, landed on the shore, and reverted to human form. Jinqing and Xingling, who had been waiting anxiously on the bank, were overjoyed to see his return. Jinqing, it's time to break the formation. Long Jian nodded to Jinqing. Without hesitation, she used her demonic energy to control the formation-breaking hammer, sending it flying toward the 8 array cores on the cliff face. Boom, boom, boom. With successive strikes, the 8 cores were smashed to pieces, turning to dust that scattered into the air. The complex formation lines across the water rippled once, then deprived of their energy source crumbled apart. Soon they disintegrated entirely, and the great demon-sealing formation that had imprisoned Wu Yueyao for millennia vanished without a trace. We did it. Xingling cheered, throwing her arms around Jinqing in excitement. Soon they disintegrated entirely, and the great demon-sealing formation that had imprisoned Wu Yueyao for millennia vanished without a trace. We did it. Xingling cheered. At the same time, a powerful earthquake of magnitude 4 or 5 rumbled from the depths of the earth. Long Jian and the 2 demon women quickly channeled demonic energy into their feet, barely managing to keep their footing. Feng Ying jolted awake, instantly realizing that Long Jian had broken the demon's seal. She transformed into a phoenix and soared into the sky, her fiery glow illuminating the entire night like broad daylight. All demons hear my command. Stay away from the waterfall region. Anyone who disobeys will be slain without mercy. Feng Ying cried out from above. Across the territory, countless beasts began to retreat, none daring to defy her orders. All demons hear my command. Stay away from the waterfall region. Anyone who disobeys will be slain without mercy. Feng Ying cried out from above. Across the territory, on ordinary days when Long Jian was absent, she assumed the role of acting sovereign. She immediately organized the migration of all beasts to safer ground. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed from the waterfall as dense demonic energy surged forth from the water, spreading across the surroundings. This cold, sinister, and bloodthirsty aura flooded the entire territory like a tide, causing many weaker demonic beasts to tremble uncontrollably, frozen in place. Long Jian, Jinqing, and Xingling, being the closest, bore the brunt of the demonic energy's assault. It lingered and prowled around them, relentlessly eroding and gnawing at their bodies. Wu Yueyao, what is the meaning of this? Long Jian immediately transformed into his true form as a Yinglong, a colossal divine dragon, descending with an awe-inspiring presence. An overwhelmingly powerful aura radiated from him, his supreme bloodline power repelling the demonic energy's corrosion. Jinqing and Xingling also revealed their true forms. A golden toad radiating brilliant light, its gentle glow dispelling the demonic energy. and a majestic towering lioness surrounded by countless miniature black holes that devoured starlight and absorbed the rampant demonic energy. The combined might of the three true forms visibly slowed the demonic energy's consumption. My husband, this concubine has simply been inactive for far too long and lost a bit of control. I bear no ill intent, I hope you can see that clearly. Wu Yao's voice echoed from beneath the water, followed by a massive serpentine head slowly emerging from the surface. This crimson serpent shot towards Xingling and Jian with lightning speed too fast for the naked eye to track. Stop! Long Jian roared, his voice shaking the very heavens and earth. A pair of dragon claws suddenly seized the crimson serpent's body, gripping it as tightly as an eagle catching a snake, rendering it powerless to harm anyone. Husband, you're being too rough, you're hurting me. Wu Yao's voice shifted unpredictably between seductive and icy cold. Her colossal figure then slowly emerged from the pool, revealing a turtle the size of a small mountain to the assembled beasts. The turtle's shell was covered in sharp oval spikes, and long blade-like protrusions jutted out from the sides of its tail. This terrifying sight left all the demonic beasts utterly dumbfounded. Xingling and Jian's true forms were like ants before an elephant compared to Wu Yao, not even reaching the height of her leg. You two leave now. Long Jian commanded, ignoring Wu Yao's words. Yes, husband. The two women understood the dire situation. This demon wouldn't let them go easily. The golden toad leaped several hundred meters away while the lioness' limbs crackled with lightning as she fled with incredible speed. Oh husband, how your tastes have changed. Finding such frail and weak demons as companions. One little touch from me and they'd shatter to pieces. Wu Yao's turtle beak clacked open and shut, mocking the low cultivation of Jian and Xingling. Without my command, you are not to touch a single hair on their heads. Long Jian's expression was stern, his tone dripping with murderous intent. Fine, this concubine wouldn't dare touch them. Wu Yao pleaded. Husband, could you release me first? This grip is so painful. Humph. Long Jian snorted coldly and released his dragon claws. The divine dragon's whiskers drifted, exuding boundless authority. Once her serpentine body was free, Wu Yao turned her head, glaring at Feng Ying circling in the sky, and sneered. What mangy bird is this? Get lost, your glow is hurting my eyes. Long Jian barked. Enough. Transform into your human form now. Fine. Demonic energy swirled around Wu Yao as her mountain-sized body began to shrink. The crimson serpent on her shell vanished, and a woman in a black dress emerged from beneath the waterfall, her long light purple hair cascading down to her chest. The woman had fair skin and delicate features with a slightly prominent nose hinting at exotic charm, though her lips were eerily tinged with black. Her figure was full and curvaceous like a ripe, juicy peach, tempting one to squeeze it and watch the juices flow. A flash of heat flickered in Long Jian's eyes, but vanished instantly. His tone turned cold again. From now on, without my command, you are forbidden from attacking any demon. If you do, you'll face the consequences. With a thought, he activated the dragon god mark within Wu Yao's body. A piercing pain shot through Wu Yao's heart, causing her to frown slightly and nearly stumble. Even with her profound cultivation, she couldn't completely shake off the mark's control. Long Jian breathed a silent sigh of relief. With the dual restraints of the heavenly Tao oath and the mark, the likelihood of Wu Yao's betrayal was low, but not entirely impossible. After all, corrupted by the demonic energy, she had become bloodthirsty and unpredictable. Long Jian had to remain vigilant at all times to prevent her from harming the innocent. Wu Yao gritted her teeth against the pain, a flash of demonic light passing through her eyes. She forced a smile. Husband, you speak too harshly. I would never dare defy your will. After admonishing Wu Yao, Long Jian shrank his form, transforming into a handsome, elegant young man. Oh, husband, this new look of yours, this concubine simply adores it. Wu Yao gazed at the handsome man before her, infatuated like a love-struck fool. Yet inwardly, she felt a pang of regret. The reason she had never gained Yi Fan's favor was precisely because her figure was too voluptuous. Yi Fan preferred a more petite type. She stepped forward willingly, throwing herself into Long Jian's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent and feeling his warmth. After thousands of years, she was finally touching the one she had longed for. Her slender jade-like hands roamed over Long Jian's back, her nails shimmering with an eerie black light. A slender serpentine tail extended from her tailbone, the tail of the red serpent that had been on the black tortoise's back. Wu Yao's serpentine tail writhed around Long Jian's waist, thinking he wouldn't react. Little did she know Long Jian could hardly withstand such seduction. Just as Long Jian was about to take her right there, a woman in a red dress flew over slowly. Husband, are you alright? Feng Ying, disregarding the danger, had come to find Long Jian only to see him being intimate with the demoness. A pang of jealousy struck her, and she deliberately interrupted. I'm fine. Long Jian shook his head. Wu Yao, annoyed at having her fun spoiled, twisted her lithe and alluring figure, and said with a teasing smile, Oh, isn't this the little mangy bird? Slap. Long Jian's gaze turned sharp, and he said firmly, Watch your tongue. She arrived before you, and her status is higher than yours. Wu Yao remained unimpressed. Feng Ying suppressed the anger rising in her heart, and said calmly, Husband, since you're fine, I'll head back first. She took a deep breath, turned, and walked away, leaving them with a cold, distant back. Long Jian acknowledged, but his gaze lingered on Wu Yao's alluring figure, his eyes darkening. Once Feng Ying's figure disappeared into the forest, Long Jian growled, They'll show you what I'm capable of. This concubine isn't scared of you. In the demon domain within a great hall, over 100 wolf demons lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. All of these wolf demons were female, and there upon the throne of the grand hall. The man was none other than Xuanqing, one of the 3 city lords of the demon domain. He was tall and muscular, his eyes sharp like lightning, exuding a chilling light. Xuanqing's expression changed drastically as he furrowed his brows and muttered, "The magic suppression formation has actually been destroyed." Back when he was still a demon general, he had participated in setting up that terrifying magic suppression formation. Now that he was the city lord, he naturally would not take matters into his own hands to deal with such affairs. Xianqing shouted loudly towards the outside of the hall, "Bring me Xuanba immediately." His voice resounded like thunder, shaking the hall and causing the female wolf demon's ears to ache. "Yes, your majesty," came the fearful response from the guards outside. After a while, Xianqing bellowed, "All of you get out. This is where it ends for today." His tone was extremely impatient. The female wolf demons felt a wave of disappointment upon hearing this. It was truly a pity. However, they did not dare to defy Xianqing and had to reluctantly leave the great hall. Xuanqing's body surged with overwhelming demonic energy, and soon a black robe enveloped his sturdy figure. He had an extraordinarily demonic appearance, seemingly in his 20s, yet his eyes held a sinister and ruthless gleam. Since Xuanqing's offspring had perished one after another due to practicing an ancestral technique, he had no choice but to commence breeding a new generation. This was the only way to ensure he had more offspring to cultivate that technique. Since Xuanqing's offspring had perished one after another due to practicing an ancestral technique, he had no choice but to commence breeding a new generation. This was the only way to ensure he had more offspring. "Has my daughter Xianyu been found?" Xianqing coldly inquired, lowering his voice. He was not in a hurry to ask about the demons, first inquiring about the whereabouts of his daughter, who had fled the demon domain. In his heart, offspring were far more important than demons. To him, descendants were vastly more significant than demons. "Replying to your majesty, she has not been found yet," Xuanba replied, bowing his head, his voice faintly revealing worry and fear. "Useless!" Xianqing roared in anger, an immensely pure bloodline power pressing down upon Xuanba. Xuanba was startled, dropping to his knees and trembling as he responded, "Your majesty, please quell your anger. I will certainly find Xianyu as soon as possible. I request that you give me a bit more time." Xianqing did not blame him. After all, it was just one offspring. What truly angered him was their attitude and incompetence. After hearing Xuanqing's words, Xuanba respectfully bowed his face, displaying a polite smile, while secretly calculating in his heart. Xianqing scrutinized Xuanba and coldly said, "Xuanba, let's put this matter aside for now. You will visit the magic suppression formation located in the southern region of the Wanyao mountain range." "Understood, your majesty." Xuanba quickly responded, respectfully bowing once more before striding out of the hall, fearing to stay there for another second. Once outside the great hall, Xuanba finally let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Sigh? I don't know what's wrong with the king. His temperament has changed drastically." He recalled the time when he and Xianqing were both demon generals, and they were like close friends who shared everything. Now their relationship had become so rigid, unlike the past. "There's no going back to the past," Xuanba murmured to himself, shaking his head with a long sigh. He composed himself and adjusted his attire before striding towards the camp to assemble the troops. Before long, a team led by Xuanba consisting of more than a dozen deputy generals set off from Xian City. All of these deputy generals were powerful beings in the transformation stage. Everyone set their destination on the magic suppression formation in the southern region of the Wanyao mountain range and hurriedly made their way there. At this moment, Long Jian was still lost in the tender embrace of warmth. Beneath him was the delicate and charming Wu Yueyao. Her skin was like finely crafted jade, her teeth white as snow, and her captivating peach blossom eyes were enchanting. Her figure was graceful and alluring, truly the epitome of beauty. Long Jian spent 3 consecutive days entwined with Wu Yueyao. "Husband, I still want more," she exclaimed. "If you want it, this king will give it to you, otherwise it would make me lose face." Long Jian affectionately pinched her round cheek, feigning rejection. "I want to conceive your child soon, my husband." Wu Yueyao pouted, clinging to Long Jian's neck, her delicate body gently rubbed. Just as Wu Yueyao was preparing to ask for more, actively a sudden flurry of footsteps from outside interrupted them. "Husband, Sister Xian is about to break through to the transformation stage." From outside the door, Xing Ling's anxious voice came through. Hearing this wonderful news, Long Jian immediately pushed Wu Yueyao away, quickly dressing himself. Xianyu is about to transform. This was the good fortune Long Jian had been waiting for. "Coming. Wait for me a moment, I need to go protect her," Long Jian shouted as he hurriedly tidied himself up and dashed out, fearing he would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wu Yueyao, left behind, pouted and watched Long Jian's departing figure. She had intended to become closer to Long Jian, but her plans were interrupted by Xianyu's breakthrough, leaving her feeling somewhat displeased. Xianyu is about to transform. This was the good fortune Long Jian had been waiting for. "Coming. Wait for me a moment, I need to go protect her," Long Jian shouted as he hurriedly tidied himself up and dashed out, fearing he would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She prepared to see Xianyu and Long Jian's other wives. In the territory, a massive snow-white wolf gazed up at the sky. "Xianyu, head west. There lies a valley suited." From the heavens, Feng Ying's voice echoed, guiding Xianyu toward the optimal site for her ascension. Had Xianyu attempted her breakthrough within the territory, the beasts dwelling there would have suffered catastrophic losses. Thus, a relatively desolate location was imperative. "Understood," Xianyu replied. A gentle breeze stirred beneath her four-wolf paws as an overwhelming aura radiated from her entire being. With a light leap, she trod upon the air itself, suspended midair. Such was the might of the Chi wolf bloodline. They could wield myriad sorceries and spells. Like the wind-type art levitation, Xianyu now employed, granting her the power of flight. Long Jian watched the direction Xianyu and Feng Ying had taken, then transformed into a silver dragon and gave chase. Wu Yueyao, observing her husband depart, yearned to follow and witness the ceremony, but was swiftly intercepted by Xingling. Xingling crossed her arms, glaring at Wu Yueyao with undisguised disdain. She scoffed, "So you're that demoness. You reek of a foul stench." She deliberately wrinkled her nose in a provocative manner. Wu Yueyao had no intention of lowering herself to bicker with this immature little girl. She let out a contemptuous laugh. "And where does this cub who hasn't even grown its fur come from to bark at me? Absolutely hilarious." With that, she deliberately accentuated her full, elegant bosom. "See, mine are far bigger than yours. My husband adores me." Her mature, alluring figure naturally exuded far more charm than Xingling's youthful, maidenly form. Xingling for the first time was rendered speechless by such a retort, itching to strike Wu Yueyao on the spot. But recalling that Wu Yao's power far surpassed her own, she could only flush crimson, turn on her heel in a huff, and storm off, refusing to engage further. "Oomph," Wu Yueyao sneered. A shroud of black mist emanated from her, and she too flew toward the valley. Within it, Xianyu had reached her limit, preparing to face the impending tribulation of the transformation calamity. The sky was instantly engulfed by dark clouds, crackling with lightning and roaring with thunder, a sight of awe-inspiring power. Feng Ying and Long Jian could only halt at the valley's edge, assuming human form to stand guard and prevent any other beast from interfering with Xianyu's breakthrough. "Husband, do you think Xianyu will succeed?" Feng Ying asked, a hint of worry creeping into her voice as her soft hand instinctively gripped Long Jian's sturdy arm. She recalled her own ascension, how she had suffered considerable internal injuries under the relentless heavenly tribulation back then. It was only thanks to meeting Long Jian afterward that her wounds had been healed. Long Jian gently took Feng Ying's hand, patting its back softly to comfort her. "Don't worry, I believe Xian, you will." Of course, these were merely words of solace from Long Jian. Should Xianyu truly fail to withstand the tribulation, he was ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Soon a wisp of black mist descended, materializing into Wu Yueyao. She strode over, swiftly wrapped her arms around Long Jian's other arm, and deliberately rubbed her voluptuous bosom against him, purring seductively. "Oh my, it's just a minor transformation, lightning tribulation. What's there to worry about?" Her flippant tone dripped with blatant contempt. This infuriated Feng Ying, whose fiery temper could not abide such words from Wu Yueyao. Feng Ying parted her lips slightly, and a firebird flew forth from her mouth, darting around Long Jian to strike at Wu Yueyao. The demonic aura radiating from Wu Yueyao instantly extinguished the flaming avian. She feigned a pitiful pout, whining to Long Jian, "Husband, look at her. She's attacking me without any reason. No need to tell me, I saw it." Long Jian threw off Feng Ying's hand and raised his own large palms, seemingly angered. Feng Ying felt a surge of fury and betrayal, believing Long Jian would raise his hand against her for this woman's sake, her face contorting with hatred. Wu Yao meanwhile covered her mouth with a stifled giggle, assuming Long Jian was about to avenge her, and shot Feng Ying a triumphant, taunting glare. Yet as Long Jian's hand swept down, a crisp smack landed squarely upon Wu Yao's alluring posterior, sending ripples across her flesh. "Why did you hit me?" Wu Yao's eyes flew wide, incredulous that Long Jian had actually struck her. Now it was Feng Ying's turn to snicker, covering her mouth and casting a smug look at Wu Yueyao. Long Jian frowned. "What if I did?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than his hand descended once more without having satisfied his ire. Long Jian finally released Wu Yao's slender waist and warned coldly, "From now on, if you dare to stir up trouble in my harem again, it'll make you regret it." Wu Yao's face flushed crimson. Yet he suppressed the urge stirring within him, for the most pressing matter now was awaiting Xianyu's safe passage through the transformation calamity. Long Jian drew a deep breath, composing his attire and his thoughts. He then turned to Feng Ying and said in a gentle tone, "If she ever dares to bully you all again, tell me, understand?" Feng Ying nodded. Her husband's words were undoubtedly a reassuring balm. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, Xianyu finally faced her first heavenly thunderbolt. A streak of golden lightning tore across the sky, hurtling toward Xianyu. She showed not a flicker of panic. The Chi Wolf clan was inherently composed and valiant, and she knew full well the depth of her own strength. Chi Wolves never cowered, there were no cowards among them. Xianyu's pristine white fur rippled in the biting tribulation wind, her gaze unwavering and resolute. The ground beneath her paws suddenly churned and heaved as a colossal dragon of earth and stone erupted from the depths, rising to stand defiant. This earthen dragon bore a striking resemblance to Long Jian. It was evident that Xianyu's reverence and deep affection for Long Jian had manifested into this earthen dragon's form, standing guard beside her. The massive dragon shielded Xianyu securely beneath its frame, much like her beloved husband, supporting her, granting her an overwhelming sense of safety. Her confidence soaring, Xianyu faced the tribulation's baptism without an ounce of fear. Boom! The golden thunderbolt crashed heavily into the earthen dragon's body. Yet the earthen dragon suffered little damage, for its tail remained connected to the earth, channeling and dispersing the lightning's might deep into the ground. Witnessing this, Long Jian couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration, thinking Xianyu was truly ingenious. using the earthen dragon as a lightning rod to greatly weaken the tribulation's power and minimize harm to herself. The earthen dragon stood firm, weathering the first heavenly thunderbolt's assault. Xianyue, sheltered beneath its solid and broad form, remained completely unscathed. Boom. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, ripping a dazzling gash in the dark firmament, followed by rumbling thunder that echoed through the valley. This was the second heavenly tribulation descending, perhaps a jealous or envious way of expressing love for Xianyue. Its power was several times stronger than before, as if the gods themselves were wrathful. The earth dragon let out a miserable cry as its dragon horn was severed by the thunderbolt, the broken edge still smoking. Yet Xianyue's eyes remained resolute, as if nothing in this world could bring her down. She raised her head and let out a proud long howl that resounded through the valley, filled with nobility and unyielding spirit. The slumbering earth elements, sensing her call, converged towards her. Empowered by the earth elements, the earth dragon's body rapidly grew larger and sturdier. This valiant dragon seemed to merge with Xianyue, determined to resist the tribulation to the very end. The heavenly tribulation was greatly displeased by Xianyue's defiance and struck down several punitive bolts in succession. The third, fourth, fifth thunderbolts erupted in rapid succession, assaulting one after another, totaling 7 times before the heavenly punishment reluctantly ceased. The earth dragon was left battered and broken. Even under its protection, Xianyue suffered severe injuries. Her pristine white fur was scorched black and blood trickled from the corners of her mouth on the verge of collapse. Yet her golden eyes still burned with unyielding while gazing steadfastly at the sky. Witnessing this, Long Jian's heart ached as if pierced by knives. He keenly sensed that this tribulation was abnormally powerful, several times more ferocious than the one he had faced during his own transcendence. Back then he had only succeeded by relying on his dragon soul to absorb the thunder tribulation. But Xianyue was enduring it with nothing but her physical body and sheer willpower. It seemed unlikely she could hold out until the very end. This time the tribulation gathered for an unusually long time. The dark clouds roiled, golden lightning swirling within, coalescing into the form of a flying dragon that weaved through the clouds. The tribulation has taken form. Wu Yueyao exclaimed, her voice trembling with deep shock. In her nearly 10,000 years of life, this was only the second time she had witnessed such a phenomenon. The last time a clansman attempting ascension was directly defeated by a manifested lightning turtle and ultimately perished. And now a mere wolf demon's tribulation had reached such terrifying power far beyond her understanding. Long Jian and Feng Ying looked at Wu Yueyao in astonishment and asked in unison, "What does it mean for the tribulation to take form?" Wu Yueyao answered truthfully without any concealment. "My husband, when the tribulation takes form, its power increases 100-fold. There is no way this wolf demon can survive such a tribulation." Both were utterly shocked, for this was something they had never even heard of. Long Jian's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at the dark clouds and roared, "Damn you, heaven. If you've got the guts, strike me instead. Bullying my wife. What kind of skill is that?" Beside him, Feng Ying and Wu Yueyao gasped, covering their mouths in disbelief that Long Jian would dare to defy the heavenly Tao. In this world, the heavenly Tao governed all things like a supreme deity. Any being that provoked its wrath would suffer, but Long Jian couldn't care less. What was the heavenly Tao to him? Nothing but a fart. Nothing was more important than his wife. The dark cloud seemed to actually hear his curses. The lightning dragon within the clouds halted, casting a cold glare toward Long Jian before spitting out a sharp beam of lightning that shot straight at him. Such blatant provocation was something Long Jian could not tolerate. "Materialize," he bellowed, transforming into an 8-ton dreadmeter-long dragon that descended upon the mortal world. The giant dragon opened its massive maw and unleashed a thunderous bolt of lightning at the incoming beam. Boom! The two bolts collided violently in midair, and the resulting shockwave flattened half the valley. "Husband, go. Don't worry about me." Xianyue knew she couldn't survive this tribulation and didn't want to drag Long Jian said firmly, "Xianyue, I will never let you die." He moved like lightning to her side, replacing the severely wounded earth dragon to stand guard over her. "Husband'll help you too." Feng Ying's body blazed with fiery light as she prepared to transform into a phoenix, but at that moment Wu Yueyao suddenly grabbed her wrist, and a surge of icy demonic energy flowed into Feng Ying's body, instantly sealing her transformation. Wu Yueyao snapped, "Foolish bird, you'd only make things worse. The more demons participate, the stronger the tribulation becomes. It's a trap." Feng Ying felt a helplessness she had never known before. The proud Phoenix King, once considered omnipotent in the eyes of all demons, now felt utterly powerless. Now that her husband was in danger, and she couldn't help it, all her heart ached as if being twisted. Wu Yueyao sensed her distress and gently reassured her, "I want to help our husband too, but we must stay rational. If we stay back, he can focus on protecting that wolf demon, understand?" She spoke like a caring elder sister, and Feng Ying felt her resistance subside a little. She hadn't expected this demoness to be so considerate. Feng Ying nodded, resolved to trust Wu Yueyao's judgment. Meanwhile, Long Jian gently stroked Xianyue's back with his dragon claw, trying to calm her. "Xianyue, do you know any supportive demon arts?" The clever Xianyue immediately understood his intention. "Husband, I know a few." White specks of light began to glow on her body, merging into Long Jian's form. Long Jian instantly felt his body become lighter, and the surging of his blood and chi quickened noticeably. His strength and reflexes were enhanced, as if he had received a blessing buff in a game. "Xianyue'll go face that dragon now." Don't move no matter what. Long Jian instructed. "Will do as you say, husband." Jian nodded. Whoosh. The lightning dragon in the dark clouds seemed to have gathered enough power, let out a long roar, and dove downward. Its entire body was composed of golden lightning imbued with the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao, a devastating blow to any living being. But Long Jian showed no fear. This heaven had bullied his beloved wife, and he would not stand for it. As a man, if he couldn't protect his own wife, what kind of man was he? He would never retreat. Roar. Long Jian let out a mighty cry, beat his wings, and charged heat-in at the lightning dragon. The two divine dragons clashed violently in midair, using the most primitive and brutal moves, yet the most direct and effective. Warm dragon blood splattered from the sky, dripping onto Xian Yu's face. She whispered softly, "Husband." Tears already welled in her eyes. The surrounding trees, nourished by the dragon blood, began to grow rapidly. Many spiritual fruits, after absorbing the blood, developed tiny dragon-shaped patterns on their surfaces, brimming with immense power. The two dragons continued to tumble and tear at each other in the sky, scattering countless dragon scales and bolts of lightning in all directions like twinkling stars in the night sky. Damn, this thing is tough. Long Jian bit down on the thunder dragon, activating the whale devouring art within him, voraciously consuming its thunderous aura. Cultivation 100. The thunder dragon retaliated, biting back into Long Jian's body. With a single chomp, a blaze of lightning erupted, sending dragon scales scattering and flesh tearing into a bloody mess. Even with his thunder dragon bloodline activated, Long Jian struggled to withstand the overwhelming power of the thunder. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his very organs aching in agony. But Long Jian clenched his jaw, fighting to maintain consciousness as he continued the whale devouring art. In the sky, the two dragons clashed in a deadlock. On the ground, Xian Yu watched the battle with intense anxiety, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. "My husband, you must defeat it. I will always believe in you." Xian Yu silently lent Long Jian her strength, her eyes welling with tears, energetic and burdened by her own helplessness. "My husband, you must defeat it. I will always believe in you." Xian Yu silently lent Long Jian her strength, her eyes welling with tears. As the battle reached its climax, under Long Jian's frenzied biting, the thunder dragon's body was largely devoured, all of it transforming into Long Jian's cultivation base. A flicker of wariness passed through the thunder dragon's eyes. It stared at the bloodied yet still fiercely determined divine dragon before its shock coursing through its being. By all rights, any creature that encountered an incarnation of heavenly tribulation like itself should have submitted in reverence. A flicker of wariness passed through the thunder dragon's eyes. It stared at the bloodied yet still fiercely determined divine dragon before its shock coursing through its being. By all rights, any creature that encountered an incarnation of heavenly tribulation like itself should have submitted in reverence. Yet the heavenly Tao operates by rules, and it could not overstep its bounds. Unwilling to be devoured entirely by Long Jian, the thunder dragon devised a plan. A plan to both stay within the rules and eliminate the wretcheding long before it. A sinister glint flashed in the thunder dragon's eyes as it fixed its gaze upon Wu Yueyao and Feng Ying on the mountain. Wu Yueyao and Feng Ying felt the thunder dragon's chilling stare and wondered why it was looking at them. They sensed its gaze, a deep confusion settling in their minds. Logically, they were outside the tribulation's range. What could that look possibly mean? What scheme was this thunder dragon concocting? Just as they were hesitating, the thunder dragon suddenly lunged at them. Long Jian wondered why it was fleeing, but then realized the danger and shouted, "Wu Yueyao, Feng Ying, run." But it was already too late. As the thunder dragon approached, the tribulation's range abruptly expanded, instantly engulfing the two women. Before they could even react, Wu Yueyao and Feng Ying felt a heavy pressure descend upon them. A peculiar trait of the tribulation was that any cultivator or demon beast entering its range would be empowered according to the strongest being present. Feng Ying's strength was only at the transformation stage. But Wu Yuyao's true cultivation was at the Demon King realm, not the Demon Spirit realm as Long Jian had previously guessed. This was equivalent to a human cultivator's Mahayana stage. Her power was an entire realm higher than Bai Yubing's. In the sky, a beam of white light shone upon the thunder dragon's remnant body, instantly infusing it with immense heavenly Tao power, regenerating its broken form completely. It condensed a true physical body covered in azure dragon scales wreathed in golden lightning, its aura rivaling Wu Yuyao's. "My husband, flee. This is beyond your capabilities." Wu Yueyao cried out in terror, never expecting the tribulation to actively come for them. Wu Yueyao transformed into a plume of black smoke and charged at the thunder dragon. Feng Ying wisely chose to retreat, morphing back into her phoenix form and fleeing to their territory, knowing she was out of her league in this battle. Long Jian halted midair, his whiskers flowing in the wind, coiling his body defensively. The azure dragon before him exuded an overwhelming, boundless pressure, a complete suppression of realms. Even with his activated thunder dragon bloodline, Long Jian could only manage a faint suppression in presence. This azure thunder dragon was entirely beyond his control, an opponent he simply could not contend with. Roar! The azure dragon howled at the heavens, a smug, triumphant look on its face. It spewed forth countless bolts of lightning, weaving a massive electric net in the sky that ensnared Long Jian tightly. The crackling sounds of electric shocks were relentless. Long Jian struggled within the net, his dragon blood raining down from the sky, staining the ground a vivid red. Xian Yu's pristine white fur was drenched in blood. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "My husband, forget about me, flee." This tribulation was far beyond what they could endure. Jian would rather turn to ash herself than see Long Jian die for her sake. I will never leave. Long Jian roared, spewing a barrage of lightning in retaliation, but the azure dragon easily deflected it all, remaining completely unharmed. His lightning was utterly useless against this azure dragon, like an ant trying to shake a tree, not even chipping a single scale. The azure dragon condensed a massive orb of lightning in its maw and spat it out with a sinister grin. Trapped within the electric net, Long Jian had no way to dodge. Long Jian shouted urgently, system switch to dragon soul state. His massive form instantly shrank into a spectral dragon soul, but unexpectedly the net shifted with him, continuing to hold him fast. The azure dragon had already seen through his trick, and its lightning orb hurtled towards him without mercy. Long Jian stared at the approaching orb, feeling no fear, only deep concern. Death held no terror for him. His only worry was the future of his wives and offspring. Without his protection, would they be able to live happily? At that moment, Wu Yao's voice rang out. Dare to touch my husband. Even the heavenly Tao itself die. The black mist that was Wu Yao revealed her true form. A colossal Xuanwu tortoise descended upon the world. The crimson serpent on her shell struck swiftly, biting through the electric net, and holding Long Jian's dragon soul safely in its mouth. Her form retracted, crouching low upon her shell. The lightning orb, having lost its target, veered and hurtled towards Wu Yao instead. Soul devouring light beam. Wu Yao's beak opened wide, unleashing a pitch-black beam of energy that shot straight towards the lightning orb. The malevolent, dark, demonic energy instantly consumed the orb entirely. The azure dragon's expression turned wary as it spoke in human tongue. Wu Yao, hand over Long Jian, and the three demon beasts present were utterly stunned. This tribulation-born azure dragon possessed sentience and could speak. Even Wu Yao, who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, had never heard of such a thing. Today was an eye-opener. And why should I? Who do you think you are? Wu Yao naturally refused to hand Long Jian over to the azure dragon. She had waited for thousands of years to win Long Jian's love. She had only just received his affection and favor a few days ago, and hadn't had nearly enough of it yet. I am the will of the heavenly Tao. Do you dare defy me? With that pathetic look of yours, you dare call yourself the heavenly Tao? Forcibly dragging my wife into the tribulation range, have you no shame? Hearing Long Jian call her his wife, Wu Yao's heart. With that pathetic look of yours, you dare call yourself the heavenly Tao? Forcibly dragging my wife into the tribulation range, have you no shame? Hearing Long Jian call her his wife, Wu Yao's heart blossomed with joy. The azure dragon was rendered speechless by the scolding. After a moment it finally spoke. Wu Yao, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. Perish together, 10,000 heavenly thunders. As the azure dragon's words fell, its physical form dissolved and disintegrated on the spot, transforming into countless bolts of lightning that surged towards Wu Yao. The rumbling thunder heralded the impending calamity. Wu Yao knew that this thunder tribulation was beyond Long Jian's ability to withstand. Husband, quickly take the little wolf demon and hide behind me, she called out loudly. Long Jian immediately transformed back to his original form, his massive dragon claws tightly holding the severely injured Jian, Yue quickly retreating behind Wu Yao's tall figure. This was the safest place capable of resisting the fierce heavenly tribulation. Do not worry, I will protect you both. Long Jian gently spoke to the Xian Yu in his arms. Wu Yao stood alone in the open space, gazing up at the increasingly close thunderous lightning. She knew that this was the Dao's full force strike against her. As long as she could endure this tribulation, it would mean victory. But if she failed, Long Jian and Xian Yu could all perish in this calamity. She had finally gained Long Jian's true heart, and could not allow her husband to suffer any harm. What of the Dao? No one can separate us, she silently vowed. Demon transformation. Wu Yao bit her teeth and let out a low roar, and in an instant a thick black mist emanated from her body, wrapping tightly around her large turtle shell. This was the most powerful skill of the demon clan, demon transformation. At the cost of burning her life essence, it temporarily enhanced her power, entering a frenzied battle state. Burning her essence would provide a brief boost in power while entering a wild state. Amidst the thick demonic energy, Wu Yao's eyes turned crimson, and black blood foam spilled from the corners of her mouth. Her rationality was quickly fading, and soon she would fall into a state of uncontrollable chaos, unable to distinguish friend from foe. This was also a significant reason why the demon clan was able to easily slaughter human cultivators in the past. In their demon transformation state, each demon was as fierce as starving wolves, with one demon able to easily contend with 2 or 3 human cultivators of the same level. In the end, it was only through the alliance of humans and demons that the demon clan was barely driven out of the Hongmeng continent, but both sides suffered heavy casualties. The human clan directly lost over half of their high-level cultivators, while ordinary civilians suffered deaths and injuries exceeding hundreds of millions. The demon clan's strong fighters were reduced to just a fraction, and many ancient bloodlines were extinguished. At this moment, the transformed Wu Yao's power had instantaneously reached the level of a demon king, comparable to the 3 great demon kings of the demon realm. Her turtle shell was covered in dense demonic patterns, emanating an aura that could change the color of the heavens and the earth. After the demon transformation, Wu Yao's size suddenly surged, surpassing the height of the valley, reaching at least 1,000 meters. She closed her eyes, prepared to withstand this heavenly tribulation with her own body. Zizi. Countless golden bolts of lightning struck Wu Yueyao like venomous snakes, hitting her hard turtle shell with a thunderous roar. The powerful electric currents pierced through her flesh, causing her to let out a painful howl towards the sky. The red snake on her back was directly struck to a bloody mess by the lightning. Finally, the residual power of the tribulation gradually faded. Wu Yueyao was covered in blood, her turtle shell. The golden electric light pierced through her thick turtle shell, creating blood holes. Wu Yueyao gritted her teeth and endured, as she knew that as long as she could survive this final wave of attacks, victory would be hers. Finally, the residual power of the tribulation gradually faded. Wu Yueyao was covered in blood, her turtle shell in a shattered state, yet she survived. Before her consciousness was completely engulfed by darkness, she choked out, "Husband." Tears streamed down her face. Despite her awareness slipping into darkness, Wu Yueyao's massive body continued to rampage through the valley. She was entirely controlled by the demonic energy within her, using the last remnants of her strength to charge recklessly, turning hills into dust. At this moment, with Wu Yueyao's help, Jian, you had successfully crossed the threshold. Her power elevated to the transformation stage. Her injuries had also improved somewhat. Husband, quickly think of a way to save Sister Wu. She anxiously sought help from Long Jian. Long Jian gently stroked Jian Yu's fluffy wolf head and said softly, "You go back to the territory first, I will handle this." Jian Yu knew that she would only be a burden to Long Jian now, and with a gust of clear wind, she stepped into the air and left. Long Jian watched Jian Yu depart, then took a deep breath, preparing to confront the irrationally transformed Wu Yueyao. Now only a dragon and a turtle remained in this valley. Long Jian swam into the sky, shouting towards the out-of-control Wu Yueyao, "Wake up. It's me, your husband." However, Wu Yueyao's eyes were already shrouded in demonic energy, turning blood red. She continued to smash her massive head and hard turtle shell against the surrounding trees and rocks, completely ignoring Long Jian's calls. With each collision, her injuries became increasingly severe. Cracks appeared on her originally sturdy turtle shell, and large amounts of blood gushed out, creating a horrifying scene. Long Jian realized that he could no longer let her run wild. "System, expand my body to the maximum," he shouted, and suddenly his dragon form became immensely gigantic. Long Jian quickly flew over, wrapping his slender and flexible body tightly around Wu Yueyao, rendering her unable to move, forcing her to lie on the ground. But Wu Yueyao still refused to give up, opening her gaping mouth to bite down on the dragon that was entangled around her. Her turtle beak was exceptionally sharp, with immense biting force sinking directly into Long Jian's flesh, causing him to gasp in pain. "Wu Yueyao, I beg you to wake up." Long Jian continued to call, hoping she would recognize him, and quickly exit the demon transformation state. Despite Long Jian's relentless calls, and even using the punitive power of the dragon god seal, Wu Yueyao still could not awaken from her demon transformation state. Long Jian's body had already been bitten by her sharp turtle beak, leaving several deep wounds that exposed bone, yet he still tightly held on to Wu Yueyao, fearing that once he let go, she would go berserk again. "How can I awaken her?" Long Jian racked his brain, realizing that if this continued, neither of them would be able to hold on. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Long Jian's mind, and he realized, my essence power can heal all injuries, right? Perhaps it can heal Wu Yueyao. With this thought, Long Jian suddenly felt energized, ignoring all the pain in his body. Saving his wife was the most important. This was his first time facing such a colossal demon body. It was far larger than both Jian Yu and Yushi combined. Long Jian opened his dragon mouth, gently biting the neck of the turtle head, his massive body rolling along the turtle shell. Soon Wu Yueyao's violent form unexpectedly came to a halt. Her crimson eyes faded a little, as if regaining some rationality. She understood that her husband was saving her. She then closed her eyes, quietly lying still. As the sun set, a thin mist enveloped the valley. Following Wu Yueyao's final roar, her massive body quickly shrank down, ultimately transforming into a petite woman who gently fell to the ground. Long Jian let out a long breath. Reflecting on the heart-pounding battle moments ago, he felt a hint of fatigue. His silver-white dragon form gradually dissipated, returning to that of a silver-haired young man. Long Jian approached and embraced Wu Yueyao, checking her over. Her breathing was steady and long, and her injuries from the lightning tribulation seemed to have healed substantially. She was just spiritually exhausted and needed a good rest. Long Jian gazed at Wu Yueyao's delicate sleeping face, gently brushing against her rosy lips. That soft touch swept away all of Long Jian's fatigue and worries. He picked up the sleeping Wu Yueyao and walked slowly out of the valley. Several months later, a well-organized troop advanced in unison through the wilderness. Clad in identical armor, a wiry man led the way atop a black horse. Among them, a yellow-haired man carried a large banner emblazoned with a crooked white wolf's head and the words Xian Army in bold characters. "Giddity," Xian Ba snapped without turning around. "Why must we demons adopt these tedious human customs? What do you know? I learned this from the humans. These suits cost me a fortune in spirit stones. This is how you make an Giddity," Xian Ba snapped without turning around. "Why must we demons adopt these tedious human customs? What a hassle," the yellow-haired man muttered under his breath. Xian Ba boasted, "What's the trouble? Didn't you see how other demon territories showed us respect when we passed through?" Yeah, absolutely." The yellow-haired man agreed aloud, but inwardly seethed, "Damn, Xian Ba, am the one hauling this giant banner." Easy for you to say. Still, he dared not voice these thoughts. The yellow-haired man agreed aloud, but inwardly seethed, "Damn, Xian Ba, am the one hauling this giant banner." However, Captain Xianba was far too lackadaisical. A mission that could be completed in a month, he insisted on making a spectacle, forcing all demon generals to maintain human form, forbidding flight magic, and ambling along slowly on horseback. Passing through fox demon territory, Xianba lingered for nearly a month before leaving. The dozen or so demon generals under his command could only watch helplessly, waiting for him to tire of his amusements. After dawdling for 3 or 4 months, they finally neared the southern edge of the Wan Yao Mountains, an estimated 3 or 4 days' journey from the place where the demon was sealed. Just then Xianba, riding on his black horse, suddenly raised his hand and commanded halt. The demons instantly tensed, anticipating an enemy, and a dense aura of demonic energy surged from them. They cracked their knuckles, eager for a fight, having been cooped up for months and itching for an outlet. But instead Xianba swiftly dismounted, strode briskly to a knee-high plant by the roadside laden with bright red fruit. He casually plucked a few, wiped them on his clothes, and took a big bite, juice splattering everywhere. "Come on, you all, come try these," he called out nonchalantly. Unbelievable. This Xianba is a wolf demon, and he's eating fruit. The demons deflated like punctured balloons, itching to smack some sense into him. Throughout the journey he had done nothing but eat, drink, and enjoy himself, completely disregarding Lord Xianqing's orders. These demon generals had all been drawn to join Xian City by Xianqing's prestige. Among them were not only wolf demons, but also tiger, boar, and fox demons. They had expected a quick mission, not this endless procrastination. "You're not coming over for some." Xianba picked more fruits, and seeing their lack of enthusiasm sighed. "You're all too young. Eat and play while you can. When you're old, it'll be too late. Remember my words." With that he leisurely remounted, gave a gentle kick, and ambled forward. The demons were speechless, but none dared to voice a single complaint. Hours later they arrived at the valley where Xian Yu had once faced her tribulation. The area had been utterly destroyed, but after several months fresh green grass had regrown. The lingering aura of the heavenly tribulation had also dissipated completely. But Xianba still noticed subtle traces. He raised his hand again and commanded halt. This time the yellow-haired man was ready to complain. "Chief, what new discovery? Don't tell me it's a fox demon." "Shut up. Not a word." Xianba's tone turned sharp, as if he had found something significant. It was the first time in months the demons had seen him so serious and alert, and they too grew tense. Were they finally going to take action? They quickly dismounted, eyes fixed on Xianba, following his every step and glance, fully prepared for any situation. Suddenly Xianba leaped, snatched a fruit from a tree, and landed. The demons thought he was about to share again, and their brief surge of anticipation fizzled out. But this time he didn't eat it. Instead he walked back holding it, and said, "Look at this fruit." The banner-holding yellow-haired man glanced at it dismissively. "Chief, it's just a fruit. If you want to eat it, go ahead. Don't toy with us." "When have I ever toyed with you?" Xianba said, mildly annoyed. He held the fruit up high. "Take a closer look." Seeing he wasn't joking, the demons focused their attention on the fruit. The fruit was pale white with a rosy blush, its angular shape resembling an animal's head. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly like a dragon's head. The yellow-haired man, being well-traveled, gasped. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a spirit fruit infused with dragon's blood. Extremely precious." At his words, the demon general's eyes widened. Even in the demon domain, pure-blooded dragons were exceedingly rare, often appearing only once in centuries, if at all. Most only encountered lesser beasts with traces of dragon blood, like dragon turtles, dragon horses, or flood dragons. These creatures, thanks to their diluted dragon lineage, cultivated at astonishing speeds and wielded great power, thriving in the demon domain. Indeed, this fruit is brimming with dragon chi, excellent for breaking through bottlenecks. "I've decided." Xianba boasted, his gaze sweeping over the assembled demons. The demons looked on with anticipation, expecting Xianba to bestow this precious dragon fruit upon one of them. Instead, to their astonishment, Xianba popped the entire dragon fruit into his mouth in front of them all. "Delicious," he smacked his fingers repeatedly. The demons' faces darkened instantly, silently fuming at Xianba's selfishness. But they could only swallow their frustration. After all, he was the captain. "Don't hold me back, I'm going to punch him," the yellow-haired man yelled. Yet no one actually stopped him. They just stood around watching the spectacle. Despite his initial bluster, the yellow-haired man's confidence evaporated when he saw Xianba, who was half a head. He awkwardly stepped forward and said, "Chief, I was just joking. Let's get moving." All right, let's go." Xianba chuckled as he mounted his horse, unfazed by the incident. He was always an easygoing leader, close with his subordinates. The troop soon advanced towards Long Jian's location. Several small birds perched on the treetops, startled by the commotion, flapped their wings and flew away swiftly. In the territory since the last tribulation crisis was resolved, the attitudes of Yu Xixian, Yuefeng, Ing Xingling, and Jin Qing towards Wu Yueyao began to shift subtly. They had successfully joined this harmonious family. During this time a piece of good news emerged. Jin Qing, a descendant of the Dragon Toad clan, was finally pregnant. This signified that Long Jian's territory was about to welcome a new demon race, the Frog clan. The animals that could now conceive included rhinos, wolves, birds, lions, toads, and tortoises. With the increase in demon beasts, the labor force within the territory also grew significantly. The crude city walls and dwellings were quickly erected under the diligent efforts of the demon horde. Though simple and rough compared to human cities, this vibrant demon city was flourishing with life. However, a problem soon surfaced: a food shortage. The populations of both herbivores and carnivores were increasing, and the nearby vegetation and fruits were being devoured completely. Relying on fishing from the river, they could still obtain hundreds of caddies of fish and shrimp daily. But for plants, they had to venture into other demon territories to harvest. To make up for the resource deficit, Long Jian was preparing to launch an attack to seize other territories. To the south lay the Deadwater Swamp, the ancestral land of Jian. To the north was Danshua Mountain Feng Ying's domain. These two lands were naturally incorporated into the territory. The western valley had been destroyed during the tribulation and was deemed worthless. Only a hill range to the east remained. This land had to be taken as it was rich in resources and fertile. On a small hill brimming with the fragrance of fruit, various fruit trees formed a lush verdant orchard. Long Jian stood leisurely at the edge of the orchard. Behind him, the great white ape Zhu Bai was peering into the woods, speaking to Long Jian. Great king, it's around here. The demon ruling this area is a three-eyed spirit monkey with a body of pure gold and a third eye on its forehead. Zhu Bai shared all the information he knew with Long Jian. Back then when I passed by here, this monkey tore at my fur and gave me a severe beating. Great king, you must avenge me. How useless can you be? With the bloodline of Zhu Yan, how do you end up bullied everywhere? Long Jian retorted disdainfully. Zhu Bai scratched his head in grievance. I really can't defeat it. That three-eyed monkey is too powerful, especially the third eye on its forehead. One glare from it leaves me dizzy, weak in the limbs, and completely powerless. Is it really that formidable? Long Jian grew intrigued. He had recently mastered the peerless sword art, passed down by Long Outyin, and this was a perfect opportunity to test it against a worthy opponent. This sword art had only a single move. I swear what I say is absolutely true. Zhu Bai was about to swear loudly when suddenly the rustling of branches and the chattering of monkeys erupted from the forest. In the distance, a large group of monkeys of various species swung rapidly through the trees like pendulums, quickly encircling Long Jian and Zhu Bai. These monkeys varied greatly in size and build, some tall and strong, others small and agile, and some had unusually long arms with fur colors differing as well. It was evident they were not of the same species. The ability to gather such a diverse troop of monkeys clearly indicated the extraordinary strength of their king. It seemed Zhu Bai's words were not without merit. The monkeys in the trees chattered among themselves. Isn't that the foolish white ape? Why is it following a human? I bet it's been enslaved by this human and kept as a spirit pet. Ha ha ha. A chorus of harsh laughter erupted as the monkeys hurled various fruits at Long Jian as a form of humiliation. Zhu Bai reacted swiftly, using his massive frame to shield Long Jian from the barrage of fruit. See, I told you so. This white ape is indeed a human spirit pet. A jet black monkey taunted, hurling a large fruit at Long Jian. Long Jian's gaze turned icy cold. He patted his storage pouch and the demon-slaying sword flew out with a resonant hum. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the black monkey was instantly cleaved in two, its screams abruptly silenced. The surrounding monkeys were stunned by the sight. It took them a moment to react, then they shouted, "Quick, inform the three-eyed great king. A human cultivator has invaded." Lacking any real combat prowess, they immediately fled into the depths of the jungle. Come, let's follow them and meet this so-called three-eyed great king. Long Jian calmly trailed the monkey's escape. All right. Zhu Bai grinned, flashing a set of large white teeth, and hopped along behind Long Jian. Anticipating that Long Jian would stand up for him, he could hardly contain his excitement. Following the monkeys, Zhu Bai and Long Jian soon arrived at their lair. Here a vast expanse of neatly arranged banana trees stood in stark contrast to the outer orchard, each tree evenly spaced, clearly indicating deliberate cultivation. This suggested the three-eyed monkey possessed considerable intelligence, perhaps having learned agricultural techniques from human lands. This was enough to prove the three-eyed monkey's high intellect, possibly from studying in human territories. Surrounded by a large crowd of monkeys, a colossal golden monkey, standing 2 meters tall, ambled forward. Its fur was sleek and radiant, resembling a giant golden snub-nosed monkey with gentle features unlike Zhu Bai's fierce grin. Long Jian noticed the golden monkey wore garments woven from animal hide and branches. 2 round bulges on its chest indicated it was female. A closed vertical slit on its forehead was presumably the legendary third eye, though it remained shut for now. The three-eyed monkey, seeing Zhu Bai return with a human, roared, "White ape, I should have taken your life last time. I can't believe you dare bring a human to kill my subordinates. You must be tired of living." Her voice was feminine, further confirming she was female. Long Jian silently thought to himself that Zhu Bai was pathetic for not even being able to defeat a female monkey. Zhu Bai immediately retorted loudly, "Well, see who's tired of living. Three-eyed monkey, I advise you to submit to my great king, or you'll face dire consequences." Great king. The three-eyed monkey looked at Long Jian beside Zhu Bai, her mind filled with confusion. She was aware of Zhu Bai's identity, a descendant of the ancient ape demon Zhu Yan, possessing considerable strength and destined to become a transformation stage demon beast. Entering the demon domain would be a simple matter for Zhu Bai in the future. What benefit could there be in aligning with a human? Suddenly the third eye on the three-eyed monkey's forehead snapped open, emitting a beam of golden light that shot towards Long Jian. "You damned female monkey. How dare you use your third eye on my great king? You're asking for death." Zhu Bai, enraged at the three-eyed monkey's assault on Long Jian, was furious, yet too cowardly to act. The light from the three-eyed monkey's third eye swept over Long Jian's entire body, as if inspecting or probing him. This light was soft and bright, lacking any aggression. The powerful blood energy circulating within Long Jian remained calm and steady, seemingly unaffected by the third eye. The three-eyed monkey withdrew the golden light from its third eye, scrutinizing Long Jian with a hint of surprise. Each of its 3 eyes served a distinct purpose, one for attack, one for illusion, and one for investigation. It had just employed its investigative ability, yet detected nothing from Long Jian, as if he were but a wisp of air. This came as no surprise to Long Jian, who had concealed his presence entirely through his formless and featureless divine ability. Long Jian found the three-eyed monkey impressive and thought it would be a formidable asset if brought under his command. He decided to first attempt persuasion. Should that fail, he would resort to force. I have established a demon city near the waterfall not far from here, Long Jian began. I am in need of hands. Would you be interested in joining us? No. The three-eyed monkey refused without hesitation, its hostility towards humans palpable. It also wondered why a human would build a demon city. There must be some nefarious scheme behind it. Great King, this she-monkey is too stubborn. Reasoning with her is futile. Only a fist can teach her who's in charge. Zhu Bai blurted out boisterously. Long Jian knew that he would likely have to subdue her by force. He drew his demon-slaying sword and declared, "Three-eyed monkey, let us settle this with a duel fought with restraint. I have no intention of taking your life. If I win, you will pledge your allegiance to me." This was clearly a challenge to the monkey's leadership. Unable to gauge Long Jian's power, the three-eyed monkey had no desire to fight, but it also knew this human would not easily let them go. A clever idea struck it, and it turned its gaze to Zhu Bai. "You are a human, and I am a demon. Even if you defeat me, you cannot command the loyalty of my followers. Unless you let the white ape by your side fight me instead." Zhu Bai's courage immediately faltered. It had lost to the three-eyed monkey before, and this time would likely be no different. "Great King, just deal with her yourself," Zhu Bai whispered to Long Jian. "If I go, it'll be suicide." Long Jian ignored Zhu Bai, finding the three-eyed monkey's proposal quite reasonable. Long Jian understood that to earn the complete submission of a demon clan, one must defeat them through a fair and just contest, winning their heartfelt admiration. While transforming into a dragon and instantly obliterating the three-eyed monkey would be simple, it would only breed fear among the monkey troops, not true loyalty. Zhu Bai's strength was evenly matched with the three-eyed monkey's. If Zhu Bai could win, it would rightfully become the king of this fruit grove, commanding all the monkey clans. After considering this, Long Jian agreed to the three-eyed monkey's proposal. "Very well, Zhu Bai will duel with you." "What? Great King, I really can't beat her." Zhu Bai was already trembling with fear before the fight began. The three-eyed monkey chuckled. "You said it. You humans have an old saying, a gentleman's word is his bond. You cannot go." The three-eyed monkey chuckled. "You said it. You humans have an old saying, a gentleman's word is his bond. You cannot go." Before the fight, Long Jian pulled Zhu Bai aside to secretly devise a strategy. "Zhu Bai, when you fight her, whatever you do, do not look into her third eye. If I just remember that you can win." "Huh? How am I supposed to fight without looking at her eyes?" "With my eyes closed." Zhu Bai was utterly confused. Long Jian whispered, "You fool, just stare at her chest. That way, whether she opens her third eye or not, you'll be fine." Zhu Bai's eyes lit up with sudden realization. "Right, Great King. You're brilliant. You've hit the nail on the head. I've got confidence now." With the strategy settled, the duel officially began. The two apes chose a clearing, avoiding any damage to the banana trees and the fruit grove. A crowd of monkeys gathered around, cheering for the three-eyed monkey. "Go, three-eyed monkey king. Beat that white ape." The one-sided cheering deflated Zhu Bai's spirits. It didn't have a single supporter. It looked towards Long Jian, who was leisurely sitting aside, eating a fruit, looking utterly unconcerned. Zhu Bai knew this was just a facade. If it lost, a beating would surely follow. This time it had to win. Both parties took their positions. The three-eyed monkey looked down at Zhu Bai with disdain. "Come on, let me see if you stupid ape has improved it all these years." Zhu Bai took a deep breath, fixing its gaze on the monkey's chest, just as Long Jian had instructed. The three-eyed monkey was female, and despite the animal hide clothing, it was evident she was quite well endowed. "Fight!" A random monkey shouted, and the battle commenced. The three-eyed monkey struck first, a beam of light shooting from its third eye. Zhu Bai, keeping its head down, felt a wave of heat rush towards it. Its extensive combat experience led it to instinctively drop to the ground to dodge. Zhu Bai might seem timid and gluttonous, but it was a seasoned veteran demon. Having grown up in the human realm as a child, it had learned some boxing, kicking, and staff techniques. It charged on all fours like a raging gorilla towards the three-eyed monkey, its eyes locked on her chest. It raised its right arm and launched a straight punch at her. The three-eyed monkey was startled. How had this idiot ape suddenly become so clever, learning not to look into its eyes? Then it saw the smile on Long Jian's face and instantly understood that this human must have secretly given Zhu Bai a tip. Otherwise the simple-minded Zhu Bai could never have come up with such a tactic. Seeing Zhu Bai charging, the three-eyed monkey performed a nimble front flip, soaring over its head and landing perfectly after a 360-degree rotation. It then opened its third eye, unleashing a golden beam that struck Zhu Bai squarely on its broad back, scorching a black mark into its white fur. Zhu Bai winced in pain, but gritted its teeth, refusing to look at the three-eyed monkey. It turned and rejoined the fray, mentally calculating a way to counter the golden light. The three-eyed monkey was equally determined, using every trick in its arsenal to contend with Zhu Bai. All of Zhu Bai's earlier cowardice was gone. It fought solely to secure this victory for Long Jian. The three-eyed monkey began to sense trouble. Its illusionary powers were useless against Zhu Bai, and its pure golden light attacks were proving ineffective. Zhu Bai entered a state of frenzy. The white fur on its limbs turned a vivid crimson, a unique talent inherited from its Zhu Yin bloodline. In this berserk mode, its strength and agility were greatly enhanced, as was its tolerance for pain. Although the three-eyed monkey was quick and dodged several heavy punches, its stamina was gradually waning. After all, as a female monkey, she wasn't as robust or aggressive as a male. A moment's lapse in evasion and a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into her abdomen, sending her flying several meters away. The three-eyed monkey, dazed by the ferocious blow, had blood spray from its head. It struggled to open its third eye for Zhu Bai, its eyes blood-red and fearless of the demonic power, charged straight into the barrage of light, letting the dazzling rays explode into sparks against its fur as it drove a punch towards the three-eyed monkey's face. The three-eyed monkey, dazed by the ferocious blow, had blood spray from its head. It struggled to open its third eye for a final attack, but Zhu Bai wrapped it in a crushing bear hug and rained down a flurry of punches. "I yield," the three-eyed monkey whispered weakly before losing consciousness. A wave of astonished uproar swept through the surrounding monkeys. Their king had been defeated by this white ape. "I won." Zhu Bai let out a long howl, its berserk red fur gradually returning to white. The moment the three-eyed monkey king uttered its surrender, the other monkeys froze jaws agape and eyes wide with sheer. After a long pause, they erupted into thunderous cheers. "Long live King Zhu Bai." The very monkeys who had mocked Zhu Bai as a foolish ape now surged toward him, clapping and cheering with fervor. A throng of monkeys vied to crowd around Zhu Bai, some grabbing his arm and shaking it, others massaging his shoulders and back, while still others offered the choicest fruits. Zhu Bai gleefully accepted the fruit and devoured it with gusto, his jubilant demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier. The three-eyed monkey, however, struggled to rise from the ground, bruises marking its face and body, its gaze dim and lifeless. It stood apart, solitary, realizing the tide had turned, and it could only accept its defeat. Just as the three-eyed monkey prepared to slink away, its former subordinates surrounded it, shouting, "King Zhu Bai, this three-eyed monkey is trying to flee. Don't let it escape. It must be brought before King Zhu Bai for judgment." The three-eyed monkey sank to the ground in despair, clutching its head, trembling all over. Terrified of the cruel punishment Zhu Bai might inflict, it curled up like a wounded kitten, its third eye on its forehead squeezed shut as tears streamed down its cheeks. Meanwhile, Long Jian had been observing from the sidelines when a sudden idea struck him. He had previously promised to find Zhu Bai a mate, and this three-eyed female monkey seemed a perfect match. Moreover, she possessed a unique bloodline. If the two demon monkeys were to produce offspring, their bloodline power would surely be even stronger. Long Jian called out excitedly, "Zhu Bai, come here." Several monkeys, hearing this human address their king so casually by name, stared wide-eyed and protested loudly. "How dare you human show such disrespect to our king?" Zhu Bai, who was happily munching on fruit, shot a furious glare at the monkey that had dared to challenge Long Jian. He shoved through the crowd and slammed his fist into that monkey. A loud crack echoed as the poor creature, without a chance to scream, had its skull crushed by Zhu Bai's blow. Zhu Bai pointed a finger at Long Jian and roared, "Listen up, he is our true king. Anyone who dares show him disrespect, he'll smash their monkey head." All the monkeys trembled in fear, clutching their heads tightly, none daring to utter another word against Long Jian. Long Jian nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Zhu Bai, what do you plan to do with that three-eyed monkey?" Zhu Bai stared at the battered three-eyed monkey, scratched his head, and said magnanimously, "Let her go. Keeping her here just means one more mouth to feed for my share of fruit." "You idiot." Long Jian rapped Zhu Bai's head hard with the scabbard of his demon-slaying sword. "Ouch." Zhu Bai rubbed his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Then he'll just kill her." Hearing this, the three-eyed monkey was stricken with terror, tears welling up from all three eyes as she wept piteously. "I'm so furious. You foolish ape." Long Jian strode directly to the three-eyed monkey, looked her straight in the eye, and asked gravely, "Hey, three-eyed monkey, do you want to live?" The three-eyed monkey nodded vigorously, pleading, "Yes. I want to live more than anything." In the myriad demon mountain, survival was no easy feat, and the more intelligent a demon beast, the more it cherished its life. Moreover, as a primate demon beast, her intelligence was on par with any human. Long Jian crossed his arms and said with utmost seriousness, "If you want to live, it's simple. Become Zhu Bai's wife. Agree to this condition and he'll let you go. Refuse and he'll have Zhu Bai execute you right now." The three-eyed monkey glanced at Zhu Bai, who was scratching his head, blankly sighed with a dim look in her eyes, and whispered, "Fine, I agree." It was only then that Zhu Bai realized Long Jian was finding a wife for him. This three-eyed monkey was indeed rare, with a cultivation level matching his own at the late core formation stage, and she might even reach the transformation stage someday. Their sizes were also comparable. He stood 3 meters tall, while she was around 1 meter 80. With her clan missing, rather than searching for another female with the Zhu Yin bloodline, this three-eyed monkey was the better choice. "Zhu Bai, come meet your bride." Long Jian beckoned. Zhu Bai shuffled over awkwardly, uncharacteristically shy. The three-eyed monkey wasn't particularly fond of Zhu Bai, finding him too dim-witted. However, given his impressive bloodline, she supposed she could make do. Long Jian took Zhu Bai's rough large hand, and the three-eyed monkey's soft small one, and declared, "From this day forth you are officially wedded." "Understood." "Understood," the two demon beasts replied in unison. Zhu Bai held the three-eyed monkey's hand, a strange sensation stirring in his heart. It was his first time touching a female monkey's hand, and he felt like a bashful young boy, a blush creeping onto his face. Seeing the two demons in good spirits, Long Jian was pleased. From now on, this fruit forest would be under Zhu Bei's care. Zhu Bai, you don't need to come back with me today. Stay here. Long Jian said. Huh, why? Have you abandoned me, my king? Zhu Bai immediately released the three-eyed monkey's hand, forgetting his bride entirely. Seeing the two demons in good spirits, Long Jian was pleased. From now on, this fruit forest would be under Zhu Bei's care. Zhu Bai, you don't need to come back with me today. Stay here. Long Jian explained. Besides, you have a wife now. Isn't it great to be with her? Zhu Bai scratched his head, understanding Long Jian's good intentions, and nodded. All right, my king, you'll stay here. Long Jian explained. Besides, you have a wife now. Isn't it great to be with her? Zhu Bai scratched his head, understanding Long Jian's good intentions, and nodded. The three-eyed monkey and the other monkeys were stunned. So he was of the noble dragon race. Now they understood why Zhu Bai was so loyal to Long Jian. Befriending a dragon promised a future of boundless glory. Zhu Bai turned to pick up the three-eyed monkey. Let's go to the bridal chamber. You foolish monkey, it's broad daylight. Put me down. The three-eyed monkey scolded, thumping him. Oh fine. Then show me around, and see where our home is. Zhu Bai obediently set her down, and took her hand. Knowing Long Jian was a dragon, the three-eyed monkey's opinion of Zhu Bai changed dramatically. She no longer thought him stupid, and felt quite pleased. Come on, let me give you a tour. The golden and white monkeys walked hand in hand, disappearing into the depths of the forest. With the fruit forest secured, the food problem was greatly alleviated. As Long Jian flew back, a fiery red phoenix appeared in the sky. Husband, something terrible has happened. We must return at once. The phoenix circled overhead, calling out anxiously to Long Jian. Startled, Long Jian asked, what's wrong? Xian City has sent another demon general. The phoenix said urgently. All right, let's go back immediately. A silver dragon and a fiery red phoenix sped toward the waterfall. The two mighty divine beasts swept across the sky, stirring up a gale that rustled the trees below. Xian Ba and his entourage reined in their snorting steeds, gazing from afar at a tall, formidable city wall ahead. The wall was constructed from ordinary gray stone, yet the craftsmanship was meticulous, the surface smooth and solid. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. The yellow-haired one broke the silence. Boss, what's going on? How did a grand city suddenly appear here? Xian Ba scratched his head anxiously, equally perplexed. How would I know? This was desolate wilderness, there was never anything here before. In their memory, cities were rarely built beyond the demon realm. According to the ancient pact between the demon and human clans, the vast territories surrounding the myriad demon mountains were designated hunting grounds by the humans. Few demons dared to establish strongholds there. Thus they were utterly baffled as to who possessed both the power and audacity to erect such a formidable fortress on these fringes. Xian Ba initially suspected this was a clandestine human city, but upon closer inspection, he saw that the patrols atop the walls were all demons. These guards were not particularly powerful, mostly at the spirit manifestation stage, with a rare few reaching the core formation stage. Even more astonishing to Xian Ba was the remarkable diversity among the guards. Wolf demons, rhinoceros demons, lion demons, all coexisting peacefully within a single city. Typically, a demon king would consolidate their rule by populating their domain with their own kind. Such tolerance for other races was exceptionally rare. This style of governance mirrored Xian City's own philosophy. Xian City was a melting pot of races living together in mutual forbearance, a harmony enforced by the formidable strength of its ruler Xian Qing. Xian Ba couldn't help but feel a surge of intense interest, even admiration, for this unknown demon king who had so boldly risen to build a city. This is precisely the kind of talent Xian City needs. Xian Ba dismounted, stroking the glossy mane of his mount, and called out politely to the guards on the wall. We come from the demon realm with no ill intent. Please allow us entry for a parley. A minor demon yelled back. We are not authorized to decide. Wait for our city lord's return to discuss. Xian Ba nodded calmly and replied. Very well, we shall await the city lord here. The yellow-haired one and the other demon generals grew restless. The yellow-haired one whispered to Xian Ba. Boss, why be so courteous to these weaklings? I could squash a dozen of them with one palm. Yeah, boss, let's just break down the gate and see if their formation can even hold, the others chimed in. Xian Ba raised his hand to silence them, his expression stern. Everyone patience. Whoever built a city in this place must be a force to be reckoned with. Let's not act rashly. A short while later, a beautiful woman clad in a flowing pale purple dress ascended the city wall alone. It was Wu Yueyao. She cast a cold glance down at Xian Ba and said haughtily, wherever you are from, I advise you to leave at once. Outsiders are forbidden here. Wu Yueyao was unaware that these demons were actually here for her. She assumed they were seeking Xian Yue, whose true identity she had only recently learned of herself. When Xian Ba clearly saw the woman's face on the wall, his pupils contracted sharply, and he gasped in shock. It's you. He recognized her, the ferocious demon beast sealed away thousands of years ago. Back then, Xian Qing, a young and promising demon general, had joined forces with human experts to set up an incredibly complex grand sealing array beside this waterfall to purge the scourge left by the demon race. As Xian Qing's most trusted general, Xian Ba had personally participated in the entire process of designing the array and performing the seal. Through the combined efforts of human Taoist priests and powerful demons, they finally succeeded in capturing the demon beast Wu Yueyao alive, sealing her forever in this remote corner. This was also why years later Xianqing specifically chose Xianba to investigate the sealing array. He was the direct witness to that sealing event. Meanwhile, Wu Yueyao stared at Xianba, furrowing her delicate brows. Who are you? She had been in a state of madness at the time and held only vague memories of the sealing, so naturally, she didn't recall Xianba, who was merely an ordinary general then. Xianbei's face hardened, and he remained silent, but his eyes betrayed a profound fear and wariness. He abruptly turned and shouted to the demon generals behind him, "All of you leave this place at once. Return immediately and report to City Lord Xianqing that the demon beast seal has been broken and she is free." As the words left his mouth, his body began to rapidly swell and contort, black fur covering his entire form in an instant. Within moments, Xianba transformed from his human guise into a colossal black wolf 100 zhang tall, towering several times higher than the city wall itself. The demon generals were all stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events. They had heard tales of the demon beast, but that was ancient history. Never did they imagine they'd actually encounter a demon breaking free from its seal. To deliver this terrifying news back to the demon realm as swiftly as possible, the generals scattered in all directions, fearing that any hesitation would cost them their lives. On the city wall, Wu Yueyao, upon hearing the term demon beast from Xianba, finally realized the gravity of her true identity had been exposed. If these generals escaped and spread the word in the demon realm, the city her husband had worked so hard to build would be in jeopardy. Trying to run. Stay here, all of you. A dense, dark, demonic aura erupted from Wu Yueyao, cold and eerie. The aura seemed almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing generals. The demonic energy, as if alive, chased after the escaping demon generals. The generals hurriedly unleashed their true forms, revealing massive silhouettes. Some became hulking mighty boar demons, others transformed into sleek and agile black panthers. The yellow-haired one leaped into the air, morphing into a colossal golden eagle, spreading its vast wings to flee far away. Trying to harm my men. Over my dead body. Despite his bulky frame, Xianba moved with incredible speed. He dashed in front of the generals, using his own physical body to shield them from Wu Yao's incoming demonic attack. The blade-like demonic energy tore through the flesh on Xianbei's back, splattering blood across the ground. But he only gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat an inch. Everyone flee. You must get word back to the demon realm. He roared at the generals behind him, then bent his knees and lunged towards Wu Yueyao once more. Seeing Xianba risk his life for them, the yellow-haired one was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes turning red. He yearned to stay and fight alongside his leader, even if it meant dying together. But he knew that with his and the others' strength, staying would be suicide. The yellow-haired one took a deep breath, suppressing the grief in his chest, and roared to his companions, "Go." He spread his wings and flew with all his might, leading the other demons towards the demon realm. Wu Yueyao's right hand flickered with red light. In an instant it transformed into a giant red serpent, writhing. She aimed at Xianba wolf waist, and suddenly wrapped the serpent's body around it, binding it tightly. Then she swung her arm, causing the red serpent to tighten abruptly and fling Xianba thousands of meters into the air. Wu Yueyao frowned slightly, knowing that this city was painstakingly built by her husband and must not be easily destroyed. She quickly shouted, "Xingling, Jinxing, quickly stop the other demon generals. We cannot let them escape. Otherwise all of my husband's hard work will be in vain." "Got it, Xingling," and Jinxing replied, soaring into the sky and transforming into a lion and a golden toad, chasing after the fleeing demon generals like lightning. Meanwhile, Wu Yueyao engaged in a fierce duel with Xianba. Her red serpent arm shook, transforming into a dance of flames that surged toward Xianba. Xianba, on the other hand, transformed into countless wolf shadows, howling fiercely as he pounced toward Wu Yueyao. The two powerful demon kings exchanged hundreds of strikes, each contact sparking thunderous waves of energy. Although Xianba was not weak, he was only at the early stage of the Demon King realm, while Wu Yueyao had already reached the late stage, giving her the upper hand. The gap between the two made every clash intense and unbalanced. "Demon, I advise you to leave the Wanyao mountain range. You might still save your life. If Lord Xianqing finds out about this, he will definitely kill you." Xianba retreated to a relatively safe position, while the thick, demonic aura emanating from his black wolf fur made the surrounding creatures tremble. Wu Yueyao, hearing this, was filled with fury. "Why should I leave? Aren't we demons, also demons? I haven't harmed you." Her voice was filled with anger and grievance. She had only wanted to find a secluded place in these mountains, but had been forcibly sealed for thousands of years. Now, however, the demons of the demon realm wanted to exterminate her. This made her anger boil even more, and the demonic energy around her surged, her eyes glowing with a layer of red light. "Just because you do not harm other demons now does not mean you won't in the future. Leave and go to the human realm. We demons will not interfere with how you create chaos." Xianba continued to persuade, his expression serious. But Wu Yueyao gritted her teeth. "I will not leave. Why should I listen to your demon realm?" A surge of black, demonic energy enveloped her body as she prepared to enter a demonic state, to eliminate the black. However, at this critical moment, Long Jian's voice rang out, "Yueyao, stop. Do not transform." Wu Yueyao, who was about to transform, heard her husband's call, and felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The dark demonic energy instantly receded, and the red light in her eyes faded significantly. Xuanba stared at the dragon and phoenix that suddenly appeared in the sky, his face revealing a look of shock. A giant dragon with metallic scales and a brilliantly feathered vermilion bird hovered in the air, exuding an intimidating pressure that compelled respect. "Are you the lord of this city?" Xuanba asked, his voice tinged with awe. "I am." Long Jian's deep and powerful voice carried a hint of impatience as he shook his 100-meter-long body, stirring up a whirlwind in the air. "And who are you?" "I come from the demon realms, Xian City Xuanba." He introduced himself respectfully, his wolf eyes revealing an undeniable authority. "May I ask your esteemed name?" "This king is Long Jian." "What is your relationship with Lord Xianqing?" Long Jian raised his dragon whiskers, his sharp gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing Long Jian directly address Xuanqing's name, a murderous intent flickered in Xianba's eyes, and his voice was filled with warning. "Presumptuous. A mere dragon clan dares to speak my master's name." He unleashed a surge of demonic energy, causing the surrounding air to freeze instantly. Such loyalty in defending Xianqing is certainly not that of an ordinary subordinate. Long Jian sneered, understanding in his heart that this must be a trusted old minister by Xuanqing's side. "Daring to come to my territory to cause trouble? It seems the lesson from last time was not deep enough." Long Jian shook his scales, emanating a powerful pressure as he coldly commanded Feng Ying, "Go chase the other demon generals. Leave this to me and Yueyao." "Ing." Feng Ying let out a clear cry and spread her wings, taking to the sky. Xianba's face turned ashen in an instant, and most of the demon generals he brought were newly transformed demons. Originally, this reconnaissance mission was meant for training, but unexpectedly turned into a life-and-death battle. Despite the grim situation, he forced himself to suppress his anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "A mere dragon clan dare to provoke my Xian city. Do you know the consequences?" "Haha." Long Jian laughed dismissively. "Do you think this king would fear that old fossil Xianqing? In a few years his position will be mine." "Presumptuous." Xuanba roared in fury, gathering a surging energy ball in his wolf mouth and shooting it directly at Long Jian. "Despicable wolf demon, how dare you attack my husband? I see you are tired of living." Wu Yuyao's delicate brows furrowed as she swiftly positioned herself in front of Long Jian, manifesting a mysterious turtle shell spirit shield, effortlessly neutralizing Xianba's attack. As a turtle demon beast, Wu Yuyao's defense was nearly unrivaled in the world, making it extremely difficult to penetrate. Even if Xianqing were to act personally, it would not be an easy task to take Wu Yuyao's life. This was also the main reason why Wu Yueyao was sealed years ago, but not killed. "Dare to attack me?" Long Jian's expression sharpened as he unleashed countless golden divine lightning bolts that instantly covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Xuanba attempted to rely on his agility to evade, but such a widespread attack left him with nowhere to hide. His black wolf fur was singed to a charred yellow in an instant. Although he only sustained minor injuries, he was astonished to discover that the golden lightning contained the true power of the heavenly Tao. Having lived for 5,000 or 6,000 years, it was the first time he had encountered a divine dragon capable of emitting heavenly lightning. His expression changed dramatically as he seemed to realize something new. "Are not an ordinary dragon clan, but a true dragon. This king is the supreme Ing Long." Long Jian snorted coldly, the aura emanating from him becoming even more profound and inscrutable. That powerful and pure dragon clan aura perfectly merged the dual advantages of bloodline and cultivation, showcasing the invincibility of a divine beast. Xuanba was both shocked and fascinated. In the demon world, noble bloodlines were always revered. The higher the bloodline, the greater the potential for limitless achievements. Xianqing had attained his current status due to having half a Qihua bloodline, while he himself had only a trace of the Qihua bloodline, thus, he could only forever submit to him. At this moment, facing Long Jian's supreme dragon aura, Xuanba was filled with jealousy and yearning. What glory it would be if one day he could also break through the limits of his bloodline and touch that supreme realm. Long Jian keenly detected the intertwining emotions of fear, admiration, and a hint of barely concealed greed in Xianbei's eyes. The straightforward and simple-minded nature of the demon race was largely driven by Muchang psychology. Especially for beings like Long Jian, who possessed the bloodline of a divine dragon, acquiring a portion of his flesh would significantly purify Xianba's own bloodline. For the cunning Xianba, the temptation was undoubtedly immense. Aware of his current disadvantage, Xianba quickly he attempted to persuade, saying, "Lord Dragon King, why linger in this remote place? Why not come to my Xian city? I will petition Lord Xianqing to spare this demon, and I will prepare a mansion for your residence." Wang Yueyao was quite skeptical of the wolf demons of Xian city, and quickly reminded husband wolf demons are treacherous beings, they do not be deceived. "This king understands. Yueyao, let us eliminate this black wolf together," Long Jian declared without hesitation. A chill surged through Xianba's heart. He did not expect his scheme to be seen through. Wang Yuyao's battle intent surged as she took the lead in attacking. She joined her hands, and a beam of black death light swiftly shot towards Xianba. Although its power was somewhat diminished due to being in human form, it was still sufficient to deal with Xianba, who was at the initial stage of the Demon King realm. Seeing this, Xianba quickly transformed into hundreds of black wolf clones and scattered in all directions. He knew that the task of delaying had been accomplished enough for his subordinates to escape. As long as the news regarding the demon was transmitted back to the demon city, Qianqing would certainly take action personally to suppress this demon once again. Each Black Wolf clone exuded the same aura as the original, making it impossible for Wang Yueyao to discern the real from the fake. The death light beam struck several Black Wolves, yet they all dissipated into illusions, vanishing without a trace. This indicated that her attack had only hit the fakes. Wang Yueyao couldn't help but frown, looking somewhat helplessly at Long Jian. Such trivial skills. Daring to show off before this king. Long Jian scoffed dismissively, his dragon eye sharp as he observed that the false clones had obvious differences from the true body. The false clones were not restrained by the bloodline, thus moving slightly faster than the true body. Taking advantage of this difference, Long Jian immediately locked onto Xian Ba's true location. A tall black wolf was fleeing northward. Yueyao, jump onto my head. Long Jian lowered his dragon head. Wang Yueyao swiftly leaped onto Long Jian's head, firmly grasping a massive dragon horn to maintain her balance. Long Jian flicked his dragon tail, reaching peak speed as he charged northward. Above him, Wang Yueyao continuously unleashed death light beams, acting like a mobile artillery bombarding Xian Ba, who was fleeing below. Damn dragon, and this cursed demon, why can they see through my true form? The Black Wolf was extremely frustrated. His proud cloning technique unexpectedly failed at this moment. This was his innate divine ability. With this outstanding cloning technique, he had slain countless demon and human cultivators of the same rank. Stepping upon the bones of those he had defeated, he had grown to become a demon king. He was unwilling to die like this. His only thought was escape. Xian Ba's demonic energy surged into his limbs, causing his leg muscles to swell several times in an instant. Each of his wolf paws left deep craters in the hard ground with every step. Wang Yueyao was extremely anxious, her hands never stopping as she shot dozens of death light beams every moment. Wang Yueyao was extremely anxious, her hands never stopping as she shot dozens of death light beams every moment, her internal demonic power rapidly depleting. Do not panic, he cannot escape my grasp. As Long Jian flew, he unleashed the divine ability of devouring the world, aiming at Xian Ba. A colossal suction force was generated, lifting countless flying stones and plants into the air as they were drawn into Long Jian's enormous mouth. His dragon mouth resembled a black hole capable of swallowing everything. What kind of divine ability is this? Xian Ba felt a powerful suction pulling at him. Turning his head, he saw a giant mouth of the abyss following closely behind him. A sense of deathly fear enveloped his heart, and the fur on his entire body stood on end. What kind of monster is this? Xian Ba cursed inwardly, struggling desperately to escape the black hole that was drawing him in. Due to Long Jian's realm being one major level lower than Xian Ba, the devouring of the world could not directly consume Xian Ba, only effectively slowing down his running speed. But this was a tremendous help for Wang Yueyao. Gathering her strength, she formed a soul-devouring light pillar, a round black sphere materializing between her palms, radiating with intense demonic energy. The demonic energy had a strong corrosive effect on everything in this world. Husband, fly a little closer. Wang Yueyao struggled to control the black sphere, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Upon hearing this, Long Jian suddenly flapped his wings, unleashing the wind calling ability from the divine ability of calling the wind and rain. Utilizing the winds of heaven and earth, he skyrocketed in speed. The distance between him and Xian Ba was reduced by more than half, now less than 100 meters apart. Die, you Black Wolf. The black sphere controlled by Wang Yueyao shot out as a black light beam aimed at Xian Ba's back. Xian Ba felt an intense threat of death and shouted in terror, no, I don't want to die. Qianqing, save me. Unfortunately, no one could save him. Death was his destined conclusion. The soul-devouring light pillar struck Xian Ba's back with perfect speed, like a searing bolt of lightning piercing through his body, causing the ground to crack open and form a bottomless pit. Xian Ba's broken body rolled on the ground, tumbling for hundreds of circles before finally crashing into the base of a small mountain, barely coming to a stop. His black fur was soaked in blood, the crimson liquid gushing forth like a spring. His wolf body, covered in blood, turned his originally black fur into blood red, resembling a bloody painting. At this moment, the demonic energy gnawed at his flesh like maggots, slowly eroding the last remnants of his life. This was the disgusting aspect of demonic energy, and precisely why demons were often despised. At this moment, Xian Ba had only a final breath remaining, his wolf mouth opening and closing, the color of his wolf eyes gradually fading. He muttered to himself, Qianqing, I'm sorry the task you entrusted. I'm afraid His voice carried endless regret and helplessness. In the last moments of his life, memories of the time spent with Qianqing surfaced in his mind. These two demons were not biological brothers, but members of the same family, with Xian Ba being a distant relative of Qianqing. Their relationship was very close, having grown up together and even cultivated together. However, with the awakening of Qianqing's wolf bloodline, the gap between them gradually widened. Xian Ba desperately chased after him, but could not catch up to Qianqing's receding figure. With his formidable strength, Qianqing defeated the former city lord and became one of the new city lords of the demon realm. The feelings between him and Qianqing grew cold, leaving only a frigid interest. Yet Xian Ba did not care, for the days spent with Qianqing had been joyful and carefree. I hope, in the next life, to be your brother again. Xian Ba took his last breath, a tear rolling down from the corner of his eye, his wolf eyes dimming. Long Jian opened his mouth and directly inhaled Xian Ba's body into his belly. Ding, you have gained 2,000 years of Dao cultivation. Congratulations, host, for entering the late stage of transformation. The excess cultivation will be returned to the host after the breakthrough. Ding, host has acquired the divine ability of the Demon King Realm Demon Mo Ing Tian Lang. Cloning technique. Depending on your level of cultivation, you can create a varying number of clones. These clones share the same aura as the original and possess some attacking capability, but cannot use the original's divine abilities. After devouring Xianba, the vast and immense demonic energy surged violently within Long Jian's body. His originally slender and powerful dragon form rapidly swelled into a plump and bloated shape, his round belly resembling that of an overfed glutton. His pristine white scales emitted a faint soft radiance, faintly blooming with auspicious five-colored clouds. A mysterious dark cloud began to slowly gather in the sky above, as if sensing the surging energy within Long Jian, heralding the imminent arrival of a tribulation. But Long Jian had a more pressing matter to attend to. There were still over a dozen demon generals fleeing nearby. He had to eradicate them root and branch, leaving no survivors. He looked gently at Wu Yao, his voice deep and firm. Yu Yao, I am about to break through to the demon spirit realm. Go help Feng Ying and the others to round up those demon generals. Don't let a single one escape. Wu Yao cast a worried glance at the gloomy sky above, then nodded solemnly. Understood, my lord. You must be extremely careful. She knew she had to leave immediately lest she get entangled in that damn tribulation again, like last time. Following Long Jian's wishes, she transformed into a wisp of black smoke and shot away like an arrow from a bow, pursuing the fleeing demon generals. Long Jian looked up at the sky, and sure enough, the familiar oppressive pressure was drawing near. Deep within the dark clouds, a cyan dragon condensed from the power of the tribulation coiled and swam through the air. It thrust out its fierce dragon head, unleashing a deafening roar. The immense dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, filled with arrogance and wrath. Long Jian refused to be outdone, letting out a long, resonant howl towards the sky, his voice powerful and mighty like rolling thunder. Heavens, Dao, come on. Today let me see just how capable you really are. The cyan dragon seemed enraged by Long Jian's response, snarling ferociously, insolent little Wyrm. You got lucky last time, but this time there's no escape. Taste the fury of Heaven's Dao. As its words faded, golden light burst from its mouth, and several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking swiftly towards Long Jian. This time Long Jian felt no fear whatsoever, because the tribulation's power was only slightly above his own cultivation. Against an opponent of the same realm, Long Jian had never suffered a loss. Facing the incoming lightning, he employed the divine ability he had just plundered from Xianba, the clone technique. Shwa shwa shwa. In an instant, 60 or 70 clones burst forth from Long Jian's body, each radiating an aura identical to his true self, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. The lightning spewed from the cyan dragon's mouth had no way to choose a target, so it could only strike randomly. Pu. Over a dozen clones dissolved into nothingness under the barrage of electric light. Long Jian effortlessly neutralized this round of tribulation attacks, without even moving an inch. The cyan dragon stared at the remaining dozens of silver dragons below, all emanating auras indistinguishable from the true body, and its heart burned with rage. As an incarnation of Heaven's Dao, it was also bound by the rules of this world, not omnipotent. This cyan dragon was merely a replica of a true dragon that had once existed, copying its power and form. Its ability to discern auras was not sharp. Faced with the confusion of Long Jian's clone technique, it was utterly unable to determine which one was the real body. This enraged the arrogant cyan dragon immensely. It had thought victory would be easy, but who knew its opponent's divine ability would be so bizarre? The dragon's fury burned like wildfire, yet hidden within it was a trace of fear. In their previous clash, Long Jian clearly hadn't mastered such a technique. How had he suddenly learned the clone technique As an incarnation of Heaven's Dao, its abilities were not as strong as the system, so it was only natural that it couldn't comprehend many things. In just a few short years, a dragon that had risen from nothing had grown to the latest transformation form, something never seen before. After all, even a demon race with astonishing talent would need at least 5,000 to 6,000 years to reach such a level. Yet after Long Jian appeared, the cultivation speed of all the female demons who followed him skyrocketed like a rocket, completely overturning the established rules. Therefore, in order to maintain the order of the world's operation, Heaven's Dao had to eliminate this variable to destroy Long Jian, the root cause of it all. With that thought, a flash of ruthlessness crossed the cyan dragon's eyes. Lightning surged throughout its body, converging in its mouth into a massive thunderball like a small planet. It was confident. Even if Long Jian could create clones, what did it matter against such a colossal thunderball? Destroying him would be simple. Facing the cyan dragon's charged attack, Long Jian remained remarkably composed. Long before the attack arrived, he had already devised a countermeasure. During this time, he had held detailed discussions with his wives, exploring the rules of the tribulation. He knew well that the power of the descending tribulation was closely linked to the one undergoing it, related to the cultivation techniques practiced, one's usual conduct, and so on, all of which could influence the tribulation's damage. Even the type of demon mattered. The tribulation for herbivorous demons was weaker than that for carnivorous ones. Combining his past experience of exploiting bugs with the system, Long Jian had summarized a perfect method to counter the tribulation. That was switching forms. Currently, he possessed 3 forms: dragon soul, dragon body, and human. Each of these forms had different cultivation. The cultivation of the dragon soul and dragon body were nearly identical, but since the dragon soul lacked physical protection, it was relatively more fragile, and many divine abilities could not be used. Not long ago in his human form, he had successfully broken through to the latest foundation establishment. The human form was the spirit of all living things, and its advantages in cultivation were beyond what any demon race could compare to. System switched to human form. Long Jian mentally commanded, his voice echoing in his mind. The dragon clones around him dissipated like bubbles, turning into formless energy. His long, massive dragon body swayed, and the enormous scales receded one by one, his claws transforming in an instant into slender human arms. The cyan dragon mid-charge sensed the drastic change in Long Jian's cultivation, and its surging power began to... Its body also shrank from a mighty dragon down to only 2 meters in length. The cyan dragon was no longer a majestic dragon, but had become like a slender green serpent. The thunderball that had been accumulating in its mouth also suddenly shrank from being as huge as a small planet to as small as a shooting star. This unexpected turn of events left the cyan dragon incarnation of heaven's Tao bewildered, a flicker of confusion and unease appearing in its draconic eyes. It dismissed the thunderball in its mouth, the thunderous energy spreading around, and asked in a deep rumbling voice, "How did you do this?" "Ha ha." Long Jian's laughter echoed across heaven and earth. He patted his storage pouch, and the demon-slaying sword appeared in his hand, gleaming with a cold light, pointing directly at the green serpent in the sky. "Aren't you the all-knowing heavens, Tao? Why do you have to ask me about such a thing?" This taunt struck directly at the cyan dragon's sore spot, leaving it speechless. A hint of helplessness and unease flickered in its draconic pupils. Long Jian smiled smugly, his right hand gripping the hilt of the demon-slaying sword, channeling his true chi continuously into the blade. A crisp, melodious sword cry echoed through the air, as if the entire world was listening in silent reverence. The sword heart within his dantian resonated with the spirit of the demon-slaying sword, achieving the legendary state of unity between man and sword. This was the prerequisite for unleashing Long Aotian's ultimate technique, the One Sword. Only those who had achieved unity between man and sword could use it. The cyan dragon sensed the condensation of the sword intent, a flash of shock and familiarity in its eyes. This sword intent feels so familiar, so astonishing. An image of a human prodigy surfaced in its mind. Every time that person broke through, he would slash the tribulation clouds apart, with a single sword stroke, standing proudly against the heavens, with just one blade. The cyan dragon's heart trembled violently, as if it were witnessing that legendary figure from the past once more. A resounding hum vibrated through the air as a dazzling sword aura shot straight towards the heavens, as if to cleave the very firmament apart. Before the azure dragon could even react, it and the dark clouds coiled around it were split in twain by the sword light. The azure dragon let out a miserable shriek. The thunder clouds that once crackled with lightning dimmed instantly, and the dragon's form faded away as the clouds dissipated. "I will return," were the azure dragon's final words. The sky cleared and sunlight bathed. At that moment, the system's cold voice echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced to the early demon spirit realm." A surge of power flooded his body. The system continued, "Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the mid-demon spirit realm." Long Jian had been at a bottleneck, but now having broken through, he fully absorbed the remnants of Xian Bas cultivation. Long Jian summoned the system panel in his mind. Name: Long Jian bloodline, Inglong offspring, count 4 dragon, 520 demonized, 1260 mortal divine powers, swallowing heaven and earth, summoning wind and rain dragons, roar thunderclap, Inyang poison sac, shape-shifting formless and faceless clone technique, cultivation, 272 years, mid-demon spirit realm. The demon spirit realm was equivalent to the Dongshu realm of human cultivators. Long Jian's current strength could already be called a regional power. Long Jian closed the panel. His form expanded in the sunlight, quickly transforming into a divine dragon over 1,000 meters long. He knew there was still unfinished business. The demon generals who had fled. Long Jian beat his enormous wings, and the surging gusts swept across the land. He raised his head and let out a long roar that echoed through the valleys. Then he suddenly spread his wings and soared high into the sky, following the lingering traces of the fleeing demon generals. The dragon's form streaked across the sky like a shooting star, quickly disappearing into the clouds. On the ground, trees scattered and tilted from the gale force winds stirred up by the dragon, while sand and gravel whipped through the air. A towering star realm thunder lion opened its massive maw and spat out a lightning-fast bolt of thunder, striking down a boar demon general and paralyzing it on the spot. Sharp lion claws extended from furry paw pads, and with a swift shhk, slashed across the boar's throat. A torrent of hot crimson blood gushed forth, pooling quickly beneath the fallen boar demon general. The boar's limbs twitched and convulsed as it struggled to rise, but it soon rolled its eyes back, its feet pointing skyward, and its soul departed. The star realm thunder lion's form shrank and transformed into a blue-haired young woman. On her right wrist was an exquisite translucent bracelet, which was now emitting a pulling force towards the boar's corpse. The boar's body twisted and distorted under the powerful suction, quickly turning into a mist of blood that was absorbed by the bracelet. Xingling looked at the bracelet with satisfaction and murmured to herself, "This wild boar will make a fine meal for my husband." All his consorts knew of Long Jian's ability to devour demonic beasts, so in their spare time, they would hunt some to bring back to him. To facilitate this, Long Jian had even made a special trip to the demon-catching city to purchase many storage accessories used by the demon race, making it convenient for them to store the beasts they hunted. After storing the boar's corpse, Xingling transformed back into the Thunder Lion. She keenly sniffed the residual scents in the air and set off to hunt down the other fleeing demon generals. Meanwhile, Feng Ying also made her own kill. Her sharp golden phoenix talons viciously seized the wing of a massive golden eagle that was desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to escape. With a sharp crack, the phoenix claw wrenched violently, snapping the eagle's right wing and sending blood splattering everywhere. The golden eagle shrieked in agony, lost its balance, and plummeted from the sky, landing with a heavy splat into a river. It barely managed to save its life. The golden eagle transformed into a young man with yellow hair. Clutching his injured, bleeding right arm, he struggled out of the river and crawled onto the bank. As soon as he climbed ashore, he saw a golden phoenix waiting for him silently by the water's edge. Its talons were still stained with the eagle's golden feathers and splatters of fresh blood. "Please have mercy. Don't kill me," the yellow-haired man begged in terror, kneeling in supplication. He was just a hired hand and didn't want to die here. Feng Ying, however, did not strike immediately. Instead, she pondered for a moment. She knew Long Jian possessed the dragon god's mark, which allowed him to enslave the demon race. If she brought back a captive, she could extract useful information from him. Enslaving this golden eagle was the perfect way to interrogate him for information. So Feng Ying spoke coldly. "Since we are both of the winged race, I will spare your life for now. You will come back with me to see my husband. If you behave, you might just survive." "Fine. He'll go with you." The yellow-haired man thanked her profusely. He had only joined Xian City to make a living, and now he just wanted to cling to life. He clutched his bleeding arm tightly and slowly rose to his feet, shuffling towards the direction of Long Jian's territory. Feng Ying followed behind, keeping a watchful eye on his every move. She was prepared. If this golden eagle showed the slightest sign of trying to escape again, she would show no mercy and eliminate him on the spot. Another of the consorts, Jian. She searched anxiously, but in the end she hadn't found a single demon general. As a support-type golden toad, she wasn't skilled in combat. Now she could only land helplessly on the ground, her golden hair obscuring her tear-filled eyes. "I'm so useless, I can't help at all," she reproached herself, wiping the corners of her eyes. Just then a colossal dragon's silhouette glided gracefully across the sky, and a gentle voice called out, "Jian, don't cry. If you keep crying, you'll become ugly." Jian looked up and saw her dearest husband. "Husband, I'm so useless, I can't help with anything," she whispered. "Who says you're useless?" Long Jian lowered his dragon head and nuzzled her gently. "Come on up, I still need you." Jian hesitated for a moment, then leaped onto Long Jian's head, holding onto the smooth dragon horns for balance. Her voice was full of affection. "Then, what can I do for you, husband?" Long Jian chuckled, his eyes narrowing with pure adoration. "Of course you can cheer me on." Jian couldn't help but blush and shyly called out, "Go, husband." Long Jian carried Jian as he searched for traces of the other demon generals. Since stepping into the demon spirit realm, his eyesight had improved more than tenfold, allowing him to easily spot the generals. Even hiding was useless. A dragon's sense of smell was equally potent, capable of detecting a wealth of pheromones. After a whole day, Long Jian finally annihilated all the remaining demon generals of Xian forces. His cultivation base boosted by massive devouring soared directly to 35000 years. On his way back, Long Jian also encountered Xingling and Wu Yueyao. The three beauties sat atop Long Jian's head, leaning affectionately against one another. Long Jian soared leisurely through the clouds, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the tranquil night with them. "Husband, look how hazy and beautiful the moonlight is. And the stars are so bright, aren't they beautiful?" Long Jian agreed, perfunctorily smiling. "Let's hurry home and rest." A flush of crimson spread across the faces of the three beauties, and they began whispering shyly to each other. Long Jian carried his wives back to their territory. He landed gracefully, transforming into a handsome young man. With one arm around the golden-haired, blue-eyed Jian and the other around the long-haired Wu Yao, he strolled leisurely toward his bedchamber. Xingling, full of enthusiasm, pushed open the doors. The bedchamber, spanning over 300 square meters, was designed by Jian herself, blending human architecture with demonic elements. At its center lay an enormous circular bed, soft and comfortable, large enough for over a dozen people. The bed was crafted from the trunk of a 1,000-year-old spirit tree, exuding a deep and steady aura. The room was adorned with greenery, and the air was filled with a fresh, natural, woody fragrance. Feng Ying quietly slipped back inside. Her face flushed with shyness, she nestled into Long Jian's embrace. "Husband, I captured a..." Long Jian smirked. "Captured what?" "A demon general." "Alright, I understand. He'll interrogate them personally tomorrow." An hour later. "Husband, I'm a bit tired today. I'm going back to rest." Feng Ying, looking weary, draped a robe from the bed over her shoulder. "Alright." Long Jian felt a bit helpless. His stamina was simply too great. After Feng Ying left, a furtive figure appeared outside, moving quietly, but not escaping Long Jian's keen ears. "Why are you hiding out there? Everyone else has gone, come in." Long Jian called out from the bed. A woman gracefully stepped over the threshold, with one long leg revealing the pale skin of her inner thigh. Her other long, slender leg followed, carrying her into the room. She wore a red dress. She looked up to meet Long Jian's gaze, her intelligent eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. The pair of silvery white beast ears atop her head twitched slightly, adding a touch of elegance and allure to her. Husband, this outfit you had made for me fits so tightly. Jian Yu's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her long lashes casting a subtle shadow beneath her eyes. The dress clung to her delicate form, accentuating her graceful curves. Long Jian got off the bed, strode over, and swept Jian Yu up into his arms, carrying her briskly toward the bed. The next day, Long Jian strode through the palace energetically, and the surrounding beasts bowed in salute. Good morning, king. Long Jian nodded, returned the greeting warmly, and headed toward the execution grounds. The execution grounds were a spacious open-air arena lined with rows of rusty iron cages that exuded a chilling aura. Long Jian's gaze swept across, landing on a yellow-haired youth sitting alone in one of the cages. His right hand was crusted with blood, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. Upon closer inspection, his arm was clearly broken. Long Jian walked up to the cage, looking down at this golden eagle demon known as Yellow Hair. From Xianba's memories, he knew this was a duplicitous creature. Yellow Hair, visibly startled upon seeing Long Jian's silver-gray short hair, was strikingly similar in color to his dragon scales, and Yellow Hair immediately recognized him as the powerful silver dragon. Yellow Hair shouted in a panic, feigning terror, "Great Dragon King, I'm just an ordinary demon general, I know nothing. Can you just let me go like a passing fart? I know you're called Yellow Hair, a golden eagle, who only got into Xian City through family connections. Do you really expect me to believe you're just an ordinary demon general? Do you take me for a fool, eh?" Long Jian's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent radiating from him. Yellow Hair shuddered in fear, his heart pounding. How could this dragon know his name and background? No one should know about this except Xianba. Long Jian continued his threatening speech. In a moment, he'll ask you some questions. Tell me everything you know, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, he'll pluck you feather by feather until you confess. Yellow Hair, desperate to live, seized this chance to plead. Dragon King, ask away. I swear I will not hide anything. What is your purpose here? Long Jian questioned. We came for the matter of the demon sealing spell. Yellow Hair answered immediately, then added upon seeing Long Jian's fierce glare, it was all by the order of City Lord Xianxing. If Xianba doesn't return, he's bound to find out something went wrong. Besides this, was there anything else? Yellow Hair swore, Dragon King, I stake my life on it. We came solely to investigate the seal, absolutely nothing else. You've answered well. It seems you're not lying. Long Jian nodded in satisfaction. Then a dragon-shaped mark materialized before Yellow Hair. Dragon King, what is the meaning of this? Yellow Hair stared at the glowing golden emblem, puzzled. I wish to recruit you as my demon general. Are you willing? Long Jian pushed the mark gently, and it passed through the cage bars. Yellow Hair hesitated for a moment, then decided survival first. Serving under anyone is still serving. He raised his left hand and grasped the dragon god's mark tightly. A strange spiritual force surged into his soul. He understood this was a binding slave contract. After successfully subduing the golden eagle, Long Jian kicked open the cage, the loud clang startling the yellow-haired man inside. The man was disheveled, his eyes vacant, a picture of utter dejection. Long Jian snorted coldly and commanded, from this day forth you are my subject. If you dare harbor a single thought of betrayal, I will ensure your utter ruin. The yellow-haired man quickly fell to his knees, trembling. Thank you, Dragon King, for sparing my life. Yellow Hair will follow you for eternity and never betray you. Get up. Stay in my demon city for now, and don't leave for even a step. Long Jian nodded with satisfaction. Yellow Hair obsequiously acknowledged the order and left. Long Jian chuckled inwardly. This was just a hidden card he was playing. Rather than waiting for doom, it was better to take the initiative and strike first. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. It was unclear what had happened in Xian City, but since Xianba's death, not a single demon general from Xian City had been dispatched in these 6 months. Yellow Hair also felt bewildered. He had originally planned to infiltrate Long Jian's ranks and rebel when reinforcements from Xian City arrived. But he waited and waited for a full 6 months without seeing a single shadow of a Xian City demon, chilling his heart. While wandering the streets, Yellow Hair suddenly saw a large crowd of demons hurrying in one direction, looking extremely excited. Curious, Yellow Hair stopped a wolf demon and asked, Hey brother, where are you all going? The wolf demon said with fervor, Haven't you heard? The child of the great King Long Jian was born today. Yellow Hair sneered, Tisk, what's there to get excited about over a newborn? The wolf demon gave him a disdainful look. King Long Jian is throwing a huge feast. There will be countless rare fruits and delicacies, and fine wines and dishes galore. If you're not going, then don't get in my way. With that, he pushed Yellow Hair aside and left. Hearing there was good food, Yellow Hair immediately perked up, trailing behind the crowd towards the city center. When Yellow Hair reached the city center, he saw piles of fruit, the aroma of roasting meat filling the air, and thousands of wine jars neatly arranged. This wine was no ordinary brew, being stored in jars indicated it was brewed by humans far superior to anything demonkind could produce. Even in the demon domain, a demon general like Yellow Hair would have to save up nearly a month's wages to afford such fine wine. The gathered demons looked up to see a colossal silver dragon circling in the sky. It was Long Jian's true form. Today my son Pu Lao is born. I have prepared this grand feast to honor you all. Long Jian's voice echoed through the clouds. The demons below shouted in unison, Long live King Long Jian! Long live King Long Jian! Yellow Hair also jumped with excitement, shouting Long live at the top of his lungs. Free fine wine to drink, this was simply fantastic. The celebration lasted from day to night. Wine and spirit fruits were supplied endlessly, and every demon in the city ate until their bellies were round. Long Jian's prestige reached its peak because of this feast. All the demons displayed absolute loyalty to him. The next morning, Yellow Hair lay slumped in a corner dead to the world, clutching an empty wine jar reeking of alcohol, his face flushed with a hangover. At that moment, the dragon god mark on the back of his hand suddenly began to sting, a beam of light shooting straight into the depths of his soul, jolting the still dazed Yellow Hair awake. With a clatter, the wine jar in his arms fell to the ground. "It's Lord Long Jian summoning me." With a jolt, Yellow Hair transformed instantly, becoming a giant golden eagle. Spreading its wings, it soared high and flew straight towards Long Jian's palace. At that moment, Long Jian stood outside the palace gates, followed by 6 beautiful women of varying figures. From left to right, these 6 beauties were Yushi Xian, Yuefeng, Ying Xingling Jinqing, and Wu Yueyao. They were all Long Jian's consorts. A petite figure suddenly ran out and grabbed Long Jian's hand, pleading, "Husband, must you go?" She was Yushi. After over half a year of cultivation, she had finally succeeded in taking human form. Although she was Long Jian's first consort, she was the youngest among his wives and concubines. That's why she retained her youthful appearance. Over time, her figure would naturally change. "For the sake of our brighter future, Long Jian crouched down and gently pinched Yuzai's little cheek. The other 5 demon women also looked anxious, not wanting Long Jian to venture into the demon domain alone. "Husband, I'll go with you." Wu Yueyao volunteered. Her strength was the greatest. Even in the demon domain, she could protect Long Jian. But Long Jian shook his head. "The demonic energy within you hasn't been fully cleansed. Going to the demon domain with me will only invite attacks. It's safest for you to stay home." "But," Wu Yueyao tried to argue. Long Jian looked at her gently and said, "Yueyao, if we are both away this home, we'll have no pillar of support. Listen to me, don't come." Wu Yueyao, though reluctant, nodded. "I understand, husband." Within this demon city, most demons were weak and fewer than 10 could take human form. Someone had to guard the home to protect it from attacks by other demons or humans. Long Jian was also reluctant to part with his beautiful wives. Fortunately, the system had bestowed upon him a special divine ability to celebrate Pu Lao's birth, a technique called One Qi transforms 3 purities. It merged Xian Bas avatar art with Long Jian's own magical power, allowing him to split into 2 physical avatars. Both of these physical avatars were under Long Jian's complete control. What's more, the 2 physical avatars could cultivate independently, and any cultivation progress or memories gained were shared amongst all avatars. Even if Long Jian's main body were to perish, the other 2 physical avatars would instantly become Long Jian. It was like having 2 extra lives. Long Jian looked at his wives and gave a mysterious smile. "I've recently comprehended a new divine ability. Watch closely." As his words ended, his figure split into 2 more with a whoosh. His wives weren't too surprised. Wu Yueyao raised an eyebrow. "This doesn't seem like an ordinary avatar art. Husband, what kind of ability did you use?" The other wives also asked curiously. Long Jian said proudly, "I call it One Qi transforms 3 purities. These 2 avatars are indistinguishable from my true body." The demon women listened utterly confused. Only Xian Yu was the first to react, saying, "Husband, do you mean these 2 avatars are also you yourself?" Long Jian said, "Exactly. I will leave these 2 avatars at home to protect your safety." The women chattered amongst themselves, filled with reluctance, knowing Long Jian was determined to leave. After bidding them a heartfelt farewell, Long Jian finally set off on his journey. He unfurled his enormous silver dragon wings, soaring and circling through the clouds, heading straight for the demon dome. Yellow Hair flapped his wings, frantically panting, "Dragon King, please, slow down. I can't keep up." Long Jian slowed his pace, saying calmly, "We're going to make a name for ourselves in the demon domain." "Huh," Yellow Hair exclaimed, "that's suicide. You killed Xian Ba. Xian will never forgive you." "Hell," Long Jian sneered. "If you don't tell, and I don't tell, who will know I did it?" The implication carried a warning. Yellow Hair immediately understood, quickly saying, "I won't say a word. But Dragon King, your strength doesn't seem to match Xian's. I have my own plans." Long Jian smiled mysteriously and sped up, flying ahead. Though filled with doubt, Yellow Hair could only grit his teeth and follow, wondering what scheme the Dragon King had in mind. This trip seemed fraught with danger. Long Jian and the yellow-haired youth had been traveling for over 10 days, finally reaching the heart of the 10,000 Demons mountain range. The demon beasts here were exceptionally ferocious. Even the minor demons passing by possessed the formidable strength of the core formation stage. The abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth nurtured many exotic treasures, but all were claimed by several great demons. Long Jian surveyed his surroundings, noting that these great demons had all reached the demon spirit realm, yet they remained in the mountains instead of venturing to the demon domain. This puzzled him. The two found a clear spring to rest by. Long Jian bent down, cupping his hands to drink the sweet ice. Rising to his feet, he looked at the yellow-haired youth who was munching on a fruit nearby, and asked, "Why don't these demon spirit realm great demons go to live in the demon domain?" The yellow-haired youth looked up, still chewing on a piece of fruit. He quickly spat it out, and explained, "Not every demon can enter the demon domain. Only those with formidable bloodlines are qualified to join the demon city." Long Jian looked the yellow-haired youth up and down, saying with some surprise, "Oh, so you mean to say your bloodline is quite powerful?" The yellow-haired youth puffed out his chest with pride, saying, "Of course. I carry the ancient and rare bloodline of the Gu Jiao beast, a powerful lineage unseen in 10,000 years. With that he flapped his wings complacently, looking quite self-important. Do I have the qualifications to enter the demon domain then? Long Jian asked. The yellow-haired youth immediately flattered him. Dragon King, with your majestic bloodline, entering the demon domain would be a trivial matter. The 3 city lords would likely come personally to recruit you. After all, the dragon clan hasn't appeared in a long time. Long Jian nodded. I recall the 3 city lords are wolf god Xianxing, tree god Luqing, and insect god Fu Rou. Their strength has all reached the demon venerable realm, making them the pinnacle of power among demons. The yellow-haired youth exclaimed in admiration, Dragon King, your memory is excellent. It is indeed those 3. Their status in our demon race is unparalleled. Long Jian mused for a moment, then asked, so which city do you think would be more suitable for me to join? This question immediately put the yellow-haired youth in a difficult spot. Logically, carnivorous demons would join Xianxing's Xian City due to shared traits. But Long Jian had a grudge with Xianxing, so going to Xian City was out of the question. However, the cities of tree god Luqing and insect god Fu Rou were populated by wood-type and insect-type demons respectively, with whom Long Jian shared no common ground. After thinking for a moment, the yellow-haired youth suggested, Dragon King, I suggest you first visit tree god Luqing. It is said that demon venerable Luqing has some historical connection with the dragon clan, and the relationship is relatively close. Long Jian nodded. Alright, let's go find Luqing as you suggest. We'll rest here for half a day before setting off. The yellow-haired youth nodded happily. The intense flying over this period had left him quite exhausted, and he was finally able to— Long Jian, whose cultivation was far superior, felt no fatigue at all. He transformed into his human form, and began practicing his swordsmanship for leisure. Ever since he had severed the rules of heaven, with a single strike his comprehension of the sword's path had deepened. He realized that the way of the sword was about charging forward fearlessly, unstoppable, annihilating any obstacle that stood in its path. Long Jian held the demon-slaying sword, focused his mind, and pointed the blade at a towering green stone. The spiritual energy around him was instantly drawn to the sword, its blade emitting a series of crisp, resonant hums. Simultaneously, the sword heart, within Long Jian's body, grew warm, feeling like a red-hot piece of iron. His entire being radiated a sharp, piercing sword intent, merging seamlessly with the demon-slaying sword in his hand. This astonishing sword intent startled the yellow-haired youth from his nap. Wide-eyed, he murmured, how terrifying. He's clearly a dragon, yet he can master human sword arts with such incredible talent. It's enough to make any demon envious. The lurking demon beasts in the surroundings were also cowed by this display of sword intent. They were utterly baffled as to why someone in the depths of the 10,000 Demons mountain range would be practicing swordsmanship. With a strong, crisp hum, the massive green stone, over 100 feet tall, was split cleanly in two from top to bottom, the cut surface as smooth as if it had been meticulously polished. If a sword cultivator had witnessed this, they would have been utterly astounded. Long Jian, holding his sword in his right hand, entered a state of profound enlightenment. His breathing became deep and slow, and the sword heart in his dantian grew hotter and more intense, eventually transforming into a surging golden liquid that churned violently within. These golden sword energies soon condensed into a small sword, more solid and sharper than before. Long Jian opened his eyes, a flash of golden light appeared, and then faded, his pupils returning to their original black. Strange, why wasn't there a heavenly tribulation this time? He muttered to himself, storing the demon-slaying sword in his chinquan pouch and touching his dantian with a look of wonder. Just moments ago, he had successfully broken through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. Such a breakthrough would normally inevitably trigger a heavenly tribulation. Yet this time it hadn't come, leaving Long Jian utterly perplexed. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. If the heavenly Tao dared to cause trouble again, he would sever it once more. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the horizon. Roar. How dare a human trespass on my territory? You must be tired of living. Heavy footsteps followed as trees in a nearby grove were knocked down, revealing a massive earth-yellow bear demon. The yellow-haired youth was furious. He had just been about to rest properly when this happened. He roared back in anger, lowly earth bear, get lost. The bear demon sized up the golden eagle and Long Jian. Well, a vulture demon colluding with a human. Are you plotting something against our demon race? Bullshit. From the Xian. The yellow-haired youth was about to announce his identity to make the bear back off, but Long Jian stopped him. Huang Mao, be careful with your words. You know the consequences. Only then did the yellow-haired youth realize the gravity of the situation. Xianxing still didn't know that Xianba was dead. If his identity were exposed, Xianxing would capture him for questioning immediately. The fate of a traitor would be extremely grim. Worse still, he was enslaved by Long Jian. If Xianxing caught him, Long Jian would use the mark to retaliate against him. Offending either side would only lead to death. The yellow-haired youth quickly shut his mouth, waiting to see how things would unfold. Long Jian remained completely calm, using his divine sense to scan the bear demon's cultivation. He quickly determined it was a latest-stage transformation beast equivalent to a late nascent soul human cultivator, perfect as a target for practicing his sword skills. Long Jian sneered, pathetic bear demon, you had the easy path and didn't take it, but you insist on barging into the gates of hell. The bear demon flew into a rage, bellowing, arrogant human. They'll tear you limb from limb and devour you. With that, it spread its arms wide, opened its massive jaws, and lunged at Long Jian. Long Jian's expression remained calm, devoid of any panic. In his eyes, the bear demon's movements were riddled with flaws. He executed a move known as the white snake emerges from its cave, stepping forward with his right foot into a bow stance, twisting his body and thrusting his sword directly toward the bear demon's vital throat. A pristine white sword aura coalesced into a spiritual serpent darting forth from the sword's tip with a fierce hiss and an imposing momentum. The bear demon was taken aback. It had regarded Long Jian as an easy meal, but who knew this frail-looking human was actually a sword cultivator? The internal energy within that sword strike was deep and powerful, not at all like the work of a novice. Sword cultivators were known for their ferocious attacks, often capable of defeating foes of a higher realm. The bear demon grew wary, hastily halting its charge and suppressing its impulse to pounce. With a furious roar, its demonic aura began to surge and churn violently, and an earthy yellow halo radiated from its body. This bear demon was a great Yao that thrived on earth element, proficient in earth-based sorcery. A layer of hard rocky armor emerged from within its thick fur, encasing its entire body tightly. With this armor's blessing, its defensive power soared exponentially. A sharp clink rang out as the white spiritual serpent struck the armor on the bear demon's chest. The seemingly sturdy stone armor cracked open with a deep fissure, the sharp sword aura cutting into the flesh beneath. Vivid droplets of blood seeped out from the broken armor. A pained howl escaped the bear demon, its yellowed eyes now bloodshot, gleaming with a thirst for blood. Though the strike wasn't a fatal blow, it was enough to enrage the beast. Wretched human, I'll tear you apart. Its fur bristled erect, and the bear demon slammed both paws onto the ground, producing a thunderous boom, 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 boom. Amidst the deafening impacts, the ground groaned under the strained spiderweb-like cracks, spreading rapidly in all directions, forming gaping holes. Huang Mao, startled by the sudden tremor, immediately spread his wings and soared high into the air, distancing himself from the earth. But Long Jian, with keen eyes and swift hands, leaped onto a sturdy branch of a tall tree, using its elasticity to launch himself again, successfully evading the deadly collapse. The strike from the bear demon kicked up a cloud of dust, drastically reducing visibility in the area. It was confident that Long Jian couldn't possibly have dodged that blow and must have been crushed to death within the earth. Indeed, the surroundings were thick with smoke and dust, and no figure was visible. The bear demon smugly pounded the stone armor on its chest, producing a clanging sound, and boomed with laughter. Foolish human, now you know my power, right? Hidden on a tree, Long Jian couldn't help but chuckle wryly. No wonder this bear couldn't enter the demon domain, it's absolutely dim-witted. Even Zhu Bai is smarter. Long Jian realized that ordinary sword techniques would only inflict minor flesh wounds on this stone-armored bear demon. Thus he decided to unleash his trump card to subdue the enemy in a single strike. Leaping down from the tree, Long Jian coldly stared at the bear demon and taunted, "Stupid bear, time for this to end." The bear demon, still basking in its assumed victory, was enraged to see the human still alive and kicking, and roared back, "Who are you calling stupid?" Long Jian didn't bother with further banter. His demon-slaying sword gleamed with dazzling light as he casually swung it, unleashing what appeared to be an unremarkable strike. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Even the falling leaves in the air slowed to an infinitesimal. The bear demon's pupils constricted sharply. An unprecedented, overwhelming sense of mortal danger crashed down upon it, causing the very blood in its veins to tremble uncontrollably before this sword. It had felt this sensation only once before, when it had recklessly tried to enter the demon domain, and a single strike from the guard had sent it flying, nearly costing it its life. A resonant hum, the clear ring of a sword, sliced through the silence, echoing across the wilderness. Before the bear demon could even react, the stone armor on its chest was torn asunder by an inexplicable force, revealing a massive gash. Simultaneously, the sword aura continued to cut deeper into its body, tearing flesh and blood wherever it passed. The bear demon lost its balance, its massive frame tilting backward, crashing to the ground. Agonizing pain shot from its chest to every limb and bone. An intense numbness caused its eyes to widen, and the scythe of death was raised high, poised above its head. "No, I don't want to die." These were the final regrets echoing in the bear demon's mind. Hot gushing blood sprayed from the chest wound, staining the surrounding earth. With a thunderous crash, its towering body slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Long Jian sheathed his sword, casting an indifferent glance at the bear demon. This battle had ended in his complete victory. Huang Mao, having witnessed the entire battle from the air, was astonished to realize he had never actually seen when or how Long Jian had delivered that decisive strike. The speed was so incredible, it was beyond the capability of the naked eye to track. This only deepened his awe and reverence for Long Jian. He fluttered his wings down to the ground, glanced at the fallen bear demon, and spoke, "Dragon King, this bear demon isn't..." The armor on its chest had been cleaved open, exposing broken ribs beneath. Yet its tenacious life force still sustained its pallid body, blood continuously spilling from its mouth. Huang Mao raised his sharp claws, ready to deliver the final blow and end the bear demon's life. But the bear demon let out a mournful wail and struggled to plead, "Human, don't kill me. I am willing to be your servant forever." Hearing this, Huang Mao's claws paused midair. He turned his head to look at Long Jian, awaiting his response to the bear's plea. "What do you take me for? A trash can that accepts anything?" Long Jian's tone was noticeably displeased. Even if he took this stupid bear demon as a servant, it would be useless. It was better to just devour it and strengthen his own cultivation. Just then, a wisp of green smoke rose from the bear demon. Its form rapidly shrank, transforming into a woman with a wheatish complexion clad in animal skins. Short brown hair softly framed her face. Her tantalizing figure was eye-catching. But the animal skin garment on her chest was soaked with blood, revealing a gruesome, mangled wound beneath. Her lips were pale from massive blood loss, as if she might stop breathing at any moment. The bear demon had transformed into human form now, because a smaller body would slow the bleeding, reducing the threat of the wound compared to its beast form. But without immediate treatment she would still die. Little did the bear demon know it was precisely this alluring female form that changed Long Jian's mind about killing her. A cold smile curled on Long Jian's lips. This she-bear was a bit foolish, but she was ultimately a rare female demon. As someone who knew how to be resourceful, how could he easily let go of such a precious resource? With that thought, he eagerly stepped forward and asked Bear Demon, "Were you truly sincere when you spoke of becoming my servant just now?" The Bear Demon, unaware of the fate her looks would bring upon her, only wished to survive. She nodded repeatedly and said earnestly, "Yes, I meant every word." "Good. Since you say so, we'll spare your life this once." A sinister smile played on Long Jian's lips. He casually produced a dragon-shaped mark from his spatial ring and tossed it to the Bear Demon. "Merge this mark with your demonic energy. From this day forth you are my demon servant." The Bear Demon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out and grasped the dragon-shaped mark. After the Bear Demon was subdued, her condition was dire. She was utterly weak, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Long Jian produced a white porcelain bottle, its mouth sealed with a green stone lid. He pulled off the stone lid, and a thick, translucent liquid inside the bottle released a potent medicinal aroma. Long Jian brought the bottle to the Bear Demon's lips and commanded sternly, "Drink it." The Bear Demon looked up weakly, a trace of wariness in her eyes, as she stared at the bottle. "What medicine is this?" she asked, bracing herself. Before she even finished speaking, the dragon god mark on her palm crackled with electric light, sending searing pain coursing through her entire body. She howled in agony, her injuries worsening. The yellow-haired demon nearby snickered with glee. He had once defied Long Jian the same way and had been electrocuted until his skin split open. Long Jian glared at the Bear Demon coldly, showing not a shred of pity. "Still dare to defy my orders?" He needed an obedient subordinate. A demon that disobeyed was worthless in his eyes. The Bear Demon gritted her teeth, brought the bottle to her lips, and drank heavily. A rich, sweet liquid slid across her taste buds, carrying a thick, milky flavor. So this clear, viscous fluid was the saliva of Jinxing, said to contain powerful healing magic. Nourished by it, the Bear Demon felt her vitality rapidly returning. The sword wound on her chest was quietly closing, and her fractured bones were gradually mending. Before long, the injury had completely healed, leaving only a faint red mark and a slight tingling sensation. Long Jian glanced at the setting sun. Based on its position, he estimated it was around 5 in the afternoon. It was getting late. He needed to find a place to rest soon. He turned to the Bear Demon and the yellow-haired demon. "It's getting late. Is there a suitable place nearby to rest?" The yellow-haired demon replied promptly, "I know a spot. Not far ahead is Mount 2, the territory of a group of fox spirits. They've built a small town there. I've been there before with Lord Xuanba, so I know the terrain well." Long Jian nodded with satisfaction. "Good, lead the way." The Bear Demon, still weak from her recent recovery, said faintly, "My king, you go on ahead. He'll catch up." "What? Trying to escape?" Long Jian sneered, strode forward, and grabbed the Bear Demon's cheek. The skin under his grip reddened instantly. "My king, I truly wouldn't dare to run away." The Bear Demon tried to argue, never expecting her little scheme to be seen through so easily by Long Jian. Long Jian released his grip and said, "Keep up, or you'll suffer a miserable fate." The Bear Demon dared not argue further and promptly followed. "Yellow Hair, lead the way. Well, rest at Mount 2. Long Jian said, looking at the yellow-haired demon with a serious. The yellow-haired demon nodded timidly, privately marveling that this Dragon King was truly formidable. After fighting for over an hour, he looked as if nothing had happened. The yellow-haired demon spread his wings and soared toward Mount 2. On the way, Long Jian gave the Bear Demon a name. She had never had a name before, which was common among the demon tribes. Only by joining a major clan or entering the forces of the demon domain would one be granted a name and surname. "Thank you, my king." Binbin smiled sweetly and nodded. Long Jian patted his storage pouch, and the demon-slaying sword flew out, hovering steadily in midair. He took Binbin's hand, and the two stood upon the flying sword, giving chase in the direction the yellow-haired demon had gone. He refrained from assuming his dragon form because the area was rife with demon clans, and the appearance of a dragon would inevitably stir up unnecessary trouble. After flying for about 10 odd minutes, they trailed the yellow-haired demon to the foot of Mount 2. Mount 2 was a place of exquisite natural beauty, and halfway up its slope sat a small town glowing with brilliant lights. From a high vantage point, the architecture of this mountain town appeared no different from the dwellings in human territories. What astonished Long Jian even more was the extraordinary level of craftsmanship in these buildings, which fully adopted the style of ancient architecture. Such a sight was utterly unprecedented in the 10,000 Demon Mountains, a region inhabited by demon clans. Under normal circumstances, human artisans would never dare venture into demon territory. To erect structures for doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Long Jian couldn't help but wonder who the builder of this demon city might be. Surely it must harbor secrets unknown to the outside world. He turned his gaze to the yellow-haired demon and inquired, "Yellow Hair, has anyone ever told you the origins of this city on Mount 2? Given its scale and architecture, it's hardly the work of ordinary demons." Dragon King, you wouldn't know this, but the ruler here is a nine-tailed fox spirit of formidable power. The yellow-haired demon offered, sharing what little he knew. So that's it. The ruler here is a nine-tailed fox spirit. Long Jian remarked after hearing the explanation. His curiosity suddenly piqued about this fox. Legend has it that nine-tailed fox spirits are all exceedingly graceful and breathtakingly beautiful, skilled in using their allure to bewitch men and drain their vital essence. Why doesn't this fox spirit enter the demon domain proper, instead of lingering here at the outskirts of Mount 2 for so long? Long Jian asked, intrigued. The yellow-haired demon shook his head, admitting ignorance, and said only that he had heard from Xian Ba that this nine-tailed fox had dwelled on Mount 2 for several millennia. Long Jian pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's go in and take a look." The trio soon arrived at the city gates, where several fox guards stood watch atop the battlements. "Who goes there?" A fox soldier blocked their path, eyeing them with wary suspicion. The yellow-haired demon stepped forward, letting the torchlight illuminate his face, and said, "Brother Fox, do you remember me? I came here once before with Lord Xian Ba." The fox demon squinted, then recalled that the yellow-haired demon was a general from Xian City. "Oh, it's you. Where's Lord Xian now?" "He's already returned to Xian City. This time I brought some friends along for a visit," the yellow-haired demon explained. The fox guard swept his gaze over Long Jian and Binbin, gave them a cursory once-over without much thought, and said, "Since they're your friends, then please enter." With that, he opened the city gates. Long Jian gave a slight nod and followed the yellow-haired demon into the city of Mount 2 with Binbin in tow. The demon city was grand in scale, yet meticulously ordered, every corner exuding an air of ancient, weathered antiquity. The yellow-haired demon, familiar with the place, led Long Jian to a tavern, the liveliest spot in the city. The establishment sprawled over a vast area, at least 500 to 600 square meters, with lights blazing on both floors. There was a steady stream of patrons, but Long Jian keenly noticed that none of them were human. They were all transformed. To assume human form, one's cultivation had to reach at least the transformation stage. Seeing such a congregation of transformed demons in one place was genuinely startling to him. As the trio stepped into the tavern, a wave of warmth washed over them. A great fireplace blazed at the center, its crimson flames casting a cozy orange glow that enveloped the entire establishment in comfort. Numerous men and women gathered around wooden tables by the hearth, drinking and laughing boisterously. Among them, the most eye-catching were the alluring, seductive women. They were scantily clad, with bare shoulders and long, shapely legs teasingly exposed, clearly intent on luring the men present into sinful thoughts. Long Jian found himself staring, almost believing he had stumbled into a human brothel. Meanwhile, Binbin, observing their graceful figures and ornate attire, felt a flicker of envy stir within her. Those beautiful dresses were not conjured from demonic energy. They were made of genuine silk and satin, rare treasures for an ordinary female demon like her. In the demon realm, any artifact of human daily life was a rare commodity that could fetch a high price. The tavern's proprietress, a woman of considerable charm despite her years, noticed the newcomers and approached with a courteous inquiry. "Gentlemen, will you be dining or lodging?" A professional smile graced her lips, but her eyes gleamed with shrewdness. "Would like a room," Long Jian replied, returning her smile. The woman's gaze roamed over Long Jian's tall, handsome frame, her admiration evident. Her eyes grew increasingly fervent, and she even cast a subtle, flirtatious glance, saying playfully, "Very well, how many rooms would you like?" "2 will suffice." Long Jian raised 2 fingers in response. "2 rooms will cost you 2,000 spirit stones." The woman moistened her lips with a delicate flick of her tongue and added, "And we don't offer credit. Though, if you happen to be short on funds, you could always pay with your body instead." Her tone was teasing and provocative, her gaze boldly sweeping over Long Jian. He reached into his universe pouch, and his expression shifted slightly. He had no spirit stones left. This was rather awkward. He glanced sideways at the yellow-haired demon and whispered, "Do you have any money?" The yellow-haired demon spread his hands, helplessly indicating he was flat broke as well. Long Jian then turned to Binbin, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Binbin also spread her hands, signaling she had nothing. As a demon, she had never needed to use human currency. Even if she stumbled upon scattered spirit stones in the wild, she had never bothered to pick them up. In short, Binbin didn't have a single coin to her name. Seeing all 3 of them penniless, the woman couldn't suppress a smile, her lips curling in amusement. She sized up Long Jian with a brazen suggestion. "How about you repay me with a few nights of your company, young man, and I'll waive your rent for a few days." Though Long Jian appreciated beauty, he was by no means a man of loose morals. He declined tactfully, "We may be short on funds, but could we settle the bill with something else?" "Of course. We accept all manner of cultivation-related items, and will exchange them for spirit stones at fair value." A flicker of disappointment crossed the woman's face, but her merchant instincts quickly rallied her spirits. Long Jian retrieved the formation-breaking hammer he had used earlier from his storage pouch. "How much is this worth?" The woman took the hammer, examined it for a moment, and then named a price unhurriedly. "About 20,000 spirit stones." "That's highway robbery. I paid over 100,000 for this hammer." Long Jian frowned in discontent. If you think it's too much, feel free to try elsewhere." The woman let out a coy huff, deliberately cupping her voluptuous breasts to accentuate her cleavage. The yellow-haired demon was already transfixed, his eyes glued to the sight. This vixen's figure was simply too stunning. Even he, a vulture demon, found it hard to resist the urge for a cross-species romance. 20,000 truly the lowest I can go. Long Jian gave a helpless shake of his head. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Besides, this worn-out array hammer had lost its purpose after shattering Wu Yu Yao's ceiling formation. Trading it for some spirit stones seemed like a good way to recover losses. Deal? Give me a moment, handsome. The alluring woman cooed, then retreated into the inner chamber. A moment later she swayed back out carrying a pouch, its opening radiating the distinctive glow of spirit stones. She handed the small pouch to Long Jian, speaking with a smile, after deducting the 2,000 spirit stone service fee that leaves 18,000 inside. Feel free to verify. Long Jian smiled faintly and tossed the pouch directly into his Chinquan pouch. No need. I trust you. The woman hooked her finger, playfully turned and swayed her slender waist towards the stairs. Follow me. They'll take you to you. The yellow-haired youth licked his parched lips, his suppressed hunger finally boiling over. He glanced at Long Jian. Boss, I'm starving. Could you spare a few spirit stones so I can buy some grub? Long Jian generously tossed him several high-grade stones, each worth the purchasing power of at least 1,000 ordinary ones. Take them, and grab some food, leave it by my door. On my way. Overjoyed, the youth pocketed the stones and dashed off in a whirlwind. Of course the youth wasn't headed for food, but for another pleasure house, one housing winged clan demons. Long Jian, holding Binbin's hand, followed the young woman to a room at the end of the second-floor corridor. Here we are, handsome. The woman cooed, producing an exquisitely crafted room key and offering it to him. As Long Jian reached for it, she suddenly seized his hand and gently traced circles in his palm with her little finger. Exuding a bewitching aura, she breathed out a fragrant sigh and teased. Handsome, if the night grows lonely, feel free to come downstairs and chat. I'm on the night shift. But Long Jian was no ordinary man. His willpower was formidable, and he remained utterly unmoved by her advances. Besides, this woman's looks and figure fell short of the ladies back home. Thank you for your kindness, sister. Perhaps while talking, Long Jian calmly took the key, showing no lingering attachment to her hand, and instead grasped Binbin's. Binbin proudly stuck her tongue out at the woman, then followed Long Jian into the room, slamming the door shut behind her. The woman stared at the closed door, clearly displeased. A girl who hasn't even grown her feathers, and she outshines me. Also, the creature following that young man felt profoundly strange. She couldn't discern the boy's true form or strength at all, which could only mean one thing. His cultivation level was far beyond her imagination. A sinister smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She decided to report this to her master immediately. A demon of this caliber would be a perfectly qualified sacrifice. Night had deepened. The inn was still brightly lit, but the number of patrons drinking in the hall had dwindled. The woman, as the innkeeper, had summoned several of her formidable fox sisters to lie in wait specifically to hunt this beast named Long Jian. They transformed into small foxes crouching atop a large tree directly opposite the window of Long Jian's room. A white-furred fox whispered in complaint, "That guy has endless stamina. Over 2 hours, and he shows no sign of stopping." Another, a red-furred fox, teased her. "You little vixen, you just want to get into his bed. I bet you're craving his body." The white fox, rather than taking offense, smiled shyly. "Well, I am a bit curious." The fox sisters chatted idly, preparing to make their move once Long Jian fell asleep. A few fox demons perched in the trees, noticing the room had finally fallen silent, whispered, "It's time to make our move, sisters." I can hear them snoring. The other fox demons stirred with renewed energy, and one white-furred demon transformed into a young maiden standing atop a branch. She leapt gracefully onto the rooftop, crept to the window lattice of Long Jian's chamber, and gently pried open a sliver of a gap. She blew a wisp of green smoke inside. The smoke quickly diffused throughout the room. Long Jian and Binbin, already in a deep slumber, sank even further into a state of oblivion. The fox maiden boldly pushed the window fully open and slipped inside, beckoning to her sisters outside, "Hurry, come in." The 4 demon maidens worked swiftly to dress Long Jian in neat attire, then carefully lifted his body and quietly spirited him out through the window. They conjured a wisp of azure cloud to carry Long Jian, drifting gracefully towards the highest peak of Mount 2. The entire operation was flawlessly executed, silent as a whisper, while Binbin remained deep in slumber within the room, oblivious to the sudden change. Dark clouds like splattered ink blotted out the bright moon. The summit of Mount 2 was shrouded in a hazy, eerie gloom. Occasionally pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness as malevolent spirits roamed the area. 4 slender fox demons manipulating an emerald cloud carried Long Jian into the mountain. They soon arrived at a cave entrance near the summit and knelt in devout reverence. The leader spoke, "Ancestor, this time's offering has arrived. Please grace it with your inspection." After a long moment, a harsh, strange female voice echoed from deep within the cave, "Excellent. You have done well." Hearing the praise, the 4 fox demons beamed with joy. The leader flattered, "Your joy, Ancestor, is our greatest honor." Before she could finish, a ball of cyan fire shot out from the cave, splitting into 4 wisps of ghostly flame that darted towards the 4 demons. "Thank you for your blessing, Ancestor." They quickly prostrated themselves in gratitude before opening their mouths to swallow the demonic flames before them. The faces of the 4 fox maidens were filled with lingering satisfaction. This cyan fire was pure demonic essence, saving them months of arduous cultivation. After receiving the flames, they transformed back into 4 small foxes and bounded away from the summit. Long Jian alone remained suspended in midair. A wisp of cyan mist curled around him on its own, slowly drawing him into the cave as if beckoned by some mysterious force. Meanwhile, Long Jian had actually regained consciousness when the fox demons were kowtowing, but he continued to feign sleep. His system-granted body possessed exceptional attributes, especially remarkable resistance to poison, and he quickly metabolized the sleeping smoke the fox demons had blown in. What are these fox demons plotting? He reclined leisurely on the soft cloud, eyes closed in contemplation. As the azure cloud floated deeper into the cavern, Long Jian distinctly felt a shift in temperature, from about 20 degrees Celsius outside to a mere 10 or so within. The clouds, seemingly guided by an unseen force, finally came to a halt after about 3 minutes. Though his eyes were shut in feigned slumber, Long Jian could perceive through his eyelids an unusual brightness within the cave. Not the glow of flames, but the radiant luminescence of some luminous mineral as brilliant as daylight. At the same time, he sensed an immensely powerful demonic aura pervading the cavern far beyond what any ordinary demon could emit. A series of light, quick footsteps echoed the stride short, suggesting a woman. Long Jian knew women intimately. He judged the steps to be drawing closer, eventually stopping beside him. He remained perfectly still. The woman harbored no ill intent. If she wished him dead, a simple curse or spell would suffice. Suddenly a soft hand caressed his cheek, and a pleasing female voice spoke. This offering is of fine quality this time. It's been years since I've seen one so superior. As she spoke, a surge of icy demonic energy flowed from her palm. Up. The woman snatched her hand back, exclaiming in shock, "This is a human." This was because Long Jian had used his intangible divine ability to conceal his aura, making it difficult for both demons and humans to discern his true nature. Of course, such close scrutiny was bound to reveal the truth. Long Jian discerned that the old woman's voice was a woman's disguise, so he continued to feign unconsciousness, hoping to uncover her true intentions. After a moment, his body levitated on its own, pressing against a cross-shaped pillar. His arms were spread wide as if nailed to a cross like Jesus. Awaken! The melodious voice sounded again, and a wisp of green smoke drifted into Long Jian's nostrils. Long Jian discerned that the old woman's voice was a woman's disguise, so he continued to feign unconsciousness, hoping to uncover her true intentions. After a moment, his body levitated on its own, pressing against a cross-shaped pillar. What shocked him even more was the massive white fox lying behind the woman, its snow-white fur immaculate with a delicate pink flower on its forehead that was strikingly conspicuous. The great fox rested with eyes closed, its 9 tails swishing back and forth. "Who are you? Where's this?" Long Jian feigned terror, his face wrought with fear, as if had won an acting award. The foxwoman, seeing his panic, smiled with satisfaction. "You are honored to be chosen as an offering by the fox immortal." "No, I refuse." Long Jian's eyes bulged as he let out a miserable, terrified scream. The foxwoman set her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. "The fox immortal will awaken soon." "Awaken?" Long Jian glanced at the 9-tailed fox, finally realizing why it kept its eyes shut. It must have fallen into a deep slumber for some reason. With a light wave of her jade hand, a small bronze cauldron appeared in her palm, just the size of a hand. "What are you going to do?" Long Jian asked, steadying himself slightly, his voice trembling a little. The foxwoman only smiled enigmatically. "Don't rush, you'll know soon enough." She strolled over gracefully, the cauldron floating beside her, sustained by her demonic power. Long Jian was bound to the cross. "No, please," he struggled and begged. The foxwoman grew irritated and snapped, "Stop squirming. Move again, and it'll cut you." Long Jian obediently stopped moving, but inwardly he wondered, wasn't this fox demon supposed to be making a sacrifice? The fox-eared girl stared at him for a long time, her breathing growing heavy, her gaze turning hazy and entranced. A hand reached out and touched him. This was his first contact with a fox demon. Why was she doing this? Over a dozen minutes passed, and the petite fox-eared girl's body gradually tensed up as if puzzled and astonished. Long Jian remained calm, speaking coolly. "Everyone's constitution differs. Stop tormenting me like this." I. The fox-eared girl stammered, hesitating to speak. She needed to rely on the small cauldron she had summoned earlier, using its special power to store Long Jian's primal essence. Then she could transmit it to the 9-tailed fox lord. However, the cauldron had a peculiar prerequisite: it had to obtain Long Jian's aura. This time it took even longer. A full half-hour passed, and the fox-eared girl was exhausted, yet Long Jian showed no sign of finishing. Are you even human?" The fox-eared girl stepped back, furious and mortified, her voice shrill. "Of course I'm human," Long Jian replied, utterly at ease. He had already guessed what the foxwoman was thinking. Because he sensed that the cauldron was a magical artifact forged by a human. The fox-eared girl was enraged by Long Jian's humiliation. How dare he say she lacked charm? For a fox demon, that was an utter disgrace. Every demon in the realm knew that fox demons were the most beautiful of all, yet she couldn't even conquer a single human. This is infuriating. This Auntie will conquer you this time. The fox-eared girl fumed, both ears standing straight up, while her foxtail thrashed vigorously behind her. And so she decided to unleash her ultimate technique. Once this move was used, neither man nor demon could ever resist. She seemed ready to tear Long Jian apart. Yet Long Jian remained utterly unafraid, for he could switch to his dragon form. Enraged by Long Jian's taunting words, the fox-eared girl's 10 fingers extended into sharp claws. They gleamed with a terrifying, chilling light. She seemed ready to tear Long Jian apart. Yet Long Jian remained utterly unafraid, for he could switch to his dragon form at any moment, and this fox demon's cultivation was merely at the spirit demon stage, on par with his own. In a battle between equals, Long Jian had never been defeated. What? Not convinced. Haven't you ever met a man as impressive as me before? Long Jian continued, his mockery, a smile playing on his lips. The fox-eared girl's pretty face revealed a pair of small fangs, her eyes shimmering with cunning light. I am not convinced. I will definitely devour your yang energy and offer it to our great fox immortal. Hey, what are you planning to do to me? Long Jian cried out in mock alarm, which only made the charming fox spirit laugh merrily. You'll find out soon enough. I'm going to teach you a lesson. The two fluffy fox ears atop her head twitched with delight. It tickles. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Long Jian yelled dramatically, feigning great distress. We've only just begun and you're already losing your composure. Seeing his pained expression, the fox-eared girl smiled triumphantly. Dawn broke. Long Jian had already changed into a clean set of clothes from his storage pouch, appearing refreshed and spirited. Meanwhile, the fox-eared girl sat on the ground, clutching her clothes and sobbing. Her bronze cauldron lay discarded on the ground like a useless object. She let out a series of whoa sobs, cursing under her breath. You damned human. How dare you bully me like this? He'll kill you. Kill me. Do you even have the ability? Long Jian remained defiant. Despite the night's intense struggle, his stamina and spirit seemed utterly unaffected, brimming with extraordinary vitality. He stood before the fox-eared girl, raising an eyebrow in a mocking challenge. Provoked by Long Jian's words, the fox-eared girl felt her demonic energy reconsolidate, granting her the power to cast spells once more. A thick green mist emanated from her body, and the clothes she held were guided by her demonic energy, automatically dressing her. She rose to her feet, her eyes glowing with an eerie green light, like two brilliant gems radiating a sinister aura. She slowly raised her hands, her fingers curved like tiger claws, and 10 long nails elongated into the air with a faint hissing sound. Earlier, I held back for the sake of your yang energy. But since I can't have it, I have no more use for you. She let out a sharp cry, and the full might of her spirit demon stage aura exploded, surging towards Long Jian like a collapsing mountain and a roaring tsunami. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the spirit demon stage, Long Jian's heart tightened. His human form's cultivation was only at the golden core stage, making it difficult to withstand the immense pressure. His blood flowed in reverse, and his chest felt unbearably heavy. Yet Long Jian showed no fear. He smiled mysteriously, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. A mere fox spirit dares to act so arrogantly before this king. It was your fortune cultivated over 8 lifetimes that I fancied your looks yesterday. Ha! Shameless. The fox-eared girl flew into a rage. Who do you think you are? You're just a human. Kneel and kowtow to admit your mistake, and perhaps I'll spare your life, letting you serve me for the rest of your days. Her words were filled with fury, yet deep within, the encounter of last night made it hard for her to let go. Though she verbally declared her intent to kill Long Jian, the reluctance in her heart was impossible to conceal. Long Jian laughed heartily, his gaze shifting. He first glanced at the 9-tailed fox lying in the cave, then swept his eyes over the fox-eared girl before him. Who will be kneeling remains to be seen. Hiss! The fox-eared girl was thoroughly enraged. Fury blazed in her heart, and she resolved to crush this arrogant human completely, to vent her hatred. Her figure blurred, darting towards Long Jian like the wind, her sharp, right claw aimed directly at his throat. Just as her claw was less than an inch away from his neck, suddenly dragon scales emerged across Long Jian's body, and he transformed into a silver dragon within the cave. To avoid bursting the cavern, he limited his length to a mere 5 meters. Clang! The fox-eared girl's sharp nails struck Long Jian's hardened dragon scales, sparking a shower of flame. Meanwhile, her fingernails were snapped off by the rebounding force, embedding into the cave walls around her, leaving cracks and debris in their wake. Ah! She cried out, leaping backward in fright, her body like a fallen leaf in the wind, instantly retreating to the front of the 9-tailed fox. You're of the dragon clan. She stammered, her gaze involuntarily fixed on the shimmering silver dragon scales adorning Long Jian's form. At least you have the eyes to recognize this king. A mere fox spirit dares to strike at me. Long Jian, true to his draconic nature, unleashed his oppressive aura without the slightest restraint. His formidable dragon bloodline displayed itself with breathtaking intensity, and the fox-eared maiden felt as though countless needles were pricking her skin. This sensation was something she had only ever experienced when the fox immortal was angered. That could only mean one thing. The silver dragon before her possessed a bloodline so noble it rivaled the fox immortal's own. At that realization, the fox-eared maiden's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the cave floor. How could this be? The hunter who had always preyed on others had finally met her match. She suddenly felt her earlier arrogance vanish like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving her heart shrouded in confusion. Before this mighty dragon, she experienced an unprecedented sense of insignificance. Long Jian slithered his serpentine body through the air like a bolt of silver lightning, soaring to the fox-eared maiden's side, and coiling his elongated form around her, lifting her into the air. His massive, deep golden dragon eyes stared intently at the petite, fox-eared maiden. You little fox, I won't let you off. You've satisfied my human form, but my draconic form remains unfulfilled. A sinister chuckle, ha ha ha, escaped Long Jian's mouth, echoing through the cavern. The fox-eared maiden was entwined by the icy-cold dragon coils, but her heart was even colder. No more. I can't take any more. His human form had already ravaged her completely, and now, with his true form revealed, she feared she would truly be ruined. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Your actions just now have enraged me. Long Jian showed no compassion, tightening his coils around the fox-eared maiden even further. Just as he was about to go further and consummate the act, the massive nine-tailed fox suddenly opened its eyelids. A pair of blue pupils appeared. "Fox immortal, you're awake." The fox-eared maiden called out desperately, her eyes brimming with hope and reverence, as if summoning a savior. The nine-tailed fox regarded Long Jian with its blue eyes, its voice slow and deliberate. "You, a dragon of high standing, why stoop to bullying one of my maids?" Its voice was like a captivating melody laced with a powerful allure and a sultry feminine tone that could make any man feel his bones turn to jelly. Long Jian sensed a hint of menace and realized the nine-tailed fox before him was no ordinary being. Her power was not a whit inferior to Wu Yao's. Given his own strength at the demon spirit realm, he knew he could never defeat her in a confrontation. Seizing the opportunity to back down gracefully, Long Jian slowly loosened his coils, and the fox-eared maiden thudded to the ground. "May I ask the name of this demon king?" Long Jian swallowed his pride. Though he was far from conceding defeat, he knew that a heated clash at this moment was not a wise move. "I am of the Tushan clan, the nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Yi," the nine-tailed fox proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Long Jian was taken aback. So this was the legendary nine-tailed celestial fox. Among fox spirits, the number of tails was a direct indicator of power. These 9 tails were nothing short of extraordinary. Her strength was absolutely formidable. However, Long Jian keenly detected a hint of something amiss. It seemed this 9-tailed fox, though outwardly formidable, harbored an inner fragility. Had she truly possessed overwhelming power, she would have struck directly when he bullied her maidservant rather than resorting to mere verbal sparring. This realization stirred a thought within Long Jian. Perhaps this 9-tailed fox was not an invincible sovereign, and there were hidden circumstances yet to be revealed. His mind raced with speculation, yet his countenance remained cold and impassive. Tushan Yi narrowed her eyes and demanded, "What is your name? Why have you come to Tushan?" Her voice carried a mysterious allure, captivating all who heard it. Long Jian, still lost in thought, was jolted back by her voice. He raised his head to look at her, a flicker of surprise. He replied in a deep tone, "I am Long Jian by name. I came to Tushan merely for a day's rest, only to be abducted to your cave by your maidservant, who sought to drain my yang essence. The Tushan clan has overstepped its bounds." Tushan Yi was of course well aware of her maidservant's deeds over the years, having tacitly allowed them. She slowly closed her eyes, resting her head on her forelegs, her voice laced with apology. "Long Jian, is it? This was our fault. You may leave now and never return to Tushan. Let it be as if none of this ever happened." "Hep." Long Jian sneered, his suspicion solidifying that this white 9-tailed fox was gravely wounded. If she were truly a mighty demon, would she simply let him walk away unscathed? He was a true dragon, a treasure trove of priceless essence. Any normal demon clan, upon seeing a dragon before them, would surely be consumed by greed. A cunning glint flickered in Long Jian's eyes. He decided not to alert her, planning instead to regroup with Binbin, and he shifted back to his human form, meticulously adjusting his robes with an air of importance. "I am magnanimous and shall not stoop to your level. Let this be the end of it." With that, he strode briskly towards the mountain gate, his mind already scheming. Tushan Yi slightly opened her eyes, her sea blue pupils fixing upon the fox-eared girl who had been bullied by Long Jian. "Zissou, thank you for all the yang essence you've channeled to me during this time. You've worked hard." The fox-eared girl was indeed Zissou. She had expected a scolding from Tushan Yi, but instead received words of gratitude. Zissou's eyes welled up with tears, and she sobbed, "Fox immortal, this is what this servant should do." Tushan Yi wearily closed her eyes again, speaking slowly. "Zissou, take the clan and leave Tushan." "Fox immortal, what do you mean?" Zissou wagged her tail, confused. "Do not ask for reasons, just leave this place quickly." Tushan Yi's voice was faint, as if it were a life flame on the verge of being extinguished. Zissou shook her head vigorously, choking back tears. "No, I don't want to leave you, Fox immortal." Tears streaming down her face, she clung tightly to Tushan Yi's fox paw, refusing to let go. Long Jian leisurely descended the mountainside, only to see a massive black bear at the city gate, roaring furiously at the fox demons guarding it. "You demons of Tushan, where have you taken our king?" The fox guards countered the bear's assault, unleashing their own demonic arts. Among them, a white fox demoness of notable skill hurled a ball of pink light, forcing the giant bear Binbin back. The demoness gathered powerful demonic energy in her hands and declared with authority, "How would we know where your king went? Perhaps he went home on his own. If you keep making a racket outside our city, don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing this, Long Jian shouted, "Binbin Huangmao, I'm fine." Binbin, who was about to attack again, heard Long Jian's voice behind her. She turned and saw it was indeed Long Jian, who had vanished the previous night. Her colossal form shrank into that of a short-haired girl who dashed forward and threw herself into Long Jian's arms. "King, you scared Binbin. I thought those fox demons had killed you." The golden eagle circling above also landed beside Long Jian, transforming into a young man. "King, where have you been?" Huang Mao asked nervously. Long Jian said casually, "Just went out for some fun." He had no intention of telling Binbin and Huang Mao about the previous night. Huang Mao and Binbin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Long Jian safe, and sounds swiftly gathering behind him. Long Jian swept a cold glance over the fox demons mocking from the city walls, sneering with a flicker of disgust in his eyes. "Binbin, Huang Mao, let's go." He strode forward with large steps. After leaving Tushan City, Huang Mao still cast worried glances at Long Jian, fearing he might have suffered internal injuries. Ben, however, fumed and clenched her little fists, waving them in the air, itching to fly back and teach those fox demons a lesson. Great king, why didn't you hit them? They're so mean they even mocked me. Long Jian stopped, placing his left hand on Ben's shoulder and pulling her into an embrace to soothe her, while his right hand playfully tickled her waist, chuckling. What's the hurry? He'll make them pay. The great king is mighty. Huang Mao said flatteringly, gazing at Long Jian with envy, recalling his own visit to a brothel last night, spending some spirit stones to sleep with a suitable winged clan female demon. Now his pockets were empty, and that enchantress had turned cold towards him. Long Jian looked at Huang Mao and asked, isn't this outer region of the demon domain not under its control? Huang Mao quickly replied, yes, great king. As long as we don't enter the core demon territory, there's no governance out here. No matter what happens, the demons of the domain won't interfere. Excellent. A cruel glint flashed in Long Jian's eyes as if a scheme had occurred to him. He remembered that the nine-tailed fox queen was severely wounded. This was the perfect opportunity to seize Tushan City. Occupying the city as his second stronghold would expand his sphere of influence. Although Huang Mao was a bit slick, he wasn't entirely foolish. He analyzed from Long Jian's demeanor and words that the great king seemed intent on recruiting forces and attacking Tushan City. Great king, are you planning to raise an army? Huang Mao probed cautiously. Correct. Long Jian didn't hide it, stating bluntly, do you know how to rally other demon clans to my cause? Huang Mao hurriedly replied, that's simple. You just need to challenge the demon kings of the surrounding regions and defeat them one by one. Then the demon forces under them will naturally acknowledge your leadership and become soldiers under your command. Not bad. Long Jian nodded, his kingly aura fully displayed. Lead the way. As you command, great king. Huang Mao was familiar with this territory and indeed knew of some power. He took the lead with Long Jian and Ben following as the three headed towards the nearest valley. Before long, guided by Huang Mao, they arrived at a valley covered in lush trees. The vegetation here was verdant and full of life, yet it exuded a faint, eerie chill, and not a single living creature. Flapping his wings in the air, Huang Mao reported to Long Jian, great king, this is the territory of the azure water python, a powerful demon at the spirit demon realm. Ben and Long Jian stood on a flying sword, following closely behind Huang Mao as it floated along. Hearing the name of the azure water python, Ben complained angrily, great king, this big snake bullied me before. I was just collecting honey in its territory, and it chased me, leaving me covered in bumps. Oh, it dared to bully my Ben. Watch me skin it alive. Long Jian's eyes flashed with cold light, his kingly bearing unmistakable. As they spoke, their flying sword descended onto the lush ground. All around was eerily silent, devoid of any sign of life. Suddenly, a wave of cold, damp air rushed towards them, making Ben and Huang Mao tremble uncontrollably. As mere newly transformed demons, they naturally couldn't withstand such a powerful spirit demon realm aura. How dare you trespass into my territory? The giant python spoke with a woman's voice, its pair of cyan vertical pupils fixed intently on the trio, leisurely sizing up the uninvited guests. Embedded in the center of the giant snake's forehead was a blue crystal radiating a deep, swirling water type. How dare you trespass into my territory? The giant python spoke with a woman's voice, its pair of cyan vertical pupils fixed intently on the trio, leisurely sizing up the uninvited guests. Ben and Huang Mao were frozen stiff with fear, quickly hiding behind Long Jian, unable to make a sound. The python's gaze fell upon Long Jian, realizing he was likely the master of these two minor demons. To the python's surprise, she couldn't detect any racial aura from this man at all. Hearing the snake demon emit such a charming feminine voice, Long Jian's heart stirred, and his lower body involuntarily began to stir with excitement. This was a formidable female demon, perfect for adding to his harem. He had never tasted a snake demon before, but she would be. Little snake demon, I advise you to submit to me immediately, or you'll suffer. Long Jian showed no fear of the giant python's might, even pointing at her and commanding arrogantly. The python was enraged to the extreme by Long Jian's shamelessness, but she maintained her composure and refrained from acting rashly. Having survived in the demon world this long, she knew she needed real power as a backing. She had to ascertain this man's background before deciding on a course of action. Arrogant fool. What kind of demon are you? The python suppressed her fury and demanded. Long Jian, however, flipped over to land before the python, his unbridled eyes scanning her up and down, his gaze blatantly lecherous. She knew that such a look, dripping with lustful intent, usually only appeared among demons of the same race. She knew that such a look, dripping with lustful intent, usually only appeared among demons of the same race. Cross-species romance was extremely rare. Even Huang Mao's philandering only targeted female bird demons. A suspicion formed in the python's mind. Could this man before her, like herself, be a snake demon? Yet having lived in this region for over a century, she had never seen this arrogant man, nor had other snake demons. Despite his extreme arrogance, she couldn't afford to lose face on her own turf. If she were bullied and didn't retaliate, you arrogant brat, watch me tear out your tendons. The giant python's attack erupted suddenly, her water-type demonic energy surging violently. Trees collapsed wherever the beam passed, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. The crystal emitted a dazzling blue light, and a beam of python's attack erupted suddenly, her water-type demonic. You arrogant brat, watch me tear out your tendons. The giant python's attack erupted suddenly, her water-type demonic energy surging violently. Trees collapsed wherever the beam passed, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. With a casual wave of his hand, Jian opened his Chinquan pouch, and the demon-slaying sword flew out, landing firmly in his grasp. The blade vibrated slightly, emitting a cheerful hum, seemingly excited to slay a powerful beast. Seizing the moment, Jian leaped forward, thrusting his sword directly at the blue crystal on the giant python's forehead. He understood that this crystal was likely the core. Seizing the moment, Jian leaped forward, thrusting his sword directly at the blue crystal on the giant python's forehead. He understood that this crystal was likely the core essence of this spirit demon realm serpent. If he could pierce it through, her power would be greatly diminished. But the python's previous attack was merely a probe. The crystal atop her head released a layer of azure protective shield, blasting Jian away. Jian executed a perfect 360-degree flip midair, using a levitation spell to stabilize himself. His right hand held the demon-slaying sword, which emitted a dazzling golden light, and he raised his left thumb in approval, grinning. "Not bad. You're qualified to join my harem." "Oomph." The python sneered. "To take me as a concubine, you're 500 years too young." She recalled that centuries ago a lustful male snake had tried to force her into marriage, and she had fiercely refused. The two fought a great battle, and she killed that male demon. As a result, she violated the demon domain's rules and was banished. There was an unwritten rule in the demon domain: all races must not harm each other and must coexist peacefully. The python demon raised its head with a cold sneer, the crystal on its forehead once again radiating an unfathomable demonic aura. In an instant, dark clouds gathered densely in the sky and a sinister wind howled. With a sudden roar, torrential rain poured down, drenching Jian and the others completely. "Bin Huangmao, get out of here now." Sensing the strange aura within the rain, Jian immediately realized this was no ordinary downpour. The two lesser demons acknowledged the command and swiftly fled from the rain-soaked area. The python demon watched them escape with cold indifference, paying no heed to such insignificant ants. This slaughter was purely to expel the intruders, with no intention to harm other demons. Seeing his subordinates safe, a faint sneer crossed Jian's lips. "Playing with rain before me. I am the progenitor of rain itself." The moment he spoke, Jian's form suddenly straightened, his spine and limbs rapidly swelling and deforming as layers of dragon scales emerged his entire body, transforming into a colossal dragon spanning hundreds of feet. The previously smug python demon's face changed drastically, her serpentine pupils filled with shock and terror. "How? You are of the dragon clan." Only then did she fully grasp the meaning behind Jian's words: progenitor. Dragons are the lords of all scaled serpents, and every snake demon yearns to eventually become a true dragon. She was no exception. Over the past century, she had painstakingly refined most of her snake scales into dragon scales. Her next goal was to condense a dragon core. "Heh, since you know I am of the noble dragon clan, why not kneel in submission?" Jian's voice boomed like thunder, causing all the lesser demons nearby to look up in awe at his majestic colossal form. Yet the python demon was stubborn by nature. Far from being intimidated, her eyes burned with even greater hatred. "So what if you're of the dragon clan? This plays right into my hands. Today I must have your dragon blood and flesh to aid my transformation." She retorted fearlessly, speaking arrogantly, without a shred of shame. This only further enraged Jian. At that moment, lightning and thunder tore through the sky, and the torrential rain intensified into a furious frenzy. A dense aura of water spirit energy permeated the heavens and the earth. The crystal on the python demon's forehead emitted an eerie blue glow, her figure flickering in and out of view within the rain curtain. Suddenly, the vast downpour transformed into countless water serpents that swirled and lunged, biting and constricting every vital point on Jian's body. "A paltry trick. How dare you show off before a master?" Jian didn't even flinch, letting the water serpents engulf his form. The water serpents opened their jaws and bit down on Jian's dragon scales, but their efforts couldn't even penetrate. With a violent shake of his body, the tens of thousands of water serpents coiled around him burst apart, reverting to mere A jolt of shock ran through the python demon. Her signature move, the 10,000 serpent strangulation technique, had been effortlessly broken. "My turn now." Jian's eyes blazed crimson, an astonishing killing intent surging within him. A mighty dragon's roar thundered from his belly, echoing across the heavens and earth. The air vibrated with a thunderous boom, as if it would tear the very sky apart. Jian opened his massive maw, and a colossal orb of lightning formed within. Electric arcs crackled around it, emitting a blinding radiance. The sky was shrouded in gloom, and the torrential rain transformed into countless conductors channeling the electric current far and wide. "Up!" The python demon shrieked in agony, her body going limp as she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, her entire form was covered in hardened dragon scales. Had she still possessed her old, delicate snake scales, this strike would have electrocuted her beyond recognition. This single blow would have left her thoroughly scorched both inside and out. Realizing the dire situation, the python demon understood that this divine dragon before her was far beyond her power to defeat. Continuing the fight would only lead to self-destruction. A strategic retreat was the wisest course of action. Before departing, she unleashed one final technique, manipulating the raging rain in the sky into a colossal dragon-shaped water pillar that hurtled toward Jian. Then she fled straight into the jungle, vanishing without a trace amidst the dense foliage. Long Jian charged forward, his sharp, hardened horns precisely piercing through the water dragon. Under the immense impact, the water dragon exploded with a thunderous blast, scattering into a fine mist that fell gently to the earth. As the python demon fled, the dark clouds swirling in the sky gradually dispersed, and a blood-red sun peeked out from behind the cloud cover. The sunlight fell upon Long Jian's pristine white scales, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. He stood like a majestic mountain of light, shimmering with radiant silver glow. Our king is truly mighty. One strike, and that demon spirit realm python was sent running. Haha, how could its power ever match our king's? Huang Mao and Bin followed behind, cheering and groveling with flattery. Long Jian let out a cold snort, retracted his wings, and circled above the mountain peak, gazing down at the scenery below. Enough with the flattery. Go find out where that python demon has run off to. Yes. The two immediately scurried into the mountains to search for the python demon's whereabouts. How is this possible? Such a massive python, yet there's no trace of it in this tiny mountain peak. Long Jian was baffled, scanning the surrounding low peaks. That python demon was a third of his size, stretching 500 to 600 meters long. How could it simply vanish? Just as Long Jian was growing suspicious, Huang Mao spotted something on a mountainside below, a cave entrance pitch black and seemingly bottomless. King, the python demon must have escaped into this cave, he shouted. Bin also approached the entrance and sniffed, catching the faint cloying scent of fresh blood. That's right, it's here. I can smell its lingering trail inside. Long Jian quickly shrunk his form to match the python demon's size, as the cave entrance was not wide, just barely enough for a single serpent to pass. Good. You two stand guard outside. He'll go in and hunt that serpent down. With that, he shook his massive horns and plunged headfirst into the cave, which seemed to descend into an abyssal void. Light vanished instantly, plunging everything into utter darkness, as if the entire space had been swallowed by the endless maw of the cave. Within the deep, dark cavern, Long Jian's eyes emitted a brilliant golden glow, illuminating the path ahead. He was astonished to discover that the cave walls were remarkably smooth and polished, not at all like natural rock formations. This indicated that large creatures frequently passed through, grinding the stone edges down over time. This python demon must have made this cave its lair. Long Jian thought to himself. This meant it was nearby, but the tunnels ahead branched out in countless directions, making it hard to pinpoint its exact location. Suddenly, an idea struck Long Jian. He let out a sickeningly sweet, mocking chuckle. Little snake, where are you hiding? Within this confined, narrow space, his voice echoed and amplified, reaching every hidden corner. Just then, a faint rustling sound echoed from deep within the cave. Gotcha. Long Jian immediately locked onto the direction and shot like a bolt into one of the branching tunnels. As a dragon, his movements were far swifter and more agile than any snake-type demon. It wasn't long before Long Jian spotted the python demon's trail at the end of a cavern. This was a massive underground chamber, dozens of meters high, but the ceiling was supported only by a single thick stone pillar, which could collapse at any moment with the slightest disturbance. The python demon coiled around the pillar, her cold serpentine eyes gleaming with chill. She hissed in a low, menacing tone, "Don't come any closer. Take one more step and it'll bite through this pillar, and we'll be buried together in this underground tomb." Long Jian simply laughed, utterly unconcerned. Even if the cave collapsed, he could transform into an intangible dragon soul and traverse the heavens and earth to return to the surface. This threat meant nothing to him. He leisurely strolled forward, his long, slender dragon whiskers coming within less than a meter of the python demon. Trembling with terror, the python demon's voice was low and shaky. "I swear if you come any closer, it'll bite through this pillar. The entire cave will collapse, and we'll surely perish together. You've cultivated for so long, why throw it all away for a moment of greed buried in this desolate underground? The person who dares to threaten me hasn't been born yet." A cruel sneer curled at the corner of Long Jian's mouth. "I want you. If you won't submit to me, then we'll die together." Long Jian's piercing, luminous dragon eyes fixed upon the serpent demon's gaze, his pupils radiating both wariness and ruthlessness. He slowly closed the distance, his silver scales glinting within the cavern's gloom. His long, thick, and powerful dragon whiskers deliberately brushed against the serpent demon's face. The cold scales scraping across her cheeks sent a shudder through her entire being. At such close range, the terror and confusion swirling within the serpent demon's pupils were unmistakable. Her pale green scales shimmered brilliantly under the intense white-hot radiance emanating from Long Jian's eyes. At that moment, Long Jian had already placed his sharp claws upon the scales of the serpent demon's back. With a light scratch of his razor-sharp talons, his iron-like grip seized her. "Well, why not hurry and bite through that pillar, so we can journey to the underworld together?" His claws gently stroked her scales, his touch as light, as if he were caressing a fragile work of art. His talons traced across her scales, producing a faint scraping sound. The texture was exceedingly tough, yet possessed a unique suppleness that made the touch strangely addictive. The serpent demon recoiled, shrinking in on herself under his touch. Her icy scales rubbed against each other, creating a rustling sound. Yet in this already cramped cave, any attempt to retreat was futile. Enraged, she opened her massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, preparing to bite through the pillar and fight Long Jian. But when she gazed into Long Jian's bright, fearless, and eager eyes, she realized this dragon must have a plan to escape this place. All her struggles were nothing more than wishful thinking incapable of causing this dragon any harm. A wave of regret and fear washed over her. Long Jian stared deeply at the serpent demon, as if scrutinizing her very soul. Having encountered countless female demons, he could tell at a glance what was going through her mind. He withdrew his claws from her, and spoke in a deep solemn tone, "You need not fear. This king is not one of those lecherous base beings. My teasing was merely a whim. The purpose of my visit today is to enlist you as one of my demon generals to join me in conquering Tushan City. Are you willing to follow me?" Hiss. The serpent demon flicked her forked tongue, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Are you mad? Do you not know that the lord of Tushan City is the nine-tailed fox? Her magical power is immense. I am merely a demon at the spirit demon realm. Going there would be suicide." Long Jian replied with unwavering resolve, "Those are not matters for you to consider. This king offers you only two paths: one, to follow me and become one of my elite warriors; two, to meet your end right here in this cave. Is there no third option?" The serpent demon hissed, softly dissatisfied with both choices presented by Long Jian. Long Jian let out a cold snort, saying nothing, and gave a slight shake of his head. Simultaneously, he condensed a dragon-shaped mark that flew towards the serpent demon. The mark emanated a scorching aura circling within the cave, as if it were alive. The serpent demon stared at the incoming mark, then looked up at Long Jian's tall, mighty frame that exuded an overwhelming presence. Her resolve wavered, as she was beginning to be tempted. Dragons, among the most powerful beings in the world, possessing boundless strength, with every part of their body being a treasure. Countless demons regarded them as their ultimate prize, dreaming of obtaining one. Her cultivation had been stagnant at the spirit demon realm for many years. The only way to advance was by refining her bloodline, which meant absorbing dragon blood to transform into a dragon herself. But she was ostracized by the demon race and banished from the demon domain, with no chance to obtain such precious cultivation materials. For centuries, she had cultivated with desperate life-or-death effort, only managing to gradually replace her cold snake scales with tougher dragon scales. But this was far from enough. Her next steps were to condense in the demon domain, with no chance to obtain such precious. These two steps were incredibly difficult for her. Her lifespan was running short, and it was highly likely she would perish before she could gather all the rare materials needed for dragon transformation. And now this noble dragon before her was voluntarily taking her as his subject. Any demon cultivator would be deeply moved by such an offer. After all, she was merely an ordinary mountain python, who through a fortuitous twist of fate, had acquired the ancient crystal stone embedded in her forehead, which had allowed her to reach her current level of cultivation. After much deliberation and internal struggle, the serpent demon finally lowered her proud head, hissing softly, "I am willing to follow you, my lord, and await your command." The dragon god's mark slowly descended upon the serpent demon's head. After a brief struggle, it successfully embedded itself within her soul. The moment her words faded, the mark shot towards the crystal stone on her forehead, like a hawk striking its prey. She struggled violently for a few moments, but ultimately could not shake off the mysterious mark. It settled firmly within the depths of her soul, becoming an eternal brand upon her being. And thus Long Jian successfully subdued this solitary mountain serpent demon. "Great King, I am Bai Ling. May I ask your esteemed name?" The python demon cautiously raised her head, fearing she might offend the dragon king with any misstep. Long Jian introduced himself, "Long Jian. From this day forth you shall be a demon general under my command. Come serve your king faithfully." "Serve?" Bai Ling's expression shifted. Though not as clever as Long Jian, she could vaguely discern his meaning. She began to tremble slightly. Indeed. Long Jian's lips curled upward, his gaze burning intensely upon Bai Ling. Meanwhile, outside the cave entrance, Ben and Huang Mao were anxiously awaiting Long Jian's return. Ben, while devouring fruits with gusto, muttered to himself, "Huang Mao, our king has been in there so long. Do you think he's already subdued that snake demon?" Huang Mao, his round eyes fixed intently on the cave mouth, mumbled in reply, "With our king's abilities, that mere snake demon is a piece of cake. But why hasn't he shown himself yet? It's truly puzzling." The two demons exchanged guesses, their words laced with growing anxiety and worry. By now Long Jian had been away from them for a full 4 hours. The two little demons Ben and Huang Mao paced anxiously back and forth at the cave entrance, their massive bare paws and sharp eagle claws leaving deep furrows in the earth. They waited and waited. Finally, after another hour had passed, a hair-raising slithering sound echoed from deep within the cave, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Ben and Huang Mao both retreated several steps, their bare paws and eagle claws clenching nervously. They held their breath, eyes wide, staring at the pitch-black cave mouth, fearing some terrifying creature might emerge at any moment. The next second, a colossal snake head suddenly appeared, its sapphire-like crystalline forehead gleaming with an eerie light under the sun. It flicked its crimson forked tongue, swaying it in the air, as if scrutinizing the two lowly demons before it. Seeing the python demon emerge first, Ben assumed she had harmed Long Jian. With a furious roar, "Return our king's life." She raised her bare paw and swung it fiercely at Bai Ling. Huang Mao, terrified out of his wits, swiftly scrambled up a gnarled ancient tree nearby. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from behind Bai Ling, "Stop." Ben's bare paw froze midair. A divine dragon's head emerged from behind Bai Ling, his immense body pressed closely against hers. The cramped cave entrance seemed barely able to contain the two colossal beings. Seeing the Dragon King safe and sound, Ben wiped away tears of relief and declared with unwavering loyalty, "Great King, you're all right after all. I am unharmed. From this day forward, Bai Ling shall be a new general under my command," Long Jian announced to Ben and Huang Mao, introducing his newly subjugated female demon. Bai Ling cast a haughty glance at Ben and Huang Mao, dismissing the two lowly demons with utter contempt. Her form rapidly shrank, transforming into a graceful young woman in verdant robes, her long pale, cyan hair as delicate as willow shoots. The Dragon King likewise shifted into a handsome and dashing young man. He casually draped his arm over Bai Ling's shoulder, twirling a strand of her cyan hair between his fingers and bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff. "Fragrant," he praised. It was a fresh scent of green grass, soothing to both body and mind. A gentle breeze swept by, causing Bai Ling's water-like tresses to drift softly. She gazed into Long Jian's deep, profound eyes, utterly captivated by his overwhelming power. Bai Ling harbored little resentment toward his domineering ways. Having chosen to follow him, she would not voice any further complaint. "Great King, when shall we attack Tushan City?" Bai Ling seemed preoccupied with matters of duty. "No rush. First, let's tally the forces you can muster here," Long Jian replied, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. "The demons I command are not numerous," Bai Ling said, tilting her head skyward and letting out a clear, resonant serpentine cry. The sound pierced through the woods and across the waters, echoing across the wilderness. Rustling sounds immediately arose from all directions, and layers of leaves began to tremble slightly. Startled by the sudden commotion, the two demons, Yellow Hair and Ben, shuffled closer to Long Jian, looking wary and bewildered. Before long, swarms of serpent demons of every color emerged from the surroundings. Some drifted gracefully through the woods while others slithered across the grass. Their numbers were immense. Before long, swarms of serpent demons of every color emerged from the surroundings. Some drifted gracefully through the woods while others slithered across the grass. Their numbers were immense. Relying on such numbers to conquer Tushan City was nothing short of a pipe dream. He shook his head slightly and said to Bai Ling, "The forces you command now are far too few. You need to rally more troops." "That's easily done. There are plenty of transformation stage demons nearby. I can go and subdue them all myself." "Excellent. They'll leave it to you then. Once the deed is done, you will be handsomely rewarded." Long Jian clasped Bai Ling's delicate, smooth hand. It felt soft and boneless, just like a real serpent, so pleasant to hold that he was reluctant to let go. A faint blush crept across Bai Ling's face. Glancing around at the many serpent demons watching, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She quickly reverted to her true form, slipped nimbly from Long Jian's grip, and then issued commands to the serpent horde in a loud voice. "Follow me, my minions." A procession of serpent demons flicked their forked tongues and trailed in a long line behind. "Great King, may I borrow these two transformation stage demons as well?" Bai Ling pointed at Yellow Hair and Ben, seeking Long Jian's approval. Long Jian nodded without a moment's hesitation. Everything was now in place. All that remained was Bai Ling's triumphant return, and then the assault on Tushan would begin. Time flew like a galloping horse glimpsed through a crack. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout that month, Long Jian had remained in seclusion, diligently honing his sword arts. His human form cultivation was soaring at an astonishing pace, leaping from the early golden core stage to the mid-golden core stage, a truly remarkable rate of progress. Even Long Jian himself was deeply astonished. His cultivation speed was simply too fast. It turned out the body constructed by this system was an absolute cheat. At this pace, Long Jian estimated that within half a year, he would have enough power to break through to the nascent soul stage. At the thought, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Just as Long Jian was wholly absorbed in practicing his sword techniques, three familiar auras suddenly surged from the distance, rapidly closing in on his location. Long Jian halted his movements and tossed the demon-slaying sword back into his universe pouch. Each of the three auras bore the dragon god's mark he had bestowed, so it must be Bai Ling, Ben, and Yellow Hair approaching. Furthermore, Long Jian keenly sensed more than a dozen transformation stage demon beasts trailing behind them, a formidable force. And further back, there were tens of thousands of core formation and spirit connection stage beasts. This massive procession must mean Bai Ling had successfully carried out her plan to subjugate the surrounding demon beasts. Barely able to contain his excitement, Long Jian transformed directly into his true dragon deity form, hovering in midair as he awaited Bai Ling's arrival. Before long, a colossal white serpent took the lead, followed by a hulking bear demon and a golden vulture. Behind them came packs of wolf demons, tiger demons, leopard demons, all manner of beasts. They marched in orderly military formation, advancing steadily toward him. Every demon that followed Bai Ling bore wounds of varying severity, a testament to how arduous the subjugation had. When these demons caught sight of the enormous dragon silhouette hovering in the sky, they were all struck dumb with terror and utterly at a loss. How could a true dragon possibly exist in this desolate wilderness? Could this dragon have some connection to Bai Ling? Originally, they had all been living carefree lives in their own territories, until one day Bai Ling suddenly invaded, unleashed a fierce battle, and forcibly commanded their allegiance. To survive, they had no choice but to submit for the time being. And then, for reasons unknown, they were forced to follow Bai Ling on this migration to an unfamiliar land. Bai Ling bowed her head before Long Jian and proclaimed loudly, "Great King, I have brought 5,000 demon soldiers and 30 transformation stage demons to pledge their allegiance. Please review your forces." Binbin and Yellow Hair also lowered their heads in deference. Seeing this, the other transformation stage demons and lesser fiends all prostrated themselves in submission, terrified of offending the divine dragon. Long Jian nodded with satisfaction and declared, "Very well. I know many of you still harbor doubts, but since you've come to my domain you must obey my commands, or else death, without mercy." With that he condensed 30 dragon god marks and sent them floating toward the transformation stage demons. "Accept these at once. Whoever dares to refuse, dies." Trembling uncontrollably under the overwhelming pressure radiating from Long Jian, the 30 demons dared not hesitate for even a moment, allowing the marks to sear into their bodies. Long Jian's soul instantly established a connection with these transformation stage demons, enabling him to track their locations and conditions at any time. Excellent. Rest and recuperate for the day. Tonight we set out a night raid on Tushan City. At the mention of a surprise attack on Tushan City, all the demon beasts were taken aback. The ruler of Tushan City was a nine-tailed fox demon, whose power was nothing short of extraordinary. No ordinary demon would dare provoke her. And this dragon god actually wanted them to challenge the nine-tailed fox. It was sheer suicide. At that moment, quite a few transformation stage demons were already plotting their escape. But the moment they took a single step, crackling bolts of lightning erupted across their bodies, causing them to howl in agony. A leopard demon and a tiger demon were electrocuted into violent convulsions, writhing in torment on the ground. Long Jian eyed the two demons coldly, and said in a flat tone, trying to flee. Before the words even faded, the great dragon was already before them. Before the entire army, he opened his maw wide and devoured both demons alive, swallowing them whole. Let this be a warning to you all. Anyone who dares to flee will meet the same fate. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, every demon began trembling in sheer terror, their thoughts of escape utterly extinguished. Bai Ling observed Long Jian's iron-fisted methods without the slightest hint of displeasure. Over the past month, she had waged battles across many regions, devouring some of the more disobedient transformation stage demons. The ones that remained outwardly submitted, but who knew what treachery they might plot in secret. With Long Jian's severe discipline, these disloyal transformation stage demons no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of betrayal. Bai Ling slithered gracefully to Long Jian's side, flicking her tongue as she spoke in a soft voice. "Great King, don't forget the reward you promised me earlier. Rest assured, I never go back on my word. It's been a whole month without you, and I'm about to burst with want. Tonight I'll show you just how formidable I can be." Long Jian gazed at Bai Ling with burning hunger, desire blazing fiercely in his eyes. Bai Ling felt the intensity of his wolf-like stare and was secretly delighted. With that thought flashing through her mind, she took the initiative to slither into a secluded cave within the mountain, waiting for Long Jian to come. Long Jian issued a stern command to all the demons. "All of you will remain in this mountain. Without my orders, not a single one of you is to leave. Any who disobey will be put to death without mercy." With that he turned and dove into the cave, where Bai Ling awaited, leaving behind the densely packed ranks of demons outside, every one of them tense and vigilant, terrified of crossing the dragon god's commands. Inside the mountain cave, 3 hours later, Bai Ling slowly opened her eyes, but with the imminent great battle against Tushan looming, she had little time to retreat for alchemy. "Bai Ling, it's getting late. We should set off now." Long Jian observed the darkening sky outside the cave and knew it was time to depart for Tushan City. Bai Ling nodded obediently, gracefully undulating her form as she slithered out of the cave. Outside, pitch darkness reigned, and pairs of glowing green beast eyes flickered ominously in the underbrush densely clustered together. These were the mighty beast legions awaiting orders to attack Tushan City. Upon seeing Bai Ling's emergence, they raised their heads one by one, fixing their gaze upon their serpent king. The beasts, upon witnessing Bai Ling's appearance, lifted their heads to look at her. Following closely behind was the towering and imposing figure of Long Jian. His colossal draconic form shimmered with a soft silver radiance under the brilliant moonlight, exuding an aura of inviolable sanctity and glory. "All beasts, hear my command. Follow me to conquer Tushan City." Long Jian let out a mighty roar from his elevated position, his voice majestic and resonant, echoing throughout the entire valley. The densely packed beasts below erupted in thunderous cheers upon hearing the command. "Long live the king! Long live the Dragon King!" The mountain instantly burst into an overwhelmingly fervent chorus of support. Outside Tushan City, the fox soldiers who should have been patrolling vigilantly on the city walls were instead sprawled lazily. Within the city, lights blazed brightly, and the great taverns resounded with ceaseless music and song, a cacophony of voices filling the air. As a city specializing in carnal trade, these courtesans relied on absorbing the yang essence of male demons to aid their cultivation. Thus their nightlife was only just beginning as midnight approached. At that moment, hundreds of pitch-black venomous snakes had silently amassed beneath the city walls. They agilely scaled the steep fortifications, and within moments, dozens had successfully infiltrated the city. Several fox soldiers, caught off guard during their slumber, were suddenly bitten by the snakes. Something bit me. How are there snakes on the city wall? Heavens, snakes are everywhere. They flailed about in panic, utterly bewildered. In an instant the wall descended into utter chaos, its already lax defenses crumbling in disarray. The dense tide of serpents swiftly seized the commanding heights of the fortifications. The fox soldiers stationed atop the high walls were quickly overwhelmed by the serpent horde. The searing agony of venomous fangs and the ensuing poisoning brought them excruciating torment, and one by one they dropped dead on the spot. Tushan City was built against the mountain with only 2 gates for entry and exit, the East Gate and the South Gate. Each entrance was defended by towering protective walls. By now the East Gate wall had fallen easily into the hands of Long Jian's beast army. Long Jian immediately dispatched Huang Mao and Ben Ben with a contingent of beasts to hold the East Gate, strictly ordering them not to let a single enemy escape the city. Meanwhile, Bai Ling led another force of beasts in a ferocious assault on the South Gate. There the defenders fought back desperately amidst thick smoke and utter pandemonium, plunging the entire Tushan City into turmoil. Tushan Yi's trusted aide Zissou rallied the fox demons in a fierce counterattack, even deceiving several male demons who had come for pleasure into joining the defense. The two sides clashed in a melee at the city gate. Long Jian, however, watched the chaos with cold detachment, his gaze fixed upon the highest peak of Tushan, the cave dwelling of Tushan Yi. Tushan Yi, I have come. He let out a long roar, and his immense silver dragon form soared into the night sky, charging straight for that mountain summit. At the peak, Long Jian sensed an aura emanating from within the cave dwelling. If his instincts were correct, this aura belonged to the legendary nine-tailed fox. Compared to before, this presence was noticeably weaker, a sign that the nine-tailed fox was on the verge of death. Long Jian decisively dove into the cave entrance. He swiftly navigated the long, winding tunnels, soon reaching the deepest chamber of the dwelling. A colossal nine-tailed fox lay prostrate on the ground. Even the strength to lift her 9 long tails had forsaken her, leaving them draped lifelessly behind her. Tushan Yi sensed a familiar, yet noble aura entering the cavern. Straining to open her heavy eyelids, she glimpsed a majestic silver dragon hovering nearby, his gaze fixed upon her. It was Long Jian. Long Jian. Tushan Yi still remembered the name of this dragon. In an instant, fury ignited within her heart. Why did you attack my city of Tushan? She had assumed it was another demon clan from the demon realm, seizing the opportunity to claim her city while she was weakened. She never expected it to be Long Jian. This realization brought a mix of relief and intense anger. Relief, because if another demon clan had attacked her people, would have been slaughtered without mercy. Anger, because she and Long Jian had no grudge between them, yet he had attacked her city. Long Jian replied coldly, why? Isn't that question laughable? I, the king, have taken a liking to your city, so naturally I will claim it as my own. Tushan Yi at her last breath was powerless to rescue her besieged city. Long Jian replied coldly, why? Isn't that question laughable? I, the king, have taken a liking to your city, so naturally I will claim it as my own. Tushan Yi at her with a gaze as calm as still water, she looked deeply into Long Jian's eyes and whispered, Long Jian, I will give you my entire city. I only beg you not to slaughter my people. Let them submit to you instead. She had already seen through life and death, her only wish being the survival of her clan. Rest assured, before the attack I had already ordered my demons to injure rather than kill. After all, a city of the dead is of no use to me. Long Jian explained, seemingly trying to put Tushan Yi at ease. That's good then, Tushan Yi said softly, letting out a faint sigh. She truly did not wish to leave this world, but gravely wounded, her life hung by a thread. Even Zissou's frantic efforts to gather yang energy to heal her were a mere drop in the ocean, powerless to turn the tide. Long Jian looked the severely injured nine-tailed fox up and down, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Tushan Yi, who exactly reduced you to such a state? Tushan Yi slowly lay back down, struggling to open one eye to look at him. Why ask so clearly? Could it be you intend to avenge me? Just tell me. When the mood strikes me, perhaps I'll seek some retribution for you one day. Long Jian said, slowly closing the distance between them. His 2 flowing whiskers were nearly touching Tushan Yi. Tushan Yi felt his unabashed gaze and wished to recoil, but she had lost even the strength to retreat. Her tone turned icy, her former pride resurfacing. We have never met before. You need not avenge me. Please leave. Leave? Are you joking? Can you not guess the purpose of my visit? Long Jian pressed closer, his soft, slender whiskers gently brushing against her face, hinting at his intentions. Tushan Yi's eyes filled with disgust. She turned her head sharply and roared, scram. The exertion was too much, and a stream of fresh blood uncontrollably trickled from the corner of her mouth. Long Jian seemed momentarily taken aback by her sudden outburst, but a playful expression quickly returned to his face. Not bad. A fiery spirit. I, the king, like it very much. With that, Long Jian lunged forward and pinned her down. Get off me, you filthy little worm. Tushan Yi cursed. She could not believe that she was about to die and suffer such humiliation in her final moments. I am a dragon. Long Jian sneered wickedly. You beast. Let me go. Tushan Yi struggled to resist, but was completely immobilized. Despite her massive size, years of severe injuries had left her body incredibly frail, her demonic energy depleted. Seeing that he could not break through her defenses, Long Jian decided to take a softer approach. Tushan Yi, become my woman. I will heal you and avenge you. What do you say? Tushan Yi shook her head, disgusted by his advances. I don't believe you can heal me. Since her injury, she had consumed countless heavenly treasures and miraculous herbs, yet none had been able to mend her wounds. Besides, dragons are a race known for their love of combat, not for their healing arts. You're on your deathbed anyway. Why not trust me just this once? If I can save you, you'll be mine for the rest of your life. Long Jian's words echoed repeatedly in Tushan Yi's ears. The stronger a demon, the more it fears death. Tushan Yi refused to accept her fate. She yearned for revenge. Can you truly heal me? She asked, her voice trembling as she stared warily at Long Jian's golden vertical pupils. Yes, Long Jian promised without a moment's hesitation. Tushan Yi's mind remained a storm of inner conflict. After deliberating for a few breaths, she let out a deep sigh. The 9 tails tightly coiled around her waist loosened and fell limp, her entire being relaxing into a state of utter vulnerability. Seeing this, Long Jian's 4 sharp claws slowly unclenched, greedily inhaling her unique, intoxicating scent. He spoke softly. I will grant you a new life. Having let down her guard, Tushan squeezed her eyes shut. After a night of brutal slaughter, the once bustling city was now nothing but scorched ruins and deafening silence. Bai Ling, whip in hand, led her troops in herding hundreds of wounded fox demons to the central plaza, placing them under strict guard. The demons of other races were also bound hand and foot, their faces etched with despair and terror. After a night of brutal slaughter, the once bustling city was now nothing but scorched ruins and deafening silence. Bai Ling, whip in hand, led her troops in herding hundreds of wounded fox demons to the central plaza, placing them under strict guard. Meanwhile, the fox demon Zissou, her eyes bloodshot, glared at Bai Ling with unbridled fury. Her hoarse voice carried the rusty tang of blood as she spat. You damned serpent, our fox immortal will make you pay. Bai Ling, transformed into her human form, strode forward and delivered a sharp, resounding slap across Zeiss's pale face. The immense force sent Zissou reeling. She doubled over in pain, and a trickle of blood from her lips dripped onto the fire in Zeiss's eyes blazed even brighter as she fixed her gaze on Bai Ling, as if she wanted to tear her apart with her bare hands. What are you staring at? If not for my lord's kind heart, I would have gobbled up all you little foxes long ago. Bai Ling raised her hand again as a threat, but then remembering Long Jian's orders, she lowered it with reluctance. Pah! Zissou spat a bloody wad of phlegm at Bai Ling in defiance. Bai Ling dodged it with ease, watching coldly with an air of utter disdain. She lifted her head to gaze at the distant mountaintop, a knot of worry tightening in her chest. Could Long Jian truly overcome that legendary 9-tailed fox demon? A faint, alluring scent of fox lingered in the cave dwelling. Tushan Yi's condition began to improve. She was no longer on the brink of death as before. A few more days passed. Bai Ling, fraught with worry, made her way to the cave dwelling at the summit. She sensed powerful auras clashing within and assumed it was Long Jian locked in battle with the 9-tailed fox. She called out anxiously, "My lord, are you alright? Do you need my help?" A moment later, Long Jian's voice echoed from within, "Bai Ling, come in." Bai Ling felt a wave of relief wash over her, believing that Long Jian had surely succeeded in subduing that notoriously formidable 9-tailed fox. "Do you need my help?" A moment later, Long Jian's voice echoed from within, "Bai Ling, come in." Bai Ling felt a wave of relief wash over her, believing that Long Jian... She hurried into the cave, where the cool air suddenly turned crisp and refreshing, and a subtle, elusive fragrance teased her nostrils. As a serpent demon, Bai Ling's sense of smell was exceptionally keen. She detected a sweet, cloying scent permeating the air. A sudden realization dawned on Bai Ling. To confirm the truth, she quickened her pace and soon reached the innermost chamber of the cave. The scene before her struck her so dumbfounded that she stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Bai Ling hastily lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the 2 demons. Her face flushed as she spoke with deference. "My lord, Bai Ling is here. What is your command?" Long Jian ordered. "Come here." Faced with his command, Bai Ling had no choice but to obey and step forward. "Dawn." Long Jian's gaze swept over Tushan Yi as he called out. Stop sleeping. I have a question for you." "What? Just say it." Tushan Yi's lazy voice drifted over. She still had her eyes closed with no intention of opening them. "How are your injuries?" Long Jian asked with concern. "Almost fully healed," Tushan Yi replied airily, her tone tinged with impatience. Long Jian reminded her, "Don't forget the promise you made me." Only then did Tushan Yi slowly open her water blue eyes, her lashes fluttering gently as a ripple of emotion passed through her gaze. "Don't worry. I, Tushan Yi, have always kept my word. From this day forth, I am your demon." "Excellent. I, Long Jian, will love you deeply for the rest of my life." Long Jian gazed into her eyes with profound affection, his vow uttered from the depths of his soul. Unexpectedly confronted with such a direct confession, Tushan Yi, usually so aloof and proud, felt a flicker of shyness and a stir in her heart. She gave a slight nod, and her fox ears on top of her head involuntarily perked up. The Demon King realm was already equivalent to human cultivators at the Mahayana stage, and the next level was the Demon Venerable realm, placing one on par with the 3 mightiest cities. Upon hearing this, Long Jian was stunned. The Demon King realm was already equivalent to human cultivators at the Mahayana stage, and the next level was the Demon Venerable realm, placing one on par with the 3 mightiest city lords in the entire demon territory. No wonder Bai Ling had been so shocked when she heard Long Jian planned to attack Tushan City. Had Tushan Yi not been severely wounded, she could have torn him apart into shreds with a single swipe of her claws. Thinking about it, Long Jian felt a lingering sense of relief. It was truly no small feat to have won over such a powerful demon queen as his wife. From now on, when there's a fight, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. He could just call on his wife to handle it. This demoness power could practically hold up half the sky. Tushan Yi studied Long Jian with keen interest, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "What? Scared by my strength? Haha, how could I possibly be scared?" Long Jian pulled her into a hug, pressing on. "Who was it that hurt you? Tell your husband, and I will avenge you no matter what." Tu Shan let out a soft sigh, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Forget it. You're only at the demon spirit realm now. Going there would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. You'd only be going to your death. If you look down on your husband like that. Long Jian's temper flared up. Tu Shan huffed, raising the soft pad of her left front paw to gently stroke her ear before finally speaking. Since you're so eager to know, fine, I'll tell you. It was Qianqing who wounded me. What a... Him again. The moment Long Jian heard the name, rage surged within him. Why did that bastard shadow appear wherever he went? Tu Shan caught the resentment in Long Jian's words and couldn't help asking. You have a grudge against Qianqing too? Pretty much. Long Jian nodded his head with deep-seated hatred. He briefly recounted to Tu Shan how Wu Yueyao had been suppressed by Qianqing and how Xian Yu had nearly been killed by him. Tu Shan didn't mind that Long Jian had other consorts. She was the strongest after all. In the future she would deal with the other female demons and make them submit. So how do you plan to avenge me? Tu Shan, simple. I'll gather our forces and march straight to Xian City in the demon territory to subdue that Qianqing. Long Jian declared with confidence. When I do, will be the new city lord. His purpose for entering the demon territory was twofold. First, to increase his own power. Seizing the city was an inevitable step. Second, to find suitable female demons, as he still needed to sire 3 more dragon offspring. Long Jian had already mapped out his next moves. Are you out of your mind? Tu Shan was taken aback by his bold claims, unable to resist warning him. What's your cultivation level compared to his? He could crush you with just one finger. Long Jian, however, laughed it off carelessly. With my powerful demon queen wife backing me up, Qianqing is as good as caught. I'll be the first one licking my boots in the demon territory. Get away from me. I'm only at the peak demon king realm. How could I possibly beat Qianqing? Tu Shan pushed Long Jian with her fluffy paw. Long Jian gave a sly grin. Haha. It'll help you break through to the demon venerable realm. That's as easy as reaching into a bag. That's true. Tu Shan replied with a smile. Since she had begun cultivating with Long Jian, the bottleneck that had held her back for thousands of years had already begun to loosen. Breaking through to demon venerable was only a matter of time. Tu Shan emerged from the cave, standing at a vantage point, her gaze fixed upon what was once her home. A dull ache throbbed in her heart. Dust and the lingering breath of sorrow permeated the ruins, and the wind carried a faint, mournful whisper. She understood that this destruction was not Long Jian's intention. In the chaos of war, such damage was inevitable. Besides, how could the new be built if the old was not cleared away? Her injuries had fully healed. She was filled with confidence, believing that rebuilding the city was as easy as holding it in the palm of her hand. At the city's over 50 fox demons led by Zisu sat on the ground, shackled hand and foot. They huddled together in an open space, many with expressions of terror and despair. Around them stood fierce-looking demon guards, weapons in hand, watching the fox demons with vigilant eyes. I'm telling you, my fox immortal will definitely come to save us. Zisu shouted angrily at the surrounding demon soldier. A burly demon soldier, clearly irritated, retorted. If your fox immortal could save you, why didn't she show up when the city fell? What's the point of your act? Zisu was rendered speechless, biting her lip, wanting to retort, but holding back when she saw the cold expressions around her. As the soldier had said, the fox immortal had not appeared. Zisu knew in her heart that the fox immortal might be too weak. It was merely her final fantasy and obsession. Initially, the bound fox demons behind her still harbored hope, believing Zisu's words that the fox immortal would come to their rescue. But as time ticked by and the fox immortal did not arrive, they gradually stopped paying attention to Zisu's frantic rambling. The oppressive heat of the square made them dizzy. Their only thought was to survive by any means. They had heard that the demon king who conquered the city was a fearsome dragon, and dragons favored beautiful female demons. Perhaps they could find a way to please this dragon king and save their own lives. Just then a snow-white nine-tailed fox descended from the sky, drifting down gracefully like a spirit from a fairyland. Its immense aura instantly caused the demon soldiers and generals in the city to collapse to the ground in fear. Zisu's eyes widened. I told you. The fox immortal will descend to save us. She rushed to Tu Shan's feet and affectionately kissed her leg. This was her way of showing the highest reverence. The other fox demons also shouted, "Long live the fox immortal." Tu Shan's form rapidly shrank, transforming into a tall, slender beauty about 1.8 meters in height. Her skin was fair with a rosy tint, and her peach blossom eyes were captivating. A small ornate flower mark adorned the center of her forehead, adding a unique charm. For a moment she resembled a flower fairy from a celestial realm, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly allure. Rise Zisu, Tu Shan said softly, raising her hand gently as a wisp of demonic energy drifted from her fingertip. Like an agile serpent, the energy weaved through the bound fox demons. With a series of clicks, their shackles snapped. Fox immortal. The fox demons gathered around Tu Shan, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes. Most of them were of the younger generation, seeing Tu Shan's true form for the first time. They felt a resonance of bloodline within her. This was the legendary ancestor. Emboldened by Tu Shan's protection, Zisu pointed at the surrounding demon soldiers and shouted, "You lesser demons, why don't you kneel and pay homage to our fox immortal? Perhaps she will spare your lives." The demon soldiers looked at each other, their gazes eventually settling on Bai Ling, who was approaching hastily. Seeing that Tu Shan had successfully freed the other fox demons, Bai Ling understood the situation. She announced to the other soldiers, "You may all go and rest. Your presence is no longer needed here." Seeing Bai Ling, Zisu tugged at Tu Shanyi's sleeve. Fox Immortal, she is the one responsible for the attack. However, Tu Shanyi made no move, not even speaking. This left Zisu and the other fox demons bewildered. Fox Immortal, have you not fully recovered? Zisu was unaware of how Tu Shanyi healed. Tu Shanyi shook her head and turned her gaze to the side, her expression thoughtful. Following Tu Shanyi's gaze, Zisu and the others saw a silver dragon circling in the sky. Ha ha ha! Long Jian let out 3 hearty laughs and landed on the ground. Zisu and the other fox demons trembled in fear at his overwhelming presence. Seeing the one in charge had arrived, Tu Shanyi finally announced, Zisu, from this day forward our fox clan will be under the protection of King Long Jian. We must all live in harmony. Seeing the one in charge had arrived, Tu Shanyi finally announced, Zisu, from this day forward our fox clan will be under the protection of King Long Jian. We must all live in harmony. Long Jian narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the group of fox spirits before him. He slithered forward, his powerful claws firmly gripping the frail Zisu. Help! Zisu cried, tears streaming down her face. I didn't get to teach you a lesson last time, but now I'll have plenty of opportunities to discipline you. Long Jian said with a wicked grin. Tu Shanyi watched coldly and said proudly, My king, why do you insist on bullying my maidservant? If you wish to discipline someone, shouldn't it be me? These words left all the fox demons stunned, once again the scene falling silent. The noble and pure fox immortal they revered had spoken such lewd words. Zisu's eyes were wide with disbelief. This vile dragon had actually managed to win over Tu Shanyi. With Tu Shanyi in his possession, Long Jian's interest in Zisu had waned significantly. He had merely been toying with the fox spirit. He casually set Zisu down and instructed Bai Ling. Bai Ling, you are in charge of settling them in. We need to rest for a while. There's still a tough battle ahead of us. Yes, my king, Bai Ling acknowledged. She flicked her forked tongue and stared coldly at Zisu. Hey, you're Zisu, right? Lead your kin and follow me. Zisu hesitated, glancing at Tu Shanyi. Tu Shanyi gave a slight nod, signaling her to follow. Sighed. Zisu sighed in resignation and led the group of fox demons after Bai Ling. They had fallen from being the masters of Tushan City to just another part of it. After settling everything, Long Jian turned to survey the city ravaged by battle. Although he had coordinated with Bai Ling beforehand to minimize destruction, fate was unpredictable and half of the buildings still lay in ruins. Repairs would take time. However, Long Jian did not intend to wait for the restoration. Instead, he decided to head to the demon domain to rapidly enhance his power. He transformed into his human form and wrapped an arm around Tu Shanyi's slender waist. How about accompanying me to the demon domain? Tu Shanyi nestled her face against his shoulder. Alright, my love, will go with you to the demon domain for some fun. At the periphery of the demon domain, a faint green barrier halted the two demons, Long Jian and Tu Shanyi. Is the demon domain behind this barrier? Long Jian's hand rested gently on Tu Shanyi's lower abdomen, his index finger pressing and caressing near her navel through the thin fabric of her dress. A soft blush lingered on Tu Shanyi's face, long accustomed to Long Jian's touch. It's right inside. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. As she replied, she could deeply sense the aura of the demon domain. This was the former homeland of her fox clan, yet time seemed to stand still here, preserving everything from the past. With a wave of her hand, the green barrier opened, forming a passage for the two demons to enter. Long Jian gracefully wrapped his arm around Tu Shanyi as they stepped inside. The moment he crossed the barrier, he felt an incredibly dense surge of spiritual energy flowing through this world. Taking a deep breath, the rich spiritual energy flooded his body, invigorating his entire being. It was as if the inside and outside of the demon domain were two completely different worlds. The trees, flowers, and grasses here all radiated intense spiritual energy, each at least a century old. This place was truly a paradise for cultivators. Husband, where shall we go first? Tu Shanyi asked, curiously, a sparkle of wonder shimmering in her eyes. She knew the demon domain like the back of her hand, and could expertly guide Long Jian wherever he wished to go. Have you heard of the tree spirit Lu Qing? Long Jian recalled a piece of information the yellow-haired one had mentioned earlier. Lu Qing had always maintained a friendly relationship with the dragon clan, so Long Jian decided to visit her demon city, first to gather some intelligence. I know her. I've shared drinks with her before. Tu Shanyi replied, her thoughts drifting back 1,000 years. She remembered her carefree self back then, whose greatest joy was competing with other demons in drinking capacity. Lu Qing was one of her drinking companions, and her capacity was astonishing. Long Jian smiled. Then let's go check out Lu Qing's demon city first. A hint of anticipation laced his voice. The dragon and the fox then set off toward Lu Qing's demon city. Just then a series of rapid footsteps suddenly rushed toward them. Tu Shanyi in her fox-eared form felt her two ears atop her head twitch slightly, clearly picking up the disturbance. She warned without a hint of panic. Husband, looks like we're in for some fun. Fun. Long Jian immediately held his breath, concentrating fully on expanding his spiritual sense. His current human form had reached the golden core stage, allowing his spiritual sense to extend nearly 500 meters. He soon detected the anomaly through his spiritual sense. Not far ahead, a group of formidable demons was rapidly. They were a pack of white, slender-waisted hounds with elongated bodies and speed so swift it seemed they were riding the wind. Tu Shanyi leaned close to Long Jian's ear, extended her tongue, to take his earlobe into her mouth, gave it a gentle bite, and then said languidly, "These are the Howling Skyhound clan, the gatekeepers of the demon domain's periphery. They serve under that scoundrel Qianqing." Long Jian sneered. "So they're just gatekeepers, huh? I thought they might be someone important." In response to Tu Shanyi's earlier teasing, he silenced her with a kiss, pressing his lips firmly against her rosy mouth, engaging in a fierce and passionate embrace. A wave of affection flowed between them, and despite the approaching Howling Skyhounds, they cast all caution to the wind. The pack of Howling Skyhounds came to a halt. At their head stood a massive canine demon about 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, exuding the majesty of a tiger. This canine demon named Xiao Wen led the pack, tasked with assessing the qualifications of demons seeking entry into the demon domain. They also stood guard against any demons attempting to force their way in without permission. Woof! Xiao Wen let out a fierce bark, trying to interrupt the couple locked in a passionate kiss. However, the pair seemed utterly oblivious to its presence, continuing their kiss with relish as if Xiao Wen didn't exist. The other Howling Skyhounds behind him couldn't stand it any longer and started barking loudly. Long Jian glanced sideways at the white hounds. "What are you dogs barking at? Can't you see my wife and I are busy? What kind of lowly demon dares to be so arrogant here? Do you have any idea who we are?" Xiao Wen roared in fury, clearly provoked by Long Jian's words. Long Jian replied nonchalantly, "Sure, I know. Just a bunch of gatekeeping dogs." These words ignited a burning rage in every canine demon, their teeth gnashing as they bared their sharp fangs, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. Demons able to live within the demon domain generally possessed powerful bloodlines. Their frames were no smaller than wolves, and the weakest among them emanated the aura of the transformation stage. The air was thick with tension and intensity. Even as Long Jian witnessed the fury of these canine demons, he remained utterly composed. After all, his fox wife was at the demon king level. These hounds were hardly worth a second glance. Xiao Wen's cultivation was at most at the demon spirit stage, on par with his own current level. But in terms of bloodline, the dragon clan completely dominated the canine clan. That was an indisputable fact. "Damn it. I can't take this anymore, boss. Let's kill this brat, and take that vixen. We brothers can have some real fun with her." One of the canine demons roared in frustration. Xiao Wen's eyes turned bloodshot, and he answered his subordinate's call with a resounding woof. Every canine demon immediately understood their leader's intent. They surged forward in unison, vowing to tear the young man to shreds and devour him, then seize the female demon beside him to vent their fury. Long Jian gave Tu Shanyi's rear a firm slap. "Honey, these pups are all yours. Don't disappoint me." Tu Shanyi nodded, her gaze still dreamy, but in the next instant her expression turned deadly serious. The peach blossom mark on her forehead glowed with a pink light. A dense pink demonic aura radiated from her body, and the single white fox tail behind her transformed into 9 in an instant. The 9 tails rose into the air like 9 poised tentacles, exuding overwhelming power. A mysterious and formidable force surged from her, radiating the presence of a demon king. She was ready for the battle that was about to unfold. Xiao Wen's dog eyes bulged wide as he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? A 9-tailed fox?" Sensing the imminent danger, he urgently signaled his companions, his voice sharp and fraught with alarm, "Retreat now. She is an opponent we cannot possibly defeat." But it was already too late. Tu Shanyi elegantly swayed her enigmatic 9 tails, each tip poised like 9 deadly sharp spears. With lightning-fast thrusts and sweeps, the tails moved with such incredible speed that they were nearly impossible to track. The entire pack of Howling Skyhounds was struck down by them. Bloody holes were torn into their bodies in an instant, and the weaker ones dropped dead on the spot. Blood gushed out like fountains, painting the battlefield a gruesome crimson. The stronger hounds, impaled by the tails, howled in agony before collapsing, gravely wounded. Xiao Wen, their leader, barely escaped with his life, but his left foreleg was severed by a tail strike. Dragging his 3 remaining legs, he scrambled desperately to flee. He was determined to report Tu Shanyi's return to the wolf god king, Qianqing. For it was wolf god Qianqing who had long ago banished the 9-tailed fox clan from the demon realm. Xiao Wen realized this was an unavoidable conflict. The feud between the fox clan and the wolf god was about to reignite. Running. Long Jian's lips curled into a cold smirk, his voice dripping with provocation. "My dear wife, let me handle this one." He couldn't just stand by and watch his wife do all the work. It was his turn to stretch his muscles. This way they could balance work and rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jian's form shifted dramatically, transforming into a colossal silver dragon. The silver dragon opened its massive maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Its body twisted through the air like a surging torrent, charging straight at Xiao Wen. Within the dragon's eyes, a fierce and thunderous gaze burned with battle intent. What? A dragon clan member? Xiao Wen, now with only 3 legs, trembled in fear from the draconic pressure, his running speed faltering. "Dear wife, do you fancy some roast dog meat?" Long Jian's voice boomed like thunder, crackling with power. This humble one. Tu Shanyi, her 9 tails stained with crimson blood, caressed one of them, gently replying with a sweet smile. "You don't? Then I'll have it all to myself." Long Jian opened his draconic mouth in a vicious grin, revealing his sharp teeth. Crack! A thunderclap echoed. A flash of golden lightning shot out, striking Xiao Wen squarely in the back. The lightning enveloped Xiao Wen instantly. He let out a muffled groan, his body convulsing as if electrocuted, trapped by the electric current. Golden arcs danced across his form, making him shine like polished metal. The single blow left Xiao utterly disheveled. He crashed to the ground, writhing in agony, as the raging lightning. Lowering his head, Xiao began to tremble and plead, "Great Dragon King, our King Xianqing has always been on good terms with the Dragon Clan. Please spare my life." "Oh, didn't you just say you were a demon under Xianqing?" Long Jian swayed his immense dragon body in the air, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Yes, I am a humble servant of City Lord Xianqing." Xiao thought the mention of Xianqing's name had intimidated the dragon, so he quickly confirmed it, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. What he didn't know was that Long Jian had come to the demon realm specifically to settle a score with Xianqing. This was walking right into the line of fire. Heh, make sure you're not his dog in your next life. Long Jian sneered, opened his mouth and swallowed Xiao whole. Xiao struggled weakly before being consumed, darkness closing in around him. Ding. You have gained 3,000 years of cultivation. Long Jian, after devouring Xiao, agilely turned back and proceeded to gobble up all the dog demons that Tu Shan had taken down. You have gained 5,000 years of cultivation. You have gained 1,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the late stage of the demon spirit realm. Long Jian opened his long-neglected character panel, name, Long Jian Bloodline, Ing Long Offspring, count, 5 True Dragon, 1520 Demonized, 3260 Ordinary Divine, powers Heaven Swallowing Call Wind, and Rain Dragons Roar Thunderclap, Yin Yang Poison Sac, Human Form Formless, 1 Chi transforms into 3 Purities Cultivation, years, late Demon Spirit Realm. He was only 1,000 years of cultivation away from the Demon King Realm. He just needed to devour a few more great demons to break through. Tu Shan had already cleaned the blood from her tails. She swayed her slender waist as she approached Long Jian. "Husband, we need to leave quickly. I'm worried that Xianqing might come looking for trouble." Long Jian closed his character panel, extended his powerful dragon claw, and gently scooped Tu Shan up, tossing her lightly onto his back. "My dear wife, I've always ridden on your back before, this time you get to ride me," he said playfully. Tu Shan's hands glided over his smooth scales. "All right then, let this humble one enjoy the ride." As she spoke, Long Jian soared into the sky, heading straight for the city where the tree god Lu Qing resided. His dragon body swiftly pierced through the dense outer jungle, venturing deeper into the demon realm. Towering ancient trees created a magnificent spectacle around him, the tallest among them comparable to 100. Long Jian's figure cut through this sea of green, his massive wings stirring up a rustling cacophony among the leaves. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns of light that added a layer of mystery to the entire jungle. Countless creatures clung to the ancient trees, coexisting with these majestic giants. Long Jian's sudden appearance startled these creatures. They raised their heads, gazing at the sky in awe. A silvery white dragon soared across the vast blue expanse, streaking past like a brilliant meteor. "Oh my, a dragon. This dragon looks unfamiliar. Does anyone know what kind it is?" It was a sight unseen. On this primordial continent, true dragons were becoming exceedingly rare. Most of the dragon kind active in the demon realm were hybrids, offspring of dragons and other species. Though they were all collectively called dragons, these half-breeds were not even fit to hold Long Jian's shoes. Long Jian searched far and wide, finally discovering a natural cave hidden within a lush, verdant mountain forest. No matter how well it was concealed, it couldn't escape Long Jian's keen gaze. A thunderous roar erupted from Long Jian's throat. The powerful bloodline energy reverberated through the surroundings, scattering the creatures inside and outside the cave in frantic flight, like startled birds taking to the sky. Carrying Tu Shan, Long Jian darted like lightning into this naturally formed cavern. However, the cave was not unoccupied. It had once been the den of a rabbit demon clan, yet now it had been emptied by the sheer terror of Long Jian's presence. Deep within the cave, soft dry grass was meticulously spread out. A dragon and a fox lay sleeping together. No other demon dared approach this place, fearing the dragon's overwhelming threat. Meanwhile, the fleeing demons spread the news of the dragon's emergence, and this astonishing event quickly reached the 3 great demon cities. In Willow City, the city walls were ingeniously constructed from various plants, forming a verdant barrier woven by every building in the city was made of various vines and flora resembling living plant houses that fostered a vibrant and thriving atmosphere. Willow City was home to many herbivorous and fruit-eating demons who cherished peace, revered nature, and abhorred war. These beings coexisted harmoniously in this botanical metropolis, cultivating a tranquil, living environment together. At the heart of the city stood a colossal tree towering 1,000 meters into the sky. Its immense roots extended beneath the entire city, forming a complex and magnificent network of botanical roots. This great tree was the true form of Lu Qing. She was a divine tree whose cultivation had reached the demon venerable realm, her age so profound that she seemed to have existed since the very dawn of heaven and earth. She was the revered deity of all plant demons, and her blessing allowed them to survive in the perilous 10,000 demon mountains. Under her protection, the fragile plant demons could endure the harsh environment. Plant demons found it far more difficult to gain sentience than other demons, and even with intelligence their path of cultivation was fraught with immense hardship. They had to guard against capture by human cultivators and fend off attacks from other demon tribes, making their survival an arduous struggle. Although plant demons excelled in demonic arts, their offensive capabilities were relatively weak. Yet against all odds, Lu Qing had become an extraordinary being, breaking through the boundaries of the demon venerable realm and attaining inconceivable cultivation. The interior of the divine tree was hollow and vast, forming a majestic hall that resembled the abode of a deity, bringing peace and blessing to all of Willow City. A green-haired grass demon flew gracefully into the grand hall of the divine tree and knelt on one knee. She reported to a stunningly beautiful woman with green hair and green eyes seated on the throne. Willow King, traces of a dragon have been discovered at the edge of the demon territory. Lu Qing narrowed her eyes slightly and said calmly, "A mere dragon, what is there to be surprised about?" Having lived for eons and seen countless dragons, she remained utterly unfazed by the news. Unlike other demons who found dragons rare and astonishing, she was unmoved. "Willow King, this one is different. It is a pure-blooded dragon, silver in color, and it also has a pair of wings." The grass demon continued her report. "Silver." Lu Qing furrowed her brow slightly, her thoughts drifting back to a distant memory. In that past, there was also a silver dragon with wings. Could it be him? He hasn't shown himself for millennia. Is he descending upon the Hongming continent again? She fixed her gaze on the grass demon. "Issue my command. No demon is to disturb that dragon." "Understood." Lu Qing emphasized the importance of this order. "Understood." The grass demon acknowledged, and from her feet countless roots sprouted and spread, as if speaking the mysterious language of the subterranean flora. This was the unique and efficient method of communication among plant demons. The demons within Willow City received the Willow King's command. All understood that they must not disturb the dragon, nor even dare to spy on its movements. In Willow City, the Willow King's command was law, the supreme principle all demons followed. In the southeastern corner of the demon territory, a grand city constructed from various bones and rocks stood tall. A heavy, deathly atmosphere permeated the city. Countless grotesque insect demons crawled within, weaving through the hard cityscape, like shadowy beings from a land of the dead. A colossal centipede with 1,000 legs slowly crawled towards the city center, heading for the Lord's Hall. Its body was cracked and exuded a terrifying aura, as if it were the very herald of death. As the centipede entered the hall, the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. It was exceptionally massive, and the entire hall seemed to tremble slightly under its presence. Her attire was peculiar. A set of black chitinous armor covered only her chest, abdomen, and lower body. Her attire was peculiar. A set of black chitinous armor covered only her chest, abdomen, and lower body, leaving the rest of her snow-white skin exposed. 10 long, sharp black nails gleamed on her fingers. Meanwhile, 6 sharp spikes extended from her back, standing proudly like the legs of a spider. This was the queen of the insect race, Fu Ro, a void-born insect. She had inadvertently crossed into the Hongming continent and had settled here once more. Her power was also at the demon venerable level, making her the ruler of this southeastern demon domain. "Report, my queen. A dragon has appeared in the east." The centipede demon spoke human language, reporting respectfully. Fu Rao's attention remained entirely on her long, sharp nails. She glanced casually at the centipede. "Just a dragon. I've grown tired of eating them lately. My queen, this one is different. It appears to be an extremely pure-blooded dragon. If you can devour it, your power will surely skyrocket, and ascending to the insect realm will be within reach." The centipede demon persuaded eagerly. The centipede demon knew that Fu Ro yearned to leave this world, but was trapped by her inability to break through and increase her power. The cultivation method of the insect race relied primarily on devouring powerful beings to strengthen themselves. However, powerful beings in the demon territory were usually united, leaving the insect race with few opportunities to hunt. As a result, the insect race's power had become increasingly limited and weakened. Truly, furious interest was piqued by the dragon mentioned by the centipede. A hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. "My queen, every word I speak is the absolute truth." The centipede spirit replied with reverence. Furu immediately issued her command, "Convey my orders. You shall lead 10,000 insect demons and capture this dragon for me." "As you command, my queen." The centipede spirit acknowledged the order and withdrew. Its thousands of legs clattered against the hard stone floor with a rhythmic tapping sound. In another domain, the territory of City Lord Xian Qing, news of the dragon's emergence had also arrived, yet Xian Qing paid it no heed. A mere dragon was of no consequence. His foremost priority was to sire an heir. However, Long Jian was unaware that his very existence had already begun to stir monumental upheaval across the entire demon realm. Tu Shan-Yi let out a soft, playful protest. "What are you doing?" Long Jian said with utmost seriousness, "My dear, prepare for battle." Again. Tu Shan-Yi, already feeling somewhat exhausted, was thrown into a fluster by his words. Long Jian's gaze fixed on the cave's entrance. Many demons are approaching. Only then did Tu Shan-Yi realize she had misunderstood his meaning. She rose and walked out of the cave. Before her, in the nearby forest, ancient trees were being felled en masse, as if by an invisible force. The rustling sound echoed relentlessly through the air. What met their eyes were countless nauseating insects writhing and crawling towards them. The sky was a blur of buzzing wings, and the ground writhed with grotesque, terrifying shapes, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Wherever these insects passed, all plant life and creatures were devoured without a trace. A wind blew, and the few remaining trees trembled under the assault, their vibrant green slowly fading into dullness. A foul stench permeated the air thick with a sickening fishy odor. Tushan couldn't help but frown, a trace of disgust evident in her eyes. Fingering a lock of her raven-black hair, she murmured in complaint, "These are insect god Furus subordinates. What business do they have here?" Her voice was as clear as a mountain stream, yet laced with a hint of worry. "Whoever subordinates there, we will simply annihilate them all." Long Jian's tone brimmed with confidence. Suddenly he burst forth from the cave like a radiant dragon breaking free from its bonds. His silver dragon scales glittered brilliantly under the sunlight, making him appear as an inviolable deity. All the insects halted their advance upon beholding this divine dragon. In the ensuing silence, only a gentle breeze whispered across his scales, producing a melodious hum. At that moment the atmosphere in the mountains froze as if time itself had stood still. A flicker of awe passed through Tushan's eyes. She involuntarily held her breath, feeling the overwhelming draconic pressure. The leading centipede spirit stood rooted to the spot, its eyes filled with shock and awe. It had only heard tales of a silver dragon's existence before, but witnessing it firsthand, it finally understood the beauty and nobility of this divine being. The silver scales shimmered like pearls, each one radiating a captivating luster, while Long Jian's proud bearing exerted an irresistible allure upon the centipede. Compared to the ordinary dragons it had encountered before, this silver dragon was utterly extraordinary. Following that, Tushan flew out of the cave, a wisp of pink demonic aura swirling around her, transforming her into a colossal nine-tailed celestial fox. Her 9 immense tails lashed through the air like streams of pink light dancing across the sky, carving massive craters into the trees and mountains around them. Long Jian slithered, his body coiling above the 9-tailed fox's head. The two moved in perfect sync, emanating a powerful, formidable aura. Some of the weaker insect demons caught in the oppressive pressure of the dragon and the 9-tailed fox were instantly crushed, their bodies bursting and splattering green ichor onto the others. The corpses were then frenziedly devoured by the surrounding insect demons, creating a bloody, chaotic melee. The centipede spirit, caught off guard by such powerful opponents, felt a wave of helplessness surge within it. This silver dragon even had a 9-tailed fox as its ally. This expedition was far too hasty. Although it was at the Demon King realm itself, it had only brought along 5 or 6 demon spirit realm insect demons, most of which had merely reached the transformation realm. And while this silver dragon was only at the demon spirit realm, the innate talents of the dragon race meant its true strength far surpassed other demons of the same rank, easily capable of handling 4 or 5 opponents at its own level. What gave the centipede spirit even greater pause was that the 9-tailed fox's power was actually at the pinnacle of the Demon King realm. Furthermore, it was a divine beast with ancient bloodline, making its strength even more formidable. Though a sense of retreat stirred within the centipede spirit, it quickly reconsidered, knowing well Furus' orders. Today it had to capture this dragon, or else it would face certain death. Having steeled its resolve, the centipede spirit let out a roar, "My minions! The queen herself has decreed it. Kill this dragon, and we all get a taste of dragon flesh." Huzzah! Charge! Thousands of bizarrely shaped insects let out terrifying cries, surging forward like a malevolent tide. Dragon meat. I've never had dragon meat. The insect demons' cries, filled with greed and frenzy, echoed through the mountains. Huzzah! Charge! Dragon meat. I've never had dragon meat. Thousands of bizarrely shaped insects emitted terrifying sounds. The centipede spirit's entire body became shrouded in a dense green demonic aura. It opened its maw and spewed forth a cloud of cyanide into their dragon soul state. In this form, unless an enemy's cultivation level surpassed, the acrid poisonous mist caused Long Jian to knit his brows tightly, his keen senses detecting the danger within. "Wife, get behind me." As a 9-tailed fox, Tushan lacked the ability to resist toxins. Her lithe form shifted, and she nimbly retreated a few steps, circling around to the relative safety behind Long Jian. "Wind, come forth." Long Jian stood tall against the heavens. A resolute light gleamed in his draconic pupils as he let out a deep, resonant dragon's roar. The divine ability of wind summoning was instantly activated. The heavens and earth changed color as a violent gale swept through. With a howl, the fierce wind scattered the centipede spirit's venomous miasma in an instant, effortlessly neutralizing the assault. The poison mist dissipated under the raging storm, revealing fresh, clean air. Long Jian turned and smiled at Tushan. "It's all right now, wife." Tushan gave a gentle nod, a warmth stirring within her heart. Simultaneously seizing the opportunity, Tushan began to chant an incantation. Her 9 wildly dancing tails gathered immense demonic energy. A clump of eerie green foxfire formed at the tips of her tails, demonic power surging within it. "Husband, move aside," Tushan shouted. Upon hearing this, Long Jian instantly soared 100 meters into the air, giving the 9-tailed fox ample space to unleash her sorcery. The foxfire merged with the fierce winds generated by the wind summoning ability, combining to form a torrent of green fire that cascaded down. The insect demons under the centipede spirit's command were completely engulfed by the fiery rain. Fire was the insect race's greatest fear, and this technique countered them perfectly. Up! Run for it! Numerous insect demons ignited in blazing flames, their already chaotic formation descending into utter pandemonium. Some of the giant insects trampled the smaller ones, crushing them into pulp. The fiery rain descended like divine wrath, eradicating every insect demon in its path, and leaving behind a swath of scorched earth. "Everyone stop! Don't run!" The centipede spirit roared furiously, attempting to command his subordinates. However, his insect demons were already frenzied by the flames, thinking only of fleeing this place, deaf to the centipede spirit's orders. "Wife, excellent work," Long Jian praised. "This is all thanks to you, husband. Without your wind, my foxfire wouldn't have been nearly as powerful," Tu Shan-yi said with a bright smile, yet her eyes were filled with cruelty. This battle was quite satisfying. It had been a long time since she had indulged in slaughter. Long Jian watched the fleeing experience points scattered across the ground, unwilling to waste this rare opportunity. Immediately, he activated the devouring heaven art. Long Jian opened his massive maw, generating a powerful suction in the air. Like an invisible force, it drew the panicked insect demons and weaker members of the insect race directly into his mouth. Seeing his subordinates suffering heavy casualties, the centipede spirit decided to gamble everything. Returning in defeat would bring no good fortune either. He noticed the silver dragon was still focused on devouring his minions. He stealthily shot a glob of thick green venom from the poison glands on his mouthparts. The venom, like a sharp arrow, shot straight towards Long Jian. "Husband, be careful," Tu Shan-yi cried out in alarm. To protect Long Jian, she leaped and placed herself directly in front of him. The venom splashed onto her fur, and a plume of white smoke rose instantly. A large patch of her fur was instantly dissolved by the venom, exposing the raw red flesh beneath. Long Jian was utterly enraged. "You damned centipede, how dare you harm my wife!" Roar! A dragon's cry resounded as countless bolts of golden lightning burst forth from the dragon's maw. This is heavenly tribulation lightning." The centipede spirit immediately recognized the origin of the golden lightning. Heavenly tribulation lightning was specifically designed to vanquish all evil and sinful beings, including a centipede like himself who had long absorbed and malevolent energy. Boom! Countless bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning struck the centipede spirit's body and back, the thunder ravaging him and eliciting a miserable shriek. Countless centipede legs were blasted off by the lightning, and copious amounts of green insect blood splattered everywhere. This blood was toxic, corroding the ground and leaving several pits in its wake. Although the ground bore the scars of corrosion, the insect race possessed formidable vitality. Losing some legs was not a fatal blow to the centipede spirit. Green smoke billowed from the wounds, and new centipede legs began to grow rapidly, sprouting vigorously from the smoke, like tenacious weeds. Tu Shan-yi gritted her teeth against the pain racking her body, using a massive amount of demonic qi to suppress the spread of the toxin within her. However, this completely incapacitated her. She said anxiously, "Husband, quickly kill this centipede. I need its demon core to neutralize the poison in my body." "Don't worry, you'll skin this centipede alive and take its core." Long Jian roared with uncontrollable fury, his voice echoing through the mountains like thunder. He activated his divine ability. One qi transforms into 3 purities. In that instant, a clone of himself which had been residing at home materialized in response to his call. Under the astonished gazes of Tu Shan-yi and the centipede spirit, a second silver dragon appeared before them without any warning. The 2 silver dragons circled in the air, their forms nearly identical. From their appearance to their aura and cultivation base, nothing was different. What is the meaning of this? Tu Shan-yi was somewhat bewildered, unaware of Long Jian's divine ability. "Husband, this is..." Long Jian's thoughts transmitted to his clone filled the air. "Let's attack together and defeat this centipede." The 2 silver dragons charged in unison towards the centipede spirit in the sky, their forms carving a brilliant silver arc radiating dazzling light. "Don't think 2 dragons can scare me. The 2 of you aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." The centipede spirit raised a portion of its body high, its demonic aura intensifying. Suddenly, countless blood-red eyeballs emerged all over its body. These eyeballs blinked in unison, releasing a strange invisible force. Long Jian and his clone froze midair, feeling as if all strength had left their bodies, a wave of dizziness washing over them. Tu Shan-yi immediately recognized this as an illusion technique. As the progenitor of illusions herself, she quickly warned, "Husband, whatever you do, don't look into its eyes. This is the thousand-eye illusion, a highly formidable demonic art." Even with the 9-tailed fox's warning, it's useless. Tu Shan-yi immediately recognized this as an illusion technique. As the progenitor of illusions herself, she quickly warned, "Husband, whatever you do, don't look into its eyes." Long Jian shook his draconic head, his entire vision becoming a blur. The centipede spirit's figure multiplied into hundreds. He couldn't lock onto its true body at all. The scene before him was like an ever-changing dream. Damn it! A centipede that's proficient in illusion arts. Long Jian and his clone closed their eyes simultaneously. However, without their sight, they couldn't accurately strike the cunning centipede. Nearby, Tu Shan-yi was also in a critical state, urgently needing the centipede spirit's demon core to be defeated and extracted to save her own body. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Long Jian and his clone had to find a breakthrough to counter the threat of the thousand-eye illusion. Seeing both silver dragons with their eyes closed, hovering suspended in the air, the centipede spirit immediately realized this was the perfect opportunity to strike. He gathered a huge mouthful of venom and spat it out violently. The sheer volume of venom formed a veritable rain of poison, falling like a deadly downpour. Some of the remaining insect demons that hadn't managed to escape were caught in the centipede spirit's venomous rain. Their normally hard carapaces were quickly corroded. They let out strange screeches, ultimately breathing their last at the hands of their own leader's poison. Long Jian sensed the venom's approach, a foul stench washing over him. But he didn't dodge. Instead, he hovered in midair as if waiting for the venom to strike. "Husband, be careful." Tu Shan-yi cried out, confused as to why he wasn't evading. What happened next stunned both Tu Shan-yi and the centipede spirit once again. In a flash, Long Jian and his clone vanished into thin air. The venom hit nothing but empty space, splashing onto the ground and carving out a massive corroded hole. What happened? Where did my husband go? Tu Shan-yi couldn't find any trace of Long Jian in her field of vision. Even his scent had disappeared in an instant. What kind of mysterious demonic art was this? The centipede spirit was even more terrified. 2 living, breathing dragons had vanished into thin air. In all his long years, he had seen various hybrid dragon races, but he had never heard of such a miraculous ability among dragons. His antennae trembled, emanating a restless purple glow. However, they were unaware. Long Jian and his clone had merely shifted into their dragon soul state. In this form, unless an enemy's cultivation level surpassed theirs by 2 full realms, they would remain utterly undetectable. Tu Shan-yi and the centipede spirit were only at the Demon King realm. Long Jian, on the other hand, was at the Demon Spirit realm. This meant that the 2 demons' cultivation levels were merely 1 realm higher than his. Only a great demon of the Demon Venerable realm could potentially sense Long Jian's presence. Furthermore, Tu Shan-yi was not forcibly enslaved by Long Jian through the Dragon God's mark. She had pledged her allegiance to him wholeheartedly and therefore could not perceive his dragon soul state. Only those bound by the Dragon God's mark like Benbin or Huangmao were able to see Long Jian's dragon soul form. Long Jian and his clone glided silently, arriving behind the centipede spirit without a sound. The 2 dragons exchanged a glance, their minds perfectly in sync, and together they initiated their materialization. The very next moment, 2 majestic divine dragons reappeared on the battlefield. By the time the centipede spirit sensed the 2 immense presences behind it, it was already far too late. At such a close distance, Long Jian and his clone didn't even need to open their eyes. Roar! 2 mighty dragon roars shook the heavens as twin bolts of golden lightning erupted from their maws, converging and fusing in midair. The 2 bolts of lightning met in the sky, seemingly merging into one. In that instant, it felt as though heaven and earth trembled. A colossal sphere of lightning abruptly took form. Boom! A deafening explosion akin to a nuclear blast reverberated across the entire valley. The lightning sphere detonated in midair, unleashing a blinding golden radiance that bloomed like a firework, illuminating everything around it with searing clarity. The shock waves raged, storm-like gales tearing through the mountains, whipping up dust and shredding the remaining clouds. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, its powerful force overwhelming even Tu Shan-yi. She tightly shielded her face with her 9 tails, struggling against the relentless blast. After a dozen seconds of violent winds, the gales finally subsided, leaving Tu Shan-yi's fur thoroughly disheveled, making her look like a frazzled kitten. She slowly parted the 9 tails guarding her face, and the sight before her left her astonished. The centipede spirit of the Demon King realm had been blasted clean in half. Its tenacious vitality kept the centipede spirit writhing and thrashing on the ground, its mangled body a shocking sight. Simultaneously, Long Jian's clone transformed into a streak of light and swiftly merged back into his main body. His aura surged even stronger as he shot towards the centipede spirit. His sharp dragon claws tore through the air, ripping open the creature's belly. Amidst the glow, a purple demon core was revealed. "Catch it, swallow it." Long Jian grabbed the demon core urgently and hurled it towards Tu Shan-yi. Her nimble fox tail swiftly wrapped around the core, brought it to her mouth, and she swallowed it in one gulp. Tu Shan-yi let out a soft gasp. Instantly, the poisoned skin on her body returned to its healthy color, the venom visibly dissipating at a remarkable speed. The corroded fur even began to regrow, slowly, gradually restoring its healthy state. "No, my demon core." The centipede spirit dragged its broken body, its enraged roar filling the air, its antennae snapped and ruined. Long Jian stared coldly at the struggling centipede spirit. "Time to send you off? Becoming part of my cultivation is a fortune you don't deserve." Swallowing heaven and earth. A violent, overwhelming suction force enveloped the area. The centipede spirit couldn't escape the terrifying pull, letting out a miserable shriek. "You will regret this. Our queen and king will avenge us." Its words were cut short as the dragon's maw snapped shut. The centipede spirit was devoured whole, its existence erased into nothingness. "You have obtained 5000 years of cultivation." The system's pleasant voice echoed in Long Jian's mind. A surge of immense demonic energy flooded his body, instantly propelling him to the pinnacle of the demon spirit realm. The excess 40,000 years of cultivation could not be fully absorbed. He would need to break through to the next realm first before he could perfectly integrate this power into himself. Tu Shan-yi keenly sensed the abundant demonic energy within Long Jian's body. She knew her husband was on the verge of a breakthrough. She was already accustomed to his method of increasing his cultivation by devouring demons. The excess 40,000 years of cultivation could not be fully absorbed. He would need to break through to the next realm first before he could perfectly integrate this power into himself. Take Tu Shan-yi, for example. She was a yin-attributed demon. If she were to devour another demon, she would seek out a yin-attributed one. Swallowing a yang-attributed demon wouldn't increase her cultivation and could potentially harm her own. Long Jian, however, was the exception. With the system rewarded swallowing heaven and earth, he could devour demons of any attribute without any negative consequences. This allowed him to increase his cultivation with incredible ease and efficiency. Suddenly dense clouds gathered in the sky and dark storm clouds shrouded the entire heavens. Jian looked up at the sky. Husband, you're about to undergo your tribulation. This was the heavenly tribulation for advancing to the Demon King realm. If he successfully passed it, her husband would ascend to the ranks of Demon Kings. She was about to move away to avoid affecting his tribulation process. However, at that very moment the tribulation clouds above dissipated inexplicably, and the sky cleared once more. A surge of heavenly Tao power directly infused Long Jian's body. Bang! With a crisp sound his bottleneck shattered effortlessly, and he successfully advanced to Demon King. Why? Where did the tribulation go? Jian's eyes were full of shock. The tribulation clouds had clearly gathered, but they had suddenly dispersed. Her husband broke through as easily as drinking water. It felt like her worldview was crumbling in that moment. Long Jian felt his power skyrocketing, but was also curious as to why the heavenly Tao hadn't tried to obstruct his breakthrough again. Ever since he had cleaved the heavenly Tao in two, it had never again attempted to prevent his breakthroughs. It seemed almost deliberate, as if it wanted his cultivation to grow rapidly. Despite his lingering doubts, Long Jian couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it. He swam over to Jian and said playfully, "Why is your mouth wide open? Are you feeling a bit parched?" Jian closed her mouth and whispered, "No. This one congratulates my husband on breaking through to the Demon King realm. A mere Demon King realm is nothing. Give me some time, and he'll break straight through to Demon Venerable, just to show you." Long Jian declared arrogantly, for breaking through was simply too easy for him. Jian hugged his massive form, rubbing her fox head against his dragon scales. "My husband is amazing. I want to break through to Demon Venerable together with you." Long Jian patted her head. All right. This place isn't safe to linger. Let's first head to Willow City to see what's happening. We'll go to Fu Rao City later and settle the score. I, Long Jian, am not someone to be pushed around. Jian nodded, her eyes filled with admiration and anticipation for her husband. Before long, news of the centipede demon's complete annihilation spread like wildfire. In Worm City, within the vast main hall, Fu Rao's fury erupted like a thunderclap. How dare they act with such audacity? How dare they slaughter my subordinates? She slammed her palm heavily onto the armrest of her throne, which was made of dried bones, shattering it into fine dust. Beneath the throne a host of insect demons knelt in prostration, their forms varied. Some like slugs, some like bees, some like beetles, and others resembling mantises. They witnessed Fu Rao's wrath and trembled in fear. "My queen, please calm your anger," a slimy green slug advised gently, its antennae retracting and extending nervously. "What use is calming my anger?" Fu Rao remained consumed by her rage, the 6 sharp spider legs on her back twitching erratically, mirroring her volatile temper. Her strikingly beautiful face was shrouded in a dark gloom. This provocation against her insect clan made her seethe with anger. Normally in the demon domain, fights were just scuffles. Combatants would not kill each other, only wound their opponents. Just as Xing had once injured Jian, not taking her life, but critically wounding her. Her original plan was for the centipede demon to first injure the dragon, then bring it back, after which she would secretly slaughter it, ensuring everything happened without a trace. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the power of that silver dragon. A mantis demon offered a suggestion. "My queen, why not first dispatch a swarm of eye flies to track the dragon and uncover its whereabouts? If the opportunity arises, we can then strike together and capture it." "Do as you propose." Fu Rao felt agitated and restless, recalling that before the establishment of the demon domain, with fewer restrictive rules, she would have personally subdued this dragon long ago. "As you command." The insect demons below acknowledged the order in unison and swiftly swung into action. A swarm of eye flies was dispatched. They were tiny flying insects, incredibly fast, each with a single large eye. They were specifically used for surveillance. Meanwhile, in Willow City, Lu Qing received the news of Long Jian killing the centipede demon and other insect clans. Thanks to the unique abilities of plant demons, she could communicate through flora and obtain more complete and detailed information than other demon clans. Lu Qing sat regally on her throne, one hand supporting her chin, the other idly toying with a willow leaf, mulling over the report she had just received. However, a flicker of doubt rose within her. Something is not right. That centipede demon was only at the Demon King stage. If it truly was him, he should have been defeated instantly. Why was the fight so troublesome and slow? Lu Qing's brows furrowed slightly, and the willow leaf in her hand snapped unintentionally, stirring memories of times long past. In those memories, a handsome, elegant young man was meeting her secretly under the moonlight. Back then the demon domain had not yet been established. Each demon clan occupied its own territory, living their own separate lives. The entire myriad demon mountain range was filled with wildness and brutality. In those days, Lu Qing was an extremely cruel tree demon, ruthlessly draining the blood of any creature that ventured near her territory. Yet during that era, a silver dragon broke through all taboos, intruded into her world, opened her heart, and made her truly understand what love was. Lost in recollection, Lu Qing seemed to transcend time, immersed in that pure and passionate past. However, her reverie was interrupted by a voice. "Queen Lu, that dragon and the fox are flying towards our city." A look of astonishment crossed Lu Qing's face, a myriad of doubts surging within her. Why would he suddenly come to me? Could it truly be him? Queen Lu, what should we do? A tree demon inquired cautiously. Lu Qing recovered from her shock and commanded, issue the order, activate the city's defensive formation immediately to guard against a sudden attack from the dragon. As you command. The tree demon acknowledged, swiftly burrowing into the ground and disappearing beneath the city. Subsequently, Willow City's defensive formation was activated. The vine-formed city walls became covered in various poisonous flowers and thorns, forming an impregnable line of defense. The city's exits were sealed and all demons within the city were urgently recalled and forbidden from leaving. Everyone prepared for the impending external threat with tense but orderly efficiency. Lu Qing sat on her throne, her gaze deep and profound, her crimson lips murmuring softly, could it really be him? Meanwhile, Long Jian and Tu Shan-Yi stood on a high vantage point, gazing at the city wall formed of dense vegetation, before them lost in thought. The poisonous flowers on the wall sporadically sprayed toxic gas, and the thorns oozed a white liquid appearing exceptionally venomous. Long Jian frowned slightly. Didn't you say this Lu Qing was your drinking buddy? What's going on here? Tu Shan-Yi looked embarrassed, gently biting her lip. Maybe. It's just been too long since we last met. She had come to visit an old friend only to be treated as an enemy with full defensive measures. So what do we do now? Just barge in. Long Jian, having recently broken through to the Demon King stage, was full of confidence. No. Tu Shan-Yi shook her head. Lu Qing is a demon venerable. We should show her some respect. My lord, you wait here for me. He'll go and try to persuade her first. All right. Be careful. If this Lu Qing dares to bully you, I will surely destroy her city. Long Jian watched as a cloud formed beneath Tu Shan-Yi's feet, lifting her into the air and flying towards Willow City. The poisonous flowers on the city wall sensed someone approaching and released even denser clouds of poison gas, as if in a show of force. Long Jian stood his ground, feeling the potent venom, but remained expressionless, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Before long, Tu Shan-Yi arrived at the gates of Willow City. With a determined gaze, she addressed the group of grass demons stationed on the city wall. Please inform your sovereign that Tu Shan has come to meet Queen Lu. These grass demons all had cultivations, at least at the transformation stage. They bore human forms, but had green hair, and each had a small flower blooming atop their heads, revealing a hint of their true forms. Tu Shan-Yi's overwhelming demonic aura left these grass demons with no room for hesitation. She stood before the city gate, her presence imposing as if a demon venerable had descended. The grass demons on the wall exchanged glances, nodded in silent agreement, and the flowers atop their heads began to glow. This was a special method of communication among plant demons. Tu Shan-Yi waited nervously for a response. It had been several thousand years since she had last seen Lu Qing in person, and she couldn't predict the other's attitude. She wondered how Lu Qing was doing now. Would she still treat her the same as before? After a few seconds, the grass demon stopped transmitting the message, a smile spreading across its face. Queen Lu permits you to enter, but the dragon cannot. He must wait outside. Tu Shan-Yi smiled slightly, a sense of relief washing over her. She knew that only by getting inside the city would she have a chance to speak with Lu Qing. Subsequently, the grass demons retracted the vines, thorns, and poisonous flowers from the gate, clearing a path. Tu Shan-Yi stepped into the city and was struck by the unusually fresh air, within a stark contrast to the toxic environment outside. Her gaze focused on the massive tree at the city's center, knowing that Lu Qing's palace was located there. She moved swiftly and gracefully through the sea of flowers like a whirlwind of emerald green, speeding towards her destination at the city's heart. Tu Shan-Yi traversed the sea of flowers and finally entered the divine tree. Lu Qing still sat upright upon her throne like a deity, perched high above. Upon seeing Tu Shan-Yi's arrival, a faint smile finally graced her cold visage. Sister Lu, I'm here. Tu Shan-Yi stepped forward excitedly, her 9 tails wagging vigorously behind her. Lu Qing glanced around at the surrounding guards. All of you withdraw. As you command. The guards filed out of the divine tree, leaving the grand hall empty, with only Lu Qing and Tu Shan-Yi remaining. The atmosphere in the hall grew both solemn and intimate. Lu Qing rose to her feet. Her flowing dark green hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her pale green gown revealed glimpses of her bare jade-like feet, like blossoms blooming amidst the greenery. In the next instant, she teleported before Tu Shan-Yi, a display of the art of ground, shrinking to an inch. It was a high-level technique only attainable by grand demons of the demon venerable realm. Sister Yi, it's been years, and you've become even more enchanting. Lu Qing embraced Tu Shan-Yi's head, burying her face between her furry ears and nuzzling affectionately. Sister Yi, it's been years, and you've become even more enchanting. Lu Qing embraced Tu Shan-Yi's head, burying her face between her furry, her tail wagged happily behind her, conveying her inner delight. In this intimate moment, Tu Shan-Yi greedily inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from Lu Qing as a thick aura of demonic energy swirled between them. This fragrance was imbued with vast amounts of pure demonic power. Breathing it in over time was greatly beneficial for a demon's cultivation. This was one of the reasons Tu Shan-Yi had always sought out Lu Qing for drinks in the past. Back then she had just broken through to the Demon King realm and needed to solidify her cultivation base. Tu Shan-Yi, these years have truly been difficult for you. Lu Qing said with deep emotion, her fingers gently stroking Tu Shan-Yi's hair, feeling the marks time had left on her younger sister. Tu Shan-Yi smiled and shook her head. Sister Lu, it was all fate's arrangement. Lu Qing smiled softly, filled with a myriad of emotions. She recalled the past, and a wave of regret washed over her. If I had been able to lend a hand back then, perhaps you wouldn't have had to endure so much. It wasn't your fault. Tushan-Yi gently bit her lip. Alright, enough of that. Lu Qing gently pushed Tushan-Yi away, but a warm current surged within her heart. After so many years apart, her sister still retained that same frankness and playfulness. A surge of pink demonic energy rippled around Tushan-Yi as her form shrank, transforming into a tall, elegant beauty. Sister, it's all because your scent is too alluring. Tushan-Yi smiled bewitchingly. Come on. It's been ages since we last drank together. Lu Qing raised her hand with bold, unrestrained spirit. The ground immediately surged with vigorous plant roots, as if the very earth was stirred by her invitation. Wrapped within these thriving roots, various items were conveyed forth like precious treasures. A large jar of wine and 2 big bowls were deftly presented by the plant roots. Lu Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, lifted the wine jar, and skillfully filled both bowls to the brim. The wine in the bowls was a pale green, exuding a unique mellow aroma of fermented fruit. Lu Qing looked at the wine in the bowl with a beaming smile, and sighed. This is a fine wine I prepared, specially preserved until now. She seemed to have poured many of her feelings into this bowl of wine. Tushan-Yi caught the scent of the wine and couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated expression. In her 1,000 years of slumber, she had rarely had the chance to taste such exquisite wine. Wow, this aroma is truly intoxicating. Tushan-Yi exclaimed, raising the bowl and bringing it close to her nose for a deep inhale. For a moment, it was as if the wine cravings within her were awakened. However, Tushan-Yi did not forget the purpose of her visit. Sister Lu, could my husband come in as well? Tushan-Yi asked in a small tentative voice, her tone laced with anticipation. Lu Qing's hand, which had just lifted her wine bowl, suddenly paused, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. You and that dragon? Her tone carried a hint of surprise. He is my husband now. Tushan-Yi responded candidly, showing no sign of hiding her marriage. Upon hearing this news, a trace of dejection flashed through Lu Qing's eyes. In her heart, she had once harbored an unspoken affection for that dragon, but she knew well that he was not one to marry. She had once brought up the topic of marriage only to be politely declined. He can come in, but only if you can outdrink me, Lu Qing said with her lips, but a complex mix of emotions stirred. She tried hard to conceal her inner turmoil, shifting her gaze to the wine bowl in her hand, and striving to maintain a composed expression. All right. Tushan-Yi agreed immediately. As she spoke, she glanced at the small bowl in her hand, and said disdainfully, Sister Lu, it's been thousands of years, why have you become so stingy, drinking from such a small bowl? With that, Tushan-Yi directly picked up the wine jar, tilted her head back, and gulped it down. After downing the entire jar, her expression didn't even change. Not enough. Bring more jars. Lu Qing's smile blossomed like a flower as she clapped her hands repeatedly. All right. Today we sisters will drink till the heavens turn dark. Subsequently, a surge of vines rose from the ground, moving the wine jars into the grand hall. These were fine wines she had treasured for years. The 2 women picked up the wine jars and began to drink heartily. The entire hall was filled with a rich aroma of wine, as if a grand feast was underway. Some of the grass demons guarding outside the hall caught the scent of the potent wine and collapsed drunk on the spot. Meanwhile, outside, Long Jian felt a bit bored. He transformed into his human form and began practicing his swordsmanship outside Lu City. Whoosh! Whoosh! A burst of sword energy whistled past, as Long Jian effortlessly cleaved a large tree in 2. After finishing, he turned back to look at the still wary Lu City. What's going on? He has been in there for almost an hour, why is there still no news? Growing more worried, Long Jian sheathed his sword and walked towards Lu City. The grass and tree demons guarding the city saw Long Jian approaching and were all on high alert. Hey, don't come any closer, or we'll be forced to act. Several cute-looking grass demons stood on the city wall, clad in garments made of leaves that only covered their chests and groins. If you come any closer, we will attack. One grass demon warned. Seeing this, Long Jian frowned. He had no intention of trespassing, merely worried about his wife's prolonged silence within the hall. Don't misunderstand, I am the husband of the fox demon who just went in. I just came to see if she has come out yet, Long Jian explained, trying to keep his tone calm and peaceful. The grass demons clearly did not trust his explanation, but a few of the more alluring ones among them looked at him with curiosity. Their green glow made them appear quite enticing, and a thought stirred in Long Jian's mind, wondering if there was any difference between plant demons and animals. While Long Jian was still lost in his whimsical thoughts, the flowers atop the grass demons' heads suddenly began to glow with a soft luminescence. Their expressions turned solemn as they announced, Honorable Dragon, Lord Willow welcomes you to Willow City. Please do come in. Their attitude towards Long Jian had shifted markedly, now filled with profound reverence befitting a dragon. The vines adorning the city walls drew a part of their own accord, clearing a path for him to enter. My thanks. Long Jian nodded gratefully and strode straight into the city teeming with exotic flora. Before stepping through, he recalled that his Qinquan pouch still held some trifling trinkets of little value. He produced these trinkets, intending to use them to foster goodwill with the grass demons. These are some small gifts I brought along from my travels. They're all for you. Long Jian smiled as he offered them these peculiar little items. What are these? The grass demons asked. Though they were all demons at the transformation stage, they spent most of their time within Willow City and were intensely curious about the outside world. Like a cluster of inquisitive children, they stared at the colorful little objects in Long Jian's hand, asking questions with wide-eyed wonder. These items were wrapped in brightly colored paper and were no larger than a thumbnail. They dare not touch or accept them. These are candies from the mortal realm. They're edible and harmless. Long Jian explained with a laugh, unwrapping one and popping it into his mouth to demonstrate. These candies were originally purchased at his consort's request from Demon Catching City. He had bought a large quantity, and some had been left uneaten. Seeing Long Jian consume the so-called candies without issue, the grass demons finally mustered their courage. They stepped forward and gingerly took the sweets from his hand. Then they scurried off, huddling together in animated chatter about this novel delicacy from the mortal world. One of the girls, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, approached him. Since this is your first visit to Willow City, and you must be unfamiliar with the area, allow me to escort you to see Lord Willow. Very well. Long Jian nodded, and followed closely behind the girl as they made their way toward the heart of the city. Along the way, countless curious demons cast astonished glances in their direction. Most of them were lesser demon races, such as squirrels, rabbits, and civet cats. These minor demon clans found cultivation arduous, lacking any special bloodline, and could barely reach the transformation stage through sheer effort. Here they had found a place to call their own, a sense of belonging. The girl continued to introduce Willow City to Long Jian, her voice crisp and melodious, brimming with love. Here they had found a place to call their own, a sense of belonging. The girl continued to introduce Willow City to Long Jian, her voice crisp and melodious, brimming with love for her homeland. She pointed to a tree that towered like an umbrella and explained, this is the manta tree. Every so often it bears plump, white fruits that resemble the big white steamed buns of the mortal world. What a fascinating tree. Long Jian nodded repeatedly, inwardly marveling at the wonders of this world. The manta tree reminded him of a plant from his past life, the breadfruit tree. Though the two were not identical, both were renowned for their unique style of producing food. The girl's right hand transformed into a vine which deftly curled around a white fruit growing on the manta tree. She handed it to Long Jian. Try it. It's delicious. Long Jian accepted the fruit, and without a moment's hesitation took a bite. The flesh was soft and dense, releasing a subtle, refreshing sweetness. In truth, however, the fruit was rather ordinary, scarcely comparable to even a mortal pear. But seeing the girl's eager, expectant expression, Long Jian understood that as a guest in someone else's home, certain comments were best left unsaid. He smiled and nodded. Not bad. Quite tasty. The girl beamed with joy at his satisfied expression. She then continued to guide him through Willow City, pointing out various intriguing sights and distinctive flora. Throughout their walk, despite his fascination with the wonders of this otherworldly city, Long Jian's thoughts kept drifting back to his wife, Tu Shanyi. At the same time, a keen sensation prickled at his mind, as if something strange lurked hidden within this city. He noticed that the eyes of every demon here reflected a certain innocence, as though they had never glimpsed the dangers of the. They were like children, sheltered and protected by their parents, lacking any self-reliance, and utterly ignorant of the world beyond their borders. This excessive coddling and shielding led Long Jian to suspect that the demons of Willow City might all be weaklings, easily broken in battle. Perhaps on this comparatively gentle land they had lost their sensitivity to danger, forging a sheltered haven cut off from the rest of the world. They had absolutely nothing in common with the demons that came out of Xin City. Battles among demons were not won by cultivation realm alone, but by combat technique. A demon with formidable battle skills could easily triumph over opponents of a higher realm. Take for instance Xiao Wen, the chief of the Howling Heavenhound clan. Despite being only an early-stage demon king in strength, Long Jian had handled him with remarkable ease. Combat between demons placed greater emphasis on skill and strategy than on sheer power alone. As they delved deeper into Willow City, Long Jian grew increasingly convinced that this city was far too effeminate. Even the male demons' human forms were undeniably effeminate in appearance. Had it not been for their flat chests, Long Jian might have mistaken these male demons for women. This realization dashed his earlier plans to seize control of Willow City. Even if he succeeded in eliminating Lu Qing and taking the city, leading this swarm of effeminate demons into battle against Xian Qing would likely yield pitiful combat effectiveness. Lost in deep contemplation, Long Jian swiftly followed the girl to the divine tree. At its entrance, a dozen or so guards lay sprawled haphazardly, snoring loudly in their sleep. A potent aroma of wine wafted from within. The girl glanced at the slumbering guards, but did not disturb their dreams. Instead, she covered her mouth with a playful giggle. It must be that Lord Willow is indulging in fine wine again. Look, these guards fall into a drunken stupor the moment they catch a whiff of the fumes. Huh. Long Jian heaved a sigh and shook his head. Utter helplessness filled his heart. If even the guards were this useless, this city was surely beyond saving. He simply couldn't comprehend what this Lord Willow was thinking. How could he possibly lead 10,000 demons and govern an entire city with such incompetence? With an expression of utter exasperation, Long Jian stepped into the divine tree. He was determined to see for himself just what kind of being this Lu Qing truly was. What sort of character could possibly raise such a useless, spineless collection of demons? Long Jian stepped over the threshold of the grand hall, and the massive wooden doors swung open on their own, as if welcoming their master. He entered without hesitation, but the sight before him instantly froze him in place. Within the hall, strange and exotic flowers radiated a soft luminescence from above. Beneath this gentle glow, an unexpected scene unfolded before Long Jian, as if plucked from a dream. Two graceful women, completely naked, clung to each other in an embrace, their supple curves rendered all the more alluring under the caress of the light. One of them was none other than Long Jian's own wife, Tu Shanyi. Her skin shimmered with a tempting luster in the faint. The other woman with hair of a deep ethereal green cascading to her waist possessed a face that was both unfamiliar and bewitchingly seductive, rivaling Tu Shanyi's beauty. Scattered around the two women were toppled wine jugs releasing an intoxicating aroma. Their faces were flushed with drunkenness, their fair skins seemingly bathed in soft moonlight, taking on a delicate rosy sheen. In this state of wild revelry they kissed each other with utter abandon, their tongues intertwining, exuding a heady allure. Laughter born of intoxication mingled with soft moans filling the entire chamber. Witnessing these two stunning women unleash their uninhibited passion in their drunken stupor, he couldn't help but feel. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind as Long Jian struggled to make sense of the scene. If he guessed correctly, the woman with the verdant hair should be the master of this city, Lu Qing. It suddenly dawned on him that the reason the demons of this city were so effeminate was that their lord herself was a lesbian. Startled by the sound, Tu Shanyi woke from her dreamy haze, her eyes still clouded with intoxication. She sat up languidly, her fair arms shielding her chest, a playful smile curving at the corners of her lips. Seeing her husband enter, she spread her arms wide without a hint of shame and coquettishly beckoned, "Husband, come here, let's all be together." Lu Qing also sobered up a bit. Her gaze shifted from Tu Shanyi's voluptuous figure to Long Jian. A feeling both familiar and strange stirred within her heart. She stared intently at Long Jian, struggling to discern whether this man before her was truly her first love from long ago. "It's not him." A voice echoed in her heart, but the next moment another voice retorted, "It is him." This conflicting sensation left Lu Qing's emotions tangled and complicated. Long Jian sensed Lu Qing's peculiar gaze. For some reason this woman stirred a strange sense of familiarity within him, as if their paths had crossed at some point in time. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly when or where he had seen her before. Meanwhile, Lu Qing suddenly realized she was not. She hastily shielded her sensitive areas, and then a cascade of leaves materialized from her body, forming an exquisite garment out of thin air. Her fingers glowed with a green light, and with a gentle tap, she touched Tu Shanyi's forehead. Tu Shanyi's head lolled to the side, falling into a deep slumber. "What are you doing?" Long Jian erupted in fury, believing Lu Qing had attacked Tu Shanyi. Lu Qing reverted to her usual cold and haughty demeanor. She gracefully floated backward to her throne. "I merely put her to sleep. Why are you so tense?" At the same time, a powerful aura of a demon venerable was unmistakably unleashed. A crushing weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds instantly bore down on Long Jian's shoulders, making him feel as if he carried the burden of the entire world. This demon venerable's presence was overwhelming and domineering. Long Jian glared at Lu Qing, then calmly faced the pressure, walking forward with steady steps. He reached Tu Shanyi's side and draped a robe over her. Still uneasy, he channeled his true qi into her body, conducting a meticulous examination. Indeed, as Lu Qing had said, Tu Shanyi was merely sleeping peacefully unharmed. "So, the legendary tree, God Lu Qing. Is this how you welcome your guests?" Long Jian released Tu Shanyi's wrist, straightened up, and demanded, his voice thundering. Lu Qing smiled faintly and withdrew her oppressive aura. "So you are Yi's husband, Long Jian. Your strength is quite impressive." "I am," Long Jian replied firmly. "What business do you and your wife have with me?" Lu Qing said nonchalantly, but her eyes secretly scrutinized Long Jian, searching for something familiar within him. No matter how she looked, the Long Jian before her didn't seem to be her former first love. Long Jian felt a strange sensation. Lu Qing's gaze held a peculiar familiarity, as if she had known him for ages. However, he didn't dwell on this feeling, instead focusing on his purpose for the visit. "I've heard that King Lu shares a deep friendship with our dragon clan. So I've come to request that King Lu lend us some demon soldiers and generals for support." Lu Qing smiled slightly, her mysterious eyes seeming to ponder. "And what would you need them for?" "To attack Xian City, of course." Long Jian's reply was filled with dominance, the majesty of the dragon clan perfectly reflected in his voice. Lu Qing laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. "Ha! This is the funniest joke I've heard in centuries. You want to attack Xian City? What do you think, our dragon clan is unfit to be city lord?" Long Jian's tone carried a hint of anger, as if refuting an unfair challenge. "That's not it." Lu Qing's gaze shifted to the sleeping Tu Shanyi. When Yi fought for the position of city lord of Xian City, she was severely wounded by Xian Qing. "Did you know about this, eh?" "Of course I know." Long Jian had heard some of this from Tu Shanyi, which was also why she harbored such a deep hatred for Xian Qing. Even she nearly lost her life. "You're only at the early Demon King stage now. What makes you think you can compete for the city lord position?" Lu Qing questioned skeptically. "That's not your concern. King Lu, all I need from you is to lend me your soldiers and generals. If I defeat Xian Qing, you'll be well rewarded in the future." Long Jian responded resolutely, ambition and confidence burning in his eyes. Lu Qing fell into deep thought. This dragon's confidence was so great that it caught her off guard. Why would he dare to challenge a demon venerable while only at the Demon King stage? Could he truly possess some powerful divine ability? Lu Qing had some understanding of the dragon clan's strength. However, such exceptional prowess was typically found only in the most noble pure-blooded dragons. Unfortunately, there were no longer any pure-blooded dragons in the entire Hongmeng continent. They had long since departed from this world. Therefore, Lu Qing subconsciously assumed Long Jian was not a pure-blooded dragon. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, I cannot lend them to you." Long Jian had no intention of giving up easily, and continued to press on. What's this? Does King Lu still have doubts about my abilities? Or are you afraid of Xianqing? Lu Qing caught the provocation in Long Jian's words and sneered contemptuously. Indeed, I have doubts about your strength. I've seen plenty of dragons in my time, and they're all just mongrels. Ha ha ha. Long Jian laughed heartily in response. This king is no mongrel. I am a true divine dragon. Oh, is that so? Then show me. A playful glint appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. Without hesitation, Long Jian's form shifted, and a true divine dragon manifested before them. Its colossal body was covered in shimmering silver scales, and a powerful draconic aura permeated the air. The moment Long Jian revealed his true form, Lu Qing felt her very soul tremble, and tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily. It's you. It really is you. Her voice was filled with disbelief and overwhelming emotion. Me? What about me? Long Jian swayed his draconic body, circling the vast hall, and looked at Lu Qing with confusion. Yi Fan, don't you remember me? Lu Qing's voice carried sorrow as tears streamed down her face. She sobbed softly, as if recounting a memory erased by the passage of time. The moment Long Jian heard the name, Yi Fan, he instantly understood why Lu Qing's features seemed so familiar. When he first arrived in this Hongming continent, his soul had been transplanted into a dragon's soul. That dragon was named Yi Fan, who had once left his mark across the Hongming continent. Back then, Long Jian had browsed through some of Yi Fan's memories within the original owner's memory space, and among them happened to be memories of Lu Qing. That was why Lu Qing seemed so familiar the moment he entered. He struggled to recall that fragment of memory. At that time, Yi Fan had ventured into the 10,000 demon mountains for leisure before the demon domain had even been established. One day by chance he encountered a colossal divine tree that towered into the clouds, standing proudly amidst the mountains. Around it no living creature appeared, only scattered white bones like a silent graveyard. Driven by curiosity, Yi Fan barged into its domain and felt the mysterious power emanating from the divine tree. As expected, a fierce battle erupted between him and Lu Qing. Their clash was cataclysmic. Mountains crumbled, dragons roared, and tigers howled. Lu Qing displayed formidable strength, yet before Yi Fan, she seemed somewhat outmatched. Then Yi Fan effortlessly subdued Lu Qing. His prowess was laid bare in that battle, earning her reluctant admiration. From that day onward, the two began to know each other. Even the name Lu Qing was given by Yi Fan, leaving behind a beautiful and wondrous past. Unfortunately, that old lecherous dragon, Yi Fan, turned out to be a lolicon. Lu Qing made a series of advances toward him, yet every attempt was met with cold rejection. At times Yi Fan even grew annoyed and simply fled in a flash. But Lu Qing could never let go. Her longing for him clung to her like a shadow. As he recalled this past, Long Jian suddenly felt a throbbing headache. "Sigh, Queen Lu, I am not Yi Fan." Long Jian emphasized, trying to dispel this misunderstanding. Long Jian's human form had been completely rebuilt through the system's power, which was why Lu Qing failed to recognize him at first. However, his dragon form still retained the very dragon body that had once belonged to Yi Fan. His aura and appearance were indistinguishable from Yi Fan's, a perfect replica of everything about him. A wave of suspicion surged through Lu Qing's heart, convincing her that Yi Fan was deceiving her once again. "Liar. This time I will never let you escape." Lu Qing waved her hand, and emerald light blazed through the hall. The walls began to writhe as countless plant roots and vines lunged toward Long Jian. "Hey, Queen Lu, I really am not Yi Fan. You need to look more carefully." Long Jian dodged hastily, but the sheer number of vines made it nearly impossible to evade. In the end, he was bound tightly by the vines, unable to move a single inch. Lu Qing conjured a massive leaf beneath her feet, which floated her gracefully to hover before Long Jian. "You big liar. Why would you rather marry Tu Shani than me? Am I not prettier than her?" Her face was full of displeasure, her voice laced with a hint of grievance. Meanwhile, Tu Shani, who had been sleeping nearby, was lifted by vines and gently delivered to Lu Qing's side. "Queen Lu, this is truly a misunderstanding." Long Jian was at a loss for words. He truly felt this was a colossal misunderstanding, just like when Wu Yueyao had also mistaken him before. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes still held suspicion, as if she was unwilling to easily believe Long Jian's explanation. "Misunderstanding. You are that Yi Fan, heartless and fickle." Her voice caught with a sob. As she spoke, Lu Qing began to cry again. "I've waited for you all these years. And this is Wah." The invincible supreme sovereign of all demons, Lu Qing, was reduced to an ordinary girl before Long Jian, tears streaming down uncontrollably as she wept. Long Jian's heart ached at the sight, and he was filled with resentment toward Yi Fan. He silently cursed that bastard Yi Fan, always abandoning women, never doing a single good deed, and leaving others to clean up his mess. All right. Stop crying." Long Jian comforted her softly, his heart full of apology and helplessness toward Lu Qing. "You heartless wretch." Lu Qing raised her hand and struck Long Jian hard across the face. Unfortunately for her, Long Jian's dragon scales were as tough as city walls, so her blow could not inflict any damage at all. After weeping for about 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Qing finally stopped, and the sorrow in her heart faded away with her tears. She sniffled, her eyes redrimmed. "Why have you come to the Hongming continent this time? Or is it to deceive other female demons again?" Then her gaze shifted to Tu Shani, whom she was quite close to. She did not wish for Tu Shani to be abandoned by Yi Fan like she had been. "Ahem. Queen Lu, could you let me go first?" Long Jian struggled a couple of times, but the vines were bound so tightly that he could barely move at all. Although he could shift into his dragon soul state to break free, doing so would only enrage Lu Qing further and strain their relationship even more. Lu Qing pouted, reluctant as she was, but considering that Yi Fan was now the husband of her good sister, she did not want to make things too tense. With a wave of her hand, the vines binding Long Jian all receded, transforming back into the walls. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Freed from his restraints, Long Jian, in order to avoid stirring up more of Lu Qing's memories, had no choice but to shift back into his human form. Seeing the one she once loved transformed into a stranger's appearance, some of the resentment in Lu Qing's heart dissipated. Queen Lu, there's something I must make clear to you. I really am not Yi Fan. Long Jian spoke urgently, trying to assert his position. Lu Qing still harbored some doubts and challenged. If you're not Yi Fan, then why are you identical to his true form? Even your aura is the same. Long Jian pondered for a moment, then ultimately decided to tell a small lie. The news of Yi Fan's death would surely devastate Lu Qing, and he did not want her to sink into deeper anguish. Hiss. He let out a soft sigh, then resolved to speak a falsehood. I am Yi Fan's son. Lu Qing pressed her lips together, lost in thought, her eyes brimming with skepticism. You truly are not Yi Fan. But his son, she asked again. Long Jian shamelessly nodded yes. Look, my cultivation is only at the Demon King stage. My father. He would never be as weak as I am. Lu Qing's brows furrowed slightly as if she was still hesitating. After a moment, her brow relaxed. All right, I believe you. Is your father well? Long Jian quickly replied, the old man is doing fine. Just fine. Lu Qing pressed further. Long Jian did not want to say too much lest he reveal the truth. Lu Qing nodded quietly, seemingly not entirely satisfied with his answer, but she did not press further. Long Jian shamelessly continued to press. So for the sake of my father, could you lend me some demon generals and soldiers? A flicker of contemplation passed through Lu Qing's eyes. She felt she needed time to adjust to this unexpected turn of events. The son of her first love, this truth struck her heart like a heavy hammer, hard to accept. Let me think it over for a few days. During this time, you and Yi can stay here with me. Lu Qing neither agreed nor refused outright, but expressed her need for consideration in a tactful manner. With that, she gave Long Jian no chance to speak. Her form sank into the ground and vanished. Long Jian gazed at the spot where she had disappeared, a trace of doubt and contemplation flickering in his eyes. As Long Jian was lost in thought, the hall doors slowly opened, and the girl who had led him in earlier reappeared. With graceful poise, she spoke respectfully. Esteemed Dragon King, Lady Lu has asked me to show you to your lodgings. Long Jian nodded slightly, the mystery of Lu Qing still unresolved in his mind. He bent down gently, lifting the sleeping Tushan Yi onto his shoulder, and followed the girl out of the hall. As they walked, they chatted, gaining a deeper understanding of Willow City. Lu Qing rarely left the city, staying within its bounds. The demon clans under her rule also seldom ventured outside. Food, it seemed, was not an issue. Long Jian learned they relied mainly on the steamed bun trees planted within the city for sustenance. This peculiar plant not only provided nourishment, but also sustained tens of thousands of demons within the city. Long Jian couldn't help but feel intrigued by the city's ecosystem. As for cultivation, Lu Qing's true form was a colossal tree at the city's center. This made the entire city a treasure trove for cultivators, for near her true form, wood element spiritual energy was exceptionally dense. The demons within the city seemed accustomed to this tranquil life, with few willing to leave. Over time, Willow City had grown increasingly isolated. Even when occasional merchant caravans of cultivators passed through, it was only to acquire spiritual treasures or exchange insights on cultivation. It was during such times that Willow City was at its liveliest. Soon the girl led Long Jian to a treehouse. Dragon King, this will be your residence, she said, pointing to the treehouse above with a smile. She then gestured to a leaf on the ground. Just step on this leaf, and it will carry you up. Curious, Long Jian stepped onto the leaf while holding Tushan Yi. The leaf, sensing the weight, immediately grew upward, lifting Long Jian precisely to the treehouse entrance. It's like an elevator. Long Jian marveled, intrigued by the unique architecture of the demon realm. He stepped inside. The furniture and fixtures within were all meticulously crafted from wood. The bed was a giant leaf from an unknown plant, yet when Long Jian reached out to touch it, he found it incredibly soft. Long Jian gently laid Tushan Yi on the bed, his gaze lingering on her peaceful sleeping face before sweeping across the room around him. By the treehouse window, a small table held a few delicate potted plants. Their drooping forms reminded him of his own weary self. Long Jian had barely rested during this period. He lay down beside Tushan Yi, closing his eyes gently, as his body gradually sank into slumber. In his dream, he woke again to find himself in a pure white space. Familiar fragments of memory surfaced around him like a colossal slideshow in rotation. Here again, Long Jian showed little surprise, as this was already his third visit to this enigmatic place. He pondered what this place truly was, but had yet to find a definitive answer. Perhaps for now he could call it the memory space. Within this space, scene after scene depicted memories from Yi Fan's past life. Long Jian rose lightly into the air, his form drifting through the illusory expanse as he began to browse through Yi Fan's recollections. He focused particularly on the time Yi Fan spent on the Hongming continent. After a meticulous search, Long Jian finally located the initial fragment of Yi Fan's arrival on that continent within the Sea of Memories. The scene revealed how Yi Fan had first set foot on the Hongming continent. Fan had lived in the divine realm his entire life. As time passed, he began to find his existence there monotonous and dull. By chance, he overheard cultivators who had ascended from the lower realm boasting about their stories. These tales piqued his intense curiosity, stirring a deep desire to experience the wonders of the lower realm firsthand. Unable to traverse realms easily with his own power, he secretly borrowed his father's divine artifact and successfully used its might to tear open a passage to the lower realm. At that moment, he had no idea which world he would step into, only that it was the lower realm. Then Fan courageously stepped into the unfamiliar land known as the Hongming continent. At that time, the Hongming continent had yet to suffer the invasion of the demon race. The entire land brimmed with vitality, and mighty beings soared across the skies. His first destination was the territory of cultivators. In those days, the cultivator world had yet to establish much order, with the powerful each staking claim to their own domains. Despite being restricted by the world's cultivation limits, Fan's divine abilities were extraordinary. He quickly rose to fame in the cultivation world, defeating all challengers and becoming unmatched. After a century, the rigid conventions of the cultivation world had grown wearisome to Fan. Seeking new excitement, he wandered until he arrived at the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Within these mysterious mountains, he encountered his first demon, Luqing. At the time, Luqing was known as the blood-sucking tree, hostile toward all living beings, launching deadly attacks to drain their blood without hesitation. Fan stumbled into her territory, sparking a fierce battle between them. Yet amid the sparks of combat, an unexpected and wondrous change blossomed between the two. After the fierce clash, they were no longer adversaries, but had forged a special connection. Jian immersed himself in these memories of Luqing, reviewing them one by one. To his astonishment, he discovered that Fan had actually rejected Luqing's confession of love. Fan, you fool. A beauty like her right in front of you, and you turned her down. Jian couldn't help but mutter. He continued watching, seeing that after parting with Luqing, Fan encountered many beautiful female demons, sharing brief but beautiful encounters with each. Within these memories, Jian also caught sight of Wu Yueyao. As she had once said, her role beside Fan was merely that of a maidservant. At the end of the memories of his travels on the Hongming continent, Fan was soundly beaten by his father and forcibly dragged back to the divine realm. The following scenes depicted him being confined. Jian paused in his browsing, his gaze shifting to the end of the memories, the part concerning the truth of Fan's death. After a moment's thought, he decided to take another look. With a tense heart, Jian flew toward the end of the memory scenes. As he had seen before, the black dragon was waiting there still and silent. The black dragon's body was covered in pitch-black scales, exuding an aura of sinister malevolence. Its tightly shut eyelids suddenly snapped open. A solemn, imposing voice resounded. I know you are not Fan. Why have you become Fan? Fan. This was clearly Fan's true name. Jian stared at the black dragon before him and admitted openly, I am indeed not Fan. What is this place? And who are you? His gaze was sharp and curious, attempting to uncover the secrets of this memory space. The black dragon burst into laughter. Huh? And why should I tell you? Shut your mouth. I'm trying to talk serious business here. Jian shot back, refusing to yield an inch. The black dragon's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Boy, you've managed to anger me. You'll regret this. This time it was Jian's turn to laugh heartily. Quit your blabbering. If you had the power, you would have found me long ago. Why waste time with empty threats? Roar. The black dragon let out a furious roar from its maw. A massive draconic pressure surged forth, but this time Jian was not as fragile as before. He simply held the dragon's gaze, his body shattering into fragments as he departed from the memory space. Jian jolted awake, sitting up abruptly. He cursed the black dragon inwardly. Damn it, one day I will return to the divine realm and tear that black dragon apart. Suddenly a warm embrace enveloped Jian, and a pair of soft boneless hands gently roamed over his body. Husband, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Tu Shanyi's concerned voice came from behind him. It's nothing. Jian turned around and pulled her into his arms. Meanwhile, Luqing lurked at the top of the divine tree, her gaze fixed intently on the treehouse where Jian and Tu Shanyi were. Nothing in the entire demon city escaped her perception, for her true form's roots spanned the whole city. Suddenly, hearing the sounds from within, a flush crept up her cheeks. She covered her face with her hands. I'm shameless. Why am I interested in Fan's son? Her form swiftly merged into the divine tree, the trunk seemingly absorbing her emotions, making her existence one with the tree. In the dead of night, Jian stepped out of the treehouse feeling refreshed and invigorated. The entire Willow City was bathed in a verdant glow under the night sky. At the city's heart stood the towering divine tree, radiating a soft green light. Jian watched it silently. Then a transformation began. The divine tree's green radiance suddenly vanished, plunging the city into absolute darkness. The verdant scenery was devoured, replaced by an abyss as deep as the night sky. The city's structures loomed faintly in the darkness, while the divine tree's branches appeared even more eerie in the gloom. Under this shroud of darkness, the demon folk within the city gradually fell into a deep slumber, as if swallowed by a nightmare realm. What in the world is happening? Jian felt a strange sensation as he watched countless roots surge from the streets, swaying eerily in the dark. Some roots suddenly pierced through the air, burrowing into certain treehouses. Soon a bloody stench began to permeate. What the hell are these roots? He wondered, shocked. Were they draining blood? Soon the roots seemed to sense Long Jian. His powerful bloodline drove the roots into a frenzy. Tens of thousands of roots surged towards him like a tide, resembling blood-red tentacles in the night, radiating a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. Get out. Something's wrong. Long Jian roared, his body instantly swelling as he transformed into his draconic form. The treehouse was blasted apart by his roar, and Tushan flew out, shifting into her nine-tailed fox form. Husband, what's going on? Tushan was shocked by the scene. I don't know either. Let's deal with these roots first. Roar. Long Jian bellowed, unleashing a torrent of lightning from his maw. The lightning struck the roots, severing countless tentacles and igniting a blaze. The flames devoured the roots in the darkness, crackling as they consumed them. Seeing this, Tushan joined the fray. From her enchanting form, Nine Tails swiftly conjured 9 orbs of foxfire, hurling them downwards like meteors. Red flames and green lightning intertwined in the night sky, painting a dazzling spectacle. The entire city was illuminated as bright as day by the blazing fire, and the slumbering demon folk began to stir. They poured out of their dwellings, witnessing the scene before them with expressions of sheer terror. Countless roots erupted from the ground, lashing out at them like demonic tentacles. Some of the weaker demon folk were pierced by the roots, their blood instantly drained, their lives reduced to husks by this vampire. Such a horrifying sight spurred the demon folk into a counterattack, unleashing various spells upon the roots. For a moment, they gained the upper hand. Their spells exploded like thunderclaps in the night sky, shattering the roots into pieces. However, something bizarre happened. No matter how many roots they destroyed, they seemed endless, as if they could never be fully vanquished. Long Jian glanced at Tushan. Dear, you retreat first. He'll go see what's happening. Don't go. Husband. Tushan pleaded. Don't worry. These roots can't touch my dragon soul form. With that, Long Jian transformed into his ethereal dragon soul state, and flew swiftly towards the divine tree. He could sense that the source of the calamity lay within the tree itself. Seeing him leave, Tushan quickly flew towards the outskirts of the city. On her way, she not only flew swiftly, but also rescued numerous grass and tree spirits, and together, they managed to retreat safely outside the city walls. Tens of thousands of demon folk stood outside the city, gazing at their home. Their faces were filled with bewilderment, unsure why such a catastrophe had suddenly befallen them. On a tree outside the city, several bizarre insects with eyeballs on their bodies watched the events in Willow City. These eye spheres seemed to be recording and transmitting every detail of the scene, sending the information back to their insect. Fu Rao's gaze was fixed on the projection in the Great Hall, a mocking laugh escaping her lips. So Lu Qing was corrupted all along. The assembled insect demons below gasped in shock. The word corrupted was taboo in the demon realm, a sensitive topic they all avoided. The 3 great city lords had once conducted a brutal purge against corrupted demons, eliminating those who had fallen. And now to think that one of the 3 lords, the tree god, was herself corrupted. It was utterly unexpected. She waved her sleeve, dismissing the projection, and commanded, all troops heed my order. We march on Willow City. Yes, my queen. The insect demons roared in response, their eyes blazing with battle lust. The era of peace in the demon realm had lasted far too long. The insect demons were eager to taste the flesh of other demon folk once more, especially those in Willow City, each one plump and succulent. For these bloodthirsty predators, it was a long await. Long Jian transformed into a dragon soul and soared towards the divine tree. This colossal tree was in an abnormal state, its once verdant bark was now stained with a deep ominous black. The divine tree appeared terrifying and sinister, like an out-of-control giant, its roots wreaking havoc across the city, destroying everything in their path. Sensing Long Jian's approach, countless roots surged towards him like tentacles. Long Jian's gaze was locked onto the divine tree. He sensed a powerful and malevolent energy, a dark force seemingly emanating from the abyss itself. As the wind blew, the leaves on the black branches rustled with a hair-raising sound. However, these roots were unable to attack Long Jian in his dragon soul state. This situation also revealed the fact Lu Qing was able to sense his dragon soul. Passing through the obstruction of the roots, Long Jian finally arrived beside the divine tree. He roared angrily, King Lu, what has happened to you? Following Long Jian's roar, Lu Qing seemed to regain a sliver of reason. The divine tree emitted a faint green light, and she spoke with a trembling voice, you leave quickly. Before she could finish, the black demonic energy on the tree enveloped her once more, her voice becoming shaky and weak. This sight reminded Long Jian of Wu Yuyao, who had looked exactly like this when she was corrupted, her body wreathed in Wu Yuyao herself had been lost in madness, recklessly harming all life. Yet it was only through Long Jian's gentle caress that she was gradually saved. King Lu, I have a way to save you. But Long Jian looked up at the towering form of the divine tree falling in. The tree demon's physiology was completely different from an animal's, preventing him from finding a way in. Lu Qing seemed to hear his hesitation. With the determination of one trying any last resort, she opened a green door on the trunk. A weak voice came from within the door, you quickly come in. Long Jian didn't hesitate and plunged headfirst. The moment he entered, his vision swam before his eyes. When his focus returned, he found himself in a place of singing birds and fragrant flowers. Lush plants exuded a charming fragrance, making the whole place feel like a fairyland. Looking ahead, he saw a woman. The woman's disheveled green hair was scattered over her shoulders, and low sobs came from behind her. Long Jian dispelled his dragon soul form, his body gradually separating from the dragon light. He walked forward slowly, a flicker of concern in his eyes. King Lu, is that you? The woman raised her arm to wipe away her tears, then turned her head slightly. What came into view was Lu Qing, her eyes red from crying. Her naked body was revealed without any attempt to hide it. Long Jian. Her voice trembled as she nodded slightly, her eyes holding an indescribable emotion. Long Jian looked at Lu Qing, his concern evident. King Lu, are you alright? His gaze swept over her. Long Jian had already learned part of Lu Qing's story within the memory space. However, her experiences after Yi Fan left remained an unfathomable mystery to him. Lu Qing was like a lost little girl, all her former pride gone. She gently patted the grass beside her. Come sit. Her voice was filled with tenderness tinged with helplessness. Heeding her words, Long Jian cautiously sat down beside her. The grass swayed beneath him, and a gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of flowers. However, unexpectedly, Lu Qing suddenly threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face, as she cried out, Yi Fan, why? You heartless man, why did you abandon me? Her voice was full of anguish. She completely treated Long Jian as Yi Fan, all her grievances welling up. Startled by the sudden embrace, Long Jian nevertheless understood her feelings. He silently held her close, saying nothing. On the grass their figures merged into a serene and beautiful silence. The moment their skin touched, Long Jian keenly sensed Lu Qing's poor condition. Her demonic power seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Suddenly a sinister plan formed in Long Jian's mind. With such a tempting opportunity before him, why not pretend to be Yi Fan and take Lu Qing for himself? This way he could not only obtain a powerful demon at the demon sovereign realm, but also easily seize Willow City. It was undoubtedly a killing two birds with one stone. Long Jian unhesitatingly immersed himself in the role of Yi Fan. He reached out and gently patted Lu Qing's back. Qing'er, it's me. I am Yi Fan. I'm sorry I had no choice but to leave you back then. Hearing this familiar address, Lu Qing's crying body trembled slightly. She lifted her tear-blurred eyes. Long Jian's features gradually melded into the image of Yi Fan. Fangirl, will you not leave me this time? Her voice carried a glimmer of hope. She was almost willing to believe that the Long Jian before her was the Yi Fan of old, the one who had once warmed her heart. Long Jian gently cupped Lu Qing's face, his eyes filled with deep affection. He gazed at her intently and said, I won't leave you this time. I will be with you for the rest of my life. Hearing this tender confession, the ripples in Lu Qing's heart gradually calmed. She slowly closed her eyes and whispered, Fangirl, will you have me this time? At this moment Long Jian felt her sincerity, and his own heart was stirred. Faced with such a stunningly beautiful woman, speaking so frankly, no man could resist. Naturally, Long Jian did not refuse. He gently kissed Lu Qing's red lips, and at the same time, he condensed a dragon god mark in his mouth, cleverly pushing it into hers. They kissed passionately. In that moment, Lu Qing let down all her defenses, opening her heart, and allowing Long Jian. The dragon god mark settled smoothly on her tongue, like an indelible brand. At that moment, a demon sovereign was successfully claimed by Long Jian. The small blades of grass around Lu Qing, as if stimulated by some mysterious force, grew wildly, enveloping the two bodies in a cocoon of verdant green. The two seemed to be immersed in a strange space within the grass cocoon, their emotions sublimated in this vibrant atmosphere. Outside, the once rampant divine tree halted its frenzied growth, its branches frozen in the night sky, like a colossal black sculpture. The surrounding demons paused in astonishment, gazing at the anomalous tree. Hey, look over there. The divine tree seems. They exclaimed, pointing at it with a mix of wonder and confusion. Tu Shan-Yi raised her head, her eyes fixed on the mysterious divine tree. Anxiety over its transformation flickered in her gaze, and her fingers trembled slightly, as if in silent prayer. My husband, you must be safe. Days passed in a blur. The black aura on the divine tree persisted, casting a somber shadow over Willow City, plunging the entire city into an eerie stillness. Tu Shan-Yi led the demons of Willow City in a vigil outside the city walls, setting up a makeshift camp. Speculation ran rampant among the demons as they debated the cause of Lu Qing's transformation. Some believed the divine tree had undergone a mutation, while others suspected a curse had befallen Lu Qing. Yet with countless theories and no certain answers, the truth remained elusive. Just then, several grass demons on sentry duty rushed back to the camp. Report, Lady Fox, immortal. A large swarm of insect demons has been spotted 100 li away, rapidly approaching Willow City. The sudden news furrowed Tu Shan-Yi's brow, and the surrounding demons tensed with unease. Why would the insect clan choose this moment to attack Willow City? Gather all demons and hold your positions. No one is to act alone. Tu Shan-Yi commanded in a resounding voice. As the most powerful demon present, she naturally assumed the mantle of leadership. Yes. The 10,000 demons of Willow City swiftly mobilized, converging into a unified front to face the incoming insect horde. My queen, the demons of Willow City have grouped together ahead. They must have spotted us, reported a colossal wasp-like insect. Fu Rou, seated atop a giant beetle, had fair skin and eyes that glinted with icy malice. A cruel smile curled her lips. So they've noticed. With Lu Qing crippled, these demons are nothing but fodder for my kind. Pass the order, full speed ahead. As you command. The wasp demon acknowledged, its wings vibrating, leading the countless swarm behind it like a dark cloud descending upon Willow City. Fu Rou's orders were quickly relayed, and the insect demons surged forward with renewed speed. in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The two forces stood opposed. The insect demons salivating at the sight of the succulent grass, and tree demons dripped copious amounts of digestive fluids from their maws. The vile black drool fell to the ground, corroding the flowers upon the grass. Tushan was filled with revulsion at the sight of the loathsome insects. She knew these creatures were acting under the orders of the insect queen Fu Rou. As expected, the dense swarm of insects parted to form a path. A colossal beetle crawled forward, carrying a throne upon its back upon which sat a woman. That woman was Fu Rou. Clad in black leather armor and a crown adorned with jewels, she exuded an aura of majesty and menace with every movement. Well, if it isn't Tushan. Fu Rou drawled from her throne, her gaze languid and dismissive, as she sized up the fox demon. Despite her disdain, Tushan knew she couldn't afford to be disrespectful to a demon sovereign. She could only bow respectfully and ask, greets Queen Fu Rou. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? You know full well you're not one of these demons. This is none of your business. Fu Rou's voice was as cold as ice, her gaze as sharp as a blade, seeming to pierce through Tushan's very soul. How is it none of my business? Lu Qing is my sister. I will not stand by while you take advantage of her weakness. Tushan retorted, her eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. She was determined to protect these demons. If she were to attack Dark City in the future, she would need their aid. She knew Fu Rou's goal wasn't just sustenance, but expansion and dominion over the entire demon realm. But the insect clan was brutally cruel. If they were to rule, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Hep. Fu Rou let out a dismissive laugh. You want to interfere? You'd best check if you're strong enough. Feeling the sting of Fu Rou's mockery, Tushan's brow furrowed slightly, but a cold smile soon curled upon her lips. Her form swelled dramatically, transforming into her nine-tailed fox state. A powerful demonic aura erupted, signaling that she had reached the threshold of the demon sovereign realm. Her fur blazed like fireworks, enveloped in demonic energy. This was the reward of arduous training alongside Long Jian over many days. In just a little more time, she would step into the realm of a demon venerable. Fu Rou finally revealed a trace of apprehension. She recalled the time when Tushan had failed in her bid for the position of City Lord of Xian City, was gravely wounded by Xianqing, and subsequently led the Fox Immortal clan away from the demon race forever. For centuries, Tushan had lived in obscurity, seemingly fading from the demon world's sight. Fu Rou never imagined that Tushan was not only still alive, but also showing signs of breaking through to the demon venerable realm. This was almost unbelievable, stirring an indescribable unease in Fu Rou's heart. But it mattered not. A proud smile curled at the corner of her lips. A mere half-step demon venerable couldn't possibly defeat me. With this thought, Fu Rou's wary gaze shifted back to contempt. Attack! Receiving their queen's command, the insect demons below transformed into eager combatants, crazily charging towards the demon forces of Lu City. Tushan refused to be outdone. All demons hear my command. Cast spells and slay these disgusting creatures. She cried out, her voice like a demonic wind, igniting the fighting spirit of her allies. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos. Various demonic arts intertwined in the air, flames, frost, and toxic mists bloomed everywhere. Every passing second claimed the lives of countless insect and plant demons. Fu Rou also launched an assault on Tushan, her spider legs shooting out countless strands of webbing and venom. Tushan refused to yield, summoning numerous foxfires to aid her. The two fought fiercely, a dense demonic aura filling the air above the battlefield. Inside the divine tree, Long Jian gently caressed Lu Qing. Qing, you are truly beautiful. Lu Qing softly tilted her head, resting it against Long Jian's heart, listening to its powerful beat. The inner turmoil she once harbored had been dispelled by Long Jian's potent affection, like mist scattered by a gentle breeze. What Lu Qing needed was no longer the Yi fan of the past, but someone who genuinely expressed care and love for her in the present. And the only one who could express this love to her was Long Jian. Suddenly, Fu Rou launched her attack, interrupting their moment. With a wave of Lu Qing's hand, a projection-like image appeared within the space. It displayed the battle between Fu Rou's insect clan and Tushan's demon forces. Long Jian pointed questioningly at the woman with spider legs. Who is that? To be able to suppress Yi. She is another city lord of the insect clan, Fu Rou. Do you not recognize her? Lu Qing looked at Fu Rou with some disgust. There had been unpleasantness between them before. Fu Rou had always coveted Lu City. She never expected that the moment she was in trouble, Fu Rou would seize the opportunity to attack with her insect clan. Long Jian was instantly captivated by this enchanting woman. Fu Rou was also a demon venerable. If he could add her to his harem, then leading two demon venerables to attack Xian City would be a sure success, wouldn't it? Moreover, he would have the chance to unite the entire demon domain. Husband, aren't your wife and sister enough for you? Lu Qing's voice was as gentle and alluring as a breeze rustling willow catkins. A playful glint flashed in her eyes, as if she saw through Long Jian's heart. Long Jian stood up. Satisfied. That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Overawed by Long Jian's domineering aura, Lu Qing looked up at him, a hint of awe-inspiring radiance in her gaze. Whatever you say. Excellent. Truly, my good Qing. Long Jian's gaze revealed a sovereign's dominance, a king who commanded the... He turned to look at the projection. There Tushan Yi was being pushed back step by step under Fu Rao's assault, her body wrapped in numerous strands of spider silk. Surrender now, Tushan Yi. Considering your looks and talent aren't bad, I might just spare your life. Fu Rao said with a seductive smile, a sinister light flickering in her cunning eyes. Throughout the entire fight, she had never revealed her true form. Fu Rao had never truly taken Tushan Yi seriously. At this moment, Tushan Yi's body was tightly bound by countless resilient spider threads, their elasticity awe-inspiring. No matter how she struggled, the spider silk only grew tighter like merciless shackles. Furthermore, these threads were absorbing the demonic energy within her body, gradually weakening her power. Throughout the entire fight, she had never revealed her true form. Fu Rao had never truly taken Tushan Yi seriously. At this moment, Tushan Yi's body was tightly bound by countless resilient spider threads, their elasticity awe-inspiring. Tushan Yi was bathed in a soft, radiant glow, golden light flashing in her eyes, as if a deity had descended upon the mortal world. This also explained why she had always called herself a fox immortal. It wasn't that she aspired to become an immortal, but because she inherently carried a trace of immortal spiritual blood with. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the insectoid creatures felt the holy radiance emanating from Tushan Yi enveloping them. Their will to fight gradually waned, replaced by a burgeoning sense of reverence. Yet in the very instant, a sharp shriek tore from Fu Rao's lips. SSS. A piercing insectoid screech suddenly erupted across the entire battlefield. The insect demons, once beguiled by Tushan Yi's sacred light, abruptly regained their senses, plunging once more into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Immediately after, a sinister purple demonic aura emanated from Fu Rao. Tushan Yi, you truly won't take the easy path when offered. This time I will show no mercy. As the demonic aura surged, a colossal purple spider materialized out of thin. This spider possessed 6 legs, each adorned with deep violet gems, and upon its abdomen was a grotesque, ghostly visage pattern. Some of the weaker demonkind, upon beholding this ghostly pattern, were paralyzed with sheer terror. In that moment, a swarm of insect demons surged forward, devouring the petrified creatures whole. You vile spider. They'll take your life. Tushan Yi gathered a beam of holy light in her mouth, unleashing it like a cascading waterfall towards Fu Rao. It formed a massive pillar of sacred radiance hurtling towards Fu Rao. However, Fu Rao stood rooted to the spot, as the gems on the 6 legs of the purple spider beneath her overflowed with a cloud of purple mist. This mist coalesced into a crystal-like shield. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the holy light collided with the crystal shield. The once dazzling holy light, under the erosion of the purple aura, gradually lost its brilliance, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Fu Rao, however, remained completely unaffected, standing firm with her crystal shield unscathed. Ha ha ha! She let out a mocking laugh. You think such paltry power can contend with me? A pipe dream. Meanwhile, Tushan Yi, having expended great energy on this powerful spell, appeared somewhat weakened. This time Fu Rao had no intention of holding back. Her figure vanished in a flash of purple light, causing Tushan Yi to scan her surroundings nervously. This was her first encounter with such a powerful and enigmatic demon of the Yaozun realm, and Fu Rao's insectoid nature made her origins even more unfathomable. Regarding Fu Rao's origins, the denizens of the Hongmeng continent knew very little. She had descended upon this land thousands of years ago, but her reasons and ultimate purpose remained a mystery to Yi. Suddenly, a beam of purple light flared up behind Tushan Yi, manifesting as if from a dream. A flash of purple light appeared behind Tushan Yi. A pair of razor-sharp spider legs extended from the purple light, swiftly piercing the unprepared back of Tushan Yi. A sharp pain lanced through her, plunging her into unbearable agony. Up! Tushan Yi cried out in pain, her 9 tails lashing out like spears in automatic counterattack. However, her tails struck nothing but empty air. Fu Rao's form, Godlike, vanished once again without a trace, leaving only a fading afterimage of purple light dissolving in the air. Damn it! Tushan Yi's expression turned grim, her body trembling slightly. A series of eerie, mocking voices echoed around her. Little fox, at your current level you cannot hope to track my movements. You are far too naive. Tushan Yi glared furiously, her heart filled with anxiety, yet unable to locate Fu Rao's whereabouts. She attempted to provoke her opponent. What skill is there in sneaking around? If you have any guts, come out and face me directly. But Fu Rao was exceedingly cunning and refused to be baited. The next moment, a patch of purple light blazed at Tushan Yi's feet, and 4 pairs of spider legs materialized instantaneously, moving with such speed that reaction was impossible. Her left leg was stabbed by the sharp spider leg, its white fur instantly stained a deep black. This time Fu Rao held nothing back. The potent venom secreted from the spider legs was swift and vicious. Tushan Yi's demonic energy surged to intercept the invading toxin, but this was no ordinary poison. It spread like wildfire, penetrating her defenses and inflicting excruciating pain. She endured with all her might, but her body convulsed uncontrollably in agony. Collapsing to the ground, she felt weakness and pain wash over her, a profound sense of helplessness surging in her heart. Fu Rao's figure then emerged from the void, her 6 sharp spider legs planted on the ground. Her 6 round glossy spider eyes appeared innocuous, yet they concealed deadly intent. Meet your end. Her 6 spider legs shot towards Tushan Yi's head like blades. At this critical juncture, a thick gnarled root suddenly burst from the earth, fiercely intercepting the attack. This root acted as a natural barrier, forcefully halting Fu Rao's assault. Simultaneously, countless roots surged from the ground, crushing the insect demons like vines. The roots pulsed with life force, unleashing immense power, and Fu Rao's vision blurred into chaos. Recognizing this as Lu Qing's technique, Fu Rao agilely flickered and vanished into the void. When she reappeared, she was far beyond Lu Qing's attack range. Fall back, Fu Rao commanded hastily. Alas, her command came too late. Nearly 2/3 of the insect demons had already been utterly devoured in Lu Qing's ferocious assault. Lu Qing was an exceptionally ferocious blood-drinking tree. Once it ensnared its target, escape was impossible. The victim could only be drained of their life force. All 6 of Fu Rao's eyes were filled with anguish. These insect demons were her meticulously cultivated forces for centuries, some possessing exceptional aptitude, with the potential to become future insectoid Yaozuns. Now only 1/3 of the insect demons remained alive. Fu Rao gazed intently at the sacred tree at the city's heart. A frown creased her brow as she noticed the eerie black radiance had vanished. Its trunk, once shrouded in mystic gloom, now revealed its vibrant verdandescence. How could this be? She murmured softly, doubt rising like mist within her mind. Once a cultivator succumbed to demonic corruption, salvation was all but impossible. Even if one somehow broke free, grievous wounds would invariably follow, life hanging by a thread. Yet Lu Qing had not only reversed her demonic transformation, but emerged unscathed, an utterly inconceivable feat. As Fu Rao wrestled with these thoughts, Lu Qing and an unfamiliar man appeared before her. Husband. Tushan Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Though gravely wounded, she beheld Long Jian returning safely beside Sister Lu, and with desperate strength, she tried to rise to greet them. Her limbs, however, betrayed her, trembling violently as she swayed precariously. Damn you, Fu Rao, you dared harm my wife. I'll see you shattered before you draw another breath. Long Jian roared, fury igniting his very being until his form dissolved into that of a celestial dragon. With graceful serpentine motion, the dragon coiled beside Tushan Yi, gently lifting her frail body aloft. Ha ha, a dragon sovereign realm cultivator dares threaten me. Fu Rao sneered, disdain flashing coldly in her eyes. Her sole adversary was Lu Qing. Long Jian wasted no words. Yi needed urgent care, so he turned to Lu Qing. Qing, slay her. I'll tend to Yi. Lu Qing nodded with a tender smile. Understood, husband. Her voice, soft and honeyed, struck the assembled Yao like thunderclaps across still waters. That single title, husband, sent shockwaves through the Yao ranks. The Willow Sovereign herself addressing Long Jian thus was no mere gesture of respect, it was an act of profound submission. It implied Lu Qing might abdicate her sovereignty, elevating Long Jian to Lord of Willow City. Fu Rao's mind reeled. Why would Lu Qing choose a dragon as consort? And how, given her legendary pride, had Long Jian subdued her? Before she could dwell further, Lu Qing launched her assault. Emerald light shimmered from her palms, and every plant within 1,000 meters answered her silent call. Under her command, vegetation erupted, bursting forth with unnatural vigor, growing tall and wild, as if infused with primordial life force. They twisted into grotesque, towering monstrosities, gnarled limbs and ravenous maws converging upon Fu Rao and her insect, Yao, forming an emerald cage of living dread. You dared trespass upon Willow City. This time you shall not leave it alive. Lu Qing's gaze burned with feral bloodlust. Her vow was absolute. Every insect Yao would perish with her. Fu Rao exuded calm, overwhelming power. Huh. We both stand at the peak of the Yao sovereign realm. What makes you think you can hold me? You'll soon find out. Lu Qing laughed triumphantly. With a flick of her finger, a colossal luminous barrier descended like a celestial dome, sealing Fu Rao and her forces within its iridescent confines. What is this? Fu Rao's face paled in astonishment. Lu Qing calmly explained, this formation was custom forged by a human master cultivator. When I fell to demonic corruption, I intended it to imprison myself, but fate has repurposed it perfectly, your eternal prison. Within the barrier, Fu Rao felt crushing pressure, not of weight, but of absolute spatial constraint. Her insect Yao writhed in panicked confinement. Queen, what do we do? A mantis Yao trembled, antennae quivering in primal fear. Fu Rao's pulse raced. Despair clawed at her composure. She forced steadiness into her voice. Scatter. Say. With those words, she activated her innate void traversal ability, attempting to dissolve into the fabric of space itself and escape the formation's grip. She had gravely underestimated the human master's artifice. Within the formation, even spatial energy lay shackled. Violet light flared around her, then sputtered and died. She remained rooted, helpless. Doomed. A flash of resignation crossed her eyes. Her 6 orbs locked onto Lu Qing. This was no longer a battle for advantage. It was annihilation or oblivion. Across the Yao realms, the 3 city lords stood at the apex of the Yao sovereign realm, yet among them vast chasms of power divided their ranks. Foremost beyond question was Lu Qing. For 10,000 years she had dwelled deep within the myriad Yao mountains, becoming an immovable pillar of existence. Among Yao plant cultivators faced the steepest path to ascension, yet Lu Qing alone had shattered that ceiling. Her supremacy was absolute, so formidable that even Xianqing the wolf god dared not wager victory against her in open combat. It was Lu Qing's unwavering presence that granted Willow City its enduring peace. Under her aegis, its Yao inhabitants lived free from peril, shielded, serene, secure. Fu Rou had committed her full might to seize Willow City, yet what she gained was utter devastation. This conflict was nothing short of self-immolation. Lu Qing whispered to the botanical horrors, "Slay these vermin." They shrieked. A chorus of snapping wood and rending bark, as thick vines and gnarled trunks crashed down upon the insect Yao. Many never raised a defense, crushed instantly beneath the monstrous onslaught into flattened pulpy ruin. Amid the chaos, Fu Rou herself found her survival imperiled. 6 spider legs lashed outward, violet blades slashing like storm rain cutting indiscriminately. Friend and foe alike were cleaved apart, flesh and chitin scattered in silent crimson arcs. Seizing the moment, Fu Rou burst from the encircling monstrosities. Her 6 legs fused into a razor-sharp violet spear hurtling toward the formation's luminous barrier. A deafening clang echoed. The barrier cracked, a hairline fissure splitting its surface. That slender fracture gleamed like dawn's first light, hope raw and desperate. Lu Qing possessed immense power, but also a fatal vulnerability. Her true form was rooted to the earth, and though she could assume human guise and move within limited range, straying too far from her root would steadily erode her. Fu Rou knew this well. If she escaped beyond Lu Qing's tethered radius, pursuit would become impossible. That narrow margin was her last lifeline. Lu Qing's expression darkened. "Think you can flee? Not so easily. My husband has already claimed you." Emerald Yao Qi surged from Lu Qing, pure ancient suffused with the essence of wood. As it flooded the formation, the fractured barrier sealed, seamlessly restored to flawless perfection. Simultaneously, the formation's offensive mode awakened. Countless wooden spears erupted from the barrier's surface, raining down like a tempest of thorned lightning surging toward Fu Rou with unstoppable force. On the other side, Long Jian carried Tu Shan Yi to the heart of the city. Beside an ancient sacred tree, a verdant portal materialized, abruptly resembling a mysterious passage connecting different realms of time and space. A profound glimmer flickered in Long Jian's eyes. He lifted Tu Shan Yi with ease, and together they stepped through the portal. With a faint shimmer, the gateway slowly closed, drawing them into a mysterious realm. This place seemed like a paradise secluded from the world, filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the songs of birds, exuding an aura of serene tranquility. Long Jian gently laid Tu Shan Yi by a pond, its waters crystal clear to the very bottom. He exhaled a breath of dragon qi, and the surging waters around him coalesced into 2 spheres of liquid. Gazing upon this spiritual water born of the sacred tree, Long Jian gently let one sphere fall upon Tu Shan Yi's back, while the other he softly applied to her left leg. This extraordinary water was no mere liquid, but the essence of a supreme spiritual spring, exuding a delicate fragrance. Upon touching her skin, it immediately revealed its astonishing healing power. Yet despite Long Jian's efforts to cleanse a portion of the black venom with the supreme spring's water, a great majority of the stubborn poison continued to tenaciously ravage her body. Hiss! Tu Shan Yi let out a pained groan. Although the wounds on her back and leg had slightly improved, the virulence of Fu Rao's poison remained fierce, stubbornly spreading through her veins. But Fu Rao's poison was exceptionally potent, still eroding Tu Shan Yi's body. "My lord, come. Purge the poison." Tu Shan Yi gritted her teeth, struggling to rise. Behind her, her 9 tails unfurled like a peacock's display, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Long Jian, acutely aware of the urgency, flew behind Tu Shan Yi without a moment's hesitation and began the detoxification process with lightning speed. Hiss! Tu Shan Yi couldn't help but let out a pained whimper. "My lord, can you be gentler? This one is still injured," she moaned, caught between discomfort and an uncontrollable urge to cry out. With the infusion of Long Jian's purging power, her body experienced a paradoxical sensation during the process. Part of it was pain, yet another part was a strange, wonderful comfort. "You sly vixen, shut your mouth. This king needs no instructions from you." Long Jian let out a cold snort, his dragon qi surging through her entire being like thunder. "Long Jian, you big bad dragon. Now that you have Sister Lu, do you intend to cast me aside?" Tu Shan Yi's voice was filled with a coquettish pout soft enough to melt anything. A hint of enchanting allure shimmered. "Who said I was going to abandon you? You are my most beloved treasure." Long Jian's response carried a note of doting affection. "This one doesn't believe you. You men are all the same." Tu Shan Yi pouted, resting her head upon her right foreleg, closing her eyes as she grumbled incessantly. "By heaven and earth, this king is a 9 good man." Long Jian broke the tension with a touch of humor. Tu Shan Yi let out a soft mm. The bottleneck of the half-step demon venerate finally began to loosen. A gentle holy light enveloped her, and in that moment she felt a power unlike any before. Long Jian traversed the sacred tree's space and immediately discovered a massive circular barrier. Within the ruined city, some tree demons, grass demons, and other beings had already begun their arduous task of rebuilding their home. They utilized their innate talents to hasten the growth of new flora, while also soothing the land that had been torn asunder by the great battle. However, their power was still far too weak to play any significant role in the colossal clash between Lu Qing and Long Jian swayed his dragon tail, swiftly approaching the barrier. Before his eyes, dense trees and twisted thorny vines crowded in from all sides. Amidst the trees, countless spider webs were woven like phantoms, interlacing the entire space into a mysterious and perilous maze. The figures of Lu Qing and Fu Rou were obscured by the dense flora, almost impossible to discern. Long Jian could not directly witness their battle only since the powerful auras surging within the barrier. Were it not for the barrier's obstruction, this land would have already been reduced to ruins. Through the perception of the dragon god's mark, Long Jian could precisely sense Lu Qing's physical condition and the depletion of her demonic energy. However, her current situation was not optimistic. Her demonic energy was largely spent, weighing heavily on Long Jian's heart. He knew this was not merely a battle, but a matter concerning the safety of the demon venerable harem he had subjugated. If Lu Qing were to be injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. To gain a more comprehensive understanding of Lu Qing's state, Long Jian transformed into his dragon soul form without hesitation. This form granted him a special ability, allowing him to ignore the constraints of any formation. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the barrier. The moment he entered the formation, he was immediately struck by an overwhelmingly dense with spiritual energy and an equally sinister evil force. Suddenly, a vine beside Long Jian elongated, and Lu Qing's face emerged upon it. "Husband, why have you come in? It's dangerous here, you must leave at once." Her voice was filled with urgency, even as she managed to spare a moment to speak with him amidst her fierce battle with Fu Rou. "Qing, I cannot bear to let you face this alone. I'm here to help." Long Jian's voice was firm and warm. "But you're only at the Demon King level." Lu Qing tried to dissuade him, but was cut off by his resolute tone. "Enough. I am your husband. If I let you face Fu Rou alone, am I even a man?" His domineering declaration left Lu Qing utterly captivated, and she willingly heeded his decision. She adored this kind of assertive, responsible man. His resolute strength brought her a sense of peace, as if the entire world could be safeguarded by him. Unlike that Yi Fan, she mused silently, his image growing pale and insignificant in her heart. Before her stood Long Jian, not only her partner, but a steadfast pillar, granting her boundless comfort and courage. "All right, husband, let's deal with this Fu Rou together." Lu Qing gladly accepted his offer, and the two prepared to face their enemy as one. With Lu Qing's masterful control over her power, the dense forest and vines gradually receded, revealing the At the heart of the conflict, Fu Rou had transformed into a monstrous spider, her dense purple demonic aura nearly solidified. It was an energy entirely different from that of the Hongming continent, exuding an eerie and mysterious presence. So strange and mysterious. On the other side, Lu Qing's legs had turned to wood, forming a stump that extended into the earth. She drew spiritual energy from the ground, continuously replenishing her demonic power to counter the bizarre purple aura. Long Jian's arrival immediately drew Fu Rou's attention. She halted her assault, deftly using her purple aura to form a circular crystal shield, completely encasing herself within it. The vines and wooden spikes struck, but were rendered useless against Fu Rou's formidable crystal shield. The solid barrier repelled all incoming attacks. Fu Rou taunted Lu Qing with a smirk. Well, planning to combine your strengths as a devoted couple." In their fierce exchange, the observant Fu Rou had noticed that Lu Qing's true power was not as formidable as she had initially assumed. The reason was simple: this location was slightly too far from the sacred tree at the city center. This minute difference granted Fu Rou a precious advantage, allowing her to respond flexibly to Lu Qing's attacks and hold her own in their clash. Lu Qing was about to retort, but she saw her husband Long Jian fly to her side. She chose to remain silent, a glint of defiance flashing in her eyes. With her husband present, she knew her role. This hard-won love was precious to her, so she quietly held her tongue, her gaze revealing a deep dependence on Long Jian. Long Jian, however, wore a lecherous grin, his eyes raking over Fu Rou, utterly ignoring her previous mockery. Not bad, not bad. Fu Rou will give you a chance. Become my woman. I will treat you well." His words dripped with arrogance and dominance, his gaze seeming to overpower everything in its path. Upon hearing this, fury blazed within Fu Rou's 6 eyes. She had long heard of the dragon's lustful nature, but she never imagined it could be so utterly depraved. To not even spare a creature like her. "Scram! You're not worthy, you lecherous little dragon." Fu Rou cursed with righteous indignation. Her purple demonic aura surged instantly, forming a vortex of energy that seemed poised to devour Long Jian. The surrounding trees trembled slightly in her fury, casting an even more sinister shadow over the forest. Facing Fu Rou's insults, Long Jian remained unperturbed, a faint, indifferent smile playing on his lips. The fiercer the female demon's spirit, the more he relished the challenge of toying with her. Having already toyed with a tree demon, this insect demon before him was now his next target. "Qing, she says I'm not worthy. What do you think?" Long Jian's gaze slid towards Lu Qing, who smiled sweetly and replied softly. "Husband is naturally worthy. This concubine can tell at a glance that this little spider is still a virgin, so she doesn't understand your greatness." "Oh, a virgin." Long Jian raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning upon Fu Rou, his interest piqued even further. Fu Rou, enraged at being seen through, snarled, "Both of you shut up. Today I will devour you both." Her purple demonic aura split off, forming a mass that morphed into the shape of a spider, eventually solidifying into a colossal arachnid. This spider bore a striking resemblance to Fu Rou, save for the vast difference in size. 2 spiders with 12 round, gleaming eyes stared intently at Long Jian and Lu Qing, exuding a terrifying, sinister aura. This technique bore some resemblance to Long Jian's one chi transforms into 3 purities, but it only created a single avatar. Compared to Long Jian's ability to split into 2, this was clearly a more limited skill. Long Jian quickly formulated a plan in his mind. This time he would focus on support and feints, leaving the primary offensive role to Lu Qing. Qing, you keep her occupied and he'll launch a feint. Long Jian whispered his plan to Lu Qing. She gave a slight nod, agreeing to the arrangement. She trusted Long Jian's abilities and had full confidence in this division of roles. The two separated in perfect sync, Lu Qing bracing for Fu Rao's charge, while Long Jian silently circled around to the side, preparing his diversionary attack. Behind Lu Qing, Long Jian mentally recited, "One Qi transforms into 3 purities." His form flickered, and in an instant he transformed into another dragon. Although Long Jian was capable of splitting into 2 dragons, he did not do so. In fact, one of his physical avatars remained far away at their home in the demon realm, always accompanying Xian, Yuefeng Ying, and the rest of his harem. This was not excessive caution, but a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Should he meet with an accident in this battle, the avatar he left behind could instantly materialize, serving as a means of survival. Even more shocking was the realization that this ability was exactly the same type as her own spider avatar. It was her unique, innate divine power, the phantom spider. Even more shocking was the realization that this ability was exactly the same type as her own spider avatar. It was her unique, innate divine power, the phantom spider illusion. Yet these 2 dragons before her displayed a remarkably similar ability. In all her memories, dragons had never possessed such a power. This was an unheard-of miracle. Lu Qing was also witnessing Long Jian's use of this technique for the first time, yet she showed no excessive surprise. She understood that her husband was unlike other dragons, harboring many secrets within him. As his wife, she had no desire to pry into his secrets. As long as Long Jian truly loved her, she cared not for it. The 2 Long Jians launched their assault, instantly activating their divine ability, the rain summoning of the wind and rain call. 2 dragon roars echoed through the air. Splash! Torrential rain poured down within the barrier, droplets like pearls cascading gently from above. As a tree spirit, Lu Qing held a special fondness for being nourished by rain. She closed her eyes, greedily absorbing the rainwater. The surrounding trees and vines grew thicker under the rain's nourishment, as if bursting with newfound vitality. The atmosphere in the forest grew heavier, the pitter-patter of rain striking the crystal shield around Fu Rao with crisp, resonant notes. Fu Rao's gaze gradually shifted from initial fury to terror. She realized that she could not allow Lu Qing to continue absorbing the spiritual energy from the rain, or else she would be the one to perish. Fu Rao dispelled her crystal shield and attacked alongside her spider avatar. The 2 spiders instantly transformed into twin blades of violet light, slicing towards Long Jian and Lu Qing. Sensing the killing intent, Lu Qing snapped her eyes open. "You shall not harm my husband." The surrounding trees and vines surged and swelled wildly under her command. They recklessly shielded against Fu Rao's assault with their own forms. Long Jian ceased the rain call. With a flicker of his mind, both dragons opened their maws, gathering arcs of lightning that howled as they charged towards Fu Rao. The 2 bolts of lightning converged midair, merging at an inconceivable speed into a colossal sphere of thunder. This orb radiated intense electrical light, illuminating the entire forest and casting everything into stark brightness, as if it were day. This was no ordinary lightning, but the heavenly thunder imbued with Long Jian's dragon's roar, thunderous, move divine ability. What? Heavenly thunder? Fu Rao, as a demon sovereign, saw through the true nature of this orb at first glance. This was lightning born of the heavenly Taoist power. Long Jian had comprehended the dragon's roar thunderous move during his first tribulation, so it was no surprise that it possessed such celestial might. But for other demonkind, this was their first encounter with lightning bearing such formidable heavenly Tao power, which explained their profound shock. Seeing that her husband's thunder orb had formed, Lu Qing's next move was to intercept Fu Rao and prevent her escape. Her hands shimmered with endless green light as she manipulated countless roots and vines to constrict the space around them, trapping Fu Rao within the orb's range. As the thunder orb erupted with a burst of golden light, rumble! The explosive radiance instantly engulfed Fu Rao and her avatar. Under the thunder's illumination, it formed a solid bulwark, shielding herself and Long Jian completely. Zzzt. Long Jian heard the glare was so intense that even Lu Qing could not keep her eyes open. She quickly raised her hand, deftly condensing a lush wooden shield. Under the thunder's illumination, it formed a solid bulwark, shielding herself and Long Jian completely. Zzzt. Long Jian heard the powerful electrical crackling outside the barrier, brimming with confidence in his thunder orb. Since stepping into the Demon King realm, this was the first time he had personally struck. As the thunder orb bounced, waves of electric current slammed against the wooden barrier, emitting piercing shrieks. The barrier trembled slightly, but under Lu Qing's deft control, it steadfastly withstood the thunderous onslaught. Husband, your thunderous light is truly formidable. Even at my demon sovereign realm, I find it hard to withstand. Lu Qing said nervously. Of course, this king is a divine dragon. Since Fu Rao refused to submit, she naturally had to taste some hardship. Long Jian smiled proudly, full of confidence. As the thunder outside gradually subsided, Lu Qing slowly withdrew the wooden barrier protecting them. What met their eyes was a massive crater, deep and perilous, with a faint trace of lingering aura. If her guess was right, that was Fu Rao's presence. Heavens! Husband, you defeated Fu Rao with a single strike. Lu Qing stared at Long Jian in disbelief. You deserve credit too. Had you not drained most of her demonic power, my strike alone wouldn't have been enough to vanquish her. Long Jian replied with a smile, and the two began to boast to each other. Fu Rou staggered out of the massive pit, several of her spider legs snapped, and oozing a viscous purple-black ichor. Long Jian's expression turned icy cold. Fu Rou, this king will give you one final chance. Submit to me. Ha! Fu Rou was at her absolute limit, yet her unyielding pride remained steadfast. You lecherous little wyrmid, rather die than bow to you. Kill me if you dare. Seeing Fu Rou spurn her kindness and choose force, Lu Qing waved her hand, and a torrent of vines surged forth. These vines swiftly and deftly coiled around Fu Rou, binding her securely. Lu Qing, meticulous as ever, ensured each vine cleverly avoided Fu Rou's most vulnerable spots, rendering her utterly incapable of resistance or escape. Slowly Lu Qing delivered Fu Rou before Long Jian. Her life or death is entirely in my husband's hands. Lu Qing declared with cold indifference, a wife fully submitting to her lord's judgment. Lu Qing, what's the point of humiliating me like this? If you have the guts, just kill me. Terrified to her core, Fu Rou refused to suffer Long Jian's indignities. She could only lash out verbally at Lu Qing, desperately hoping to provoke her into a fatal strike. But Lu Qing would never do such a thing. Without a command from Long Jian, she merely watched from the sidelines, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. What's wrong with submitting to my husband? His power is beyond your imagination. Ha! Shameless. Fu Rou spat out a wad of spider venom. What's wrong with submitting to my husband? His power is beyond your imagination. Ha! Shameless. Fu Rou spat out a wad of spider venom in disgust. We are both city lords. Why should we be subservient to a dragon? He's only at the Demon King stage, a worthless mongrel dragon. At that moment, a fine drizzle began to fall, beating into crystalline droplets upon the spider silk covering her body. Lu Qing smiled softly, resembling a flower in full bloom. Rainwater cascaded down her hair like strands of She knew the truth within her heart. Long Jian was no mongrel, but a divine dragon descended from the upper realms. Long Jian, in the face of Fu Rou's insults, remained utterly silent. In that instant, Long Jian's right claw shot out with immense force, clamping down like a giant vice onto one of Fu Rou's wounded legs. The previously minor injury instantly became severe. Rainwater mingled with tears streaked down Fu Rou's face, her agony unmistakable. Fu Rou, your tongue is sharp. This king will now take great pleasure in disciplining you. I will teach you the meaning of respect and propriety. Long Jian's voice boomed with authority. With a subtle flap of his dragon wings, he dispersed the rain and flew around behind Fu Rou. Panic seized Fu Rou. You shameless, lecherous wyrm. Keep your filthy claws off me. Lu Qing leaned in, her voice deceptively sweet. Sister Fu Rou, don't be afraid. This will be over soon. We'll be one big family from now on. Just serve our husband well. Fu Rou was on the verge of tears. In the downpour, everything blurred into a desolate void, mirroring the abyss within her heart. The torrential rain poured down, swallowing everything like a vast curtain. The city, devastated by Lu Qing's dark magic, began to rebuild itself amidst the downpour. Stones were relaid, houses were reborn anew in the cleansing night rain. All the sorrow and pain were washed away. Though the demon domain was the central hub for demonic beings, it was like the outer reaches of the 10,000 demon mountains, a world where the strong preyed on the weak. 3 days later, Long Jian sat upon a throne within the sacred tree's core, a seat seemingly woven from mystical roots and radiating a soft, flowing light. Seated upon his left and right legs were two enchantingly beautiful women. Husband, have a grape. Tu Shan-Yi plucked a deep purple grape and delicately offered it to Long Jian's lips. A teasing glint flickered in her eyes. On the other side, Lu Qing refused to be outdone. She picked up a small fruit and brought it to Long Jian's lips. Husband, try mine. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Lu Qing's mouth, radiating charm and playfulness. As the two women vied for his attention with their playful jealousy, Long Jian simply ate the fruits offered by both. Inhaling the alluring scents emanating from the two women, Long Jian secretly gloated. This life is even better than an emperor's. Just then a timid voice came from below. Dragon King, the fresh fruits have arrived. The owner of the voice was a seductive woman draped in purple gauze. She had dark purple hair and 6 spider legs adorning her back as decoration. She walked hurriedly, carrying a platter of fruit. Why so slow? Tu Shan-Yi stared at the purple-garbed woman with displeasure, her gaze laced with impatience. The woman's expression flickered slightly. She explained cautiously, I was delayed trying to select the freshest fruits. Before she could finish, Tu Shan-Yi flicked her fox tail, snatching the platter away, and with a sharp snap the tip of her tail lashed painfully across Fu Rou's arm. Fu Rou bit her lower lip in pain, not daring to utter a single cry. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance and helplessness. Living under someone else's roof, she dared not voice a single complaint. Long Jian watched Fu Rou with cold arrogance. You are no longer needed here. You may leave. Yes, Dragon King. Fu Rou bowed her head and slowly retreated out of the great hall. Long Jian's gaze lingered on her for a moment before the atmosphere in the hall grew even more somber. Lu Qing leaned against Long Jian's shoulder, breathing softly into his ear. That Fu Rou is truly disobedient. Even after you've taken her, and she remains so stubborn. Exactly. Tu Shan-Yi chimed in from the side. She's so disobedient, why not just eat her whole? Husband, perhaps you could even use this opportunity to break through to the demon sovereign realm. Long Jian gently stroked Lu Qing's hair and smiled. She still has her uses. This king is not in a hurry to kill her. What use? Tu Shan-Yi asked with a jealous smirk. What would a woman like you understand? Long Jian said. Outside the great hall, Fu Rou, standing guard, shut her ears tightly, trying to shield herself from the clamor within. But it was all in vain. Though her words claimed she would never yield, her body was truly loyal. In her abdomen, a dragon-shaped mark began to glow. It was the mark Long Jian had left on her. As she was listening intently, a deep voice came from behind the door. Fu Rou, instead of standing guard properly, you dare eavesdrop outside. Get in here now. Fu Rou recognized Long Jian's voice, and her legs immediately went weak with fear. The dragon god mark on her lower abdomen glowed even brighter, as if urging her to quickly obey Long Jian's command, or else the mark would inflict its corresponding punishment. Panic-stricken, Fu Rou had no choice but to push open the great hall's door and step slowly inside. She knew that what awaited her was an inevitable fate. Inside the hall, a strange scent filled the air. Long Jian stood in the center, crouched slightly, and grabbed Fu Rou's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Fu Rou's heart was filled with conflicting emotions, both hating and unable to resist. This damn dragon, how could he have such boundless stamina? Long Jian held Fu Rou tightly, and slowly walked towards the imposing throne, seating himself. In the hall, various flowers bloomed on the ceiling. These flowers lit up like light bulbs, casting dappled shadows that outlined Long Jian's powerful silhouette. In this unique moment, Xiao Rou, in the city you govern, how many insect demons are still lurking? Long Jian's voice was deep and authoritative, echoing through the hall like the roar of an ancient dragon. Fu Rou dared not conceal anything. A flicker of tension instinctively passed through her eyes as she spoke truthfully. My demon city doesn't have many demon soldiers left. Only 50 at the transformation stage, and 10 at the demon spirit stage. A flicker of tension instinctively passed through her eyes as she spoke truthfully. My demon city doesn't have many demon soldiers left. Only 50 at the transformation stage. Seeing this, Fu Rou's heart tightened, and she quickly explained, no. Our insect race is different from other demon races. We have a strong reproductive ability, birthing vast numbers of insects each time. However, these newborn insects possess weak innate talents and require constant slaughter to nurture the strong. Long Jian nodded slightly, seemingly gaining an understanding of the insect race's unique reproductive methods. This kind of slaughter resembled raising goo. The insects that emerged victorious from the carnage would devour the flesh and blood essence of the fallen. He narrowed his eyes, pondering the reproductive method of the insect race that Fu Rou had just mentioned. Within this ecological cycle, where the weak constantly slaughtered each other to forge the strong, new ideas began to surface in his mind. The insect race's reproductive method is indeed unique. This king has some thoughts I wish to discuss with you. Long Jian then conferred with Fu Rou about the plan for tomorrow, deciding to dispatch a contingent of demons from Lu City to accompany her back to her city. Fu Rou in turn was tasked with organizing all the city's resources and mustering the remaining insect demons. In Lu City, I will establish a special training ground to temper your insect race. Long Jian looked at Fu Rou, a hint of deep contemplation in his gaze. Understood, Dragon King. Fu Rou nodded solemnly, fully aware of the importance of this mission. Yet she then turned her head away, looking elsewhere. She seemed somewhat unwilling to cooperate with Long Jian. Long Jian cupped Fu Rou's chin, turning her gaze back to him. You must not defy me, understand? I understand. From now on I'll listen to everything you say. Her voice carried a tone of resignation and submission. The next morning, several plant demons along with the horse and elephant demons capable of carrying loads were dispatched by Long Jian to accompany Fu Rou back. Long Jian himself led Tu Shanyi to handle another urgent matter. A celestial fox radiating pure and holy light raced across the ground on auspicious clouds. Long Jian in human form sat atop Tu Shanyi's back, a thin layer of spiritual shield shimmering around him to ward off the wind's resistance. Tu Shanyi had now stepped into the early demon venerable stage, and her appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. She had successfully advanced from a demon fox to a celestial fox, achieving a rebirth and a monumental leap. Husband, why are we going to the outskirts of the demon domain? Tu Shanyi asked curiously, a hint of inquisitiveness and anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Long Jian gently patted Tu Shanyi's neck and chuckled. To break the demon domain's barrier and let all the demons from Tu City inside, of course. Isn't that violating the rules of the demon domain? Tu Shanyi was slightly taken aback, hesitant about breaking with tradition. Now that Lu Qing and Fu Rou are under my command, this king will rewrite the rules of the demon domain starting today. Understand? Got it. Husband is so amazing. You must avenge me and beat that Xin Qing into the ground. Tu Shanyi giggled playfully, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Long Jian. She was well aware of Long Jian's power and held great confidence in the future of the demon race. This mission wasn't just about breaking the rules, it was for the rise and glory of all demons. Soon they arrived at the boundary separating the demon domain from the myriad demon mountains. Here an ethereal formation existed, creating a barrier for any demon from the myriad demon mountains attempting to enter. Demons below the transformation stage would be blocked outside. This formation was set up by successive city lords of the demon domain, designed to protect its safety and filter bloodlines. Having advanced to the demon venerable stage, Tu Shanyi could easily ignore this formation. She gently swiped her fox claw, and an opening appeared in the barrier, creating a passage for them. Long Jian and Tu Shanyi smoothly exited the demon domain, stepping into the myriad demon mountains. Warm sunlight bathed the fox and the man while the mountains pulsed with vibrant life-giving energy. In the distance, the myriad demon mountains stood tall and majestic like a natural fortress for the demons guarding the mysterious territory of the demon domain. Within the city of Tushan, the demon soldiers under Bai Ling's command had spent months of painstaking effort to completely renovate and rebuild the entire city. The city walls now bore a thriving and prosperous look, completely renewed. Standing atop the battlements, Bai Ling gazed intently towards the direction of the demon domain. The city walls now bore a thriving and prosperous look, completely renewed. Standing atop the battlements, Bai Ling During this lonely period, Bai Ling strictly adhered to Long Jian's instructions, tirelessly recruiting demon soldiers and bolstering the city's strength. With the demons working in unison, the city gradually revived. The total number of demons in the city had reached 50 to 60,000, yet only a little over 1,000 possessed the ability to take human form. The rest were mostly demons at the core formation stage. At that moment, a burly figure named Ben climbed onto the city wall. Clutching a honeycomb, she devoured it greedily, her mouth smeared with golden honey. "Sister, by thinking about the Dragon King again," she teased with a mischievous grin. A hint of shyness flashed across Bai Ling's face. Ben, even eating honey all day, can't shut that mouth of yours." "Of course not." Ben chuckled proudly, licking the honey from her lips. During this time, Ben lived a life of utter comfort, indulging in endless feasts. Compared to her previous days of wandering and hardship, her life had improved immeasurably. Suddenly, both women sensed a powerful aura approaching from the distance. Their instincts flared, they turned sharply, their gazes locking onto the direction from which the presence was rapidly drawing near. A colossal nine-tailed fox gracefully soared through the air, riding the wind. Isn't that the nine-tailed fox? Why is she back?" Seeing that the newcomer was an acquaintance, Ben's guard immediately dropped, and she resumed enjoying her honey without restraint. "He's back too." Ben's eyes widened as she instantly realized who Bai Ling meant. Subsequently, Tushan descended majestically within Tushan City. The Fox Demon clan lined the streets to welcome the return of their matriarch, greeting a sovereign queen. Long Jian leaped down from Tushan's back, stepping into this demon territory alongside them. Bai Ling, overcome with emotion, rushed directly into Long Jian's arms. "My lord." Her cry was filled with urgency, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Long Jian, somewhat surprised, immediately moved to soothe her. "Why cry? This king has returned, no more tears." Bai Ling's voice trembled slightly as she held back her tears, and promptly reported to Long Jian. "My lord, as per your instructions, the city has gathered 1120 transformation demons, 3240 core formation demons, and 10234 spiritual communication demons." Hearing of the city's vast demon population, Long Jian excitedly kissed Bai Ling's forehead. "You have done exceptionally well. Issue the order. Today we host a grand feast. Tomorrow we march into the demon domain with all demons above the core formation stage." Long Jian declared with bold pride. "Yes, my lord." Bai Ling swiftly departed, immediately summoning the city's demon generals of various ranks to convey Long Jian's command. The entire Tushan city instantly buzzed with excitement, as the square was laden with all sorts of delicious food and drink. The demons gathered joyously, indulging their appetites in fine wine and cuisine. Meanwhile, Long Jian, with his arms around the three female demons Bai Ling, Ben, and Tushan retreated into a chamber to consolidate their cultivation. A day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. Long Jian stood proudly atop the city walls, having transformed into a divine dragon. His powerful aura was unmistakable, and the demon soldiers and generals below, ready to follow him into the demon domain, were filled with utmost reverence. "Long live the Dragon King!" The cheers from below surged like waves. "Silence!" Long Jian's voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing the thousands of demons below, leaving only the sound of breathing. This king's expedition into the demon domain is to forge a connection between the myriad demon mountains and the demon domain, to teach those haughty demons of the upper realm a lesson. The demons of our myriad demon mountains are no less than them. Long Jian delivered his impassioned speech, his voice resonating across the entire city wall. "The Dragon King is right. We are no less than them." The demon soldiers and generals below echoed in agreement, cheers rising one after another. These demons, once rejected for various reasons, now had the chance to step into the demon domain, a lifelong dream for them. In that moment, the emotions of all the demons erupted. Each one burned with fighting spirit, thrilled at the prospect of attacking the demon domain. "Hear me, all demons. Follow me to the demon domain." Long Jian soared into the sky. He flew at the very front, his form like a silver dragon, his wings cutting through the night sky with overwhelming momentum. Bai Ling followed closely behind, transforming into a massive python, her body coiling through the air, both fierce and mystical. Tushan revealed the resplendent form of a nine-tailed celestial fox, her elegant tails dancing gracefully in the wind. The other demons also displayed their unique powers, taking on the striking forms of wolves, tigers, leopards, foxes, and snakes. United in purpose, they formed a colossal demon army heading straight for the demon domain. The army's speed was astonishing. Within less than a day, they had arrived at the barrier of the demon domain. Before them, the barrier seemed like an insurmountable wall. At that moment, Long Jian and Tushan combined their efforts in perfect sync. A surge of eerie energy rippled, and the barrier was effortlessly torn open, creating a massive rift. Thousands upon thousands of demon soldiers poured in, flooding the entire demon domain like a tidal wave. Their overwhelming presence seemed poised to devour the entire realm. Deep within the demon domain in Xian City, Xianqing was in his inner hall when he suddenly sensed a disturbance. He sprang to his feet, a sharp wolf's howl piercing the air. The howl was sharp and fierce, cutting through the palace roof, shaking the entire Xian City. All the demons within the city were startled, knowing this howl represented Xianqing's fury. They all knew that once Xianqing became angry, the consequences would be dire. Who dared to provoke Xianqing? Murmurs of discussion spread among the demons in the city, a tense chaos unfolding. This wolf's howl seemed to herald an unprecedented upheaval. Was the sky of the demon domain about to change? On the other side of the demon domain, Fu Rou had just finished reorganizing Insect City and was on her way back to Willow City. Despite being enslaved by Long Jian, she remained the lord of Insect City and possessed a special sensory ability. She could clearly perceive a massive influx of demons into the demon domain, which immediately sparked her suspicion. She knew this was no coincidence, but part of Long Jian's cleverly orchestrated plan. Hurry! We must return to Willow City as soon as possible. Fu Rou sternly berated the insect demons beside her, urging them to quicken their pace. In the city of Xian, the atmosphere within the Grand Hall was heavy with tension as Xianqing, with a cold and ruthless expression, listened to the report of a lion bearing thunder patterns on its body. Reporting to the Xian King, according to my investigation, it was a dragon that led those lowly demons into the demon territory. The thunder-patterned lion reported without hesitation, his taut body radiating fury towards the dragon race. Xianqing sat upon his throne, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, his voice like rolling thunder. What in the world is the Howling Sky Dog clan doing? Why did they not stop them? The white dog reported tremblingly, Great Xian King, our clan leader, and many of our kin, including Xiao, would have been slaughtered by that dragon. This sudden news caused a stir throughout the hall, shock evident on the faces of the demons. This act by the dragon race was not merely a challenge to the demon territory, but a blatant insult, a slap in the face to Xianqing himself. What? Why did you not report this sooner? Xianqing slammed his hand on the throne in rage, his fury erupting like a thunderclap. Bang! With that single sound, half of the throne was reduced to nothing under Xianqing's palm, instantly shattering into broken fragments strewn across the hall. The white dog was left speechless, hanging his head low, his two dog ears drooping. He understood all too well just how terrifying Xianqing's wrath could be. This was because the Xian King had previously declared a 6-month period of secluded cultivation, forbidding any demon from disturbing him. And all demons knew the Xian King's temperament well. Anyone who dared disobey his orders would face only one outcome: death. Even the news of the great battle between Fu Rou and Lu Qing had only just been reported. The other demon generals of Xian City below seemed to want to speak, but hesitated, their gazes meeting, radiating a silent anxiety. The thunder-patterned lion Xing Wu boldly spoke up, Xian King, do not worry. It's just a dragon, or it cannot stir up any trouble. This lion was none other than the clan leader of the Star Realm Thunder Lion clan, the father of Xing Ling, whose cultivation had already reached the late demon venerable stage. He was the designated successor to the position of Xian City's lord, and therefore held enough weight in this situation to speak directly with Xianqing. Xianqing pondered for a moment, his expression grave. Xing Wu, this matter is not to be taken lightly. Send some men to investigate further. Also inquire about Fu Rou and Lu Qing. What exactly are those two doing? Yes, Xianqing. Xing Wu accepted the order, bowed, and swiftly departed to prepare for the investigation. As for the rest of you, you may leave. I am weary. Xianqing dismissed them, a hint of fatigue showing on his face. During this period he had been deeply engrossed in matters of procreation, and even he, at the pinnacle of the demon venerable realm, was beginning to feel the strain. The grand hall gradually fell into silence, leaving only Xianqing's solitary figure behind. He left the main hall and walked into the inner chamber. As he pushed open the door, a wave of musky estrus scent hit him, filling the entire inner chamber with a wild and uninhibited atmosphere. Inside lay several hundred female wolf demons, all prostrating themselves on the ground, instantly falling silent and not daring to move. Their eyes were filled with a mix of anticipation and fear, waiting for the Xian King's favor. Xianqing deeply furrowed his brow. Despite all his efforts during this time, only a few female wolves had become pregnant. Their eyes were filled with a mix of anticipation and fear, waiting for the Xian King's favor. Xianqing's voice was deep and somber, devoid of any emotion. The female wolf demons obeyed the command, leaping to their feet and forming a neat, orderly line. Their gazes held both reverence and a trace of unwillingness as they slowly departed. Once all the female demons had left, Xianqing raised his hand, and a formation lit up across the entire inner chamber, sealing it off from the outside world, making it impossible for anyone to spy on or enter. Simultaneously, a storage ring on his finger began to emit a faint glow. A dragon scale floated in midair, exuding a steady and powerful aura, as if possessing incredible, unfathomable power. It was a dragon's scale, pitch black like ink, its surface shimmering with a mysterious light. Xianqing's gaze fell upon the scale, a thoughtful glint flickering in his eyes. Then he spoke reverently to the scale, Great Black Dragon God. You previously mentioned searching for a silver dragon. A silver dragon has indeed appeared within my demon territory. What should I do next? His voice echoed within the inner chamber, as if communicating with some mysterious entity. The dragon scale began to flicker with a radiant glow, as if it were alive. Under the dragon god's decree, Jian nodded calmly and firmly. Understood. I will not disappoint the dragon god's great favor. With practiced ease he swiftly stored the black dragon scale back into his storage ring, which glimmered with a faint light. Just now the black dragon god had conveyed through the scale that he was to capture that silver dragon preferably by tearing out its sinews and peeling off its skin. Upon completion the black dragon god would bestow even greater rewards, perhaps even assisting him in ascending to immortality. For the sake of ascension, Jian was utterly ruthless and merciless. He had researched arts to purify bloodlines and had killed all of his own offspring, drawing out their blood essence to purify his own chi wolf lineage. Unfortunately, the results of such attempts were still far too limited, mainly because the number of his offspring was too few. This prompted him to copulate extensively with female wolf demons during this period, hoping to sire more progeny. However, frustratingly, the higher one's cultivation realm, the more difficult it became to produce offspring. Therefore, this task assigned by the Black Dragon God was one he absolutely had to complete. A mere dragon at the Demon King realm was nothing to him. He could exterminate it with the flick of a hand. Jian's heart burned with a fervent desire for ascension. 3 days later, the demon army, led by Long Jian, surged towards Willow City like a violent storm. Lu Qing personally walked out of the city gates, shedding her queenly majesty to reveal the joyful heart of a young maiden, casting herself into Long Jian's embrace without a hint of reserve. Husband, you finally returned. Lu Qing's delicate face bloomed with radiance, her eyes sparkling with pure delight. My little treasure, have you missed me this much in just a few days? Long Jian gently lifted Lu Qing's chin with his dragon claw, his voice deep and warm. His long, elegant whiskers brushed against her cheek like the softest silk. Tu Shan Yi giggled. Sister Lu will head back to the Paradise Grotto first. We'll have fun together when you both return. Having been apart from Long Jian for 3 days, she was eager to reunite. Stepping onto an auspicious cloud, she flew towards the sacred tree in the city. Lu Qing, her face still flushed with shyness, said, Paradise Grotto first. We'll have fun together when you both return. Having been apart from Long... With that she cast a flirtatious glance at Long Jian. Go on. He'll settle things here quickly. Long Jian nodded. Lu Qing flashed a playful smile, and with a flicker of her form, she vanished into the ground like a wisp of smoke. Bai Ling was utterly bewildered, unable to decipher the hidden meaning behind Tu Shan Yi's and the green-haired woman's words. She stared blankly at Long Jian. My lord, where should we station our demon soldiers and generals? Long Jian pointed towards Willow City. Have the army march in. Qing'er has already arranged our lodging. Remember, you must not harm any demon within the city. Those who disobey will face death. As you command, my lord. Bai Ling immediately relayed Long Jian's orders. Soon the army surged into the city like a mighty torrent. The plant demons within the city cowered back into their homes, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity and dread towards the ferocious aura that permeated the streets. This army was comprised of demons from the 10,000 demon mountains. Having long survived in a harsh environment, they were inherently ferocious and brutal. A thick murderous aura emanated from them, a stark contrast to the plant demons of the city who had been nurtured in a greenhouse. Under Long Jian's strict command, however, no demon dared to act recklessly within the city walls. Long Jian circled the city once with satisfaction, finally stopping by the city gate, exuding an air of majestic authority. Bai Ling's sinuous form came to a graceful halt beside him, leaning close like a docile bird gently rubbing against his dragon scales. She seemed to be immersed in a warm embrace, unable to extricate herself. It was an intense fascination that serpents inherently hold for the bloodline of dragons, a profound sense of kinship flowing through their veins. Long Jian extended his claw, gently stroking the blue crystal on Bai Ling's forehead. Bai Ling, go into the sacred tree and wait for me. The sacred tree. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, then immediately understood. He meant the great tree at the city's center. All right, my lord, I'm going now. She replied sweetly, her body moving gracefully towards the sacred tree. Though she didn't understand why she had to go inside, Long Jian's command filled her with immense trust and obedience. She was willing to do anything for her lord, whether she understood the reason or not. Slithering through the city, she soon arrived at the base of the sacred tree. At that moment, a green door materialized, glowing softly. The door was small, just about the height of a person. Her enormous form couldn't possibly fit through, so she had to transform into her human shape. She pondered for a moment, recalling how Tu Shan Yi seemed to have entered through this very door. Summoning her courage, she plunged through it. In an instant she arrived at a paradise grotto. This space was like a celestial realm. A fresh air carried the delicate fragrance of flowers. Verdant vegetation was artfully arranged all around, and blossoms of every kind created a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Inside there were already 2 completely naked women, none other than Tu Shan Yi and Lu Qing. The 2 were playfully splashing and frolicking in upon the divine water, casting a unique ethereal glow upon their skin. Even Bai Ling herself, a female demon, was captivated by the exquisite beauty and figures of the 2 women. An uncontrollable surge of emotion rose within her like a flame, igniting deep in her heart. However, restrained by the formidable power of Tu Shan Yi and Lu Qing, she dared not make a move, standing as demure as a maidservant. Lu Qing, holding Tu Shan Yi's voluptuous form with one hand, traced her fingers lightly across her skin and teased with a playful smile. So you're the python demon, are you? Bai Ling nodded, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Yes, sisters. My lord instructed me to wait here. Oh, I see. Well then come over here. Let's bathe together. Our husband doesn't like women who aren't clean. Lu Qing winked mischievously, her gaze filled with playfulness as she appraised Bai Ling's graceful figure. Bai Ling was taken aback, realizing the high status of Lu Qing and Tu Shanyi. She quickly walked to the edge of the pond, a blush spreading across her face. Sisters, please go ahead, I'll bathe after you're done. Lu Qing, however, smiled wickedly. With a flick of her right hand, a vine shot out and skillfully coiled around Bai Ling's slender waist. With a gentle tug, Bai Ling was lightly pulled into the clear pool. Water splashed, and a clear babbling sound echoed from the pond. Tu Shanyi and Lu Qing both began to fondle Bai Ling from all sides. Wow, Sister Ling, your skin is so smooth. Tu Shanyi marveled, gently stroking Bai Ling's skin, feeling its exquisite softness. Just like a snake, so soft as if you have no bones. No wonder our husband let you come in. Lu Qing teased, pinching Bai Ling's waist and legs, trying to feel her supple texture. Bai Ling blushed furiously, her face burning red. She was at a loss for words, silently enduring the teasing and caresses of the two women. Long Jian stood guard outside the city, his gaze deep and distant as he looked toward the horizon. In the distance, a swarm of pitch-black insects slowly drew nearer. Suddenly, the dragon god mark on Fu Rao's lower abdomen began to glow faintly. She quickly covered it with her hand, fearful that her subordinates might notice. She understood the silent call. Long Jian was summoning her back. She swiftly turned to the two insects beside her and commanded, I have urgent matters to attend to. You two will lead the swarm 50 li ahead and establish a nest and fortress there. Be extremely cautious, understood. The two insects bowed and silently absorbed her orders. As she finished speaking, Fu Rao's form flickered with a violet light, and she gracefully vanished into the void. A spatial ripple formed before Long Jian. A beam of violet light shot forth, and Fu Rao stepped out gracefully. The mission you entrusted to me is complete. All the insect clans and eggs have been brought back, Fu Rao said, kneeling on one knee. Rise. Long Jian's voice carried an oppressive weight, his gaze cold and fierce with commanding authority. Come here. Fu Rao stood immediately and walked to his side, her eyes filled with reverence. He looked down at her, his expression indifferent, yet a faint trace of hidden emotion seemed to linger in the depths of his eyes. You still call me Dragon King. Don't you know to change your address? A flicker of resistance stirred within Fu Rao, but she suppressed it and reluctantly uttered, my lord. Long Jian nodded with satisfaction. Good. Well said. Your mission was accomplished admirably as well. Today I shall reward you generously. Fu Rao dared not harbor any expectations. As she was lost in self-reproach, Long Jian seized her sword into the sky and tore through space, heading straight for the sacred tree. A mysterious portal unfolded before them, and Long Jian guided Fu Rao through it. Within this sacred paradise, three women had long been waiting with eager anticipation. 3 months had passed. After the two city lords Lu Qing and Fu Rao stepped down, Long Jian officially became the new city lord. The insect city was utterly destroyed. Lu City was renamed Dragon City. At this moment, the entire demon domain had shifted from a three-way stalemate to a two-power rivalry. During this time, Long Jian feverishly recruited demon clans across the domain. Under the call of his dragon lineage, many mixed-blood dragons flocked to join Dragon City's ranks. This vast force included earth dragons, lizard dragons, dragon turtles, and various other aberrant dragons. Dragon City's power had reached unprecedented heights. The number of demon clans had surged past 30,000. In contrast, Xianqing's Xian City boasted fewer, and today, Long Jian personally led over 20,000 demons in an assault on Xian City. A colossal long-haired elephant demon stood at the front lines, its back bearing a pavilion that served as the gathering place for Long Jian and his consorts. Long Jian sat with the 4 consorts, Lu Qing, Fu Rao, Tu Shanyi, and Bai Ling, on the pavilion, drinking and laughing merrily. Husband, finally you can avenge me. Tu Shanyi clung to Long Jian's arm, her sweet voice brimming with delight. Lu Qing raised her cup and smiled. This battle is ours for the taking. Xianqing's Xian City will inevitably fall before us. Fu Rao gently patted her hand and smiled. But we must be cautious. We cannot afford to be careless. Bai Ling gazed into the distance, a hint of deep thought flickering in her eyes. This war might bring true unity to the demon domain. Long Jian raised his cup, brimming with bold spirit. Today's battle will inscribe a new chapter in the history of the demon domain. Cheers. The 5 cups clinked together in unison. Its walls had been constructed by human cultivators hired at great expense, their ingenious architectural style a sight to behold. Every single brick was etched. Its walls had been constructed by human cultivators hired at great expense, their ingenious architectural style a sight to behold. Every single brick was etched with intricate reinforcement runes, rendering the entire city exceptionally sturdy. Each of the 4 walls was embedded with its own independent defensive formation, standing like 4 impregnable fortresses. These 4 arrays were in turn ingeniously linked by a central formation at the city's heart, weaving a vast and unassailable web of protection. My lord, what is the next step of the plan? Lu Qing gazed at Long Jian with tender affection. His other consorts also cast looks of reverence, for in their hearts they regarded Long Jian as the supreme being. In their eyes, every decision Long Jian made seemed to be an infallible choice. The hour grows late. We shall make camp here and observe if Xian City shows any signs of unusual activity. Long Jian narrowed his eyes, fixing his unwavering gaze upon that indestructible city. Yes. His four consorts saluted in unison, then retreated with light, graceful steps. Once his four consorts had departed, a torrent of thoughts flooded Long Jian's mind as he rapidly devised his next strategic maneuver. Within his thoughts surfaced the deployment and strength of his various troops. There were 3 demon venerables. Among them, Lu Qing was at the peak of the demon venerable realm, yet her power was greatly diminished to the early stage of that realm, because her true body could not leave Lu City. This fact left Long Jian feeling somewhat disadvantaged. Fu Rou, however, was also at the peak of the demon venerable realm, and the insect swarm she commanded would form the main striking force of this assault. Tu Shanyi was at the early stage of the demon venerable realm, forming a perfectly synchronized team, with Lu Qing to lead a contingent of demon troops. Long Jian himself would personally command a unit of dragons with Bai Ling as his deputy general, whose cultivation had reached the Demon King level. Tu Shanyi was at the early stage of the demon venerable realm, forming a perfectly synchronized team, with Lu Qing to lead a contingent of demon troops. Long Jian himself would personally command a unit of dragons. Therefore tonight he decided to venture alone to Xian City to thoroughly understand the city's structure and internal conditions. Shortly after, his 4 beautiful consorts returned, hurriedly gazing at him with deep affection. "My lord, the night is late. Why don't we engage in dual cultivation?" Long Jian resolutely refused their request. "All 4 of you stand at attention. With a formidable enemy before us, how can you be thinking of carnal pleasures? What impropriety!" Scolded thus, the 4 women lowered their heads, looking like children who had done wrong. Tu Shan-yi, always bolder than the rest, sashayed over to Long Jian's side, her face a mask of coquettish charm, as she pleaded, "Husband, we know we were wrong. Please don't be angry, all right?" The other 3 consorts also chimed in, crowding around and enveloping Long Jian tightly. "Husband, we know we were..." Surrounded by 4 voluptuous figures, Long Jian felt the very air around him seem to solidify. His heartbeat quickened slightly, but this was not the time to indulge in the pleasures of women. Though he had never actually participated in warfare, he understood that as the commander he had to lead by example. A fish rots from the head down. That was a lesson he had learned from television dramas. Hearing the sweet promise of post-victory pleasures, the 4 consorts' bashful expressions swiftly turned into eager anticipation. Wonderful. Night fell. Hearing the sweet promise of post-victory pleasures, the 4 consorts' bashful expressions swiftly turned into eager anticipation. Wonderful. Night fell and thick clouds shrouded the moon, draping the earth in a deep, profound silence. The entire army halted and made camp at a location 200 li from Xian City. As night deepened, demon sentinels stood at various posts, watching the surroundings intently, vigilantly guarding against any potential surprise attacks. From the shadows, Long Jian chanted a true incantation, activating the 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities technique to summon a perfect doppelganger. He planned to use this clone's unique abilities to infiltrate Xian City silently and gather internal intelligence. Even if the clone were discovered by Xian Qing, there was no need for concern, for upon its death, all the intelligence it had gathered would be instantly transmitted back to the main body. This method of operation was somewhat similar to Naruto's shadow clone technique. Under Long Jian's command, the clone set off, discreetly cloaked in the darkness of the night. This clone was only a meter in size, a form Long Jian had achieved using a shape-shifting ability granted by the system. It was a miniature silver dragon weaving through the clouds of the night sky, its form undulating with the drift of the cloud banks. Covering the 200 li distance took less than 10 minutes under the wings of this shrunk-down silver dragon. Long Jian's clone poked its head out from the clouds to survey the scene below. The entire Xian City was ablaze with lights, bustling with an air of prosperity, as if a grand feast was underway. There were surprisingly few demon guards standing on the city walls, likely due to the cover of night, their vigilance towards the outside world seeming relatively lax. A flicker of doubt arose in Long Jian's clone's mind, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn. Is this Xian Qing so confident?" With suspicion weighing heavy on his mind, he began to ponder whether Xian Qing was orchestrating some nefarious scheme behind the scenes. Perhaps it was a ploy to lull him into a false sense of security, concealing true intentions beneath this facade of bustling activity. Suddenly, a group of shadowy figures emerged from the city gates, moving with incredible speed, vanishing instantly into the woods outside the city. This scene was immediately captured by Long Jian, who was hovering above. A night raid. Long Jian's clone observed the squad with curiosity. Due to the considerable distance, Long Jian's clone could only vaguely make out a large lion accompanied by 4 smaller ones. He couldn't sense their specific strength or cultivation realm, a limitation imposed by the distance. This group of lions was charging in the direction of Long Jian's encampment. They weren't using any demonic energy, just running normally, as if to avoid drawing attention from other demon clans. Faced with this unexpected development, Long Jian's clone had to abandon his previous plan to scout Xian City. This group of lions attempting a night raid on his camp became the new target. Long Jian decided to seize this opportunity to extract some valuable intelligence. With that thought, the clone immediately deactivated its physical form, its body dissolving into a wisp of air. Back at the camp, the main body of Long Jian immediately received the intelligence transmitted from his clone, a decisive glint flashing in his eyes. What a bold move. They dare to send demons to ambush me. Long Jian rose to his feet, seething with rage, his powerful draconic aura sensed by his 4 consorts. They swiftly rushed to his side. Lu Qing was the first to speak. Husband, what's happened? What has angered you so? Prepare yourselves. A squad from Xian City is heading our way. They're likely here for a surprise attack or to gather intelligence. Long Jian's tone was resolute. Fu Rou was incensed upon hearing this. This Xianqing really holds us in contempt, plotting a sneak attack in the dead of night. Indeed. In my view, let Fu Rou and I intercept them halfway and wipe that squad out. Tu Shanyi's battle intent soared, her two fox ears immediately perking up. All four consorts voiced their agreement, showing their understanding of their husband's fury. Long Jian clenched his fist and let out a hushing sound. Quiet. Fu Rou, you two will come with me. Lu Qing by Ling, you two will guard the camp. The four consorts nodded in unison. Under Long Jian's command, they each took their designated roles, swiftly preparing for battle. Long Jian, accompanied by Fu Rou and Tu Shanyi, quietly slipped away from the military camp. They advanced towards the winding, twisted woods. The dim shadows of the trees interwove before them, faintly revealing the pale moonlight. After traveling for some distance, Long Jian suddenly stopped, signaling Fu Rou and Tu Shanyi to halt. "Well, wait here for mm." Fu Rou and Tu Shanyi nodded, a glint of excitement flashing in their eyes. After half an hour of waiting, the stillness of the woods was gradually broken by a gentle breeze, and a faint rustling sound came from the leaves. Fu Rou gently nudged Long Jian, who was resting his head on Tu Shanyi's lap. "Husband, they're here." Her voice carried a hint of excitement. Long Jian raised an eyebrow, his form flickering as he instantly stood up. "Fu Rou, you cover our rear. And I will take the lead." A purple light flashed in Fu Rou's eyes, and her form instantly vanished into the void. The void is a mysterious and dangerous alternate space. Once inside, Fu Rou becomes imperceptible to both humans and demons. A purple light flashed in Fu Rou's eyes, and her form instantly vanished into the void. The void is a mysterious and dangerous alternate space. Once inside, Fu Rou becomes imperceptible to both humans and demons. The night sky. Tu Shanyi stepped on the wind, her 9 powerful tails swaying gracefully. On the other side, the lion demon horde charging towards them was led by none other than Xing Wu. He was Xing Ling's father, the chieftain of the Stellar Thunder Lions. At this moment, his eyes blazed with dominance and arrogance. Xing Wu's stature was towering and mighty, his golden mane burning like a lion's, and star patterns shimmered across his body. Suddenly, Xing Wu keenly sensed a powerful pressure sweeping towards them from ahead. "Halt!" He roared, his steps faltering. The 4 lionesses behind him stopped, looking at Xing Wu in confusion. "Chieftain, what's wrong? Get ready to fight." Xing Wu's muscles tensed, his body swelling like a balloon as it was charged with lightning. His form resembled a thunderous divine beast, massive and awe-inspiring. "Yes, chieftain." The 4 lionesses received the command, and lightning patterns danced across their bodies. Their forms rapidly grew, slightly smaller than Xing Wu's, but still massive and formidable. In the natural order, lionesses are typically smaller than male lions. The 5 colossal lions now stood 100 meters tall, dominating the jungle. Their vision broadened as they looked ahead. Directly ahead, a massive dragon and a bewitching 9-tailed fox appeared before them. Long Jian had transformed into a giant dragon, towering wings, spread wide, scales gleaming with silver light. Tu Shanyi, meanwhile, had transformed into a 9-tailed celestial fox, her enchanting beauty complemented by her 9 tails. She stood beside Long Jian, her eyes sparkling with cunning and allure. "Chieftain, that's Long Jian, the new city lord of Dragon City. And that's the fox demon of the Tu Shan clan." One lioness quickly identified their enemies. "What a stroke of luck. If we kill Long Jian, his demon army will surely fall apart," Xing Wu said with confidence. "Chieftain, brilliant." A lioness immediately flattered him, their reverence for their leader evident. Xing Wu's gaze locked onto Long Jian and Tu Shanyi, keenly assessing the strength of the 2 demon beasts. One was at the early Demon King stage, the other at the early Demon Venerable stage. Their group of lionesses were all at the Demon King level, and Xing Wu himself was at the late Demon Venerable stage, clearly holding the advantage in power. For Xing Wu, the current situation was hardly a cause for concern. "You handle the fox demon, he'll take on this dragon," Xing Wu commanded decisively. "Yes, chieftain." The lionesses responded in unison, charging towards Long Jian and Tu Shanyi like thunder. Xing Wu, on the other hand, strode steadily towards the colossal dragon shadow, his gaze sharp as a blade, vowing to slay the silver dragon before him. Tu Shanyi exclaimed in surprise. "Husband, this lion is Xing Wu, the chieftain of the Stellar Thunder Lions. 1,000 years ago, he was already at the mid-Demon Venerable stage, and now he may have reached the late Demon Venerable stage." Stellar Thunder Lions. Long Jian suddenly thought of Xing Ling, his heart stirring. Could this lion Xing Wu be Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed striking similarities between Xing Wu and Xing Ling, especially those sharp lion eyes shining like twin stars. At the same time, he saw the 4 lionesses charging towards Tu Shanyi. Xing Wu's gaze remained fixed on him like a sharp arrow, making Long Jian instantly aware of his intent. "Go hold off Xing Wu first. He'll deal with the 4 lionesses, and then come help you," Long Jian decisively told Tu Shanyi. "All right, husband." A holy light shone around Tu Shanyi as she empowered herself with a blessing. At that moment, Long Jian deeply realized the power of the 9-tailed celestial fox beside him. Although she was only at the early Demon Venerable stage, in ancient times the 9-tailed celestial fox was an incredibly powerful demon beast. Fighting above her level was as easy as eating or drinking for her. That was precisely why Long Jian chose to send Tu Shanyi to intercept Xing Wu. Tu Shanyi, transformed into a beam of white light, gracefully drifting toward Xingwu. Her 9 tails floated upwards and 9 orbs of light condensed at their tips, flying towards Xingwu like stars in the night sky. These 9 orbs contained Tushan Yi's immense demonic power, shining brilliantly like 9 small suns in the air. Facing such a powerful assault, Xingwu had no choice but to abandon Long Jian and turn to fight Tushan Yi. Meanwhile, Long Jian turned and actively engaged the 4 lionesses. The lionesses roared, charging at Long Jian like a gale. Suddenly, they halted in unison. They realized that the silver dragon before them had split into 2 in an instant. The 2 silver dragons were almost identical, their gleaming scales making it impossible for the lionesses to tell which was the real one. They stood stunned, unsure how to respond. One lioness, after a moment of quick thinking, spoke decisively, "We attack separately." The 4 lionesses immediately split into 2 groups, pouncing fiercely at the 2 silver dragons. Starlight-like lightning radiated from their bodies, a talent they shared with Xingling. Lightning danced around them, granting them control over both thunder and briefly the power of space. Long Jian and his clone simultaneously felt a powerful attraction pinning them in place. He quickly realized it was the spatial power wielded by the 4 lions attempting to slow their movements. However, they seemed to underestimate Long Jian's true strength. Although Long Jian was at the same Demon King stage as the 4 lionesses, his power far surpassed theirs. Long Jian and his clone communicated telepathically in perfect sync, formulating a precise battle plan. For torrents of lightning like cascading waterfalls erupted from the mouths of the 4 lionesses, seemingly intent on tearing everything apart as they hurtled towards Long Jian and his clone. Yet Long Jian and his clone showed no fear, standing like immovable boulders in the eye of the storm. They deliberately chose not to dodge. The lightning crackled and danced across Long Jian's scales like electric serpents slithering. Having previously activated the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon, he was utterly unafraid of these lesser bolts. His scales gleamed with a silver radiance, forming an impenetrable shield that scattered the lightning in all directions. How is this possible? Our attacks had no effect at all. The 4 lionesses were astonished, their mouths slightly agape, revealing their shock. The Astral Thunder Lion clan was renowned as mighty beings in ancient times, their bloodline noble and exalted, second only to the 9-tailed fox. Even though the bloodline they inherited was not the most potent, ordinary demon kings could hardly withstand their thunder strikes. Yet this dragon before them remained completely unscathed under their ferocious assault. This scene completely overturned their understanding of the battle. "Are you trying to tickle me?" Long Jian scoffed disdainfully. His clone beside him also stood unharmed, unmoving, and steadfast. Lightning gathered in their mouths, and 4 currents of electricity converged into a thunder orb, hurtling toward Long Jian. Unperturbed, Long Jian lightning gathered in their mouths, and 4 currents of electricity converged into a thunder orb, hurtling toward Long Jian. Unperturbed, Long Jian focused his mind, manipulating his clone to move it in front of him. The thunder orb struck the clone with crackling sounds of electric discharge. This time, there seemed to be some effect. The dragon scales on the clone's chest were covered in black scorch marks, and cracks began to appear. However, what was noteworthy was that the dragon that had been struck was merely Long Jian's clone. His true body remained The despair of the 4 lionesses was vividly displayed in this scene. Xingwu, their clan leader, was trapped in a fierce battle with Tushan Yi, showing no intention of turning back to help. Hee. Long Jian looked at the 4 lionesses with contempt. "Your clan leader is quite busy and has no time for..." The 4 lionesses roared. "I tell you, if you dare harm us, our clan will never forgive you." Long Jian smiled calmly. "Who said I was going to harm you? In the future, Xian City will belong to this king, and I will not harm any female demon." These words gradually dispelled the fear that had gripped the 4 lionesses. But just as they let their guard down, Long Jian's tone suddenly shifted. "If you don't want to be harmed, then become part of this king's harem." The 4 lionesses instantly erupted in fury. "Dream on. In your dreams. Get lost. Wait until our clan leader kills that fox demon, then we'll come for you." Faced with the increasingly fierce words of the 4 lionesses, Long Jian grew more excited instead. He laughed heartily, his voice laced with provocation. "Kill me, huh? Soon it'll teach you what regret truly means." Secretly, he manipulated his clone, unleashing a long-hidden divine ability, the poison sac. He hadn't planned to use this move, but faced with the arrogant attitude of the 4 lionesses, Long Jian felt they needed to taste some bitter consequences. The clone slithered over with agility, opening its massive jaws to release a puff of pink poisonous mist that enveloped the 4 lionesses. "Watch out, it's poison. Hold your breath." The 4 lionesses mistakenly assumed this was ordinary venom, believing that ceasing to breathe would be enough to avoid it. "Hold your breath." The 4 lionesses mistakenly assumed this was ordinary venom, believing that ceasing to breathe would be enough to avoid it. Long Jian's laughter echoed through the dense forest, his long whiskers twitching. "Do you think holding your breath can block my... You're far too naive." This venom was unlike ordinary toxins. It was an poison that could be absorbed through the pores of the skin. The pink mist was quickly absorbed completely by the 4 lionesses. "Xing Xia Xing Qiu Xing Dong, you must run. That lecherous dragon is too cunning." Xing Chun roared, her demonic powers surging wildly, yet she could no longer unleash any divine ability or demonic art. "No, we can't abandon Sister Chun. We'll leave together." The 3 sisters, Xia Qiu and Dong, all realized the insidiousness of the situation. Haha, sisters united in heart. This king loves it. Long Jian clapped his hands in approval. Shut up. Xing Dan snarled, but the very next second she collapsed to the ground just like Xing Shan. Xing Xia and Xing Qiu cried out in alarm, Sister Dong, are you alright? They had barely finished checking on their younger sister when they too fell victim. The four sisters lay limp on the ground, unable to move. What's happening? Xia Qiu and Dong were utterly baffled. Xing Chun with the strongest will saw this, and urgently shouted, resist this heat poison. But her cries had no effect on the three sisters. Even she herself gradually succumbed step by step, drawing closer to Long Jian. The four sisters were deeply ensnared in Long Jian's scheme, unable to break free from his sinister grip. Long Jian, in no hurry to deal with the four lionesses in his grasp, turned and shouted at Xing Wu, hey Chief Xing Wu. Your four lionesses are all in heat. Xing Wu locked in fierce combat with Tushan Yi. Heard Long. He instinctively glanced toward the source of the voice, and the sight before him ignited a blazing fury. The four lionesses had actually submitted at Long Jian's feet. What are the four of you doing? You've utterly disgraced our Star Lion clan. Xing Wu roared in rage. His tremendous lion's roar thundered across the heavens and earth, shaking the entire battlefield. Even Xianqing, stationed within the city, heard the furious roar and felt a pang of worry in his heart. Could it be that Xing Wu is no match for that dragon? Xianqing was filled with doubt. Xing Wu was the pride of the Star Lion clan and the designated next city lord of Xian City. Tushan Yi witnessed this scene, thinking to herself how vicious her husband's tactics were. Seizing the moment of Xing Wu's distraction, she deftly conjured a fireball and swiftly hurled it at his back. The fireball whistled through the air, and in an instant Xing Wu was engulfed in blazing flames. Despite the flames consuming his body, Xing Wu ignored the pain. He felt he was being infuriated to death by the Four Seasons sisters. Roaring, he charged at Long Jian, completely disregarding Tushan Yi's attacks. His form moved like lightning. His colossal 100-zang-tall body transformed into a bolt of thunder, racing towards Long Jian. The flames on his body were extinguished in the burst of speed, leaving behind a trail of lingering smoke. Be careful, my lord. Tushan Yi cried out in alarm. She hurriedly chased after Xing Wu, but her speed was no match, and her anxiety grew with every step. Long Jian watched Xing Wu charging towards him, feeling immensely pleased with himself. It was precisely his intention to provoke Xing Wu. The four sisters showed no sign of resistance, completely immersed in Long Jian's control. Prepare to die. Xing Wu roared, the thunderous light around him surging like a violent tide. A powerful electric force gathered around him, causing the very space to feel as if it were frozen by an invisible power. Within this domain, the power of space and the power of lightning intertwined, creating an insurmountable barrier. This was the unique ability of the Star Realm Thunder Lion, the Thunder God's domain. This was a divine power that only the clan chief could comprehend, channeling the immense lightning power of Chief Xing Wu, elevating him above ordinary beings in battle. Long Jian secretly activated the Dragon God mark upon his body, sending a command to Fu Rou hidden in the void. Fu Rou attack. Fu Rou, the insectoid in the void, possessed some spatial power herself, and was therefore completely unaffected within the Thunder God's domain. A tearing sound echoed. The space in front of Xing Wu was slashed open by a beam of purple light. A pair of highly venomous spider legs emerged, their dripping venom shimmering with an eerie glow. Xing Wu suddenly felt his movement slow, yet he was helplessly caught in the trap. The spider legs slashed across his right leg, and the fatal venom instantly invaded his body. In that instant, Xing Wu felt a surge of intense pain as the venom's evil power spread through his bloodstream. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and a low growl rumbled from his throat as if thunder was gathering within him. A beam of lightning erupted from his mouth, forming a blinding flash of light, counterattacking towards Fu Rou. However, with a flicker of purple light, the torn space healed itself. Fu Rou instantly retreated into the void, dodging Xing Wu's attack, rendering his strike completely futile. The next moment she appeared beside Long Jian. My lord, how was my little ambush this time? Fu Rou, on measure unable to believe they could flirt so casually. Long Jian praised her. Xing Wu was furious beyond measure, unable to believe they could flirt so casually in such a critical situation. What angered him even more was that his own four capable subordinates had all submitted at Long Jian's feet. It was a tremendous insult to him. Overwhelmed by rage, Xing Wu suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood with a loud Long Jian advised with mock kindness. Chief Xing Wu, calm down. The angrier you get, the faster the poison will spread through your body. Even though you are a mighty demon of the late demon venerable stage, you cannot withstand my Fu Rou's potent venom. Xing Wu licked the crimson blood from his lips and bellowed furiously. You treacherous dragon, do you dare to face me in single combat? Huh, single combat. You're at the demon venerable stage, I'm at the demon king stage. Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself saying that? Long Jian laughed heartily. Then Long Jian taunted. Oh right. I almost forgot to tell you. Xingling is my wife, isn't she? The moment Xing Wu heard his daughter's name, his expression drastically changed. Where is my daughter? What have you done to her? That playful daughter had been a mystery ever since she ran away, her whereabouts unknown to Xing Wu. This matter had weighed heavily on his mind, and now finally hearing news of his daughter, it came from the mouth of his enemy. This sudden information stirred a deep sense of dread within him. Xingling is doing just fine. She's given me a strapping little dragon son. I should even address you as father-in-law. Long Jian said with a triumphant grin. Upon hearing this, Xing Wu couldn't help but spurt out another mouthful of old blood. You treacherous dragon, prepare to die. Lightning crackled in the air as a cerulean thunderball condensed in his mouth. But the next second the thunderball dissipated, for the venom had completely invaded his body. Fu Rao's venom was potent enough to overcome even a mighty demon of the demon venerable stage. Long Jian watched Xing Wu writhe in agony, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Xing Wu, his demonic energy in complete disarray, collapsed to the ground with a thud on the verge of death. The once proud clan chief now reduced to such a pathetic state. The Four Seasons sisters regained a semblance of clarity and wept in sorrow and indignation. Chief, don't die. Tushan Yi landed beside Xing Wu, her foxtail transformed into a sharp sword pressed against his mane-covered neck. My lord, kill him, or... Tushan Yi's voice was seductive. Fu Rou stood nearby, her red lips slightly parted, seemingly also awaiting their master's decision. Both demonesses' gazes turned to Long Jian. Don't kill him. I will control him with the mark. Long Jian eventually relented, a flicker of deep thought passing through his eyes. He understood that this man was Xing Ling's father. If Xing Ling were to learn that he had killed her biological father, it would surely break her heart. Moreover, having taken Xing Ling as his wife, he was now kin with the Star Realm Thunder Lion clan. This relationship made Long Jian unwilling to take such drastic action at this moment. Long Jian soared into the air, his form streaking across the starry sky like a meteor, and spat out a dragon god mark. The mark, like a luminous pearl, emanated a mysterious glow. He accurately aimed at Xing Wu's forehead, and the mark embedded itself into his fur without any resistance. Xing Wu's body trembled slightly, as if a mysterious force was flowing within him. Fu Rou, come and cure Xing Wu of the poison. From now on he will be a fierce general in our army. Long Jian beckoned, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Fu Rou teleported beside Xing Wu, her slender fingertips piercing into his wounded leg. With a slight movement of her fingertips, the venom, as if guided by some force, flowed back in reverse, returning into her fingernail. After Fu Rou successfully retrieved the venom, Long Jian did not hesitate to issue his command. Fu Rou, you two take Xing Wu back to recover from your injuries. At that moment, Tushan Yi's gaze drifted to the four female lions still in heat in the distance, and she instantly understood Long Jian's intention. All right, husband. I will head back with Sister Fu Rou for now. Tushan Yi gracefully curled her tail around the injured Xing Wu, and Fu Rou quickly followed behind her. They departed quietly, leaving Long Jian alone to face the frenzied lionesses. At this moment, only the clone Long Jian and the four lionesses remained on the field. With a flicker of thought from Long Jian, the clone swiftly returned to his body. As the clone that the four lionesses relied on vanished, they immediately turned their fervent attention to Long Jian and lunged at him wildly. Long Jian took a deep breath, then one by one he condensed four dragon god marks that shimmered with mysterious light, imprinting them into the bodies of the four lionesses. He successfully enslaved them. The four sisters, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, felt a seed being planted deep within their souls. You lecherous dragon, our clan will not let you get away with this. Xing Chun roared in fury. The other three sisters echoed in agreement. The Star Lion clan will not fear you. Their eyes burned with rage towards Long Jian, as if they wished to devour him whole. Long Jian sneered, keep yapping. I intended to treat you gently, but your attitude has truly provoked me. I must teach you. As his words faded, the marks within the four sisters suddenly began to glow, and four arcs of lightning rapidly coursed through their bodies. Up! The four sisters let out screams of agony, and were instantly electrocuted to the ground. What have you done to us? Xing Chun struggled to lift herself, roaring in anger, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Long Jian unilaterally declared, from this day forward you four are members of my harem. Should you dare to defy my orders, I will punish you severely. You bastard dragon, even if it means death, we will never yield to you. Xing Xia spat out her defiance fiercely. Sisters, let's fight him to the bitter end. Xing Xiu straightened her body, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. That's right, let's fight. Xing Dong followed suit, voicing her bold declaration. Hearing the sisters' laughable and naive words, Long Jian smiled inwardly and activated the mark's punishment mechanism once again. The four sisters, who had barely managed to shake off the paralysis, collapsed limply to the ground once more. Faced with Long Jian's domineering decree, their hearts churned with a mix of anger and helplessness, yet they were utterly powerless against his overwhelming strength. This time Long Jian decided to use a devastating act to shatter the four sisters' will. He gracefully slithered his draconic body and slowly approached them. I hadn't planned to resort to this ultimate technique, but you have been far too unruly and have displeased me greatly. His voice swept over them like the low growl of an ancient dragon. Xing Chun still tried to resist. Bring out whatever tricks you have. The four of us will never fear you. This is your choice. Don't regret it. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Long Jian's mouth, and then he unleashed his divine ability. One chi transforms into three purities. A brilliant flash of light swept across, and another clone of Long Jian materialized on the field. This clone possessed the same abilities as the original, but Long Jian had never used his clone for such deeds with female demons before. However, the arrogant attitude of the four-star sisters ignited a blaze of fury within Long Jian. A wave of draconic might radiated from him. We were wrong. Xing Chun's previous arrogance dissipated like smoke. The other three sisters, unaware of what had transpired, heard their elder sister's plea and were utterly bewildered. While Xingchun begged for mercy, the other three sisters remained obstinate, voicing their heated opinions. Long Jian watched coldly. I already gave you a chance. You simply failed to cherish it. Lord Long, Jian, we truly know our mistakes. Please do not treat us this way. Xingchun pleaded incessantly, her gaze turning to her younger sisters, attempting to persuade them. Sisters, join me in apologizing and begging for Lord Long Jian's forgiveness. Sister Chun, what are you doing? Why beg for mercy from this dragon? The three younger sisters remained oblivious to the severity of the situation. Don't ask questions. Just follow my lead and beg for mercy. Xingchun couldn't explain to her sisters, for the matter was no. The three sisters resolutely refused. Long Jian's gaze shifted between Xingchun and the huddled trio of Xing Xia, Xing Qiu, and Xing Dong. He decided to deal with Xingchun first. As the elder sister, Xingchun held a certain authority among the three. Long Jian believed that if he could break her, the others' resolve would crumble as well. Xingchun, I've chosen you. Long Jian stated calmly. The moment his words fell, the dragon god's mark took effect, instantly striking back at Xingchun, who let out a scream. The other three sisters finally grasped Long Jian's power and began to tremble in fear. Seeing the effect, Long Jian knew these sisters would no longer dare to defy him. Get up. Return with me. Long Jian commanded the four sisters. They exchanged silent glances, then meekly followed behind him back to his camp. Within the military camp, a tall man with a thick hairline shouted furiously, Where have all my subordinates run off to? Lu Qing and her companions Fu Rou and Tu Shan appeared together, unimpressed by the man's rage. What's all the shout, trying to scare us with that big voice? Faced with these three demon sovereigns, the previously arrogant Xing Wu obediently shut his mouth. Bai Ling sniffed the air nearby, catching a familiar scent from afar. My husband is back. The other three consorts cheered at the news. Let's go, let's welcome our husband. The four wives departed together, and Xing Wu followed behind, his heart heavy with worry for his subordinates. These four subordinates were the daughters of his sworn brothers. If anything happened to them, Xing Wu would have a hard time explaining. Outside the tent, Xing Wu saw a dragon leading four lions in the distance. He rushed towards them. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, are you all safe? At the same time, he shot a fierce glare at Long Jian. The four sisters, already thoroughly subdued by Long Jian, dared not voice any complaint. They shook their heads in unison. Patriarch, we are all fine. Xing Wu pressed on. Are you sure? Truly. The four sisters confirmed again solemnly. To facilitate communication, Long Jian shifted into his human form, and his four wives immediately swarmed around him, acting coquettishly. Husband, why are you back so late? Stop it. Go play over there for now. We'll talk to you later. Long Jian dismissed his consorts. He turned to face Xing Wu. You are Patriarch Xing Wu, I presume. I am Long Jian, the husband of your daughter. Xing Wu gritted his teeth in fury. I have no such daughter. Don't claim any kinship with me. He was still seething from the news last night that Xing Ling had borne this dragon a child. He had secretly arranged a marriage for Xing Ling, but because she was too playful and ran off to cause trouble the entire engagement. Now not only had he lost that marriage alliance, but she had also given birth to a child. The anger in Xing Wu's heart surged ever more violently. Long Jian stated with unwavering dignity, I've been courteous to you solely because you are Xing Ling's father, but do not overstep your bounds. Xing Wu sensed the menace in Long Jian's words, his fury igniting instantly. If you have the guts, then kill me. I do not fear death. Long Jian felt a tinge of helplessness, sighing inwardly. How is it that every member of the Star Lion clan has such a fiery temper, and each one fears death less than the last? He had no choice but to activate the dragon god's mark. Xing Wu, who had been standing proudly just moments ago, collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Chief Xing Wu, stop trying to be brave. You are already bound by my slave mark, and you can never defy me in this lifetime. Understand? Long Jian reminded him coolly. Xing Wu stubbornly channeled his energy to resist the mark's overwhelming power, but all his efforts were in vain. After 10 grueling minutes, Xing Wu could no longer endure and could only plead desperately, Dragon King, I was wrong. Please withdraw your divine power. Long Jian nodded with satisfaction. The power of the mark allowed him to control the entire situation with ease. Even the most unbending will could not withstand its extraordinary effect. Xing Wu rose, no longer daring to hold anything back. He had abandoned all thoughts of resistance. The northwest and east gates are the most heavily fortified. The south gate is comparatively less. Xing Wu rose, no longer daring to hold anything back. He had abandoned all thoughts of resistance. The northwest and east gates are the most heavily fortified. The south gate is comparatively less guarded. There are over 4,500 demonic beasts within the city. Apart from the city lord, there are 3 demon venerables, 10 demon kings, 500 demon spirits, and over 2,000 transformed demons. Upon hearing this intelligence, a surge of conviction filled Long Jian's heart. Unless a miracle occurred, Xian City was destined to fall. Among Long Jian's 30,000-strong army, the total number of demon venerables was only 4, including Xing Wu. The number of demon kings was 14, which also included the 4 sisters of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Furthermore, there were over 200 at the demon spirit stage, more than 10,000 transformed demons, and the remaining 20,000 were core formation insect demons nurtured by Fu Rou. In your view, how should we attack Xian City? Long Jian's profound gaze fell upon Xing Wu. Xing Wu felt the weight of that look sharp as a blade, and a tremor passed through his heart. As Xian City's foremost general, he knew the city's layout intimately. Yet now he was compelled to devise a plan for its conquest with its enemy, a thought that stirred a pang of guilt within him. Xing Wu's eyes darted away evasively. He knew he couldn't avoid Long Jian's question, but he was unwilling to lay bare his inner conflict. After a moment of silence, he ultimately chose to refuse to answer. This? I don't know. Long Jian smiled faintly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He snapped his fingers lightly, and a scream tore through the air instantly. Stop! Stop! Dragon King! He'll talk. Xing Wu begged hastily, realizing that stalling only brought greater agony. He stood up, taking a deep breath. Dragon King, we could launch a major assault on the north gate, and then employ a diversionary tactic to circle around and break through the south gate. This way we can shatter Xian City's defenses and catch Xianqing completely off guard. Long Jian appraised Xing Wu with approval, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Excellent, we shall proceed with your plan. If we truly capture Xian City, I will reward you handsomely. The Star Realm Thunder Lions shall be granted a vast territory, more than enough for your clan to thrive and multiply. Hearing this, Xing Wu was instantly invigorated, for in the demon realm, every piece of territory was a precious resource. The Star Realm Thunder Lions' current territory was merely a small hill 100 meters high. For the Star Realm Thunder Lions, this small hill was far too cramped, nowhere near sufficient to meet their needs. The lands at the foot of the hill, however, did not belong to their territory. Xing Wu had repeatedly proposed to Xianqing that the lands below the hill be allocated to the Star Realm Thunder Lions. However, Xianqing always ignored these requests, claiming that if they desired a larger territory, they would have to wait until he ascended to the demon realm. Once the city lord position belonged to Xing Wu, he could have as much land as he wanted. However, the difficulty of ascending to the demon realm was immense. It was by no means an easy feat. It would require at least 5,000 to 6,000 years of preparation, a timescale that represented an agonizingly long wait for Xing Wu. His lifespan was already half over. In 5,000 years his life force would likely be long exhausted. Dragon King, you must keep your word, Xing Wu emphasized. I, the king, always deliver on my promises. Days later, Long Jian meticulously laid out his plans and swiftly launched the assault on the city. The main force had undergone some reshuffling. Ro and Tu Shan Yi had stepped aside, making way for the three demon generals, Xing Wu, Tu Shan Yi, and Lu Qing. These three commanders were to lead an army of 20,000 demons in a ferocious charge against the north gate of Xian City. Meanwhile, Ro led 10,000 insect demons to burrow underground, lurking in the darkness, biding their time. Their target was the south gate, poised to surge forth from the earth at the critical moment and unleash a devastating assault. In an instant, Long Jian's form shifted into his majestic true dragon shape, his vast wings blotting out the sun and sky, descending like a god. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens, an AO that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. Charge! Under Long Jian's lead, tens of thousands of demon troops surged towards Xian City like a tidal wave, their momentum awe-inspiring, kicking up colossal waves of dust and fury. The demon soldiers guarding the city walls stared in horror at this unstoppable force, an unprecedented dread welling up in their hearts. Never had such a massive demon army laid siege to their city. Their defenses were on the verge of collapse. Within Xian City, the city lord Xianqing was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Xing Wu was his most capable general, and the thought of his betrayal was something he had never even conceived. Xianqing found Xing Wu's treachery incomprehensible, for the Star Realm Thunder Lions were known for their steadfast loyalty, rarely turning traitor even in the face of death. This sudden upheaval left Xianqing deeply perplexed, and he was desperate to understand what could have driven Xing Wu to follow Long Jian in attacking Xian City. However, this was not the time for such deep contemplation. Xianqing decided to confront the immediate crisis head on. He transformed into his true form, a colossal snow-white wolf appearing within the city. He let out a long howl to the heavens. All soldiers, hear my command. Follow me to defend Xian City and repel the invaders. City Lord, mighty. The demons' morale soared at the sight of their lord in person, their fighting spirit blazing even brighter. With the city's grand formation fully activated, the arm towering over Xian City by more than tenfold. Below, demons of every shape, Long Jian hovered in the air, his colossal dragon form towering over Xian City by more than tenfold. Below, demons of every shape and form had shifted into their true bodies, converging into a massive army that launched a relentless assault on the city's protective array. Xian City could only respond with a stifled defense, as most of its demon soldiers were at or above the transformation stage, and therefore maintained their human forms. Their human forms could not unleash their full power. Despite their desperate counterattacks, they struggled to hold back the onslaught of Long Jian's forces. At that moment, a tall, burly man stepped forward to stand beside Xianqing, saluting respectfully as he requested, City Lord Xianqing, please allow our Qiongqi clan to go out and fight to cut down the traitor Xing Wu. No. Xianqing refused without hesitation, for he could sense a considerable number of demon lords among the forces outside. Although the Qiongqi clan had a demon lord of their own, venturing out of the city would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile against the multitude of demon lords outside. Other subordinates also came forward to plead for permission to sally forth. Those who were once accustomed to attacking others now found themselves in the humiliating position of being besieged. This trapped feeling like a turtle in a jar was unbearable for the war-hungry demons. Xianqing's roar echoed throughout the city as he declared, all demons, hear my command. No one is to leave the city without my explicit order. This mighty roar resounded across the city, and the thousands of demons who heard it were filled with confusion. Jian was known for his fiery temper and decisive action, yet now he seemed hesitant and withdrawn, leaving them bewildered. This trapped feeling like a turtle in a jar was unbearable for the war-hungry demons. Jian's roar echoed throughout the city as he declared, "All demons hear my command." No one. Long Jian observed it all, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth as he murmured softly, "Not bad, so you'd rather be a turtle hiding in its shell than dare to face us in battle." The demons hunkering down in the city could quickly reinforce any of the gates, which was a relatively prudent choice. However, Long Jian had no intention of letting them have their way. Long Jian had learned quite a bit about human formations from Jian. Whether it was spiritual artifacts formations or other human-made creations, they all shared a common fear: the tribulation lightning. Under the tribulation lightning, most items would lose their power, and formations were no exception. Apart from a few supreme grand arrays, the vast majority of formations could not withstand the might of heavenly thunder. This included Xian City's protective formation, and Long Jian intended to exploit this weakness to shatter their defenses with tribulation lightning. With a thought, Long Jian activated his divine ability, One Qi transforms into 3 purities. This time it wasn't just one clone but 2. As his body gently shimmered, 3 divine dragons materialized in the sky, circling majestically with immense power and authority. Beneath the gaze of these divine dragons, Long Jian's body seemed to manifest the presence of a god. The wind howled as the 3 colossal dragon forms twisted and turned in the air as if divine dragons had descended upon the mortal realm. This time it wasn't just one clone but 2. As his body gently shimmered, 3 divine dragons materialized in the sky, circling majestically with immense. How can there be 3 dragons? A demon from Xian City cried out in alarm. What kind of monster is this dragon? Someone in the demon army questioned in disbelief. Seeing the demons all staring in astonishment at Long Jian, Lu Qing stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, do not panic. This is the divine ability of our great king Long Jian sent to help us conquer Xian City." Lu Qing's voice carried across the battlefield, rallying the demon army's spirits. "So our king possesses such a formidable divine ability." A soldier shouted with excitement. Xian was utterly astounded, keenly perceiving that the other 2 dragons were not mere illusions, but possessed tangible colossal bodies. This meant the dragon had transformed into 3 heads in the blink of an eye. He turned to survey the demon generals around him, decisively abandoning his previous cautious tactics. "You may ride out to meet the enemy, and you must slay those 3 dragons in the sky. Whoever cuts down a dragon shall be appointed as the next city lord." Upon hearing this tantalizing reward, the demon generals were seized with fervent excitement. One by one they soared out of the city, their bodies rapidly swelling, some sprouting black wings taking on the semblance of colossal tigers. Others morphed into bizarre creatures resembling enormous monsters that were half dog, half something else. There was even a sinister entity with eyes, a demon general with a human head and a goat's body, who also stepped forth. Most striking of all was the fiend with a human head and a tiger's body, its maw bristling with fangs. These were the descendants of Xian City's 4 great vanguards, Xiongqi, Taoyetawu, and Hundan. The other demons followed the 4 vanguards as they streamed out of the city, forming a massive battle formation to confront Long Jian's divine dragons. The 2 demonic hosts clashed fiercely in midair, igniting the flames of war across the battlefield. In an instant, flesh and blood were torn asunder, severed limbs flying in every direction, and the battlefield transformed into a slaughterhouse. The stench of gore permeated the air, igniting an even more frenzied bloodlust among the demons. Their ancestors had survived through endless carnage, yet the establishment of the demon domain had gradually eroded much of their ferocity. Now this battle hurled them back into that chaotic, lawless world of slaughter. Kill! The deafening cries of war thundered across the battlefield, echoing between heaven and earth. In this brutal conflict, the demons rediscovered their primal instincts, unleashing boundless savagery and ruthless resolve. Long Jian and his 2 avatars were not idle either. His divine ability, Dragon's Roar, Thunder's Wrath, contained immense power of heavenly thunder. Thus he summoned his avatars to unleash a combined technique. All 3 dragons roared in unison, arcs of lightning converging within their maws, poised to blast toward Xian City. The sheer might of this thunder was enough to strike dread into any heart. The great demon sent to intercept Long Jian was held back by 2 Shan Yi and Lu Qing. Simultaneously, Fu Rou, hidden in the shadows, launched a ferocious assault on Long Jian's command. She led the insect demons in a surprise raid on the south gate, catching Xian City's demons completely off guard. Caught between 2 fronts, the demons were forced to divert a portion of their elite forces, urgently rushing to the rear in a desperate attempt to halt Fu Rou's relentless offensive. Meanwhile, Xian had quietly slipped back into the deserted main hall. At its center, the mysterious black dragon scale still hovered, emanating an enigmatic glow. Xian drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the scale, his inner plea resonating through the hall. "Great black dragon god, the silver dragon you seek is indeed within my domain. He is now at my very gates, and I cannot withstand him. I beseech you, Dragon King, grant me your divine power. Aid your servant in this hour of need." As his invocation echoed, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with solemnity. In response to his call, the black dragon scale shimmered with even more resplendent brilliance. Then suddenly it dissolved into a pure mass of black energy that surged into Qianqing's body. His form, which had been entirely cloaked in white wolf fur, transformed in that very instant as the black energy flooded into him. The fur rapidly darkened to a deep, profound black, and sturdy black dragon scales grew across his body. Qianqing no longer resembled an ordinary wolf. Instead, he looked more like a qilin that had yet to grow its horns. The black dragon scales glistened upon him, radiating an aura of mystery and majesty. "Thank you, great black dragon god, for bestowing your power upon me," Qianqing exclaimed fervently, his eyes blazing with fanatical light, as if nourished by boundless strength. These three commanders were to lead an army of 20,000 demons in a ferocious charge against the north gate of Xian City. Meanwhile, Ro led, outside the city walls. Perish. Long Jian and his two avatars converged their power to forge a colossal orb of lightning. It churned in the sky, crackling with immense electric force. The orb slammed into the grand formation of Xian City, erupting in a deafening roar that shook the very heavens. All the demons on the battlefield, locked in fierce combat, were suddenly struck by the overwhelming thunderous sound. As one, they were momentarily plunged into unconsciousness. Even beings of the Yaozun level like Lu Qing and Xing Wu were briefly knocked out by the ear-splitting noise. In that instant, it seemed only Long Jian remained fully conscious. He alone surveyed his handiwork, an endless sea of lightning enveloping the entire city. The city's once mighty protective array, ravaged by the lightning's fury, shattered into countless fragments like sparks bursting upon a decaying canvas. The power of thunder relentlessly consumed the city's defenses. Walls and countless structures crumbled and vanished amidst the violent radiance. Only when the lightning's energy was spent did the unconscious demons begin to stir awake. They turned dazedly to look upon the city behind them, and fear painted their faces. The entire city was utterly destroyed, leaving only a desolate ruin. The once prosperous buildings and streets were reduced to nothing by the lightning's wrath, leaving only an empty, barren landscape. The demons who had been fleeing within the city collapsed to the ground, their bodies charred black, clinging to life, with only the... Long Jian let out a mighty draconic roar, surrender, and life. The sound, like thunder itself, echoed across the entire city, sending a shiver through those who had narrowly escaped death. They cowered on the ground, their scorched fur mirroring their utter despair. The cry of surrender and life spread through the demon army, prompting many of the weak-willed Xian City soldiers to immediately lay down their arms. It wasn't that they feared death, but facing a dragon capable of annihilating an entire city filled them with an insurmountable sense of despair. The surrender began as unstoppable as an inevitable fate. "Get up, all of you. No surrendering," roared the chieftain of the Qiongxi clan, his voice filled with rage and defiance. The chieftains of the other three ancient beast clans also bellowed, trying to reignite their warriors' fighting spirit. But against Long Jian's vast army, their roars seemed like a desperate futile gamble. Soon the four ancient beast clans were overwhelmed by Long Jian's sea of demonic soldiers, unable to stem the tide of defeat. And so the demon army of Xian City was either slain or surrendered, the entire city falling completely. Long Jian, however, found no cause for celebration. His gaze remained locked on the ruins of Xian City. In the chaos, one demon had vanished. That demon was Qianqing. Suddenly Long Jian sensed a familiar and unsettling presence. Impossible, how could that black dragon's aura be here? His heart began to race erratically, a premonition of doom spreading through his core. This black dragon was the very one from the memory space. A profound black light shot up from the ruins of Xian City like a demonic blade, piercing the heavens with immense pressure. Long Jian's pupils constricted, his mind reeling. His two avatars were instantly shattered by the black light, their dragon bodies falling as blood cascaded from the sky, painting the heavens in a bloody hue of despair. Lu Qing, Fu Rou, Bai Ling, the four Xing sisters, and Chieftain Xing Wu all looked up simultaneously, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Even the surrendered Xian City soldiers and the tens of thousands under Long Jian's command were seized by an indescribable... Their bodies and faces were splattered with Long Jian's blood. What kind of unimaginable power could defeat Long Jian? Even though these were merely avatars, their power was nearly equal to the original. The sheer force of this strike was enough to make every witness tremble. The black light arced back and hovered above Xian City. As it descended, it revealed a monstrous creature covered in dragon scales, barely recognizable as Qianqing. Qianqing, what has happened to him? Chieftain Xing Wu stared in disbelief. He had never known Qianqing to possess such power, and this transformation left him utterly bewildered. Lu Qing and Fu Rou were equally stunned. Though their positions differed, they shared some understanding of each other. Yet Qianqing's current form defied their comprehension. Qianqing raised his right claw and licked the dragon blood from it, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. "You're lucky. Only your avatars died." His voice was hoarse like a low growl from the abyss. Empowered by the black dragon god, Qianqing understood Long Jian's techniques completely. He recognized it as a physical avatar technique. Yet even so, he couldn't discern which was Long Jian's true body. Long Jian quickly shrank, his form descended into his army, and urgently commanded, "Protect me." Lu Qing, Fu Rou, Tushan Yi, and Xing Wu, for Yaozun, immediately encircled Long Jian, forming an impenetrable defensive line. "Ha ha ha." Qianqing laughed upon seeing this. "Aren't you so mighty? Hiding behind women now." Long Jian ignored Qianqing's taunts and instructed Bai Ling. "Bai Ling, gather the four Xing sisters and lead all our forces in retreat." As you command. Bai Ling obeyed without hesitation, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Qianqing. Even beside Long Jian, she felt an immense pressure that was difficult to bear. The army began a frantic retreat. Even the demons on Qianqing's side sensed something was off about their city lord. This feeling was strikingly similar to demonic corruption, inciting a wave of panic. The stalwart Xiongqi chieftain, however, walked up to Qianqing and began to flatter him. City Lord Qianqing. Mighty and imposing. We. But before he could finish, Qianqing struck without mercy. A flash of black light, and the Xiongqi chieftain's head tumbled to the ground. In his final moment, his eyes held a stunned expression, unable to comprehend why City Lord Qianqing would attack him. Qianqing aimed at the Xiongqi chieftain's corpse, opened his mouth, and inhaled the flesh and blood of the winged black. At the sight of this, the demons of Xian City began to flee in sheer panic. This behavior was a classic hallmark of demonic corruption. Once a demon succumbed, they became ferocious beyond reason, killing all they saw with no trace of rationality left. Xing Wu trembled as he spoke. Dragon King, let's flee. Xiongming, a peak-stage demon lord, was instantly slain by Qianqing with a single strike. We cannot defeat him. His voice was filled with terror and despair. Qianqing's horrifying power had convinced him that resistance was futile. Lu Qing, Fu Rou, Tushan Yi, and Long Jian all realized that Qianqing was now beyond their ability to oppose. Long Jian gazed at the three demon lord consorts and said in a deep voice, "You must leave. His target is me." "No, we won't leave. Even if we die together." Fu Rou and Tushan Yi also shook their heads in refusal. "Are you defying my orders?" Long Jian roared, his voice laced with urgency and helplessness. Xing Wu urged, "If you don't leave now, you won't get another chance. Coward. If you're scared, then get lost." Tushan Yi angrily lashed Xing Wu with her tail. With a smack, Xing Wu touched his face and turned to leave. Long Jian didn't stop him, knowing that a demon lord would only meet death by staying. "The three of you get out of here too," Long Jian reiterated. "We won't go." The three women shook their heads. If Long Jian fell, they had no will to live on. Rather than face an uncertain fate alone, they chose to stand by Long Jian's side, sharing life and death. Qianqing watched the desperate struggle between Long Jian and the women, a cold smile curling on his lips. This tragic scene of parting before death is quite entertaining. Lord Black Dragon has decreed that once I slay you, I shall ascend to the demon realm. So Long Jian, prepare your neck for the inevitable. He once again transformed into a ball of black light, moving at an almost inconceivable speed. Fu Rou reacted swiftly, morphing into a giant spider. Endless spider silk erupted from her abdomen, weaving. Under normal circumstances, these webs could easily bind a demon lord at the early stage. But before Qianqing, they shattered like fragile paper, torn apart in a few swipes of his claws. He swung his wolf claws again. A black claw mark shot towards Long Jian. Fu Rou's crystal-tipped spider legs lit up, forming a crystal shield in front of him. However, the moment the claw mark struck, a crack sounded. The shield shattered into countless fragments. The claw mark struck Fu Rou viciously, sending her entire demonic form flying backward. A painful, piercing shriek echoed across the battlefield. Tushan Yi and Lu Qing acted simultaneously, unleashing a surge of demonic energy to protect their falling sister. They stood guard around Fu Rou, their faces solemn, hearts filled with worry and despair. Ugh! Fu Rou vomited a mouthful of purple blood, her body swaying unsteadily. Long Jian's heart was instantly thrown into chaos. This was the most perilous moment he had faced since arriving on the Hongming continent. Fu Rou, a peak demon lord, was gravely wounded in a single blow, filling him with a sense of overwhelming helplessness. The remaining two, Tushan Yi and Lu Qing, were even weaker and likely couldn't withstand even one attack from Qianqing. Qianqing halted his attack arrogantly, his mockery piercing like bone-chilling wind. "Fu Rou, you repulsive insect. I've despised you from the start. You've caused me endless trouble before. And you too, a rotten tree and a sly fox. You've all targeted me. Today I'll send you all to the afterlife together." He swung his wolf claws again, the mark aimed once more at Long Jian. Seeing this, Lu Qing and Tushan Yi immediately threw themselves in front of Long Jian, desperately shielding him. "Husband, take Fu Rou and leave. Well, hold him off." Tushan Yi radiated boundless holy light, a dazzling radiance enveloping her. At the same time, Lu Qing transformed into a massive verdant tree, her roots plunging deep into the earth. The two demon lords pooled their lifeblood and demonic energy, desperately trying to block the fatal strike. As the wolf claw collided with the light and the colossal tree, a violent surge of energy erupted across the sky and earth, as if the very ground trembled in anticipation of this decisive battle. Long Jian's heart ached as he watched their silhouettes. He called out softly, "Yi Qing." During their time together, he had come to feel their genuine love for him. Now to abandon his wives and flee was simply not something he could do. This was all his fault, his carelessness. He never expected Qianqing to have ties with that black dragon. Qianqing must have borrowed the dragon's power to become so. What was he to do now? This was the first time he had encountered an unsolvable problem. He felt powerless and defeated. Was there truly no way out? At this critical moment, a melodious system chime echoed through the sky. Ding. Your 4321 SD descendant has been born. Bloodline dragon progeny. You have gained 100 years of cultivation. Reward divine ability. Embracing all creation. Embracing all creation, you can absorb the power of all things in the world to strengthen yourself. Duration 10 minutes. Dragon progeny. This must be the sixth son of the dragon born to Wu Yueyao, Bashabishi. After reading the description of his new divine ability, Long Jian was filled with confidence in defeating Xianqing. He quickly scooped the injured Fu Rou into his arms and flew behind Lu Qing and Tushan Yi. The two women, sacrificing their own vitality, unleashed demonic energy to form a barrier. For a moment, Xianqing couldn't break through the sturdy shield. Lu Qing and Tushan Yi could both feel Long Jian's dragon claws touching their bodies. "Husband, why haven't you left yet?" Tushan Yi urged anxiously. "My lord Yi and I can't hold on much longer." Lu Qing's voice trembled. "There's no need to leave now. Qing'er Yi Fu Rou, will you lend me your strength?" Long Jian's voice was full of tenderness. "Husband, why haven't you left yet?" Tushan Yi urged anxiously. "My lord Yi and I can't hold on much longer." "I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing." The three spoke as one. The next moment, they transformed into orbs of light and merged into Long Jian's body. Long Jian radiated boundless brilliance, his dragon scales blazing with a heat more intense than the sun, making him appear as a sacred, inviolable god of war. "What is this?" Xianqing was utterly shocked. The oppressive pressure of the light formed a shockwave, an irresistible force that he could not withstand. He didn't dare confront it directly, transforming into a streak of black light and fleeing 100 miles before escaping the shockwave's reach. Standing in the distance, he stared intently at the radiance, desperate to see what it truly was. As the glow gradually faded, the figure of a dragon emerged, radiating a pure, holy light. Every dragon scale gleamed brilliantly, and an incomparably noble bloodline pressure rippled outward. The black dragon scales covering Xianqing began to tremble uncontrollably. Impossible. Why would Lord Black Dragon fear this silver dragon? Xianqing was shaken to his core. He had believed the black dragon god's power could crush anything, but the aura emanating from this silver dragon brought him an inexplicable, suffocating pressure. The silver dragon stood tall, its draconic pupils gleaming with authority and compassion. It descended like a deity, compelling any demonic beast that beheld it to prostrate in worship. Lu Qing, Tushan Yi, and Fu Rou had vanished, fully fused with Long Jian. Having absorbed the power of three demon lords, his cultivation now transcended the limits of the Hongming continent. Xianqing roared. "Long Jian, don't think changing your form will make me fear you." He erupted with black light and shot forward at astonishing speed. Devour the heavens. This divine ability, though seemingly simple, contained immense power, capable of devouring living beings weaker than oneself. In Long Jian's eyes, the Xianqing before him had become a trivial, insignificant creature. The black light that Xianqing had transformed into roared as it charged toward Long Jian, yet ultimately it uncontrollably plunged into Long Jian's cavernous maw. "No!" Xianqing let out his final wolf howl. With a dull thud, Xianqing's body dissolved into pure demonic energy, swiftly merging into Long Jian's form. "Ding! You have gained 5,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, on stepping into the early demon venerable stage." The once arrogant and domineering Xianqing was now gone without a trace. Long Jian uttered a single word: "Unbind." His divine dragon form instantly disintegrated, transforming into 4 brilliant orbs of light. One orb was Long Jian himself, while the other 3 transformed into 3 graceful and alluring beauties. The 3 women rushed forward, tightly encircling Long Jian, tears of happiness glistening in their eyes. "We won." Long Jian spread his arms wide, drawing the 3 women into his embrace. A century after vanquishing Xianqing, Long Jian had become the sole sovereign of the demon domain. His power had also reached the pinnacle of the demon venerable stage. This grand new city stood proudly at the heart of the demon domain, towering and majestic. At its center stood a divine tree 1,000 meters tall, its verdant canopy seemingly touching the clouds. Long Jian sat upon a sturdy branch of the divine tree, his palm gently stroking the bark, his gaze profound. He sighed with deep emotion, recalling the events of a century ago, remembering the great effort it took to move Lu Qing to this new city. 100 years had passed like a fleeting moment. At this time, 8 bizarre-looking dragons soared above the city. They flapped their wings and flew straight towards Long Jian. "Father!" they called out in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Hearing this, Long Jian leaped down from the branch, transforming into a silver dragon and soaring up to meet them. "What's the matter, my sons?" Long Jian asked with concern. The eldest son, Xiao Niu, spoke first. "Father, have you forgotten? Isn't today the day the 9th brother is born? Your mothers are waiting for you." Long Jian beamed with joy, slapping his head. "I almost forgot. Come, let us go witness the birth of the 9th. Leading his 8 dragon sons, he gracefully flew towards a lake outside the city. The line of dragons soaring through the air looked like a brilliant rainbow. From afar, the lake resembled a tranquil piece of blue jade, reflecting the azure sky and the soaring figures of the Over the past century, Long Jian had painstakingly sought out the mothers of his last 3 dragon sons, who were a tiger, an azure dragon, and a fish. He had successfully wed them all. And today, the 9th son, One, was about to be born, a moment of joyous anticipation. As an oviparous being, the fish needed to gestate in water. This lake was the private territory of Long Jian's wife, Kuan-Ming. Kuan-Ming was a member of the Kuan-Ping clan, a primordial beast that transformed into a Kuan in water and spread its wings as a pong in the sky. Back then, to find Kuan-Ming, Long Jian endured countless hardships, sailing the seas, and finally subdued the last female Kuan-Ping in the Hongming continent. By the lakeside, several of his consorts had already gathered adorned in splendid attire with radiant smiles. From left to right were Yu Xixian, Yuefeng, Ing Jinxing Xingling Wu Yuyao, by Yubing Long Yao, and Kuan Ming. Also present were Lu Qing Tushan, Yi Fu Rou by Ling Yang Wan, Shan Xia, Xiao Dong Ben Ben. And so, regarding the stories of Bai Yubing Yang Wan Long Yao, and Kuan Ming, I might release a side story if I have the time. I want, husband, my lord. Over a dozen beauties called out to Long Jian in sweet charming voices. Long Jian nodded to his consorts, then turned his gaze towards the lake. A golden fish egg flew up, and from it a creature broke out of its shell. The son of the dragon, Chi Wan, was born. The end.